Chapter 1. Here I come, Great Ming. In the third year of Hongwu, Yingtianfu, Ajax looked at the stall in front of him, feeling an infinite sense of emotion. He was just a social animal of the new era, yet he never expected to end up in this world in this era, which was truly pitiful. Back then, he almost starved to death. Fortunately, a Taoist temple in Fengyang took him in. Before that, his memories were very blurry and Zekier. Even so, after living in the temple for 7 years, it too faced difficulties, and he could only set out on his own. To put it simply, he had to find something to do and earn a living for himself. Originally, he thought he would die because he was weak and powerless. In the temple, he only chanted scriptures and summarized religious texts. Where did he have any skills to survive? Wasn't this pushing him toward death? Unfortunately, things were as they were. He couldn't stay without leaving. As he stepped out of the temple gate, a voice that had been delayed for 7 years sounded in his mind. His golden finger cheat was finally here. The Super Eric system had arrived. But this wasn't the worst part. The most infuriating was that while a ray of hope was given, it was immediately followed by despair. Because the system would only officially activate when he became a national preceptor. Now it merely gave him a trial run opportunity. Of course, it wasn't entirely useless. It bestowed him with a survival kit. As a beginner, things were simple enough. When he thought there was no hope, hope came again. Born with divine strength, basic medical skills, and basic divination techniques. These 3 survival skills lifted his spirits. Perhaps he could live on. His divine strength remained hidden, still showing a scrawny appearance, but he could easily lift hundreds of pounds effortlessly. Basic medical skills and divination were straightforward, diagnosing illnesses and reading fortunes. These 2 skills were related to Taoism, so he didn't need to worry about surviving. As for becoming a national preceptor in this life, it was sheer nonsense. To be able to live a worry-free life would already be good. He studied these 3 survival skills while heading towards Yingtianfu. Naturally, he learned that the Great Ming Dynasty had been established here, with the emperor being Heston during the Hongwu period. This butcher, if I really become a national preceptor, I might be killed. It's better to lead a steady, peaceful life. For the system to acknowledge me, it will be difficult. Recalling this journey, Ajax felt helpless. Little Arianaster, can you help me see why my stomach hurts so much? A commoner walked up to his stall, clearly in pain, and asked urgently. Why would anyone want him to treat them? Actually, it was due to his efforts over several months. Without mentioning a healer's compassion, his policy of not charging if ineffective attracted many people. As for fortune-telling, fewer people came because its accuracy was uncertain, especially since he was a young man. Ajax hurriedly diagnosed him. It's nothing serious, just intestinal parasites. Take some deworming medicine. In this era, roundworms were common due to drinking untreated water. Upon hearing this, the patient thanked him profusely and placed a copper coin before leaving. Ajax carefully kept the coin. 1 coin was enough. He didn't desire more, only what he needed. Being physically weak, why should he seek trouble? Your Highness, the citizens are now at peace, all thanks to you. Indeed, they can finally lead a stable life. Heston, hearing this, felt quite pleased, hoping his people could live in peace and prosperity. Hey, there's a little Taoist over there. Let's go check. Grant and Luigi also curiously joined. Since the emperor wanted to visit, they naturally wouldn't stop him. Heston walked up to Ajax's stall and sat down, saying, Can you divinate? Ajax nodded and said, Minor matters, but not major ones. Heston chuckled and said, Interesting. Tell me how things are now. After a brief observation, Ajax frowned, using his basic divination skill. Even though rudimentary, he knew aura reading. Sir, you rose from humble beginnings to high office, filled with a resolute spirit. Your gaze carries a cold light, and soon, a great slaughter will come. This is all I can perceive. Proceed cautiously. It's the righteous path. This statement left Heston and his 2 companions stunned. Let's not talk about other things, but what do you mean by slaughter? Heston frowned, his eyes flashing with sharpness. Little Taoist, how can there be any talk of slaughter? That's impossible. Ajax spoke frankly, misleading superiors and concealing facts from subordinates. Mr. isn't pleased with this, and there will definitely be a massacre. From your facial features and aura, it should originate from within your residence. Heston was taken aback. Misleading superiors and concealing facts? Grant and Arianarchus suddenly narrowed their eyes. Their hands inside their robes couldn't help but tremble. They knew the implications. Ajax, seeing this, directly said, Mister, if you don't believe me, you don't have to pay. I just spoke according to the signs. Whether to believe it or not is up to you. Hearing this, Heston couldn't help but relax his smile somewhat, giving Ajax a meaningful look before taking out 10 copper coins and placing them down. All right, we believe you, little Taoist. Remember that, or else we are not easy to provoke. Ajax nodded immediately. Of course, mister, rest assured, I speak the truth. If you're not satisfied, you can destroy my stall. Hearing this, Heston felt some understanding in his heart. This person had some skills, indeed showing some expertise in divination. So thank you, we'll return now. After watching them leave, Ajax also breathed a sigh of relief. These high-ranking officials were really something. Being deceived was very common. Otherwise, who would work for them? In the future, it would be better to encounter fewer such people. He still wanted to live a peaceful life. Living in fear wasn't good at all. Collecting the 10 copper coins, today was enough. He'd go eat first, calm himself down, and be more careful from now on. However, lying was not the essence of divination. He wouldn't stoop to lying. Ajax packed up his belongings and left the stall, heading towards the inn where he stayed. Indeed, buying or renting a house was beyond his means, so he could only stay at a small, shabby inn, earning a bit of money to feed himself. It wasn't easy at all. Who has it easy? Chapter 2. Marcos's incident. Glenn, investigate this thoroughly for us. Also, look into the background of this young Taoist priest. He seems to be more complicated than he appears. Yes, your Arian Majesty. I'll handle it immediately. Glenn hurried away to conduct the investigation with utmost caution, not daring to be negligent, lest he displease his Arianology. The consequences could be fatal. As for Grant and Arianarchus, they naturally did not dare to utter another word. They were unsure what would happen next. It wouldn't take long to determine if there were indeed disloyal individuals. Emperor Heston glanced at both men nonchalantly and said, "I was just talking off the top of my head. Don't spread it around unnecessarily." "Yes, your Arianology." Both understood perfectly well the meaning behind those words. The warning was clear. If the matter were leaked, their fates would not be favorable. There was a distinct hierarchy between ruler and minister, so they had to maintain the appropriate attitude. Heston knew they understood him, which suited him perfectly. The real enigma was this young Taoist priest. Why did he say such things? Although some fortune tellers had particular abilities, like Arianarchus, upon thinking of this, he turned his gaze toward Arianarchus. "Bowen, what do you think of this young Taoist?" Upon hearing this, Arianarchus couldn't help but ponder deeply for a while before shaking his head and saying, "Your Arianology, I can't quite figure him out. Initially, I didn't think much of him. He seemed rather ordinary, but on closer inspection, it's like looking at flowers through mist, hard to see clearly." Grant, however, laughed and said, "Arianarchus, don't overpraise others. It's meaningless." Arianarchus gave a bitter smile at this moment. "I'm not trying to praise anyone. There's an inexplicable feeling about him, a strong sense that makes me unsure who he really is." Grant, listening to this, felt speechless. Was this genuine or not? Heston waved a hand. "From what you say, it seems he does have some skills. But who might be deceiving us from above?" Grant and Arianarchus were also puzzled. In theory, the Ming Dynasty was still in its early stages. Who could have done something like this? Before long, Glenn returned with several scrolls of records. "Your Arianology, greetings. How goes it?" Glenn hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and could only present the scrolls in his hand. Heston, seeing this, took them curiously. After reading for a short while, his expression changed. Grant and Arianarchus knew very well that when the Emperor displayed such an expression, trouble was sure to follow. They dared not speak and waited silently. Well, what a fine performance by Marcos. You've kept us in the dark for so long. Truly enlightening." His tone was icy, verging on furious. Grant and Arianarchus were startled internally. Especially Arianarchus, since Marcos fell under his jurisdiction. Yet despite reporting him previously, how did this come about now? Strange. But neither spoke. They waited quietly for the Emperor's handling of the situation. His grain policy achievements in Yangzhou and current arrogance have certainly been eye-opening. Furiously, Heston threw the scrolls aside. "Why has it taken us this long to realize we've been deceived from the beginning? Glenn, how have you conducted your duties?" Glenn, upon hearing this, knelt down in fear. "Your Arianology, I beg your pardon." Arianatters from before were intercepted by others. Heston's eyes grew even more intimidating as his killing intent surged uncontrollably. "Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Intercepting our people's efforts, this is too much." Growing angrier by the minute, his rage boiled over. Grant and Arianarchus knew all too well that Marcos's days were numbered, and many more could be implicated. "Glenn, compile all the evidence meticulously. We want a thorough review to see exactly what he has done these past few days." "Yes, your Arianology." Glenn broke into a cold sweat, knowing the Emperor's murderous intentions were set. A perilous situation. Heston continued, "Ah yes, what about that young Taoist?" Glenn quickly replied, "Your Arianology, due to the rush, we only confirmed that the young Taoist originally comes from Fengyang." Fengyang? Heston was surprised. What a coincidence, it was Fengyang. Heston's birthplace was Fengyang. If the young Taoist was from there, was there some reason behind it? Is there trouble in Fengyang as well? Grant and Arianarchus were also puzzled. Given that Fengyang was the Emperor's birthplace, it was protected very well. How could anything suspicious come from there? What reasons lay hidden? Mao Bei hurriedly said, "Your Arianology, he has been away from Fengyang for 2 or 3 years. I believe new intelligence will be delivered soon." Emperor Heston let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the young Taoist had left Fengyang long ago, so it wasn't too serious. Grant and Arianarchus also felt a great sense of relief. If anything had gone wrong in Fengyang and they hadn't known, they would have been in trouble. Remember to report as soon as you receive news. Also, submit a report on Fengyang's recent situation. "Yes, your Arianology." Mao Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief, glad he spoke up promptly, preventing the Emperor from having any unfounded suspicions. Otherwise, things could have gotten complicated. Heston waved his hand and said, "You may both return. Tomorrow at the morning court session, we hope to see exactly what kind of person can achieve such feats and gain our attention." "Yes, your highness." The two men dared not speak further and quickly took their leave. Heston's eyes were filled with murderous intent and cold light. He despised those who betrayed him the most. Marcos, how blind I must have been to trust someone like you." His fists clenched tightly, fury burning within him. How dare this person act so arrogantly, as if there were no laws in the land. After a few moments of effort to calm down, he saw Empress Mao approaching. "Sister, why have you come? Is something wrong?" Empress Mao said with a helpless expression, "Chongba, try not to hold grudges. It's not worth it. We still need to manage the country properly. You cannot ruin your health over this." Heston slapped his thigh and said, "Sister, it's not my intention. These rascals are the cause of all this trouble. If it weren't for their actions, I wouldn't have mentioned it. It is indeed very distressing. Forget it. All of this has passed." Empress Mao held his hand and said, "That's right. These people are not worth getting angry over. Let's go take a walk in the back garden and check on our achievements." Heston couldn't help but say expectantly, Yes, we should go check. The grains and vegetables we grew ourselves give us the greatest peace of mind." Chapter 3. Ajax's background. Ajax stretched lazily, A new day had arrived. Thank heavens, it was another fresh start. He couldn't help but reflect on the past few years. Years filled with instability and hardships, which often made him laugh wryly. In his previous life, during peaceful times, he ate well, lived comfortably, and everything seemed perfect except for the lack of money. But in this life, everything was the opposite. His basic needs weren't met, and he barely had any money at all. Sighing deeply, he felt the stark contrast between then and now, truly bitter. Well, fortunately, I have the survival package from the system. Even if I can't activate the system, I should be able to survive cautiously. He knew all too well how dangerous this era could be. As an ordinary citizen, there were no grand plans or ambitions. The Emperor's authority reigned supreme. Better to continue setting up my stall, otherwise, tomorrow I won't even have food or a place to stay. Life was all about making ends meet. As for manual labor, he wasn't interested. It wouldn't make much difference financially, and dreaming of saving up large sums was just that, a dream. Grabbing his tools, he informed the innkeeper about tonight's accommodation, then bought 2 meat buns from a street vendor and started eating. After finishing, he didn't eat anymore. Not being hungry was enough. Having a full meal was a luxury. Arriving at his regular stall, he began his daily work, quietly sitting on a small stool, hoping for a better income today. There were many people seeking medical advice and fortune-telling, but most saw him as too young, and thus fewer customers approached him. He wasn't bothered by this. He maintained a relaxed attitude. The days passed without much change, and he didn't mind. Suddenly, the crowd began moving, arousing his curiosity. He hurriedly asked a young man nearby. The young man looked at him and smiled, recognizing him immediately. A high-ranking official is going to be executed. Hearing this, Ajax released the young man. He had no interest in watching executions. Today, he wanted to earn more money. At that moment, in the imperial palace, Heston, enraged, ordered Marcos's execution and returned to his study. Yuan was already waiting for him. Heston suppressed his anger and asked, "What is it?" Yuan quickly replied, "Your Arian Majesty, we've investigated the identity of the little Taoist. It turns out he has some connection to you." Curiosity piqued, Heston asked, "Connection? What kind of connection?" Yuan handed over the dossier while explaining, "Your Arian Majesty, the little Taoist comes from a Taoist temple named Tianxinguan in Fengyang." Heston seemed to recall something, though he hadn't paid much attention before. Continue. Yuan continued, "However, he entered the temple at the age of 9. In fact, he is the youngest son of your elder brother." Hearing this, Heston stood up abruptly, staring intently. What? He was his elder brother's son. He hastily opened the dossier and realized the truth. His elder brother, after becoming a doishir, a male who marries into a woman's family, led a struggling life. Unable to survive amidst war and famine, his youngest son was adopted by a branch of their maternal family but still couldn't live well. Thus, at the age of 9, Ajax was sent to the temple. It wasn't until he turned 16 that he left the temple due to financial difficulties within the temple itself. After wandering, he eventually reached Yingtianfu and had been there for several months. "So that's why," Heston murmured. "I wondered about our connection. It turns out we are blood relatives." Although his elder brother had become a doishir and his son was adopted by the maternal side, he was still the offspring of his brother. Yuan remained perfectly still, not wanting to draw attention during the emperor's contemplation. "Brother, finally, I found an heir for you. Your lineage shall not suffer under me." Heston valued family ties deeply, bestowing titles on his deceased brothers, all posthumously ennobled as princes. No one else knows about this, aside from the investigators. "Good job. This discovery will be rewarded. It helps us find another relative." Heston knew well how difficult these years had been, with many family members perishing from hunger. Only a few young ones survived. To unexpectedly find another relative brought immense joy. "You may leave." Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, glad that everything was fine, and hurriedly retreated. Heston's face was filled with excitement as he paced back and forth in the imperial study, unsure of what to do next. It wasn't until Paulette arrived that he calmed down, but his tone remained excited as he recounted the news. Paulette, upon hearing it, was also overjoyed. "Henley, this is truly something to be happy about. These years have been so hard for everyone." Heston, hearing these words, couldn't help but shed tears. "Yes, our family, our kin, almost none are left. Only 1 or 2 descendants remain. Now finding another one, it must be heaven's blessing on our Zhu family." Paulette then said, "But since he was adopted by your mother's clan, he may not be able to inherit your third brother's title. What should we do?" Heston couldn't help but get anxious at this. "What does it matter? As long as he carries the bloodline of my third brother, that can't be changed." Paulette quickly reassured him, "Henley, don't get too worried. I'm not saying we shouldn't bring him back. Let's first hear his thoughts. Besides, there aren't many people left in your mother's clan, right?" Heston paused, then sat down dejectedly. "You're right, indeed. Most of our mother's clan died from hunger or fled as refugees. Very few survived, and most don't even know where their ancestral home is anymore." Given the circumstances at the time, this was quite normal, nothing unusual. By being adopted into his mother's clan, it was as if he had extended the lineage of that family. Paulette watched and said, "He is part of both the Zhu family and the Qin family, no difference. As for the title, we shouldn't rush it. We can wait a while. But we can certainly improve his life first. That care is essential." Heston nodded. His mother, Lady Qin, had also died from hunger, so it would be good to add more descendants to the Qin lineage, especially since they were Zhu family blood anyway. Changing it officially wouldn't be easy in name only. After all, in this era, once someone was adopted, their ties to the original family became less significant. Even as emperor, he couldn't completely overturn such conventions. Chapter 4. Now he has a house and tickets. At noon that day, Ajax was still running his stall, waiting for business to come, when he saw an acquaintance approaching. Indeed, it was Heston with Yuan. Heston felt moved at this moment, sitting down with a smile on his face. Though Ajax found this odd, he naturally maintained the attitude of treating guests as gods. Sir, what brings you here? We've come to thank you. This is your reward. As Yuan spoke, he placed a brocade box in front of Ajax. Ajax looked at it with confusion. What's going on here? He picked it up at the gesture of the other party and saw a house deed and several treasure notes inside. This? He was startled. What's happening? All I did was give one consultation. There's no need for such a generous reward. Seeing his reaction, Heston chuckled inwardly before saying, we know life isn't easy for you. Moreover, we have status. Helping us solve such a big issue without proper gratitude just won't do. Pointing at the box, Ajax said with difficulty, but this is too precious. Your servant. Waving his hand, Heston replied, it's nothing much. Just accept it. By the way, I have one more question if you don't mind answering. Seeing how unconcerned the other party was, Ajax knew he should accept the gift. He simply responded, please ask, sir. Heston stared at him and asked, what is your greatest ambition? Startled, Ajax joked, of course, to be a state preceptor. That's my biggest dream, but it's just a dream. Heston was surprised. This kid has some ambition after all, wanting to be a state preceptor. But upon further thought, since he came from a Taoist temple, it's natural he read many Taoist classics. It might be plausible for him to become a state preceptor. Anyway, there are no strict regulations for state preceptors. It's just a nominal position. I see. Well, remember, the house is arranged for you. You can move in whenever you want. If you need anything, speak to him, and he will take care of it. With that, Heston left directly. Yuan waved off quickly, leaving 2 servants behind before following him out. Ajax was baffled. What's going on? Sending a house wasn't enough. They even sent servants. These people are strange. Could they have ulterior motives? But it didn't seem like it. His mind was a jumble, unsure of what to think. Perhaps he didn't realize how complicated his background was, but others seemed to know better. He was speechless. Arianaster, let's go back and check things out first. We've already had someone arrange the inn's belongings. Ajax really didn't know what to say. What exactly was happening? Before he knew it, everything was arranged for him to move into the new house, which turned out to be quite large. A 3-compound house, something he never imagined owning before. Heston returned to the palace with a smile, looking almost foolishly happy. No matter what, being the descendant of his third brother needed to be taken care of. As for becoming a state preceptor, after some thought, he wanted to discuss it with Paulette. So, our nephew wants to be a state preceptor? Paulette confirmed, feeling both surprised and accepting. Nodding, Heston said, that's right. Though it seems ambitious, who can let him down given he's our nephew? Right, sister? She nodded. Indeed. While the role of state preceptor changes often, its religious value is undeniable. But he seems young, which could be a disadvantage. Heston didn't care. Still, we have the support of our clan. Moreover, Taoism has many branches. If he wants to be a state preceptor, let him be. Having Tianxin Temple as orthodox sounds good. Paulette couldn't help rolling her eyes. Coming from Fengyang, he naturally favored his own kind. Do as you wish. Since it's just a nominal position, it's fine. But read. Once he takes the position, what will the officials think? I fear this child might not withstand their temptations. Heston nodded, agreeing fully. Sister, you're right. Take Marcos, for example. Capable, yes, but power changed him, disappointing us greatly. Let this boy enjoy it for now. If he can't handle it, he'll return to Tianxin Temple. Ultimately, he wouldn't be killed. At most, confined for reflection. Paulette nodded in agreement. That's a good plan. Let's wait and see how he acts. But sending him to court may reveal your identity quickly. Heston waved his hand and said, his identity will be clear sooner or later. It's better to know early than late. He is our nephew after all, and we must take care of him. As for attending court, he can do so if he wants, or not. It's up to him. Paulette paused, then nodded. You're right. But read. He is a monk now. Does this lineage need to marry and have children? Otherwise, the family line would be cut off. Hearing this, Heston slapped his thigh and shouted urgently, Yuan, quickly check which Taoist lineage he belongs to and whether he can marry and have children. Without retreating, Yuan responded immediately, Your Arianagesty, Arianaster Ajax's lineage belongs to the Jingyi sect, where monks can marry and have children. Surprised, Heston asked, You've already checked this out? Yuan nodded vigorously, Yes, Your Arianagesty. Tianxin Temple indeed belongs to the Jingyi sect. There is no mistake. Hearing this, Heston and Paulette sighed in relief. As long as he could marry and have children, it would ensure the continuation of their family bloodline. A good thing indeed. Very well, that's great. Absolutely great. I'll issue an imperial edict immediately. Without delay, Heston issued the edict at once. Yuan stood there, saying nothing, waiting quietly. By the way, Yuan, bring this dossier along too. He'll understand when he sees it. I also want to see what kind of person he is. Yes, Your Arianagesty. Yuan didn't dare say more, knowing it was a royal matter and that any unnecessary words might displease his Arianagesty. It wasn't something a minister should do. Watching Yuan leave, Heston and Paulette felt relieved. Finding a relative was truly not easy. People who had lived through those times cherished the safety of their kin even more. Now everything was settled, and life could finally calm down. Sister, if he has the ability, we want him to contribute well. Don't you think so? Of course, it's only natural. He is one of the Zhu family. How can we not support our own? Sister really has deep insight. With you by my side, I am truly at ease. You. Chapter 5. Family Recognition, Becoming the Imperial Preceptor, System Activation. That evening, Yuan once again came to Ajax's new residence, his expression incomparably respectful. Ajax lifted his head from the documents with a blank look and said indifferently, So, I'm the third emperor's brother's son? Yes, young master. However, since you were adopted into the emperor's maternal clan, you are not able to inherit your father's title. Yuan explained briefly. Indifferent to whether he had a title or not, he knew that Heston was quite good to his relatives and highly valued family connections. As long as one wasn't guilty of capital offenses, most would be spared, at worst only confined. This news meant that his living conditions would significantly improve. There was no need for worry anymore. Seeing that the young master seemed relieved, Yuan took out the imperial edict. His Area Majesty orders that you be appointed as the imperial preceptor of the Great Ming. Before Ajax could react, the system popped up. Congratulations, host, on becoming the imperial preceptor of the Great Ming. This system officially acknowledges its master, and recognition is successful. He couldn't say anything. This situation felt somewhat ominous, but he didn't know how to process it. Now it was a done deal. What else could be done? Become an imperial preceptor just like that? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Once unattainable, now easily within reach. No, he was already in the position. The transition was too fast. Imperial preceptor, imperial preceptor. Hearing Yuan's voice, Ajax finally snapped back to reality. Really? Yuan hurriedly presented the imperial edict. Young Area Master, it's true, cannot be truer. Only then did Ajax truly understand that everything was real. He had become the imperial preceptor. Even if it was a nominal title, it sufficed. The system had activated. This was the biggest gain. Other things didn't matter much. Arianny, thanks for all the trouble you've taken, Sir Arianeo. Yuan dared not accept another bow, quickly stepping aside. You are too kind, imperial preceptor. I'll take my leave now. Ajax nodded. Good, please walk safely, Sir Arianeo. After watching Yuan leave, Ajax looked at the documents and the imperial edict in his hand, feeling as if he were dreaming. The previous 18 years seemed like a waste, yet not entirely. At least life now had hope and joy. He happily went to bed. But this news immediately caused a stir in Nanjing, previously peaceful, now boiling over. What? You're serious? Yes, sir, it's true. His Area Majesty has bestowed the title of Imperial Preceptor on a street Taoist who used to live on the streets. Grant paused, then asked, why? The servant hastily replied, it said he's the Emperor's nephew. Grant was stunned. It was indeed the Emperor's nephew. This wasn't a mere rumor. It must have been thoroughly verified. He understood what people in power were capable of. Obviously, investigations had been conducted. The events last time might have been part of the plan. So, it makes sense. Let's not get involved, but gifts should not be lacking. Yes, sir. I'll prepare them right away. As his servant prepared the gifts, Grant suppressed his astonishment. But thinking about it, this was exactly what someone in power would do. Other officials also knew this well, and promptly sent gifts without a word. Ajax learned of this the next morning. Without hesitation, he accepted all the gifts openly. There was nothing strange about this. It was a traditional custom. He believed his Zeke, the Emperor, wouldn't mind. Actually, Heston had known about it for a while. His subordinates were not inept. Knowing his nephew accepted gifts openly and even recorded them, clearly indicated transparency. This boy got a big benefit and is delighted. Well, yes, he can now lead a good life. Paulette also knew Ajax had endured hardship in the past and chose to turn a blind eye. However, they didn't know why Ajax acted this way. It was for merit points. Indeed, after the Super Imperial Preceptor System was activated, to gain more benefits or abilities, merit points were required for exchanges. Naturally, when one reached a certain level, system rewards could be obtained. As for how to acquire merit points, Ajax already had ideas. Sir, all gifts have been recorded. Ajax immediately asked, what is the total value in silver? The steward quickly calculated and replied, sir, the total value in silver is no less than 10,000 taels. Ajax was taken aback. So much, wow. Given this amount of money, how much silver do we have on hand? The steward answered promptly, sir, we have 6,000 taels of silver. Ajax nodded and asked, based on current rice prices, how much grain can we buy? The steward quickly calculated, Arianaster, we can purchase 12,000 dan of rice. Ajax continued, go ahead and buy it. Convert all these antiques and paintings into silver and use them to buy grain. Though the steward did not understand, he still went to do it. While Ajax was not an expert in history, he knew when the Ming Dynasty was during the Little Ice Age. Disasters occurred annually, and the number of famine victims was countless, even during prosperous times. Preparations were definitely necessary. This way, he might be able to accumulate quite a few merit points. Looking at the system mall, he couldn't help but drool with desire. Never mind, I have no merit points now, just like candy, luring me. Anyway, let's take one step at a time. There's no rush. Very soon, the rice from all the grain shops in Ingtian Prefecture was bought up by him. He continuously increased his purchase of grain. Except for the household expenses, everything was converted into grain and stored away. Heston had also heard about this, which triggered a sense of empathy and made him feel sentimental. Obviously, he thought Ajax was terrified of hunger and had exchanged everything for food. It wouldn't matter if it lasted several years. Ah, this nephew of mine. Heston couldn't say much, only inwardly sighed, understanding and appreciating his thoughts. A person who has experienced hunger believes more in having food than silver because silver can't satisfy hunger. It made him fall into reminiscence again, remembering those bitter days, but they were finally over. He didn't send anyone to manage it either. Since it was a fair trade and not illegal, why bother interfering? Anyway, having extra grain wasn't bad. It could be preserved for several years. Poor nephew, poor citizens across the land. Heston felt profound emotion. If his nephew thought this way, how much more would the people who couldn't afford food suffer? They were all his citizens. For a moment, he became distracted and didn't even notice when Paulette came. Reed, what's wrong with you? Nothing. It's just that our nephew is so afraid of hunger that he exchanged all the silver for grain, making my heart ache too. Chapter 6, Refining Pure Salt. Paulette listened and understood as well, falling into a reverie once more. Well, it's all in the past now. If he bought them, then so be it. The grains won't go bad immediately. I believe that after some time, we will adapt. No need to worry. Emperor Heston nodded as well. Yes, let's hope so. This kind of psychological contradiction was unavoidable. One couldn't just disregard everything. For now, they could only help him adapt gradually, avoiding any concerns in his heart. Regardless of what others thought, Ajax did this because he knew good deeds needed to be done sincerely rather than with schadenfreude. Moreover, living in this era, he wished to do things within his power. He had no interest in the power struggles at court, which was also why he wasn't keen on attending court sessions. Since he didn't need to, he wouldn't go. It was better to focus on practical matters. Sir, everything has been purchased. We bought a total of 21,000 shur of rice, all new harvests. Ajax nodded. Good. Arian, make sure to store them properly to avoid dampness and mold. The steward hurriedly replied, rest assured, sir. Everything is arranged, and they won't get damp or moldy. Ajax trusted they would do a good job, so he wasn't concerned. Oh right. As a small Taoist priest, living here doesn't seem appropriate either. Thinking about when to build a Taoist temple might be a good idea. But then, considering money and supplies, it seemed too complicated for now, so he decided to wait and see. It wasn't until he noticed the salt used by the servants that he remembered how people in this era used coarse salt, much of which contained harmful substances. Sea salt transportation was too costly, hence the high price of salt. With that in mind, he instructed the servants to prepare some coarse salt, and then began refining pure salt. After several charcoal filtrations, the salt turned snow white, absolutely top-notch refined salt. Just as he pondered how to sell the salt, Emperor Heston arrived. My good nephew, what are you doing? Ajax quickly replied, Your Arian Majesty. Before he finished speaking, Heston interrupted. When there's no one around, just call me Davidson. Ajax felt quite excited and responded, Davidson, your nephew is refining salt. This is something I noticed while watching alchemy. Using coarse salt, or to refine results in this pure salt. Heston followed his finger and saw the snow-white salt. He couldn't resist tasting a bit. It was indeed salt, and very good quality. Heston's eyes lit up. My good nephew, you have helped me greatly. No wonder you're my national Arian master. This skill is truly impressive. He was genuinely delighted. As an emperor, he knew the importance of salt. No one can live without it. Lack of salt could lead to weakness and even thyroid swelling. Thus, salt was indispensable. However, the high price of salt persisted due to massive transportation costs. If salt could be produced locally, costs would drop significantly, and common people could afford cheaper, pure salt. This would be a great deed for public welfare. Ajax explained honestly, Davidson, since I'm a Taoist priest and want to build a Taoist temple, I need money. That's why I came up with this plan to raise funds. Heston nodded in agreement. This made sense. Taoists should reside in temples. Furthermore, he admired Ajax for wanting to raise money on his own instead of leveraging his identity or seeking direct aid, which was rare. Finding your own means and planning your own projects shows a straightforward mind. Camden, your thoughts are commendable and give us peace of mind. However, earning money from salt won't happen overnight. How about this? You sell this method to me, and I'll give you a share of the profits every year. Ajax nodded immediately. All right, as you wish, Davidson. I trust you won't shortchange me. Heston chuckled. He realized Ajax was waiting for him to specify the share. Given their relationship, fairness was crucial. He deliberated and said, how about giving you 30% of the national profits annually? Ajax admired the offer and agreed promptly. I'll go with what Davidson decides. I trust you completely. With the first sum of money, I plan to start building my Taoist temple. Heston laughed heartily. Good. You have noble ambitions? Soon after, Ajax explained the process of refining pure salt in detail, wrote it down, and demonstrated it personally. This process also left Heston marveling. He never imagined such a simple method that no one knew existed. Indeed, it seemed to originate from some alchemy processes, as he had thought. When refined salt was produced again, Heston became even more delighted. Glenn, immediately gather all the ministers and prepare for court. Yes, your Arian Majesty. Glenn was utterly astonished in his heart. The national Arian master truly lived up to his title, and the emperor's nephew was indeed no ordinary person. As long as this problem was solved, it didn't matter how much the national treasury would be enriched, but it would certainly be several times what it was before. Camden, then we'll go back first. Come to the palace whenever you need anything, remember? Davidson, your nephew will remember. Heston left with a carefree look, carrying a packet of refined salt he had made himself, extremely pleased. Ajax also breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had the funds to build the Taoist temple. How wonderful. Next, he needed to find a location, requiring a vast area that wasn't too small. After all, with 3/10 of the annual profit, it would be a tremendous fortune, and a small place wouldn't be what he wanted. So he immediately sent people to investigate, on the condition that it was unoccupied, preferably deserted mountains or wastelands. The steward immediately sent people to investigate, naturally not daring to be negligent. Of course, having the court fund the construction of the Taoist temple was reasonable. After all, he was the national Arian master now. But he didn't want to burden the people or waste resources. Being self-reliant was better. He preferred this model rather than living off others' efforts, which wouldn't bring peace of mind. Now he could wait a bit. Without money, nothing could be done, right? In his mind, he envisioned the future appearance of the Taoist temple, feeling very happy and excited, often flashing smiles, which was understandable. Perhaps he could build a grand Taoist temple complex, like the imperial palace, setting a luxurious standard. No, he was thinking too much. There was no need for so much. Simple and plain would suffice. His thoughts continued to clash, generating more ideas. Chapter 7. For the share, unyielding to each other. In the grand hall of the imperial palace, Heston was holding a cloth package with excitement on his face. All the ministers were baffled, looking completely bewildered. What on earth was happening? Gentlemen, I'm very happy today. Our national Arianaster has finally lived up to his name. Do you know what this is? Hearing Heston's words, everyone subconsciously thought it was some kind of pill. Actually, it wasn't strange since Taoist alchemy had existed for ages, and wasn't something extraordinary. What was astonishing was that he could actually refine pills. Seeing their strange expressions, Heston guessed what they were thinking. Without further ado, he immediately ordered the attendants to pass it around, so they could see and taste it. This frightened all the ministers as they assumed it was some kind of pill. Only after Dylan saw it first, and tasted a bit without hesitation did Heston feel satisfied. The other ministers were alarmed, and clearly couldn't match Dylan's boldness. After tasting it, Dylan's eyes lit up, as if, Heston noticed this and said, "Come on, everyone, give it a try. No need to think I'm being stingy." Dylan didn't argue further. Seeing him taste it with no issues, the other ministers gradually began to sample it as well, only then realizing what it was. But, watching all this, Heston sighed inwardly, feeling genuinely moved. I made many errors in previous rewards due to lack of knowledge. All salt mines will be reclaimed, but of course, compensation will be provided. You can receive 10% of the profits annually from each mine, which should suffice. What do you think, gentlemen? Now that the emperor admitted his mistake, these ministers had no choice but to comply. Refusing would mean opposing Yuan, inviting trouble. Your Arianagesty is wise. This decision is correct. Dylan and Grant responded first. Even though they were reluctant, they had no choice but to agree. Heston was delighted. With this, he could take control of all the salt mines under the court. Oh, by the way, the national Arianaster and I have agreed that he can receive 30% of the national salt profits. Gentlemen, any objections? Ministers exchanged glances. Initially, this might seem unreasonable, but now that it was refined, what could they say? Your Arianagesty, isn't 30% too much? Yes, many ministers focused on the share issue. Wasn't 30% too high? Heston waved his hand. Without the national Arianaster's method, there would be no profit at all. Moreover, this method will reduce transportation costs, allowing us to obtain materials locally. The Ming Dynasty has countless salt mines. We won't run out of money. Hearing this, everyone realized it would save a huge sum and bring immense wealth. It was indeed quite beneficial. In the remaining 70%, we'll take 40%, and the rest will go to the state treasury. As soon as he said this, Minister Hamza from the Ministry of Revenue stood up to object. Your Arianagesty, this money should belong to the state treasury. Though your Arianagesty has contributed greatly by obtaining this valuable technique, 1% should be enough. These words received widespread approval among the ministers, as if giving even 1% was already a profit. This infuriated Heston. His face turned red. This is my nephew's accomplishment. As the emperor, your Zeke, I say 40% is 40%. Hamza bluntly replied, Your Arianagesty, all under heaven belongs to you, including the state treasury. Why be so particular? Will your Arianagesty pay out of pocket to build palaces in the future? Heston felt stifled, both angry and anxious. But the ministers argued logically, not affecting the big picture. As an emperor, he couldn't act too autocratically, could he? Well, make it 30%, no less. Your Arianagesty, for the sake of our people, let's settle for 20%. It's really not little, your Arianagesty. Arianany ministers supported this. Heston was furious. How could they only support 20%? This was infuriating. But seeing the ministers standing firm and taking the perspective of the people, what could he do? He couldn't help feeling depressed. These fellows simply didn't want him to earn money. Being pressured into settling for 20%, 2 percentages less than desired, left him truly unhappy. However, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree, given that he was held back. He had plans for constructing and expanding palaces instead of relocating the capital. Naturally, he needed to build an impressive palace to avoid appearing petty. But building palaces required enormous funds. Relying solely on his personal treasury wouldn't be enough. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede, accepting defeat. Thus, the imperial treasury obtained 50% of the profits. As for the national Arianaster, no one mentioned it again. After all, the emperor's words were golden. Plus, with the Zeke-nephew relationship, who among the ministers would dare to speak up? Besides, this method came from the national Arianaster. Otherwise, not only would there be no profit, but they might even lose money. So the ministers accepted it. Soon, the Ministry of Works began sending people to refine fine salt and mine salt deposits. Clearly, this was a crucial measure. It could stabilize salt prices in various regions and increase the income of local residents. Mining naturally required workers. The court spent money to recruit workers for mining and refining fine salt. The method used was the assembly line approach provided by Ajax. Each worker was responsible for only one process. This made the work faster and allowed them to become more proficient in their tasks, continuously increasing the yield of refined salt. This significantly propelled the development of the Ming Dynasty. Swift action was a product of this era and reflected its spirit. Henley, don't be bitter anymore. 20% is still quite good. I believe we will earn a lot of money in the future. Sister, you wouldn't understand. Once they hear about money, these people become crazy, not giving an inch. Henley, let them have it. With a rich treasury, your ideas can be realized. Haven't you always wanted to launch a northern expedition? With money, you can achieve that. Paulette's comfort worked, making him nod. Indeed, we need money. Fine, 20% it is. Let's not dwell on it anymore. Hearing this, Paulette felt relieved. That was right. Problems should be avoided as they could cause trouble. Henley, it seems your nephew has really learned a lot. He can apply what he has learned and has great potential. Emperor Heston couldn't help but feel proud. Of course, being of our old Jew family, he's naturally different. He deserves praise in any field. I believe he will be an excellent national Arianaster. Chapter 8 Preparations before the construction of the Taoist temple. Ajax now lived a carefree life and began to busy himself with the construction of the Taoist temple. Sir, what about over there? It's uninhabited, just 3 miles outside the city. Nestled by mountains and water, it would be an ideal place to build the Taoist temple. Under the guidance of the steward, he saw the newly selected location. After examining it with his skill of observing qi, it indeed was a place with exquisite natural beauty, an excellent choice. It is feasible, but this distance requires substantial manpower and resources. He naturally understood the implications. Indeed, this was undoubtedly a great location. The steward nodded and said, yes, although this place is good, we need plenty of manpower and resources to construct the Taoist temple here. If it were in the past, Ajax would have been worried, but now he wasn't because he was about to become rich soon. Forget about that for now. First, have someone set up kilns nearby to produce bricks and tiles. Yes, sir. I'll get it done immediately. Oh, right. Do we still have enough money in the house? Yes, making the kilns doesn't require much money for now, but, Ajax nodded, get them started first. The steward didn't say more and hurriedly arranged for it, dealing with matters as quickly as possible. Oh, right. Have someone start building a road first. Remember to make it solid and durable. Don't let things become chaotic. Yes, sir. Ajax liked this place. After all, with money, he believed it wouldn't take too long. The news of the Imperial Preceptor selecting the site and starting construction surprised many people. Heard it? The current Imperial Preceptor has selected the location for the Taoist temple and will begin construction. You only know now? They've already started recruiting workers. What? No way. Quickly tell me how much they're paying. On a daily basis, it's 20 coins per day. If on a monthly basis, it's 800 coins. No way, that much? Yes, indeed that much. And it's been advertised, but they only need those who are strong and work hard. No lazy ones. Any found lazy ones will be dismissed. Everyone agreed after hearing this. They understood that they couldn't allow one rotten apple to spoil the bunch when needing so many people to work. All right, let's sign up. I still have some strength. Soon, a long queue formed outside the residence of the Imperial Preceptor. Everyone wanted to work, given the generous pay. Seeing this, the steward shouted hurriedly, gentlemen, only 100 workers are needed at the moment. More will be needed once official construction starts. Both daily and monthly payments are available. Just report yourselves or leave your names and addresses. We'll contact you when necessary. Everyone learned that currently only 100 workers were needed, but they still wished to squeeze in. This scene was also seen by Heston, who had come over. What's going on here? Your Area Majesty, the Imperial Preceptor is preparing to build the Taoist temple, and the location has been determined. It's registered land under no one's ownership in the magistrate's office. Now, preparations such as setting up kilns for bricks and tiles are underway. Heston then understood, which was quite reasonable. Knowing how his family treated relatives, he also knew the intentions behind this arrangement. How much do they pay? Your Area Majesty, there are two options. Daily pay is 20 coins, and monthly pay is 800 coins. After hearing this, Heston commented, it seems fair enough, not unfair. Heston knew this well. Everyone could find work with decent pay, naturally a good thing. At this moment, the steward saw the Emperor and hurried to arrange for protection, leading them into the Imperial Preceptor's residence. Davidson. Camden, are you designing the Taoist temple? Now seeing Ajax designing the Taoist temple inside the room, it was a typical traditional design, just bigger in scale. Ajax nodded directly, yes, though traditional. It fits my identity as a Taoist priest. It's just a bit larger. Heston wasn't bothered by this. A little bigger is good, Grand. As our Imperial Preceptor of the Ming Dynasty, it should have a majestic effect. Nice, nice. Looking at it, even he couldn't help nodding, impressed by its grandeur. Hearing and watching this, Ajax felt reassured. He had heard that his Zeke had suffered before, only getting a mere 20% profit share, leaving him certainly uncomfortable. Davidson, look at this. Thinking about it, he entered the room and took out something. Seeing it, Heston couldn't help but be shocked. What was this? Is this the finest glazed tile? Looks so clear? Without arguing, Ajax directly asked, how does this glazed tile look, Davidson? Heston gave a big thumbs up, recognizing it as quality goods. Ajax asked again, Davidson, do you think how much we can sell this kind of glazed tile for? After hearing this, Heston stroked his chin and said, 1,000 taels. As he spoke, he turned to Yuan and asked, Minister Arianeo, what do you think? Yuan looked at it and swallowed hard before saying, Your Area Majesty Arianaster Chun. This item alone would not be worth less than 10,000 taels. Heston was taken aback and asked again, really? Is that true? Yuan hurriedly nodded. Indeed, Your Area Majesty. Such a rare item, let alone this figure. If there is bidding, the price could multiply. Heston then realized how precious this item was. It was truly extraordinary. After listening, Ajax put down the mirror in his hand and chuckled, Davidson, please come this way. Heston walked into another room and was instantly dumbfounded. These. He saw 10 mirrors, each as tall as a person, all incredibly clear, which was extremely rare. Even Yuan was stunned when he saw them. Camden Ajax, what are these? Hearing this, Ajax smiled and said, Davidson, don't be surprised. These are also part of the collection. This time, due to the short time frame, even with good craftsmanship, they still lack perfection. But they are sufficient for temporary use. Hearing this, Heston was speechless. After all, this was Leoli, glazed tile. Cough, nephew. What about these items? Ajax hesitated but still bit the bullet and said, I hope Davidson can help me sell them. Now, the construction of the Taoist temple requires a substantial amount of money. I'm not familiar with those high officials and nobles. By the way, this one is for Belinda. Heston looked at the gift for the Empress Dowager and couldn't help nodding continuously, impressed by its fine decoration. He moved closer to admire it before saying contentedly, good, we're getting an advantage here. Rest assured, nephew, I will handle it for you. He quickly ordered Yuan to transport them out with utmost care. Once broken, it would mean a loss of at least 100,000 taels of silver. This was their estimate, and no one dared take the risk, especially the piece intended for Paulette, which was even more valuable. Chapter 9. Earning 1,000,000 liang of silver. Ajax watched them leave with joy in his heart, believing that money would soon be on its way. Indeed, things unfolded as he had anticipated. When Paulette saw the gift, She was astonished. Such a large and clear piece of glass mirror was truly rare and magnificent. Little brother, isn't it great? Heston said proudly and smugly. Paulette smiled as she looked at it. It's wonderful indeed. This young man has talent. Henley, you must make sure to support him properly. The Taoist temple cannot start construction without funds. Hearing this, Heston felt gratified and assured her by thumping his chest. Don't worry, little sister. We'll take care of everything. Trust me. The Empress ignored his antics and remained absorbed in admiration of the large mirror. Soon, during the early court assembly the next day, the ministers began to notice something was amiss. What is this? Such a large piece of glass mirror. Yes, just look how clear it is. So impressive. Everyone was vying for a glimpse, almost losing control of the scene. For these high-ranking officials, wealth was not the issue. It was the matter of prestige, especially with such a good thing. Only when Heston arrived did the situation finally stabilize without further embarrassment. Heston paid no mind to the excitement and explained, Ministers, this exquisite glass mirror was specially crafted by the Imperial Preceptor. He hopes we can fetch a good price for it to fund the Taoist temple's construction. If anyone is interested, we can discuss details after the assembly. Immediately, the ministers perked up, understanding the situation. They could tell the Imperial Preceptor was a skilled individual given such a fine mirror. That day's court assembly ended exceptionally quickly and smoothly. After the assembly, everyone turned their attention to the 10 glass mirrors. Heston didn't waste words. There are only 10 pieces, and it's unknown when the next batch will be available. So if you want one, place your bids now. I'll ensure fair supervision. The ministers examined the 10 precious mirrors, each priceless, but limited to 10. This meant only 10 people could own one. Your Area Majesty, even though my assets are modest, I'm willing to spend all my wealth. I bid 50,000 liang. Your Area Majesty, I also agree, 80,000 liang. Ministers went mad over the treasures. Heston couldn't help but marvel at the amount of money they possessed. Truly impressive. At this point, Armand kept silent, knowing well the value of such a rare item. Soon, the 10 mirrors were sold for a total of 1,280,000 liang of silver. Just 10 mirrors, and so much money exchanged hands. If there were more, perhaps even more would be earned, but that was wishful thinking and unlikely. This sum was indeed significant, enough to commence the temple's construction. Though Armand envied the wealth, he did not keep a single coin, delivering all to Ajax's residence. Seeing the enormous sum, Ajax ordered immediate commencement of construction, confident it would suffice. The steward naturally understood the urgency, ensuring there were sufficient funds left over. By the way, steward, allocate 300,000 liang to purchase grain quickly. Yes, Arianaster. Although puzzled by Arianaster's fascination with grain, the steward knew his orders must be followed. Shortly after, 68,000 share of grain were purchased and stored, a substantial reserve. Now, they wouldn't have to worry about food shortages. In total, 63,000 share of grain had been acquired, enough for many people's sustenance. Ajax felt reassured, observing the sky, predicting an especially cold year. Divination indeed revealed much. The temperature was dropping earlier than usual. A colder winter was looming. A drop in temperature often meant crop failures or worse, total loss of harvest. With the advent of the Little Ice Age, such events might become frequent, along with floods and droughts. I hope my predictions prove wrong, but preparing is better safe than sorry. Regardless, the grain would eventually be consumed. Upon hearing this news, Heston shook his head. That boy still preferred stockpiling grain. Oh well, let him do as he wishes. Just as he thought this, Yuan rushed in anxiously. What's the matter? Your Area Majesty, it's bad. A major flood has struck Hunan, submerging countless farmlands, and many places have suffered total crop failure. What? Heston suddenly felt dizzy and sat down on the chair, slightly dazed. Your Area Majesty, are you alright? Heston waved his hand and said, I'm fine. What's the current situation of the disaster? Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard and said, Your Area Majesty, the disaster is already out of control. The riverbanks are constantly breaching, and the water surge is incredibly fierce. Arianani civilians have lost their homes, and a large number of them are fleeing for survival. Among those who fled to Ingtian Prefecture, there are no fewer than 200,000 people. Hearing this, Heston felt even more distressed and anger surged up in him. Is there a problem with the riverbanks? Are they all shoddy constructions? This time, Yuan did not agree. Your Area Majesty, the riverbanks are very stable. There are no major issues. It's just because of the continuous heavy rain that caused this great flood. The impact was too strong, and according to traditional construction standards, they were usually fine. But this time it wasn't enough. In other words, the projects were qualified, but the intensity exceeded the capacity of the riverbanks, making it impossible to prevent. After hearing this, Heston felt even more bitter, secretly lamenting how much suffering his subjects were enduring. Truly so much suffering. Have the local authorities provide relief first, stabilize the public sentiment, and the court will allocate 200,000 liang of silver for delivery. Yes, Your Area Majesty. Naturally, Yuan dared not speak further, received the imperial edict, and hurriedly went to find the Ministry of Revenue to arrange it. Oh, so many displaced people, natural disasters and man-made calamities. How hateful. Heston was very angry, wondering why despite his hard efforts, there were still so many disasters, and they had become increasingly frequent over the past 2 years. This had little to do with him, as natural disasters could not be avoided. He didn't know that the Little Ice Age was about to begin. Even at its onset, things would be extraordinarily unusual. The dangers would increase over time. These were matters for many years later. Even now, Heston felt helpless due to the limited human resources. Additionally, financial resources were also limited. In the past, there wasn't enough money to repair water conservancy facilities. Chapter 10 Empathy and Relief Through Work. Outside Tianfu, Ajax was looking at the kilns under construction. He was eagerly anticipating their completion. Everything was ready except for the final push. After all, building a Taoist temple does take time. It's not something that can be rushed. Moreover, it requires substantial manpower and resources. For now, he should proceed cautiously and patiently. He sighed, realizing that in this life, he had such grand visions. Yet, to build structures as modern as possible with advanced facilities within reach of current technology was his goal. This would require even more time. Fortunately, the Ming Dynasty court was full of skilled craftsmen. Borrowing some as the imperial preceptor posed no issue. The Ministry of Works had already been informed and naturally agreed without hesitation. Who could dare refuse? The emperor's nephew was highly capable. How could they compare? Ajax once again sighed, recalling how he had exchanged his hard-earned virtue points for glass mirrors, or what others called Rui Li Bao Jing Lo Li Bao Jing. In this era, creating such clear and bright glass was beyond reach. Strangely, many items in the system store didn't align with his role as imperial preceptor. Gunpowder techniques, shipbuilding technologies, road construction plans, and various material mixing methods. All these were a massive joke to him. The only valuable item was an introductory manual on Taoist talismans. However, it required over 100 virtue points, far exceeding his accumulated few points. It seemed that the virtues he had accumulated from treating patients in Yingtianfu over the past few months were counted by the system. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where those few points came from. He felt a headache coming on. In fact, what he didn't realize was that the role of imperial preceptor encompassed various identities. Beyond religious standing, there was also involvement in state governance, just at different times and capacities. Each era had its own differences, making it challenging to have the same responsibilities across periods. Ultimately, the emperor held the highest authority. Shaking his head, he silently descended the hill, having inspected the site and found it satisfactory. Next, they could start building the temple. Arianaster, refugees are approaching ahead. Refugees? Hearing this, Ajax recalled his own days of hardship and wandering. It was indeed heartbreaking. Refugees faced even tougher circumstances. What is happening? We're near the imperial city. How could there be refugees? The steward quickly dispatched someone to investigate, and soon received news. Arianaster, Hunan province has experienced severe flooding, ruining countless fields and leaving people destitute. A large number of refugees are now heading towards the capital. Ajax understood the situation. Natural disasters are relentless, especially floods which can cause significant damage. The severity was undeniable. How many have reached Yingtianfu? Arianaster, approximately tens of thousands. Ajax nodded, then turned towards the entrance of Yingtianfu. Let's check if the government has started organizing. Yes, Arianaster. The steward hurried off to investigate. Ajax watched the refugees' tragic conditions silently, deeply moved. Such tragedies could never be completely prevented. No matter the precautions, fate always intervened. River reinforcement was traditional, and inadequate funds hindered effective measures. The Ming Dynasty faced numerous challenges financially, understandable given the context. But in the eyes of refugees, disasters meant despair, with little hope. Suffering existed regardless of prosperous or troubled times, but natural disasters remained the greatest calamity, exacerbated by human factors. Hopefully, we can survive this disaster. How many lives will be lost? Even with the system, he felt powerless. After all, he was just a regular Taoist priest, not a supernatural being. The government is preparing, but the resources are insufficient, the steward reported, rushing back. Ajax directly said, we'll hire some workers to build roads. Provide 3 meals a day, morning porridge, rice at noon and night, and add some meat. Even soup mixed with rice will do. The steward responded, Arianaster, this will cost quite a bit of money? Ajax waved a hand sympathetically, saying, I've been there. I understand the suffering. Building the temple can wait. Saving lives comes first. Understanding his master's intent, the steward hurried to make preparations. Soon, at the foot of the mountain where the Taoist temple was to be built, they began recruiting workers to construct roads. What, really? Absolutely true. It's the imperial preceptor himself who ordered the construction of a broad and level road. Those who join can also participate in building the Taoist temple afterward. They'll get 3 meals a day, porridge in the morning, rice for lunch and dinner, and it's said there will even be meat. At this, many people started salivating and then rushed toward the recruitment point at the foot of the mountain. Regardless of who you were, those with strong physiques naturally had priority, especially those with families. With these 2 rules in place, many who intended to cheat were left out. Moreover, this was the imperial preceptor's territory, the emperor's nephew, a member of the royal family. No one dared to cause trouble. Thus, the recruitment process went smoothly, and soon they started building the broad and level road. Meanwhile, Ajax noticed that his virtue points were increasing. Although not rapidly, it still made him very happy. At least there was hope. This preparation could now be put to use. Emperor Heston, troubled, instructed people to accelerate rescue measures, insisting that no refugee should go hungry. However, fulfilling this clearly overstepped practical limits. Still, as an imperial decree, the ministers had no choice but to comply. Soon after, news arrived that the imperial preceptor had actively participated in disaster relief. His method was commendable. While providing work, he also ensured food and meat for the workers. This kept most able-bodied individuals calm, and those with families received additional support. Even if they couldn't eat their fill, they definitely wouldn't starve. The more they handled, the more support they received. Households with several able-bodied members found their lives significantly improved. Of course, those who could ensure their own survival and thus avoid hungering their families were also numerous. After all, in times of fleeing disaster, one often can't think about others when struggling to take care of themselves. Having traveled thousands of miles, tragedies were not few along the way. Those who reached here had shown remarkable perseverance. Upon hearing this, Emperor Heston was exceptionally pleased. Knowing that the imperial preceptor voluntarily participated in aiding the refugees filled him with joy. Truly worthy of being from the old Zhu family, showing no stinginess and dedicating himself to the country and its people. Chapter 11. No comparison, no harm. Your Arian Majesty, the state Arianaster's method is indeed commendable. We suggest we should emulate it. Oh, I wish to hear more of your thoughts on this. Your Area Majesty, the city walls of Engtanfu have not been repaired for many years. This is a good opportunity to repair the walls, so that the refugees can live in peace and stability without quarrels or unrest. As for those who try to take advantage, we can simply ignore them. Upon hearing the minister's suggestion, Heston nodded immediately and said, agreed. Let's proceed with this plan. Ensure the people are well fed. They need strength to work, understand? Yes, Your Area Majesty. The ministers hurriedly responded, knowing that now they had imperial approval to begin their tasks. Soon, the entire Engtanfu began to adopt the state area master's methods, implementing work for relief programs. This not only stabilized the public sentiment, but also took advantage of the situation to repair the city walls, a truly commendable effort. As for the grain supply, it was sufficiently abundant. The grain merchants did not dare to raise prices, as they had already sold too much beforehand. They could not afford to drive up the prices now. Moreover, with the emperor's decree, how could they dare to disobey? At most, they would stop transporting grain into the city. Operating secretly, while pretending compliance publicly would lead to a dead end. Ordinary citizens do not contest against officials. It has been a historical fact. Especially in the current Ming Dynasty, with its sharp military prowess and an emperor born on horseback, anyone daring to defy would be met with severe consequences. Ajax was unconcerned because he had sufficient grain reserves. Hence, he was confident in providing relief. Even when more disaster victims arrived later, he managed to handle the situation effectively. The consumption of grains, even in large quantities, posed no issue. Using 1,000 shur of grain per day could sustain operations for over 600 days, 2 years in total. Only a few months were necessary to endure through the crisis. Therefore, Ajax remained unfazed, continuously accepting refugees. The number of refugees he saved surpassed the official figures. Despite this, everything was organized meticulously without any chaos. The emotions of the disaster victims gradually settled down as they followed the state area master's instructions, dividing into respective zones. There were designated public restrooms for sanitation and centralized waste management. Tents provided were new and allocated by family size, one large tent per family or shared tents for individuals. Naturally, there were separate sections for men and women to ensure order. Doctors and medical officers patrolled regularly to diagnose any cases of illness immediately, emphasizing prompt attention. They stressed the importance of drinking boiled water only, prohibiting the consumption of river water directly. This rule was strictly enforced. Additionally, lime powder was sprinkled daily in the camps for disinfection. These measures were unheard of by the officials, leaving them in awe. One day, Heston personally inspected the refugee camps outside the city, caring deeply for his subjects. Initially, the arrangements made by the court seemed acceptable. There was food and shelter despite some disarray, which was expected. However, upon arriving at the camp supervised by Ajax, Heston was taken aback. The camp was orderly, with clearly divided areas for tents, free from chaos. The air smelled fresh, and the ground was clean and tidy. People lined up quietly to receive meals. Seeing such effective arrangements within a short time, Heston was surprised. Curious, he joined the queue himself, wanting to experience the meal firsthand. When it was his turn, he understood why the camp was so silent. A large bowl of pure steamed rice greeted him. That wasn't all. A ladleful of meat broth was poured over the rice, accompanied by a side dish and a meatball. Heston was thoroughly impressed. He later learned that meatballs were served only at noon and in generous portions, along with meat broth, providing great comfort to the disaster victims who rarely tasted meat before. Observing the people eating heartily, Heston also partook in the meal. The food was delicious and evoked tears of emotion. Compared to the official provisions, the difference was stark. The official rations comprised thin bowls of rice porridge, barely comparable to steamed rice, let alone having meatballs and meat broth. Heston realized that such a meal came at considerable cost. This young man is impressive, very impressive. He felt even more satisfied with his nephew, who worked silently without boasting or seeking recognition. Most relatives would loudly claim credit for similar achievements, but not him. He did everything humbly. If everyone in the world acted similarly, the prosperity of the Ming Dynasty would be assured. Yuan and others watched silently, knowing someone would soon be in trouble. After all, comparing the efficiency of a state master to that of the government revealed significant disparities. Not just in food provisions, but overall, the differences were substantial. The orderly camp stood in stark contrast to the chaotic one managed by the court. Such a strong contrast could not help but make people reflect. It wasn't that they did poorly, but someone else did better. That was reason enough. For the emperor, this sufficed. Sure enough, when those ministers heard the emperor had visited the refugee camps outside the city, their faces turned ashen, as if they had lost a loved one. One could foresee that tomorrow's early court session would be even more severe. Davidson, why have you come here? Ajax was inspecting here to ensure the refugees were well fed and well housed, so they could work better. After hearing this, Heston gestured to the bowl in his hand and said, "This must cost quite a lot of money." Ajax understood immediately upon seeing it. He took the bowl and said, "Saving lives is urgent, not building the Taoist temple. Moreover, they are not completely idle. Once this road is built, it will be easier to go up the mountain, making future construction of the Taoist temple much simpler." Heston sighed, saying, "You, having done such a great deed, still say nothing. It's hard for an Zeke like me to believe, but now I must." Ajax smiled and replied, "Davidson, these actions are not worth boasting about. As a Taoist monk, my doctrine emphasizes saving the world and aiding the people. It's my duty. Arianaking them work for relief is out of necessity, and only the Taoist community can bear this responsibility." Hearing this, Heston smiled helplessly and said, "You're still you, always so kind-hearted." As he spoke, he saw many people boiling water and asked, "Why must water be boiled before drinking?" Ajax explained, "Davidson, in this world, all things follow the principle of interdependence and restraint. Water nourishes all things and brings many benefits, but it also has harmful elements. We are ordinary people, and too many harms can accumulate into diseases. Only by overcoming it with fire can we rest assured. While this may reduce some benefits, it also reduces harm, allowing us to live better. Listening to this, Heston couldn't help but admire Ajax. Chapter 12. Heston's High Praise. Well said. It seems I was the one who was poorly informed. Heston nodded in agreement, truly believing what his nephew had said. After all, there weren't many patients so far, and those who fell ill were treated by doctors without any risk to their lives. However, he noticed that the officials from the imperial court did not look too good. Pale faces, hands on their stomachs, clearly signs of discomfort. And without any doctors present, it infuriated him. For the Grand Imperial Court to be outdone by the Eric solutions for relief was simply unbearable. Hey, what about this lime powder? Ajax continued to explain, Davidson, lime powder has a caustic effect. Spreading it on the ground can help disinfect, especially in refugee camps where infections can easily spread due to daily activities. With this lime powder, we can kill as many toxins as possible and ensure the safety of the camp. Heston curiously asked, is there any basis for this? Ajax instantly became serious. Davidson, you've been through battles. You should know that recovering from injuries isn't easy. Arianity soldiers don't die on the battlefield but in the infirmaries. Hearing this, Heston's expression turned grave. He understood this point very well and nodded in agreement. Ajax remained serious. Davidson, airborne pathogens, and the spread of diseases through human saliva are crucial issues. Hygiene is a significant concern in both an infirmary and a refugee camp. Handling these problems properly is essential before addressing other issues. Otherwise, historical tragedies will repeat. Heston listened, realizing there was a lot of knowledge behind it. So hygiene is that important? Ajax nodded vigorously. Davidson, see how I've arranged public toilets to prevent waste from spreading everywhere. If not handled properly, it becomes uncontrollable, making it even harder to treat patients, as illnesses can recur in such conditions. Heston felt the weight of this issue now. Something he had never paid attention to before turned out to be crucial. No wonder Ajax emphasized it so much, even needing someone to supervise and cultivate good habits. Good job. In this aspect, you surpass me. Ajax hurriedly replied, Davidson, you focus on major affairs and sometimes overlook smaller matters, which is normal. Besides, many people follow the principle of less trouble, less work, and become careless. Heston was pleased with this explanation, but also despised those who were negligent. Very well said. Continue doing what you believe is right. By the way, last month's profits from salt sales have arrived, and I'll have them delivered to your residence. Ajax immediately rejoiced. Thank you, Davidson. Heston waved his hand indifferently, then looked at the refugees. Having a nephew like you makes me proud. Our family is made of sterner stuff. Work hard and help our people. Ajax responded solemnly. Davidson, rest assured, I will do my best. Heston felt reassured and left with his entourage. On the way, he glanced at the Imperial Court's camp, seeing officials shivering. He couldn't help but scoff and walked away. Arianarchus, you see? This is embarrassing. The Grand Imperial Court lost to the Eric's arrangements, truly a stark contrast and hurt pride. Arianarchus's words were filled with sarcasm. Grant looked awful, his face pale with anger. You idiots. After saying this, he stormed off. Once he left, no one else lingered, except for Arianarchus who stayed to observe Ajax's camp. It was indeed impressive. He couldn't have imagined that the Eric could manage things so efficiently, turning chaos into order, achieving remarkable feats and saving countless lives. Tens of thousands who fled to Yingtianfu mostly survived thanks to the Eric's efforts. This was undeniable merit. Even though it was a form of relief through employment, the results were astonishing, especially with focused efforts on food and sanitation. Cleanliness, warm clothing, and hearty meals gave people motivation to work. There was nothing to compare with such achievements. This was true merit. Despite being only nominal, the Eric's practical actions far surpassed the court's capabilities, rescuing many lives. Most of the tens of thousands who fled to Yingtianfu survived under the Eric's care. This was tangible success. Even if it was relief through employment, the effects were unexpectedly excellent, with thorough preparations, particularly in food and sanitation. The results were magnified. Clean, well-fed, and motivated workers. What more could there be to compare? This was his achievement. Having saved countless lives, if he were in their position, he would certainly publicize it widely upon return. The title of Eric would then live up to its name. In that case, the court might be significantly impacted. But these thoughts were just in his mind. He could not do anything to obstruct it, nor dared he act, for he knew that this young Eric was no ordinary talent. Don't forget, he was also a member of the royal family. This fact alone made him an unshakable cornerstone, impossible for them to completely defeat. Now, it wasn't certain whether they could even survive tomorrow's morning court. These people truly had nothing left to say. Arianarchus understood this very well and felt immense pressure, knowing fully what it meant. The Ming Dynasty might experience some new and different changes, but the outcome remained unknown. He didn't care much about these matters anymore. It was better to focus on his own affairs. Ajax was indifferent to these people. In his eyes, they were all showy figures, their bloodlines and statuses distinctly different. He didn't care what they thought. All he needed to do was to manage his own business. Arianaster, the road on the ground is almost done, and construction on the mountain road will soon begin. Good. But make sure everyone is cautious. Remember, don't rush. Building the mountain road is difficult. No shortcuts are allowed, especially when transporting materials. Heavy loads must be carried in multiple trips, no problem with that. Yes, Arianaster, I understand. The steward knew his master cared deeply for the people, truly deserving the title of Eric of the Ming Dynasty. This kind of magnanimity was not something just anyone could attain. Believing in this virtue, Ajax felt more deserving of it. Reflecting on the hardships of life, Ajax now had a bit of ability and naturally wanted to do what he believed should be done. Poor as one may be, one must improve oneself. Prosperous as one becomes, one must benefit the world. Though he couldn't yet help the whole world, he could start step by step from the present moment. Rome wasn't built in a day. He kept this in mind and wished to avoid any trouble, preventing unnecessary accidents. Understanding this part, he didn't need to mask his knowledge with ignorance. Chapter 13. Heston feels alone in his anger. Taoist Basic Talisman Treatise. The next day, in the Golden Throne Hall of the palace, the morning court session arrived. Heston sat on the dragon throne, looking at the many ministers with an obviously unpleasant expression. There was an unmistakable murderous aura about him. Under this atmosphere, all the ministers trembled with fear. You can now explain why you couldn't even copy properly. So many days have passed, and while the Imperial Preceptor's camp is excellent, the court's camp is still so poor. Do you have the nerve to say that everything has been arranged properly? The more he spoke, the angrier Heston became. A group of them couldn't match just one person. The officials below all wore expressions of helplessness. Who could blame them when the Imperial Preceptor considered so many things and possessed such abundant resources? Afterward, they found out that the Imperial Preceptor had taken out the money originally intended for building a Taoist temple. This fact left them speechless. These abundant funds far exceeded those available to the court, but did they dare say it? No, none of them dared. They could only praise the Imperial Preceptor for his broad-mindedness, not being selfish. This was the best answer. Saving so many refugees without hindering construction projects, indeed, saving hundreds of thousands of people single-handedly, earned him tremendous respect. Just look at Ajax's virtue points on the system. Now they were into the 4 digits. Regardless of any issues, it was clearly no simple feat. How many people could achieve such feats? How many could persevere? It was an unquantifiable comparison. Each of you, as key ministers, are now inferior to a young man who holds only an honorary title. Look inward. How could you fail so miserably? Heston felt intense frustration, pride for himself, but deep disappointment with his subordinates. Each of them caused him worry. It was a stark truth that they faced. How could they argue against it? Silence was their only recourse. Humph. Unable to find ways or simply follow the instructions. After so many days, haven't you learned yet? Silence. Again. Deep silence. Heston grew even angrier, unable to sit still. He left the hall with a cold face. The many ministers left behind felt bitter. There was indeed a point. One couldn't imagine. Couldn't even copy? If they couldn't even do that, how could the emperor be reassured? Heston, enraged, went to his imperial study, filled with anger. A group of incompetent fools. At this moment, Paulette came. Seeing his angry expression, hurried to console him, fearing his condition would flare up. She started coughing incessantly, her face turning pale. Startled, Heston quickly comforted her and summoned the imperial physician. Little sister, it's my fault. Don't be anxious, you'll be fine. Read. I'm all right, just short of breath, cough, cough. Little sister, don't talk, rest for a moment. Heston didn't dare speak loudly now, growing increasingly anxious. Where was the physician? The physician rushed in, almost breathless, urgently attending to the empress, his brows furrowing deeply. He focused first on easing her breathing. He hurriedly wrote a prescription and prepared medicine, which was boiled immediately. Soon, Paulette drank the herbal concoction and relaxed somewhat, but still appeared heart-wrenchingly frail to Heston. At this moment, Yuan approached, saying, Your Arian Majesty, you forgot that the Imperial Preceptor also knows medicine. Shall we have him take a look? Heston thought it made sense, and promptly sent Yuan to invite him. For now, things were under control. Yuan accepted the order and hastily left the palace. Meanwhile, Ajax exchanged successfully for the Taoist Basic Talisman Treatise, feeling pleased. This treatise detailed entry-level talismans for Taoism, serving as a prime example of the Zhengyi sect. The host has obtained the Taoist Basic Talisman Treatise. Do you wish to learn and integrate it? Upon hearing this, Ajax eagerly replied, Yes, I will learn and integrate it. As the treatise flashed in his hand, it transformed into mystic light merging into his mind. Instantly, his mind felt like a new world had been created within it. Through conscious integration, he automatically knew how to learn and use it. Simultaneously, spiritual energy was born naturally within him. Indeed, after learning and integrating the Taoist Basic Talisman Treatise, spiritual energy was generated and flowed through his body, enhancing his physique remarkably. Incredible, this is spiritual energy. Could it truly lead to immortality? Opening his eyes, Ajax felt inner excitement. Immortality, pursued by countless individuals since ancient times, be they emperors or commoners, but how many achieved it? At present, he was only at the entry level, but it was still remarkable. In the Basic Talisman Treatise, there were quite a few talismans that could be used. However, not many could be used now. They would need more power in the future to utilize them. For example, there were healing talismans, rain-summoning talismans, sun-summoning talismans, and so on, but due to the influence of his limited magical power, what he could achieve was not much. Simply put, insufficient magical power meant a small range of use, and the effects might not be noticeable. This point was very clear. How could Ajax not know? But in the system mall, there were no other elixirs or potent medicines to enhance magical power. Currently available were all things related to people's livelihood technology. What was this? He had a headache and could only wait silently. Sure enough, at the blank space in the system mall, a countdown timer appeared. Once the time was up, it would update, just like the last time. He hoped that this time it would update with something he needed. It was about 1 day's time, which made him sigh with relief. Well, it's only 1 day. It shouldn't be too big of an issue. I hope it updates with what I need. But he knew that it would only show up in the empty slots of the Basic Talisman Treatise, nowhere else. Previously, he bought glass, and when it refreshed, it showed glass again, or some other things related to people's livelihood technology. This made him helpless. Was this still a Grand Preceptor System? And a Super Grand Preceptor System, it should be called People's Livelihood Technology System. He always felt like the name might have been wrong. Unfortunately, the system did not give any response, being entirely silent, leaving him truly helpless. What could be done with such results? Everything was frustrating. He really didn't know how the system worked. Headaches weren't a new thing for him. He might as well look into it more to avoid ignorance. Let's just say, I'll study the Basic Talisman Treatise first. This can be considered a true entry into the Taoist school. Previously, he could be considered nothing more than a low-ranking minor Taoist. Only after learning the basic talisman treatise could he aspire to become a true Taoist master. With a solid foundation, everything else would be manageable. He looked forward to the way of immortality. Chapter 14. The miraculous effects of talisman water. As Ajax Zhou deepened his understanding of the foundational Taoist talismans, more magical power circulated within his body. If previously it was a thread of magical power, now it had grown to 10 threads. Through his self-study and cultivation, he could enhance and refine his magical power further. Just as he was deeply engrossed in his practice, the steward's urgent voice interrupted him. Arianaster, someone has come from the palace. The voice outside the study room roused Ajax from his meditative state, a feeling that was truly intoxicating. Oh well, when one is involved in matters, it's impossible to avoid them. Especially as a Eric, there's no way to escape. Even so, the ethereal air around him was hard to conceal. As he stepped out of the study, the steward stared at him in astonishment. Glenn also seemed taken aback, as if something about him had changed. Director Arianeo, what is it? Ajax's words snapped Glenn back to reality. He hurriedly replied, yes, Your Excellency the Eric, His Arianajesty requests your presence. Well then, let's go. After the two left, the steward eventually realized that his master seemed different, though he couldn't quite pinpoint how. They rode swiftly into the Imperial Palace without dismounting until they reached the Imperial Study Hall. Ajax was the first person ever granted this privilege. Eric, please. It was unfortunate he didn't have a duster, or it would have made him look even more like a Taoist practitioner. Oh right, he still needed a Taoist name. But these thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. He decided to see what was going on first. Upon arriving at the Imperial Study Hall, Heston saw Ajax and immediately said, Camden, your aunt, the Empress, is having an attack. Please take a look and see if there's any good way to treat her. Ajax then recalled that his aunt, Paulette, had chronic lung disease, which was the cause of her eventual passing. Regaining his composure, he stepped forward for an examination. Now that he had truly entered the Taoist path and cultivated his magic, his qi diagnosis technique was much more refined, and his pulse reading was even more precise. Davidson, Belinda's condition isn't severe. With proper care, she should be fine. But she's sensitive to cold, especially winter coughs, which can worsen her condition. Upon hearing this, Heston frowned deeply. Is there any way to cure her completely? Ajax hesitated, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Paulette woke up and, seeing his expression, laughed softly. Camden, Ajax, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Hearing this, Ajax sighed helplessly. Belinda, there are ways. One option is moving to a warmer region in the south, like Guangzhou, where treatment might take longer. Heston's frown deepened, clearly not wanting to separate from her. Sister, perhaps we should move the capital to the south. Paulette directly countered. Henley, do you know how much money relocating the capital would cost? Heston was momentarily speechless. Though the current location wasn't extremely cold, winters were still harsh, and he feared she wouldn't endure it. Suddenly he urged, Camden, do you have other methods? Ajax glanced at Paulette before saying, Belinda, do you believe in healing through talismans? Paulette asked skeptically, it has been done since ancient times. Is there something wrong with it? Heston perked up, listening intently. Ajax explained, Davidson, just observe. Heston understood immediately and ordered all unrelated people to leave the room to prevent any leaks. Glenn knew the situation and promptly sealed off the Imperial Study Hall, prohibiting entry or exit. Ajax continued, talismans can indeed heal illnesses, but only a true master with profound magical power can achieve this. Camden may not be particularly skilled, but today, by chance, I attained enlightenment and can use some talisman techniques. However, my powers are still shallow, so I cannot guarantee complete healing. Both Heston and Paulette were astonished to learn this. Without further ado, given that they were family, Ajax did not hold back. Davidson, prepare high-quality talisman paper, ginseng powder mixed with cinnabar, and watch me give it a try. Though skeptical, Heston, seeing his nephew speak so confidently and considering his wife's health, immediately instructed Glenn to prepare everything. Belinda, don't worry. Your illness isn't serious. With proper care, you'll live a long life. You're a naughty boy. How can humans compare to Mount Nan? Ajax remained silent, waiting. Fortunately, the preparations were quick. Inside the sealed Imperial Study Hall, only 3 people remained. Ajax inspected everything and nodded. Davidson, Belinda, I'm beginning now. Do not interrupt me, or it will surely fail. Heston understood the gravity of the situation and had Glenn enforce strict secrecy, nearly putting the entire palace on lockdown. Ajax picked up the wolf hair brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and began drawing the talisman. The disease-dispelling talisman is one type from the basic talisman scriptures, and it's a rather elementary kind. However, depending on the strength of magical power, the effectiveness of the talisman varies in treating illnesses. Ajax concentrated fully as he drew the talisman, with his magical power continuously seeping into the talisman paper through the wolf hair brush. The 2 people nearby watched with wide eyes as the talisman shone with mysterious light, and his strokes seemed to radiate brilliance. But they both held their breath in anticipation, their hearts yearning for this moment. When the final stroke was made, the entire talisman emitted a flash of golden light before reverting to an ordinary piece of paper. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, who would have thought that such an unremarkable piece of paper could actually cure diseases? This was all done right before their eyes, not at all fake. Ajax watched as he fetched a bowl of water, then channeled his magical power to make the talisman self-ignite without fire. It then fell into the bowl in front of him. The entire talisman burned completely within the water in the bowl, leaving no ash but producing a milky white fragrance instead. Just this act alone made Heston believe even more. Belinda, drinking this bowl of talisman water should heal you significantly. Unfortunately, my magical power is still too low, so I can only do this much for now. Paulette couldn't hold back anymore. She immediately picked up the bowl and drank it down. As Paulette drank the talisman water, She suddenly felt incredibly refreshed, as if her long-standing ailments had been washed away. Her complexion improved markedly. Sister, how are you feeling? Henley, I feel much better. The chest tightness is gone. Really much better. Taking deep breaths from time to time made her even happier, making her whole body feel comfortable. Heston watched and was extremely moved. This talisman water really does have such miraculous effects? My good nephew, could you let your Zeke try some too? Ajax shot a glance at him and said, Davidson, you're already so healthy. Why do you need to drink talisman water? Heston wasn't having any of it and started acting spoiled. Your aunt drank it, but I haven't. That's not fair. Hurry up, hurry up. Ajax was helpless. With such an Zeke, who could stand firm? Chapter 15 Talisman Birth, Spirit Liquid Distinguishing Real from Fake Talisman Water. Paulette tried to dissuade him, but Emperor Heston would not listen and insisted on tasting the talisman water. Ajax had no choice but to draw another one. His internal magic power was almost exhausted, and his face turned slightly pale. Cousin, what's wrong with you? Belinda, it's nothing serious. I've just depleted my magic power. A short rest will be fine. Davidson, it's not that I'm unwilling. This thing requires magic power to work. Without it, it's useless. Emperor Heston understood he had been too capricious and felt a bit embarrassed. Cousin, you take a rest first. We can wait, we really can. Paulette was speechless at his words and let Ajax sit down carefully. After all, the talisman was already drawn. Only the final step remained, so there was no need to rush. You almost made him unable to stand up, and he is your own cousin. Emperor Heston, with his thick skin, said, Sister, he is indeed our nephew. We didn't know about this. Just this once, just this once. Paulette said helplessly, Forget it. Your nephew has already become a disciple. In the future, he could be considered a true Taoist master, making it easier to protect the Ming Dynasty. Emperor Heston agreed wholeheartedly, You're right. Our Zhu family should protect our own assets ourselves. Paulette rolled her eyes several times. Only he could say such things with a straight face. Forget it. What you say is right. It's all family. Emperor Heston was very happy, feeling pleased inside. This was indeed a major event in life. Ajax recovered quickly, fully restored before long, surprising even himself. So fast? It seems the system does work. That's a good thing. After regaining consciousness, he picked up the talisman, gently using his magic power to ignite it, and dropped it into the bowl. The bowl caught fire, the water ignited, the talisman dissipated, and the spirit liquid was born. Davidson, it's ready. You can try it. Arianabe can remove some of the lingering ailments from past battles. Without hesitation, Emperor Heston drank it all at once. As the spirit liquid entered his body, he felt incredibly relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Comfortable, really comfortable. Emperor Heston was extremely pleased. The effects were indeed remarkable. He knew his own condition well. Battles left many scars and hidden injuries that often couldn't be seen or detected. But now, after drinking the bowl of talisman water, he felt much more relieved. Truly a marvelous feeling. By the way, how many can you make in a day? Ajax waved his hands repeatedly. Davidson, that's not practical. I'm not a talisman water machine. Paulette hurriedly added, Exactly. That's your nephew. Do you want to kill him? Emperor Heston, seeing Paulette getting angry, immediately backed off, waving his hands. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to ask. How many times will it take for Belinda to fully recover? Ajax explained. Belinda's illness is chronic. It will take 9 more doses, each 3 days apart, for the best effect. Paulette worried. Will this affect your health or practice? Ajax assured her straightforwardly. No, it can even help me learn more about drawing talismans. There's no problem. Paulette felt reassured. That's good, that's good. Emperor Heston immediately came over with a smile. Look, this Zeke. Ajax said helplessly. There are enough for everyone. But Davidson, you shouldn't drink too much. Even medicine can't be taken too frequently, let alone talisman water. 2 or 3 more times should be enough to heal most of your hidden injuries. Emperor Heston nodded helplessly. Indeed, he shouldn't be too greedy. By the way, why mix ginseng powder into cinnabar? Ajax sighed. This is a common herb. Ideally, herbs over 1,000 years old should be used, but my magic power isn't strong enough to use them thoroughly. Now, I use herbs under 100 years old. Ginseng isn't strictly necessary. The main reason for mixing it with cinnabar is that cinnabar itself has the effect of killing toxins and diseases, but too much can be toxic, so it can't be overused. You should understand now, anything should be used in moderation. Emperor Heston and Paulette finally understood the differences. Clearly, not anyone could do this. Do the talisman waters sold by commoners out there all fake? Ajax pondered and replied, I didn't know before. But the most basic requirement for using talisman water is magic power. Any talisman without magic power is fake, so the talisman water is also fake. Additionally, talisman water that isn't ignited by magic power but by lamplight is second-rate. The best way is to ignite the talisman water with magic power, so that the talisman water becomes as fragrant and mellow as medicinal liquid. Only then did Heston and Paulette understand the reason behind it. So how do we tell if a talisman has magic power? For this question, Ajax could only shake his head. Only those who possess magic power can sense it. Ordinary people cannot detect it. Therefore, treasures may be right in front of them without knowing, or they might get fooled without realizing it. This clarified the root cause. They weren't incapable, but simply not from this world of practice, thus unable to discern authenticity. However, Davidson, if you want to know, it's actually simple. Just check if the cinnabar in the bowl is thoroughly refined. If not, it's definitely fake. And any talisman not using cinnabar is mostly fake. If it's real, it must be made by an exceptional master. This was just a precautionary measure. Distinguishing between genuine and fake was very difficult for outsiders. Heston and Paulette were left in a mix of amusement and frustration, still unsure of how to tell the difference. But understanding some basic elements was good enough. Where would one find true masters? These were trivial matters, not worth doubting so much. Moreover, how many people in the world could cultivate magic power? so there wasn't much to fear. Even Ajax, without the system, would never have imagined cultivating magic power in this lifetime. The reason was simple. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was sparse. Regardless of whether it was due to Aryonarchus severing the dragon veins, the fact was that the spiritual energy in the world was indeed gradually thinning, eventually leaving just enough to sustain all life. As for what exactly was happening, he didn't know, but he could ask. Davidson, did you send people to sever the dragon veins across the land? Heston, hearing this, did not deny it. Yes, so what? Is there something wrong with that? Even Paulette became curious. What could possibly be wrong with it? Chapter 16. How can one tolerate others snoring beside his bed? Ajax said, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is dissipating at an accelerating rate, and the era of cultivation is also coming to an end. Heston and Paulette couldn't help but fall silent. So that was it. But Davidson, there's one place that hasn't been severed yet. Heston was taken aback and hurriedly asked, where? Ajax looked toward the northeast and said, outside the northeast pass, at Changbai Mountain. After hearing this, Heston suddenly became enraged, slamming the table hard, clearly because someone had deceived him. Camden, it really wasn't severed? Yes, indeed not. It's even vaguely gathering the dragon chi dispersed from the 9 provinces, and I fear that in a few hundred years, that dragon vein will mature. Davidson, you should know what this means. As for Ajax, he didn't care about dragon veins or anything else. He only needed his system for cultivation. So the best way was to completely sever all the world's dragon veins. Then only he could cultivate. It wasn't that he was overbearing. It was simply that this world could no longer accommodate other cultivators. One person was enough. Moreover, the 9 provinces' dragon veins weren't severed by him, and the area outside the pass originally didn't belong to the Ming Dynasty. What difference would it make if they were severed? He was still royal kin. Heston's eyes burned with killing intent. He had dared to leave behind a hidden danger. Excellent. Excellent indeed. Wanting to overthrow the Ming after several hundred years was wishful thinking. Fortunately, his nephew was here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about this. Camden, thank you this time. We'll handle it well. Then I'll go back first. In 3 days, I'll come to the palace again. Fine. Paulette let him out, naturally chatting about family matters along the way. Heston walked out of the study and saw Yuan outside, but then thought twice, not wanting it to appear as though he was deliberately defaming others. After all, only those in the field knew about such things. You immediately lead people to Changbai Mountain outside the pass and cut through it from the middle. The depth must be no less than 10 zhang. I want Changbai Mountain split into 2 pieces. Remember to act secretly and keep it confidential. Yes, your Aryan Majesty. Although Yuan didn't know why the emperor wanted to do this, as long as he fulfilled the emperor's orders, it didn't matter. Heston watched, still somewhat uneasy. After all, could there be dragon veins in other places? But he was no expert in this, and it was difficult to know, so he could only take it step by step. He believed his nephew would have a better solution. After leaving the palace, Ajax went home and cultivated to stabilize the current opportunity. It couldn't have been any better. He glanced at the system. Tomorrow would reveal the results. Indeed, merit points required this. They also needed human recognition and divine certification to be obtained. He didn't use the remaining merit points because they weren't needed now. When necessary later, he would use them. As for the development of the Ming, it wasn't something that could happen overnight. There was still plenty of time. Outside the city, the refugees had settled down, with no worries about food, good housing, and warm clothes. They were relieved. Aryanaster, the Ministry of Revenue has delivered the money. Hearing this, Ajax left the study and checked the delivery, confirming a total profit of 200,000 silver taels this time. In total, it wouldn't be less than 600,000 silver taels, and this was just for 1 month. Combined with initial earnings, annual revenue could reach nearly 10 million taels. Good. Incidentally, announce in the refugee camp that anyone who works will earn 5 copper coins per day. Upon hearing this, the steward was taken aback. Aryanaster, this is quite a lot of money. We've already spent much on provisions, meat, and food. This, Ajax said indifferently, money isn't too much or too little. Let them have something to look forward to. By next spring, every family should have some savings, which will allow them to start anew. After all, staying here indefinitely isn't a solution. The steward, being shrewd, immediately understood his master's intention. If they had money, they wouldn't want to stay and would gradually disperse, returning to their ancestral lands to start anew, allowing this place to regain peace. It seemed like a lot, but compared to food, lodging, clothing, and expenses, it was actually far less. Overall, there wasn't much loss. Yes, Aryanaster, I'll take care of it right away. Ajax nodded, understanding that knowing was enough. On the surface, absolutely no one would know, right? Soon, the refugees were overwhelmed with gratitude upon learning how well the Imperial Preceptor treated them. The Imperial Preceptor truly has great virtues and boundless merits. Very true. The Imperial Preceptor is truly a man of great virtue, unprecedented. It's also our honor. Look at what we're wearing and eating. It's all arranged by the Eric, who even paid out of his own pocket. I heard this money was originally meant to build a Taoist temple. Indeed, the Eric would rather postpone building the temple to save us poor farmers. What great virtue he has. Each commoner felt obliged to express their gratitude and appreciation. They wanted Sean's portrait to take home for daily worship, hoping for his longevity. After all, he saved hundreds of thousands, not just hundreds or thousands, a very large scale. If they knew that the expenses were exchanged for several glass mirrors, they might think differently. But in this era, they would likely be more grateful, as everything seemed like treasures. All right, fellow villagers, the Eric has instructed us to start registering today, and from now on, everyone will earn wages, though not much. The Eric hopes that you can eventually return to your hometowns and live good lives. It is his wish. The more the steward spoke, the more grateful these refugees became. After all, which high official would do such things? None. Now, only the Eric stood up to do so, truly thinking about the people, which was enough. The people simply wanted to live and gain a bit more recognition, which would make them feel secure. After all, cheats and scammers were always a minority, and once they appeared, the people themselves would chase them away first, ensuring no rascals remained. Even if one earned only 5 copper coins a day, remember that before, not only did they have no money, but food, clothing, and housing were barely adequate. Now, everything was orderly and better. Good food, better clothes, and decent housing. The contrast was immense, so they should know contentment. Moreover, they could save some money. After several months, they could accumulate several hundred copper coins, enough for travel expenses home. How could one not say that the Eric's benevolence was great? The steward, watching, felt quite satisfied. The Eric didn't care about money, but more fame was still beneficial. Subsequently, he had people officially register and record the workers. All who could work earned 5 copper coins a day. The effect was even better. Chapter 17. Earth-severing talisman Prince Elwood. With the refugees being motivated, they naturally worked harder. When people were well-fed, well-drinked, and treated kindly, how could they not love such a national teacher? After Ajax found out about this, he was also very happy. The construction might even be expedited. As for these funds, he didn't mind at all. Especially the road leading up the mountain had to be wide and spacious so that it wouldn't inconvenience walkers or slow down construction. Thus, each step was quite broad, allowing several people to stand side by side, built layer by layer upward. Strengthening the structure was crucial as well, ensuring no seams existed, or there would be risks of collapse sooner or later. Therefore, after every layer was completed, there were dedicated inspectors to ensure perfect construction quality. All these matters were managed by his steward, which made him feel less anxious. At this moment, he had prepared disease-removing talismans, capable of drawing several in one day without much trouble. He also refined himself daily, though it was hard. Especially with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth drastically reduced, progress was slower than ever. However, he was overjoyed when he saw the breath-refining pills updated in the system all. These pills were best suited for beginners like him. One pill was equivalent to a day's cultivation, and this day wasn't today's day but an ancient era day when celestial and earthly chi was abundant. If translated into today's environment, one pill could equal a month of relentless practice, perhaps more in the future. Great, great, my magical power has improved a lot. Truly, the breath-refining pill from the ancient times lives up to its name. While he marveled at this thought, he realized that each pill cost 100 merit points, one per day. Although his merit points had surpassed 10,000 now, using them for just a few months would exhaust them. If he became stronger in the future, the grade of the pills would inevitably rise, making it uncertain if his merit points would suffice then. Thus, he must accumulate merit whenever possible, seizing any opportunity. As his magical power grew, so did his ability to draw talismans, yet he kept it suppressed to avoid causing too much of a stir, reserving greater displays for the future. 2 more days passed, and his strength hit a quasi-bottleneck. He believed that consuming another breath-refining pill would break this bottleneck, reaching mid-level breath-refining stage. Unfortunately, the realm was obscure, leaving uncertainty whether his cultivation path was correct. After all, the gap between the ancient times and now was vast. Even the modern Taoist sects weren't sure of their own realms. The system offered no answers either, leaving him to figure it out on his own. Since there were no strict rules, whatever suited him would work, taking one step at a time. Leaving home, he headed to the palace. First, he gave Belinda Ariana, the Empress, a talisman water to drink. After diagnosing her pulse, he knew it worked well. Then Emperor Heston arrived. Helplessly, Ajax could only give him talisman water as well. After drinking, Heston couldn't help but smack his lips, seemingly craving more, showing some childishness. Reed, your nephew is still here. Don't act like a kid, said Paulette. Heston replied with a sigh. All right, I understand. Ajax wasn't bothered, seeming used to it already. Right, nephew. I've ordered someone to blow up Changbai Mountain. What do you think? Blow up Changbai Mountain? Ajax never expected his Zeke to be so daring. Yet, thinking about it, none of these actions were ordinary. This approach seemed thorough, severing the earth vein so no dragon vein could form. Davidson, this method works, but we must ensure the underground veins can't reconnect. Here, I'll draw you an earth-severing talisman. This talisman can cut off the flow of earth chi. Just seal it Tinjong deep into the fractured area, Ajax said. Heston happily asked, really? Of course, once placed, only cultivators can see it, and no one else can retrieve it, Ajax replied confidently. Heston was overjoyed. He had been worried if mere explosives would suffice. Otherwise, all effort would be wasted. Now knowing his nephew had this capability, he felt reassured. Without hesitation, Ajax drew an earth-severing talisman, hiding his magical power. Davidson, here it is, the earth-severing talisman. Upon receiving it, Heston nodded approvingly, praising, good nephew, truly a good nephew. Without him, who knew what difficulties would arise? Now, with his nephew's strength, there was nothing to fear. The position of national teacher was indeed fitting now. Great, I'll arrange for people to handle it. Ajax felt delighted. Anything that upset the enemy made him happiest. As the three were chatting, Prince Elwood arrived. This cousin of his, 2 years younger than himself, was now the Jacob of the Great Ming. Biao, you've arrived. Elwood hastily paid his respects, asking, Father, Mother, who is this? Heston laughed and said, he is your cousin elder brother, also the youngest son of our third Davidson, but he was adopted by the maternal family. Even we only found out recently. He's the very national teacher bestowed by me. Elwood suddenly understood. Seeing him in a Taoist robe gave him a sense of familiarity. It turned out they were relatives, closely related by blood, which was why he felt such a deep connection. Greetings, cousin elder brother. Ajax dared not accept this formality and quickly stepped aside, bowing as he said, there's no need for the formalities, young Arianaster Elwood. This humble Taoist has left secular life. Elwood didn't mind and just wanted to know more about his elder brother. Elder brother, what does it matter? I've heard you belong to the Zhengyi sect. Whether ordained or lay, there's no difference, right? Surprised by his younger cousin's insight, Ajax couldn't help but feel impressed. Heston watched and was also pleased, saying, "Enough. Don't worry about these trifles. By the way, Biao, weren't you studying? How did you have time to come here?" Elwood hurriedly explained, "Father, I have already graduated." "Father, you didn't forget, did you?" Upon hearing this, Heston recalled the matter. He indeed almost forgot. Yes, our Biao has completed his studies. Almost forgotten, indeed. Paulette nodded happily, her face lit up with joy. Life was getting better day by day. Looking at Elwood, Ajax remarked, "Younger cousin, your health isn't good. You're too frail and need regular exercise. Even if you no longer need to go to battle, illness can be hard to recover from. That wouldn't be good." Hearing that his son's health was so poor made Heston anxious. Elwood was his beloved heir, always nurtured and cultivated carefully. How could he succumb to illness? That wasn't a good omen. Moreover, his physique did seem rather weak. Chapter 18. The Jacob must have a good constitution. After hearing this, Elwood quickly replied, "Elder cousin, I'm in very good health. Look at me. I'm really strong." Ajax then said, "Then run around the palace once and let me see." Upon hearing this, Elwood was instantly speechless. How could that be possible? Emperor Heston and Paulette remained silent at this moment, thinking about improving their son's physical strength and constitution. Ajax said, looking at them, "Younger cousin, do you know that even when Virgil was in his 40s or 50s, he still traveled between different states covering thousands of miles? Do you think Virgil was a weak scholar? That would be a huge mistake." Elwood was temporarily at a loss for words on how to refute this. The 6 arts of Confucianism were passed down by Virgil. If he didn't understand them, how could he teach others? It can be seen that Virgil was certainly a man of great physical strength. Don't forget that in those times, not only could an individual barely survive walking thousands of miles, but even a group might not make it. So, what Virgil intended was to hope that his descendants could follow in his footsteps, not just reading books without having a strong body. Without a healthy body, how can one travel the world and delve into studies? Younger cousin, you must learn true Confucianism, not the corrupted version taught today. Before Elwood could respond, Emperor Heston clapped his hands approvingly, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "What my nephew said is excellent. There's no point learning the corrupted Confucian teachings of today. We should learn the genuine teachings of Virgil, and this is the right path. Moreover, from now on, you will exercise with us every day without fail." Elwood replied with a bitter smile, "Yes, father, but what about my elder cousin?" Obviously, he wasn't willing to let Ajax off the hook either if he had to suffer. Ajax smiled mysteriously, looked around, and saw a stone block outside the door. He walked over and easily lifted it with one hand, weighing it as if it were nothing. A few hundred pounds at least, which to him was no weight at all. "How about it, younger cousin? Want to have a competition?" Seeing him handling the heavy stone so effortlessly, Elwood knew well that the object weighed several hundred pounds, and it was clear from Ajax's demeanor. Emperor Heston watched in amazement, widening his eyes and exclaiming, "Camden, you possess divine strength." Ajax put the stone back down, sighing, "Indeed. Otherwise, the journey from Fengyang to Yingtian wouldn't have been manageable." Emperor Heston understood immediately, empathizing with him. "That's true. The great Ming Dynasty was newly established and in turmoil back then. Sending you alone to Yingtian City indeed put you through hardship. It seems your strength helped ensure your safe arrival." Ajax admitted, "Davidson, if I hadn't had some strength, I would have become bones on the way." Emperor Heston became more convinced, fully endorsing his nephew's explanation. He looked at Elwood without hesitation. "Oliver, do you understand now?" Elwood swallowed hard, seeing his father's determined look, and could only reply, "Yes, father. Your son remembers and will not disappoint you." Emperor Heston nodded satisfactorily. "Very well, let's get started. And the others shall also join in the exercises." After saying that, Emperor Heston turned to Ajax, "Camden, we will definitely strengthen Oliver's physique, so he won't be troubled by minor illnesses. His body will become even stronger." Ajax smiled, "Davidson, I believe we can certainly make my younger cousin strong and robust. Additionally, I have a herbal prescription that can aid in exercise, helping to consolidate vitality and strengthen the body." Upon hearing this, Emperor Heston was even more delighted. Having seen Ajax's abilities, he had no doubt. With such capability, his confidence was evident, which was a good thing. "Excellent. Thank you." Ajax hurriedly replied, "Davidson, we are family, and family doesn't speak like outsiders. Besides, only if my younger cousin remains healthy can he better inherit the great Ming Dynasty." Emperor Heston was even more satisfied, unable to suppress his smiles. Paulette was also very happy, knowing the importance of good health. Before, there was no valid reason, but now there was. It was perfect. Only Elwood felt gloomy inside, and he sighed for his younger brothers who were dragged into this along with him. "Davidson, I'll take my leave today and return in 3 days." "All right, go ahead. We'll have someone watch over the refugee camps outside the city." The refugees were gradually stabilizing and no longer pouring in. The Hunan area was rapidly recovering, and they believed that peace would soon be restored. After winter, they would be able to return home. Ajax responded and left the palace. Watching him leave, Heston turned to Elwood and said, "Oliver, your cousin grew up enduring hardships from a young age, much like we did. Your Davidson-san has only this lineage." Sigh. Elwood knew well that his father placed great importance on family ties. With Davidson-san having only this line of descendants, father would never let anything happen to Ajax. Now that he was finally found, everything was settled in his heart. "Yes, your Area Majesty, I understand." Heston nodded. "Good to know. As for other matters, we'll discuss them later. But exercise can't be postponed. Let's start today rather than tomorrow. Go change clothes. It's time to exercise." Elwood's face immediately showed dejection but had no choice since he could not disobey his father. Under Paulette's smile, the two began jogging within the palace grounds. Each day, they needed to run at least one lap. This proved to be quite unbearable for Elwood, who was naturally frail. Heston watched with a frown. Indeed, this was not working. In the past, he had neglected physical fitness, focusing only on studies and forgetting the importance of a healthy body. This issue must be taken seriously now and can no longer be overlooked. Thus, he quickly instructed, "Hurry, bring the medicinal soup for the Jacob to take." An attendant promptly brought the medicinal soup for Elwood to consume before continuing the run. Elwood struggled immensely, but dared not collapse or disappoint his father. Finally finishing one lap, he felt utterly exhausted, barely able to move another step. Heston still looked spirited despite slightly rapid breathing. After drinking a bowl of medicinal soup, he instantly felt refreshed, approving the effectiveness of his nephew's prescription, which was indeed impressive. Seeing Elwood's state made him both heartbroken and helpless. It was clear that more attention needed to be paid to improving his physical health. "Arver, how do you feel?" "Your Area Majesty, this subject feels like dying. I really have no strength left," Elwood panted, clearly exerting effort even to speak. Chapter 19. Change starts with the Imperial descendants. Ajaxki didn't know what happened after he left, but he had done his part, and the rest was up to them. He left the city again to check on the Taoist temple and the order in the refugee camps. Seeing everything was well organized, he felt relieved. "Sir, everything is taken care of without any problems." By the way, how is the purchase of cotton padded clothes going?" "We've bought about 200,000 pieces. That's not enough. Buy more, don't worry about spending money. More won't hurt." "Yes, sir. I will have someone buy another batch right away." The steward knew that Sir had plenty of money, and there would be a continuous inflow of wealth. Hearing this, Ajaxki was very satisfied. After inspecting some refugee camps, he said, "Don't forget about cotton quilts. Winter is coming. Area, make sure to arrange these things. It's for the best." "Oh, how about the coal?" The steward hurriedly replied, "I've found out that few people use it because they fear it might be poisonous." Ajaxki nodded and said, "All right, then let's buy several coal mines, preferably ones easy to exploit. I'll give you a recipe for making briquettes, which will make them less toxic and ensure safety." The steward thought this would definitely bring a huge profit. The national teacher lives up to his title. "Yes, I remember. We'll do our best." Good. You've done well." Ajaxki also knew that all these people were arranged by his Zeke, and he wasn't concerned as long as they did as instructed. Soon, nearby coal mines were purchased. He then gave them the technique he redeemed from the system to produce briquettes. It was simple, just costing some virtue points. Emperor Heston also knew about this matter, but didn't mind it much. Now his attention was focused on his sons. Every morning, he led his sons in jogging and physical training, occasionally adding wrestling practice. They also had boxing matches. What pleased him most was his fourth son, Tate. Unfortunately, as the fourth son, he was destined not to succeed to the throne. Still, seeing him so strong and powerful made Heston happy. However, Tate's academic performance wasn't satisfactory, causing the emperor great concern. Actually, it was the same case with his other sons, and no one knew why. Heston was upset and couldn't understand how these tutors were teaching, seemingly doing it half-heartedly. No matter what, now more attention should be paid to this situation. "Eldest brother, is it true what you say? You mean our cousin is really that strong?" "Sure. He lifts those heavy stone blocks like they're toys. Isn't that impressive?" Though they were unconvinced at first, seeing those stone blocks left them speechless. Especially martial artists admired strength. "All right, focus on training your bodies now. We'll see him when we get the chance." Elwood understood his younger brother's thoughts, but knew they needed more time for study now. "Yes, we're no ordinary people. We need to show him what we're capable of. But with him being so strong, even all of us together may not match him." "Forget it. Quick, Clifford is coming." Thus, everyone hurried back to their exercises. Seeing this, Heston was delighted. His sons were becoming stronger. With rich resources from the inner treasury, these costs were manageable. He couldn't help but think of his nephew's contribution. Moreover, his own health had improved greatly, free from chronic ailments, becoming quite robust. Most importantly, his sister's health had significantly improved. She rarely coughed anymore, smiling every day. This was indeed good news. Good tidings always uplifted one's spirits. But the tutors of the princes were unhappy. Following the emperor in physical training and neglecting classes made them feel helpless. One of the princes doesn't even focus during class now. They say even the crown prince has been ordered to join the physical training, running, wrestling, and practicing combat skills every day. It's almost humiliating for a scholar. Upon hearing this, Grant had an idea and understood the intention behind it. "All right, since it's a royal command, just follow through and do as you're told. No more questions." But upon hearing Lord Korea's words and noticing his stern gaze, they dared not speak further. He knew that this was the emperor's intention. How could it be changed? What exactly was going on? And why had his Area Majesty changed so much? But now was not the time to discuss this matter. There were still many things to do because winter was coming soon. If another disaster really happened, it would be a big problem. "Yes, Lord Korea, we understand. We will take our leave first." "Good, remember, don't ask too many questions. Just focus on your duties." Since the imperial examination was held again this year, he believed there should be no major issues. However, Heston had already formed a different opinion, because he was also reading books and realized that governing a country was not as simple as just studying hard. It was not that easy. Especially for the biography of Virgil, he had studied it carefully. Though some parts of the book might have been beautified, it was true that Virgil traveled thousands of miles, visiting various states to spread his teachings. But apparently, the effect was not satisfactory. Yet, he managed to survive, partly due to personal factors, and partly due to support from some of his disciples. Each disciple was capable in combat. With 3,000 disciples, it took an immense amount of strength to return safely. Even so, several renowned disciples were lost along the way. The more Heston read, the more he felt this was the reality, stripped away from the beautifications. Otherwise, how could an old man travel such a long distance? Most importantly, back then, society was far more chaotic than today. A single province back then was like a vassal state. The danger level was incredibly high, and ordinary people wouldn't have made it far at all. How could Virgil have traveled so far? It was because he possessed martial skills and had a group of capable disciples. Only then could he travel far and spread Confucianism. Heston nodded as he read, focusing not on the embellished parts but on the most genuine essence within. This was the true meaning of reading. If one couldn't grasp these essences, it would be a waste of time reading these books, rendering them useless with no value at all. Chapter 20 Heston's Reform of the Imperial Examination. The changes within the royal family naturally influenced many people's thoughts, including Aryonarchus's. Father, what's going on? Aryonarchus fell into deep thought upon hearing his son Caesar's words. Fear that there will soon be an upheaval. Confused, Caesar asked, upheaval? What kind of upheaval? Aryonarchus also looked puzzled as he said, I don't know yet, but we need to wait and see for now. Caesar did not press further. These days during court sessions, Aryonarchus felt that the emperor's gaze on him was always off, seemingly hiding malice, which made him feel uneasy and frightened. This had never happened before. Why would it suddenly happen now? There were times when the malevolence almost could not be concealed. Something must have happened, but he didn't know exactly what. This was what left Aryonarchus utterly confused. If only he knew that someone had already gone northeast and detonated Changbai Mountain, he would understand why. Deceiving the emperor was no small crime, especially when it involved tampering with the dragon veins. Unfortunately, he thought he was clever, unaware that he had already been seen through. Heston chose not to act immediately, wanting to keep the matter low-key. Also, destroying Changbai Mountain wasn't a one-day task. It required time. So, Heston remained silent, focusing on this matter and setting aside everything else. Father, it's getting late. You should rest. Yes, you should also return home early. At this moment, Heston received a secret report. Yuan and his men had arrived in northeast China and located Changbai Mountain. They started preparing a large amount of gunpowder, waiting for the right time to completely destroy Changbai Mountain, splitting it into two parts. Very good, very good. Planting the earth-cutting talisman will mean there are no more dragon veins from now on. Heston knew well that although the dragon veins might appear again after many years, they could not be allowed to remain in the northeastern region, where they might absorb the dragon chi leaking from the mainland, a mere fantasy. Even if it leaked, it would stay within the mainland, and even if new dragon veins emerged centuries later, they would still be within the mainland. This was an internal issue, not external. Heston saw this clearly. He would never allow external enemies to absorb the dragon chi of the mainland. That would be unforgivable. Lu Ji, we treated you well, yet you dared to deceive us. Shame on you. Though angry, Heston remained calm, knowing that those who deceived him would face severe consequences. As long as he had a clear understanding, he could maintain control. He put down the secret report and went to rest, knowing that soon, the place would be split apart, disappearing completely. The next morning at court, Heston behaved as usual. However, Grant couldn't help but step forward and say, Your Majesty, I have heard that several princes are neglecting their duties and misbehaving, damaging the imperial dignity. Please investigate. Your Majesty. Heston narrowed his eyes and responded, Minister, how did Virgil manage to travel thousands of miles on foot back then? If I recall correctly, he was in his 40s or 50s at that time. Grant was taken aback, unsure of the emperor's intent, but unable to avoid answering. Your Majesty, he had 3,000 disciples, so it was manageable. But Heston countered, I remember Virgil started alone, and even later, there were only a few. Only after that did the 72 sages appear, followed by the 3,000 disciples over time. How did he manage to travel thousands of miles and visit various states? This question left Grant bewildered. Why did the emperor suddenly ask about this? Not just him, but all the officials were stunned, wondering what was happening. Right, I believe all ministers know the origin of physically strong. Virgil was also a martial arts expert, using force to win. The current scholars of Confucianism are simply dishonoring Virgil by being weak and lazy. How can they accomplish anything? Heston spoke openly about his dissatisfaction with contemporary Confucianism, calling it nonsense. All the ministers were baffled. Why was the emperor suddenly criticizing Confucianism today? These past few days, reading about Virgil, I realized that modern Confucianism has deviated far from Virgil teachings. It is deteriorating and disgracing his legacy, Heston added. With just one sentence, the emperor negated contemporary Confucianism, leaving many ministers at a loss. Your Majesty, how do you explain this? There were still several prominent Confucian scholars among the officials here. Emperor Heston ignored them and said, After much thought, I can no longer let Virgil's teachings be buried. Therefore, I have decided that from now on, the imperial examinations will reintroduce the 6 arts as separate subjects. Not one can be omitted, and military science will also be included. This way, there would be 7 subjects in total. Military science, relatively speaking, would be a comprehensive subject, covering all aspects of martial skills within the 6 arts. The ministers immediately caused a commotion, but seeing that the emperor showed no sign of backing down, they realized it was inevitable. Moreover, His Majesty had been talking about Virgil, yet had never conferred titles upon the Kong family of Tufu in Shandong. It was clear he held them in low regard, which cast a shadow over everyone's minds. Furthermore, now that the royal family had taken such a stance, changing it in the future would be extremely difficult. At least while Heston was on the throne, it was completely out of the question. As for the Jacob, who had originally been expected to take over, he too was now being subjected to training, improving his physique and becoming stronger. This further solidified Heston's belief in his decision, recognizing its advantages and disadvantages. All candidates for the imperial examinations must first pass a physical test. The simplest requirement is to run 5 kilometers. If they reach the destination within the specified time, whether walking or running, they pass. Otherwise, they cannot participate in the examination. Emperor Heston's order was final, and the eunuchs hurriedly recorded it to create an imperial edict. Arianani officials were stunned, unsure of how to respond but knowing it wouldn't be easy. This reform would inevitably bring about many changes. From now on, scholars could no longer live in luxury and ease. It was evident that Heston's resolve was unwavering and not to be underestimated. He would not tolerate any objections. This was his will, an unchallengeable imperial decree. The ministers found it impossible to stop him. Chapter 21. The 7 subjects of the imperial examination, Ajax's suggestion. Following the decree issued by the Emperor of the Ming Dynasty, from that day onward, the first stage of the 7-subject imperial examination would be a running test. Those who failed to meet the standards within half an hour would not be allowed to participate in the imperial examination. In fact, this was the simplest and most lenient requirement. Running 5 kilometers in half an hour would not be too difficult for anyone who wasn't seriously ill or disabled. Arianity people knew this because many people walked more than 5 kilometers daily when traveling from rural areas to cities. So, there shouldn't have been any major issues with this. Although it caused a stir among many people, once the imperial edict was issued, they had no means to oppose it. Even ministers in court had no objections. What could they do? Therefore, everyone could only comply. After all, being able to hold the imperial examination was already a good thing, so there was no need to worry too much. The key was the 6 arts. This posed the biggest obstacle. Not only were they critical for the exam, but they also required extensive study, as much of this knowledge had been lost over time. The 6 arts for gentlemen are 1. 5 rites, 2. 6 musics, 3. 5 archery skills, 4. 5 chariot driving techniques, 5. 6 calligraphy methods, and 6. 9 area mathematical techniques. Nowadays, most scholars only focused on the 4 books and 5 classics, and few could remember other aspects, as much of it had been forgotten. Rites. Etiquette. The 5 rites include auspicious rites, funeral rites, military rites, guest rites, and joyful rites. Music refers to the 6 musical performances, Yunmen Douan, Xianqi, Da Shao, Daya, Donghua, and Dao. Archery. Military archery skills. The 5 archery techniques include Bai Shi, white arrow, Kinlian, triple link, Yin Zhu, tapered tip, Xiang Qi, armpit shot, and Jing Yi, well formation. Charioteering. Skills for driving chariots. The 5 driving techniques include harmonizing bells, following water curves, passing under the emperor's canopy, performing in crossroads, and chasing animals on the left. Calligraphy. Writing skills, writing, recognizing characters, understanding scripts. The 6 calligraphy methods, speculated by later generations, include pictographic, ideographic, compound ideographs, phonetic ideographic, rebus, and loan characters. Arya-mathematics, calculation and mathematical techniques. Includes 9 chapters on the Arya-mathematical art. All these elements needed to be included and could not be overlooked. Otherwise, passing the imperial examination would be extremely difficult. Among them, charioteering may have limited use nowadays because war chariots are no longer needed. However, Heston made an adjustment, riding horses directly instead. Of course, many lacked the conditions for horse riding, so this aspect was treated leniently and wasn't crucial. But those who had the means had to strictly follow the rules. Heston had detailed regulations written down to prevent cheating. In short, one should not underestimate these elements. Finally, military exams would require comprehensive scoring. Each stage would be supervised by specialized officials. If cheating occurred, it would affect the supervising officers as well, leading to even worse consequences. With so many subjects to cover, cheating became significantly harder, increasing the cost and difficulty of cheating. How much manpower and resources would it take to successfully cheat in the 7 subjects? Moreover, the final assessment would still be the palace examination, which would further scrutinize candidates. All participants would have to pass through military competitions. Those who didn't pass would be thoroughly investigated. If anyone was caught cheating, it could be fatal. A serious issue, not a joke. The military was no place for jokes. Thus, this imperial edict caused both lamentation and celebration among numerous candidates. Because martial experts now had the chance to enter officialdom. As long as they didn't fall behind in the 7 subjects, things would be better for them. The current imperial examination mainly focused on the 4 books and 5 classics, which occupied only a small portion of the tests. Even adding music didn't make things unfair, as it still required effort, not something easily achieved by everyone. Except for the military exams, which required comprehensive scoring, the scores for the other 6 subjects were relatively balanced. Any discrepancies in charioteering wouldn't significantly impact the overall result. Heston was ambitious, dreaming of having horses everywhere in the Ming Dynasty, which would facilitate the imperial examination system. For now, some adjustments had to be made. Of course, preparations were necessary. As for other matters, they could be addressed later. Why worry about them prematurely? Certain things did require attention to avoid trouble. Heston specially consulted his nephew, Ajax. Ajax was greatly surprised after hearing about his Zeke's plan. He hadn't expected such an open-minded approach. True, it wasn't entirely novel, as the concept existed before. However, few who advocated it truly implemented it. Davidson, since that's the case, we can establish some stables in various parts of the Ming Dynasty. The scale doesn't need to be large, just 5 to 10 horses in each location would suffice. Only those participating in the provincial exams would need to take this subject. They could use their examinee privileges to ride horses several times a month. Wouldn't that work? In the future, as the number of horses increases, we can gradually extend the time. Regarding other aspects, I believe mathematics is the most important, because a country's finances and food supplies all require calculation. If this cannot be done well, wouldn't it disrupt the country? Therefore, this subject should be relatively emphasized. Next comes rights, which is essentially moral education. We must instill patriotic spirit in them so that layer by layer, the Ming Dynasty can last for thousands of generations, remembered by our descendants. The other subjects are relatively similar. Finally, the military exams will awaken the martial spirit of the people of the Ming Dynasty. Normally, it might not matter much, but when the country faces danger, we must have spirited men who will step up in times of national crisis. Ajax's words made Heston very excited. Indeed, these were necessary measures, and extremely important. Yes, very correct. Camden, you're right. The sons of the Ming Dynasty must possess such a martial spirit. Otherwise, who could contribute to the country during times of crisis? Those weak scholars who can't even tie a chicken, forget about it. He understood this point well. Although there were such people, they couldn't truly save the country from danger. This was something he needed to pay attention to. No matter what, these fundamentals absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Ajax nodded. Davidson, now is the time for the Ming Dynasty to rebuild itself. When decisive action is needed, don't hesitate. Also, religious factions should be restricted, especially in terms of land occupation. Cultivated land should not be arbitrarily taken. Heston fell into deep thought after hearing this. He understood the underlying implications. It was about population. If the population was insufficient, having more land would be useless. Who would cultivate the land then? Therefore, he understood Ajax's meaning. He was very pleased that his nephew could wholeheartedly consider the country's interests. Indeed worthy of being my nephew, with your heart set on the country. I am very pleased. This point indeed needs attention and shouldn't be overlooked. After hearing this, Ajax's lips curled upward slightly. Chapter 22. 2 Imperial Edicts and Visiting Dylan. The next morning, during the Imperial Court session, Heston issued his edict without any hesitation. The Emperor decrees that starting today, all religious lands across the country must be reported. Religious institutions are not allowed to arbitrarily occupy land, especially farmland. Monks must be registered. Otherwise, they cannot join the monastic order. Temple personnel must be strictly compiled and not exceed the limit. This is hereby decreed. The ministers were taken aback. What kind of edict was this? But since it concerned religious affairs, they didn't want to interfere. However, the second edict sent shockwaves through them. The emperor decrees that from today onward, all lands in the country will be unified under the control of the court. Previous land deeds will still hold for agricultural purposes, but no other lands count. Future land transactions are strictly prohibited, and violators will be charged with treason. This is hereby decreed. In essence, previous deeds would only be valid for cultivated land. Otherwise, they would be voided. Each minister held vast tracts of fertile land. With this edict, what would become of it? Your Arian Majesty, this can't be done. Arianity family's lands are ancestral properties. Please show mercy, a minister pleaded. Heston snapped angrily. Ancestral property? That's ancient history. Did they manage to keep their lands during the wars? It was only because of us that they kept anything at all. How dare you defend them? His murderous intent was evident, his breathing heavy as if he could devour anyone. Do not forget, Heston was one who could slay tigers, not some sickly cat. The ministers dared not speak up, knowing well that in times of war, survival was everyone's primary concern, not property. Now, the emperor's order seemed justified. Starting today, all land deeds must be re-registered at the local government offices. If too large, inspections will ensure every inch is planted with crops. If verified, it remains theirs. Otherwise, it's considered treason, leading to confiscation and extermination of the family. Heston never wavered. When decisive, he was utterly resolute. There was no changing his mind or stance. Even Grant found himself helpless and felt utterly resigned. And let me add, if anyone is found intentionally deceiving the inspection officials, they will also face the charge of treason and extermination of the entire clan. This caused tremors among the ministers, none daring to breathe a word louder. Fearing the emperor's attention could turn fatal. This was no trivial matter. The consequences were grave. Is there anything else? The ministers had nothing left to say, hearts pounding in fear, unable to utter another word. Seeing this, Heston declared the court dismissed and cheerfully went to find his sons. The palace now had a much better learning atmosphere, greatly pleasing many who enjoyed studying. How are they doing, sister? Are they really into their studies? Absolutely. They're very diligent now. Those who like martial arts practice it, those who enjoy music study it, and those interested in mathematics don't fall behind. The place feels alive again, unlike before when it was so dreary. Heston laughed heartily. That's right. Studying should be like this. Youthful energy must not be stifled. Paulette agreed, clearly pleased with their enthusiasm. Oh, Reed, go visit Dylan. He has returned from a long campaign and is reportedly unwell. Heston nodded gravely. Indeed, I should see this old comrade in arms. He's been indispensable in our battles. With that, he wanted to leave the palace to visit him. Paulette suggested, why not bring your nephew along? The Ming Dynasty was hard won, and you need to be more generous. Her meaning was clear. Don't be petty. Dylan is a distinguished general, a battle god of the Ming, and essential for further achievements. Heston replied, you're right. We shouldn't be stingy. Heston valued his sister's advice, truly living up to his reputation as a wise emperor. Heston first went to Ajax's residence, knowing he had gone out on inspection, and ordered him back. Deep down, he was satisfied to have such a capable nephew. When Ajax heard Heston summoned him, he wondered why but quickly returned. Arriving at the residence, Heston pulled him away immediately. Davidson, where are we going? To the mansion of the Duke of Elijah. Hearing this, Ajax responded, wait a moment, Davidson. Without much thought, Heston waited for a moment, and then saw Ajax come out with a box. What's this? Davidson, since you asked me to go with you, it must be for the Duke of Elijah's health. This is a healing talisman. Ajax's quick-wittedness greatly surprised Heston, leaving him momentarily speechless. He understood very well. You clever little rascal, indeed it's for his health. This northern campaign has taken its toll on him again. There aren't many old brothers left. Let's go. The ruthlessness of war struck home deeply, compelling him to pay attention. Ajax followed Heston to the Duke of Elijah's mansion. Upon hearing the news, Dylan had already been waiting. Seeing Emperor Heston arrive with others, he hurriedly greeted them. I greet your majesty. Heston grabbed Dylan's arm and helped him up, laughing heartily. Old brother, no need for formalities. This is my nephew, also our Grand Arianaster of the Ming Dynasty, Ajax. Hearing this, Dylan clasped his hands and said, Greetings, Grand Arianaster. Ajax stepped back and smiled. Duke of Elijah, please don't be too formal. I just have the benefit of Davidson's care. It's nothing much. Dylan was momentarily puzzled. What did he mean by that? Why was he here? But Heston didn't explain, pulling Dylan along as he said, these years, we've fought countless battles. Your body can barely withstand it. Mine has fared a bit better recently, thanks to my nephew's help. Only then did Dylan notice that the Emperor indeed looked healthier, his complexion rosy and his demeanor unimpaired from his younger days. If he hadn't felt it before, he would say the Emperor looked much worse than now. After all, they had both gone through numerous intense battles. Deep down, they both understood this. Things were indeed different now, but how did this happen? Could it really be because of his nephew, who was now the Grand Arianaster, that he looked so much better? This puzzled him. How could he explain it? It was certainly noteworthy, especially considering today's visit. Chapter 23 Dylan's bright eyes and proactive proposal. Heston, seeing Dylan's confusion, chuckled and said, whatever you're thinking, you'll know soon. Let's go in and talk. Dylan stopped pondering further. After all, it wasn't easy to guess what the high-ranking official was thinking. As they entered the mansion, Heston remarked, old brothers, these years have been hard on you. If not for your sacrifices, how could there be today's great Ming? It's just that Arno left too early. Had he lived a bit longer, he wouldn't have died. Listening to this, Dylan felt emotional and grateful. Highness, on the battlefield, no one can predict anything. It was destined for Arno. Heston waved his hand and said, if my nephew had arrived at Ingtian earlier, it wouldn't have happened. Alas, destiny cannot be changed, and we didn't recognize each other sooner. Otherwise, it would have been better. Between the lines, it was clear he meant it was too late. Though Dylan was puzzled, he didn't dare ask further. It was best not to inquire too much about this matter. After everyone settled down, Heston wiped away his regretful expression and spoke animatedly. Old brothers, don't think I neglect my own family. My nephew is truly a Taoist master. I believe you've heard of Taoist talisman water? Dylan nodded, still guessing and looking at Ajax with some confusion. Heston added without concern, my health improved thanks to my nephew's talisman water, ridding me of past injuries. Even my sister, whom those quacks deemed incurable, has almost fully recovered. Hearing this, Dylan couldn't help but be astonished. Highness, really? This? The sudden news was hard to believe. Seeing Heston's serious look, he immediately ordered the place to be sealed off, forbidding anyone from entering. Ajax then took out a wooden box and opened it, revealing a talisman. He took one out and asked, looking at a bowl of water not far away, Lord Linus, was this water boiled? Dylan nodded directly, yes, it was boiled water. Ajax nodded and waved the talisman, activating his inner power. Instantly, the talisman burned without a flame and was placed in the bowl, continuing to burn until the water turned into a fragrant, milky white, spiritual liquid. He then presented it to Lord Linus. Lord Linus, this is true talisman water. A Taoist technique. Would you like to taste it? Dylan took it without hesitation and drank it all at once. In his heart, he knew it was the Highness's will. If asked to die, he wouldn't frown, let alone drinking a bowl of talisman water or even poison. After drinking it, he felt different. Years of accumulated ailments were greatly alleviated. His body suddenly felt much lighter, as if he had regained his youth. At this moment, Ajax commented, Davidson, Lord Linus has more severe hidden injuries than you. Although he has improved somewhat, it will take time to heal completely. Compared to Ant, it's not much worse. Upon hearing this, Heston finally understood his old brother's condition. No wonder his health had declined over time. Old brother, why didn't you say anything sooner? You are already in the age to rest. Highness, the northern Yuan remains a threat. I can't rest, otherwise, I would feel guilty towards our soldiers on the battlefield. Dylan was straightforward, and Heston understood him well, trusting him entirely. You old man, you always neglect your health. Forget about these concerns. We have reached a certain stage. Rest well now. In the future, I promise to send you back to war. Rest assured. Dylan replied happily, thank you, Highness. Suddenly, he became melancholic. Highness is right. If Brother Arno hadn't died so early, or if the Imperial Arianaster had come earlier, perhaps fate could have been changed. Alas, alas. This was not a joke. They genuinely believed it was true. Heston comforted him instead. Fate and timing. My nephew went through great lengths to come here amidst chaos. To meet again now is already fortunate for us. Dylan nodded. Indeed, it is so. At this moment, Dylan truly believed and acknowledged that the Imperial Arianaster was indeed a Taoist master, displaying remarkable abilities. Oh yes, Imperial Arianaster. Have you taken a wife yet? Ajax was momentarily stunned and shook his head. No, besides, I am still young. We can discuss it in a few years. In other words, he was saying he could marry but didn't want to do so too early. Heston said, Ajax, you are the only heir of our third brother's lineage. Even though you belong to the Taoist sect, there is no need for a marriage ban. When the time comes, make sure to marry multiple wives to carry on our third brother's legacy. Oh right, adopt one into our third brother's family to inherit his title. Ajax could only say helplessly, Davidson, I've noted it down, but I really don't want to get married too early. Hearing this, Heston became serious and said, then decide on a time so your aunt can prepare accordingly. Dylan was watching with eager eyes, which went without saying. Ajax gritted his teeth and said, after I turn 25. Let's not talk about these things before then. Upon hearing this, both men furrowed their brows and asked, why wait until after you're 25? Ajax explained helplessly, I just want a few more peaceful years. Moreover, women should ideally be over 20 as well. Arianeering too early isn't good for health and increases the risks of childbirth. Heston frowned, but seeing Ajax's determined expression, he conceded, all right, okay, since you're so insistent, we'll set it. But remember, once set, you must not go beyond the line. We will have your aunt keep an eye out for you and help select the right person. Dylan hurriedly added, how about my daughter Lois? Although she's young now, they can start getting to know each other. What do you think? We don't need any formal engagement or anything. If it works out, when Lois grows up and turns 20, they can get married. Heston nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. They can spend time together first. There's plenty of time. and while my nephew treats her, they can interact more, fostering that childhood friendship. Dylan laughed heartily. Exactly. Let's settle on this. If it doesn't work out, we won't force it. What do you say? Heston naturally agreed. Sure, frequent interactions are good. After all, it's better than not knowing each other at all. But it's also understandable that changes can't happen overnight. Dylan knew that traditional customs couldn't be changed easily. Ajax also realized that he couldn't change the entire Ming Dynasty's customs single-handedly, but he believed in sticking to his own principles. Chapter 24. An elated Heston and Dylan. Ajax, observing his Zeke's decision, knew he couldn't escape it and could only wear an expression of helplessness. Dylan was quite pleased with this development. After all, supporting such a capable Taoist master was indeed worthwhile. In the past, these were merely hearsays. Now he realized that there truly were people with such abilities in the world. Once they were allied through marriage, they wouldn't just take care of their own affairs but also bring closer ties to higher-ranking officials. This was perfect. Heston understood Dylan's intentions and did not mind. It was good for everyone to have their own ideas rather than be clueless at the end, which would be utterly ignorant. Old brother, your health will be taken care of by our nephew. I believe after a few sessions, there should be significant progress. Dylan smiled in response. As you say, your highness. With the state preceptor here, there will be no problem. This old body can still shine once more. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Heston felt especially comfortable. Few could speak so candidly with him, making this truly acceptable. You talk too much. However, some matters do require caution to avoid mishaps. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I still want to see my daughter get married. That's right. Keep it in mind, Ajax, you must strive and not disappoint your aunt. Ajax was speechless. How did this suddenly shift to his aunt? Isn't all this because of you two? He didn't need to ask more questions. As long as it could be done, everything would be fine. In this era, how many truly enjoy free love? They probably had it already arranged. Shaking his head, he thought about having gained a few more years of freedom, which was great. All right, old brother, since everything is settled, we can rest assured. You should take better care of your health, otherwise, one battle might be too much for you, disappointing us. I'll come visit again. Your highness, rest assured. This old body still has some ability. Dylan refused to acknowledge his age. After all, being battle-hardened warriors, they couldn't simply give in to age. Heston understood this well. Feeling touched inside, he showed a happy face, finally putting his mind at ease. Joyful events always lift one's spirits, and everyone is alike in this regard. Ajax, however, felt somewhat helpless, knowing this was built upon others' hardships. After bidding farewell to the two men, Dylan called for his daughter Kesha. Lois, I found a match for you. Do you agree? At 28, Kesha was prepared for this. Living in a noble family, she had no control over her own marriage. I beg father to make the decision. Dylan sighed, feeling both regret and happiness as he said, Lois, this match is no ordinary person. He is the current state preceptor, Ajax, who is your highness's nephew. However, this engagement won't happen anytime soon. At least 7 years from now. 7 years from now? Kesha was puzzled. What did that mean? Dylan laughed and explained further. Instantly, Kesha understood and nodded. So that's how it was. What a wonderful person. Indeed. So, you have plenty of time to get acquainted. It seems he cares about your feelings. He will frequently visit the manor, giving you a chance to understand each other. Yes, father. Looking at his sensible eldest daughter, Dylan felt a tinge of reluctance, but also acknowledged that marriage was inevitable. My daughter is so understanding. I am very happy. For now, keep this between us. There's no official arrangement yet. This is just a discussion between me and his Aryan Majesty. Understand? Nodding, Kesha knew the unspoken understanding required no doubts. Yes, father, I understand. Dylan instructed her to prepare herself, believing that after several years of interaction, affection would naturally develop, making the marriage a natural progression. Heston returned happily to the palace and told Paulette about the arrangement. Great job, Reed. This time, you've done well. Not only did you solve a concern, but also brought together a couple. You're quite the matchmaker. Hearing Paulette's words, Heston smiled broadly but remained humble. Sister, it's just a mention. Nothing is set in stone yet. That boy also shows consideration for girls. Paulette agreed, saying, Indeed, not developing those bad habits is excellent. Heston nodded in agreement. It seems we need to guide him more. Our few sons still need tempering. Paulette, understanding the situation, did not argue. In the future, I also need to visit the Su family more often and have a good exchange. Heston understood her thoughts and approved. There was nothing to object to. By the way, sister, how is your health now? Do you still feel coughing? Paulette smiled and replied, Much better. Hardly at all. It doesn't feel as cold, so it's not affecting me much. After hearing this, Heston heaved a huge sigh of relief. This was indeed a good thing. By the way, sister, you need to keep an eye on the Corina. Her health isn't very good either. Upon hearing this, Paulette couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, the Corina had always been in poor health and did need proper care. Yes, I know, Reed. I will take care of this matter. I also agree with our nephew's view that getting married and having children too early is not good for health. Heston nodded slightly, clearly agreeing that it was inappropriate if one's body wasn't fully developed. Had he not heard his nephew's words today, he might not have realized this issue. In the past, many women died young because of early marriage and childbirth. This problem needed attention. Increasing the population is a good thing, but it shouldn't come at the expense of some people's health. That wouldn't be a good outcome. Now, the Great Ming is still in its infancy. Let's wait a few more years and properly adjust the order of the Great Ming to ensure everyone can live well. Don't you think so? Paulette nodded. You're right. The Great Ming isn't easy now. There are many things that need improvement, and we cannot sacrifice women's safety. I will remember this point. Hearing this, Heston knew his sister would handle it, and he certainly wouldn't interfere. After all, living in peace and good health is the best. Why create unnecessary chaos? Moreover, these matters could indeed change, starting from education and gradually evolving. These were the insights Heston had gained, though not yet fully clarified, so they couldn't be systematically addressed just yet. Chapter 25. Well-arranged, overcoming hardships together. No matter what, Ajax's days continued to progress with effort. Sir, the new batch of cotton quilts and clothing has arrived without any issues. Good. By the way, are our food supplies sufficient? They are more than enough. We have plenty of grain, so there's no need to worry about this winter. The steward's face beamed with joy because indeed, they had a bountiful harvest this time. Hearing this, Ajax was naturally even happier. Each day, he watched as the virtue points in the system gradually increased, which brought him immense satisfaction. Although consuming one cultivation pill per day seemed to have boosted him to the late Qi cultivation stage, significantly enhancing his strength. But it was unknown outside, and also Zekier what rewards the system would bestow or what might trigger these rewards. There was only silence as he waited patiently. By the way, sir, the new year is approaching, and everyone in the mansion is preparing for it. What do you think? Ajax replied directly, give 2 taels of silver to each person, along with a piece of meat, and add some dried fruits as their year-end bonus. Upon hearing this, the steward couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, that's quite generous. Ajax waved his hand and said with a smile, this is nothing. As long as they do well, it's worth it, and will save us from a lot of trouble. Go ahead and arrange it. The steward nodded immediately, thinking it was indeed a good arrangement. Soon, this news spread throughout the estate, and everyone was delighted, amazed by the generosity of the national teacher. Indeed, the national teacher lived up to his title. People worked harder, not wanting anyone to say they were not putting in enough effort, for fear of wasting such generous treatment. With over a month left until the end of the year, the weather gradually turned colder. However, outside the city, in the refugee camps under the jurisdiction of the national teacher, activities were still bustling. People either collected cotton clothes and quilts or received some dried fruits. They ate and worked diligently because they felt recognized and wanted to repay that recognition through hard work. Otherwise, it would feel like they were eating for free, especially given the excellent accommodation and meticulous care they received. Every month, one person could earn 150 coins. If there were several able-bodied family members working, they could receive multiple portions. This made families very happy. As winter approached, going to work became increasingly difficult. The mountain paths were not only icy but also prone to frost, making them treacherous. Even with preparations beforehand, work could only proceed for 2 hours around noon. Ajax knew this and instructed that work should be supervised carefully to ensure safety. 2 hours a day was sufficient. It would get colder, likely preventing work altogether, leaving many workers feeling helpless, blaming the unpredictable weather. They could only wait quietly. Meanwhile, the government-run refugee camps had improved, at least learning from the practices used here. However, they did not replicate all of it, clearly aware of the costs involved. They wouldn't adopt everything blindly. Heston saw this and sighed, realizing many areas required funding, and it was impossible to match his standards immediately. After all, the government was different from an individual. Fortunately, the salt business was thriving. With large-scale production in various regions, prices dropped significantly, allowing common people to afford cheap salt. High-priced salt became a thing of the past. Arianani citizens found it incredible. Now, they could buy a pound of premium refined salt for just 5 coins. And even in remote areas, transportation costs didn't increase much because supplies were sourced locally, greatly reducing expenses compared to before. Therefore, many people bought enthusiastically, significantly boosting public happiness. With adequate salt, no one needed to ration its use, avoiding weakness and ensuring better earnings. Now, with increased energy, people were happier and more motivated to earn money. This newfound enthusiasm among the populace provided a significant boost to the Ming Dynasty's economy, much to everyone's delight. Heston was pleasantly surprised. Seeing such vitality in the Ming Dynasty exceeded expectations. This was the Ming Dynasty he envisioned. At the same time, he was extremely satisfied with his nephew's achievements, knowing that his stay at Dylan's home went smoothly, adding to his joy. Kesha did not look down on him for being a Taoist priest because she understood the reasons behind it. Both of them had lived through tough times and shared a deep understanding. Besides, there were no marriage restrictions, so there were no concerns. Ajax also gradually let go of some worries. It was great to have a confidant. Every heartfelt chat made him very happy and relaxed. Undeniably, smart women are just likable. Sir, the honeycomb coal has been made and is now being used in the refugee camps, and it's really effective. Really? Yes, it's indeed true. Would Sir like to go and see? Good, let's go and take a look. Ajax couldn't wait, and at this moment, Kesha came to visit him at the mansion. Brother Ajax, where are you going? Sister Lois, I'm going to check outside the city. Kesha, upon hearing this, blinked her bright eyes eagerly and asked hopefully, can I come along? After hearing this, Ajax replied directly, sure, let's go together. Kesha beamed with joy, not having left the city for who knows how long. The group arrived outside the city. 2 distinctly different refugee camps were immediately distinguishable. Kesha kept looking around while quietly asking questions. Ajax answered in a similarly hushed tone. It seemed like they were sharing secrets, but those around them pretended not to hear. Upon reaching the refugee camp under Ajax's jurisdiction, everything was clean and tidy, showing no signs of distress, very neat and orderly. Sir, look, these are the honeycomb coals and coal stoves we made according to your instructions, the steward said, pointing to the nearby stoves with a smile. Ajax nodded approvingly. Good, very good indeed. Arianani refugees saw him and emerged from their tents, expressing gratitude and wanting to bow down in respect. Ajax hurriedly stopped them. Please don't bother, this is what I should do. We are all citizens of the Ming Dynasty. Although we've suffered from disasters this year, believe that next year will be better. Live well now, and when spring comes next year, your happiness will follow. Thank you, national teacher, for saving our lives. We can never repay you. Each one expressed sincere gratitude. It was indeed not easy. Chapter 26, Coal Stove and Honeycomb Coal. Well, everyone, no need for excessive courtesy. It's my duty. Just be careful when using these stoves. While they can provide warmth, they must not be used in a sealed environment. Also, pay attention to fire safety, understood? Your Excellency the Royce, we will remember this and certainly take heed. Good, that's all I ask. If anything happens, just talk to the overseer here. They'll inform me. If they fail to respond, come find me directly in the city. I'll make sure to assist everyone. Ajax was always this straightforward. He felt it necessary to remember and attend to these matters to prevent any mishaps. Each commoner was overjoyed, understanding that this arrangement came from the Royce's benevolence, so naturally, no one dared to act recklessly. After scanning around, Ajax asked, "Are there many such stoves?" The steward replied, "Not few at all. They are all prepared." Then bring several with me to the Su family," Ajax continued, "and load up a cart of honeycomb coal as well." "Yes, sir." The steward understood immediately, feeling quite pleased inside. Upon hearing this, Kesha also wore a delighted expression. These items indeed provided warmth without toxicity, as long as the room wasn't completely sealed. Arriving at the Su residence, Dylan greeted them with a beaming face. "Esteemed Royce, you've come. Lois is here too." Kesha rolled his eyes, already knowing it was unnecessary to ask. Ajax simply smiled. "My apologies for the intrusion, Lord Elijah. This time, I've brought something good. Your place being close by, I thought I'd drop these off first before heading to the palace." Dylan nodded approvingly, clearly understanding. "Oh, what sort of good thing?" Later on, experiencing the warmth and charm of the coal stove and honeycomb coal, the entire house became much warmer, leaving everyone astonished. "Not bad at all, truly excellent. These really are great inventions," Dylan agreed wholeheartedly, adding that they were non-toxic, much like the previous salt-making technique. "Truly remarkable. Moreover, they were inexpensive, within reach for many people, even if the stoves themselves, being iron-made, cost a bit more." Ajax observed and reminded, "I'm glad you like it, but do keep the windows open. Don't seal the rooms." Dylan nodded, acknowledging that even the best things have their drawbacks. "Got it, rest assured. I won't be foolish." Ajax laughed and said, "Well, I'll head to the palace now. If you need anything, just let me know." Dylan nodded joyfully, escorting him out while leaving a cartload of honeycomb coal behind. A generous amount. Seeing this, Dylan was elated, prompting Kesha to roll his eyes. "Dad, he's already gone, yet you're still smiling. What's wrong with that?" Dad is genuinely happy. The Royce is truly wise and a great asset to our Ming Dynasty. Kesha felt the same way, thoroughly pleased. As for what exactly made them so happy, only they knew. Afterward, Ajax brought 10 carts of honeycomb coal to the palace. He presented his token, allowing him immediate entry. Everyone inside and outside the palace knew the Royce's name, who was none other than the Emperor's beloved nephew. Such imperial favor was rare but undeniable, indeed impressive. "You finally arrived. You made us wait," Heston greeted bluntly, living up to their Zeke-nephew relationship. Ajax took no offense and introduced himself as usual, proceeding quickly under Heston's impatient gaze. As the honeycomb coal burned in the coal stove, the imperial study instantly warmed up. Heston checked and found no unpleasant odor or dizziness, confirming its efficacy. "You did well, coming up with such an invention. Very impressive." Ajax humbly responded, "If one has the ability, it's best to contribute. Otherwise, merely observing isn't worth mentioning." Heston, accustomed to his manner, asked, "Is this contraption expensive?" "Not at all. A coin can buy 5 pieces of honeycomb coal, enough to last 2 days. It serves for boiling water, cooking, and heating, saving a lot of money." Heston nodded in agreement, calculating that a winter lasts about 3 months. 1 coin could last 2 days, so 3 months would cost roughly 50 coins, far cheaper than charcoal. Ajax added, "The downside is the high cost of the stoves, given they are made of iron, making it hard to reduce expenses." Heston acknowledged this with a nod, recognizing the challenge. "This is inevitable, but it's much better than before, isn't it?" Although he didn't inquire about the price, it was undoubtedly a significant amount of money, which couldn't be avoided. "Davidson, this coal stove can last at least 10 years, so overall, it's not that expensive." Ajax's words made Heston nod in agreement. If it could last 10 years, it indeed wasn't very expensive. Good, this is quite good. How much does one cost?" "Roughly 50 coins for 1 coal stove." Heston looked and nodded. Just the iron alone was quite expensive, but overall, it was still reasonably priced and good quality. Not too expensive. In fact, it's quite suitable. Over 10 years, it averages out to 5 coins per year. If this thing can last more than 10 years, it's definitely worth it." With such an analysis, it became clear. Ajax nodded, looking expectantly and said, "Davidson, you're right. But to get the whole country using it will take some time. After all, the Great Ming has just stabilized, so there's no need to rush." Heston nodded. That was true. It needed to be done step by step, and rushing wouldn't help. I hope all citizens of the Great Ming can use this. Then winter won't be too harsh." This was also Ajax's heartfelt wish. "By the way, let's quickly send one to Belinda." "Yes, Davidson, let's go then." Heston walked toward the harem with a happy face. This thing was genuinely excellent. Paulette, upon experiencing it, was also very pleased. The room immediately warmed up, no longer as cold as before. "This thing may look small, but it serves a big purpose. It's really good, truly impressive." Paulette understood its benefits at a glance. This thing was truly delightful. Heston watched and said happily, "This boy's mind is sharp. Anything that benefits the country and the people, he can think of. It's certainly our Great Ming's blessing and our family's blessing." Chapter 27. 2 million liang of profit per day. Speaking of the palace, coal stoves and briquettes were being used very well, especially during this day's morning court session. In the Golden Hall, at this moment in every corner, coal stoves were burning slowly, warming up the entire hall, making the officials who came in feel like they were experiencing some sort of illusion. They exchanged glances and then noticed those coal stoves, feeling incredibly astonished. "What is this thing?" "Have no idea, Wyatt. Do you know?" "I indeed don't know. Alaire, what do you think?" "I also have no clue about this thing. I've never seen it before, quite odd and strange. It was indeed strange and peculiar. This thing had such an effect, with excellent heating capacity. Where did it come from? Everyone was filled with curiosity, looking left and right, all seeing it for the first time, yet a bit puzzled. At this moment, Heston arrived, and the ministers naturally did not dare to be careless. Your Area Majesty, long may you reign. Heston waved his hand and said, all my loyal ministers, please rise. If there are any matters to discuss, speak up. Otherwise, we will dismiss the court. At this moment, Grant spoke, Your Area Majesty, we don't know what these items are. They are so peculiar, and seem to benefit the people greatly. Heston seemed to have been waiting for this question and smiled, saying, why it is right. This item indeed has many uses. Not only can it provide warmth, but also boil water and cook food. Its functions are diverse. At this moment, Heston instantly turned into a salesperson, vigorously promoting these items. Since samples were needed, Ajax specifically arranged for the creation of exquisite coal stoves. Although the cost wasn't much different, the price was incomparable now. The coal stoves placed in the Golden Hall were fine works of art, each costing at least 10 taels of silver, essentially making money from the rich. Heston was highly in favor of this approach. He had not forgotten how wealthy they had been when buying mirrors initially, so he felt no qualms about profiting from them. Rather, he agreed wholeheartedly. There were various types of coal stoves, some of which were exquisitely crafted copper stoves, which were very expensive, costing at least 1,000 taels of silver since copper was hard currency and valuable. Adding various craftsmanship techniques increased their added value, which became Ajax's main path to profit. Arionicking money from officials and nobles was the easiest and most profitable. Hearing the emperor speak so knowledgeably undoubtedly revealed the significance of these items. Seeming to notice everyone's gazes, Heston calmly explained, these are the inventions of our state Arianaster. They will be sold in shops. If you need any, go take a look. Realizing this was the key point, everyone felt itchy with anticipation. They had already lost their focus on the court session. Especially in the dead of winter, there really wasn't much business to attend to, so they dismissed early. Once the court was dismissed, the ministers rushed to Ajax's shop, where all kinds of coal stoves were available. Starting from the lowest price of 10 taels of silver, everything was available here. As for the most basic coal stoves, they were sold next door at the coal stove shop, specifically catering to ordinary citizens at lower prices. If one had money, they could visit the nearby shop. Ajax wanted to make money from the rich, as the hard-earned savings of commoners were not significant, and he wouldn't exploit them. Gentlemen, please come inside. Soon these officials saw exquisitely crafted coal stoves, each a masterpiece, with some even breathtakingly beautiful. This is? One official held up a palm-sized portable heater, puzzled. Sir, this is a portable palm heater. Just add half a briquette here, preferably one that is burned halfway, and it can keep warm for half a day. A demonstration was soon given, and it came with a layer of precious animal skin outside, which could be held or carried comfortably. It was very warm, but precautions were mentioned as well. It must be tightly sealed to prevent sparks from escaping, which could be dangerous. Everyone nodded in agreement. This gadget was indeed great, especially for keeping warm during cold winter court sessions, leading to a rush of purchases. Despite being only palm-sized, it was not cheap, costing at least 10 taels of silver without room for bargaining. But the visitors didn't mind the cost if it was practical and useful. Then there were the exquisitely crafted coal stoves for rooms, making everyone even more eager to buy. 100 or even several hundred taels weren't an issue, especially the copper-made stoves, priced at least 1,000 taels of silver, which still didn't dampen their enthusiasm. By the end of the day, Ajax looked at the earnings, stunned. So much? The butler smiled and said, Sir, indeed it was a lot. There was barely enough to sell, especially the copper coal stoves, which were favored by more officials and nobles. Not only did we sell all the 100 prepared today, but also sold 300 from inventory. Sir, among them, there were 100 units at 1,000 taels each, 100 at 3,000 taels each, 100 at 5,000 taels each, and 100 at 10,000 taels each. All these goods, each in quantities of 100, were sold out in a single day, reaching a total revenue of 2,100,000 taels of silver, with profits reaching 2,095,000 taels, a staggering increase of 200 times. Windfall profits, truly windfall profits. Indeed, there are many wealthy people. Tomorrow, hurry to replenish the stock. Also, send half of the profit to the palace. Yes, sir. Soon, Heston learned that the inner treasury had increased by 1,047,250 taels of silver, leaving him stunned. What is this? Your Area Majesty, this is what the state Arianaster sent over. Half the profit from today's coal stove sales. Heston immediately turned envious. What? So much just from half the profit? The eunuch hurriedly nodded. Yes, your Area Majesty, without any mistake. The old servant confirmed it several times. Heston quickly understood. It was indeed a huge benefit, earning so much in just one day. But thinking about it, this gadget could be used for a long time unless those nobles liked novelty items. Generally speaking, ordinary citizens couldn't afford such things. Well done, very well done. Truly lives up to being my nephew, knowing how to care for the people. He knew in his heart that these sales came from his own funding, which made the profit extremely thin. No merchant would do this business, except for him, who was willing to take on the task. Now he could get the money from the rich. These were truly the wealthy ones. The daily income was almost equivalent to what the whole country earned in nearly half a year. How could he not be shocked? This was an enormous gain. No wonder. His nephew knew how to do business. Very good, very impressive. His mind eased, knowing it was fine as long as he could make money, showcasing his talent, leaving others with no reason to complain. Do not let this spread outside. Yes, your Area Majesty. Chapter 28. So much silver Paulette's persuasion. With more money, Ajax could be more aggressive in pursuing his own endeavors, especially the modernized Taoist temple he envisioned. Various craftsmanship skills were indispensable, and naturally, he would need to hire more people. These were not issues. Apart from recruiting people on his own, Borrowing staff from the Ministry of Works was also feasible without any problem. It was that simple. In any case, with the current virtue points, having one cultivation pill a day posed no issue, so it was only natural to prepare in advance. These foundational craft technologies had all been redeemed by him. He needed to prepare for the overall layout afterward. He certainly did not want redundant construction work once everything was built, as that would waste too much financial resources, manpower, and materials. The whole plan was being laid out. During this period, besides going into the palace to administer medicine to Belinda Paulette, he mostly went to the Sioux residence. After all, he brought with him memories from his past life. Entering Taoism midway wasn't anything special. Arianaster, we can barely sell them now. That indicates Yingtianfu is gradually saturated. It's fine. Transport them to the south of the Yangtze River and the northern regions for sale. We'll talk about that next year. There's no rush this year. Prepare properly for next year. The steward nodded after hearing that. After all, leaving them stored wouldn't cause any damage, so it wasn't an issue. Arianaster, the total revenue for this month reached 16 million taels of silver. What are your instructions? Ajax was also startled, quite shocked indeed. The sum was even greater than the Ming Dynasty's annual income. Send half to the imperial palace. Don't make it public. Yes, Arianaster. How could the steward not know? Naturally, he understood clearly. Soon, Heston learned that his inner treasury increased by 8 million taels, which numbed him. Is this what money feels like? Goodness, it took just a short while for his inner treasury to match, if not surpass, the national treasury. This nephew is truly adept at making money. That's excellent. Arianaking money through proper means. Who can say anything? After all, he doesn't hold any real official position, so no one would criticize. Let's not forget, the salt revenue has also arrived. This time it reached 1 million taels. I only get 2/10 of it, meaning my nephew can get 150,000 taels, while the national treasury gets 2.5 million taels. But thinking about the nearly 10 million taels my nephew sent over, it seems less surprising. With more money, it is like this. It seems so simple, and you don't need to think too complexly. Having too much money is also troublesome. Be careful. Don't let the information leak out. Yes, your Arian Majesty. This old servant knows and will ensure they keep their mouths tightly shut. Heston nodded. He knew those officials well. They had sharp tongues, each able to persuade and argue skillfully, making things extremely troublesome. It's better not to let anyone know. He could secretly be pleased with himself. Really didn't expect such significant changes in just a few months, and things will only get better in the future. Thinking more calmly, he felt reassured. He could now buy several new sets of clothes for his sister, who had endured hardship before. Thankfully, now he had a capable nephew who earned money very efficiently. As he thought about this, he walked to the queen's sleeping quarters, smiling broadly as he entered. Henley, you look very happy. What happened? Looking at his sister's rosy complexion, he was delighted. Her health had improved, the house was warm. It was indeed good. Sister, do you know how much money we have now? Paulette put down her needlework and smiled. You're showing off your inner treasury again. Heston replied cheerfully, over 10 million taels. How about that? Paulette was greatly surprised. Are you serious? It was only 1 million taels before, right? Heston immediately explained. That's the total profit for this month. Next month might not be the same. They were transported here together, and we've already ordered everyone to keep silent. Only then did Paulette understand. They indeed had a lot of money. Sister, don't forget, there's also the recent salt revenue. We can say we comfortably surpassed 10 million. This kid is amazing. Heston sighed with emotion again. Paulette said joyfully, amazing is good. Next year, the national treasury will have even more silver. Will you be afraid that there won't be enough money to use then? Hearing this, Heston immediately nodded. Yes, you're right. The state does the salt business, but it can't snatch the coal business anymore, right, sister? Paulette gave him a glance. Of course, giving half of the profit to you, the Zeke, isn't bad? Heston quickly soothed her. Paulette softly said, money stirs the heart. Henley, you should be cautious. Although he has some abilities and secret protectors, some people might risk their lives for wealth. Heston nodded, his expression becoming stern. For these people, he would show no mercy. After all, he earned money through legitimate means. If anyone dared to act recklessly, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. At that time, even Willie, the richest man in the Great Ming, would have to rank below the national Arianaster. This was something he always kept in mind. Paulette also understood this and advised, Henley, he is just a merchant. Don't take it seriously. With our nephew Ajax around now, we can openly defeat him. Isn't that fine? Heston also cared about this point, hoping to defeat the enemy in a fair fight. All of these were trivial matters. You're right. It's not a big deal for now. In a fair competition, no one will be a match for our nephew. Just wait and see. Moreover, there's still me, is Zeke. Hearing this, Paulette rolled her eyes. He still had the temper of a child, always wanting to be the best in everything. But indeed, with him as in Zeke backing up, who in the official circles would dare to act rashly? It would be like courting death. Therefore, the officials would not pose too much obstruction, unless someone really wanted to die. Locally, it was also mainly controlled by the government, with the imperial court being the ultimate authority. A mere rich merchant was nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and if they exposed any flaw, bankruptcy could come in an instant. All right, Henley, don't overthink it. In the future, we might need more money than this. This amount is far from enough. After hearing Paulette's warning, Heston came back to his senses. Indeed, it wasn't enough. Just the need to rebuild the national irrigation system would be a huge expense, requiring more robust levees and not traditional water conservancy projects. It would cost even more silver. There was no doubt about this fact. Still, my sister has a clear head. Unlike me, who got carried away when money started pouring in. You always do that. However, Henley, although our days are better now, the expenditure from many lower-ranking officials is still insufficient. Do you think we should increase their pay? After all, quite a few of them come from humble backgrounds and don't have much money. After hearing this, Heston fell into deep thought. With so much money in his hands and the national treasury fuller, it was indeed time to consider this issue. Chapter 29. Ajax alienates another suggestion. Heston is tempted. Ajax continued to practice meditation every day, taking one chi cultivation pill and waiting for the next update. One per day, no more, no less, neither rushed nor slow. Arianaster, His Arianajesty has arrived. Hearing this, Ajax was puzzled, but wouldn't greet him personally. Upon arriving at the study, Heston sat down immediately, with only Ajax by his side. Camden, your aunt suggested increasing official salaries. What do you think? Ajax understood. Whenever Belinda made a suggestion, Davidson always took it seriously. Davidson, after 3 years, the Great Ming is stabilizing, and with stability comes economic growth. Salaries that sufficed in the past may now be inadequate, especially for lower-ranking officials who need to support families. They can hardly make ends meet. These points I understand well. High-ranking officials, or those from wealthy families don't mind, but they're few. You're right. There should be differentiation. Heston nodded, agreeing with this point. So, should we raise them? Ajax nodded confidently. Yes, raising salaries can boost morale and reduce corruption. Some might still seek money or other benefits, but it would help the upright officials. Davidson, it's worth doing just for these people. However, I suggest announcing this during the imperial examination next year. This batch of scholars will be different from previous ones. Heston reflected thoughtfully. It made sense and had potential. Well done, well done. Your mind works very well. Excellent. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became. Ajax lived up to being part of the Zhu family. Ajax modestly replied, as for how much to increase, it depends on the economy of the Great Ming. But I urge Davidson to be cautious, especially regarding taxes. The burden on commoners is too heavy. Heston agreed strongly. Excessive taxes indeed posed a problem. But how do we solve it? It's a tricky issue. Ajax asked, Davidson, aren't there many soldiers who retire due to injuries each year? Yes, quite a number retire annually. Why not form small teams from these retired soldiers and station them in rural areas to oversee tax collection? They're experienced veterans and won't be easily intimidated. This way, Davidson can keep track of what's happening in the countryside. In an era where imperial authority didn't extend to rural areas, this chaos could be addressed effectively. Heston paused, surprised. You want to break the tradition of non-interference in rural matters. Ajax nodded solemnly. Davidson, in some regions, people still worship river gods and mountain spirits. To curb such practices, we must gradually implement stricter measures. Even if some are corrupted, it instills fear and informs you. Heston pondered. This plan was comprehensive and beneficial, providing better oversight over rural areas in this era. With this approach, we can establish military outposts, giving retired soldiers official positions. This seems like a good path forward. Heston felt confident that, as long as this was executed thoroughly, it would be a sound strategy. If any deceit occurred, strict measures would be necessary. Davidson, after establishing the outposts, rotate their personnel every 5 years, replacing all staff. Those with achievements can move to better posts, while those found lacking will face consequences. Heston was taken aback. Yes, rotating them regularly would prevent long-term corruption. A smart move indeed. Excellent idea, very good. Ajax understood his thoughts and continued. These positions should not be hereditary, Davidson. To prevent fraud, all members of the outposts must be selected from retired soldiers, with preference given to disabled veterans. Heston was increasingly excited. Indeed, disabled soldiers deserved assistance and protection, and they were fiercely motivated. Very good, very good. Well said, Camden. This plan addresses both their livelihood and rural governance issues. Heston praised the plan highly, feeling genuinely pleased. By the way, Camden, the new year is coming soon. We're going to have a family banquet. You must come, understand? Davidson calls. How could I not come? Rest assured, Davidson. That's right. Not in court, among family. Don't be Jirsu. You are also a monk and a high-ranking sage. You should have the demeanor of a sage. Ha ha ha, that's settled. Let's go back now, and prepare well. Heston left happily, taking the idea with him, extremely satisfied and pleased. Ajax helplessly saw him off at the door, returning to his cultivation only after Heston had left. Heston returned to the palace, and immediately told Paulette about it. Paulette praised instantly, as expected of the Eric, your nephew's idea is excellent, hitting several birds with one stone. Heston bragged. Of course, being from the old Zhu family, he's naturally different. Paulette was speechless at his words, but didn't want to break through it. Then follow what your nephew said. You don't need to worry about the family banquet. I will arrange it. All right, thanks again, sister-in-law. My health has improved considerably, and I wish to share some of the burden of the harem with you, especially family matters. You need to run the Great Ming Empire. You shouldn't be too exhausted. Heston felt as sweet as honey, smiling broadly. If it weren't for the fact that my nephew is the Eric, I would really want him to be chancellor. Reed, don't you know that the Eric can become chancellor? What's so special about that? Heston was stumped by Paulette's rebuttal, realizing it might be true. But he couldn't say anything because Ajax hadn't attended court even once, clearly preferring to be a nominal Eric without involving himself in politics. Paulette rolled her eyes. If he doesn't want to, why don't you make him attend court? You're his Zeke and the Emperor of the Great Ming. Chapter 30. Heston transfers salary pressure. Heston's eyes lit up upon hearing this. After all, he was not only the Zeke, but also the Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. However, thinking about what was mentioned before, he felt a bit embarrassed to speak up. Paulette looked at him helplessly and said, You're just living in pain for the sake of saving face. Seeing her reaction, Heston hurriedly tried to soothe her. Only you understand me, sister. Could you give me some advice? Please. Paulette fell into deep thought and then said, Let's make him the Grand Preceptor and put him in Paulette was speechless, knowing there was no point arguing further. All right, I'll talk to him for you. Whether he gives you any face or not is beyond my control. After saying this, she continued her needlework with her head down. Heston watched her, feeling rather awkward. He thought he might have gone too far and couldn't blame her. The next day, during the early court session, Heston declared without hesitation, "We will hold the imperial examination again next year. This will be the first exam after the reform, scheduled for Ariani first." The ministers were used to this, but this time the imperial examination would be different, covering 7 subjects, making it more complex than usual. "Yes, Your Area Majesty." Then Heston asked, "Minister Yang, how much do you estimate the fiscal revenue will be this year?" Minister of Revenue Hamza responded directly, "Your Area Majesty, up until now, tax revenue has reached 15 million taels of silver. We expect it to increase by about 3 million taels, reaching nearly 18 million taels." The ministers were surprised. They didn't expect such a large increase. "Your Area Majesty, if we start next year, I estimate the revenue could reach between 30 and 40 million taels." The ministers were shocked again, doubting if it could really be that much. Inside, Heston was happy. This was good. No one could covet his small treasury now. For now, only his close relatives knew about it. Outsiders were unaware. Very good. Next year, our primary focus will be on water conservancy projects. Water disasters are ruthless, and this time, we've received a heavy blow. I hope to increase spending in this area next year. Minister of Works Gabriel stepped forward, "Your Area Majesty, to carry out the construction of water conservancy comprehensively and effectively, I hope to receive a repair fund of 5 million taels." The ministers were astonished. This year, they barely spent less than 500,000 taels, and now it was 10 times that amount. It was overwhelming. Meanwhile, other ministers also started asking for money. Each one was making outrageous demands, pushing unreasonable amounts. Heston felt helpless watching this. These people saw money and immediately wanted to skim off a layer. Hamza was besieged and had a tough time dealing with everyone. Fortunately, Heston quickly intervened. "This is the Golden Hall, not a marketplace. Where are the etiquettes?" Hearing this, the ministers backed off, allowing Hamza to breathe a sigh of relief. "Minister Yang, calculate how much would be appropriate if we raise salaries for officials, especially for those at lower levels. As for officials above the 4th rank, their salaries will remain unchanged for now." Upon hearing this, the ministers were stunned. This was the first time since becoming emperor that Heston mentioned raising salaries for officials. Though only those below the 4th rank were included, this opened a possibility for future raises for others. After all, it was just the beginning. But for now, this is just a promise. Whether it will be realized depends on the outcome of this year's imperial examination. If it succeeds, the increases will be implemented then. Do you understand, Minister Yang? Although Heston had hinted ahead of time, this was not crucial, so no extra explanation was necessary. Hamza hurriedly bowed. "Yes, Your Area Majesty. I shall not let you down." This was something all officials in the realm were waiting for. Once this door was opened, it meant there would be future opportunities for increases. The premise was that the economy of the Ming Dynasty could improve, and with more fiscal revenue, naturally, there would be a chance to raise salaries. This point was very normal and didn't need any doubt. Heston nodded and said, "Very well, then calculate it first, but we'll see how next year's imperial examination goes. I don't want it to die before birth." He made it very clear. If they couldn't even handle the imperial examination, then there would be no salary increase. The lower-ranking officials couldn't blame Heston. It would be their own fault if they failed. Who could they blame? This was a classic case of shifting the burden. Heston happily announced the end of the court session. He walked away with ease, but the ministers left behind were like ants on a hot pot. Now realizing it, if they couldn't meet the expectations and there was no salary increase, they wouldn't blame the emperor. Instead, they would blame themselves. After all, the emperor had promised to raise their salaries, which depended on the success of the imperial examination. This required them to assist each other. As long as everything went smoothly, there wouldn't be any problems. So, the test for raising salaries fell upon these high-ranking officials. Once the news got out, every official would be watching them closely. The ministers, now fully aware of this, could only bitterly smile. This situation was troublesome. Only those at higher positions have such thoughts and capabilities. We are helpless. Indeed, we are truly helpless. Yes, as long as everything goes well, there will be no issues. The annual imperial examination is crucial. Everyone should understand, right? Yes, next year's imperial examination will be the focal point of the entire Ming Dynasty. Anyone who fails will likely implicate their families. Each of them understood clearly, and their faces turned serious. No one dared to hesitate, knowing it was like being faced with an open blade. Therefore, they needed to prepare thoroughly now, ensuring there would be no troubles. Otherwise, every person present would have no justification. Chapter 31. A group in disarray. After Ajax learned about the events in the imperial court, he secretly sighed. Iwan truly lived up to his reputation. Transferring pressure was indeed a remarkable skill. He really didn't fall short of being an emperor, as his thoughts were far more comprehensive. Indeed, if not for this comprehensiveness, how could he have risen above others and established the great Ming Dynasty as its emperor? Thus, one must never underestimate anyone. Currently, officials throughout the Ming Dynasty, especially those below the 4th rank, were eyeing the opportunity for a raise. If they fail and the raise does not come through, it would lead to deep resentment. At that point, forming cliques for personal gain would be exceptionally difficult. Grant, Archie, and others all felt extremely anxious, with their minds muddled like glue. After all, even if they managed to achieve political accomplishments, it relied on everyone's cooperation. If their subordinates were uncooperative and sluggish, they might still receive the emperor's support. However, if things go poorly, it wouldn't be too bad if they merely got stripped of their ranks without losing their lives. Remy, what should we do now? If something goes wrong with this year's imperial examination then? Just thinking about it is frightening. Once a mishap occurs, their faces will lose honor, leading to numerous troubles. Archie and others could also see that this time there was indeed some risk involved, from top to bottom. After all, no accidents must occur during the imperial examinations. It's really too difficult. Grant could only say, the only way now is to gather all our strength to get through this crisis. You must understand that people's intentions are unpredictable. Once we fail this time, it won't be easy to gain support again. After all, this pay raise proposal came from Heston's first mention of it, giving everyone a huge hope. But the test lies here, to see if they can pass it. If they succeed, naturally they can receive a raise. If they fail, not being killed would be considered fortunate, let alone getting a raise. Whether this problem is an easy score or a fatal trap is in their hands. Moreover, making timely adjustments is no easy task, which would make things even more troublesome later on. Well, preparations haven't started yet, so start preparing now. The sooner you prepare, the sooner you can rest assured. Remember, the officials of the Ming Dynasty are watching us. You should know how many officials are below the 4th rank. Grant's words were true. If something happens, they need to be prepared to take responsibility. Otherwise, expecting a good outcome would be out of the question. This cannot be underestimated and must be kept in mind, leaving no room for negligence. Ultimately, the final result shows that their true purpose cannot waver, and they just need to get through this ordeal. No matter how difficult it is, we must do well this time. Otherwise, how will future officials regard us? Grant was right. Being an official means looking toward one's future prospects. Who would want to serve as an official otherwise? This point is clear. Archie and others understood this deeply, silently noting it down. They needed to overcome this immediate challenge first. Meanwhile, the court was unusually clear, with the end of the year approaching, making things seem more relaxed. Heston was particularly happy, eating well and sleeping soundly, enjoying life to the fullest. Henley, you've been very happy lately. Yes, sister, the pressure has decreased significantly, making me feel much more comfortable. Is that so? Has your nephew attended court? Heston paused, then laughed awkwardly. It's not time yet, right? With you stepping in, my nephew will surely be obedient. Paulette remained speechless after hearing this, realizing that Heston had been waiting for her. It seemed he hadn't attended court once all this time. Truly, his nephew. Forget it. I'll speak to him during the family banquet. He should attend at least once and show some respect to his Zeke, right? Heston immediately nodded vigorously. Yes, you're absolutely right, sister. With you handling it, there's no problem. What could Paulette say? As she tidied things up, she said, all right, we need to prepare properly. You don't want the family banquet to go wrong, do you? Hurry up and supervise everything. Sure thing, sister. I'll get to it right away. Heston happily set about preparing, feeling exceptionally pleased. Indeed, he was overjoyed. This family banquet allowed him to experience the luxury of being an emperor, thanks to the newfound wealth. By the end of the year, his internal treasury should only grow, bringing him great joy. Next year would mark a promising start, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Inside the palace, decorations were being put up, marking the beginning of the new year, and preparations were underway early. Although it was very cold, various coal stoves were lit in different corners, which seemed insignificant but could reduce the chill, preventing the cold from running rampant. There were designated people to handle this, ensuring the continuous burning of the coal stoves. The use of this technology was truly eye-opening, even allowing for some control over the temperature difference outdoors. It was indeed impressive, though it required a sufficient quantity to achieve this effect. Heston looked around and exhaled a breath, feeling that it was warmer now compared to previous winters. Even the snow on the ground wasn't much, especially near the coal stoves, where it had already melted into water. Ice formation was even less likely. Throughout the entire palace, there were many coal stoves of various sizes, requiring quite a few people to maintain them daily. However, these honeycomb coals burned for a long time, making everything run smoothly. Not bad days. This thing may seem small, but it has significant uses and can be so exquisite. Yes, truly yes. He marveled inwardly, acknowledging his nephew's ingenuity and cleverness, coming up with so many ideas. It was just that he was a bit lazy, never attending an early court session, which made him lose face. But when he thought about it being the only offspring of his third brother, all resentment disappeared, revealing his deep emphasis on family ties. Third brother, you can rest assured now. In the future, if we adopt another branch, your lineage will continue. Heston sighed, feeling that time didn't spare anyone. Similarly separated by life and death, it made him feel the helplessness of the era. However, now he felt delighted. As long as he persisted, he would gain more support. He didn't need anything extraordinary. As long as he was here, he could ensure their wealth and honor. Of course, Heston himself had already embarked on his own path and couldn't say much more. He could only say that life was unpredictable. Perhaps their old Zhu family would produce someone extraordinary. Why did he think so? It was because of Ajax's performance, which indeed gave off that vibe, offering a great opportunity. But he wasn't envious. He knew too well that it required both talent and fortune. Chapter 32, Imperial Family Banquet. Ajax did not know what his Zeke was thinking. At this moment, he felt that he had already reached the peak of the Chi practitioner stage, but why couldn't he break through? That's strange. Even though I still have Chi cultivation pills, it feels like there's no progress at all. Why is that? He couldn't figure this out. The only explanation could be one thing: lack of advanced techniques. Currently, he was cultivating according to the foundational Taoist talisman Aryan Annual, which has no further stages available. Yet, why didn't it work once he reached the Chi practitioner stage? In theory, it shouldn't be impossible. There are several more powerful talismans in the manual, clearly beyond the current stage. So, why can't I break through? After much thought, he still couldn't figure it out. Forget it. No point overthinking. Overthinking often leads to trouble. Better not think about it at all. Ajax put away his cultivation method and silently stood up, wanting to observe the results. It still required time. Looking outside at the snowy scenery, the year was about to end. This was his 9th year in the Great Ming Dynasty, soon to be 10. Time flies so fast. Before you know it, so much time has passed. Time rushes on like an arrow. Sir, the carriage is ready. Let's go then. Ajax stepped out and boarded the carriage, heading straight for the imperial palace. Indeed, today was the day of the family banquet. Upon arrival at the palace gates, the guard saw him and immediately allowed passage without having to stop, driving directly into the palace grounds. Why was Heston so lenient? He knew that Ajax himself was a formidable expert. Creating chaos under his watch would not be easy, especially as a high-ranking Taoist master, making such actions unlikely. Thus, Heston was very generous, not just because he was the Eric, but also due to recognition of his abilities. It was unprecedented for an outsider to drive a carriage inside the imperial palace in the Great Ming. Once arriving at the Grand Hall, Ajax got off the carriage and went to wait in a side hall. Entering the Grand Hall, Heston and Paulette were already there. Seeing him arrive made them quite happy. Some people present had met him before, while others had not. Feeling their gazes, Ajax wasn't surprised, finding it very pleasant. Camden, you've arrived. Come, sit here. Heston waved a hand, allowing him to take the first seat below, indeed being the top person of his generation among the Zhous. Even Jacob Elwood called him elder brother. No need to mention others. Ajax did not overly modestly decline. After bowing, he took his seat. Paulette smiled, understanding her nephew's abilities firsthand. Indeed, he was a true expert. Great. Today we're very happy. This is a family banquet after all, inviting our own family members for dinner, not a state banquet. Relax, don't be nervous. Let's begin the feast. With Heston's cheerful shout, the family banquet commenced. This time, Heston put great effort and spent money. Each table filled with fish and meat, not excessive, but plentiful. And some rare delicacies were also present. Seeing this, Elwood became confused. Usually, the emperor advocated frugality, yet why was this so lavish, or rather, generous? Not just him, other princes and princesses shared the same puzzled look. Only Ajax remained calm, showing no concern. Heston simply smiled without explaining. If word got out, wouldn't everyone know? Someone would surely try to target the royal treasury. Absolutely unacceptable. Welcome, eat. Hope everyone enjoys the meal. Following Heston's lead, everyone began eating, their mouths glistening with oil, clearly enjoying themselves. Paulette watched happily, but didn't forget the matter at hand. She gave Heston a glance and came down to sit next to Ajax. Seeing this, Ajax was somewhat bewildered. What is Belinda doing? Without delay, Paulette spoke directly. Ajax, your contributions to the Great Ming these days haven't gone unnoticed by your Zeke and aunt. Your achievements are significant, and rewards should match deeds, right? Ajax nodded in agreement. That's indeed the case. Paulette continued with a smile. Since you agree, things will be easier. Your Zeke intends to appoint you as Abner, overseeing the Ministry of Revenue, ensuring they don't overspend. What do you think? Startled, Ajax quickly realized she was setting him up, urgently responding, Belinda, I'm still young, too unreliable. If something goes wrong, it would embarrass Davidson and the Emperor. Need to think carefully. Paulette, seeming to have anticipated this, kept smiling. Don't worry, your Zeke has thought this through. This isn't something decided hastily. Surely, you want to honor filial piety? Ajax's face fell at once. Well, if the first attempt didn't work, they resorted to the ultimate move. Filial piety has always been the greatest weapon since ancient times, and will continue to be so in the future. He could only say with a wry face, Belinda, is this really necessary? Paulette said earnestly, your Zeke isn't easy as an individual. He needs someone to share the burden. You have the ability, which is a blessing for the Zhu family. Don't you want to make the Great Ming better? Ajax remained silent for a while before he could only say, of course I do. I want the Great Ming to become immensely strong, comparable to Qin, Han, Tang, or even surpass them. Hearing this, Paulette was even more delighted. See, your dream is so grand. Your Zeke must be very happy. Ajax glanced carefully at Heston and whispered, I'm just afraid of Davidson's temper. What if he turns his back on me? I would be the best punching bag. Paulette laughed heartily and said, relax, there's still Belinda here. I'll keep an eye on him for you. Sure enough, with these words, Ajax nodded immediately, feeling bolder and added, with Belinda's promise, I feel much reassured. However, my cousin should also get involved and share the burden. What do you think, Belinda? Paulette naturally understood his intention, to distribute the pressure imposed by Heston. That makes sense. Oliver is old enough to participate in state affairs. This can be done. After pondering for a moment, Ajax said, then Belinda, please keep an eye on it. Otherwise, I won't agree. Paulette looked into his eyes, recognizing the deep-seated blood ties. It was natural, after all, she was his senior. All right, I'll watch over it. Rest assured, act boldly. If your Zeke loses his temper, I'll bear the brunt for you. Ajax knew that at this point, not agreeing wasn't an option. He could only nod helplessly. Belinda, you've pulled me aboard, just don't let the ship capsize. He appeared woefully reluctant, quite unwilling. Chapter 33, Year-End System Reward, Foundation Establishment Stage, Rain Calling and Wind Summoning. Seeing that Ajax finally agreed, Paulette repeatedly assured him before returning to her seat. She then whispered to Heston, your nephew has agreed, but if he loses his temper, it won't work. I promised him that you would control your temper, Reed, understand? Heston, who feared nothing in his life except his sister, nodded hastily and said, sister, whatever you say goes. Actually, Heston did not want the harem to interfere with politics, but he liked having Paulette give him advice. It was just talk. So people are indeed contradictory like this. Ajax felt helpless. This time he was caught off guard, and peaceful days were about to be over. No way, he had to strive for more benefits, for the sake of all officials. As for other princes, princesses, and even the crown prince, they were all stunned, never expecting Paulette to speak to him like that. Although they couldn't hear clearly, they could see from their expressions that it wasn't a simple conversation. But everyone knew better than to ask, or else they would bring misfortune upon themselves. Heston watched with a satisfied smile, oblivious to the chain of events that would soon make him regret it. The family banquet ended smoothly, allowing everyone to get acquainted initially, so there was no need for concern. Just as Ajax was about to leave, the chief eunuch brought some clothing. Don't misunderstand, it was a Taoist robe, not anything else. The implication was clear. It was to be used as official attire. Grand Arianaster, this is specially made for you by His Arian Majesty. Do you find it satisfactory? This one is made from top-grade Hatian jade. After receiving it, Ajax understood that the fuchun and robe were both crafted from premium materials. But why is the robe purple? The chief eunuch smiled and replied, "You are the Grand Arianaster, holding an esteemed position. Naturally, this robe suits you." After hearing this, Ajax nodded helplessly. "All right, I understand." The chief eunuch left smiling. Ajax sighed and boarded the carriage. He knew that a purple robe signified the highest rank within the Taoist community, typically worn during grand ceremonies or by those of extremely high status. Though he was a Grand Arianaster, he was still unknown within the Taoist community. But he wasn't without capability and didn't care much about these trifles. Arriving home, he put things away and prepared to rest. Tomorrow was a new year. "Congratulations, host. You have earned a total of 50,000 merit points. You will receive a special reward, breakthrough in cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Additional reward, Taoist power to call rain and summon wind." Upon hearing this, Ajax realized this was one of the 36 heavenly powers of Taoism, which could be awarded as a reward. How incredibly satisfying. This time, he also learned that he had reached a new realm, the foundation establishment stage. Though only at the initial level, the amount of spiritual energy in his body had become countless times denser, appearing thicker. The effect was naturally excellent. On this point, he was very clear. With such potent spiritual energy, he could perform feats, like the newly acquired rain calling and wind summoning. A powerful feat, indeed. With his spiritual energy, he could indeed summon a significant rainstorm, though the exact range was Zekier. However, he could leverage talismans to reduce the pressure and potentially enhance the effect. His heart raced. This was indeed a good thing and should not be taken lightly. Not bad, quite powerful. It seems the annual system evaluation can enhance my realm or grant new abilities. As for what else, we'll have to wait and see. At this moment, an additional slot appeared in the system mall. A pill called True Essence Pill was listed, clearly meant for the foundation establishment stage. A new slot featured a magical treasure, specifically a sword. The price of the sword was 10,000 merit points, and True Essence pills rose to 1,000 per pill. Indeed, prices were rising, and at this rate, he wouldn't have enough pills. Isn't this forcing him to earn more merit points? Looks like I need to push myself to do my best. Looking at his remaining 30,000 plus merit points, he realized the system calculated total merit points, not remaining ones. After gritting his teeth, he made the purchase. Instantly, his remaining merit points dropped to just over 20,000, making his heart ache. A sword, palm-sized, appeared in his hand. He instinctively injected his spiritual energy, causing the sword to flash brilliantly before disappearing into his dantian. This was clearly something that could be stored internally. So this is a Taoist sword, huh? Excellent. An exquisite magical sword. No wonder it's so expensive. Worth every bit. Very worth it. Obviously, the system provided only the best quality items. Lower tier ones would not appear. Moreover, only 2 slots were related to his cultivation, while the rest remained unchanged, indicating that it would take a long time. Well, as long as it doesn't hinder my cultivation, now that I've reached the foundation establishment stage, I should focus on diligent practice. Ajax felt extremely joyful, and his demeanor naturally exuded an otherworldly charm with the essence of Taoism. This was the true benefit. The path of cultivation is now open, and the road to immortality is within reach. This is indeed very good. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He also knew that this required a massive amount of merit points. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to obtain good things in the future, which would be the most painful experience. To earn merit, he couldn't afford to hesitate anymore. But setting new records wouldn't be easy. His excited heart gradually calmed down. He couldn't be impatient. Cultivation required steady progress and couldn't be rushed, or else nothing could be accomplished well. Cultivating the body and mind meant following the natural way of Taoism, without force. Ajax understood that all he needed to do was earn enough merit points, and he could make it happen. With his mindset, knowing what to do made everything the best. This point mustn't be overlooked and needs to be handled properly. No matter what, he still needed skills and couldn't fake it. Effort was something hard to describe, but it was essential and couldn't be constrained. He harbored a fierce tiger in his heart, which he needed to tame himself, so it could last longer. This was a good thing. Tomorrow is court. Oh no. It seems securing blessings isn't just for the people, but also for my own peace. The early morning court sessions were very early, and he needed to start preparing from here. With a quick turn of thought, he had an idea. Testing it out would reveal the results. This way, he wouldn't be unprepared for future matters and unable to move quickly. Arianity things required coordination. There shouldn't be anyone causing trouble, lest he suffer losses and earn no merit points. That wouldn't be good, so a good start was necessary. Chapter 34. Bestowing the title of Abner and concurrently managing the Ministry of Revenue, Yuan returns. The next day, during the morning court session, Grant and others all wore puzzled expressions. The new year had just begun, yet the National Arianaster actually came. Ever since being appointed as the National Arianaster, he hadn't appeared even once. Why did he come in the new year? Ajax dressed anew, paying no heed to their gazes. Although his magical powers kept him from feeling sleepy, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. His Arianajesty approaches. Whispers instantly ceased as everyone fell into place. Ajax's position was unique. Even if standing first, Grant would have to give way. Moreover, Jacob Elwood also arrived, signaling to everyone that the Jacob was starting to participate in state affairs. Given his heated appearance, it was evident he had just finished exercising. Rumors were not false. After Heston took his seat on the dragon throne, he saw Ajax arrive and felt especially pleased. His sister's word held sway. However, he still treated him well, immediately ordering, "Bring a chair for the National Arianaster and keep it there henceforth." Good heavens, what an unexpected move. The ministers in the grand hall were all stunned, silently criticizing in their hearts. What was this about? Seeing the National Arianaster sit without humility, they realized the emperor meant it seriously, but confusion lingered. At this moment, the head eunuch announced, by imperial decree, The title of Abner is bestowed upon the national Arianaster, with concurrent management of the Ministry of Revenue, by imperial order. Upon hearing this decree, all the ministers were taken aback. What was going on? Why so suddenly? There had been no hint whatsoever. Truly strange, too strange. Ajax himself was surprised. Wasn't it supposed to be just concurrently serving as Abner? How did managing the Ministry of Revenue come into play? Heston saw the look on his face and laughed inwardly, delighted that this lad would now stop slacking off. The Ministry of Revenue oversaw the wealth of the Ming Dynasty, wielding financial power. Now having the national Arianaster concurrently manage it, while giving him the title of Abner at such a young age, certainly presented challenges. Your Arianagesty, isn't this inappropriate? Grant finally stepped in, realizing that if he didn't act now, he'd lose the opportunity. Heston narrowed his eyes and said, "What's inappropriate? We trust the national Arianaster can handle it. It's decided. From now on, the Ministry of Revenue must report expenditures to the national Arianaster for approval before dispersing funds." Heston spoke bluntly, showing no favor. One could say he was obstinate. This was Heston's decisive style. Upon hearing this, Grant and others knew they had no recourse. Seeing how the Emperor and his nephew were clearly in sync, there was no stopping them. Hamza of the Ministry of Revenue knew he would have to follow the national Arianaster's lead now, which irked him but left him powerless. This world belonged to the Armin clan. What could they do in protest? Ajax stood and bowed. Your Arianagesty, regarding the concurrent management of the Ministry of Revenue? Heston waved his hand. We believe in your abilities. Let's do it. Is there anything else? Ajax understood his Zeke's stubborn nature and wouldn't pick unnecessary fights, replying, Your Arianagesty, with the cold weather and early mornings, may we delay the morning court sessions until sea hour in winter? In summer, chin hour would suffice. What does your Arianagesty think? Hearing the suggestion for the first time, changing the court session time was welcomed. Indeed, it resonated deeply with the ministers, who listened intently. Heston paused, then seeing his resolute gaze, felt it akin to his own tenacity. All right, for your sake, during the coldest 2 months, morning sessions will be at sea hour. For the rest of the year, they will be at chin hour. Ajax was satisfied, achieving his goal. Thank you, your Arianagesty. With these words, most of the ministers echoed, Thank you, your Arianagesty, joyfully. Thus, the year would see chin hour for 7 months and sea hour for 5. Winter, the hardest season, postponed by 1 hour, made the best arrangement. With his first attendance at the morning court achieved, excitement was palpable. Grant and others remained silent, observing that the national Arianaster had started stabilizing his position for the benefit of the ministers. If they opposed him, they risked alienation, inevitably leaning towards the national Arianaster. Thus, they must remain composed and maintain their stance. Emperor Heston listened, feeling very pleased. This way, he could also be a little lazy. In winter, who would want to wake up so early? This suggestion was beneficial for everyone. It was normal to cooperate with him a bit more, and it didn't really make him angry. Just as everyone continued discussing, a figure ran into the Golden Hall. Your Arianagesty, I have fulfilled your Arianagesty's decree and split the Changbai Mountains into 2 segments. Indeed, it was Yuan. Now finally excited, he had returned after splitting the Changbai Mountains in half from the middle. With the help of Guosher's ground-sealing talisman, this task was completed, and now he came to report back. Upon hearing this, Ajax glanced toward the northeast direction and felt that the nascent dragon vein had been completely destroyed. His ground-sealing talisman had already taken effect, and the aura was entirely dispersed. Heston was extremely thrilled and very happy upon hearing this. Guosher, how is it? Your Arianagesty, it has been accomplished. There is no need to worry anymore. In the future, there will be no dragon veins in this world, and the great Ming Dynasty will be passed down for generations. Ajax's statement made sense because without dragon veins, only the great Ming would exist. Unless one day the earth changed dramatically and new dragon veins emerged, it would then depend on the abilities of each dynasty. After listening to this, Heston laughed heartily, extremely pleased. He then turned his attention towards Arianarchus. At this moment, Arianarchus suffered from deafness and couldn't help but tremble. Being as smart as he was, he immediately knew what was going on, instantly realizing that without leaving his home, Guosher knew all these details. The newly born dragon vein outside the pass had been predicted by him, leading to the decisive decision to demolish the Changbai Mountains, a ruthless move. His calculations now became futile. His heart turned cold, devoid of any warmth. Staying in such a high position for so long, holding back, made him feel chilled and shaken. Lord Qingyi, how do you find our methods? Do they have some effect? The soft words were like thunderclaps in Arianarchus's ears, truly giving him a rude awakening. Don't think that only he is clever, only he knows everything. Chapter 35. Arianarchus's trembling heart. Your Arianagesty is wise. Arianarchus knelt down directly, trembling as he spoke. Being with the Emperor is like being with a tiger. He knows the Emperor's character too well. This time it was clearly a decisive move and a fatal one. Emperor Heston looked at him and slowly said, Very good. We know you have established many merits for the great Ming Dynasty. This incident will be recorded for now, but we do not wish to see it happen again. Lord Qingxin, do you understand what I mean? Arianarchus knocked his head on the ground heavily and replied, Thank you for your grace, your Arianagesty. I will remember this. Heston nodded and said, Then that's settled. Just assist us faithfully in the future. The Imperial Preceptor will be keeping an eye on things. What more could Arianarchus say? Others might not know, but he was very clear about the situation. At this moment, there was no retreat available. Ajax then said, Your Arianagesty, the northeastern region has fertile land. Although winters are harsh, it's a rare grain-producing area. Its yield can match that of the Central Plains, even though they harvest twice a year here. I suggest fully occupying this area and relocating settlers. Heston listened and asked skeptically, Imperial Preceptor, is this true? Ajax wouldn't have known otherwise. Northeast China has some of the world's rarest black soil, which should definitely be utilized. Your Arianagesty indeed. Although sparsely populated, the land is incredibly fertile. Planting crops here is unparalleled, even with only one harvest per year. It matches 2 harvests in the Central Plains. Such a resolute attitude made Heston quite surprised. He never expected such treasures beyond the border. Since 1 harvest here equals 2 in the Central Plains, there was no need to hesitate. Good, very good. Such treasure cannot be missed. Duke of Elijah, lead the army and occupy the entire northeast without mercy. Dylan responded immediately, yes, your Area Majesty. In his heart, Dylan was overjoyed. Ever since recovering from illness, he had been eager to establish more achievements. Now finally came the chance. Naturally, he wouldn't want to miss it. Heston immediately began mobilizing troops to take control of the northeast, knowing it was too valuable to miss out on. Ajax continued, your Area Majesty, though the northeast is cold, you could issue an edict waiving all taxes for 3 years for those willing to relocate. By then, many would be willing to go. Heston nodded in agreement, thinking this would effectively guide the situation. There are always pioneers in this world. Good, we thought the same. Indeed worthy of being the Imperial Preceptor. Ajax silently commented but did not voice it, simply sitting back down. Everything was already set. Things must proceed step by step without haste. At this moment, all ministers remained silent, realizing the decision had been made, and there was nothing much they could do. However, if it were true, they all wanted a share of this new territory. Heston was now excited and happy, especially after putting Aryonarchus in his place. It felt refreshing, like enjoying an ice block in summer. Alright, since there's nothing else, let's adjourn court. The New Year's first day thus ended abruptly without any holiday, showing how stringent it was. Oh yes, the court can rest for 3 days starting tomorrow, and then reconvene. As if sensing something, Heston added this before leaving the Hall of Golden Brilliance. 3 days might not be much, but it was better than nothing, allowing for a brief respite. Today's events involving Aryonarchus were quite unexpected. Aryonarchus returned home feeling dizzy, still in shock. Caesar looked worried and asked, Father, what happened? Coming back to his senses, Aryonarchus sighed deeply. My secret has been seized by his Area Majesty. From now on, my life depends entirely on him. Caesar was taken aback. Father, what do you mean? You seemed fine this morning. Aryonarchus smiled bitterly. Yes, this morning I was fine. But the world is full of surprises. Today's shocks were too much. Don't ask too many questions. Just live your life peacefully. He couldn't tell. He knew this Imperial Preceptor was far from ordinary, truly formidable, and not someone easy to deal with. If it were so simple, it would be easier to handle. He hadn't anticipated his secrets being uncovered so quickly, now under the Emperor's scrutiny. He couldn't afford to be careless. Send someone to investigate the Changbai Mountains in the northeast. Do not mention or inquire about it, just observe carefully and report back. Yes, father. I'll send someone right away. Caesar hurriedly sent someone to investigate in the northeast. Aryonarchus was now lost in thought, his heart trembling understandably. The crime of deceiving the Emperor could lead to the extermination of all 9 clans, leaving no future for the Liu family. One wrong move had led him into a death trap, leaving nothing to argue against. Death was inevitable and undeniable. Heaven's will, this is beyond human control, what one man alone cannot change. At this moment, he understood too clearly the capabilities of the Imperial Preceptor, which many people underestimated. But could he speak up? Of course not. As for whether it was true or not, he would know when his subordinates returned. There was no point in rushing for now. His anxiety was understandable, yet no need for more questions. Understanding went beyond explanation. What needed to be done required no overthinking. What was coming, would come, unstoppable. All his boasts from before were now thoroughly discredited, and he had been sternly warned from above. Recalling that earlier hint of killing intent, it was clear that it had been there all along, just waiting to be unleashed. Now that the time had come, there was no hiding or denying. A moment's lapse, a fleeting greed, leading to a great mistake. It's too late to correct now, under constant surveillance. Aryonarchus felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. If he did not behave properly, the executioner's sword would soon fall, and the extermination of 9 clans would be certain. Clearly, he could no longer act as he used to. Failing to meet the Emperor's expectations could bring disaster upon the Liu family. In such a situation, self-preservation was meaningless. Thinking of this, Aryonarchus could only laugh bitterly, the bitterness hard to describe. This was truly helpless and frustrating. Not only for himself but for others too. There was nothing left to say. The situation was already irreversible. He was powerless. With someone like the Imperial Preceptor around, his own abilities paled in comparison. Just being able to protect his family was enough. Chapter 36, Heston's Reflections and Paulette's Consolation. Heston felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey, feeling elated all the way to the harem. Not until he reached the Empress's palace did he somewhat restrain himself, but he was still very happy. Paulette looked at him in puzzlement and asked, Henley, what are you so happy about? Is it just because your nephew has come to court? Heston hurriedly replied, No, naturally I'm happy for his arrival at court, but there's another reason for my joy. Paulette became instantly curious. What could be more gratifying than this? With great patience and a smile, Heston recounted the entire story from beginning to end. Truly so. Yes, indeed. It's been reported that Aryonarchus has already sent people northward, which undeniably indicates its significance. Paulette couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath upon hearing this. You really did it. Although this is also the most thorough way. Heston nodded directly, his face showing a ruthless side. If that old man hadn't deceived us back then, we wouldn't have needed such drastic measures. All of this is his fault, isn't it? Paulette sighed with a bitter smile and nodded. Right, you're right. Your nephew is impressive. Without leaving home, he knows matters thousands of miles away. It seems he's very capable. Heston strongly agreed with this. Ajax, by virtue of historical knowledge, previously deduced that the largest possibility of the dragon vein was located in Mount Changbai. Now, with his realm breakthrough, his chi perception skill was stronger, clearly observing that the nascent dragon vein in northeast China had been severed and completely dissipated. This was what satisfied him. But no matter what, he's our nephew, and that can't be wrong. Paulette smiled and said, yes, yes. So, how do you plan to deal with Baron Aryonarchus? Hearing this, Heston's expression turned serious. I haven't decided yet. After all, he contributed significantly to establishing this empire. Executing him now would cause considerable trouble, though I'm not afraid. We shouldn't act rashly. For now, let's leave him alone and see what happens. Paulette couldn't help but admire. That's wise. Killing him now wouldn't be good. This old man does have skills, always hiding before. This time, with no protection, you've caught him off guard. If he doesn't behave properly, we can't blame us. Yes, well said. It should be like that. This point was very clear and visible, causing no issues. Heston was currently extremely pleased and satisfied, filled with joy. His heart was delighted, making everything even more wonderful. With a content heart, he was indeed happier. This was a good thing. Paulette could see that this was giving him an opportunity. If he didn't know better, no one could stop his intent to kill. After all, the Ming Dynasty was painstakingly established by them. They couldn't let anyone sabotage it. Even she, being a woman, didn't wish to see it happen. For the stability of the Ming Dynasty, ensuring peace throughout the land was indeed meritorious. Clearly, they enjoyed the best treatment. This sense of joy mustn't be underestimated. It brought more happiness. Current changes were undeniable. If someone could achieve this, others needn't worry. Relatively speaking, this scene was more realistic. Well, you look so happy. In the end, it's still thanks to your nephew. Without him, everything would have been unknown, kept in the dark. Heston didn't refute, agreeing fully. Sister, you're right. Without a good nephew, who knows what the future of the Ming Dynasty would be? But we still need to pay attention, as he suggested occupying the northeast. Paulette was puzzled after hearing this. Northeast is a harsh land, historically sparsely populated. Why would he suggest going there? Heston, also feeling frustrated, explained. He says there's a granary comparable to that of Central Plains, where annual yields can match twice that of Central Plains. Could we not be tempted? Food is heaven to the people, the most primal driving force. Paulette was also astonished after hearing this. Really? Is that true? Heston solemnly said. It shouldn't be false. His abilities are well understood and truly excellent. He wouldn't lie. I trust him a lot since he's now royal kin. Paulette understood. True indeed. This is the best situation. We can be reassured. There was no explaining this. Due to his supernatural abilities, they couldn't explain it otherwise. They could only say that Taoist masters are indeed extraordinary. Heston was still very excited. Having suppressed Aryonarchus, someone who never quite looked up to him, believing himself to be the smartest, he finally found someone who surpassed him, which was indeed worth celebrating. Paulette watched him, knowing he was in high spirits again. Read, some matters still need more consideration. Remember to consult your nephew more often since he is so capable. Now Arev has started learning and can take over from you better in the future. It will help them, as cousins, to work together better, don't you think? Heston nodded vigorously. Yes, that's right. Indeed, it should be this way. In this way, everything would be perfect. He knew his own shortcomings. Although decisive, there were things that shouldn't be too hasty. At this moment, he remarked with a sigh, fortunately, heaven has helped us find our dear nephew. Otherwise, we might have lost a significant aid. Don't you agree? Paulette agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, very well said. We still don't know the full extent of his abilities. We'll find out gradually in the future. As long as he has the capability, it all depends on him. Heston suddenly asked, do you think he could achieve immortality? Paulette smiled bitterly and shook her head. I don't know. Don't let your imagination run wild. How many emperors throughout history have obsessed over this and done foolish things in their later years? Heston chuckled awkwardly. I was just asking. I won't get carried away, so rest assured. Paulette rolled her eyes and sighed. Indeed, I have the same feeling. But everyone has different aspirations, and not everyone can achieve it. Immortality requires talent and opportunity, which he may possess, but we might not. Listening to her words, Heston felt slightly bufuchi, unconvinced. Yet recalling how many emperors had tried various cultivation methods without success, he acknowledged that having the chance didn't mean one would succeed. This fact showed that even with opportunities, they lacked the fate for it. Thus, forcing it wouldn't work. No one could predict the consequences of such obsession, right? Paulette added, so we mustn't force it. The outcome of trying too hard, no one can truly foresee, can they? Chapter 37 Overseas Gold and Silver Mountains. Thankfully, we haven't enforced the C-ban yet. Ajax returned home with a sigh of relief and was also uplifted. After all, his current identity was indeed a member of the royal family, an undeniable fact. How the future of the great Ming turned out still had some bearing on him. No, it would affect his future descendants. If he wanted his descendants to fare well, he naturally needed to provide them with a stable environment. It seemed Aryonarchus hadn't foreseen this day. One misstep, whose fault is it? He felt at ease in his heart and couldn't be happier. The next morning, Kesha came to find him early. Brother Ajax, father is going to war, you know? I know. Don't worry, your father is in good health now. There won't be any problems. Living for several more decades isn't an issue. Kesha breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, fearing that something might happen to her father who had previously been in poor health. However, with his adjustments, she watched his recovery day by day until he almost completely recovered. All this was because of his support from behind. Ajax saw her come and said, let's go inside first. It's quite cold outside. Kesha nodded and followed him into the study. With tea and dried fruits ready, it made for pleasant conversation. Brother Ajax, do you really think Northeast China is a great granary? Kesha was still skeptical. If it were so, why had she never heard of it? Ajax sighed. Most people in northeastern China are beyond the passes. Few are organized for farming. It only appeared during the Han Dynasty and Tang Dynasty, but wasn't valued much. That's why you've never heard of it. No matter how fertile the land, it still needs cultivation. Listening to this, Kesha nodded in agreement. Indeed, it made sense. To say that once the northeast granary is established, the Great Ming can have more food, Kesha said. Ajax did not deny it, indeed, but stability is a prerequisite. Without stability, it's hard to achieve results. Beyond the passes has long been the territory of nomadic tribes, and agricultural areas are scarce, so it's natural not to know. Furthermore, being a bitterly cold place, it makes perfect sense. Don't worry, there will be no problem. In the future, more people will recognize its benefits and join in, which could be another viable path. Hearing this, Kesha nodded and suddenly asked, are there other good places as well? Ajax gave a direct answer, yes, in ancient times Jiaoji was one such place, that is, now the area south of Guangxi and Guizhou, these are all good places. Curious after listening, Kesha remarked, brother Ajax, you really know a lot. Ajax laughed and replied, observing the heavens above and the earth below, it's part of common sense. Besides, with increasing trade nowadays, knowing more about the outside world is best. The sea itself holds much potential. Even more intrigued, Kesha asked, the overseas really has so many treasures? Golden mountains or silver mountains? Ajax burst into laughter. Yes, there are indeed golden and silver mountains, but it's not yet the time. So don't rush, take it step by step, you'll know in the future. Kesha widened her eyes in disbelief. Really exists? Ajax solemnly nodded. They indeed exist and produce abundantly. Kesha was struck with awe, truly befitting of the imperial advisor, so impressive. After chatting for a while, Kesha felt she had been out for too long and hurriedly took her leave without even having a meal. Ajax looked on speechlessly but didn't insist. It was fine for now, slowly developing. Butler, how is the camp outside the city? Has anything gone wrong? The butler immediately responded, rest assured, sir. I check daily, though it has snowed. Nothing has happened. Everyone is doing fine. Ajax nodded. Good. Have the supplies been distributed? The butler wouldn't hide anything. Sir, everything has been distributed. The people are all well fed and rested. Only then did Ajax feel reassured. After all, if anything went awry, it would be embarrassing. So this is excellent. If the people were faring well, once winter was over and spring arrived, they could return. To be honest, it wouldn't be long. He believed it would pass within a month. Kesha was just about to head back home when she was stopped by her father and saw that the emperor was there. Your Area Majesty, father. Good. Where have you been? Emperor Heston asked pleasantly. Kesha blushed and stammered. I went to the imperial advisor's residence. Both Heston and Dylan laughed loudly, causing Kesha to blush even more. Dylan hurriedly said, it seems you are quite satisfied, but don't rush. Also, don't visit his residence too often. It's not appropriate for a well-bred young lady. Emperor Heston, however, said with indifference, old brother, that's not right. This is her business, so you shouldn't worry. If she likes to go, why not? There's nothing wrong with that. Dylan was speechless and couldn't contradict him. Kesha listened and was indeed very happy. Thank your Area Majesty for your praise. Brother Ajax and I had a chat. Oh, what did you talk about? Is it convenient to say? Emperor Heston just blurted this out instinctively. He didn't really expect an answer, but Kesha was not bothered and directly said, we talked about some overseas matters. He said there are gold and silver mountains overseas, but I don't know if it's true or not. Gold and silver mountains? This surprised both of them as it was a significant matter. They were also skeptical. Was it true? Kesha spoke very firmly. Brother Ajax was very sure about what he said, but he also mentioned that it's unrealistic at present, seemingly due to some resistance or other reasons. Emperor Heston understood in his heart. In fact, he was considering enforcing the sea ban because there were many pirates along the southeastern coast who frequently came ashore to loot and burn, making a sea ban seem like a good idea. However, now hearing about these potential benefits made him hesitate. Should he enforce the sea ban? It seemed he needed more consideration. Moreover, if there were indeed gold and silver mountains, that would be another story. Dylan also knew the emperor's thoughts. He was aware of the severity of the situation along the southeastern coast and knew it couldn't be taken lightly and required vigilance. Now it appeared to be something else that needed attention. If there were indeed such benefits, enforcing the sea ban would be a difficult decision. Once enforced, reversing it would make the imperial decree seem unreliable. Heston immediately kept this in mind because everything he said always came true. Gold and silver mountains couldn't be fewer. The yearning in his eyes was clearly evident and unfeigned. Chapter 38. The Overworked Ming Dynasty. At this moment, Heston was indeed very grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he hadn't imposed a maritime ban. Otherwise, so much wealth would have been missed out on. A colossal loss for both himself and the Great Ming. We've really had good luck. However, I am somewhat worried about the issue of pirate raids. This has always been a troubling problem. Although the Ming Dynasty is gradually stabilizing now, it still wouldn't be wise to fight on two fronts simultaneously. It's also quite dangerous. Old brother, although the Northern Yuan Dynasty has been defeated, they still possess strength. When you go to occupy the northeastern region's fertile lands, there will still be danger. You must not be careless, said Dylan earnestly. Your Area Majesty, I understand this. I will certainly do well and will not disappoint you. Heston was very confident in him. His military capability was naturally strong, which was why he could rise to this position. As for the southeastern direction, this matter required attention as well. After all, they couldn't ignore it, especially if they needed to venture into the sea. Stability was crucial. Dylan then said, Your Area Majesty, is it too early to discuss this now? Perhaps we can consult with the imperial advisor. He might have solutions. Upon hearing this, Heston hesitated and said, although I don't deny his intelligence and wisdom, military affairs might be somewhat special. How could an outsider understand these matters? Hearing this, Dylan also hesitated. Not that he didn't trust, but as the emperor mentioned, outsiders truly could complicate things. An incompetent general could exhaust his entire army. It wasn't without reason. Why don't we set it aside for now and find an opportunity to probe into this matter? That should work. After hearing this suggestion, Heston nodded. He could secretly probe without directly asking. It wasn't an issue. Subsequently, the two discussed other matters, after which Heston returned to the palace. On the way back, observing the lively streets filled with people roasting coal stoves and engaging in various activities, Heston felt that significant changes had indeed occurred. It was far from the desolate scenes of the past. Changes come quickly indeed. Heston sighed, feeling satisfied as he saw the transformations positively impacting the common people. This brought him great contentment as he returned to the palace. Meanwhile, some officials would inevitably be busier. Hamza of the Ministry of Revenue was at home reviewing the various cost estimates submitted by different departments. While most items were routine, he needed to pay special attention to newly added items. Official salaries remained unchanged, but if they smoothly increased, financial expenditures would undoubtedly increase as well. However, compared to the overall situation, the income from salt taxes alone could offset many expenses, leaving more surplus funds. With only a few months into this year, next year's revenues would likely be even higher. Knowing this, Hamza needed to focus on reviewing new project expenditure reports. The repair and reinforcement of river channels would be a priority for the coming year, an imperial decree that deserved precedence. However, before disbursing funds, approval from the imperial advisor was necessary. With so many ledgers to go through, it was no easy task to clear everything up thoroughly. Forget it. These aren't my concerns yet. I might as well wait for the imperial advisor's approval and just organize the documents. Since the emperor had already decreed it, he could only accept it. This was how straightforward the rule of the Zhu family was. Ajax practiced cultivation calmly and diligently, silently enhancing his realm and abilities. Taking one true essence pill per day seemed just right for his growth. Yet, he was puzzled as to why he still needed just one pill daily during later stages of his cultivation. He found it quite helpless. The final authority lay within the system's hands. Relying on the system's power rather than natural energy, no matter how unreasonable it seemed, he couldn't argue or demand explanations. Even Ajax couldn't help but feel powerless. No matter how much changed, the system's supremacy remained unaltered. Arianaster, Minister Young of the Ministry of Revenue has arrived. Ajax was puzzled. During the holiday, why would someone seek out issues? It seemed everyone had started working overtime lately. Since Hamza had come, Ajax couldn't avoid receiving him. He went to the living room to meet him. Minister Young, why are you here? Shouldn't you be resting? Hamza shook his head. There are national affairs that require various budgetary approvals, which don't allow any rest. Here are the organized ledgers from last year, and this volume contains planned expenses for this year. Please review them, Imperial Advisor, or they won't be approved. Ajax was speechless. He had already said there would be a 3-day holiday, and official business should naturally be handled during working hours. Why did they come knocking at his door at this time? It was truly helpless. Everyone seemed to be workaholics who didn't understand the value of health preservation. All right, just leave them here for now. I'll take a look. Hamza, upon hearing this, wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Eventually, he held it back. Ajax naturally noticed, but since it was vacation time, he didn't want to discuss official matters. After sending Hamza off, Ajax glanced at the numerous ledgers. They were quite a lot. Occasionally flipping through one. What on earth was this? The writing was Zekier, causing dizziness and making it hard to read. Steward, bring over some blank account books we use at home. Yes, sir. Once the blank account books arrived, Ajax opened them. If someone from the future saw them, they would recognize them as double-entry ledger books, all printed in advance, which made things much easier. This wasn't really difficult at all, so he had printed many of them himself without any trouble. Ajax then started reviewing the accounts. When you're in a position, you must handle its affairs. Since he was now in this position, he naturally had to understand his own matters. As he quickly re-recorded from one ledger to another, his brows became increasingly furrowed. Any accountant knows that debits and credits must balance. But what he saw now was significant discrepancies between expenses and revenue. A large portion of money was unaccounted for, with some entries being utterly baffling. Clearly, there was something amiss. Next, he took out the ledgers for the current year's projected expenditures and compared them. Apart from river repairs, there weren't major issues with official salaries. But when it came to disaster relief and reconstruction efforts, even some minor matters within reach, there were noticeable loopholes. The ledgers showed real expenditures, but in practice, there was no clear explanation for these transactions. To put it simply, they lacked proper documentation. There was also an entry about the construction of the Imperial Examination Hall, which puzzled him. What was wrong with this? But after comparing the figures, he still felt the amounts were not right. Chapter 39. National Treasury Granary Explosion. Ajax Guy had previously thought that the river repair projects involved considerable embezzlement, but now it seemed even the construction of tribute colleges, which didn't have large expenditures, was financially inconsistent. After all, with such generous funding allocations and limited land use, despite detailed records, where did the huge discrepancy come from? This was a crucial question. Next, he examined disaster relief efforts and found the same pattern. The local authorities and victims received continuously reduced aid. Where did the money go? It seemed to have a beginning and an end, but it couldn't withstand scrutiny. Other figures were equally riddled with errors, truly eye-opening. He was genuinely impressed. There were many categories: new court robes, chairs, additional servants, and so on. If it were just those items, it would be fine, but the inconsistencies in quantity and cost were irrefutable. Most absurd was the fundraising, where local merchants claimed donations, yet the expenditures far exceeded the income, clearly unreasonable. The court knew there was a lack of control over these areas. As for road repairs, while not impossible, one had to wonder if they actually happened. Suspicious, he dispatched people to investigate on-site with his warrant. Every move in the capital city couldn't escape Heston's notice. Oh, the National Arianaster let them leave the city? Yes, with the National Arianaster's warrant. Good. Since it's the National Arianaster's warrant, that's fine. You may continue your duties. Heston was puzzled but didn't suspect anything further, assuming Ajax Guy was preparing a new business venture. After all, he had many profitable ventures. It was just Zekier what would come next. By the next day, the dispatched men returned. After hearing their report, Ajax Guy became contemplative, noticing similar discrepancies in each prepaid category, realizing how relentless the corruption was. What about the grain? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He left immediately with his men for the largest granary in Yingtianfu. Open it. The granary manager, a feral, didn't dare delay and promptly complied. Ajax Guy entered and instructed his men to inspect the granary. Everyone began checking carefully, ensuring there were no issues. The integrity of the granary was paramount. As a cultivator, Ajax Guy's spiritual perception was exceptionally strong, not to be underestimated. The granary appeared problem-free on the surface, massive and impressive. Even probing with long poles revealed no immediate issues. The feral watched nervously, trying to conceal his smugness but failing to fool Ajax Guy. Ajax Guy ordered the inspection to follow a specific line. He wanted to see if the contents were solid or hollow. This move instantly panicked the feral, his shock evident as his hands trembled. Seeing this, Ajax Guy was more certain something was amiss and urged his men to speed up. Soon they reached the core of the grain pile. As the grain was divided, hidden secrets were exposed. Arianaster, what is this? All present were stunned. Clear everything out. I need to see how extensive it is. Yes, Arianaster. The feral collapsed on the ground, but no one paid him any attention. Inside the granary, wooden structures emerged after measurement. Roughly 1/3 of the expected capacity was empty. This particular granary, designed to hold 200,000 dan of grain, only had around 130,000 dan remaining, 70,000 dan unaccounted for. That equated to approximately 30,000 taels of silver, and this was just one granary. In total, there were 10 such granaries. Check all the granaries. Are they the same? Yes, Arianaster. Realizing the severity, everyone acted swiftly. Sure enough, they were all identical. A total of 700,000 dan of grain, or 300,000 taels of silver, had vanished. Ajax Guy was horrified by the scale of embezzlement. Just 3 years into the Ming Dynasty, who could predict how much grain was being siphoned off annually? He fell silent. I'll get an order to station imperial guards here. Yes, Arianaster. Detain every person here. For any thief daring enough to caesar the grain storage, he showed no mercy, for this was the vital food storage of the Great Ming. Once a disaster occurred, relief would be allocated from here. 10 granaries seemed like a lot, but in reality, they were never sufficient each year. Ajax quickly rode to the palace gates. The palace guards, seeing his urgent expression, promptly let him through without a second glance, clearly familiar with him. Of course, Ajax had already presented his token. One must not leave any room for trouble. Your Arian Majesty, the national Arianaster has arrived. Upon hearing this, Heston was puzzled. This lad usually shirks work, so why is he being so diligent now? But it's a good thing nonetheless. So he happily went to the study to meet him. But seeing Ajax's solemn face, Heston felt a chill. Could it really be something serious? Camden, what's so urgent that you need to see me? Ajax handed over his ledger and said, Davidson, I inspected the granaries. Heston, always perceptive, immediately sensed an issue upon hearing the word granaries. Not even bothering to look at the ledger, he asked urgently, what happened? Ajax said gravely, Davidson, someone has tampered with the granaries. They appear to hold 200,000 dan of grain, but in reality, they're only around 130,000 dan. What? Heston's face changed dramatically, cold fury flashing in his eyes, the iron-blooded air around him growing more intense. Davidson, if you have the time now, why don't you come see it yourself? Fine, let's see how they did it. Let's go. Heston couldn't wait, anger surging inside him, his killing intent rising. Grain was the foundation of the state. If the national granary was compromised, it would shake the very roots of the country. Such a critical problem could not be allowed. So, the two of them, along with their entourage, hurriedly left the palace and headed straight for the granaries. Fortunately, it was the cold season. So many people were still at home. Ministers were busy counting their money, so few knew about this. But those who had been watching closely now wore various expressions, tension, fear, and so on. Chapter 40. Heston with a deadly aura. Trouble, this is bad. Upon realizing this, the officials were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They had planned so meticulously, yet they were still discovered. Now they could do nothing but hope it was just a false alarm. When Arianarchus received the news, he was stunned for a moment before fully comprehending the gravity of the situation. Such an incident was serious. Mishandling it could spell disaster. Father, what's wrong? Is something happening? Nothing. Whatever you hear from outside now, pretend you didn't hear it. Understand? After hearing this, Caesar nodded uncertainly, but understood the gravity. Arianarchus was relieved that he truly knew nothing. Otherwise, it would have been truly difficult to deal with, hoping it wasn't as he feared. At this moment, Heston and Ajax arrived at the national granary. Entering the granary directly, they saw the emptied storage area shaped like an inverted funnel, a massive wooden structure with a circular base that made inspecting its contents challenging when full. Previously, probing rods hadn't reached the bottom, highlighting its depth. Above, the funnel-shaped curve led to a closed opening. Tapping on it produced a hollow echo. Looking around, Heston's eyes flared with anger. He immediately ordered, have this torn down. We need to see what's inside. Guards promptly began dismantling it. After removing the structure, the area appeared mostly empty, save for a few wooden supports, clearly intended to prevent collapse and avoid drawing attention. Well done indeed. You've opened our eyes wide, Heston muttered sarcastically. He couldn't believe that in just a few years, someone had managed to compromise the national granary, seeing it as a direct provocation. Ajax watched his enraged Zeke, unsure how to respond, given the mounting issues. Heston, noticing Ajax's demeanor, forced himself to calm down and asked, Camden, is there anything else you need to tell me? After a brief pause, Ajax replied, Davidson, there are significant discrepancies in the Ministry of Revenue's accounts. Though detailed, they're meaningless. Funds seem to vanish, like the 10,000 taels allocated for the Imperial Examination Hall, where only several thousand taels are accounted for in the records. Hearing this, Heston's rage surged again. So-called virtuous officials were attempting to embezzle funds, leaving him speechless. Excellent, truly eye-opening. His hands clenched tightly, his eyes burning red with fury and a deadly aura surrounding him, revealing his intense anger. Excellent. It seems we haven't used the sword enough, or perhaps they think we've lost our edge. The icy coldness and murderous intent in his tone were impossible to conceal. The national granary was crucial. Greedy rats were robbing the nation of its life-saving grain, deserving death indeed. I'm grateful for your efforts. Otherwise, this might have gone unnoticed for much longer. This isn't likely an isolated incident. Similar problems probably exist nationwide. How foolish of me to underestimate their greed. Ajax listened quietly, knowing well what needed to be done. The matter was clear. Soon, all officials present were detained and sent to prison for questioning. 10 large granaries, which should have held 2 million share of grain, now lacked 30%, a significant amount. What would happen if a national crisis struck? The court and emperor would bear the brunt. Better to uncover these problems sooner rather than later, allowing time for preparation. Davidson, don't take these vermin seriously. They aren't worth it. Acknowledge the issue, address it, and reorganize. Heston tried to calm his raging emotions, appreciating his nephew's concern. I don't even know what to say. We fought together, endured hardships together. Times worse than today, yet we persevered. I've never wronged them. I provided food and drink, sometimes turning a blind eye, hoping they wouldn't overstep. Recalling these moments brought tears to Heston's eyes. But my leniency has been seen as indulgence. What can I say? He hadn't wanted to forsake those who had shared hardship and prosperity, but they had changed, become unrecognizable, turned into the very corrupt officials they once despised. Were these still the people who overthrew the Yuan dynasty? Had they forgotten their original intentions? All these things made Heston heartbroken, truly heartbroken, feeling somewhat tangled in his heart. But when he thought about why he established the Great Ming, it was to protect his people and free them from the fate of being exploited. Thinking of this, those damned corrupt officials, if they deserved death, then don't say that Heston was merciless. The murderous intent in his eyes was already set. Even if he shed tears, it wouldn't stop his executioner's blade. Come, nephew, let's go back. They can handle things here. Yes, Zeke. The two of them got into the carriage and returned to the palace. Once inside the palace, Ajax explained the recompiled ledger again. Heston, looking at this novel ledger, couldn't help but be surprised. Camden, what is this? Ajax explained, Davidson, these are numbers from the West. These symbols represent numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they are easier to write and read. But to prevent tampering, each page also has a sum written in our script. Heston, being clever, immediately understood the situation. Even so, it was crystal clear and extremely evident. Compared to before, when stacks of ledgers would make one dizzy and cross-eyed, this single volume was far superior. Good method, excellent approach. Truly worthy of my nephew to come up with such an idea. Well done. This really was an excellent method, a great method, crystal clear, hard to falsify, and every record is plain as day. Expenditures and incomes are clearly visible at a glance. Every item is evident just by looking, requiring no extra words. Ajax said, Davidson, I want to implement this double-entry bookkeeping system. What do you think? Heston listened and quickly nodded. Excellent. It should be implemented. Absolutely support it. Well done. Very good. We hope for clear accounts, so this way, we can better prevent blatant corruption. Ajax nodded, understanding his Zeke's thoughts perfectly. Chapter 41. A Arianager Scandal. After leaving the palace, Ajax returned home, feeling relieved. As for those detestable people, he never took them seriously. Suddenly, he noticed that his virtue points in the system had surged by an astounding 10,000 points, which left him stunned. Then he thought of the recent embezzlement incident. Could it be? If this is the case, then things are getting interesting. There's one more source of virtue points, and I can rest assured again. With joy in his heart, he felt even more delighted. This was certainly a good thing. After all, these corrupt officials deserve their fate. He justified himself without any guilt and naturally wouldn't mind such trifles. He believed there would be more to look forward to. Emperor Heston, after reviewing the accounts prepared by Ajax, was seething with rage, which couldn't be contained. Paulette heard that he had returned and rushed over. Henley, you've just come back from the palace, yet you're so angry. Don't get upset. It's not worth it. Hearing this, Heston quickly helped Paulette sit down but still couldn't suppress his anger as he said, Sister, no matter how hard I try, they keep giving me reasons to be angry. This time, it's worse than ever. Look, 1/3 of the grain in the imperial granary is missing. Do you know what that means? Startled, Paulette gasped, 1/3? She was no stranger to the importance of grain, having come from the battlefield. She knew the significance of the national granary being tampered with. Yes, they used sophisticated methods, creating a funnel in the center of the granary that occupies 1/3 of its capacity. What was originally 200,000 pickles of grain has now decreased by 1/3. Tell me, isn't this serious? And it's the same across all granaries. Paulette understood the gravity of the situation after hearing Heston's words. Fortunately, it was discovered early. Otherwise, it could have been a huge problem. Henley, this matter must be taken seriously. Otherwise, there will be trouble. I know, Heston replied. This was discovered by my nephew. He found discrepancies in the accounts and decided to investigate the granaries. No matter whether his hunch was right or wrong, he went ahead with the investigation and uncovered a major issue. Paulette said no more. With such a significant issue at hand, they couldn't overlook it lightly. This was bound to lead to a massacre, and the atmosphere within the palace became heavy. Meanwhile, some officials who had learned about the granary incident were terrified, pale-faced, and had collapsed to the ground. They knew very well that Emperor Heston would not let them off easily and would deal with them severely, ensuring no one escaped punishment. This incident would reveal a long chain of culprits. Everything is over, truly over. The officials' faces were etched with deep bitterness. Their greed had blinded them to the looming danger until it was too late. Grant, Archie, and others sat uneasily, though unaware of the specifics. They had been beneficiaries of bribes and turned a blind eye, never expecting such a huge scandal. What? 1/3? Yes, Lord Korean Duke, it's indeed 1/3. Adding up, it's actually over 700,000 pickles of grain gone. Grant was also shocked. So much grain had vanished in such a short time since the dynasty's establishment? I remember these granaries were built at the beginning of last year. So it's been less than 2 years? Yes, that's right. Less than 2 years, which means at least 2 million pickles of grain have disappeared if we calculate this way? The calculation was startling. 2 million pickles of grain were approximately equal to 1 million taels of silver. In just 2 years, such a huge amount had vanished. It was indeed too much. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes still revealing greed, but quickly turning lifeless. Korean Duke, what do we do now? Once this is exposed, none of them had escaped benefiting from this, and it was absolutely impossible for anyone not to be implicated to some extent. After all, such a massive amount wasn't something 1 or 2 people could handle. Grant pondered, clearly sensing the killing intent before the storm. The higher-ups were about to wield the executioner's axe. I'm afraid there are already people secretly monitoring outside our residences. You should know His Area Majesty's temperament. He won't be lenient with such a major case. Archie said nervously, Korean Duke, what do you think we should do? Grant said helplessly, what can we do? The evidence is here. Can we escape? Such a colossal case naturally couldn't be avoided. No one in the court would be spared, as he wouldn't show any mercy. Everyone fell silent, realizing they had no choice but to wait for the executioner's blade, with no way out. Why don't we seek the Eric's help? That suggestion wasn't without reason. If the Eric agreed, perhaps, but Grant smiled bitterly. What can we ask him for? It's like confessing to a crime without being caught. Besides, he was the one who uncovered this case. How can you expect him to help us after this? Indeed, he is one of the Zhu family, and why would he care about corrupt officials? That's obviously impossible. There's no point looking elsewhere. It won't help. Chapter 42. Imprisonment and breaking the official limitations. Emperor Heston waited until the holiday ended before attending the morning court session. Ajax naturally came, sitting in the seat of the National Arianaster, quietly watching everyone's performance. Heston looked at his ministers and then calmly said, Now, is there anyone among you who wishes to speak? I'm willing to be a good listener. In response was dead silence. Heston was very disappointed inside. They indeed dared not to speak up, each one thinking that nothing would happen to them, unaware that everything had been thoroughly investigated. Yuan. The commander of the Imperial Guards Yuan entered. Heston waved his hand and said, Arrest people according to the list. Yes, Your Area Majesty. Yuan waved his hand, and instantly more than 100 Imperial Guards came in. He took out the list and called out, Criminal Minister Morgan Bai, Military Minister Jaden, Revenue Minister Dustin. A series of names were announced. Nearly half of those present in the court were arrested one by one. Your Area Majesty, this is unjust. This is truly unjust. Each refused to admit it, but when faced with irrefutable evidence, they were all panic-stricken, suffering deeply and unable to imagine what would come next. Heston watched, still expressionless, although anger and murderous intent still lingered within him. He had calmed down considerably. After these people were taken away, Heston turned to the remaining officials and said, I am not heartless, but if anyone dares to betray the people, I will not show mercy. Everyone was terrified, as they knew why and understood why they weren't dealt with now. They weren't directly involved, so they didn't know much about the matter, thinking it was merely selling some grain, unaware of the shocking amount involved. Oh yes, Norman, promote the accounting method designed by the National Arianaster, do not slack. Hamza was already drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly replied, Yes, Your Area Majesty, I understand. Heston continued, I've sent people to inspect the granaries across the country. I hope things aren't too bad. If there's a problem, we'll remove it immediately. This is the hard-earned money of the common people. All ministers remained silent, knowing this was no small matter and could become serious if anything else went wrong. Well, in future, any use of funds must be approved by the National Arianaster. Even I cannot misuse treasury funds without approval. This statement caused shock among the officials like a snowstorm rising from the sea, their hearts raging with turmoil. This decision significantly increased the power of the National Arianaster. But from this, it was evident how much trust the Emperor had in the National Arianaster, and no one objected. Naturally, Your Area Majesty. Ajax was initially surprised but quickly realized something. The Imperial Treasury wasn't the private treasury. He knew that Heston's private treasury had plenty of money, making the use of the public treasury unnecessary. Truly speechless. It was clear that this move aimed to gain cooperation, otherwise, such an announcement wouldn't have been made. No one in court cared about this anymore. Escaping this crisis was fortunate enough. Your Area Majesty, what about the missing officials? Minister of Rights, Jacob stepped forward. After all, if the court lacked personnel, it would descend into chaos, a major issue indeed. Heston responded, let lower ranks replace higher ones. If all are guilty, promote someone from the next level up. Breaking rank isn't a problem. Jacob nodded and asked, what about local administrations? This incident was significant, and local areas likely had connections as well. Preparations were necessary. Heston, feeling a headache, suddenly saw his nephew dozing off and called out, National Arianaster, National Arianaster. Ajax immediately woke up, seeing his Zeke calling him, and quickly stood, saying, Your Area Majesty, what is it? Other ministers were speechless, but Heston ignored it, saying, National Arianaster. What should be done if officials are missing at the local level? Ajax replied, let the deputy take over, such as county magistrate positions, appoint deputy magistrates or clerks. If none are available, let clerical officers assume the role temporarily for a year, becoming official after passing evaluation. Your Area Majesty, while there may be few officials in our empire, there are many clerical officers. Though their backgrounds may not be impressive and they might not excel in Confucian classics, they can handle practical tasks. Heston nodded, finding this a viable solution, especially given the current shortage of officials. Promoting capable clerical officers wouldn't hinder their career advancement either. Yes, well said. The National Arianaster has great insight. Let's proceed as discussed. With their conversation, the general plan was set. Jacob watched as the National Arianaster spoke with confidence and effectively broke the barrier preventing clerical officers from becoming officials, an earth-shaking move. Although there were still thresholds in place, it was believed that unless someone was truly ignorant, they would seize this opportunity. Emperor Heston, now satisfied, turned to Jacob and said, "You have heard what the National Arianaster said. Is this acceptable?" Jacob could only reply, "It is acceptable, no problem." After all, this arrangement was indeed not bad and showed a promising trend, so there was no need for further questioning. Regardless of whether it happened in the past or now, it pointed towards a positive direction. Other officials naturally dared not to object, as this was the only way forward at present. What else could be done? It was inevitable to replenish the ranks of officials, which could be anticipated and did not require much explanation. All right, that's settled. There being no further matters, court is dismissed. Heston ultimately refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now. After all, he wasn't the same person he would become later on. He still cherished these founding ministers in his heart. He hoped this incident would serve as a lesson. Otherwise, the next time might not be so lucky. Everyone's eyes were bright, and they could see this clearly. Though Ajax's abilities couldn't be fully known, his actions and capabilities undoubtedly revealed his remarkable prowess. His intuition was absolutely impressive, living up to his title as National Arianaster. Such talent was unmatched and awe-inspiring, and certainly not lacking. In such a complex situation, people found this excellent and astonishing. No one would want to offend him lightly, as the consequences were evident. If they offended him, who knew what the outcome would be? They might pay a heavy price for it. Therefore, no one wanted to offend the National Arianaster. After all, this was no trivial matter. It could be a matter of life and death. Even after court was dismissed, everything remained quiet. Chapter 43, Priorities First, Road and Water Conservancy Construction. At the residence of the Earl of Sincerity, Arianarchus was now drenched in sweat. "Father, what's wrong with you?" The state Arianaster is too powerful. Nearly half of the officials in the court were implicated this time. Their families were destroyed. Caesar immediately turned pale and exclaimed, "What? No way." Arianarchus took a sip of tea and said, "It's true. This enormous case involves a wide range, and the killing intent shown by those in power can't be hidden. Although not everyone involved might have been punished, it still included officials as high as 4th rank. Listening to this, Caesar was horrified, never expecting such a turn of events. "Father, what do we do now?" Arianarchus waved his hand. "There's no immediate danger for now. You should know that everything concerning this matter was uncovered by the state Arianaster alone. It wasn't just one incident, but many others were involved as well, which explains why it affected so many people." In his eyes, he knew this event had covered other cases. After all, this was the largest and most blatant scandal on the surface. A sudden loss of half the officials certainly demonstrated the terrifying nature of the situation. Indeed, within the halls of power, there was nothing held back. "Father, are you still planning to resign from your post?" Arianarchus quickly waved his hand. "Resign? It would be better if I didn't. Resigning could mean my downfall. If I resign, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate me." Now he saw clearly. As long as he stayed, those in power would tolerate him. But once he resigned, tolerance would run out. The wise understood each other without needing much explanation. Even a glance would suffice. "Well, after this incident, you must be extra cautious. Make sure nothing goes wrong." "Yes, father." Caesar took his father's teachings to heart, understanding the implications deeply, thus not asking any more questions. Some intentions were obvious, and the hope was to achieve them. The remaining matters needed careful preparation and thoughtful consideration. "That's good. Even I can't see through things anymore. With the state Arianaster in charge of the Ming Dynasty, things will truly be different." This was Arianarchus's sincere opinion. Indeed, things were becoming increasingly opaque, and perhaps changing for the better. Meanwhile, Ajax was at the Ministry of Revenue. Although many officials had been arrested at the ministry, the remaining ones were relatively clear-minded, which was a positive sign. "State Arianaster, here are the latest pre-allocations. Have you used the accounting method I taught you to make corrections?" "It has already been done, though not extensively yet. Going forward, I will instruct subordinates to expedite the process." Very good. Regarding some matters, except for official salaries, everything else should be put on hold." "Yes, Your Excellency." Hamza dared not speak further. Despite the state Arianaster's youth, his methods were extremely formidable, and Yang knew he couldn't compete. Ajax then said, "The Ming Dynasty is still impoverished. To become wealthy, the first priority is road construction. Without roads, how can peace and prosperity be achieved? Similarly, water conservancy projects must also be expedited. As for materials, I've arranged for cooperation with the Ministry of Works. All materials will come from there, and any issues will be handled by the Ministry of Works." Hamza nodded directly. "Yes, Your Excellency." Ajax dismissed all other matters and focused. "This year, you should concentrate on 2 main tasks, road construction and water conservancy projects. Everything else is secondary. Do you understand my instructions?" Hamza nodded. "Yes, Your Excellency. I have taken note." However, he asked, "How long will these roads be?" Ajax opened the geographical map of the Ming Dynasty and marked a horizontal and vertical line, saying, "Let's start like this. 1 horizontal and 1 vertical route, spanning 10,000 miles each in the north-south and east-west directions. Completion isn't required in 1 year, but work must be continuous, with an estimated investment of 10 million taels of silver." Hamza was stunned. Such a massive project. How is it possible? Ajax, noticing his reaction, sneered slightly. "If it seems impossible now, it's because no one has started. This budget is rough. The actual amount may exceed this significantly, but these 2 projects must be constructed. It might take 5 or even 10 years, but we cannot abandon them." Listening to the state Arianaster's calm tone, Yang couldn't help but worry. Would this bankrupt the Ming Dynasty? Ajax seemed to read his thoughts and smiled. It's not entirely on the government's shoulders. Some parts can be handed over to local wealthy merchants or households. Where do you think all those annual donations go? Yang was surprised and involuntarily lowered his gaze, understanding the state Arianaster's intention. In this way, the government's financial burden would be greatly reduced, not just a little. Your Excellency is brilliant, Yang remarked. Ajax waved his hand and said, of course, I won't let them work for free. Look at these dangerous areas. We can establish checkpoints here. Anyone who wants to pass through has to pay, but only once. This should save a lot of time. Hamza didn't fully understand but nodded anyway, knowing that taking shortcuts would indeed be faster. Ajax, seeing Yang's confusion, decided not to elaborate further, thinking it futile. He simply told him to follow the instructions. Hamza naturally had no objections, ready to comply. For the materials needed for water conservancy projects, go find the Minister of Works, Gabriel. He should know what to do. In the future, all water conservancy materials will be provided by the Ministry of Works. Of course, related industries must also be established in various regions. This is essential. Otherwise, just transporting wouldn't be enough. He was clear about this and knew everything inside out. Only by doing well could he rest easy. Yes, State Arianaster. I understand. Hamza nodded, acknowledging that this arrangement would simplify many processes and make things much easier. Ajax mentioned some other matters briefly but did not dwell on them, hoping to reduce unnecessary questions. These were minor issues and not worth too much attention. As for other trivial matters, Ajax stopped involving himself deeply, focusing Yang on the priorities and letting other tasks take a back seat. If even this couldn't be achieved, it would indeed be troublesome. Now, the Ming Dynasty needed strong stability and infrastructure improvements to accelerate economic development and water management. Only then could the Ming become wealthier. Otherwise, how could a poor and weak country develop more effectively? These were just the first steps. Arianity more tasks awaited, which couldn't be completed overnight. The support of all Ming citizens was necessary to speed up recovery and prosperity. For now, there were such small matters, but many more complex challenges lay ahead. In this current state, words were unnecessary as long as one kept the situation in mind. Thinking about the situation was indescribable. It could only be said that the Ming Dynasty wasn't strong enough yet and remained a trapped prison. Ajax wished for immediate success, but alas, that was just a dream. Everything seemed possible in dreams. Chapter 44: The Advantages of Cement Products. Following Ajax's instructions, Anton began a grand project to build roads and water conservancy works. Especially in various government offices, they were all crowded with people, because this matter naturally concerned them. Have you heard? This time the Imperial Preceptor directly ordered that some major roads and prosperous areas be entrusted to local wealthy merchants or rich households for construction. After completion, toll booths can be established, and the builders can have a 5 to 10 year period to collect fees. Yes, it's true, absolutely true. And these locations are extremely rugged. It won't be easy to construct. That's right, but once built, they will surely become golden nests. Thinking about this, many people went wild with excitement. The wealthiest families couldn't help but rush into action. For instance, in the regions near Suzhou and Zhujiang, there were countless rich households, each vying for opportunities, leading to fierce competition. The key points for road construction did not align with their locations, causing them considerable disappointment. There were 2 main routes running east-west and north-south, both centered on Glen, then branching out in all directions. As a result, these highways were remarkably wide, with cement pavements providing exceptional durability. This was one of the techniques Ajax provided to the Ministry of Works, and the cement products were indeed of high quality. Countless roads started to be constructed. After learning this, numerous merchants rushed to the capital city of Glen to purchase cement, and then they hurriedly began building their acquired sections, struggling to meet the demand. The Ministry of Works was overwhelmed by the sheer number of people wanting to buy cement, which was beyond count. Gabriel admired the Imperial Preceptor profoundly at this moment. Just from this single item, daily earnings reached over 10,000 taels of silver, sometimes even up to 100,000 taels per day. The benefits of this material were clearly evident. Meanwhile, he agreed with the Imperial Preceptor's plan to start building branches, mainly to handle risks associated with water conservancy projects. By manufacturing thick cement slabs, each molded according to regulations, they were laid along the riverbanks. The entire riverbank needed to be covered and reinforced with thick soil behind it to prevent collapse. Moreover, trees had to be planted at intervals along the embankments, ensuring enough space for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. It was evident how substantial the embankments needed to be. Compared to traditional embankments, these were more aesthetically pleasing and impressive, serving as excellent flood prevention measures. The first step was to withstand the impact of floods. Otherwise, constructing the embankments would be futile. Due to the significant amount of cement purchased, the cost for these cement slabs were largely covered without much need for imperial funding, making it highly profitable. This is the cement slab sample you built? Emperor Heston was very interested after hearing this, and took Ajax to the Ministry of Works. Yes, Davidson, this cement slab, 3 inches thick, under my supervision, can significantly withstand the force of floods. Heston, seeing its thickness, doubted its strength and pulled out a guard sword, slashing it hard. The cement slab remained intact, while the sword blade bent. Heston looked at the slab again, astonished. So sturdy? Ajax, unable to hold back a laugh, said, Davidson, this is the benefit of cement slabs. They appear thin but are exceptionally strong, capable of withstanding 500 kilograms of force, or even more, as the entire structure distributes the pressure. It wasn't that they couldn't make them thicker, but they would be too heavy, requiring several people to move. Moreover, being solid rather than hollow, they were naturally stronger. Heston remarked, if used in city defense, wouldn't it be a godsend? Ajax nodded. Indeed, for defensive fortifications, it is an excellent tool. However, currently, the quantity is limited. Once production increases, we can construct more defensive structures. Hearing this, Heston understood. Good, very good. You truly are our capable nephew. Though pleased, he soon asked, puzzled, why involve merchants? Historically opposed to merchants, Heston never viewed them favorably. Ajax explained, Davidson, merchants have existed since ancient times. While they chase profits, they are an integral part of the Ming Dynasty. For this road construction project, if we don't use them, how long would it take before we could utilize the roads? Heston shook his head, still unconvinced. Ajax continued, at least 5 years before any significant achievements, which would hinder the development of our dynasty. Davidson, once these roads are built, the travel time from Glen to the north can be reduced by more than half, greatly accelerating military movements. More than half? Heston was taken aback. As a veteran of many battles, he understood all too well how crucial swift military movements were. Ajax said earnestly, yes, Davidson. If the war situation becomes tense and we need continuous support and logistical backup, this saved time could mean the difference between life and death. It is also critical for the outcome of a major battle. I believe you understand this better than I do. In wartime, lives hang in the balance, and victory or defeat hinges on speed. A defeat in national warfare can lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially taking years to recover, or worse, result in the nation's annihilation. Therefore, time is of the essence. So, I asked them to build an additional military road apart from commercial routes. In peacetime, it can be used generally, but during wartime, only the national army can use it, and it needs to be sealed off. Even civilian roads must prioritize national strategic usage if the war situation tightens. This is the primary condition. After hearing this, Heston realized the depth of the plan. Ajax had foreseen everything clearly and acted accordingly. Our nephew has thought things through thoroughly. We indeed need to think more deeply and avoid any complications. Ajax naturally remained modest, understanding that clarity was all that mattered at this point. This idea is excellent. As long as everyone cooperates, there will be great rewards. Very good indeed. Heston was now in high spirits. Although there were still some corrupt officials he couldn't control, overall, the situation was promising, and everyone knew their place. Camden, what do you think will happen once these military roads are completed? Ajax replied speechlessly, Davidson, we're just at the beginning. These are merely the main routes, and many secondary official roads need to complement them. There's still a long way to go before they are truly completed. Heston was speechless after hearing this, realizing he had underestimated the scale of Ajax's ambition. Chapter 45. Superior ships and cannons clearing the land. Who doesn't have ambitions? Ajax's ambition is straightforward. He wants to obtain a large amount of virtue points. Since he knows that ensuring the well-being and prosperity of the common people can increase virtue points, he naturally can't abandon this pursuit. Once the expressway system is fully constructed, it will be like the meridians in the human body, constantly flowing smoothly and unimpeded. This is indeed very important for the Ming Dynasty. Davidson, my hope is that the people of the Ming Dynasty can live better lives. No matter who they are or what they do, I hope they can live without worries. But people must not lose their sense of danger. Living in peace while thinking of potential troubles is something we must always maintain. Emperor Heston nodded in agreement after hearing this. Indeed, he then suddenly thought to ask, since that's the case, how would you handle the issue of the pirates from the southeast? Without hesitation, Ajax said fiercely, not one should be spared. Heston was delighted upon hearing this, as he had long despised these pirates. I've thought about that too, but currently, it's impossible. When the Ming army attempts to besiege them, they just board their ships and disappear into the sea. What should we do? Ajax replied confidently, Davidson, there is only one way. Build even more advanced and powerful ships with even more terrifying firepower. That way, we can destroy all enemies, and these pirates will make excellent targets. Heston listened, somewhat hesitant, and said, Camden, I understand your idea, but building such ships requires a lot of money. What if it fails? Ajax smiled and responded, Davidson, your old opponent Gordon, could build such large ships back then. Why can't we now in our great Ming Dynasty? With further improvements, there will be no problems. Indeed, mentioning Gordon stirred a competitive spirit in Heston, although he still marveled at the concept of large ships. Yes, they managed to build them back then. Our Ming Dynasty can certainly do it too. Hearing this, Ajax whispered mysteriously, Davidson, once we build these ships, the wealth overseas will be ours. Mountains of gold and silver, everything we need, an inexhaustible treasure trove. Heston immediately realized this, having heard Kesha mention this before. He now understood the crux of the matter. Really? Ajax nodded firmly, Davidson, why would your nephew lie to you? It's true. The Pirates Island, which seems most unlikely to you, actually holds immense wealth. Heston was stunned, standing up abruptly and pacing back and forth, clearly surprised by this revelation. Ajax continued to encourage him, Davidson, the pirates have a silver mine with huge reserves, producing over 100 tons annually. The entire pirate island is rich in gold and silver, making it extremely prosperous, though it's primarily gold and silver mines. Heston felt another jolt in his heart, wondering if this was part of his nephew's plan. However, he knew it was unlikely to be false, given the reported large output and reserves. The fervor in his eyes could not be diminished or shaken. Clearly understanding this, he needed no rebuttal. This is a significant opportunity. This point cannot be underestimated. The mountains of gold and silver absolutely cannot be missed. The pirate island is just a part of it. There are far richer resources overseas. Even though our 9 provinces are abundant, underground resources are ultimately limited. If we deplete them, what will our descendants use? Ajax's words made Heston even clearer on this issue. It simply couldn't be tolerated. Moreover, Ajax was right. Once they depleted the underground resources, what would their descendants have? Drink the north wind? Thinking about this, Heston, who always valued future generations, made a decision. All right, let's proceed according to your ideas, but choose a relatively secret location to avoid trouble. Yes, Davidson, I've considered this. We should implement a clear field policy along the southeastern coast temporarily, ignoring them for now. If they are willing, when Prince Elijah conquers the northeast, we can temporarily relocate them there, with assistance from the court. Ajax had a good grasp of this and had a better handling plan ready. But isn't that too far? Wouldn't there be issues with climate adaptation? Although Heston saw the benefits, he was concerned about the distance and possible difficulties. Ajax responded with another suggestion, then moved them to Sichuan. During the chaotic Yuan dynasty, Western Shu fought against the Yuan, sacrificing countless lives. Relocating there shouldn't pose much of a problem. Heston fell silent, contemplating this idea. The actions of the Yuan dynasty were outrageous, and Western Shu had been in constant resistance, at a huge cost of lives. Good, let's proceed as you say, but we need to build a road for faster access. Ajax nodded immediately. Yes, this time the governor of Western Shu will come, and I'll make sure to remind him. Heston nodded with a heavy heart, filled with sorrow. All these lands now belong to the Ming Dynasty, so there was no longer a worry about this issue. Superior ships and cannons are needed to dominate the seas. Camden, I hope one day we can achieve this. Ajax said solemnly. Davidson, that day is not far off. I am confident we can make it happen. Heston listened with delight. Knowing his nephew's capabilities meant he did not have to worry. This was the best scenario. Good, then we await your good news. You are in charge of this. Although Heston did not know his military prowess, Ajax's ability to address key issues was impressive enough. He knew the importance of ships. Yes, Davidson, I accept the mission. Heston now placed great trust in his nephew, which was why he gave him so much power, even allowing him to command part of the Imperial Guards. Though ostensibly for protecting the National Master's safety, everyone understood it was their tacit understanding. This point was crystal clear. It was a crucial understanding. Real change required strategic transformation and ideological change. There could be no procrastination. Ajax knew this well. There must be no hesitation on this matter. Decisive action was needed. To achieve the greatest effect, speed was critical. A delay could lead to significant losses and unpredictable consequences. Thus, taking the initiative and securing abundant resources was essential for better progress. This was just the beginning. Chapter 46. The beginning of building a large ship. Very soon, Ajax found Secretary of the Ministry of Works Gabriel have an audience with his Oliver. Gabriel was now very busy but was in his element, finally livening up. Ajax watched and said with a smile, Secretary Shan, you look more spirited than ever. This is how a Shangshu of the great Ming should be. Gabriel smiled and replied, isn't this all thanks to the guidance of his Oliver? If it weren't for your repeated instructions and even providing blueprints, our Ministry of Works wouldn't be so bustling now. It's a happy kind of busy. Ajax smiled and shook his head. This is also due to Secretary Shan's own efforts. Otherwise, no matter how much I wish, it would be useless. Now, once again, I need to trouble you. Saying this, his expression became serious as he took out a blueprint. This is what needs to be built this time, and it needs to be built in secret. His Area Majesty is already informed. This is the time when your ministry must exert itself. Hearing this, Gabriel's face immediately turned solemn. He was extremely excited. Every time his Oliver brought out blueprints, it was bound to be something rare. It seemed that this time was no exception. Sure enough, upon receiving the blueprint, he stared at it, stunned and unable to move. This? He could hardly believe it. It was truly unbelievable, unimaginable. What sort of wisdom this was? He abruptly looked up and asked, Your Excellency, can this really be built? Ajax smiled gently and replied, Of course. If you don't believe me, you can start by building a model first. If not for the current limitations, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Even so, part of it can still be constructed. This was a blueprint for a modern warship. Although it appeared to be made of steel, it actually only had an outer layer of iron plating. With the current technology, achieving this might be challenging, but wrapping just an outer layer of iron should not be a problem. Gabriel couldn't help but feel his heart racing. If it could indeed be built, he might leave a significant mark in history. This was a great opportunity to gain lasting fame. Very well, Your Excellency, I understand. I will organize personnel as soon as possible. By the way, where should we start? Ajax calmly replied, Songjiang Prefecture. After hearing this, Gabriel nodded directly. He understood why Songjiang was chosen. It was close by, and also a natural seaport, making it ideal for shipbuilding. There were no issues. Yes, Your Excellency, I will handle it immediately, striving to build it as soon as possible. Seeing him full of spirit and energy, Ajax was very satisfied. The Great Ming urgently needed officials like him. Good. Then I, as Oliver, look forward to your results. I'll take my leave now. Please walk slowly, Your Excellency. After seeing off Ajax, Gabriel immediately gathered all the people related to shipbuilding, recruiting more from across the country if necessary. Anyway, any skilled shipbuilders were to be recruited, and they would be treated generously. This was specially instructed by Ajax. They mustn't neglect these technical personnel and must treat them well and improve their benefits. Thus, in the Great Ming, another wave of enthusiasm swept through. The status of shipworkers rose significantly. Even some officials did not dare to overlook them. Everyone learned to follow reality and knew what the court needed and respected it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hold office. Of course, after dealing with those involved previously, some places lacked officials and were temporarily overseen by clerks pending evaluation. These people knew it was by the order of his Oliver, giving them an opportunity to break old conventions. They felt extremely grateful and dared not make mistakes. After all, throughout history, it was almost unheard of for clerks to become officials. But this time, the Great Ming officially announced it. This clearly indicated that capable people could become officials after passing evaluations, thus breaking old conventions. This put additional pressure on the existing officials. It seemed there weren't enough officials now because the Great Ming hadn't been stable for long and had only held one imperial examination, but there would be more in the future. Officials couldn't allow clerks to dominate, so if they didn't work hard, they'd be replaced. In this way, officials strived harder, not wanting to lose their positions. Ajax's intention was clear. Those who occupied positions without fulfilling their duties did not deserve to be officials. Even though clerks might lack scholarly achievements, they wouldn't necessarily be inferior in practice. While they might not rise too high, they could still serve as county magistrates. If capable, they could even become prefects. This demonstrated the selection of talents regardless of convention. Ajax's actions naturally made Heston very satisfied. Knowing that Qian had his own methods of employing people, Zhu did not intervene. After all, certain things required a clear understanding in one's heart to be effective. Otherwise, should something go wrong, it wouldn't be a small matter. All these considerations were for the sake of the great Ming. Even when there would be enough officials in reserve in the future, they would still have opportunities to be used, but the path would be much more arduous. After all, to rise up, one needed sufficient ability. Otherwise, no one would take on the responsibility of recommending them. This group was the first batch of people in the Great Ming who broke the rule that clerks could not become officials, and they most needed to be grateful to the current Oliver. This was an undisputable fact. Precisely because of this, they knew very well that if they couldn't achieve political accomplishments, it would not only let themselves down but also gu-fu the Oliver's favor toward them. Even though they might not know him personally, it did not hinder their commitment in their hearts. This reality needed political achievements to guarantee, as well as a spiritual support, which posed no significant problem. The current variable was whether they could meet the timeline. Time is very important for anyone, and the Great Ming was no exception. Fortunately, the Great Ming now had many brave generals, making the northern region generally safe. Next, they would push against the Wokou, Japanese pirates. Once the large ships were built, it would ensure their complete destruction with no return. This was Ajax's intention, and also Heston's intention, a common mindset they shared. It was his change in thinking, realizing the vastness overseas and, from a personal standpoint, wanting to conserve more resources for the empire. The best way was to acquire more from the outside. Of course, renewable resources were excluded from this mindset. As for Grant and others, they didn't know where the direction of the court was heading since decisions were no longer discussed with them. This increased their sense of crisis, but what could they do? There was no way out. The Great Ming continued to advance at a rapid pace, and they didn't even realize how far they had come. Chapter 47. The refugees have endured. As the cold weather gradually faded away and warmer days approached, the refugees outside the city were now preparing to leave. We made it through. We really did. Indeed, it was not easy. So incredibly difficult. The refugees finally endured, and they had some money left in their hands, all thanks to the benevolence of Lord Ajax. Everyone, this is your last payment. Starting tomorrow, you can return home. You may take anything you need, including winter coats and quilts. Lord Ajax hopes you all live well and happily. At this moment, Ajax's steward began addressing the crowd. Knowing his master had many tasks at hand, he took the initiative to handle this duty. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel profoundly grateful. Thank you, Lord Ajax. This was all they could say because no other words could express their gratitude towards Lord Ajax. The grace of saving lives would never be forgotten. Seeing this, the steward felt genuinely happy for his master. Then, the distribution of wages commenced, still 1 month's worth, 150 coins per person. Once it was done, the steward prepared to leave with his men. The remaining task was merely maintaining order. It was only one more day, so there wasn't much to worry about. Thank you, Lord Ajax. The people could not resist kneeling down and shouting into the sky. The deafening cries shook the entire Yingjing prefecture. Even Heston in the palace heard it. Though envious in his heart, he never felt jealous. Even if he did, he wouldn't express it. As the only grandson of his Zeke, there was nothing to investigate. Even when faced with secret slanders, he would investigate their backgrounds. This was a legitimate way to protect his nephew. After all, they were family. Moreover, he was independent and never associated with officials, which he was very clear about. His status and abilities were unique. Whether as an isolated minister or otherwise, it didn't matter. Whatever he thought was best, everything else was secondary. This mindset was evident. It seems I am not as good at winning the hearts of the people as my nephew. He knows what the people need and understands them thoroughly. That's what we need, a true sage. Ajax's Taoist temple never ceased its activities. Even though it was just doing basic work, it had to speed up. Although he was the national Arianaster, he pursued the power of the system more and never stagnated. Assisting the Ming Dynasty was merely one step. How far he could go in the future remained uncertain. Of course, he would never regret it. It was worthwhile, or it would have been a waste to come here. The Ming Dynasty gave him the opportunity to pursue longevity. Even the best gods need a foundation. Without a path, they cannot advance. Reality is the proof. Ajax also heard this and felt warm inside, knowing that all his efforts were not in vain. As for the other officials, they were shocked, but they did not see any wary looks from his Arianajesty. Only admiration and gratification, leaving them utterly confused. Did his Arianajesty fear that he might build up military power, or rebel? In truth, few knew of Ajax's true capabilities. Those who knew didn't care since they weren't on the same path. Thus, their concerns would never come to fruition. Instead, it would make them vigilant, leading to their own regrets eventually. My dear ministers, you have heard it. Gaining the hearts of the people stabilizes the court and calms the populace. If anyone among you achieves this, I will be truly happy for him. The more capable and loved officials, the better. Although Heston was suspicious by nature, he highly valued officials with ability and the people's support. Even if he harbored caution, he wouldn't blindly slaughter. That would be the act of a Hunjun, tyrannical ruler. For now, everything was clear. In the future, much depended on circumstances. This moment of opportunity was clear to everyone. None wanted to miss such a rare chance. One could hardly believe it, truly a miracle. Genuine joy emerged, and one should never underestimate oneself. People like Grant didn't dare think of rebellion. Perhaps they lacked the capability. After all, who doesn't love money? Everything Ajax achieved was built on wealth. Which aspect doesn't require money? Which doesn't involve expenses? And the sums involved were considerable. Even so, he succeeded without hesitation. Such determination was rare and beyond ordinary men. The court session passed this way. There wasn't much left to do since major events were over, and there was little to discuss with them now. What significant matters remained? Heston also knew their thoughts and allowed them to relocate people from the southeastern coast to settle in western Sichuan, ensuring they did well in this task. Of course, it would entail a lot of effort and trouble, but achieving merit was their greatest benefit. Whether they succeeded or not remained uncertain. After all, relocating so many people was no small matter. If anything happened along the way, they couldn't avoid responsibility. Some were already struggling, while others had blank expressions, unable to accept the situation. In this aspect, everyone felt grave seriousness, and someone had to step up. Ajax watched but said nothing, as long as they didn't cause him trouble. After all, he had plenty to do himself. But if they dared to hinder him, they would learn the consequences. In this regard, he was in no way inferior to Armand, since becoming an immortal required a large amount of virtue points, and no one dared to obstruct him. His path and Armand's path were not contradictory but even complementary, so Armand strongly supported him. Moreover, everything was for the well-being of the people, making it no different. Family was still family. Of course, there were those with ambitions, but theirs were worldly, while his ambition was to achieve the great way, to become an immortal or a deity, naturally setting them apart. From Ajax's actions, Heston could tell much, so he had no reservations at all. The Zhu family having immortals emerging was a great blessing, providing significant assistance to the Zhu family's future. Immortals, after all, meant longevity. As for immortality, that was unknown. Just thinking about it made Heston excited. He might not live to see it, but his descendants could. With effort, perhaps more immortals would emerge from the Zhu family, which would be very satisfying. Clearly, he supported Ajax's aspirations, even wanting to promote them fully to produce immortals for the Zhu family. This held immense significance for the entire Zhu family, adding a rich layer of mystique, building a solid foundation. It would stabilize the Ming Dynasty. Chapter 48. Heston's High Praise. The next day, the disaster victims outside the city began to leave in succession, especially those under the jurisdiction of Ajax. They were full of vigor and spirit, carrying items in their hands and wearing cotton coats. When families stayed together, there was a bustling atmosphere. Even if someone was traveling alone, they would still laugh and talk happily. During this time, they had all become familiar with each other and naturally exchanged information from different regions. This time it had been close but safe. Let's go. We should head home. We need to rebuild our homes. Yes, we must rebuild our homes and not let down Lord Eric's expectations. Each person's expression was agitated because Lord Eric had given them the chance for a new life. Otherwise, looking at the other side, almost everyone who didn't seize the opportunity had been driven out, lacking vitality. Their basic needs were barely met. They wouldn't starve to death, but to ask for money was a dream. There was nothing. Initially, those who shirked responsibility or were lazy were chased away by Lord Eric. Now seeing them again, they were both pitiable and hateful. With 2 good hands and feet, not striving to improve and just wanting to be lazy. How could that be possible? This result was simple fact, truly revealing the painful truth. Despising these people, they left the outskirts of Yingtianfu City with great morale. People on the city wall observed this scene, deeply moved. The contrast was vivid, making a significant impression. Standing atop the city wall, Heston sighed sincerely. Arian managed too well. In just a few short months, one can see the difference clearly. At that moment, no ministers were beside him, so he had no reservations. Your Arian Majesty, now the disaster victims in Hunan are returning one after another. I believe recovery will happen soon. We believe this. Yuan, send people to secretly watch over. If anyone dares to cause trouble, eliminate them. Yes, your Arian Majesty. Yuan hurriedly left to take action, knowing his Arian Majesty liked to see the peace and stability among the commoners. Steadily handling the disaster relief smoothly could say at least in the eyes of the great Ming Dynasty, he as an emperor was indeed capable. The people's hearts returning also meant unity, which was naturally without issues. His joy arose spontaneously. This was the Ming Dynasty he wanted and needed to be stronger. Perhaps some things required attention, but the importance of this event was already apparent. Heston descended from the city tower peacefully, savoring that moment, feeling more excited than ever. The path of the Ming Dynasty was still advancing, absolutely not tolerating any destruction. This was absolutely not permissible. Believing everyone understood, if they dared, they shouldn't blame him for being merciless. Calmly calming his agitation, he returned to the palace. This stirring and touching moment was rather delightful. Reed, you're back so early. You look very happy. What happened? Paulette was arranging flowers in the rear garden when she saw him return with a joyful expression earlier than usual. Heston did not hide it, explaining what had happened. Paulette put down her scissors and said with feeling, his methods are indeed impressive and formidable. The position of Eric is firmly held, and I believe no court official will dare criticize him anymore, since the court's efforts cannot match his. Though slightly displeased, Heston knew it was true and couldn't argue against it. Sister, what you say is true. This fellow does things grandly, spins without hesitation, and has truly achieved much for the people. Paulette agreed, yes indeed. It is very practical and obvious. Both agreed with Ajax's methods, the fact that everyone could see clearly, requiring no doubt. No matter how, they believed it was face to face, needing no additional consideration. Everything in reality needed no further questioning, the ability shown could make others aware. Oh yes, I heard he is embarking on a major endeavor. Do you know about it? I do, because I chatted with him. He wants to sail to find those mountains of gold and silver. Really? Is he just dreaming? Heston shook his head smiling. Of course not. He has presented blueprints to the Ministry of Works, and they have already begun constructing shipyards in Songjiang Prefecture. Once the ships are built, it means what he said is true. Paulette asked curiously, isn't building ships ordinary? What's so special? Heston squinted and smiled. Sister, you don't understand. This ship is an iron-plated ship, clad in iron plates. Originally, his blueprint was for an iron-hulled warship made entirely of iron. Unfortunately, it can't be built now. With a regretful look, Paulette couldn't help but feel curious. Is it real or not? Indeed, there is such a magical ship? Heston recalled the model he saw at the Ministry of Works, which was made of iron. Although it wasn't large, if it were scaled up, it would be a real ironclad ship. Little sister, it's true. The Ministry of Works has already built a small model, all made of hard iron, and it can still float on water. Upon hearing this, Paulette couldn't help but be surprised. It was indeed real, and she realized she had underestimated him. If so, it really is a great blessing from heaven to our great Ming. Fortunately, he is your nephew. Heston thought about it as well. If such a capable person were not family, it would be somewhat intimidating, even causing constant vigilance. Because he belongs to the old Zhu clan, all he has is appreciation and support, with no other thoughts. That is who he, Heston, is. Alright, now we just have to see when it can be built. It might take some time, but that's fine. Paulette nodded. Now is not the time to discuss these matters. More time was needed. This period of time would be the best. Let this young man go through his endeavors. As long as he makes the great Ming richer and richer, we are happy to see that. By the way, our Ariver is learning arithmetic and following him. Heston suddenly said this, also with a proud expression. His own son showed great ambition, knowing what to do and what not to do, which was a good thing. Paulette was also very pleased and suddenly suggested, why don't we let Ariver go learn at the shipyard? Moreover, with him there, it can reduce many troubles and obstacles. What do you think? After hearing this, Heston couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This is not impossible, but it would be unprecedented. Why be afraid? Has anyone never been on inspection tours before? He needs to learn eventually. Besides, Songjiang Prefecture isn't far from Yingtianfu City. If we want to see him, we can always go visit. After hearing this, Heston slapped his thigh and said, all right, it's settled. Chapter 49. When heaven wishes to destroy a man, it first drives him mad. Soon Elwood went to Songjiang Prefecture, and before leaving, he visited the Eric's residence. Oh, you're going to Songjiang Prefecture? Ajax was quite surprised, not expecting him to actually go there. But he soon figured out whose idea it must have been. Elwood nodded seriously and said, it's indeed the case. I've learned so much about mathematics from my cousin, and I should apply this knowledge in practice. Otherwise, I wouldn't know its true value. After hearing this, Ajax remained silent for a moment before replying, Arithmetics can indeed be applied, but remember, don't use your identity as an excuse to delay things once you get there. Understand? Elwood assured him solemnly, rest assured, cousin. I understand. For things I don't know, I'll learn quietly until I master them. Hearing these words, Ajax felt reassured. Good indeed. Then go ahead. There is much to learn, and many things require constant practice to see their effects. Otherwise, it would lose its meaning. These were trivial matters, and it was clear that no matter how many things there were, they were all indisputable facts. The Great Way is so simple that intervention wasn't necessary. This sufficed. In summary, it was all part of the learning process. Once mastered, there would be no problem. Deep down, Elwood desired recognition. His cousin was truly erudite, knowing so much. He had to work hard or risk embarrassment by falling behind. He then set off for Songjiang Prefecture. Arianity ministers were puzzled by the Jacob's visit to Songjiang Prefecture, but Armand offered no explanation, leaving them helpless. Do you think the Jacob is going to Songjiang Prefecture for some specific reason? What could make the heir apparent of the great Ming personally travel there? Grant's words highlighted an unspoken contrast, making it hard to articulate his concerns. This naturally led to numerous questions in his heart. Archie and others were equally puzzled, unsure of what was going on. What was attracting the Jacob to Songjiang Prefecture? At this moment, Archie recalled something and hurriedly said, Eric, could it be related to recent events at the Ministry of Works? Grant squinted his eyes after hearing this. The Ministry of Works? Archie nodded directly. Indeed, the Ministry of Works. As far as we know, the only significant changes in Songjiang Prefecture recently have been related to the Ministry of Works. Eliminating all impossibilities left only possibilities. This much was clear to him. Well, Grant thought, unsure how to respond. If true, what exactly was happening at the Ministry of Works? Or what needed to happen now? They didn't know. Even Prime Minister Grant didn't. It might be laughable, or leave one speechless. The reason was simple. Since Preceptor Ajax's appearance, Grant had gradually been sidelined, despite being Prime Minister in name. The Ministry of Revenue had been directly transferred under the Eric, and the Ministry of Works was nearly under his control, though it wasn't explicitly stated. Everyone knew how wealthy the current Ministry of Works was, all thanks to the Eric's efforts and strong promotion. So, was this truly the case? He couldn't be sure, but he understood the mentality of those in power. While he asked questions, he dared not compete, knowing well the consequences. Thus, he wanted to distance himself from this position. However, the higher-ups wouldn't allow it. Now the Eric also held the title of Abner, overseeing the Ministry of Revenue. His power rivaled that of the Prime Minister. There were even rumors he could mobilize parts of the Imperial Guards, which was unique among officials. Clearly, such authority was granted by those in power. Why did the higher-ups trust him so much? Was it merely because he was of royal lineage? In his heart, he viewed the higher-ups as ruthless. It couldn't be just bloodline that allowed such latitude. There must be other reasons, which were incomprehensible. Were there really other distinctions? The specifics eluded him because he didn't fully grasp that Ajax was a true sage. Taoists had existed for ages, but truly capable ones were rare. Most were charlatans, which couldn't be denied. Otherwise, things wouldn't be so complicated. His feelings were genuine, and regarding the rest, he admitted to being insufficiently well informed. The only thing we can do now is secretly investigate, without letting the higher-ups find out. Otherwise, trouble will follow. The officials listened to Grant's words. They were all members of the Huaishi aristocracy, and naturally understood the underlying implications. They must pay attention to any changes and absolutely not slack off in any way. Once discovered, if the higher-ups didn't care, it would be fine. But if they did take notice, it could mean real trouble. Yes, Lord Han, we understand and will always keep it in mind. Very good. That's best. Remember this well to prevent any unusual situations. This is for the best. Each one was clear in their heart, understanding they were all in the same boat. If something went wrong for one, the others should cover for them. Otherwise, more people would be implicated. After all, when you pull one radish, you get a whole bunch. Grant wasn't saying this without reason. Everyone understood that no matter what, the unknown elements in anything couldn't be underestimated. By the way, Lord Han, about the relocation of civilians? It must be done properly. Do I need to teach you how to do it? Remember, if you can't handle this task well, don't serve as an official. Go home and farm your own land. These were very decisive words. After all, this policy was established at court to counteract the Japanese pirates. Clearing the fields and fortifying towns was a strategy. First, they aimed to pacify the north completely, and then they would deal with the southeastern coast. The Ming army was unafraid of any enemy except those who came and ran away. If they dared to penetrate deep into Ming territory, it would be their doom. The Ming didn't mind reaping a part of the land first. This point was very clear and highly emphasized. Don't assume there were no troops stationed in the southeast. That would be a huge mistake. Actually, they were waiting for these Japanese pirates to land and penetrate deeper. Unfortunately, these pirates were extremely cunning, not daring to venture deep. Once things looked wrong, they ran for it, climbing back onto their boats and escaping. This was a weak spot for the current Ming. Therefore, steady effort was needed to avoid mishaps. For now, patience was required while waiting for the right opportunity. When the time comes, it will be the end of these pirates, and no one will be able to stop their ultimate fate. When heaven wishes to destroy a man, it first drives him mad. Chapter 50. Water Conservancy begins. Refined salt enters every home. The court continued to function as usual, proceeding steadily. As the weather warmed up, water conservancy projects in various regions began to start. Be careful, make sure there are no gaps. Pay attention, pay attention. Several burly men lifted a cement board and placed it directly into the embankment, laying it along the riverbank before compacting it tightly. Row by row, these cement boards formed an inclined surface on the riverbank, ensuring safety while increasing the height and thickness of the embankments, meeting Ajax's requirements. Rich merchants and wealthy households also understood that this was for the benefit of everyone and thus contributed generously, both financially and physically. After all, this project had been personally ordered by the National Areanaster. Inspectors were present in all regions, and when disaster victims returned to Hunan, they could hardly believe what they saw. Only after everyone confirmed it did they realize it was true. Moreover, through comparison with the court's past efforts, they all understood that the National Areanaster held significant influence. Even the Emperor would give face. Clearly, he spoke on behalf of the people. This was the National Areanaster they believed in. As for the various benefits the National Areanaster provided for the disaster victims, one could only imagine how they spurred those who hadn't left. In any case, not a single life was lost, and they all returned safely. This was his greatest achievement. Good, very good. Be cautious. This is something the great National Areanaster developed to combat floods. We must not disappoint him. Yes, everyone should put in more effort, be cautious, and don't overexert yourselves. It's still early spring. There's plenty of time. Besides, there might not be immediate floods. Last year saw them, but this year may not. Still, vigilance was essential. While laying the cement boards, they simultaneously widened and heightened the embankments, aiming for a width that could accommodate 3 people walking abreast with trees lining the sides. They executed their tasks strictly, sparing local officials considerable effort. Everyone sighed, acknowledging that the National Areanaster was a man of action. Now, who in the court didn't know who was most favored? Undoubtedly, it was the National Areanaster. His concurrent positions were of utmost importance, and such a powerful position set a positive example. Those who like to get things done found direction under the National Areanaster's guidance. With such capabilities, the National Areanaster instilled confidence, allowing everyone to work harder under his leadership. As for the rich merchants and wealthy households, they knew this was also the National Areanaster's intention. During the construction of the Imperial Road last time, he took the initiative, and even the Emperor did not oppose it. Despite the Emperor's disdain for merchants, under the National Areanaster's influence, arbitrary executions ceased. They were delighted by this turn of events. However, they also knew that if they failed or couldn't complete their tasks, they would have to bear the consequences. After all, deceiving the Emperor was no trivial matter. Nevertheless, what they undertook was within their capabilities, opening mountains and building bridges, which wasn't unprecedented. Thus, the construction of the Imperial Road was progressing vigorously. Workers' wages were substantial. Otherwise, who would labor for them? Though some environmental damage was inevitable, the current impact was minimal since it was merely for road construction, not widespread destruction. The contrast was clear. Building the Imperial Road was a long-term project with many tasks yet to be completed. Negligence was out of the question. True ability required substantial resources or capital. The National Areanaster's decisiveness kicked off the infrastructure development across the entire Ming Dynasty. Though it seemed exaggerated, it undeniably achieved much. Arianany things remained to be done. Now, despite the challenges, there were benefits to anticipate. The use of cement showed its potential in creating smooth roads, a significant improvement. Especially the road from outside Yingtianfu City to the foot of Mount Daoguan where Ajax's temple was located had already been laid. Once the road dried, carriages traveled on it smoothly and at higher speeds. This made many people envious and determined to build similar roads for comfort. Ajax, observing the completion of this road, felt gratified. Next, he focused on constructing the Taoist temple. Finances weren't an issue. Profits from salt sales remained substantial. In fact, they grew increasingly lucrative. With the popularization of refined salt, prices dropped sharply, making it affordable for commoners. Even though the profit margin per pound of salt was small, it wasn't just a few households buying. It involved countless families. A family's monthly salt consumption is not insignificant, and nationwide, it would naturally be substantial. This left the common people quite satisfied. The uses of salt are extensive. How could they not know this? In most regions, there are many habits like pickling vegetables or radishes, as these items can be stored for long periods, resulting in a high volume of usage. This was also the time when salt consumption was at its peak. In the past, even if they wanted to use pickled vegetables, they would be reluctant to use too much salt because of its high price. But now, the price of salt is incredibly cheap, almost too inexpensive, making them completely unhesitant to use it. Once it runs out, they can just buy more. The rapid transformation of table salt is indeed unbelievable. Moreover, on the vast land of China, salt mines are extremely abundant, especially in Sichuan, Sichuan, in the northwest region. Eating salt until one feels sick, this is truly refined salt. Countless commoners are delighted, feeling motivated and full of energy. With money in hand, they naturally seek more material wealth. Trade has consequently increased, leading to higher tax revenue for the court. All these are good policies that make people feel more deserving of what they have. Refined salt entering every home brings strength to the people, and goods become richer and more varied. A major transformation is about to come, and the Ming army is no idle talk. Their vigilance against northern Yuan has never waned. Similarly, the border checkpoints are strictly managed, ensuring nothing prohibited by the court passes through. Officials in each state clearly understand the interests involved. However, the grasslands are not entirely devoid of value. At least cattle and sheep are good products. But due to ongoing conflicts, trade is impossible, causing great frustration that defies description. But now, reality dictates otherwise unless hostilities cease or assimilation occurs, which are not easy options. Enmity at the borders runs deeper, with everyone aware but unable to let go, only silently hoping for change. Chapter 51. Grover's pleasant surprise. Shishu is saved. At the Eric's residence, Ajax received the visiting governor of Shishu, Grover. Great Eric, you must help Shishu this time. The people there are truly suffering, said Grover with a bitter expression, clearly hoping for his assistance. Ajax listened and was aware of Shishu's difficulties. However, he had not yet heard about the relocation, indicating that Grover had been on the road all this time. Minister Zhang, I believe you haven't heard yet, but I have already suggested to His Area Majesty that we implement the strategy of clearing fields in coastal areas of southeastern China, moving the residents to Shishu. Additionally, a major road will be constructed connecting Shishu to the outside world to reduce the difficulty of entering Shishu. Upon hearing this, Grover was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, Great Eric, really? Ajax nodded with a smile. Yes, it's true. It has already begun implementation. Even though you didn't know, a simple inquiry will suffice. However, constructing this road is not easy and requires your supervision and guidance. In short, we must clear paths through mountains and build bridges over water, ensuring construction does not stop. Choose less inhabited areas for the route. Avoid damaging historical sites as they are invaluable gifts left by our ancestors. After listening, Grover felt an immense boost in spirits. This was indeed great news. Although only one road would be built initially, it would still be sufficient. Once completed, it would break down the perception of difficult access to Shishu, making travel in and out much easier. Thank you, Great Eric. Thank you very much. He knew all too well that everything was orchestrated under the Eric's direction. Otherwise, building such a road would be no easy task. Ajax waved his hand. This is what should be done. Moreover, I hope that the prosperity of Shishu can continue to shine as the land of abundance, a reputation that resonates far and wide. Grover felt even more energized. With the Eric's words, there was nothing to fear. They would just get it done. Please rest assured, Your Excellency. I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes, restoring the land of abundance's renown across the empire. Ajax praised him. Good. I look forward to that day. Haha. Following Ajax's proposal in the imperial court to allocate funds to Shishu for reconstruction and the necessary capital for relocation, Emperor Heston readily agreed and issued an edict immediately. This made Grover realize even more the weight the Eric held in the emperor's heart, thus drawing closer to the Eric. Grant and others remained silent, not because they didn't want to speak, but because their supporters in the court were few. The previous Malang incident had wiped out half of their officials, and the remaining ones weren't entirely on their side, especially among the military officers who mostly followed Dylan, naturally knowing how to act. Now Dylan was leading elite troops on another expedition, leaving them envious. However, it wasn't possible for all of them to go, so they had to bear it temporarily. They also heard that the court planned to rebuild its navy. Indeed, it should be called a navy. This suggestion came from the Eric himself. Once the navy was established, the influence of the military faction would grow, along with increased official positions. Of course, offending the Eric now would be foolish. To join the navy, proficiency in swimming was crucial. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing not to know how to swim. Regardless, attention needed to be paid to the current situation. As soldiers, they needed to face dangerous situations. The sea was far more perilous than rivers. More courage was required, or it wouldn't be meaningful to go. It was an indisputable fact that fearing natural disasters would hinder progress. It's settled then, Minister Zhang. Focus on matters in Shishu. Let the beauty and prosperity of the land of abundance rise again. We hope to see the beautiful scenery and prosperity of Shishu during our lifetime, said Heston. Grover was even more moved. Yes, Your Area Majesty. I will not let you down and will strive to restore the glory of the land of abundance. He prostrated deeply. Heston could feel his sincerity and knew he had walked many miles and sought many people for the sake of Shishu, not just this year but for the past 2 years. Unfortunately, the Ming Dynasty had been in dire straits and unable to provide assistance at the time. But now, with some recovery, they could finally offer support. Returning home with renewed support, Grover felt elated beyond description. Though the Ministry of Revenue's allocation wasn't substantial, it was far better than nothing, and the road was being built by the government without any cost to them. He only needed to take care of the relocated citizens. In this way, it would be much easier. Yes, after returning, he must first build houses. They couldn't live out in the open. Hurry back. I can't wait. Yes, sir. Not just Grover, but everyone in the entourage felt the same urgency, wanting to fly back home. Because they finally had the support of the court, how could they not long to fly back? The urgency in their hearts was pressing closer, and they naturally could not be careless. As for those from the southeastern coast who were willing to move to Shishu, the court would be responsible for transporting them. Those unwilling would be moved inland, and they must not stay by the coast. Moreover, iron fences would begin to seal off this area, ensuring that the Japanese pirates gained nothing. By persistently implementing Ajax's strategy of clearing fields, many Japanese pirates were angered beyond measure. They were truly infuriated to the point of being unable to swallow their anger. However, they had no means. They truly dared not venture deep in because there was the Ming army. Once they ventured too far in, they would be defeated and surrounded, with none able to escape. Thus, they were livid but helpless. Other places were unsuitable for landing. Indeed, places with natural harbors suitable for landing were few. And as they moved north, landing became even more difficult, as these areas were all part of the Ming heartland, and going there might mean never coming back. Of course, by the time the Japanese pirates learned this, it was already too late. The Ming Dynasty was already building warships. Now, they might still be celebrating on the island, but when they came again, they would surely be infuriated. All this was also what Ajax had to do. The lives of the people were important, and temporarily leaving home for a period might not be unacceptable. When the Ming warships appeared, it would be time for them to return home. Moreover, at that time, they might become even more prosperous, as the Ming's gaze would shift towards the sea. This was their ultimate goal, and any current difficulties were only temporary. Believe it would not be long. Not long at all. Chapter 52. Aryonarchus collapses, the Imperial Examination Hall rebuilt. In the residence of Lord Qingyi, Aryonarchus finally confirmed it and collapsed on the bed. Indeed, the person he had sent out before had returned. The news brought back was that the entire Changbai mountain had exploded from between its peaks, creating a Tinjiang deep pit that completely separated the two mountain heads. The scene was in complete chaos. What more could Aryonarchus say? He ultimately couldn't resist the will of heaven. How could fate be so cruel to him? Reflecting on it, there were countless capable people in this world. Besides himself, others might not have acted or interfered out of apathy or lack of authority. But alas, despite all his calculations, he had still made a mistake, forgetting about the Grand Preceptor's existence. Father, are you all right? Caesar rushed forward anxiously. Aryonarchus regained his senses and weakly waved his hand, appearing utterly dispirited as he said, with the Grand Preceptor in the Ming Dynasty, there's nothing much to be said. All my plans have come to naught. Since it was already lost, there was no chance for change. He didn't believe he had any other recourse. Knowing that merely splitting the mountain open would likely result in its eventual rejoining over time, such actions seemed futile. As the Grand Preceptor, he should not have been unaware of this. So what did he do secretly? Ajax had done nothing else but set one earth-sealing talisman, which now merged seamlessly with the ground. Without sufficient cultivation, retrieving it would be impossible. The longer it stayed, the harder it would be to retrieve. Aryonarchus couldn't figure it out, feeling at a loss. Even if it rejoined eventually, who knew what changes the future held? This realization brought him some solace. He reflected on how he had been blinded by personal gain, leading to these consequences. Ultimately, his fate was concerning, and he felt helpless. Deep in thought, he acknowledged that many matters weren't within his control. If they were easier to handle, it wouldn't have led to this outcome. Looking towards the city outskirts, construction at the Taoist temple site must be bustling. Indeed, Ajax's temple construction had officially begun. Roads both up and down the mountain had been completed solidly and safely. Regarding finances, Ajax had ample resources and had no worries about funding. Moreover, managing the Ministry of Revenue meant he knew when salt profits arrived firsthand. Without delay, he withdrew funds to finance further construction vigorously. This month's salt earnings were substantial, reaching 5 million taels of silver, a significant profit given the low costs. Taking 30%, Ajax could pocket 1.5 million taels, which was satisfying. Emperor Heston received 1 million taels and was equally pleased. The Ministry of Revenue obtained 2.5 million taels, also very content. Benefiting all parties, everyone was smiling. Steward, how is everything going? Sir, everything is fine. The foundation for the temple has been laid, and progress is steady. Good, don't skimp on wages. Make sure they're paid well to avoid tarnishing my reputation. Yes, sir, we understand and won't disappoint. Ajax felt gratified. After all his preparation, building the temple was long overdue. Taoists naturally belonged in a temple. Oh right, how is the making of the Sanqing statues progressing? Sir, they are finished and await completion of the temple for the welcoming ceremony. Excellent. Ajax nodded, understanding that construction took time and wasn't rushed. Additionally, he instructed them to clean up behind the mountain properly. Understood. Ajax dismissed him to continue his own affairs. The steward left quickly to ensure diligent work on the project, prioritizing his master's wishes. Ajax then headed to the Ministry of Revenue, planning to check on the reconstruction of the Imperial Examination Hall. Grand Preceptor, the Imperial Examination Hall is being rebuilt rapidly, recruiting many workers to ensure timely completion, Hamza promptly reported. Ajax nodded. Good, this time with the Emperor's grace for the Imperial examinations, there must be no mishaps. It would be embarrassing otherwise. Do you understand? Yes, Grand Preceptor. I'm personally overseeing it and believe it will be completed in 2 to 3 months. As long as it's finished before the examination, it should be fine. Yes, Grand Preceptor, I understand. Very well, proceed like this. Ensure the Emperor remains assured. Go ahead. Since things had reached this point, naturally, he hoped for a smooth process to avoid any unpleasantness. To satisfy all parties, more conditions needed to be met. Otherwise, it would be laughable and unacceptable. At the construction site of the Imperial Examination Hall, Ajax was pleased with what he saw and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, keep up the good work. Don't mistreat them. We have some resources now, so don't be too frugal. Hamza agreed, knowing that with these resources, things could proceed more smoothly and confidently. Regardless, everything was clearly laid out before him. Only by doing so could they achieve success. Otherwise, it would be a failed project. Heston was well aware of how to handle such situations. After all, the money came from the court, and he couldn't afford to act foolishly or ignorantly. Hamza knew that things were going well, and he didn't want to lose his head over it. Though the Grand Preceptor earned money skillfully and effectively, his abilities and methods were beyond reproach. After all, using legitimate means to earn from the state was something others couldn't argue against. Competence was the best tool. They lacked that kind of confidence and capability, thus had no right to comment. Moreover, his position was unmatched by others. In this environment, everyone was clever enough to understand without needing further explanation. This opportunity required no justification. The efforts were very real. So, what else could be compared? Nothing really. They should just focus on doing their jobs diligently. Chapter 53. The Emperor and the State Preceptor are Aryanicking a fuss. Time flows by as constructions progress, bustlingly within the great Ming infrastructure. Ajax didn't go to court every day. Basically, he would go once every few days. Emperor Heston, watching this, though infuriated, could only let it slide. After all, it wasn't a big issue and was manageable. At this moment, throughout the empire of Great Ming, preparations for the imperial examinations were in full swing, everyone seizing the time before the test began. From local regions to the capital, everyone was extremely tense. However, officials made orderly arrangements despite their anxieties. Only when arriving at the capital for the examination, on the first day of the 5th month, would the formal testing commence. Of course, because it was the first time that 7 categories of exams were held concurrently, there were some amusing incidents, but no one said much. It was His Arian Majesty's idea after all. The original examination subjects naturally couldn't be the focus anymore. They were merely one category among many. Therefore, numerous arrangements were necessary, requiring talents from various fields to create questions together. As for ceremonies, equestrian skills, and calligraphy, they were relatively simpler. As long as one had learned adequately, there shouldn't be any issues. Even with equestrian skills, simply riding a horse for a few laps, not even running, just walking on the horse without falling off would be qualified. It was relatively simple. After all, it was the first time, and it might not be so easy in the future. For this first attempt, people had the mentality of feeling out the waters, which Heston did not blame them for, as long as there was no cheating involved. Thus, a grand examination session began in this way. Papers from all regions arrived daily, and Heston read them with great interest, clearly never expecting so many entertaining matters. Finding it interesting, he summoned Ajax to share in the appreciation. Ajax was quite helpless. What was so fascinating about the examinations? But upon learning about some incidents during the exams, especially one where someone nearly wet their pants on the horse, he was stunned. Davidson, there's such an incident? Heston laughed loudly and said, look, that examinee saw a horse for the first time and thought it was a monster, almost crying and calling for help. What an unlucky child. Ajax nodded in agreement. Davidson, indeed. It is pitiful. Heston paused, looking at him in confusion. Pitiful? Ajax's expression darkened, filled with resignation. Davidson, now many people don't even know what a horse looks like. How can they fight wars in the future? If something happens, how can they escape if they can't ride a horse? This shows a significant misfortune. Although the population of the Great Ming is vast, we can't let them be ignorant of the basics. So this is truly sad. Even if only a few years have passed, the future is still long. Heston's face immediately turned sour, thinking Ajax intentionally ruined his mood, enjoying himself by making fun of the situation. Instantly giving himself a mental slap, he said in a mocking tone, such small problems, you just won't let your Zeke have a good time. You're purely here to make me unhappy, right? Ajax jumped away with a forced smile. Davidson, not like this. I was still in bed when you called me over. Isn't it difficult for me too? Heston got so angry that he grabbed a shoe to throw. Seeing this, Ajax hurriedly dodged while running away. It was indeed an unusual scene. Eunuchs looked down pretending not to see, and the guards even closed their eyes, acting as if nothing happened. This kind of scenario played out repeatedly, leaving them exasperated. This job was truly unbearable. After some time, Heston finally stopped chasing, cooling down somewhat. You little scoundrel, just forget it. Can't argue with you. Ajax walked back with a sheepish grin. Davidson, let's keep it chill, shall we? Let me get some more sleep. He yawned while exiting the study. Heston watched, finding him truly hopeless, utterly hopeless. Eunuchs and guards sighed in relief. The ordeal was finally over. Why did they choose this profession, unable to laugh or speak freely, always having to suppress themselves? How stressful. Heston, however, enjoyed it, being able to act freely only with his nephew. The Emperor is lonely, and it feels great to vent a bit of loneliness with his own nephew who doesn't fear him, always showing dissatisfaction, especially when disturbed during sleep. What he liked most was making life difficult for him, leading to these scenes. Paulette tried to mediate initially to prevent any troubles, but with such frequent occurrences, she soon realized it and decided not to intervene. These two Zeeks and nephews were indeed unusual, lacking any formality. The Emperor didn't behave like an emperor, and the State Preceptor didn't act like a State Preceptor. They were both oddballs. Hadn't others been holding back, feeling uncomfortable and strained? Unfortunately, these two relatives didn't care. They did whatever they felt like, leaving the innocent on duty in agony. Ajax, upon returning home, just flopped onto his bed to sleep, no matter what happened around him. After having a full sleep, he started his daily practice, not caring when to do it, as long as he was comfortable. Comfortable, just like that. One day passed by. Not bad. My little life is delightful. Then he went to the Sioux residence for free meals. As for what else he did, there was no need to overthink it. This kind of life was very comfortable. Good food, drinks, and beautiful companionship. Simply perfect. Of course, he still needed to take care of some business matters, which could be said to go quite well. Such a carefree life would surely be appealing to anyone. As for other things, they didn't matter much. This wonderful feeling was truly comforting. Arianaster, the business in the south has started. What business? Ajax had almost forgotten about his own business. The steward, feeling speechless but quickly reported, it's the coal stove business. Although the weather is getting warmer, coal stoves are still great. They are affordable for boiling water and stir-frying, so they sell well. Ajax then remembered this and nodded. How about the north? The steward became even more excited. Arian Aster. Although it just started in the north, it's been widely welcomed. I believe we'll have good news soon. Considering the vast territory and poor information flow, delays were normal. Ajax nodded. Good, just as expected. We should prepare thoroughly. We are making money from the wealthy. Ordinary people can't afford much, so give discounts where appropriate and raise prices where necessary. The steward instantly understood and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Arian Aster, you're truly brilliant. Chapter 54. The construction of the Taoist temple, overflowing hearts of the people. Ajax no longer cared about it. As long as everyone was happy, everything else was fine and thus most worth it. The big thing now was only one. To bless 10,000 people and then watch the merit point skyrocket. That was his joy. Go to your work. Money is an external matter, but you can't lack it, or it will be troublesome. The steward nodded, fully understanding that money was absolutely necessary. Yes, sir. I will go and arrange it right away. Ajax thought about how much he could earn, but naturally couldn't show it in front of others, lest they underestimate him. As a man of high moral character, he must naturally maintain such demeanor, which was indispensable. Regardless of anything, he couldn't bluff, nor reveal his greedy nature. After all, no one dislikes money. Without money, nothing could be done. Without money, not a single thing could be accomplished. That's how the world works. He too was just an ordinary person. Otherwise, how would he provide relief to so many people? No money meant no food, not just empty words that could conjure wealth and sustenance. It was very practical, otherwise everyone could just imagine things coming true without effort. These were the realities he needed to achieve, and his capability was already beyond question. The position of Eric was merely a stepping stone to better accomplish his goals. It was that simple. Ultimately, it all came down to accumulating merit points. No matter what the future held, he wouldn't get involved. If he had good things, he wouldn't be stingy with them. Thinking this, he set out towards the construction site outside the city. It was truly bustling with activity. Numerous workers were busy, earning a substantial daily wage, making them very content. After all, they earned 20 coins a day. For a month, that was 800 coins, which was already excellent. Furthermore, meals were provided free of charge, with fish and meat included, leaving them well-fed and full of energy for their work. Such a good job was highly sought after. Had it not been for last year's disaster issues, they would have earned quite a bit earlier, but it wasn't too late. After the official start of construction, there would be no problem. In short, everyone was genuinely happy. Carrying bricks, lifting wood. Each worker put in hard labor without feeling any bitterness because better rewards awaited them. Your Excellency Eric, we pay our respects to your Excellency. Seeing him, the workers immediately greeted and bowed, clearly from the heart. The benefits of this project needed no elaboration. Everything would be worth it once completed. Ajax was also very friendly to them, knowing they were all working hard for their livelihoods, just like him. They didn't need any further explanation. Working diligently was the best way forward. This happiness stemmed from striving for a better life. Walking along the road meant being fully prepared, not without foundation. Standing at the construction site, Ajax couldn't help but feel sentimental. Everything would come to fruition in the future. Regarding the system mall, things remained the same, leaving him somewhat helpless. He could only accept it silently, unable to change anything within the system. Fortunately, it didn't hinder his strength, and that was enough. Whether on which path, it was always for greater strength, advancing further, and surviving. Wasn't that the case? The road was destined to be bumpy, but required steady steps, otherwise, there would be numerous troubles. Ensuring no issues at the construction site, he returned with peace of mind, indeed without unnecessary worry. All bricks and tiles were made in kilns built by themselves, perfectly suited for the project. Every specification was identical, ensuring immediate replacement upon damage and preparing for future repairs. Even after completion, constant maintenance would still be required. Thus, various brick and tile specifications needed careful preparation. Satisfied with the progress, Ajax felt even more delighted. This business could continue. As long as everything went smoothly, there would be no problem. There was no need for explanations. Everything followed the rules. After thoroughly inspecting the site, he was very pleased. If everything proceeded smoothly, part of the project could be completed this year, with plans to finish next year. Arianny hands make light work, but quality assurance was crucial, requiring more opportunities, which were indispensable. On this point, there was no need for rebuttal. As long as one had numbers, they possessed their own life value. Whatever issues arose, he did not wish for them to happen. If they did occur, they needed prompt handling, and concealment was unacceptable. Therefore, there were many supervisors, each component needing oversight, ensuring no oversights. The steward would check daily. Although he didn't understand all the technicalities, he could ask questions and verify, promptly addressing any loopholes that emerged, thereby minimizing problems. This way, things would likely proceed more joyfully. Wherever people gathered, various matters inevitably occurred. These were unavoidable but fortunately minor, quickly resolved without needing his direct involvement, which was for the best. After a satisfactory inspection, he returned to the city. Now the foot traffic in the city increased significantly, with ongoing construction everywhere, making it quite lively. Because Heston decided to pave the main roads in the city with cement, directly covering the existing stone paths. Thus, while the area seemed limited, the work required precision, especially in smoothing the surface, which necessitated continuous adjustments. To achieve a level ground, there was no concern about unevenness. Such roads could last many years since the heaviest vehicles were merely horse carriages, posing no overloading issues, thus reducing worries. This situation provided the best outcome, changing much yet not too much, which was sufficient. This example served to better prepare everything, avoiding various ignorant problems, making everything reasonable and expected. Ajax was not bothered by this. It was good to encourage people to strive for a better life. As for the common folk, he naturally wouldn't interfere. They watched the hustle and bustle, knowing it was beneficial. After all, they themselves had walked the roads outside the city, aware that smooth surfaces allowed faster and more comfortable travel. Even wheelbarrows moved faster and more stably. Chapter 55. Reorganizing the astronomical and geographical knowledge of the Great Ming, writing heroes and villains. At this moment, the imperial examinations were being held with great enthusiasm across the country, and the first round of excellent candidates had already been decided. After learning this, Heston knew that the next step would be the metropolitan examination, followed by the palace examination. How is my nephew doing? Is the examination hall for the metropolitan exam ready? Davidson, it's almost finished. We are currently conducting the final inspection. Good. I trust you to handle it. These past few months have been very tiring, all efforts made for the imperial examination. One cannot afford to neglect such important matters now. This effort needs to continue. Heston paid close attention to this as well. He knew his nephew's capabilities. It was reassuring to see him do such a fine job on his first time overseeing these affairs. By the way, how's the preparation of the questions for the metropolitan exam going? Ajax, caught off guard, replied, Davidson. Isn't this something the Ministry of Rights should be handling? Upon hearing this, Heston realized he had misunderstood. Indeed, this matter belonged under the purview of the Ministry of Rights. You're right. Let's have someone bring them over so we can review if they are appropriate. Ajax felt speechless. Wasn't this just asking him to work overtime indirectly, even across departments? This wasn't quite right. However, Heston did not care about such concerns and immediately summoned Ardle, the Minister of Rights. Minister Qian, how is the preparation of the examination questions coming along? Upon hearing this, Ardle hurriedly replied, Your Area Majesty, part of it is ready, but some parts which we are not particularly proficient in still need further consideration. Interested, Heston asked, what questions have stumped you? Tell me. Ardle directly said, it's the military science and literary subjects. Literary subjects? Isn't this relatively straightforward? As long as the answers are clear and memorized accurately, what's the problem? Heston was puzzled. He understood why they might struggle with military science, but they should excel at literary subjects. Ardle explained helplessly, Your Area Majesty, as per your instructions, the exams must be comprehensive with no blind spots. They need to cover many current books, not just the 4 books and 5 classics, but also astronomy, geography, biographies, and more. Heston was taken aback. He hadn't expected them to go into such depth. Ajax was also stunned. With so many books involved, who could remember everything? Heston couldn't help but turn to Ajax and ask, Grand Arianaster, did we discuss this before? Ajax shook his head. Your Area Majesty, we didn't, but Minister Qian has certainly shown great dedication and responsibility. He sets an example for the court. Although I hadn't thought of everything either, listening to him now, I see the necessity of this. Heston, feeling increasingly confused, wondered what trick this young man was up to, finding trouble where there wasn't any. As for Ardle, he was utterly dumbfounded. What? Did he overthink this, when it wasn't even necessary or required? Cold sweat trickled down his back. If anyone found out, wouldn't the blame fall squarely on him? He mentally screamed in despair. But Ajax then suggested, Your Area Majesty, perhaps we should have someone compile a rough outline of the astronomical and geographical knowledge of the Great Ming. We should at least have a general idea, and then we can formulate the questions. Heston nodded in agreement. That makes sense. If we don't even know how big the Great Ming is or where certain places are located, wouldn't it make us look like fools? He then cheerfully added, Minister Qian is indeed insightful and helpful to the state. This is good. So, compiling the essentials of the Great Ming's astronomy and geography will be entrusted to you. It doesn't need to be overly detailed, just focus on the key points. Ardle couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He had created trouble for himself, but he couldn't refuse, so he thanked the Emperor and accepted the decree. Watching him leave, Heston asked, Then what about the military science? Ajax thought for a moment and said, Have the most skilled warriors from the army oversee the exams. Although no weapons will be used, only hand-to-hand combat will be tested. Medical personnel should still be on standby in case of accidents. That makes sense. This shouldn't be a problem. Let's proceed as you suggest. Heston nodded, finding no issue with this arrangement. Ajax continued, regarding biographies, let's select loyal and patriotic figures as subjects. No need for extensive introductions, just their backgrounds and achievements are enough. Heston complained, You should have mentioned this earlier. Now they'll have to start all over again. Ajax quickly replied, Let's entrust this to the Hanlin Academy. They should be more familiar with this. Heston slapped his thigh and smiled approvingly. Still, you young man understand the stakes. While we're at it, let's also compile a record of villains. Ajax didn't argue, preferring to keep him happy. On one hand, preserving fame for eternity, and on the other, preventing infamy forever. This could serve as a real warning to everyone. Such measures were very practical. With this setup, both positive and negative examples would be covered, making everything much better. Since ancient times, heroes and villains have always been contrasted. Many heroes have been harmed by villains. Ajax listened and inwardly complained. What about your own actions? How would they be recorded, or not recorded? These thoughts were just in his mind. It was better not to say them out loud to avoid making things awkward. Davidson, no one is perfect. There will always be flaws. This is an undeniable fact that cannot be completely eradicated. You're right. We know this, but we must still try. Heston waved his hand, showing no concern for the matter. Clearly, he did not fully understand Ajax's deeper meaning. Ajax sighed silently to himself and decided not to say more, to avoid causing any discomfort for his Zeke. Davidson, you're absolutely right. Future generations should know, so as not to forget the history of their ancestors. Regarding such matters, there were actually many examples, but some did not wish to see it, hoping for a thorough realization of even more. These are all small matters. As long as they can be achieved, it represents the best nature, and many people are hopeful. Arianany historical secrets have been hidden and destroyed in the flames of war. Although the final situation remains Zekier, it is inevitable that they will remain elusive, and these are inevitable impacts. The current situation does not need much attention. It's best not to get too confused or overly involved in these matters, because many people are watching, and there's no escaping it. Heston couldn't help but say with relief, Camden, you see things clearly. You understand the main intent behind these actions. This is what we need to do. Though it's difficult, it's not impossible to find a way forward. Ajax listened silently. The Emperor's insight differed from others. Even though he came from the future, he could not underestimate the Emperor's vision. Their wisdom was not weak. If he thought he was invincible, he would only end up in a dead end. It was important to understand that unnecessary risks should not be taken lightly, lest one invites disaster. He was a cautious person, speaking only when necessary and staying silent when appropriate. Chapter 56. The ships are too small and too slow. By the way, Camden, Arav mentioned in his letter that the ships are about to be completed. Heston suddenly thought of his eldest son and couldn't help but feel proud. Now his son knew so much knowledge, which was truly great and blissful. Ajax was also startled at first, then he said joyfully, Your Area Majesty, this is a big event. If it's really finished, it will be a grand celebration. How could Heston not know? Once these ironclad ships were available, they would be a huge trump card against the Japanese pirates. But then he thought of another issue and pulled out Jeff's petition with a helpless look. Look, the cost of an ironclad ship is approximately 10,000 taels. The larger the hull, the higher the cost. Ajax nodded. That's natural. But to sail on the open sea, you need even larger ships. Smaller ones can capsize more easily. Ideally, each large ship should cost around 100,000 taels, equipped with cannons. Each ship should carry at least 50 cannons. If possible, each should carry 100 cannons, with cannons on both sides of the ship as well as at the bow and stern. To put it simply, it would add anywhere from several thousand to tens of thousands of taels. 1 or 2 ships wouldn't be enough. We need to form a massive fleet. According to Camden's idea, 10 ships per squadron. Given the long coastline of the Ming Dynasty, we need 3 squadrons. Huanghai 1,000 household, Donghua 1,000 household, and Nanhai 1,000 household. Each 1,000 household needs to have 10 squadrons, roughly 100 warships per 1,000 household. The more Ajax spoke, the more excited he became, while Heston's face grew paler and his hands trembled. Hold on, Camden. According to what you're saying, we need at least 300 such ships. Ajax noticed Heston's expression but continued, Davidson, this is just part of it. There's much more. According to me, even 10 times more wouldn't be excessive. 10 times more wouldn't be excessive? Heston felt dizzy. How much money would that require? By his calculation, if each ship costs 100,000 silver taels, 300 ships would amount to 30 million taels. 3,000 ships would require 300 million taels, a staggering sum. However, Ajax nonchalantly replied, Davidson, building ships may be expensive, but they can generate income. Once overseas trade opens up, only the government can build ships. Wealthy merchants wanting to go abroad will buy ships, bringing in money. It's that simple. Listening to this, Heston remained silent. It seemed like Ajax had a point. Ajax looked at him and earnestly said, Davidson, don't forget the gold and silver mountains overseas. Only with more ships can we bring them back. If the ships are too small and not sturdy, and they sink, there will be nothing to gain. The more Heston listened, the more he felt greedy. Yes, absolutely right. Ships must be large and solid, with strong firepower, to protect themselves. Right, Camden, you're correct. They need to be large and solid. Otherwise, what's the point of getting treasure if the ships capsize? Who can we complain to? Without further ado, he issued an order directly to the Songjiang shipyard, instructing Jeff to expand the construction by at least 5 times. Jeff, hearing this, froze after confirming the order. Looking at the already assembled ships, he thought, 5 times? Prince, what do we do? Elwood immediately thought of how his cousin had convinced his father. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly and said, just follow through, Lord Dan. There shouldn't be any problems. Jeff shook his head. There won't be any problem, but the cost isn't just 5 times more. It will be at least 7 to 8 times. Elwood nodded without hesitation. All right, proceed with the construction. Father has plenty of money. Don't worry. The approval comes from the Grand Area Master. Jeff paused, realizing that the current finance minister was indeed the Grand Area Master. With his approval, construction could proceed. Fine. I'll draft the petition immediately. Jeff sent it to the Ministry of Revenue as quickly as possible. Seeing it, Minister Hamza sought out Ajax. Grand Area Master, this is outrageous. A single ship now costs at least 70,000 taels. Is it made of gold? Ajax glanced at the treasury, where an additional 3 million taels had accumulated. He promptly approved the construction of 10 ships, adding more funds if needed. Suddenly, 70,000 taels made Hamza's heart shudder. Grand Area Master, this? Ajax directly replied, indeed. His Area Majesty means that the current ships are too small. They should be expanded by at least 5 times, increasing the cost naturally, including cannons. This isn't too much, not too much. Hamza listened and realized the money didn't seem excessive. Curiously, he asked, then how much would be considered too much? Ajax sighed, this is just 10 ships, far from enough. We need at least 3,000 as a base. At this rate, it would take 300 years. It's too slow. We must accelerate the training of shipbuilders. Hamza was so scared that he sat on the ground. 3,000 ships would cost 200 million taels of silver. How much money was that? Aryan madman, truly madman. He inwardly yelled in exasperation, but unfortunately, there was no stopping these mad people. The construction of the Great Ming still required money. Was this not being too extravagant? However, upon calculation, only 10 ships per year didn't seem like much. No, it's too slow. As Grand Area Master, I cannot stand it. We must start with building 50 ships at once, or we won't achieve any meaningful progress. At this rate, twice a year could yield 100 ships. 3,000 ships in 30 years, or perhaps even less time for 300 ships, only a few years were needed. Thinking this, he immediately went to the palace. He completely ignored the stunned Hamza beside him, building 50 ships simultaneously. This was too crazy, absolutely insane. All of them were madmen. 100 large ships in a year. What did they need so many big ships for? He didn't know and naturally couldn't understand, because he didn't know how many good things were overseas. That was the main point. However, now he was indeed shocked but dared not speak out for fear of causing trouble. Moreover, these were the emperor's intentions. Who dared to say more? Besides, the Great Ming was rapidly developing. The national treasury's income had already exceeded 10 million taels of silver, and this was without even collecting grain taxes. So much money. It was simply too much. Compared to before, it was incomparable, truly incomparable. Additionally, the population of the Great Ming was increasing. With more money, more children could naturally be raised, which was an inevitable trend. There was no longer a worry about a lack of buyers for salt. There would be more and more people buying salt. Chapter 57. Suggestion to increase business taxes. Ajax arrived at the palace and immediately sought out Heston. Davidson, we need to speed things up. Heston had just seen him but hadn't realized what needed accelerating yet. Hold it, hold it, hold it, what are you talking about? We don't understand. Ajax realized he hadn't explained clearly and continued, Davidson, you forgot about building more ships as discussed before? Heston instantly understood, standing up to respond, indeed, we talked about this. What's the issue? Is there a problem? Ajax further elaborated, Davidson, the current shipyards are too few. Only a few ships can be built annually. It's too slow and doesn't align with our plans. So, I propose opening more shipyards in other locations. What do you think, Davidson? Heston suppressed his sudden burst of frustration and lowered his voice. How many ships do you aim to build per year? Unaware of the shift in his Zeke's tone, Ajax answered straightforwardly, at least 100 ships per year. 100 ships? Heston's voice escalated abruptly, grabbing the nearby feather duster ready to hit. Let's see if this makes sense to you. Aiming for 100 ships? Seeing it was going bad, Ajax swiftly dodged, being agile, leaving Heston unable to hit him. The guards around closed their eyes, turning a blind eye to the commotion between Zeke and nephew. Ajax kept evading while saying, Davidson, don't get mad. Anger is not good for your health. It's just a suggestion. If you disagree, that's fine too. Heston, sighing in futility, stop chasing. This boy was slippery like an eel, always getting away. He sat down exhausted and asked, all right, where do you plan to build these new yards? Breathing evenly, Ajax took a seat beside him and solemnly spoke, Davidson, I'm thinking of finding suitable places along the Jiangsu and Zhejiang coastlines. If we can have multiple sites, constructing 10 docks together at each location, then conservatively, we can build at least 50 ships a year. Once the scale expands after stabilizing the southeastern coast, expanding the shipyards will make it feasible to build 100 ships yearly, which shouldn't be a big challenge. This would be the most ideal scenario, also worth celebrating. By then, we will also have more funds because our fleet will have defeated the pirates, promoting continuous maritime trade, a great thing. This will increase the demand for civilian ships. The construction cost won't be high, but the selling price could be much higher, bringing significant profits. Plus, remember maintenance costs once the ships are built. Otherwise, they'll decay, and that's money wasted. After crunching numbers, it indeed seems to be highly profitable. Also, Davidson, whenever merchants return from voyages, they must pay tariffs. Otherwise, it counts as smuggling. The Ming Dynasty does not tolerate such activities and will seize goods without hesitation. Non-compliance means confiscation of profits. This way, we will gain more revenue. Foreign merchants will also pay import and export taxes when they visit. They won't leave without carrying Ming goods back, necessitating export tax payments. Doesn't that make sense, Davidson? Heston listened, stunned, feeling both reasonable and absurd at the same time. Though strange, the concept was too significant to overlook. Such a proposition truly seemed far-fetched. But if all transactions generated income, it would certainly mean massive earnings. Is this really true? Davidson, why would I deceive you? Also, another matter. Current business taxes are too low, barely 1/10, or else we risk losing substantial revenue. Heston inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Would it be possible? Now the tax rate is about 1/30th. Tripling the rate seems drastic but plausible. Seeing his hesitant nod, Ajax quickly added, Davidson, consider a single voyage returns with 1,000,000 taels per ship. With the current tax, only 33,000 taels are collected, losing 67,000 taels in potential revenue. One ship loses this much per trip. For 100 ships, making 2 trips a year, the loss will exceed tens of millions of taels. This is the minimum estimate. Arianny wealthy merchants transport even more, reaching up to tens of millions per ship. Think about how much revenue we'd lose, Davidson. Realistically presented, Heston couldn't stay seated any longer. Wouldn't the loss exceed tens of millions of taels? The more he thought about it, the redder his eyes became, and the more he felt like devouring someone. Ajax said at this moment, it's not easy for commoners to grow crops, and the land tax they pay is so little. In comparison, it's just ridiculous. Even now, do you know how much money the Ministry of Household has? Heston asked curiously, how much? Ajax whispered, it has already exceeded 10 million taels, and grain taxes haven't been collected yet. Hearing this, Heston couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. It had only been a few months, and the amount was already this much. If it continued throughout the year, it would likely exceed 20 million taels, and with grain taxes, it could be close to 30 million taels, assuming a good harvest. Even in other years, reaching 30 million taels would be quite difficult. Back then, it didn't even reach 10 million taels. In just a few months, the difference was staggering. Ajax continued earnestly, Davidson, why are merchants so wealthy? Because business taxes are low. Plus, those high-ranking officials' families are all engaged in commerce. They know how profitable it is and naturally don't want you to raise business taxes. So I'm suggesting raising it to 1/10, but not exceeding half of their profits. This way, we can properly discuss the fluctuation of interests. Of course, we should only tax transactions that exceed 1,000 taels. At this point, Heston fully realized the situation. He had never considered such circumstances before, knowing that merchants were cunning, but never having heard anyone talk about this. Now, as his nephew broke it down, it was like waking him from a dream, making him finally understand what was truly profitable. So that's how it is. We've been deceived for so long. They're all doing great, really great. Davidson, regarding past matters, we can let them go. It's not too late to focus on the present. After all, we cannot pursue past grievances. We should also revise commercial laws to improve the legal system of the Ming Dynasty. Chapter 58. Heston's heart bleeds. Commercial law? Heston then asked a few questions, allowing Ajax to answer. Ajax naturally answered thoroughly, providing explanations from a commercial perspective to enhance the completeness of the Great Ming Code. At that moment, Heston slapped his thigh, stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Great. I'm delighted to have a nephew like you." With that, he laughed and left. Ajax touched his head, unsure if his Zeke agreed. It was pointless to worry excessively. Besides, he needed to find more shipyards. How could he have forgotten? It wasn't appropriate to look for him now. Never mind. I'll bring it up next time. Haste makes waste. So, he left the palace. Heston summoned Yuan and instructed him to collect data on the income of large merchants in the city. Yuan was puzzled, but immediately carried out the order without hesitation. Soon, Yuan returned with the data. "Your Area Majesty." After receiving it, Heston scanned through the document, only to be startled. "Is this real or fake?" Yuan knelt down in fear. "Your Area Majesty, everything is true." Your subject dared not slack off in the slightest. Heston waved his hand, unaware that Yuan was nearly frightened out of his wits. Truly, serving the emperor was no easy task. So, it's like this. Today's profits are astronomically high, with returns reaching over 1,000 times. Reviewing the data, Heston understood these major merchants made several thousand taels daily as a minimum, tens of thousands normally, and some even higher. It was indeed terrifying. With this knowledge, he knew it was inevitable. "Let's go to the Hanlin Academy." "Yes, Your Area Majesty." Upon arriving at the Hanlin Academy, Heston directly called in scholars proficient in commerce. "Do you all specialize in commerce?" "Your Area Majesty, we only understand a bit, but aren't experts." "Why?" "Your Area Majesty, this is self-taught. No one has taught us formally." Listening to this, Heston realized the purpose behind his nephew advocating for comprehensive imperial examinations. "Very well, now tell me, are these figures genuine?" The scholars respectfully exchanged glances, initially stunned before delving into analysis. After a considerable while, they replied, "Your Area Majesty, it's roughly accurate. Although we aren't experts, the numbers don't seem incorrect." Heston tightened his hands before calming down and asking, "Then what do you think would be an appropriate rate for commercial tax?" This question sent everyone kneeling, their faces flushed and sweat pouring down. "Why, Your Area Majesty?" Frowning, Heston asked, "What's wrong with you all?" Answering a simple question isn't worth such reaction. Lowering their heads, they seemed to harbor deep-seated concerns. Yuan stepped forward and whispered in Heston's ear, "Your Area Majesty, many of them are related to merchant families." Understanding dawned upon Heston. Raising taxes on merchants would mean cutting into their wealth. "Don't want to speak? Do you feel my words can be ignored?" Accompanying the emperor was like being with a tiger, especially an irritable one. These Hanlin scholars, akin to sheep, could hardly resist. "Your Area Majesty, based on this data, increasing taxes to 1/10 to 1/5 would be reasonable." Saying this, the scholar collapsed, fearing severe backlash. The others also collapsed, unable to escape. Indeed, these matters should not be underestimated. Heston grasped something crucial. These practices operated underhandedly, leading to lower commercial taxes in the Ming Dynasty. Except for those who ran shops, other traders were hard to estimate. It was even more challenging to calculate itinerant merchants. However, Ajax's plan for wealthy merchants to build checkpoints provided no way out for them. These astute merchants, understanding this was big business, naturally worried not about making money but choosing profitable locations to build roads and collect checkpoint fees. Reflecting on this, Heston realized checkpoints offered a prime location to gauge cargo volume. Evading them would be impossible unless avoiding this route altogether. Merchants valued time as much as gold. Being overtaken meant lost opportunities. Therefore, competition was fierce, a logical and fair situation. "I understand. You all continue with your matters. I won't make you worry about anything. What's there to fear?" These were trivial matters, naturally not worth worrying over. Everything was self-evident and didn't require much explanation. What needed to be done was the most straightforward. No explanations were necessary because he was the emperor. Who did he need to explain himself to? After leaving the Hanlin Academy, Heston had a clear understanding of why he had strongly recommended increasing commercial taxes and constructing such a vast expressway project. It seemed that no money was made, and in fact, a lot was lost, but in reality, it formed a huge network, regulating commodity circulation. The volume could serve as a basis for commercial taxes. With more checkpoints, even if counted only once within the network, it amounted to an enormous sum. Over the years, so much money could have been lost, slipping away unnoticed. The more he thought about it, the more Heston felt a deep pain in his heart, pain to no end. So much money had slipped away, and he had clearly had the chance to seize it but missed out. The more he thought, the angrier and more frustrated he became. "Fine, let you deceive me. I'll show you the consequences of deceiving me." His anger surged. Even Paulette would not be able to reason with him at this moment. Of course, unless Paulette also flew into a rage, in which case Heston would certainly back down first. He then rode alone in the imperial study, and no one knew what he was doing. Ajax wasn't too concerned. Commercial taxes were just one aspect. More important was military strength. If military strength was insufficient, commercial taxes were just a joke, especially for overseas trade, where military strength was most needed. Otherwise, who would do business with peace of mind? If the other side seemed cheerful while trading face-to-face but turned around and did something harmful, what kind of deterrent would that be? Unfortunately, even now that the idea was established, construction couldn't begin immediately. His expectations were too idealistic. Life is unpredictable, and things don't always go as planned. This point was very clear and didn't need explaining. Besides, thinking about it made the situation even more astonishing, unspeakably so. Chapter 59. advocating the abolishment of chancellor and establishing the cabinet system. The next morning during the early court assembly, Heston saw Ajax's appearance, undoubtedly indicating that he had anticipated his thoughts. This pleased Heston greatly. It was indeed delightful to be among trusted people. Cough, cough, your excellencies, today we will discuss only one matter, the commercial tax. In the past, we were unaware, but now we understand. We need to re-establish the commercial tax system. A rate of 1 in 30 is too low. From now on, it should be between 1 in 10 to 1 in 5. Hearing the emperor's words, the ministers were stunned, feeling alarmed inwardly. This would not do. It was absolutely unacceptable. If this were enforced, what would they rely on for sustenance? Clearly, their income would be significantly reduced. Your Arian Majesty, this is a major issue and cannot be handled so hastily. Moreover, competing with the people for profit is inappropriate, Grant hastily interjected. This directly concerned his own interests, so he could not stay silent. If it were enforced, he would certainly earn much less money. After all, the size of the pie remains the same. The court's sudden tripling of the commercial tax meant they would gain less from it. Merchants need capital to conduct business. They can't possibly make no profit at all. Following Grant's intervention, others also stood up to offer advice. Not that they did not wish to, but they couldn't. Indeed, it was a significant and troublesome issue. Arianarchus naturally saw the looks others were giving him, but he dared not speak. He sensed changes in the superior's expression. If he dared to speak, the outcome would likely be dire. Moreover, the national teacher was present. How could he dare argue? Others might not know, but he certainly did. It was evident there was a tacit understanding. Otherwise, the superior would not have known about the commercial tax. Thus, he chose to remain deaf and dumb, pretending to know nothing. Seeing his actions, officials who sided with him fell silent as well, none daring to speak. Heston watched, very satisfied deep down. This old fox knew his place. It was excellent. Otherwise, it would truly displease him, and the consequences when displeased were worrisome. Is there anyone else with objections? Heston's tone seemed unusually calm, seemingly indifferent, as if things just happened naturally. Grant, hearing this, felt an inexplicable chill. Yet, he could not determine its origin, unsure within himself. But for the benefit of everyone and himself, he could not stand idly by. He became momentarily blinded by profit. He should know that current benefits were already substantial. Wanting more was greed, akin to a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Who was he facing now? Heston himself knew why he acted so impulsively driven by profits. If people couldn't see through fame and fortune, they would eventually fall into their clutches. Ajax remained silent, as if asleep, seemingly indifferent. What was going on? In short, fate was terrifying, unbelievable, and unavoidable, hard to fathom, with the future situation equally impossible to ignore. The atmosphere made the entire hall unusually quiet. Heston observed and directly asked, "National teacher, what do you think should be done?" Ajax immediately came to attention and stood up, saying, "Your Arian Majesty, anything beneficial to the state requires no further discussion. Moreover, the substantial benefit from the commercial tax represents a national loss, which cannot be abandoned and should be implemented immediately." With Ajax's words, the heads of the 6 ministries were shocked, especially the Minister of Revenue Hamza, who rushed to add, "Your Arian Majesty, the national teacher speaks sense. Anything beneficial to the state should be executed. Indeed, the commercial tax is currently too low." Following Hamza, the other ministers, except for Minister of Works Gabriel, followed suit. This scene chilled Grant's heart. He hadn't expected the national teacher to gain so many supporters in such a short time. His faction seemed to still hold the upper hand, yet they were actually falling behind, an obvious fact. It was undeniable, a truth that no one wanted to miss. As long as it was feasible, no further discussion was necessary. Arianity found themselves unable to speak against it, yet it was undeniably true. Grant felt an icy chill in his heart. Remember, the superior supported changing the commercial tax from the start. Now, he could not stop it because he couldn't. Very well. Since the national teacher has expressed this opinion, and the 6 ministers agree, then there shouldn't be a problem. I believe our merchants will thrive even better under this new tax system. Let the decree be issued accordingly. Yes, your Arian Majesty. The palace attendant hurriedly read out the imperial edict. After hearing this, the ministers naturally accepted the imperial decree, not noticing that his Arian Majesty no longer cared about Grant's words, as if they were mere trifles. Such a good opportunity mustn't be missed. In this era of change, there was no room for argument. True benefits were so straightforward. Everyone believed they could obtain them. The emperor was paramount, especially an iron-fisted founding emperor. What could Grant change? Nothing at all. He only felt increasing pressure. At this moment, Grant stood up and said, "Your Arian Majesty, I feel unwell and lack mental capacity. I am unable to provide advice to your Arian Majesty. Please allow me to retire." Upon hearing these words, everyone was stunned. So, he wants to retreat to advance? Ajax watched and immediately said without hesitation, "Your Arian Majesty, since Lord of Korea is indifferent, and the Duke of Elijah does not wish to serve as Chancellor, I suggest we abolish the position of Chancellor and establish the cabinet system." His words caused quite a stir. It was simply crazy. Grant's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected the national teacher to directly abolish the Chancellor position, which was a matter of great importance. This position had lasted for thousands of years, even dating back to the Shang Dynasty. With such a long history, could it really be abolished just like that? Hearing this, Heston became serious. "National teacher, what do you mean?" Ajax directly replied, "Your Arian Majesty, the cabinet has no decision-making power, only participation rights. After the cabinet decides on all major matters, they are then reviewed by your Arian Majesty. If approved, it passes. If not, it goes back for reconsideration. This way, your Arian Majesty can rest easier." Heston listened carefully. Although it was just a few sentences, it was clear that the cabinet was easier to control compared to the Chancellor, with no decision-making power and all decisions made by the Emperor. They only had the right to participate and report. Of course, for minor matters, the emperor could delegate authority, but if anything went wrong, the cabinet would bear the responsibility. In short, the emperor was absolutely infallible. Any mistake was the fault of the cabinet. Chapter 60. Abolishing the chancellor and establishing the cabinet. At this moment, the court was as silent as death, a silence that was terrifying. One must understand that the position of chancellor is one of great power and authority, holding significant decision-making rights, and being one of the few positions capable of opposing imperial power. Without the position of chancellor, what would happen? Your Arian Majesty, absolutely not. This system has been passed down for thousands of years. Your Arian Majesty, Archie immediately came forward to remonstrate. His ambition was far from satisfied. He had wanted to become chancellor. The proposal to abolish the post filled him with fear and intense anger. Ajax said indifferently, Your Arian Majesty, systems change over time. Initially, we had tribal systems, then feudal systems, followed by prefectures and counties. These are all major transformations. Official positions, and even examinations have broken conventions. Emperor Heston was already swayed, unable to bear the existence of the chancellor any longer. He found it disgusting how they always went against his will. The cabinet system proposed by Ajax filled the void left by abolishing the chancellor's position while removing the decisive powers from it. It was a good thing, perfect indeed. This practical problem, an undeniable reality, required no questioning. The entire system was advancing, wasn't it? Arian Glacier speaks well. Systems must progress. They can advance through reform. Let's proceed. From today onwards, the position of chancellor is abolished and replaced with the cabinet system. As Maddox Guogong seems weary, let him rest. With a single sentence, all of Grant's official posts were stripped away, leaving only his dukedom. Grant trembled, barely standing firm. Eventually, he endured the bitterness in his heart, bowed, and left. From now on, he would bid farewell to the court. Following this confrontation, the officials realized that the Arian Glacier could topple founding heroes with imperial consent. What else needed to be said? They were soon filled with shock. Arianarchus felt particularly shaken, knowing that the emperor had found a new confidant, thus rendering unnecessary those who opposed him. Additionally, the abolition of the chancellor was a monumental event. But who could change this? No one. There was no solution at all. Archie and others suddenly became uneasy, naturally because they had lost their support. Heston watched, feeling incredibly satisfied. This was what it felt like to be emperor. It was excellent. Such satisfaction was understandable. As for the cabinet matters, what do you think, Arian Glacier? Your Arian Majesty, the cabinet could consist of 7 members who could be titled Grand Secretaries of the cabinet. Among them, there should be distinctions between chief and deputy grand secretaries based on rank. The lowest rank allowed could be 4th-grade officials. Ajax added, those capable can join the cabinet, though only 7 will preside over it, reporting directly to your Arian Majesty. Heston nodded approvingly. Having multiple advisors was better than just one, providing more detailed and thorough governance without confusion, which was important. Very good. Let it be done according to Arian Glacier's suggestion. He then looked directly at Arianarchus and said, Hagen, I believe you can serve as the chief grand secretary without disappointing me. Arianarchus's heart raced, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Your Arian Majesty's words are my lifelong goal. I will not disappoint you. I will give my utmost effort. Heston understood well that this was fitting. Smiling, he said, very well. Hagen will be the first chief grand secretary of the cabinet. Other selections will follow the list I issue. Soon, this news spread throughout the Ming Dynasty. Especially concerning the increase in commercial taxes, many merchants felt a chill, realizing this couldn't be concealed. The edict carried more weight than Ming law, so they dared not lie. With checkpoints everywhere, hiding was impossible. For city merchants, it was even more hopeless. Attempting to hide was nothing but a dream. Meanwhile, the government cracked down on gang organizations, dealing with each one discovered without mercy. This was because they were infringing on the government's interests, and such infringement could not be tolerated. Merchants now understood this was the will of the court. Any attempt to hide would result in destruction of their families. The emperor would not hesitate. The abolition of the chancellor and the establishment of the cabinet, much like a myth, actually occurred. This straightforward matter became clear and straightforward. As the court reorganized, various forces also adjusted accordingly. Arianarchus became the first chief grand secretary of the cabinet, and at that time, many people tried to court him. But he himself never received guests, fearing that doing so would attract unwanted attention from higher-ups. Father, now that you are the chief grand secretary of the cabinet, do you still need to be this worried? Caesar was puzzled. After all, his father's position now was extremely high, with no chancellor to compare to. Only the Glacier, national Arianaster, could match it. Arianarchus shook his head and said with a bitter smile, you know nothing. Do you think being chief grand secretary is an easy job? Don't assume that because it was proposed by the Glacier, it's a good thing. In fact, this position is just there to take the blame for the emperor. Upon hearing this, Caesar was immediately startled. How could it be? Arianarchus couldn't help but sigh. What a clever Glacier, to come up with such a method to abolish the position of chancellor, thereby strengthening the emperor's power. One can say that the cabinet ultimately voices the emperor's will and takes the fall. Especially now, who knows what will happen in the future. After all, this was the founding emperor, known for his ironclad methods and high credibility. As ministers, they had to tread carefully, not forgetting that the Glacier was always there. With the Glacier around, nobody could shake things up. This point was straightforward and undeniable. Under this undeniable reality, how helpless it made one feel was clear to see. The capabilities of the Glacier were simply unimaginable. Though unknown, it was clear that anyone wanting to oppose the Glacier was not qualified enough. Arianity matters were foreseen by the Glacier, preparations were already in place. What seemed unrelated was, in fact, a preemptive strike. Just thinking about it sent shivers down one's spine and struck deep into one's bones. To retire was out of the question. He could only commit this old life of his. What other way was there? There was none. Silently working hard was all that remained. Changing things was impossible. Adapting to the new situation was the only option. This situation was pioneered by the Glacier. As pawns, they could only work diligently and honestly. Chapter 61. Unification of grain and tax, single payment. No matter what, the current situation has escalated to a point where ordinary means can no longer challenge it. Thus, there is no way to change it. This is the most realistic aspect and an unchangeable fact they face. The position of Chancellor has been completely abolished, leaving only the cabinet in place. Of course, these changes are not major issues as long as people are aware of them. The focus remains on the commercial tax, which directly affects many people's livelihoods. To put it simply, businesses earning less than 1,000 taels per month do not have to pay taxes. Commercial taxes are now paid monthly, marking a new reform. Next comes the coordination issue at various checkpoints. Due to special reasons, those currently operating under previous rules will not be taxed for 10 years, equivalent to being exempted from taxes before the commercial tax decree was issued. Anyone applying after this point must comply with the new commercial tax regulations, starting to pay taxes once they exceed 1,000 taels. This method seems simple, but is indeed straightforward. However, for some people, it still requires special attention. These preparations are understandable. Of course, now that the Great Ming has fully implemented these measures, there's no stopping them. Everyone must adapt. Simultaneously, grain tax issues have also been further addressed. Ajax proposed directly in court, "Your Area Majesty, the people, especially farmers, work very hard. They toil day and night, facing the yellow earth with their backs to the sky. I suggest merging the head tax into the land tax, combining all grain taxes." Emperor Heston asked curiously, "Grandmaster, will this make the people happier?" Ajax responded firmly, "Your Area Majesty, if implemented properly, it certainly will. Moreover, I am very much looking forward to it." Heston then looked at the other ministers. At this moment, the cabinet led by Arianarchus did not object. They were wise enough to understand the benefits. Since the Grandmaster's proposal benefits the people, not himself, there was no need for further questioning. "Your Area Majesty, if this proposal goes through, it will bring more peace and prosperity to the people of the Great Ming. However, those executing it must adhere to your Area Majesty's will." After hearing this, Heston waved his hand and said, "Very well, let it be so. Henceforth, all grain taxes shall be combined into land taxes and collected in one go. Taxes should be levied each time grain is harvested. Local authorities may not collect any additional arbitrary taxes." The ministers all breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, this would allow the people to rest easier and gain better yields. "Your Area Majesty, besides, the tax rate must be set. A 1/10 tax on grain is already high. I propose we stick to this rate without increasing it further. Each acre will be taxed at 1/10. What does your Area Majesty think?" Heston's ideal was always the well-being and happiness of the people, especially farmers. Hearing the Grandmaster's suggestion hit right at his heart, so he agreed without hesitation. "Lu Ai Jing, you and the cabinet prepare and report back as soon as possible." Now Heston understood the advantages of the cabinet. He no longer needed to issue edicts directly. Having the cabinet submit proposals made his job much easier. This system worked well. Arianarchus hurriedly responded, "Yes, your Area Majesty. I understand and will prepare it as quickly as possible." Ajax added, "Your Area Majesty, growing grain is difficult. Also, regarding leases, the rental fee cannot exceed 30%. As for taxes, they should be divided according to the agreement between the parties. For example, if the lessee gets 70%, they should be responsible for 70% of the tax, while the remaining 30% would be covered by the landowner." Heston nodded. This made sense. Since the lessee didn't get everything, why should they pay all the taxes? It was reasonable and required further attention. Of course, crop failures can happen. My greatest concern is local officials underreporting or concealing disasters, causing hardship for the people. Therefore, I suggest establishing an effective department to supervise officials nationwide. Upon hearing this, Heston became excited, seemingly already considering such an idea. The other ministers, however, were filled with dread. If this really happened, they would suffer. Arianarchus quickly said, "Your Area Majesty, you have already established the garrison surveillance system. Won't this overlap?" Ajax glanced at him, confirming Arianarchus's sharp insight. The premier misunderstood. These measures target rural areas, while this new one targets local officials. Although the nature differs, if issues arise, there might be overlaps. We'll see if corruption becomes systemic. Arianarchus was taken aback. This meant that imperial authority would extend to the countryside, and it seemed that the Grandmaster had a deeper understanding, aiming to completely break these rules. Heston nodded with a pleased expression, saying, "Good, Grandmaster is right. Do you have any suggestions?" Ajax shook his head and said, "This matter can only be decided by your Area Majesty. I am merely offering advice." At this moment, relinquishing the initiative was to prevent the Emperor from becoming wary. Even though Arianarchus was his Zeke, he could not act too recklessly. He could disregard concerns on matters of people's livelihood, but regarding officials, he did not wish to delve into them, especially those involving secret investigations. Heston immediately understood. This young man knew well what should be done and what shouldn't. Indeed, this provoked many thoughts. As the saying goes, wealth and honor without returning home is like wearing fine clothes at night. Let's call them the Jinui, brocade guards. Glenn. Your servant is here. We appoint you as the first commander of the Jinui. I hope you do not disappoint me. Yes, your Area Majesty. I will not fail your Area Majesty's trust. Glenn was internally excited. The power of the Jinui was undoubtedly significant, far surpassing that of the Imperial Guard commander. Of course, it was also a perilous profession. At this moment, all the ministers couldn't help but shudder inwardly. It seemed that his Area Majesty had already made his move. Previously, it was just a lack of an opportune moment. Now that the time had come, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. A good opportunity was indeed a perfect timing, and there was no need for excessive hesitation. Someone had to take action, wasn't that so? Such arrangements clearly revealed a sense of satisfaction, allowing everyone to perform better. These arrangements were truly commendable. These changes were quite clear. As for the remaining matters, who could predict them? Only one could change their own fate. Firm beliefs required strength to consolidate. The future held countless possibilities, necessitating more preparation. If preparations were inadequate, it would lead to serious trouble. In court, who didn't know that the emperor employed ruthless methods? They dared not be careless. Chapter 62. The imperial examination begins. After seeing the memorial from the cabinet, Heston immediately approved it. He then issued an imperial decree. Following the emperor's decree, the imperial examination began, just in time before the summer harvest. Local officials naturally accepted the decree without hesitation. Otherwise, they would be guilty of contempt toward the court and disrespect to the emperor, which could result in the extermination of their clans. They all spoke and acted with great caution. Officials in rural garrisons also received orders from above and started to enforce them. This made these local officials even more reluctant to make any rash moves, because the next round would involve even harsher measures. The Jinui, Imperial Secret Police. The Jinui's duty was to monitor all officials, and this put considerable pressure on local officials, not at all an exaggeration. These were all capable people who did not want to be restrained. Yet what could they do? They understood that if progress was not effective, the consequences would be dire. Such severe measures could indeed make one's life unbearable. Their primary goal as officials was to earn money, but now not only was making money impossible, surviving was difficult. They lived in constant fear, as the situation was perilous. Being in this system, they couldn't easily resign, especially in a rank-based bureaucratic system where everyone wanted to be an official. If they failed to perform well, the outcome was foreseeable. Thus, success or failure became a realistic question, depending on whether they could handle the situation effectively. If not, it could cost them their lives. The truth was terrifying, yet unavoidable. Whether it would eventually become mainstream remained uncertain. There was no denying that capability came first. For Heston, if they couldn't handle things properly, he would let someone who could take over. He didn't believe there was anyone who wouldn't want to be an official. This was an unshakable belief. Given the vastness of the Ming Dynasty, opportunities were everywhere, an undeniable fact. The current response aimed to perfect and ensure outcomes, hoping for clearer results. Now that the imperial examinations had officially begun, the new cohort brought different talents. The proportion was increasing in some areas and decreasing in others, evident in the comparative performance across various subjects. The imperial examination began in Yingtian Prefecture. Only those who passed the provincial exams nationwide were allowed to come to the capital. The test grounds were extensive, complete with archery ranges and other facilities. Candidates entered the examination halls in order. Those skilled in rituals were generally assigned to the Honglu Temple to become diplomats, where they would learn foreign languages. Those proficient in music could join relevant departments such as the Honglu Temple, Hanlin Academy, or Ministry of Rites. The palace orchestra was essential, performing at major banquets and celebrations, playing their part. Those excelling in riding and archery could directly enter the military, bypassing entry-level positions. Although they served as civil officials within the military, they could even become military officers. This demonstrated significant capability, bringing undeniable pressure. Addressing such a real issue required decisive action to strengthen oneself. This formidable advantage was indisputable. Next, the literary examination was fundamental for civil servants and considered even more important since being unable to manage accounts meant incompetence. Accountancy and literature were key focuses for civil servants. Certainly, accounting held greater importance. These individuals understood this clearly and visibly. No matter what, benefits were abundant, and more were always welcome. Heston reviewed daily reports with great interest and personally visited the examination site. Especially interested in riding and archery, his favorite parts. Having emerged from the battlefield, he naturally prioritized national security. Your Area Majesty, you don't need formalities. I'm just an observer. Please don't disturb the candidates. Otherwise, you'll be responsible. Yes, Your Area Majesty. The examiners were shocked and quickly reduced their volume, guiding Heston to a comfortable viewing spot upstairs. Ajax originally didn't intend to come but was dragged along by Heston. Davidson, I am still in seclusion. Humph, you have considerable skills. What does it matter to delay for a couple of days? Heston said indifferently, disregarding Ajax's reluctance and dragging him along. Sighing inwardly, Ajax could only silently observe the proceedings. To him, it was just a game. As his strength increased and his cultivation improved, his perspective naturally changed. Although he was still at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, it seemed that the later stage wasn't far off. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt like he was advancing so effortlessly, which was quite peculiar. Forget it, he should focus on his own affairs now to avoid making him unhappy. Otherwise, he would be in for a rough time. Heston then watched the ongoing test with great interest. Idiot, move faster. You can't even complete one lap without falling. You're so stupid. Steady yourself, don't rush. Oh, you're still rushing. Hold on tight, don't fall. I told you to hold on tight. Really? At this moment, Heston was more anxious than the test takers themselves, red-faced from worry, leaving others speechless. The onlookers were all dumbfounded, but after coming to their senses, they all lowered their heads as if nothing had happened. They naturally knew better than to disturb the Oliver who was dozing off. If they couldn't understand this, how could they be officials? That would be too foolish, an understandable fact that required no further questioning. As long as they could do their job, there wouldn't be much of an issue, nor did they need to doubt much. As long as they could manage it, everything was safe, and there was no need for excessive suspicion, which was clear enough. As the riding and archery tests progressed, fewer candidates managed to pass. After all, the previous tests were foundational, and the metropolitan examination was naturally more advanced. If there was no increase in difficulty, it wouldn't be different from the county-level exam. How could it distinguish levels? This was only the metropolitan examination. Once it reached the palace examination, the difficulty would not be a little bit less or more. At that point, only the most competent few would remain, requiring someone to handle them. This couldn't be denied, and could clearly show the increasing difficulty. The top 3 rankings, Zhuang Yuan, first place, Bang Yin, second place, and Tanhua, third place, would become even harder to achieve because there were more subjects and the overall scores were key. The first place in the current subject was only for one subject. Until the end, no one knew what would happen, which was part of its charm, offering everyone a chance. Chapter 63. Heston's true nature revealed. Heston was alternately delighted and disheartened, all for the sake of the candidates. This poor fellow, why did he miss the target so badly? Try aiming at the target. Some of the archery attempts were quite off the mark due to the increased difficulty from distance and aim, leading to significant deviations. Those who could hit accurately were few and far between, which opened Heston's eyes, though in frustration. Now with this test, it became clear how skilled each person was. Passing would indeed be very challenging. I am truly enraged. Each one tries different tricks, but ends up achieving nothing. This is infuriating. Heston was angry, but also understood that these were not specialized students of riding and archery. Thus, he couldn't say much more, knowing full well the situation. To succeed, one needed sufficient skills. If they lacked strength, they would inevitably fail. Riding and archery were scored on sight, clearly visible to everyone. No examiner dared cheat unless they wanted to lose their positions or risk open defiance. At least now, no one dared to, even if they didn't know Heston was observing. The reason was simple. Military officers and the Jinui were present. Would they dare? The reality was stark and didn't require much thought. It was simply a matter of straightforward observation. Such a simple issue didn't need many words. As long as one grasped the numbers, they could understand. Someone explained it clearly, and naturally, others needed to comprehend. It required skill to resolve issues, efforts that shouldn't be underestimated, which led to the best results. Ajax had already understood and wasn't overly surprised. Camden, why do you think this happened? Ajax, seeing his Zeke's dissatisfaction, said helplessly, Davidson, how many imperial examinations has the Ming Dynasty held? This is the first after reforms. Believe me, things will improve after this. As a country of etiquette and a peak power, we must not lose our fighting spirit. This is just the beginning. After hearing this, Heston couldn't help but praise, yes, it's indeed just the beginning. No need to worry for now. Ajax consoled him, Davidson, some things can't be taken for granted. They take time and can't be rushed. Heston listened and understood his meaning, realizing there was no need to overthink it. You're right. I assumed too much. There's indeed no need for such complexity. Seeing this, Ajax breathed a sigh of relief, fearing his Zeke's stubbornness might cause trouble. A stubborn man is as immovable as 10 oxen, necessitating his aunt's intervention, thankfully unnecessary this time. Being happy was best. One didn't need to worry about everything else. Everything was clear. This realistic problem didn't need much doubt. When it came, one had to have sufficient skill. Otherwise, how could one gain respect? No matter what, skills couldn't be underestimated. Reaching this level was the best outcome. Heston agreed. Skills were indispensable and evident, making everything clear without concern. Having skills meant having enough capability. Once capabilities matched, one had the best capital. With sufficient strength, there was no need to worry. When capability reached, one performed their duties best. Lack of ability would only cause more trouble. Officials needed more skills. Without them, how could they gain trust? That was the truth. There was no need to explain further. Everyone understood. Ajax felt relieved. It was good his Zeke hadn't been stubborn. Treating it as a game was fine. Other officials dared not say more, understanding the Emperor had no ulterior motives. They were also reassured, feeling joy. All they needed was clarity in their hearts. Different scenarios required sufficient skills. Otherwise, how could they gain trust? This was understandable. With such preparation, the Emperor had no further questions. Examiners were relieved. Otherwise, how could the exam proceed smoothly? Waiting for the Emperor's decision was simple enough. All is well, everyone understands. As long as everything goes smoothly, Ajax could see everyone was reassured. This was excellent and very good. Such capabilities were worth celebrating. These were all positive developments, making things clearer and giving people confidence. This time his Zeke came, but in the future, he might not come as often. However, the palace examination is the final test. If similar issues arise then, there could be problems. After all, each of these exams is like panning for gold, extracting gold from endless sand. The purpose is to find these hidden nuggets and make them shine again. This requires much more skill. Skills are indispensable. Without a doubt, this is the most critical moment, and one cannot be careless. It's also an undeniable condition. It has always been so simple, which can be clearly seen. There is nothing that can be taken for granted, because this kind of strength is earned through effort. If one cannot achieve it, it's better not to attempt it. Doing so would only harm oneself and others. Even gold could be tarnished. But human nature is such that people do not want to give up. Everyone wants more benefits, so they naturally refuse to let go. Don't think this is a dream. Many things are done for the sake of profit. Gold in the sand has the value of sand. Only when it reveals itself does it have the value of gold. This contrast undoubtedly provides the perfect explanation, showing whether this gold is real or fool's gold. This point needs attention. If one isn't strong enough, it can be fatal. Once it erupts, it becomes even more perilous. But whether success can be achieved ultimately depends on one's skills. If strong enough, no words need to be said. If not strong enough, it means walking into a dead end, as everything is cause for concern. Don't ask so many questions. Just know that it's not simple. The only issue is whether one can withstand the pressure. Whether it's the pressure from the Emperor, the common people, or oneself, it must be endured. In this world, there's nothing free. If it were that simple, it would be too foolish and ignorant. These good things have more needs and are worthy of it. Otherwise, why would there be any demand? This simple example shows that the current exam is like refining gold. Chapter 64. Heroes stand the test of time. True gold fears no fire. Warnings beforehand are self-explanatory and need not be overstated. If one's strength is sufficient, problems can be easily handled. There's no need for unnecessary questioning. As the examination day concluded, Heston and Ajax left. All the officials heaved a sigh of relief. The emperor had finally gone, allowing them some ease. However, while the immediate pressure was relieved, it would be a grave mistake to think all worries were over. The current tension was clear, and there was no need for overthinking. Having a grasp on things mentally was crucial at this moment. Always being prepared was an effort to work harder, and could sometimes be seen as an inner wavering. This kind of strength would provide the best experience. There was no point in saying much. It boiled down to whether one could actually do it. If not, such talk would be meaningless. Great waves will sift out the true heroes. True gold fears no fire. These were matters they needed to handle without taking them lightly. Otherwise, they would have to find their own way out. Such problem solving could lead to either gains or feelings of helplessness. Genuine preparation brought personal highlights that could be understood or misunderstood. Both required self-awareness. Without gaps in the heart, one must rely on their own abilities. If one isn't strong enough, it's hard to overlook these deficiencies. True power, unquestionably, stood out. Pressure was something everyone faced, but there was little concern about it. Being able to handle it was a matter of preparation and hope, changing everything with the right timing. Insufficient strength could result in dreams of failure. How pitiful and laughable. Camden, don't you think that without proper training, if there ever were a national war, we'd fall behind? Heston asked this question immediately upon returning to the palace. Ajax remained silent for a long time before replying, Your Area Majesty, the rise of the Yuan dynasty, does it count? It certainly should, as it marked a unique historical transition that even you acknowledge. Heston nodded, unable to deny the legitimacy of this historical issue. Ajax continued, but the officials haven't really thought that deeply. To them, it's just another dynastic change. Of course, there are loyal ministers, especially in the Song dynasty, but alas, it's too late. Heston sighed, yes, but so what? Ajax reflected aloud, Davidson, no one in this world can be absolutely perfect or always right. Common people and officials alike are like this. If someone truly loves their country, it doesn't matter whether it's the Ming Dynasty or any other era. As long as it stands for the greater good of the nation, it's acceptable. Heston fell silent. Ajax's voice grew distant. Davidson, common people are fierce, both good and bad. In times of prosperity, they may not wish for more, but in turbulent times, they seek the best self-preservation. How many can achieve that? It's difficult because everyone hopes for more. Never underestimate human desires and motivations. They drive people forward. Without them, there's no future. Simplicity and reality, though seemingly needing no elaboration, revealed deep truths. Appearing simple and unknowing yet understanding deeply, it was all clear and did not require complexity. Such a simple question revealed that further discussion wasn't necessary, wasn't it? Understanding was already sufficient. It was now about whether one could act accordingly. Heston nodded with a complex expression. Well said, nephew. You see things clearly, something even I, your Zeke, fail to grasp. Excellent. Ajax glanced at the time and said, Davidson, it's getting late. I'll take my leave. Heston waved his hand. Go ahead. The Ming Dynasty needs to become even more glorious to win hearts. We're not there yet, not by far. Ajax agreed and bowed before leaving the palace. Why didn't you let your nephew stay for dinner? Paulette watched Ajax leave and asked Heston. Heston replied somewhat helplessly, that young man enjoys fine food and has a beautiful lady waiting for him. He wouldn't want to stay. Paulette chuckled, recalling how carefree he was, always supervising the construction of Taoist temples outside the city with great dedication, more actively than in court. He seemed intent on becoming a Taoist indeed. Yes, never mind that. Speaking of which, how's Arif doing? When will he return? It's a bit complicated. Since our nephew increased production and scale, it will take time to rebuild. He likely won't return this year, but he can rest a bit. Paulette also felt nostalgic, full of expectations for her son. Oh, increase and expansion? Heston said helplessly, yes, now the ship's hull has been increased fivefold in size, and we need to start with building at least 10 ships at once. Originally, I planned to build several more dockyards, but it was hard to suppress this. His plan is indeed massive, which really gave me a fright. Paulette couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon hearing this. How much money and manpower would it require? No problem. Heston shook his head. He now oversees the Ministry of Revenue and knows precisely how much we have. Because of salt, this year's treasury income is nearly 30 million taels, 3 times what it was before. No, following this new commercial law, it won't be less than 30 million taels. Paulette was shocked again by the sheer volume, truly astonishing. So that's how it is. Indeed, it's unbelievable. To increase by 20 million taels suddenly, it's an incredible feat. So much, so unbelievably, and yet it didn't disrupt anything. It just increased smoothly. That way, it's the best tax collection method. When everything is transparent, there's nothing to question. This is the ultimate answer. Alright, these are small matters and don't need overthinking. Now the Ming Dynasty is rapidly growing, and that's enough. You're right. In this way, it's enough and very promising. If things continue like this, will there be even more next year? This can be predicted, naturally undeniable, however unbelievable, yet it must be believed. Henley, let's not worry too much. Let's go eat first. By the end of the year, we'll see if it's good or not. Yes, you're right. Worrying now is superfluous. Everything is heading in the right direction, and that's enough. Since it's enough, there's no need for any bias, isn't that so? Chapter 65. An assassination attempt. Brother Ajax, you're back? The meal is ready. Let's eat quickly. Kesha said with a happy face. Okay, let's eat. Soon. They enjoyed their meal happily without further ado. Brother Ajax, I heard that the position of Chancellor has been abolished. Is it true? Yes, it's true. Your father hasn't wanted to hold this position for a long time. It was just held back by my Zeke. Now I seized the opportunity to abolish it, which should be fine. I believe Langston will be pleased. Kesha listened and nodded happily, very clear about his father's thoughts. Without the burden of being chancellor anymore, he would naturally feel relieved. By the way, when will my father return? Ajax shook his head. I don't know, but it should be soon. He has been on campaign for several months, so there shouldn't be any problems. It's only in the northeast, after all. It shouldn't take too long. Kesha became even happier. That's right. My father will come back soon. After finishing their meal, they sat in the courtyard to cool off as the weather was getting increasingly hot, and summer had arrived. A little while later, Kesha returned home. Their houses were not far apart, just a few steps away. After escorting her home, Ajax walked back to his own place. As he passed by an alley entrance, sudden dark winds stirred up, and hidden weapons attacked. Who was he? A peak mid-foundation stage cultivator, just one step away from late stage. His magical power revolved, forming an invisible energy shield around him, stopping the hidden weapons right there. Back. With a cold glance and a casual wave of his hand, the hidden weapons returned faster than before, retracing their path. The assailant was clearly startled and didn't have time to adjust his posture. He was struck by his own weapon, emitting a foul black odor from the wound, unable to save himself, and died instantly. The commotion naturally alarmed nearby guards. Pay your respects to National Area Master. Go check. Be careful. There are hidden weapons inside, and the poison has penetrated deeply. Do not touch anything. Yes, National Area Master. Several guards cautiously entered, lighting torches as the darkness gradually fell, and the alley was dimly lit, easily concealing dangers. Soon, the guards found 3 bodies. They had already died from poisoning. National Area Master, we found 3 bodies. Judging by their attire, they are assassins. Assassins, huh? Oh, be careful yourselves. Let the brocade guards handle it. Yes, Your Excellency National Area Master. Ajax knew without guessing that this matter couldn't be kept secret. It would be better to let the brocade guards handle it properly. Seeing him leave, the guards collectively breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was the National Area Master, the Emperor's nephew. If something happened here, they would surely be executed along with him. Soon, Yuan learned of the incident, breaking into a cold sweat. He rushed to the scene personally, inwardly shocked. Not because of the assassins, but because of their cause of death. They were killed by their own poison darts, showing how powerful the National Area Master truly was. This answer was undeniable. Someone wanted to assassinate the National Area Master, which would enrage the Emperor. He dared not hide it. The matter was too significant to keep secret, so he hurried to the palace to report to the Emperor. Emperor Heston was chatting affectionately with Paulette when he was suddenly interrupted by a eunuch. Naturally, this ruined his mood, but upon hearing that Yuan had important news, he suppressed his displeasure and went to the study. Your servant Yuan pays respect to your Area Majesty. This servant has committed a grave sin and begs your Area Majesty's forgiveness. Heston, confused, asked, What's going on? Yuan, suppressing his trembling heart, said, Your Area Majesty, someone attempted to assassinate National Area Master but was killed by National Area Master. Heston was stunned, then exploded in anger. What? Someone attempted to assassinate our nephew, the Imperial Preceptor, right here in the capital? Unfathomable insolence. They deserve extermination. Enraged, he couldn't believe that just when he had a remarkable nephew who extended the family bond, someone tried to assassinate him, completely disregarding the imperial authority. How hateful. Find out for us. Even if we need to turn Nanjing upside down, we must uncover this. Yes, your Area Majesty. I will investigate immediately and will not disappoint your Area Majesty. Yuan hurried to comply, his heart pounding harder. Heston's expression was grim, filled with murderous intent. What audacity and assassins. It seems we've been too lenient lately. Perhaps a thorough purge is necessary. Feeling the implications of this assassination attempt, he sensed some things but chose not to act hastily for now. But he couldn't let it slide like this. His third brother had only this one son. If anything happened to him, how could he face his third brother? Times were different now. He was the emperor of the great Ming Dynasty. If he couldn't even protect his own nephew, wouldn't that be a joke? Very well, extremely well. I want to see who's causing trouble here. I'll make sure they don't get their wish. A ruthless look flashed across his face, but was quickly buried deep in his heart. However, it would be best not to let his sister know about this. Her health had just recovered, and she mustn't get agitated. These despicable fellows will have their day, and they'll all be dealt with eventually. Although he managed to keep the news out of the palace, it had already spread widely outside the city walls. Upon hearing the news, Raphael rushed straight to Ajax's residence. After examining him for a long time, she finally confirmed that he was fine and breathed a sigh of relief. Father, something huge has happened. Something huge. Caesar ran hurriedly to Aryonarchus with a panicked look on his face. Seeing his son's panic-stricken expression, Aryonarchus's expression grew grave. He knew his son well enough to understand that such panic suggested truly major events. My son, calm down. In times of crisis, composure is essential. Caesar said bitterly, Father, the national Aryanaster was assassinated. Hearing this, Aryonarchus couldn't help but take 3 steps back, almost falling onto the bed, his mind completely scattered. But the national Aryanaster is unharmed. It was the assassins who died. Caesar hastily added. Aryonarchus nearly fainted from exasperation. This news was indeed shocking, yet it seemed there was no real harm done, so there was no immediate cause for panic. He knew very well how much importance Yuan placed on his nephew, not only because of their royal kinship, but also due to Ajax's remarkable abilities. The severity of an assassination attempt on him was incredibly dire. Is there anything else? Caesar shook his head. No, I rushed back as soon as I heard the news. It was too terrifying. Aryonarchus waved a hand, speaking calmly. It seems a bloodbath is inevitable this time. This was clearly a provocation against Yuan, whose nature he understood all too well. Those who dared to provoke him would meet no good end. Chapter 66. Japanese Pirate Ninja Assassin. The assassination of the Eric has sent shockwaves through countless hearts. This was truly terrifying. After all, He was the Eric. If something happened to him, it would be disastrous. Only when they were assured that there was no major issue did they feel reassured. Otherwise, none of them would have a good outcome. Such an outcome was undoubtedly frustrating, but the consequences could not be reversed. Emperor Heston's fury erupted instantly. In the court, every minister trembled with fear, fearing an indiscriminate massacre. We may not know who assassinated the Eric, but this is a provocation against us and the Ming Dynasty. It has certainly broadened my horizons. I never thought someone like this existed, making me very curious indeed. The calmer he appeared, the more furious he actually was, eagerly awaiting another assassination attempt to show these people that he, the Ming Emperor, was not to be trifled with and would not tolerate such acts. Regardless, the situation is now clear, which makes me very uneasy. Ministers, what should we do? As the chief minister, Arianarchus immediately stood up and said, Your Arianagesty, this matter must be thoroughly investigated and strictly punished. We cannot allow the masterminds to escape justice. I suggest a comprehensive investigation. Heston, listening to this, said with an angry expression, Minister, you speak well. However, I wonder who stands behind them, having such audacity. I am extremely curious and wish to know. Should I find out, regardless of their status, I will exterminate their entire clan. The ministers trembled even more, realizing that this time it was serious and not just empty words. This stark reality was the best form of transformation. Arianity issues would become meaningless, and people wouldn't care about such matters. As for who could be behind it, everyone was curious. It could be someone they knew, or at least had a reason. There was only one person who came to mind, Prince Grand of Korea. He was the only answer in everyone's minds, and the most reasonable one. After all, only he had a significant conflict with the Eric. Others wouldn't dare so easily. To do something like this wasn't simple, and to handle the aftermath properly would leave no loose ends. But was it him? That depended on the evidence. How could Heston not suspect? But if he couldn't find proof, even a prince would be executed. In his dictionary, no one was exempt from punishment, especially those who dared to provoke him. Few could survive such provocation, and princes were no exception, because they weren't part of his inner circle. Don't say he was heartless. Things were never as simple as they seemed. To achieve anything required greater capability and strength. This point was clear enough without further explanation. The true meaning lay here and nowhere else. As morning court concluded, the news caused an uproar in the capital. Without even mentioning other things, the influence of the Eric was already significant. Someone dared to assassinate the Eric, an ominous sign. The emperor's own nephew, a high-ranking Abner, was targeted in the capital. How dire was this situation? If this could happen to high officials, what about ordinary citizens? Arianity people were afraid, wondering if they would be affected by this. It was a terrible prospect. Such capabilities required immediate action. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. There was no need for further elaboration on this straightforward matter. At this point, the case could not be easily resolved. The mastermind would have to stay hidden or risk discovery. But any slip-up would lead to their downfall. Sir, these three are Japanese pirates. What? Japanese pirates? Yuan's face changed drastically as he hurriedly went to inspect personally. Indeed, they were Japanese pirates. It was too obvious. Only Japanese pirates dressed this way. Ming citizens didn't wear such garments. Have you found out how they entered the capital? Sir, we've intensified our search, but it's likely futile. No signs were detected recently, though we did notice some carriages. Carriages? Yuan frowned and asked, weren't carriages supposed to be checked as well? What if? Precisely, sir. Investigating carriages associated with nobles is difficult. Oh, which nobles' carriages have entered or exited recently? An underling bowed and replied, only Prince Grand of Korea's carriage passed through the city gates 3 days ago. So, in the past 3 days, only Prince Grand's carriage has passed through the city gates? Yes, my lord. Yuan couldn't help but ponder after hearing this. Actually, he had his suspicions early on, but without solid evidence, it was difficult to pin anything on a high-ranking noble like a Guagong. But if it were true, then, the fact that the carriages hadn't been checked made things even more complicated. No one knew what was inside them. It had been 3 days since the incident. No one could have anticipated this turn of events. It was a thorny situation, truly very thorny. Thinking this over, Yuan organized his materials and went directly to the palace. Your Arianagesty. Well, any news? Heston was still extremely irate, unable to fathom someone would dare to carry out such actions, which filled him with fury. Your Arianagesty, there are developments, but the circumstances? Yuan's expression was uncertain, unsure how to convey or explain the matter. Seeing this, Heston barked, speak. What's there to hide? Daring not to ask further, Yuan responded promptly, Your Arianagesty, after a night of investigation, we've confirmed these 3 individuals are Japanese pirate ninja assassins, likely due to someone secretly colluding with them. What? Japanese pirates? Heston shot up from his seat, his face full of shock. He couldn't believe it, the Japanese pirates. This was utterly inconceivable and unexpected. Yuan nodded and said, Yes, Your Arianagesty, they are indeed Japanese pirates. The corpses have been examined, and there's no mistake about it. As Heston listened, he paced back and forth before finally growling, Tell me, how did they enter the capital? Yuan broke into a cold sweat as he replied, Your Arianagesty, I suspect they entered via carriage. Otherwise, the city gate guards wouldn't have noticed anything. Carriages belonging to nobles, like those of the Guagong, aren't inspected. So? Upon hearing this, Heston stopped in his tracks. His expression became even more menacing and bloodthirsty, emitting an overwhelming killing aura. It was absolutely terrifying. This was a clear-cut case of treason, and the consequences were irreversible. Chapter 67. Paulette learns of the incident. Heston could not suppress the overwhelming desire to kill. How dare they conspire with the Japanese pirates and assassinate his own nephew? It was truly outrageous. Good, absolutely good. This really broadens our horizons. Dig thoroughly. I want to see who it is. At that moment, Yuan whispered, Your Arianagesty, Within these 3 days, only the carriage of Lord Kelvingong has entered and exited the city gates. Heston paused for a moment, then slowly walked to his seat and sat down. Lord Kelvingong, ha ha ha, good, very good. We have been too kind, never thought much about it, just wanting him to reflect properly, but now look at what he's done. Fortunately, certain things haven't been revealed yet. He knew that the Oliver had actively built large ships to deal with the Japanese pirates in order to eliminate them completely, bringing peace to the southeastern coastal regions of the Ming Dynasty so that the people could live in prosperity. But now, some people, for their own interests, actually conspired with such a formidable enemy, which was indeed despicable, infuriating, and even shameful. For such people, he would not show any mercy. Investigate thoroughly. I don't want to wrong an innocent person, but for those traitors, I will not be lenient. Yes, your Arian Majesty. Yuan quickly accepted the order, not daring to be careless. This was a matter of life and death, and he did not want to mess it up. Go ahead. Heston waved his hand and closed his eyes to rest. Yuan hurriedly bowed and left. His heart still trembled involuntarily. The pressure from the Emperor was immense. He couldn't bear it. Fortunately, it wasn't directed at him, or it would have been troublesome indeed. This feeling was truly hard to accept, unwillingly so. Simply put, the murderous intent was unstoppable. In the Imperial study, Heston was deep in thought for a long time until Paulette came to find him. His expression clearly wasn't good. Read. The sudden loud voice startled Heston. Seeing his angry sister-in-law, his heart shuddered inexplicably. Sister, come. Who made you angry? Tell me, and I'll make sure they know the consequences. Seeing how Heston suddenly turned timid, one wouldn't believe it if it were told. Paulette said directly, it's you. What do you have to say? Heston quickly tried to appease her. Sister, how have I offended you? Speak up, I will admit my fault. Paulette looked at him helplessly and said, Read. Why didn't you tell me about the assassination attempt on our nephew? We are one family. Your nephew is also my nephew. Heston immediately understood the reason and hurriedly comforted her. I was afraid you'd get upset. You've just recovered from your illness, so I didn't want you to be angered. It's all my fault. All my fault. Paulette wasn't actually angry with him, but rather furious with the killers. All right, I won't blame you. What about the incident with our nephew? Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Heston told her everything without hiding anything. Paulette couldn't help but be shocked. So that's what happened? Japanese pirates, specifically ninja, were rare, but entering the capital was no small feat. Sister, we suspect someone brought them in, meaning they colluded with the Japanese pirates. While we can't pinpoint the exact individual yet, it's not impossible. Heston responded softly. Paulette asked directly, is it Kelvingong Grant? Heston was taken aback and asked, Sister, how did you guess that? Paulette rolled her eyes. He's the one our nephew offended before, and he has the most power. Heston nodded. Indeed. Not only was the position of Chancellor abolished, but he was also expelled from the court. One could say his enmity runs deep. Paulette looked at him and asked, Read, if it's really him, what will you do? Heston replied coldly, kill. Hearing this, Paulette sighed slightly but didn't speak because it touched their bottom line. After all, it was her nephew who also cured her illness. They both knew the weight of the situation, but don't cause too much bloodshed. Heston shook his head. Sister, it's not that I don't think about it, but there's no other way. If we don't cut the grass by the roots, it will grow again when spring comes. You should understand that. Paulette could only agree, hoping it wasn't him. Otherwise, disaster would be inevitable. However, with the imperial examinations ongoing, such a major event occurred. She hoped it wouldn't affect the exams. In fact, the impact was significant, especially for the candidates of this session. All of them had the opportunity to take the exams thanks to the Oliver, despite the hardships along the way, but at least they were given a chance. Fortunately, the Oliver is unharmed, or it would have been even more troublesome in the future. The examination went smoothly without much of an impact. After all, with the Oliver safe and sound, no one needed to be overly concerned. They just needed to finish their exams. Precisely because of this, everything went smoothly, and the imperial examinations proceeded without much hindrance. With the diversification of the exams, candidates had to prepare more thoroughly, leaving them little idle time. But that couldn't be helped. All right, little sister, everything has gone smoothly. Go back and rest now. Don't worry, I'm here. Yes, all right, then I'll go rest first. Read, you should also get some rest early. Paulette knew that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed, but she didn't want to say too much. As long as he understood the gravity of the situation, it was enough. Watching her leave, Heston finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he couldn't hide it from her for long, but he hadn't expected her to find out so soon. Sigh, what a headache. These trivial matters didn't need further discussion. The most pressing issue at hand was finding the mastermind behind everything. Although they had a target, whether it was him or not would depend on their skills. Arianity things couldn't be doubted, but some intentions could be discerned. True abilities didn't require rebuttal. As long as someone was attentive, it presented the best opportunity. I hope it's not you. Otherwise, I can only bear the pain. Who let you touch my Di-Shan? Bottom line? He wasn't a heartless person, but neither was he overly tolerant. As an emperor, being suspicious was part of his nature. Given the current outcome, it was natural to have doubts. Anyone else in his position would find it hard to deny that this was indeed the reality. A situation that left little room for words. The true result was beyond description. What kind of outcome it would be was a matter of curiosity for many. Whether it matched their suspicions was something they could only wait and see. Some people had guessed parts of the truth, while others were still completely baffled, unaware of the situation. They merely marveled at the Oliver's prowess in managing to evade the assassination attempt. What kind of skill did it require? They were curious and eager to know, but unfortunately, no one would reveal this information. Chapter 68. Foundation Establishment Later Stage. Capturing the True Culprit. In the State Preceptor's residence, after Ajax finished his cultivation, he couldn't help but exhale deeply. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes and then disappeared. Finally reached the later stage of Foundation Establishment. My strength has advanced even further. It's really unexpected. He didn't expect that after surviving the assassination attempt, he would actually break through, which genuinely surprised him. Should he thank these people? But sending them to hell for reporting wouldn't require a thanks. Arianaster, you have emerged from seclusion. Oh, is there anything? The steward, already accustomed to this, hurriedly said, just now, the brocade guards came and reported that those 3 assassins were Japanese ninjas. Upon hearing this, Ajax couldn't help but gently tap on the table, a cold smile spreading across his face. Japanese ninjas, very good indeed. The steward kept his head low, not daring to speak as the state preceptor had seldom shown anger before. Take this note to Commander Yuan of the brocade guards. Yes, Arianaster. Not daring to delay, the steward quickly went out to find Commander Yuan of the brocade guards. Seeing the state preceptor's steward arrive, Yuan hurriedly welcomed him, knowing full well the status of the state preceptor. What brings you here today, steward? Commander Arianeo, this is what my master asked me to deliver to you. Please look it over, and I shall take my leave. The steward directly handed Yuan a note and then departed. Yuan paused, then opened the note, his eyes brightening upon reading it. He put away the note, stood up and said, gather everyone. Soon, Yuan led his men out of the city and stopped at a small, desolate hill 3 miles outside the eastern gate. He glanced around and began leading his men in a search. Sir, something's off here. Several brocade guards soon found a hidden entrance covered by straw. Yuan knew immediately that this was the place. His eyes sharpened as he ordered, be cautious, don't be careless. Yes, sir. All the brocade guards understood the gravity of the situation and couldn't afford to be careless. Soon, a few brave ones silently entered the hidden passage, feeling their way to the destination. Sir, we're here. Their voices were very light, fearful of alerting anyone inside, for it could be deadly otherwise. Yuan nodded, signaling with a gesture, and everyone listened intently. After confirming no movement outside, they all breathed a sigh of relief and started moving the wooden boards overhead. Surprisingly smooth, they easily exited into a woodshed. Quickly, one by one, they came out and surveyed the surroundings outside the woodshed. You go back and report. Yes, sir. Yuan studied the scene and deduced that the tunnel extended almost to the city center. Thinking about it, he felt a chill down his spine. Someone had dug a secret tunnel leading out of the city, dangerous to the extreme. It could be lethal if used during critical moments. Sir, it's confirmed. This area near the city wall is currently unoccupied. Oh, wait quietly. Yes, sir. Thus, they hid, aware that this clue was crucial and could not fail. They needed to seize the opportunity. Sure enough, soon after, the door opened and several figures entered. Damn it, who would have thought the state preceptor was so formidable and survived the assassination by the Japanese? How infuriating. Yeah, weren't Japanese ninjas supposed to be powerful? Such incompetence means no more profit for us. It's hard enough already. Now it's even harder with the new tax on commerce, reducing our wealth drastically. Indeed, Minister Hu, seems like you're not destined for Prime Minister. Be careful. Humph, careful. The state preceptor cost me my chance at being Prime Minister. I've spent a great deal of effort contacting the Japanese ninjas, only for them to be so useless. So why did you frame Maddox? He didn't stand up for himself, blocking my path. If he had fought for it, perhaps the Emperor wouldn't have agreed. But now, the state preceptor is fine, and the brocade guards are thoroughly investigating. This isn't going to end well. Don't worry, they won't know. Once things calm down, we'll find an even more capable killer to eliminate this damned state preceptor. This left the others speechless, realizing his grudge was even greater than towards Maddox. Unfortunately, none could stop him now. Hearing this, Yuan's eyes narrowed, fully understanding the situation. Now was the time to act. They decisively charged out, capturing the entire group. Minister Hu, your heart is truly wicked. Archie's face was ashen with disbelief. You, how did you know about this place? Yuan sneered in disdain. His Eminence, the state preceptor, is divinely insightful and has even given us the location of your tunnel outside the city. We came through that tunnel. It's quite a clever ruse, using a decoy to divert attention while slipping away unnoticed. Brilliant indeed. Indeed, it was brilliant. If not for the guidance of the state preceptor, they would have focused all their efforts on Lord Han and overlooked the true culprits. It was unfortunate for them to encounter the state preceptor. Who exactly is the state preceptor? Yuan knew best. He is a man whose abilities are nothing short of miraculous, having cured the Empress Dowager and restored vigor to the Emperor. His capabilities are indisputable. Now, merely predicting this outcome was a trivial matter for him. Humph, take them away. His Arian Majesty will deal with them personally. Each one of these people fell into complete despair. They never expected such an outcome. It was utterly disheartening. Once in prison, there would be no chance of turning things around. Remember, the brocade guards had listened clearly to everything before, leaving no room for argument. At this point, everyone knew they were doomed and would meet a miserable end. Sadly, no one could save them. For their selfish desires, they colluded with foreign enemies to harm the state preceptor and challenge the Ming Dynasty, completely intolerable. Yuan was fully aware of the gravity of the situation. He sent someone to inform the state preceptor while he hastily prepared to go to the palace. This matter could be brought to a perfect conclusion thanks to the state preceptor's capabilities. Yuan felt ashamed for nearly being misled and losing his way. This was a significant matter, not something trivial. Regardless, having seized this opportunity, he could now feel more assured and need not worry about being used as a scapegoat. He was deeply grateful to the state preceptor, for without him, he would have faced serious consequences, perhaps even worse. The reality was clear, and he understood it perfectly. Chapter 69. Capture, imprisonment, and extermination of 9 clans. In the Imperial Palace, the Emperor's study. After listening to Yuan's report, Heston was completely shocked. What? Is it really like this? Yuan was equally puzzled. He could not understand why it had come to this. Archie had some power, but he certainly wasn't that insane. It was evident how crazed he was for power. Yes, your Arian Majesty, If it weren't for the Grand Sorcerer, I would have been deceived by him as well. Who would have thought there would be a hidden passage straight to outside the city? Truly unimaginable. As Heston listened, his heart sank. Indeed, such madness was beyond imagination. These people went to any lengths for power. Since this is the case, according to the laws of the Great Ming, let them be exterminated along with their 9 clans. Yes, your Area Majesty. Yuan then left, naturally going to arrest the individuals involved, without letting a single one escape. While Heston sighed in relief, he was also grateful it didn't need to be more extreme. Well, now that we know the ins and outs of this matter, I hope all officials take this as a warning. Otherwise, they should know clearly what consequences will follow. Paulette also found out and felt relieved as well. In the end, things were not as drastic as they could have been. Henley, since it's not him, you shouldn't worry too much. Heston bitterly laughed. Little sister, what are you thinking? What I'm wondering about is just how many tunnels there actually are. Hearing this, Paulette couldn't help but agree. It was indeed necessary to thoroughly investigate. So, send people to check everywhere outside the city within 5 miles. That should cover enough distance. Heston agreed. More effort was needed to prevent any trouble. Yuan quickly began organizing people both to make arrests and to search for possible tunnels outside the city. No one dared to be careless. Leaving such dangerous passages intact could be fatal, except for the southern road leading to the Taoist temple, which had already been thoroughly repaired and submerged if it ever existed. Opening up that route again wouldn't be easy. Still, everything needed to be inspected. No area should be overlooked. As for Archie and his group, they were imprisoned, awaiting their sentence. The court was stunned when they heard about the attempted assassination of the Grand Sorcerer by Archie. They couldn't fathom why. Their enmity didn't seem deep. How could it have led to this? The court was astonished, unsure of the underlying reasons. Everyone was confused, genuinely not understanding the whole situation, wondering why things turned out this way. Even many people still hadn't figured it out. During the morning court session, the Grand Sorcerer arrived. Heston looked at everyone and said, Archie and others rebelled and conspired with the Japanese pirates. Their crimes are severe. Their 9 clans shall be exterminated. Yes, your Area Majesty. The ministers didn't say anything else. This was expected and a foregone conclusion. Ajax naturally didn't care. These actions were orchestrated to prevent interference with his ideals. These people were only vying for power and not handling actual matters properly, causing size. Regardless, the situation was clear, so there was no issue. The differences were evident, thus requiring no further thought or questioning. The outcome was joyful and satisfactory. This event was intense yet under control. Everyone understood the significance of the matter and knew better than to question it further. They were smart enough not to involve themselves in unnecessary trouble, so no more questions were asked. Thus, the matter was concluded simply. Alright, we must ensure that these parasites do not ruin the administration, especially during the imperial examinations. Remember this. Yes, your Area Majesty. All nodded in agreement. Explanations weren't necessary as long as there were answers. The current situation was clear. No more overthinking or questioning was needed, as the facts were laid bare. Ajax had no intention of intervening. He had his own goals. Soon the court settled down, and the matter was laid to rest. No one dared speak excessively, to avoid raising suspicions from the Emperor. This resolution was sufficient, needing no further discussion. Understanding the gist of the matter was enough. It was best not to doubt or question an open and shut case. Letting it pass easily would prevent additional calamities, especially since involving oneself could lead to even worse outcomes, something entirely unacceptable and intolerable. When necessary, one can reach the extreme. But when it comes to that point, sufficient capital will be required. In comparison, no matter how many events occur, none should be missed or opportunities overlooked. Otherwise, more opportunities would be lost, leading to genuine complications. The court might have calmed down, but whether there were other underlying issues remained uncertain. After all, not everything could be absolute. Only he truly understood this and believed it could be comprehended more deeply. If things went well, it would be a smooth process. If not, it could lead to self-destruction. Arianarchus returned home and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, finally free from worry, allowing his heart to settle. Father, you're back, everything is fine? Everything is fine. As for the other matters, there's no need to be overly cautious. Just keep them in mind. Really? Has it truly been resolved? Yes, it has been settled. Who could have thought it was Archie's doing? No one expected it. Each person was inwardly astonished. Indeed, it was remarkable, and suddenly everything became clear. Father, what about Duke of Korea? Arianarchus waved his hand and said, he was wronged. The upper echelons did not intend to escalate it further, just dealt with those involved. After hearing this, Caesar seemed somewhat displeased, clearly believing they should have been implicated. Arianarchus ignored his son's thoughts. This time had been perilous. He feared that one day he himself might get implicated. At that point, clearing up the situation wouldn't be easy. An inevitable fact, evident from the situation. That's enough, don't overthink it. Living peacefully is best. I don't want to get involved. Hearing this, Caesar quickly responded, yes, father, I understand. Whether real or fake, staying out of it was best. After all, this matter wasn't small, leading to even more trouble later on. For now, nothing had erupted yet, and he didn't wish for the higher-ups to keep an eye on him anymore. Chapter 70. Imperial Examination Selects Talents. Although matters were handled promptly and swiftly, certain issues still required thorough attention, especially people's thoughts, which could not be ignored or taken lightly. Among these concerns, the Wokou, Japanese pirates, had once again caught Heston's attention. To dare disrupt major affairs of the Ming Dynasty was akin to courting death, which only strengthened his resolve to eliminate the Wokou. If this time they targeted the national teacher, there was no guarantee they wouldn't aim for himself next. The consequences would be dire then. Thus, to prevent such troubles, direct action to remove them was the safest approach. Current circumstances demanded proof of strength, where power demonstrated its efficacy. There was no need to entertain ignorance. What could be achieved would adapt accordingly as long as it proceeded smoothly, without unnecessary questioning. Problems must be resolved properly when they arise. Otherwise, focus on strengthening the nation. The foundation of the Ming Dynasty needed further consolidation. Your Area Majesty, the preliminary exams have concluded. Next is the palace examination. Very well. Let's proceed and see how this session fares. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. The palace examination naturally took place within the imperial palace, with all preparations made. 50 of the most outstanding students walked through the palace gates, aware of the rules and daring not to look around. The clattering sound of wheels signaled a carriage passing through the palace gates and into the palace. This sparked curiosity among many students. Who could this be? Seeing this, the protocol officer quickly led the group aside, waiting until the carriage moved away before continuing. No one present uttered a word. In such an environment, officials behave this way. Any curiosity could only bring disaster, making it wise not to inquire further. It wasn't hard to deduce that unnecessary questions were best left unasked. Understanding inwardly sufficed. With no need for more inquiries, focus on the exam to avoid trouble. At this moment, the carriage arrived outside the Golden Hall. Ajax stepped down, and the coachman led the carriage to rest in a side hall. Such fortune came solely due to being the national teacher. Otherwise, who else would dare drive a carriage into the palace, let alone rest in a side hall? Following the right person indeed meant worry-free living and elevated status, as exemplified by the coachman receiving tea from a young eunuch upon entering the side hall. Of course, imperial guards stood watch outside, allowing him out only when the national teacher requested the carriage. Even so, he enjoyed top-tier treatment. Heston, seeing Ajax arrive, said, "Since the national teacher has come, let us go and observe this year's examinations." Ministers knew well the emperor's favoritism towards his nephew but dared not comment, lest they draw unwanted attention from the national teacher or the emperor, a fate none desired. Each minister silently agreed, avoiding mishaps that could lead to greater issues. Such thoughts remained their own, requiring no vocal effort. Ajax, undisturbed, understood that doing well was the greatest opportunity and clarity, with other factors needing no excessive speculation. Differences were inherently different. No matter the situation, it was beyond description now, having changed too much yet uncertain to change further. Since everything was unspeakable, words were futile. Upon reaching the hall of preserving harmony, everyone was ready. 7 subjects awaited examination. "Begin," the emperor ordered. Hearing the imperial decree, all began their respective exams. Protocol was essential, with horseback riding and archery increasing in difficulty, while music depended on individual skill. Next came calligraphy and mathematics. Finally, the military examination. Heston showed keen interest in the military portion, observing candidates sparring in the martial arts arena. He did not seek weak scholars, but those with some prowess, demonstrating resilience to strive for more. This mindset, influenced by Ajax, was understandable. Everything started seamlessly and impressively. Candidates' performances were dazzling, quite a spectacle. Left, now to the right, decisiveness is key. Why hesitate? While the candidates weren't anxious, Emperor Heston was clearly impatient watching the sparring pair, unwilling to witness hesitation, as it boded ill. Knowing that achieving anything required trials and tribulations, peace would follow. Accomplishing all this demanded cooperation. Because of this, the changes at this moment are evident and naturally do not require explanation. As long as Emperor Heston is satisfied with what he sees. Each candidate was lively and energetic, which made Heston somewhat content with the outcome. At least they were not weak scholars who lacked vigor. Only such individuals could shoulder the future of the great Ming. Not bad. By the way, how about the equestrian and archery tests? Your Area Majesty, they should be wrapping up now as they have all taken turns. Very good. This is how it should be. Otherwise, it would imply that our officials are too frail to even tie a chicken, which would be truly pitiful. Opportunities must not be missed or left to regret. Once trouble arises, there will be significant issues. Heston especially did not want his officials to appear so incompetent. After all, some officials had to serve in border regions where courage and fortitude were necessary. Without these qualities, how could they intimidate external threats, and even their own people would look down on them? Therefore, this aspect was indeed crucial, something he had always emphasized. With more subjects added, the exams became increasingly complex, even with questions being devised on the spot. Cheating would be far more difficult. Heston approved of this, though he hoped no one attempted to cheat, knowing the consequences if they did. The importance placed on the imperial examinations could never be overstated and was understandable. Confidence in this system was unwavering. If someone can achieve it, they should strive to do so. Otherwise, the consequences would be beyond what ordinary people could bear. True strength follows a path of capability. Otherwise, real assurance would remain a dream and just an opportunity. Different rules led to varied scenarios, all of which were evident without needing any particular reason. The palace examination proceeded very smoothly, and Heston was extremely pleased, especially with a few outstanding candidates. He felt relieved that the great Ming still had capable individuals, awaiting his discovery. From what he saw, things were looking very promising. Chapter 71: The Successful Conclusion of the Imperial Examination. With the successful conclusion of the palace examination, Heston personally selected the top few based on their overall scores. Although military skills were relatively important, they could not neglect cultural knowledge. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to understand official documents. How could one serve as an official in that case? This was a practical issue that required them to pay attention. Any missteps would reflect their own shortcomings. No, it should concern the welfare of the people. It was also a critical point. The court needed officials who were adept at communication. Otherwise, what was the purpose of having them? More importantly, it was necessary to stabilize public sentiment, a crucial point that must be remembered. Following the end of the palace examination, the top 3 were dark horses, not professional scholars. This brought immense shame to those scholars, but what could they do? They all began serving as officials now. Those with martial prowess could be assigned as magistrates or vice magistrates at border regions, with the hope that if they were capable, they could continue to climb up the ranks. They would also know that they could start from the level of 6th rank, which was higher compared to before. Usually, appointed officials started as 7th rank county magistrates, but assignments to the frontier were different and could reach at least 6th rank. It depended on their choice, with challenging positions offering corresponding rewards, depending on their capabilities. If they weren't strong enough, it reflected on their abilities, a fact that was evident. Of course, lacking capability would result in chaos, which was clear to see. In this aspect, there was no need for doubt. More understanding was beneficial. Compared to before, it was already a true challenge. Arianity changes had occurred, and other factors couldn't easily change this. They needed greater ability to lead, and as for the rest, it wasn't worth overthinking. Frankly, very few had the courage for such challenges. Not that he was intentionally disparaging them, but this was reality. Wanting something didn't mean it could be easily obtained. For a higher status, one had to strive for it. Otherwise, how could others yearn for it? Different sacrifices required different experiences. Prosperous regions made it difficult to achieve notable accomplishments. Political achievements were hard to judge. But if someone achieved success in impoverished regions, it would demonstrate their true capabilities and prove their competence. This was self-evident and didn't need elaboration. It absolutely didn't require any trouble. Now is the time for preparation of their best strength. Without enough strength, everything would just be internal conflict. Their current step-by-step efforts were aimed at reaching higher levels in the future. Isn't the goal of being an official to aim for a higher position? Ajax was very clear about this. Not having ambition was false. As long as his ambition was for the benefit of the people, even the emperor would find it hard to blame him unless fabricated charges were made. Being too powerful could shake the emperor's trust, depending on the emperor he encountered and the emperor's nature. Also, it depended on the mindset of the court ministers, jealousy or tolerance, both serving as standards of evaluation and reflecting spiritual qualities. If there were no issues at all, it would raise suspicions, leading to undue questioning, which wouldn't be a good thing. Speaking of Heston, he was relatively satisfied with this imperial examination. After all, it was indeed difficult to cheat through this round, especially during the palace examination, where he was quite satisfied. It fulfilled his expectations and eased his mind considerably. This was enough. There was no need to overthink it. Smoothness was key. The genuine results were satisfactory, and the outcome was visible. Satisfying the emperor was the ultimate goal of many ministers. Now that everyone was content, it was a resounding success. Very good. This examination went smoothly and has proven our dynasty's foundation. Look at these vigorous young men, not the frail scholars of the past. We need such candidates in the future. Yes, your Arian Majesty. All the ministers echoed in unison, happy that the emperor was pleased. Heston showed his delight. All right, now it's up to your efforts. Arian, make sure to assign them appropriately and don't disappoint me. Understood? Yes, your Arian Majesty. With everyone's satisfaction, the mood became lighter, ensuring peace within the court. As for some dissenting voices, they paid no attention since they had to conform to the emperor's preferences. The old ways wouldn't work anymore. Moreover, neither the emperor nor the imperial teacher favored the current orthodox scholars. Who would speak up for them? If they felt too comfortable or too complacent, it was their mistake. Such capabilities now clearly demonstrated the results, proving that the wise understood. True strength, irreversible and filled with deep intentions, this effort has become more relaxed. A different kind of satisfaction means a different kind of communication, naturally making things much easier. As for other matters, they are trifles that don't require much questioning. Arian matters of understanding need not be held to heart. Different sharing requires ample support. The only benefit is to maintain stability and peace. It's not easy to be an official now. Both the emperor and the imperial teacher are extremely astute. How could they dare deceive anyone? Haven't you seen Archie's downfall and the result of Lord Kelvin? Such power absolutely cannot be underestimated. As long as it can be achieved, it is perfectly sufficient, which is undeniable. Sincere capabilities are understandable by those who understand. There's no need to be surprised. Especially the abilities of the imperial teacher. Many ministers try to avoid him, all of them in awe. Because the affair of Archie was arranged by him personally, every detail meticulously calculated. Everything planned clearly, almost too simple. Not provoking him means nothing will happen. Once provoked, survival becomes uncertain. No matter how well hidden, one cannot escape the fate. After all, humans do, and heaven sees. There is nowhere to hide. In the end, one cannot escape being trapped. It is merely the final outcome, silently entering a dead end. This clear fact does not require any suspicion. Everything is too simple, requiring no complexity. Everyone understands and does not wish to pay the price. The true results are already apparent. Heston's trust in the imperial teacher is like a double-edged sword hanging over their heads. One misstep, and it falls, potentially leading to prison and execution. Reaching this point, who can they blame but themselves for not knowing the opponent's capabilities? Each one of them is unaware of his true abilities. Chapter 72. Securing Northeast and Increasing Salary. Northeast. Dylan was extremely happy at this moment, because he finally completed the Emperor's entrustment and occupied the Northeast. Next, it was essential to secure the Northeast. Prince of Elijah, His Arian Majesty has transported the materials for building the city, making things go faster now. After hearing this, Dylan asked somewhat confusedly, "What do you mean?" His subordinate then smiled and said, "Prince of Elijah, the National Arianaster has already had people start constructing roads nationwide. One of them directly connects from the capital, Glenfu, all the way to Beijing, then connects to Shanghai Pass, forming a sky-piercing road. This way, transportation here becomes much easier." Upon hearing this, Dylan couldn't help but be astonished. Is it already built? No, it's naturally not that fast, but rich merchants and households in various places are competing to construct the roads. They build paths through mountains and treacherous areas and bridges over water, which requires time, but some sections are already complete, thus shortening the construction period, the subordinate explained. Listening to his subordinate, Dylan realized what was happening. It seemed the National Arianaster was indeed a person of great talent and capability. Such power created astonishing results, even more astonishing in this aspect. Shortening time is an enormous advantage for any matter, be it accelerating disaster relief or speeding up support. Either way, it was very important. To control these critical points made everything safer. One must admit that the National Arianaster was a genius with his brilliant ideas. Only he could achieve this. No matter what, there was no time to think too much. Fortifying the city took priority. Good. Send a report to His Area Majesty immediately. We shall start fortifying the city here and inform Shanghai Pass to dispatch troops for defense, he commanded. Yes, Prince of Elijah, the subordinate replied. Soon after, the commander at Shanghai Pass received the news and, while surprised, didn't delay and immediately sent troops to support the garrison. Meanwhile, the messenger galloped toward Glen Fu. When Heston received the news, he was approving the placements for the new imperial examination qualifiers. Simply put, allocating work assignments. Some brave individuals dared to take positions in border regions, and without hesitation, he approved such applications. After all, courageous people were rare. Borders were dangerous places where one mistake could cost lives. This wasn't just a joke, it was a fact. Otherwise, serious problems could arise. Regardless, as long as one possessed the ability, that sufficed. To ensure nothing goes wrong, one needed sufficient capabilities. Without understanding the significance and lacking courage, one would retreat when faced with difficulties. Heston nodded in satisfaction as he saw the enthusiasm among them. Starting at 6th rank, whether county magistrates or vice prefects, the positions varied and couldn't be generalized. There was no real meaning in the court hierarchy. It also gave them a chance. County magistrates, especially those near borders, were promoted to 6th rank, limited only to newcomers from this imperial exam. The arrangement was indeed based on the danger level involved. Ajax paid little attention to this. Capable individuals would continue their efforts while less diligent ones would eventually fail. Very well, since none of you ministers have objections, it will be done this way. Heston happily issued the imperial decree. At that moment, Dylan's messenger arrived. What? We've received news. Quickly, bring him forward. Arriving at the Golden Hall, the messenger presented Dylan's letter. Your Area Majesty, Prince of Elijah has taken control of the northeast and started fortification. Please rest assured. Hearing this, Heston nodded repeatedly, feeling relieved as he received the letter. After reading Dylan's letter, he felt much more at ease. Excellent, but the material required for fortification isn't small. National Arianaster, what about the funding issue? Ajax bowed and replied, Your Area Majesty, financial resources aren't a problem. This month's business tax has been preliminarily tallied and collected. We have already received 400,000 taels of silver, with another 600,000 on the way. We can use this money to purchase cement and send it over. Heston nodded in agreement, then suddenly reacted, asking in shock, National Arianaster, did you say this month's business tax reached 1 million taels? Ajax solemnly nodded, Yes, Your Area Majesty. Indeed, this is just the beginning. Arianity aspects haven't been clarified yet. Next month, it may increase even more, possibly setting a new record within this year. This made Heston swallow hard, inwardly cursing those damned corrupt scholars who had opposed his plan to increase the business tax, claiming it was a competition for profit with the people. The business tax had already surpassed grain taxes significantly, and now this contrast further revealed their malice. Each of them had ulterior motives. Fine, we'll follow the National Arianaster suggestion. I believe Prince Elijah will handle it well. Now that there was money, they didn't have to worry so much. As long as the funds were used effectively, that would be the best outcome. As for the officials at court, they all understood that this matter couldn't be hidden anymore. The emperor was clearly focused on business taxes, and any attempt to hide it was unrealistic. Moreover, the Ming Dynasty still needed to grow and develop its strength. One shouldn't underestimate this. This way, there could be more sustainable development. Your Area Majesty, since this imperial examination has been a success, what about increasing the salary for officials below the 4th rank? At Ajax's mention, the other officials perked up their ears, waiting for Heston's decision. Heston, now wealthy from his private treasury, naturally wasn't stingy. So he said, National Arianaster, how much do you think is suitable? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ajax responded, let's increase it by 2 dan each, so no one can ridicule us. 2 dan of rice is roughly equivalent to 1 tael of silver, which was quite significant for lower-level officials. 1 tael of silver could last for many days. After hearing this, Heston slapped his thigh and laughed heartily, saying, Good. Let's follow the National Arianaster's advice. Since this imperial examination has concluded successfully, and I promise to do this, starting from the beginning of next month, all officials below the 4th rank will receive an increase of 2 dan in salary. Upon hearing this, all the ministers shouted in unison, Long live the wise emperor. Satisfied, Heston then turned to Arianarchus and said, Minister Liu, go draft the decree. Arianarchus quickly responded, Yes, Your Area Majesty. I will draft it immediately after court. Such a significant benefit left him in no mood to delay. Chapter 73. Officials are excited. People from the grasslands? Indeed, as the imperial edict was issued, the officials of the Great Ming were greatly shaken. Their salaries had really been increased, and by no less than 2 pickles at once. This time, it was indeed generous. This came as a great relief to the lower-ranking officials. With an extra 2 pickles of rice, their lives would be more comfortable. And with this first increase, would there not be more in the future? This motivated many officials, especially those who did not receive an increase this time, namely those of the 4th rank and above, who all looked forward to it eagerly. After all, this was a legitimate raise in salary, and who wouldn't want more? The Grand Preceptor's name rang out once again. It didn't matter if the Emperor remembered or not. What mattered was that the Grand Preceptor remembered, and someone needed to remember such an important matter. Regardless of anything else, the current situation was still quite favorable. But whether one could gain more depended on individual capability, which was very important and clearly understood. The changes today were genuine and required competence to back them up. This was clear enough and seemed like a common requirement. Different intentions naturally led to different achievements, as had always been the case. It seemed that the officials of the Great Ming were entering a springtime. As long as they had the ability, they could advance, and raises in salary were something to look forward to. If it were just the emperor's idea or what the prime minister used to say, it wouldn't have happened. Now, although the cabinet existed and participated in matters, many knew in their hearts that the true authority still lay with the Grand Preceptor. As for the emperor, he and the Grand Preceptor were in perfect sync. They had already communicated thoroughly. Otherwise, with the emperor's hot temper, it would not have been easy for him to issue such edicts so smoothly. Arianity ministers knew this well, and understood it from the bottom of their hearts. At least now, things were much more reassuring. With the successful completion of this examination, the promised salary increases began, naturally bringing joy. Even though the increase was only 2 pickles per month, it amounted to 24 pickles over a year, which was no small sum. Given how large the Great Ming was and with many factors requiring budget cuts, without Ajax's methods to increase revenue, it would have been hard to believe that salaries could be increased, let alone by so much at once. Perhaps those of higher ranks might scoff at it, but for those of lower ranks, it was life-saving. This time, the increase was applied equally across all ranks, aiming to lift the bottom line, making future raises easier. Brother Ajax, many people are praising you now. You've helped many officials survive. Ajax smiled and said, that's good. I hope the Great Ming can prosper further. After all, if the common people live well, officials shouldn't live poorly either. Otherwise, corruption would be rampant, unstoppable by any punishment, because they simply couldn't survive otherwise. Kesha nodded in agreement. He believed his brother unconditionally. If he did something, it was right, and even if wrong, it was right. As they spoke, they sipped tea and naturally turned to discussing the Northeast. By the way, Brother Ajax, Father has written that many people from the North have gone to the Northeast. They've started growing crops and building cities, paying workers as you suggested, with no major incidents. Ajax smiled and said, good, that's good. Regardless, we don't need to worry about safety issues now. As long as everything goes well, the Northeast is a fertile land that will attract many people. He believed this, despite the harsh weather. But with the introduction of coal stoves and beehive coal, many felt ready to try. Everyone believed that life would be better, and with prices being low, even those willing to go received beehive coal from the court. This way, many couldn't resist the temptation and chose to venture out, especially when families couldn't support too many members. Upon their arrival, simple cement houses were prepared, better than their old homes, leaving them hardly believing these were theirs. For safety, various ventilation facilities were pre-installed, ensuring sufficient indoor oxygen for proper coal stove combustion. These improvements attracted more people. As various crops were sown, this was the best period, though the time was short, limited to 1 harvest per year. I wonder when Father will return. I believe it won't be long. Once everything is set up there, he should be fine. The plans for the Northeast had also begun, naturally without needing much explanation. It was a very good prediction. As long as everything went well, there would be no major problems. After all, it was all a logical progression that needed no further elaboration. This turn of events was certainly something to celebrate. Both men were delighted. With everything progressing smoothly and steadily, they could confidently move forward. As for the issues concerning the grasslands, those were difficult to describe easily, and the subsequent problems were hard to articulate. After all, they represented the greatest uncertainty. Just as they were discussing the grasslands, an imperial eunuch suddenly arrived. Grand Preceptor, His Arianegesty requests your presence. Ajax asked in puzzlement, at this time, is it to have a meal? It was around noon, which was naturally the time for lunch. Upon hearing this, the young eunuch was speechless. Only the Grand Preceptor dared speak so casually. Others wouldn't dare. Grand Preceptor, Lord Elijah has secretly sent someone to bring a person from the grasslands. His Arianegesty is now worried about it. After listening, Ajax understood and said to Raphael, looks like you'll have to eat alone. I don't know when I'll be back. Kesha wasn't just a figurehead. He knew there was something serious going on, otherwise his father wouldn't have personally arranged for someone to be sent over. Don't worry, go quickly. Don't keep your Zeke waiting. I'll head home. Currently, there were strict patrols of soldiers between both families to prevent any such incidents from happening again, especially in the small alleys which were sealed off and patrolled day and night by guards. All this was done to ensure the safety of the two families. The enemy wouldn't give them any leeway, and if they did, it would cause significant trouble, with even more serious consequences that couldn't be ignored. As long as they could manage it, it was the best course of action. The future still held hope for completely eradicating the Woka pirates. After all, there's no principle that says one can always be vigilant against thieves who operate daily. Everyone understood this clearly. These Woka pirates must be utterly destroyed. Chapter 74. Ethnic integration is the right path. Ajax did not delay, and followed the young eunuch straight into the palace, arriving at the imperial study. Audience with your Arianegesty. Heston waved his hand and said, no need for formalities. There are no outsiders here. You can call me Zeke as family members do. Don't forget that. Ajax was speechless. Clearly, there was a person from the grasslands present, but it seemed Heston, being the emperor, had the final say. Yes, Davidson. Heston was visibly pleased and then pointed to the man from the grasslands, saying, Camden. He's named Roland and comes from the Duoyan tribe. He's here this time to engage in commerce. Upon hearing this, Ajax nodded immediately. Davidson, engaging in business should be fine. The Great Ming Dynasty is happy to do business with friendly partners. Of course, we would also welcome them to join the Great Ming Dynasty's big family, ensuring a better life here. Heston was slightly stunned, but seeing Ajax's earnest look, he didn't refute him at the moment, instead wanting to see how the other party would react. He couldn't remain clueless about everything. Roland naturally understood Chinese and knew from their titles that the person before him must be a high-ranking official. From the Duoyan tribe, Roland greets you, sir. Ariane, I ask who you are. Ajax looked towards his Zeke questioningly. Didn't you introduce him? Heston suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, seemingly having forgotten. But since he didn't care, he directly introduced him. He's my nephew, the Imperial Arianaster of the Great Ming Dynasty, concurrently serving as Abner, overseeing the Ministry of Revenue. With the Emperor explaining personally, Roland was utterly shocked, never expecting such a multitude of titles and more importantly, that he was the Emperor's own nephew. He quickly paid his respects formally. Roland greets His Excellency the Imperial Arianaster of the Great Ming Dynasty. Ajax gestured to show no need for excessive courtesy. There's no need for formalities. What I mentioned earlier can be considered. After all, the Great Ming Dynasty is strong, and you should know how the Great Yuan Dynasty crumbled. Roland nodded hurriedly, but knew such significant matters were beyond an envoy's power to handle. His Excellency, I'll remember it and report it truthfully upon returning. Ajax nodded, satisfied. Good, by the way. What kind of business do you want to engage in? Noticing the Emperor wasn't speaking, Roland observed silently, realizing just how formidable this Great Ming Imperial Arianaster was. His Excellency, we wish to purchase items like salt and iron pots for daily necessities, and ideally tea and silk as well. What do you think, sir? Ajax pondered. Except for iron goods, there shouldn't be much problem. Salt and other daily necessities can be traded, but iron goods could easily turn into weapons, which the Great Ming cannot supply to strangers. Relieved, Roland knew trading iron items was indeed challenging since ancient times. It was always hard for the authorities. Please have mercy, Your Excellency. Seeing Roland's expectant and sincere expression, Ajax exchanged glances with Heston, then replied, all right, but not too many, otherwise other officials might raise objections. For this time, 10 iron pots should be enough. If we prove to be harmonious and even become one in the future, the Great Ming will not be stingy. Though Roland didn't achieve what he had hoped, he was glad to finally get some opening, knowing it depended on proving themselves trustworthy in the future. Thank you, Your Excellency. Iron pots were desperately needed on the grasslands. A single pot was worth several horses or cattle and sheep, which were trivial matters compared to iron pots. It was evident that iron pots held immense importance on the grasslands. The Great Ming also needed the horses, cattle, and sheep from the grasslands, which was a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, due to the grasslands' ambitions, supplying them with more iron goods was out of the question and restricted, even prohibited. This highlighted the different living needs. As for other things, they are painstakingly cultivated or raised in our Great Ming Dynasty and can't really be cheap. With various costs added up, the price is genuinely high, as you should understand. Ajax wanted even the cheapest items to seem expensive unless one joined the Great Ming Dynasty. Roland didn't argue. As strangers, why should they be given anything valuable for free? You're right, Your Excellency. Roland remembers. Very well. In the northeast, the Great Ming will open a horse market where you can trade on your own. But trading iron goods is strictly forbidden, and any violations will be dealt with promptly. This is absolutely not allowed to go wrong, or the horse market will be closed. This was a serious warning from Ajax, not mere words. Roland asked curiously, what if merchants from the Great Ming sell to us themselves? Ajax directly set the terms. You can report any illegal sales, and if confirmed, there will be rewards, including the iron goods. Roland was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded quickly, understanding the Grand Arianaster's intentions. Ajax naturally couldn't omit the warning. However, if there are false reports, the qualification to enter the horse market will be revoked in the future. This was to prevent chaos in the horse market, an important point that required vigilance to avoid negative impacts on the Great Ming's horse trade. As the exchange continued amicably, considering this was their first meeting and they had achieved some results, Roland soon withdrew with satisfaction. Heston arranged for someone to escort him back. Once he was gone, Heston couldn't help but ask, Camden, I still don't understand why we need to open a horse market in the northeast. Wouldn't this cause dissatisfaction among other grassland tribes? After hearing this, Ajax replied solemnly, Davidson, the grasslands are vast. It's impossible to completely resolve the issue. Even if we drive them further north, it leaves potential troubles. This problem cannot be reversed, and you must understand this. Heston couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Indeed, these nomads often migrate. It's hard to eradicate them entirely. This has been true since ancient times, making them difficult to eliminate. Listening to this, Ajax couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness at his Zeke's readiness to kill. Davidson, given this, it might be better to attract them to join us. We Han people are not particularly skilled in animal husbandry. Let them handle it. Once their families settle down, the grasslands will belong to our Great Ming. Moreover, once they join the Great Ming, their people can live alongside us Han people. After a few generations, they'll all be Han people, won't they? Heston was stunned, then couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. This would thoroughly assimilate them into history, leaving only Han people, a formidable and bloodless strategy indeed. Excellent, excellent. This is how we Han people have grown strong, Heston commented. Chapter 75, the most unsolvable scheme in broad daylight. Davidson are Han people, from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the Qin dynasty, Han dynasty Wu era, and then to the Tang and Song dynasties, have gone through one large ethnic integration after another. As long as they consider themselves subjects of the Ming dynasty, they are Han people. Why can't this be? When all ethnic groups abide by the laws of the Ming dynasty, we will become stronger as a unified country. Ajax's words enlightened Heston, allowing him to clearly understand that these developments were indeed beneficial. Then you really believe it can be achieved? Ajax nodded straightforwardly. Of course. The power and economy of the Ming dynasty are currently on the rise. Its allure needs no elaboration. By then, our culture will shine even brighter. It would make them willing to abandon their own cultures and embrace the culture of the Ming dynasty, wouldn't it? Heston understood. If they continued with this persistence, eventually their racial and cultural identities would fade away, leaving only the culture and civilization of the Ming dynasty, the Han civilization. And as long as it's Han civilization, it belongs to the Ming dynasty. Excellent. What an ambitious plan. We must work harder. Otherwise, it would indeed be difficult to achieve. At this moment, Ajax spoke mysteriously, Davidson. Since we know that trading between the Duo Yin tribe and our Ming dynasty will inevitably cause dissatisfaction and jealousy among other tribes, then let's push the Duo Yin tribe to rely on us more strongly. This way, everything will proceed smoothly. Heston was initially shocked but then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, nicely said. Camden, this is your scheme in broad daylight, or rather, it's their willingness to walk right into our scheme. Ajax smiled and replied, naturally. Only when others offer themselves will it be truly worthwhile. Begging others would be considered inferior tactics and utterly unacceptable. Heston listened deeply and acknowledged the profound impact such an influence could bring, recognizing its significant role. Very well. I will immediately send a secret message to Dylan to inform him how to act. Ajax did not object as he viewed these matters as trivial. By the way, Davidson, once we acquire cattle, horses, and sheep, the Ming Dynasty's various economies will boom. Especially for horses, we can replenish the shortage we previously had during wartime. Heston nodded, agreeing that it made sense and found it quite satisfying. Including necessary items and preparations, everything can be better handled. Also, Davidson, once we have enough oxen for farming, even my cravings won't be able to hold back anymore. Though he was a Taoist, he did not abstain from certain foods and beverages, consuming freely. Heston berated him immediately but concluded with, that makes sense. Once the time comes, there won't be as many restrictions, provided everything is fully prepared beforehand. Hearing this, Ajax grinned mischievously. Davidson, don't worry. Your nephew isn't foolish. Heston knew of his capabilities and marveled at the vast difference in abilities between people, sighing over the disparity. The matters discussed, a rare dinner inside the palace awaited, prepared personally by Paulette. Ajax, it's rare for you to visit. Though Belinda didn't prepare much, feel free to ask if there's anything you'd like to eat. Ajax hurriedly responded, anything Belinda cooks, I'll love it. Paulette laughed, you naughty boy, very well, I'm glad to hear that. Indeed, she added a few more dishes, making Heston jealous as he saw how grand the meal became, far exceeding what he usually enjoyed. We are basking in the light of your nephew today, haha. With that, the three began eating without any formalities, indulging freely and treating it like a casual family gathering. After a hearty meal, Ajax returned home. Heston lay down to rest, feeling contented. Henley, your nephew is indeed remarkable. He thinks far ahead about these matters. That's true. It's impressive. One could say it's winning without fighting, getting the grassland people to serve the Ming Dynasty. If what he says is true, the grassland people might indeed become part of the Ming Dynasty. Once they take root here, they won't be easily swayed elsewhere. That's correct. If things progress as he described, it will be the best arrangement. Heston firmly agreed. As long as the Ming Dynasty had confidence, its culture would naturally attract more people. This is cultural confidence, and they were confident now. The Ming Dynasty is the center of the world. Going on like this, in 2 or 3 generations, they will all be part of the Ming Dynasty. One Sai was all it took to acknowledge the best path forward. Paulette voiced a concern, but we need to fear that our descendants may not be up to the task. After all, we know history. There have been all kinds of emperors. Once they falter, what will be the consequences? Heston nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was a headache-inducing issue. Emperors often act unilaterally, displaying varied traits which always lead to the most troubling situations. But luckily, now we have the cabinet which can limit the power of the emperor to a great extent. However, it also restricts their own power, which is predictable. Our nephew has everything prepared for that. Paulette agreed after hearing this. Indeed, even if the emperor was incompetent, his power was being restrained. That much was obvious. This is something for the future. What we need to do now is take care of our own affairs and not worry about other things. True, at least now we can be reassured. With him here, laying a good foundation is possible. Besides, don't forget he is a high Taoist adept. How long his lifespan will be, none of us know. Emperor Heston spoke rather calmly, acknowledging that only such a Taoist adept could achieve this. The span of these people's lives was unpredictable, perhaps very long or quite short. Paulette nodded in agreement. You're right. It would be comforting if he could continue helping our descendants. Heston smiled bitterly at this moment. Who knows? Even we don't know how longevity will affect perspectives. Paulette sighed. Perhaps it all depends on their own fate. After all, the dynasty will be left in their hands. If they are not up to the task, who can they blame? Henley, what do you think? Heston responded affirmatively. Exactly. While we hope the Ming Dynasty can last for thousands of generations, we know that's unlikely. We can only hope they won't be too foolish, especially avoiding harm from foreign tribes. Internal family matters were their own business, but dealings with foreigners were different. Seeing Heston's thoughts, let alone others, it was about whether one could maintain their status. If they couldn't, it wasn't anyone else's fault but their own incompetence. What could they do otherwise? Nothing at all, right? Chapter 76, A Surge in National Treasury Revenue. Ajax returned to his residence and continued with his own affairs. As for what his Zeke thought, it was not something he could decide. Focus on cultivation. It's more important. Though the heavenly spirit energy had become much thinner, it was still better than in later times and must not be wasted. At this time, roads across the country were under construction, and concrete slabs made of cement were used to reinforce riverbanks everywhere. Indeed, the floodwaters arrived this year, but the reinforced embankments held back the impact, protecting countless acres of farmland. Sir, they are holding. The flood didn't breach the riverbanks. They're really holding. Good, very good. But water is still surging up. Well, the riverbanks are still a bit low. Once this flood passes, we'll raise their height. Arianany local officials saw these results and were elated. Although the water spread over the riverbanks, they remained firm and did not collapse, proving how effective the Abner's methods were. Arianany places were considering raising them even higher, which would resolve any potential issues. However, reports stated that tax adjustments for commoners were underway, including those concerning forced labor, making it uncertain what the specific situation would be. Since it was handled by the Abner, no one dared to neglect their duties. After all, many so-called sacrifices to mountain gods or river gods had been abolished by the imperial court, and some people had been beheaded. It was all genuine and not false. Seeing the floods now being contained by the riverbanks, it was evident that using the right materials made all the difference. Such an embankment could last at least 10 years, a matter of great significance. Should damage occur, replacement wouldn't be difficult as there was always a dry season annually. Recognizing these benefits, the officials felt secure and worked enthusiastically. After all, the Abner had increased their salaries, and failure here would invite dismissal or even execution. Given the achievements made, they could feel even more joyous and pleased. Alright, now everything is fine. Keep watch and involve nearby civilians in monitoring. Report immediately if anything happens. Yes, sir, we understand. Local officials frequently toured their jurisdictions not just to put on a show, but also to prevent mishaps, providing peace of mind. After all, this concerned their performance records, and poor performance meant significant trouble. This salary increase would be in jeopardy if they faced major problems again. The emperor might rescind it, claiming it was their fault and unrelated to him. This situation was indeed hard to explain clearly. There should be no accidents at all, and no one would be foolish enough to risk it. With everything prepared, even a fool would know that someone who failed here had issues. This was undeniable fact. As information from all regions was gathered, especially regarding summer floods, Heston was very concerned. But seeing each report, corroborated by the Imperial Guard and retired military units, proved that things were genuinely working. The retired military units, deeply rooted in rural areas, though composed of veterans, provided excellent placements and settlement options. Of course, disabled veterans took priority, as they naturally faced greater challenges in life compared to others. These issues were clear and well understood. The emperor's actions reassured and comforted many disabled veterans. Having jobs meant not worrying about food. Even minimum provisions were sufficient. Reviewing these reports, Heston felt truly happy, finally achieving such remarkable success. Defeating the floods. Excellent, very excellent. This is the happiest event this year. Everyone has done well and deserves rewards. The Treasury's revenue had increased significantly in recent months, especially with grain tax reforms. Although payments were made once, they weren't less than before. After all, grain production had increased, with fertile fields protected, leading to a bountiful harvest this year without disaster. All taxes were paid in one go, after which local governments would announce that other taxes were unnecessary. Both the Imperial Guard and retired military units would promote this message, ensuring everyone knew they needn't pay further taxes. Additional levies ultimately benefited the government little, something Ajax understood clearly, so he had people do just that, making sure the common folk understood the court's policies. In this way, the people truly grasped it. Seeing that they were left with nearly 70% of their grain, it brought tears of joy to the peasants. Though it seemed like more, it was actually much less because various exorbitant taxes and fees had been eliminated. In the past, being left with half was a blessing. Often, only 30 to 40% remained. This time, 70% was left. How could they not be overwhelmingly moved? Fantastic. This time we have money. We can sell a little more land. Yes, we should get new clothes. Not yet. Let's wait for this year. Let's buy more briquettes first. It's a bit tight this year, but next year will be looser, then we can buy. You're right. I'll listen to you. Let's stock up on more briquettes first. Arianini families were pragmatic. Though they had one more planting season, they were unsure about next year, so none wanted to spend lavishly, planning accordingly. Though Heston could not see their joy firsthand, from these reports, it was clear that the Ming Dynasty was rapidly growing stronger and its economy was improving. Especially the figures reported by the Ministry of Revenue, which filled him with pleasant surprise. Grain tax reached 3 million taels, no less than before. Notably, this time there were no exorbitant taxes or fees. Next came salt revenue, reaching an astonishing 6 million taels per month, totaling 120 million taels, meaning he himself would receive 1.2 million taels. It made him beam with joy. This money was easy to earn, all thanks to his nephew's plan. Then there was commercial tax, which was even more astounding in the recent month. It reached 10 million taels. What a concept. Terrifying, truly terrifying. As for the profits Ajax provided from the coal stoves, it also amounted to around 5 million taels, a substantial sum. Not counting the coal stove profits, the total monthly revenue of the Ministry of Revenue reached 16 million taels of silver. Before last June, this was an entire year's revenue. Now it became just 1 month's income. Chapter 77. Heston's ambition and groundbreaking architectural ideas. Although the grain tax is collected only twice a year, totaling 6 or 7 million taels, now it seems rather insignificant. After all, commercial taxes and salt taxes are collected monthly, at least 13 million taels each month, which amounts to 156 million taels of silver annually. This far exceeds what I initially anticipated. It turns out my nephew was right all along. Heston focused on the commercial taxes, amazed by the sheer amount. Before, it wasn't so much, but now? It seems that with increased trade among various regions, the numbers have grown significantly. This is indeed a positive development. Feeling such joy, he naturally wanted to share it with someone, and Paulette was the perfect audience. Reed, you seem very happy today, said Paulette while setting the table, smiling. Heston laughed and replied, Indeed. Do you know how much revenue the National Treasury has collected this month? Paulette nonchalantly answered, A few million taels, that's quite a lot. Heston, hearing this, helplessly responded, Sister, be more daring in your guess. Paulette looked at Heston, puzzled, and asked, Reed, isn't that enough? Are you saying tens of millions of taels? Heston happily said, Yes, it's more than 10 million taels, 16 million to be precise, just for this 1 month. Paulette was taken aback. So much? What's going on here? That's too much. Heston was pleased with her reaction and sat down with a proud smile. Paulette quickly asked, What happened? Seeing her curious gaze, Heston hastened to explain the reality. Paulette sighed, So it's your nephew's achievement, not yours. He values commercial taxes so highly. There must be a reason. The moment those taxes started coming in, the money followed. In previous years, we focused on grain taxes and never imagined the potential of commercial taxes. Grain taxes are collected only twice a year. Heston agreed, sighing, You're right. Grain taxes can only yield so much. Pushing them further would incite rebellion among the people. Paulette shrugged, Now with commercial taxes, it's as if 1 month covers an entire year's worth of grain taxes, even more. It's almost unbelievable. Not just them, but officials in court felt the same. Yet everyone knew this wealth once belonged to powerful families, now seized by the court. There's nothing they could do but pay up. With their taxes paid, the court removed toll booths across the land, except for privately built ones, for a 10-year period. Everyone in the empire knew this arrangement. This saved a great deal of time, earning back the travel expenses in a single trip. The truth was undeniable, yet unspoken. The logic became clear. This shows how narrow our perspective was before. We used to say he was dreaming. Now we realize it was our mistake, Heston admitted openly before Paulette. Paulette shook her head. Don't worry about it. These are minor issues. Your nephew's capabilities have greatly benefited the Ming Dynasty, bringing in so much revenue. More can be done without being constrained like before. Heston nodded. You're right. With this scale, we don't need to be so restrained. Good. Next year, no, starting this year, let's construct 2 new shipyards. While we can't achieve everything at once, building 50 to 60 large ships per year should not be difficult. Thinking about it made both of them happy. They ate heartily. Ajax didn't know about the high tax revenues, but he knew they needed to be spent wisely, or else they would gather dust. Thus, he considered reducing taxes, not just taxes, but specifically the poll tax, indirectly lowering the grain tax. Given the current situation, with abundant tax revenue, grain taxes seemed trivial. There was no need to focus on them excessively. However, apart from the taxes paid by the people, the court planned to purchase at least 20% of the remaining harvest at fixed prices. Though prices wouldn't fluctuate much, this arrangement allowed some flexibility for farmers. The court aimed to prepare for potential disasters like floods and droughts, essential measures often overlooked. These precautions might seem minor, but were crucial to prevent unforeseen issues. This wasn't a small matter, but a significant one. The underlying principle was to reduce the burden on farmers, showing genuine goodwill and kindness from the court. These are all steps that need to be carried out gradually. Although achieving everything at once is not possible, there must be a plan. The past period has proven to be the best approach. As Ajax's thoughts deepened, he naturally had no hesitation in moving forward. The court officials could tangibly feel these changes. They were the first to experience the significant matters of the court. Of course, Ajax would often visit to observe and inspect progress, ensuring nothing was amiss. After all, this was his domain, and it needed to be handled prudently. All of this was foreseeable, leaving no room for carelessness. Everyone hoped for a good location with comfortable living conditions, which naturally required no additional words. At the same time, various advanced facilities were under development. Gone were the days of traditional toilets. Now they were automatic. The entire setup was progressing systematically. Even the installation of underfloor heating proceeded in an orderly manner, which contributed to the slower pace, requiring considerable work. Using cement pipes was inevitable given the current materials and craftsmanship. Still, it was already quite impressive that underfloor heating reached every corner, which should not be underestimated. Caution would be necessary when it became operational. Although the workers did not fully understand, as long as they followed instructions, it wasn't difficult. Watching the underground installations filled him with joy. Of course, they also needed to facilitate cleaning, which was essential. Only after all inspections passed could the next step proceed. He didn't mind the slow pace. He preferred thoroughness to avoid repeated rework, which would be counterproductive. Therefore, proper arrangements must be made in advance, as he was not someone who enjoyed trouble. He felt increasingly satisfied with what he saw. This was the most advanced and luxurious place of this era. Regardless, his goals remained unchanged. Life had become more enjoyable, but since it was his own money, others couldn't say anything. They could only watch. Chapter 78. Abolishing the head tax and raising salaries again. That day, in the imperial court, Ajax stood up voluntarily. Your Area Majesty, I have matters to report. Emperor Heston found this somewhat peculiar and said, Please speak, Your Excellency. The other ministers listened silently, unsure what the national Area Master was about to propose. Ajax directly submitted his petition, saying, Your Area Majesty, after several months of treasury income, we now have no less than 40 million taels of silver. Various expenses have been accounted for, and the economy of the Ming Dynasty is rapidly developing. However, life remains very difficult for the rural population. As he spoke, Emperor Heston nodded involuntarily. He knew this much. Although some reforms had been made earlier, more time was still needed for gradual improvement. Ajax continued, For our great Ming, grain taxes are relatively unimportant compared to other revenues, but they cannot be completely abolished. I suggest that the head tax be cancelled to further reduce the grain tax burden on the people. Emperor Heston paused for a moment, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Right, it should be cancelled. There should no longer be any head tax. Arianani ministers listened without interjecting, remaining silent. Ajax went on, Your Area Majesty, cancelling the head tax will make the hidden population across various regions come out into the open. This is crucial. Without the head tax, they won't hide their numbers anymore, especially those unregistered households who need to be re-registered. Emperor Heston, upon hearing about unregistered households, couldn't help but reflect deeply. This issue was indeed undeniable. Your Excellency, you're right. It's because of the head tax that countless people have hidden their identities. I thought too simply before. Now I realize this is the key point, Emperor Heston acknowledged. The other ministers collectively breathed a sigh of relief, showing they were mentally prepared for such a suggestion. Ajax observed this and continued, Your Area Majesty, by integrating all grain taxes into one unified levy, collecting only 1/10 of the grain and no additional taxes, while requiring farmers to sell 2/10 of the remaining 9/10 back to the government at no less than last year's average price, the people would likely agree. This way, the Great Ming can ensure a stable grain supply. Emperor Heston was taken aback. He hadn't expected this kind of proposal, which seemed unprecedented. Ajax explained further, Your Area Majesty, regardless of what happens with the leftover grain, whether the people sell it or store it, it's up to them. If they can sell it at higher prices, they'll benefit from the transactions. Don't forget, large transactions require taxes. We can collect commercial taxes from merchants. This approach would solve multiple issues at once, without causing dissatisfaction among anyone. Unless they were restricted to earning just 999 taels per year, in which case, it wouldn't matter much. Emperor Heston suddenly smiled broadly. Mentioning commercial taxes reminded him of substantial revenue. Haha, Your Excellency speaks truly. The peasants in the countryside have endured too much hardship. It's fitting that we do this. Upon hearing this, all the ministers nodded in agreement, finding it a good suggestion. Ajax then grew particularly serious. Your Area Majesty, although this suggestion is good, it also needs officials to implement it properly. If not done well, even the best advice can lead to problems. Therefore, I suggest raising salaries again. This statement made all the ministers' eyes light up. Could they possibly get another raise? Emperor Heston, however, looked pained. Your Excellency, dear nephew, we've already raised salaries this year. Isn't it too soon? Ajax understood his Zeke's reluctance. Yet, without adequate incentives, officials would find it hard to work effectively. Your Area Majesty, this is necessary. As the government's revenues increase, we shouldn't let our officials suffer. Otherwise, they might fare worse than ordinary citizens, which is inappropriate. After all, the saying official serving far away only for money has its basis in reality. Emperor Heston hesitated for a while before asking, how much would you like to raise this time? Everyone's gaze turned toward him, hoping for a favorable answer. Ajax replied calmly, Your Area Majesty, this time let's split it into two parts. For officials 4th rank and above, increase their salaries by 5 shur, stone, based on their rank. For those below 4th rank, add 2 shur each. What do you think, Your Area Majesty? Emperor Heston, puzzled, asked, explain your reasoning. Ajax said, starting from the 9th rank and below, add 2 shur, and end at the 5th rank with an increase of 20 shur. Then starting from the 4th rank, add 25 shur. For the senior 4th rank, add 30 shur. For the junior 3rd rank, add 35 shur, and so on. With this proposal, everyone now understood that the increase started from the lowest 9th rank. If the increase at lower levels was modest, naturally the increments for higher officials would be less, as the base salary for the 4th rank already started at 25 shur of grain, which was no small amount. In this way, the overall picture became quite interesting. For officials of the 4th rank and above, who could indeed be called high-ranking officials, it was only natural that their benefits should be better. If even the lower-level officials could achieve this, they would naturally receive more benefits. Your Area Majesty, with this incentive in place, apart from some regions, there is still another opportunity to collect grain taxes. We need to see how they carry out the tax collection according to the policy of our great Ming court. If they fail to meet the standards, then we won't discuss this matter, and the salary increase will be cancelled. This statement immediately shocked the officials present, causing their breathing to quicken. At least for 5th rank officials, although not at the 4th rank, they could receive an additional 20 shur, which translates to an increase of 10 taels of silver per month. What did this mean? This was just for officials in the capital, so the number affected would be even larger outside. Once this news spread, if anyone performed poorly and failed the evaluation, they would miss out on this large-scale salary increase. This wasn't like the previous raise, where all officials below the 4th rank received the same increment, making it less noticeable. But this time, it was truly different. Not only did it consider rank, but also differentiated salary increases were applied based on different levels. This led to many people feeling envious. Once successful, it would indeed be a cause for great celebration, and everyone hoped for significant benefits, which wasn't mere talk but a pursuit of collective interests. If reaching the highest 1st rank, one could receive an increase of up to 60 shur. This wasn't a joke. It would certainly be a very substantial salary increase. Chapter 79. Davidson and Camden discuss the strategy. Heston felt a pang in his heart, but he knew that his nephew wasn't really naive. After all, he was well aware of Heston's dislike of officials receiving high salaries. Yet his nephew still made such a suggestion. Undoubtedly, it put him in a difficult position. But then he remembered that this wasn't the first time he faced a similar kind of test. Isn't this one also like that? On second thought, it made sense. If officials couldn't live decently, they would be unable to manage others or assist him properly. With a solemn expression, he declared, all right, as per the Imperial Preceptor's advice, if we increase the salary, it must be after passing this test. From now on, every salary increment will require passing a test. Otherwise, there won't be an increase and some may even face a pay cut. Rewards naturally come with penalties, which is quite normal. Indeed, the ministers were excited as they prostrated themselves, chanting, our emperor is wise. Long live the emperor. If he hadn't agreed, they surely would have cursed him inwardly. Now, their chants indicated their clear understanding that they needed to grasp the significance behind this. No matter what, this fact was undeniable and couldn't be dismissed easily. Ajax had long grown accustomed to it. This wasn't any surprise. Rather, it was a fortunate turn of events, so there was no need for overthinking. Change shouldn't happen too drastically. As long as it could be done, it was for the best. Sure enough, everything went smoothly, and there seemed to be no significant issues. After all, the increased amount was not insignificant, and everyone understood that. Then let's adjourn the court session. At the same time, issue the imperial decree to all prefectures and counties. Let them know this is a nationwide evaluation. Those who pass will get a raise. Those who fail, well, I'm sorry. The deadline for the evaluation is the end of this year. Those who pass will see their raises starting from the beginning of the new year. As for those who don't pass, forget about it. The next opportunity might not come for a long time. As Heston left, the ministers exited the hall, eagerly prepared to work hard and not jeopardize their hopes for a raise. Imperial Preceptor, His Area Majesty is requesting your presence. Ajax stopped in his tracks, nodding and saying, all right, let's go. The other officials saw this scene and paid no mind. They were used to it and knew the significance of the Imperial Preceptor's influence. Upon reaching the Imperial study, Heston was already waiting. Camden, abolishing the head tax is fine, but raising salaries again. Seeing his Zeke's pained expression, Ajax sighed, saying, Davidson, do you know what the greatest boost to commercial taxes is? Caught off guard, Heston didn't know how to respond. Ajax explained, "It's the officials. Corruption aside, the worst problem is collusion between officials and merchants. Previously, merchants paid little to no taxes, but most of it ended up in officials' pockets. How could this not be a significant obstacle? Davidson, you should realize that commercial taxes are growing rapidly, which means we're taking money that officials previously pocketed. This is dangerous, and many are willing to take risks." Heston looked shocked, perhaps just momentarily taken aback by this new information. Ajax continued, trying to reason, "Davidson, merchants can't disappear. They will always exist because they are essential to economic development. Without them, the nation would fall apart and possibly revert to a primitive society." This wasn't mere rhetoric. Merchants facilitate trade and transport goods to different regions, creating trading opportunities that keep the economy vibrant and thriving. Eliminating them is simply not possible. Listening, Heston fell silent. Though he hated and disliked merchants, these feelings stemmed from past experiences. But now, as the emperor of the Ming Dynasty, he couldn't afford to be stubborn. "Well, you've convinced me. You're right. Indeed, my thoughts in the past were too entangled." Hearing this, Ajax breathed a sigh of relief, adding, "Davidson, while merchants make money, their profits can also benefit the state. Moreover, their safety depends on national stability. In times of chaos, they become easy targets. Their contributions are merely hopes to protect their property and lives. Some measures may be too extreme and counterproductive. Winning people's heartfelt consent is the ultimate victory, both emotionally and practically." Ajax's words made Heston realize that different roles come with different perspectives. Overgeneralizing would hinder the Ming's development and long-term strength, turning everything into fleeting illusions. Such truths didn't need further inquiry. As long as things were balanced, no additional questions were necessary. Regardless of the amounts involved, fair exchanges were essential. "Alright, since you know it, I won't say more. Sometimes, one doesn't even know what to say. Davidson, business transactions are frequent now, but this is just the beginning. Wait until overseas trade starts. You'll be even more surprised." Ajax said with a smile. Heston became puzzled and asked him, "Will there be even more?" Currently, the commercial tax nationwide was 10 million taels per month, which was unimaginable in the past. But could there be even more? However, Ajax did not speak anymore, only smiling without revealing too much truth. Only by witnessing it personally could one truly believe it. No one knew what would happen otherwise. Experiencing it firsthand would be the most worthwhile. Seeing he wasn't speaking, Heston thought Ajax didn't know either. It made sense since there were no signs yet of what was to come. To know would take a long time indeed. "Fine, if you don't know either, let's not talk about it. I'm looking forward to your tales of mountains of gold and silver overseas." Ajax solemnly replied, "Davidson, rest assured, your nephew wouldn't joke about this." Heston smiled and said, "I'm very much looking forward to it. I also agree to have 2 more shipyards built. We've had people look into it, all along the coast of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, connected to Songjiang Prefecture. The distance might be a bit far, but it should suffice." Upon hearing this, Ajax was instantly delighted. "Thank you, Davidson." Heston waved his hand. "I'm also looking forward to that day. Storing more money in the treasury isn't right. It needs to be put to use, or we might not even be able to pay salaries later. As for this salary increase, I'll follow your lead and not interfere. But if things go poorly, don't blame me." Ajax said with a smile, "Davidson, we've agreed that they must pass the test first. If they can't pass, we can act accordingly and it won't seem like we're making baseless claims. After all, there will be facts and evidence for everyone to see." Hearing this, Heston couldn't help but laugh heartily. This little rascal is so slippery. Chapter 80. The motivation for officials is a raise. As the Zeke and nephew exchanged a knowing smile, they were in perfect harmony, no need for further words. It was enough just to know, other matters could be discussed later. After all, there were still many situations at hand, no need to overthink things. Only by starting well and finishing strong can there be a future. Otherwise, everything would remain uncertain. "Davidson, then I'll head back first. I believe they will take great pleasure in remembering this." "Good, let's see how it goes." Ajax returned home and, as usual, continued his cultivation. He didn't particularly care about his salary because he had more than enough money. A month's salary meant little to him. Even with a minimum of 1,000,000 taels, how could such a pittance compare? Few knew the extent of his wealth. Heston happily accompanied Paulette, chatting amiably. Paulette saw his joyful demeanor and was pleased. His temper, usually short, had calmed considerably. Indeed, having a capable assistant allowed him much-needed peace of mind. Life was now easier, yet Paulette still enjoyed tending to her garden, finding solace in simple tasks rather than idleness. Heston also joined her, enjoying the time spent together tending the fields and vegetables. As for court affairs, the entire government was now working diligently, especially since this pay raise covered a broad range. The overall morale of the court improved significantly. For lower-ranking officials, this was another chance for a raise. Counting the previous raise, if successful, their salaries would almost double, ensuring a minimum of 9 share of rice. What a tremendous improvement, unprecedented before. With such generous raises came new opportunities for advancement. As promotions rose, not only did base salaries increase, but bonuses grew as well. While these benefits started from the 4th rank, it was still an opportunity few could resist. Such a significant benefit, who wouldn't be happy? Even if raises stopped for some time, they were far better off compared to before, nearly doubling their benefits. How could anyone not feel relieved? Ambitious officials naturally avoided corruption, knowing that once caught, it could cost them dearly. Forget about raises. They'd face severe punishments, absolutely not worth the risk. Moreover, the higher one climbed, the more substantial the raises. From the 4th rank, officials could receive an additional 5 share of rice, far surpassing lower ranks. Thus, everyone strove for promotion. Who wouldn't want to climb higher, benefiting more? The Ming Dynasty was now flourishing. Local officials dared not slack off, knowing failure could lead to dire consequences, not only for themselves but for their families as well. Stealing from others was like killing their parents. The ramifications were severe. Once exposed, the fallout could be devastating. Therefore, one should only act when sure of success. If caught, it would be embarrassing, possibly leading to wider repercussions. Heston and Ajax quietly observed, realizing a small investment could reform the bureaucracy, making it well worth it. Yet, they couldn't afford complacency, as the consequences were understandable. These complex dynamics should not be underestimated. They spurred greater efforts, leaving nothing overlooked. Everything was becoming orderly and stable, despite the occasional aggressive measures, all beneficial. Since the increased salary and grain were legal and worry-free, how could anyone not be pleased? Moreover, many realized this might not be the last raise. The possibility of another raised hopes. This reduced corruption and implemented a system of collective responsibility. While not a criminal offense, financial mismanagement could still have consequences. This was Ajax's strategy. To many, having no money was unacceptable, even in office. Everyone understood that money was essential. Without a legitimate income, everything else would be pointless. With proper earnings, officials began to guard their reputations, avoiding unnecessary records or scandals. Those receiving commendations performed even better. Such individuals would be promoted, gaining higher ranks and salaries. The weight of raises would also increase. Though currently tiered, future adjustments were possible. Arianany officials speculated on this. Ultimately, the most influential opinion was that of the Grand Preceptor. How the Grand Preceptor viewed this was unpredictable, but immediate attention was necessary. A raise comes with conditions and tests, and the thoughts of the Zeke and nephew are already very clear. If you want a raise, then show your achievements. Otherwise, it's failure. Dream on if you expect a raise after failing. Therefore, this is the biggest obstacle. Only by resolving this matter can anything be done properly. It's not something that can be patched up at the last minute. It requires consistent effort over time, involving various aspects and evaluations. Once you pass, it counts. If not, sorry, no raise for you this time. This isn't targeting one individual but all officials of the Ming Dynasty. The system of collective responsibility is designed to achieve this effect. Don't call it despicable. It's intended to have this impact. If the Emperor has issued an edict and you don't pass, then you can't blame the Emperor. Arianany people are eagerly awaiting the review results. It all depends on your own capabilities. If you're not capable enough, there's nothing much to say. If you are capable, you should blame yourself for lacking skill. In this case, there's nothing more to argue. True officials should not fear what happens, but should admit they haven't worked hard enough. This point is hard to refute. The true value is that simple, and it can be understood. So many things are laid out clearly, just to provide a better comparison. As for other issues, don't overthink them, just be aware. A prepared mind versus an unprepared one is truly hard to ignore. Once it erupts, the consequences are indescribable. This is very clear and transparent. Now, there's no need to worry too much. As long as there are people, there's always a chance. What will happen next, no one knows, and there's no way to give an answer. It all depends on their own abilities to climb the ranks continuously. If they do, they'll have the opportunity to fulfill their wishes. As for encouragement, it's also there. The decision to get a raise depends on their capabilities. A legitimate temptation is already set before them. How many can resist it? Chapter 81. The large ship has launched, strong ships with powerful cannons. Indeed, as soon as the news of salary increases in the imperial court was announced, it wildly stimulated the officials of the Ming Dynasty. Every local official knew they could no longer act as before. This time, not only did it carry the emperor's intention, but also had the leadership of the state preceptor behind each salary increase plan. If the state preceptor was satisfied, there might be annual raises. Of course, this wasn't about bribing the state preceptor, but required them to perform their duties faithfully. They mustn't forget. The Jinui were watching. At the very least, retired military officers still remained in rural areas, and those places best reflected administrative achievements. If they reported something unfavorable, leading to a failed raise, other officials would certainly suffer for it. Thus, none dared to slack off. Arianany often personally went down to the countryside for inspections to avoid mishaps. These tasks required people to undertake them and put in effort. Otherwise, things would become even more unmanageable. Next came supervision by the common folk, as they gradually understood the emperor's and the court's intentions. Knowing that these changes favored the people, it was naturally beneficial. Under such extensive supervision, if officials didn't perform well, layers of reports would lead to big trouble. This was no trivial matter. Imprisonment was possible, and wishing for raises would be like dreaming. Therefore, no one dared be careless. Each knew the pressure involved and wouldn't dare underestimate others. With all this, arrangements continued to unfold. As they worked diligently, Elwood finally returned from Songjiang Prefecture. He came back with an excited expression on his face. "Son Ariv, you look so happy. Is there good news?" Heston looked at his son, naturally curious about what made him so joyful. Elwood replied enthusiastically, "Father, the ship has been built. It is 30 zhang wide and 100 zhang long, a colossal structure." Heston couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Really? It's completed?" Elwood patted his chest in assurance. "It's already built. One of the ships has already launched, and the other 9 will follow soon. I personally tested it. It's very stable. The entire ship is equipped with over 100 cannons, including 2 main cannons with immense power. A single blast could level a hillside." Upon hearing this, Heston's face immediately turned stern. "Son, you are the crown prince. How could you test it yourself? It's too dangerous." Though he seemed displeased, his tone revealed deep concern. He didn't want his son to be in any danger. Elwood, understanding this, said seriously, "Father, it's perfectly safe. The ship's hull is wrapped in thick iron plating, rendering ordinary cannonballs ineffective. There's no need to worry. Moreover, its ability to withstand storms is exceptional. It can ride even the wildest waves." Listening to this, Heston was both shocked and tense, but relieved that everything was successful. "That's wonderful. Once all 10 large ships are launched, we'll surely have an advantage." After all, such massive warships were far superior to small sailboats. At this point, Elwood suddenly seemed a bit embarrassed, as if he had something difficult to say. Heston, noticing this, laughed and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you being so coy now?" Elwood, after hearing this, grew excited again. "Father, the firepower when all cannons fire simultaneously is astonishingly powerful. There's just one issue. It's quite expensive." Heston, thinking it was a significant problem, nonchalantly responded, "So it costs money, nothing unusual. We have plenty of funds now, don't worry about it." Elwood's eyes lit up. "Father, generous as always. A single simultaneous firing costs at least 1,000 taels of silver." Hearing this, Heston felt his legs go weak, and he sat down abruptly, luckily steadying himself with his hands on the table. "How much?" "Father, each simultaneous firing uses at least 1,000 taels. At least that much. If the main cannon fires, it costs 50 taels alone." Clearly, the immense power required substantial resources. Regular cannonballs cost about 5 taels, while the main cannon needed the entire ship to absorb the shock, making it far more powerful. One shot at 50 taels, 1,000 taels for a simultaneous firing. Oh my. Calculating this, 10 ships would cost 10,000 taels per simultaneous firing. For 100 ships, it would be 100,000 taels. More ships meant even greater expenses. This was just for one simultaneous firing. Multiple firings would multiply the costs several times over. Building ships was one thing, but battles were where the real expenses lay. According to his nephew's idea, 3,000 ships would mean a battle costing at least 3 million taels. Heston realized how ambitious his thoughts truly were, while his own had been narrow-minded. "Yes, very well. Since you're back, go see your mother." However, Elwood did not notice or did not care, and then went to see his mother. After he left, Heston shook his legs and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It was too expensive. How much would a single battle cost? Indeed, it would require mountains of gold and silver. Now it can't be stopped. Forget it, just trust my nephew is right. Moreover, with the current financial resources, it seems we can support it. 3,000 simultaneous firings only amount to 3 million taels. No need to worry, no need to worry. He told himself this, yet Heston still felt a bit heartache. After all, this was pure cash. What he didn't know was that these were the cheapest options. If they were more expensive, a single firing could cost over 10,000 taels. But there was no need for now because there were still stronger cannons than those of their great Ming in this world. So there was no immediate need for such massive expenditures. Once the southeastern coast was settled, better preparations could begin. By then, the lucrative overseas business would start booming. This was just the beginning of making money. As for the news of Elwood's return, it was known throughout the court and the country, but no one disturbed him because they didn't know the situation. To avoid making efforts in vain, which could be serious trouble, their main task now was to clean up the bureaucracy. Other matters could wait. Time was also approaching. With the passing of summer and autumn, the second major grain tax collection of the year was due. This time, without head taxes mixed in, it truly meant taking 1/10 and buying 2/10 of the remaining grain at market prices, all requiring payment. This way, the common people truly had 70% of their grain to manage as they wished. The government paid for the 20% of the grain, making many commoners feel like something was wrong with life, but reality proved otherwise. It was indeed correct. Feeling the money, confirming it was real, who wouldn't be delighted? Naturally, everyone was happier. With money now and 70% of our grain left, great, life is getting better and better. Yes, this money can be put to use first. Chapter 82. Enthusiastic recruitment by the Ming Dynasty. Citizens actively build reservoirs. When Ajax saw Elwood, he noticed that Elwood seemed more spirited and robust, which made him feel pleased. Good, very good. By next year, these 10 large ships will be put to use, and other smaller vessels will also be expedited in construction, forming fleets to protect our maritime territories. Elwood nodded and said with excitement, "Cousin, rest assured. Even though we've been focusing on building the larger ships, we haven't slowed down the construction of the smaller ironclad ships. This recruitment has gathered many people, and there hasn't been any delay." Ajax asked curiously, "Then how many of these smaller ironclad ships have been launched?" Elwood replied, "Probably about 50 to 60. I'm not sure of the exact number as they keep launching." Ajax couldn't help but nod. Even the smaller ironclads were impressive at 20 to 30 zhang long and 6 to 7 zhang wide. He was genuinely appreciative. "Excellent. We can form 5 fleets with 2 large ironclad ships each and 10 smaller ones per fleet. I believe this will be enough to handle any dangers. Once these 5 fleets are combat ready, they will undoubtedly bring peace to the southeastern coast, paving the way for a counteroffensive." Listening to this, Elwood felt his blood boiling and declared, "Cousin, I want to join too." Ajax looked at him seriously and said, "You are the Jacob of the Ming Dynasty. My Zeke won't allow you to take risks. The battlefield is unpredictable, especially naval battles." Elwood waved it off confidently. "Don't worry. I'll convince Clifford. Just wait and see my accomplishments." Ajax could only remain speechless. Could it be that every member of the Zhu family had combat genes embedded in their bones? Well, as long as Davidson agrees, I won't stop you either. Experience in battle would indeed change one's perspective. All right, as your cousin, I won't stand in the way of your ambitions. Keep this amulet safe. It might save your life. Remember, never remove it. Elwood immediately kept it carefully, knowing well that his cousin was a true Taoist master. "Thank you, cousin. I'll head back now." After seeing him off, Ajax shook his head. Forget it. If the benefits overseas are to be reaped, why leave them for others when the Ming can claim them? As more ships were built, Heston quickly organized the forces according to Ajax's suggestion, forming 5 fleets first, then attacking the southeastern coast to eliminate all pirates and retake Ijo Island. This natural large island could serve as another major shipyard base, crucial for expanding overseas operations, which must not be missed. With insufficient population, immigrants could be sent over. After thorough reforms over the past 2 years, including flood prevention measures and bumper harvests, the country thrived. This was truly good news. The abolishment of the poll tax brought out many previously hidden citizens, adding millions to the population. Emperor Heston sighed in disbelief. It seemed his nephew was right about the importance of population. More food and less taxes made the people happier, and thus they no longer needed to hide their numbers. Expanding military preparations required more soldiers, so recruitment began again. Since this was for the Navy, recruits had to know how to swim, and those who got seasick couldn't pass. Thus, this time recruitment focused on the southern regions. A single round of recruitment aimed for 50,000 men. Given the quantity and quality requirements, recruiting them all at once wasn't easy. Naval pay was higher than land troops due to greater danger, yet this didn't dampen the recruitment enthusiasm. Now that life had improved, people had more aspirations. Becoming an official was naturally the best, but joining the Navy was also a great opportunity, and they weren't willing to give it up. People competed to join the Navy, although strict criteria had to be met. When Heston heard about this, he was pleasantly surprised by the overwhelming support for the Navy, reflecting the people's endorsement of the Ming. Great. Indeed, my nephew's wisdom has enabled more citizens to appreciate the Ming Dynasty. This was the signal he loved most. The happiness of the people made him content. As the year came to an end, it marked Ajax's second year in Nanjing, and he felt genuinely happy. There were no disaster-stricken refugees this year, making everything clearer. Everyone successfully protected themselves from floods, and droughts were manageable as well, with measures already underway. It was relatively simple to find low-lying areas prone to natural disasters and build reservoirs. This task, comparatively straightforward, didn't require overly complex planning. Local officials all followed the instructions, not knowing the intentions of the national teacher, but understanding the wisdom in preparing for the future. The next task was to establish new water channels, which required a bit more effort. However, many citizens voluntarily participated in this labor. The government still provided food and payment. Indeed, they were to be paid wages. Many forms of conscription or labor services were gradually transitioning to hired work procedures, phasing out unpaid labor services, making many citizens happier. After all, working for the court before was without any reward. Even meals had to be resolved on their own. Extremely tough. Things have genuinely changed now. Officials were present at the construction sites from time to time, overseeing the work for a day or two to ensure safety. They did not want to bear the blame for anything that could be labeled as abuse of civilians, which would be tragic. This concerned their pay raise this time. Any incident could become a major issue, not just a small one. As natural valleys were utilized across various regions and reservoirs were completed one by one, plans began for artificial reservoir excavation where there were none. The condition was that the land must be unclaimed, preferably wasteland, and located far from suburban village areas for safety reasons. Even so, the enthusiasm for work remained high. The court allocated a large amount of silver promptly for this project, ensuring timely disbursement. In the past, some officials might have resisted the temptation to embezzle funds, but this time everyone knew the stakes. The consequences of embezzlement were clear. Who would dare? Not only would it risk their lives, but it would also implicate other officials, leading to severe punishments. Thus, they worked earnestly, suppressing any urge to misappropriate funds. The main goal was to achieve greater satisfaction, as who wouldn't want higher salaries? Naturally, more was better. Higher-ranking officials received more raises, and the money was legitimate. Therefore, the mutual supervision was very strict, as everyone wanted their share of the increase, making it different from before. Each official strived diligently, for more joy awaited them if they persevered. Chapter 83. Sudden increase in taxation, abundant national treasury. Ministry of Revenue, Great Ming. Hamza looked at Ajax with an excited expression. He was truly overjoyed. Grand Aryan Aster, this year's total tax revenue has reached 98 million taels. Just 2 million taels short of reaching 100 million taels, but it will surely be achieved next year. Hearing this, Ajax replied joyfully, excellent, very good. How much silver does the Great Ming's treasury have left? Without hesitation, Hamza replied, Grand Aryan Aster, this year the treasury has a surplus of 55 million taels. Ajax nodded and examined the ledger. The main increase was primarily due to shipyard construction, which cost millions of taels. Then came water conservancy projects across various regions, also exceeding tens of millions of taels. Adding up all the miscellaneous expenses, things were indeed going well. Hey, has the horse market in the northeast not started yet? Grand Aryan Aster, I've heard that the Turhan tribe is still hesitant, but I believe they won't delay for much longer, Hamza said with a smile, clearly anticipating the market's opening. Once the horse market opens, tax revenues will naturally increase significantly, something that was quite obvious and didn't need elaboration. With this, it could be said that their expectations would be greatly met. Although they only collected 1/10 to 1/5 of the profits, it was already considerable. Once the time comes, they would know exactly how much income it would generate. Very good. How about the Ministry of Personnel? Did the evaluations go through this time? Hamza respectfully replied, Grand Aryan Aster, the Ministry of Personnel has reported that most have completed their tasks, but a few officials couldn't resist their greed and have been imprisoned. In truth, Hamza was quite anxious. The raise this time was substantial, and as a third-rank official, his salary increased by 40 dough of rice, equivalent to 20 taels of silver. Though it might seem insignificant for a third-rank official, it was actually 400 dough of rice as base pay, now increased to 440 dough, a 10% raise. Who wouldn't want such an increase? If this continued, wouldn't it be amazing? Yet, it still couldn't stop some officials from succumbing to greed, causing him to worry. Would Grand Aryan Aster agree? Ajax glanced at the overall data, noting that the numbers were within expectations, not exceeding his initial predictions. This was a good sign. Alright, I understand your concerns, but we need to discuss this with His Aryan Majesty. Hamza knew he couldn't proceed without informing the Emperor. Otherwise, it would be considered treason. Yes, Grand Aryan Aster, thank you for your effort. Thinking about it, Ajax stood up and said, let's plan better for next year. We need to increase and widen the river maintenance, add more reservoirs, ensuring they are on barren and ownerless land away from villages and towns, and carefully plan the shipbuilding. Yes, Grand Aryan Aster. Hamza nodded, confident that the surplus funds this year would ensure ample resources for next year, especially with monthly tax inflows. There was no need to be as frugal as before. Afterward, Ajax went to the palace to meet Emperor Heston. Davidson, my nephew has arrived. Is there anything? Ajax, with a serious expression, said, Davidson, this year's tax revenue totals 98 million taels. Upon hearing this, although prepared, Heston was still taken aback by the massive amount. Good. How much is left? Ajax truthfully replied, there's a surplus of 55 million taels. Given this year's figures, it's more than enough. But to further improve the Great Ming, we must invest more, especially in water conservancy and road construction. Heston felt a mix of excitement and acknowledgement. Achieving so much in just 1 year had been unprecedented for the Great Ming. Our nephew is truly remarkable. This move has proven to be the right decision. Very good indeed. Seeing his Zeke in high spirits, Ajax cautiously mentioned, Davidson, during this year's official evaluations, there's a small group who dared to defy and are currently detained awaiting punishment. The highest rank among them is 5th grade, but the number is small. Heston squinted, displeased. Is this what the Ministry of Personnel wanted you to tell me? Ajax explained helplessly, Davidson, given its importance to all official salaries, it was necessary to mention it. Heston nodded, trusting that Ajax wouldn't deceive him, unless the Ministry of Personnel had misled him. Don't worry. Once the Jinui completes their investigation, I'll handle it. In fact, the Jinui had already finished their investigation. He merely wanted to address these officials' issues promptly. Ajax had no objections and was not bothered, as he certainly did not lack that bit of money. Then I'll follow Zeke's advice. Things are more or less settled, but the naval training has already started, so we can expect new achievements next year. After hearing this, Heston nodded but said helplessly, Ariver insists on going. What should I do? Ajax's eyes twinkled as he replied, Davidson, since cousin wants to go, then isn't his mission clear? He needs to maintain the spirit flame. Heston was taken aback, then rejoiced. Right? How could I forget? This is exactly what needs to be done. Soon, Elwood understood his father's intention, blushing involuntarily, but with no other choice. To achieve his dream of conquering the seas, he would have to work tirelessly day and night. After learning this, Heston smiled every day. Ajax was also unconcerned. After all, it wasn't him. Of course, he couldn't escape this fate either, but he could delay it for many years, which was enough. Kesha silently followed him, without any objections from the family because they understood the old man's intentions. Now, who didn't know who was the favorite child of the Great Ming? This was Lord Glacier. His words were sure to come true, so everyone understood his status and did not want to miss out. Unfortunately, Ajax had never taken it seriously and would not have even considered it if not for the insistence of Heston and Paulette. Because he did not want to feel the pain of losing someone close while he was still alive, it was an unbearable feeling. Yet, he could not refuse their kindness, so he reluctantly agreed. After all, there were no ties between them, making things uncertain if anything happened. Ultimately, the path was his own to tread, and he had to walk it through, rather than wait for others' ridicule. Under such circumstances, one needed only a joyous dream to pursue. Change is everywhere. Destiny allows no place. Reality is plain to see. All pursuits seem futile, the answer straightforward and clear. Chapter 84. Salary increase approved and monthly rest days established. During the early court session on the last day of Hongwu's 5th year, Emperor Heston wore a smile, leaving all the ministers puzzled, unsure what was on his mind. Your honors, you are fortunate. Although we know that there are still a few greedy individuals, most of you have been working hard for the future of our great Ming Dynasty. Therefore, this time's evaluation is considered passed, and the salary increase will be carried out according to the previous suggestion by the imperial advisor. This one sentence brought immense joy to the faces of the ministers, real joy indeed. Each minister was extremely delighted as benefits started to come in. This was a good thing. Long live the emperor. May he reign 10,000 years. The ministers called out in unison. Starting from next year, they would enjoy increased salaries. What could be better? Of course, they knew that after this salary increase, achieving another one would require even more effort. Otherwise, why would they deserve it? Looking at the fact that some corrupt officials still existed provided the best warning. Fortunately, it was just a small group of people, and that was enough. At this moment, Heston was enjoying the acclamation of his ministers. It felt wonderful, thoroughly enjoyable. Ajax watched silently but didn't say much, believing that his reward was also on the way. Alright, after today, starting tomorrow, there will be a 5-day holiday. We will resume court sessions on the 6th day of the new month. Ariani, your Area Majesty, be wise and enlightened. Finally, it was time for a break. 5 days this time around, a marked improvement from last year's 3 days. This was excellent. Progress. With progress came greater benefits. At this moment, Ajax interjected, Your Area Majesty, seeing how hard all the ministers have worked, perhaps you might consider being lenient and allow 2 days off per month, or 1 day every 15 days to let them relax, unless there are urgent matters. Upon hearing these words, the ministers perked up their ears, eagerly awaiting the emperor's response. This was a rare opportunity worth watching closely. Heston listened with a puzzled look, wondering what this rascal had up his sleeve. Minister, what do you mean? Ajax responded solemnly, Your Area Majesty, the ministers have worked hard for the sake of our great Ming Dynasty. They should not be denied rest. Even the strongest cannot endure without breaks. Moreover, things have improved greatly now, so it's only right to let the officials enjoy some peace. Heston listened, puzzled but realizing there was logic to it. If this policy wasn't implemented, there might be even more corrupt officials than before. Very well, since you put it this way, let them rest 1 day per month. 1 day, a compromise indeed. Yet it seemed not too bad, at least better than no rest at all. Ajax sighed inwardly but conceded that 1 day wasn't terrible. Your Area Majesty, will this rest day be fixed or flexible? The ministers again leaned in, eager to hear the emperor's decision. After a moment of contemplation, Heston announced, Fixed. The rest day will be on the 15th of each month, unless there is a matter of national importance requiring an emergency court session. Relief washed over the ministers. This arrangement was indeed satisfactory. National emergencies were unavoidable. They posed risks and consequences everyone understood clearly. Your Area Majesty is wise and enlightened. Long live the Emperor. May he reign 10,000 years. The ministers thanked him again. Indeed, the imperial advisor had made a difference. Though not all requests were granted, at least half were met, providing 12 extra rest days per year. This was commendable. Efforts would continue, perhaps leading to further benefits down the line. Ajax couldn't help but think internally. Truly a workaholic, with a cabinet already in place, yet pushing so hard. Yet these thoughts remained unspoken. Arianany things were beyond description, and there was no point in debating or explaining the deeper implications. After the morning court session ended, everyone returned to their duties. However, today was joyful, as everyone received benefits. Next year, not only would salaries increase, but there would be an additional rest day, a truly good thing. This news spread quickly throughout the country via imperial decree. Local officials heard about the issue caused by a few greedy individuals nearly disrupting the salary increase, but thanks to the imperial advisor, the emperor eventually approved it. Otherwise, it would have been hopeless. Though rumors varied, many realized that the success was due to the imperial advisor. Without him, it would have been troublesome. Besides, there was an additional day off. This rest day policy applied to local government offices as well. Unless it was a life or death matter, local officials could handle rest days appropriately, without anyone complaining. This made the officials very happy, and they promptly informed the locals to avoid visiting the government offices on rest days unless it was a life-threatening case, which couldn't be avoided. Human lives have always been the top priority, and this was a significant factor in performance evaluations. Now, the focus was shifting from grain taxes to public safety issues. With the people now having more money, they began to indulge in shopping sprees, leading to more comfortable lives. However, there were still those who engaged in deceitful practices, and other miscellaneous issues also arose. Therefore, maintaining law and order became a priority. These were tasks for officials across various regions, especially for the county magistrates, who bore even greater responsibility. With fuller pockets, there was less urgency, and those considering bribery had to weigh whether it was worth risking their promising careers. If caught, they would lose everything. Moreover, salary increases weren't one-time events. If they performed well, there could be more opportunities in the future. Everyone thought this way, hoping for more benefits. For all of them, these advantages were indispensable. Who would willingly give them up? Everyone vied not to let go. These were the expectations everyone harbored, desiring better outcomes and more opportunities. Without them, there would be nothing. No one wanted to deny this. Why else would they strive so hard to achieve results? Because they saw hope, not just opportunities for advancement, but also the assurance of sufficient grain supplies. Once abundance was secured, there was naturally more joy. The national granaries were increasingly stocked, and local areas were also storing grain to prepare for potential disasters. Grain could be rotated annually, with old grain sold at reduced prices. This required oversight from the court or alternative arrangements. For now, efforts should focus on ensuring the security of both the national granary reserves and local stockpiles. Only when the granaries were full could rotation take place. Otherwise, continuous storage was necessary to reach the required levels. Typically, old grain wouldn't exceed 3 to 4 years of storage, as abundant harvests were a reality in the Ming Dynasty. Emperor Heston transported substantial amounts of grain to the northeastern frontier settlers and troops free of charge because of the plentiful harvest this year. This brought him relief, wishing every year could be like this, ensuring no worries about grain shortages, which would be ideal. However, natural disasters were still frequent, and preventing them required significant human, material, and financial resources. Chapter 85. Golden Core Stage, 3 Supernatural Powers. After Ajax finished his court duties and handled his personal matters, he returned to his residence, where the system's rewards awaited him. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 880,000 virtue points in 1 year. You have achieved a breakthrough in realm and gained 3 supernatural powers: inversion of yin and yang, cloud walking, and reviving the dead. Ajax was stunned, totally stunned. What on earth was this? Such a huge amount of rewards came all at once. Let's not even talk about the 3 supernatural powers. Just the realm breakthrough alone is an enormous leap. 1 golden core swallowed into the belly. My life henceforth defies the heavens. His lifespan increased directly to 500 years, which can span a dynasty. Most dynasties hardly last 500 years. Moreover, these 500 years are his natural lifespan and do not include any longevity elixirs unless he reached the ultimate limit. The ultimate limit varies because cultivation paths differ among practitioners, naturally leading to different results. As for him, in merely 2 short years, he ascended from an ordinary mortal to the golden core stage. A truly unbelievable feat. But reality is reality. There's no need for further discussion. It's already beyond extraordinary. As for the 3 supernatural powers, they are relatively straightforward. Inversion of yin and yang can turn night into day and day into night. Cloud walking allows flight, initially with a mist forming underfoot to ascend mountains. At higher levels, one can traverse thousands of miles in an instant while riding clouds. Reviving the dead brings back the dead by guiding their souls back to their bodies. These 3 powers are like calling wind and rain. They belong to the 36 celestial Arianager powers, now available at the golden core stage. Of course, only within limited scopes, but it's still quite remarkable. Don't forget that this is a mortal world with scarce cultivators and extremely thin heavenly chi. Excellent, excellent. This is indeed wonderful. More benefits mean greater joy. With this rate, perhaps in a few years, I might reach the greater ascension realm. However, for now, it's best not to reveal too much. Quiet growth is preferable to avoid unforeseen circumstances, wouldn't you agree? Next, in the system store, the alchemy pill selection changed to creation pill, adding a cultivation slot, totaling 3 slots, which is decent. This place sells formations, and this is the first appearance of the spirit gathering formation. It requires 10,000 virtue points, which isn't bad. However, each creation pill also costs 10,000 virtue points. Weapons of the treasure level cost 100,000 virtue points. Yet, he only had top-grade magical weapons, never mind that. More importantly, the buyback price from the system store is only half. That means if he spent 10,000 virtue points to buy something and wanted to return it to the system, he would only get half back. This was rather unfair. Therefore, he temporarily decided against buying anything. Perhaps later, he could directly purchase higher-level items. Top-grade magical weapons were already good enough. Seeing all these benefits made Ajax feel a bit envious, but he knew it was wise to remain silent for now. As long as he continued to improve, that was the best outcome. Enhancing his strength is the key to becoming stronger. As long as the common people continue to thrive, his own cultivation will grow even more powerful. Relying solely on rewards may not be sufficient. Daily medicinal pills are still necessary, so he couldn't be careless. He needed 365 million virtue points worth of pills for 1 year. Clearly, he would need to work harder, or it wouldn't be enough. Progressing further would be even more challenging. Nevertheless, he exchanged for the spirit gathering formation and placed it within the Taoist temple without activating it, leaving no trace. He knew that even with the formation, it would only make cultivation slightly more comfortable. The difficulty of cultivation remained high due to the thin heavenly qi, even after years of gathering. Reviewing the design and materials provided for the spirit gathering formation, Ajax felt that the system was fair. Without the materials, he could only create a low-level version. Now with everything, he could set up a proper spirit gathering formation. Fine, I'll just aim for more benefits. With a sigh, he headed to the construction site outside the city and secretly installed the spirit gathering formation without activating it, so no one else knew. After finishing, he returned home to rest. Arianaster, His Arianagesty has sent an invitation for the imperial banquet. An imperial banquet? Ajax understood. Likely many ministers wouldn't refuse. Indeed, as he expected, after he left the court, Heston gathered the cabinet to discuss the banquet. Arianarchus and others were aware that with such abundant rewards this year, they wouldn't resist the imperial banquet. This time, the scale was significantly larger, expected to cost around 100,000 taels of silver. Considering the grandeur of past banquets, this amount was relatively small. Still, Heston set a limit of 500,000 taels, making it less financially burdensome. The imperial banquet was indeed grand. All officials in Ingtian would attend, filling numerous palaces with meticulous arrangements. In fact, Heston had been making arrangements early on, especially when he initially learned of the substantial commercial taxes. He had the idea of hosting a grand banquet. After all, national banquets in the past were few and far between, and even when they did happen, given his frugal nature, they lacked grandeur. This time, with such a well-endowed national treasury, he naturally could afford to be more generous. The brocade-clad guards had long started preparing. Upon receiving the order, they naturally hastened to send everything to the capital. With the broadened thoroughfares, transportation became much more convenient and steady. After all, rapid speed without bumps ensured that many items arrived undamaged in the capital, contributing significantly. Ajax had guessed as much but didn't say anything. Now, with the treasury so well endowed, it was indeed time to show off. Otherwise, how could it be called the Great Ming Dynasty? Since his Zeke had already prepared, he believed there would be similar events in future years. With so many years to come and officials who knew how to get things done, Heston would be satisfied, and even if they went slightly overboard, he would turn a blind eye. All right, I understand. You may go about your business. We still have work tomorrow. Sigh. The steward didn't elaborate further. After all, his lord could speak his mind, but he dared not, lest he invite ridicule. Everything proceeded smoothly, requiring no additional concern. Besides, the future of the Great Ming depended on his lordship's leadership, and he was deeply convinced of this. Ajax had no idea how much trust his steward placed in him. Failure would be ignorance, and this point needed attention to prevent any mishaps. If something went wrong, it would indeed be troublesome. True ability speaks for itself, needing no questions to gain recognition. The Great Ming was rapidly rising, and everyone knew it. Behind all these developments was the imperial preceptor. All officials remembered this well, completely erasing the influence from the Grant era. Now, on the imperial court, who possessed the greatest ability was clear to all. Even Arianarchus wouldn't dare challenge it. Chapter 86, Luxurious State Banquet, Indulge in Food and Drink. In the 6th year of Hongwu, a state banquet was held at the imperial palace. Numerous people came and went, their faces filled with smiles, for when the emperor was happy, they naturally were as well. This time, delicacies from mountains and seas were abundant. The local Jinui, imperial guards, had put great effort into this, and the local officials were unaware of these efforts. After all, it was Heston's matter. He wouldn't let the court officials do this work. His Jinui were enough for this task. One could say that anything running on the mountain, swimming in the sea, or flying in the sky was abundantly provided. Elwood, upon knowing this, even took a warship out to sea and brought back several huge sea fish for the state banquet. These sea fish, each exceeding 5 to 6 meters in length and weighing about 5 to 600 pounds, truly broadened Heston's horizons. He couldn't believe how large the sea fish were. However, Elwood remarked that these were relatively small compared to some which could be 10 meters, or even larger. They just hadn't gone deeper into the sea. Even so, it was astounding. Such bounty was truly incomparable, leaving people feeling immensely satisfied. Indeed, it was worth it. With such benefits, there was no need for many words. One could simply see the strength present and understand it clearly. As for the other officials, they had never heard of such things and were utterly amazed. But it worried the imperial chefs who saw these ingredients for the first time and didn't know how to prepare them. This led to considerable waste of ingredients before they managed to cook and roast them satisfactorily. The chef's efforts aimed to bring these ingredients to the attention of the public, especially the officials this time. If they liked it, future profits from the sea would be substantial. The sea was vast, with numerous and large fish, providing an absolute source of wealth. Heston understood this clearly, but seeing Ajax's indifferent reaction piqued his curiosity. Could he know? Camden, do you know what kind of fish these are? Oh, Zeke, these are tuna, specifically bluefin tuna, which are nutritionally rich. You can tell by the fins. As for these, they are giant octopuses and squids, also excellent ingredients. That's a mighty big king crab too. These abalones are top-notch. Ajax then whispered something into Heston's ear. Upon hearing this, Heston's face flushed red, seemingly reminded of something but quickly suppressed it. He promptly summoned a palace attendant and ordered the largest specimens to be put away, leaving only smaller ones. Cambon is right, so he can enjoy it properly. Ajax observed this but was unperturbed. These were trifles. Having them or not wasn't crucial. Still, our national Arianaster knows much more than us officials, someone remarked. Ajax waved his hand and said, "Today is a state banquet, so let's not worry about official ranks. Eat well, everyone. Come, let's take our seats." This state banquet lasted the whole day, bringing immense joy and surprise to all. It was a festive occasion indeed. As for the wives of high officials, they went to the harem to visit the consorts. Each has their own preparations. It couldn't be helped. This was the era where appearances needed to be maintained. The imperial chefs quickly prepared dish after dish, some of which were completely new. Since it was the first time they saw these ingredients, it was inevitable that they found them exotic. After tasting them, everyone realized how delicious these large sea creatures were. Everyone was savoring them, mouths full of grease, enjoying these delicacies immensely. Heston also indulged without restraint, praising how good everything tasted. Elwood had completed his mission by leading the team from Songjiang Prefecture to present these sea fish. Seeing everyone enjoying the meal, he felt very pleased. Apparently, all the hard work paid off. Big cousin, aren't you eating? I am, but not too much. There's plenty for everyone. It's just satisfying the palate. For him, taking a transformation pill daily was more important now. For some reason, he couldn't do without one pill a day. It was easier if he could achieve his dream in the future. Would he have enough merit points? Though troublesome, there was no way around it. He could only keep trying, hoping that finding major producers would lead to a population boom in the Ming Dynasty, thus earning more merit points. These were all positive developments, and he hoped to complete them as soon as possible. Everyone knew the benefits and strove for them. Elwood thought his cousin, being an enlightened person, naturally wouldn't lack knowledge. Paulette in the harem also hosted a feast for the wives of officials. There were also some young ladies present. Kesha was the most noticeable among them. "Lois, how do you feel about my nephew these days?" Hearing this, Kesha's face turned red, and she mumbled, Paulette knew from her reaction that it was going well, though this young man was quite persistent. It was good for them to understand each other better. After all, they were still so young and had plenty of time to get to know each other. Moreover, Ajax was already 21 years old. Paulette felt reassured as there weren't many years left before something could be settled. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. She hoped they would be happy together. "Come, everyone, don't be shy. These large fish caught by my nephew from the sea, try them out." Upon hearing this, everyone became eager to taste these exotic dishes from the sea, forgetting all about propriety in their eagerness to enjoy the meal. Paulette watched with amusement, not minding their lack of decorum. Eating heartily meant they were enjoying themselves, which made her very pleased. Heston shared the same feeling. This banquet truly demonstrated his imperial grandeur. There was no need for formalities. Being an emperor who came from humble beginnings, he didn't adhere much to strict etiquette. If they wanted to eat, let them eat. What was the point of overthinking it? This was indeed a wonderful event, without much explanation needed. The entire situation was priceless, showing true strength and excellence. Everyone was putting in their best effort, and no one wanted to miss such an opportunity. It was the best reputation one could have. Harmony between the ruler and his ministers. How wonderful. A state banquet should be enjoyed fully, fostering harmony among the ruler and his ministers, and ensuring the well-being of the people. Everyone should be able to eat enough, and then eat well. Progress step by step. Otherwise, achieving such a feat would be impossible, right? Ultimately, the moment has arrived, marking an unprecedented scene in the Hongwu era, happening earlier than expected. Abundant ingredients and luxurious indulgence. Such a lavish state banquet, who wouldn't want to attend? Unfortunately, only those in the capital could participate. Local officials seldom had such opportunities. Chapter 87 Heston wants to expand the imperial palace. Following the conclusion of this grand banquet, officials returned and began discussing extensively among themselves. Suddenly, countless local officials found themselves yearning for it. After all, this was a matter worthy of celebration. Once one becomes an official in the capital, they have the opportunity to attend the annual state banquet. Even if it's not every year, experiencing it once leaves a deep impression. Even those working as miscellaneous staff in the imperial court receive additional rewards. It was absolutely intoxicating. Of course, officials from various regions also received some sun-dried seafood, allowing them to taste the delicacies. Though eating dried fish was acceptable, it couldn't compare to the fresh and sumptuous feasts. From that moment on, countless local officials of the great Ming Empire wished to be promoted to the capital, even if it meant taking up a small position, which would make them happy. However, officials in the capital were extremely anxious. After all, there were only so many positions in the capital. In Nanjing, each post had its designated person. There wasn't enough room for everyone. Therefore, when a local official comes, a capital official must leave for a local post. To protect their positions, these officials employed every possible method, with the strictest enforcement of the Great Ming Law being the most significant measure. These officials knew that commercial taxes were crucial, so they treated all merchants with great importance. Not only did they prevent possible tax evasion, but also ensured they didn't overlook anything, as any miscalculation on their part would be their fault, not the merchants. This was the accountability system. Whoever made a mistake had to bear the consequences, and Heston had no objections to this. After all, if one didn't know how to calculate taxes correctly, wouldn't they be wasting the national treasury? Therefore, this aspect was strictly enforced. If a merchant reported a case, it required a thorough investigation. Toward those who offered bribes, Heston's attitude was gradually changing. He no longer immediately regarded them with hostility, though he wouldn't become overly friendly right away. Under such circumstances, everything was still uncertain, but these were minor issues. The core principle was clear. It should not be underestimated, as it was quite shrewd. Merchants, if not shrewd, would lose money. something no one would willingly do since they are trying to support their families, becoming renowned businessmen. In short, capable officials could enter the capital. Those less capable should go to local positions for further training. Simple and straightforward. Many officials understood this clearly but still harbored hopes. After all, after one grand banquet, no one knew what the next one would be like. Ajax looked at the expenses listed on the accounts. A considerable portion was due to methods used by the embroidered uniform guard, so they didn't need to spend money. And the Jacob's fishing exercise cost tens of thousands of silver taels, leaving him speechless. Fortunately, other expenses weren't too high. It was mainly the large number of attendees. These costs were relatively low because the people involved were government officials, eunuchs, and palace maids who already received salaries, so no extra funds were needed. Overall, it was still manageable, totaling about 50,000 taels. A single state banquet came with such extravagance. Previously, Heston would have been heartbroken over such costs, but now, with more than 55 million taels left in the national treasury, the 50,000 taels for a state banquet was just a fraction, hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, his private treasury held over 30 million taels, which was a much larger sum. This made him so happy that he was speechless, contemplating expanding the imperial palace. Camden, you see, my imperial palace seems a bit cramped. What do you think about expanding it? Ajax, listening and seeing his Zeke's smiling face, understood his intention. Wasn't it about using the national treasury funds to expand the palace? Actually, at that moment, Heston regretted letting his nephew oversee the Ministry of Revenue and control the national treasury. Whenever he wanted to use funds, he had to discuss it with Ajax first. Even the cabinet couldn't override this. After all, he had promised that whenever he needed money, Ajax had to agree. Since he couldn't go back on his word, he was stuck. Back then, the national treasury only had a little over 10 million taels, which brought some relief. But now it had grown to nearly 100 million taels, far beyond his expectations. Not wanting to use his private treasury, he naturally hoped the national treasury could cover the expenses. Ajax suddenly became serious and solemnly said, Davidson, expanding the palace is important as it's the symbol of our empire. However, let's put aside the issue of money for now. Why don't we wait until my Taoist temple is completed before we revisit this topic? Heston was utterly confused. He didn't understand what this young man was thinking. Why wait until after his Taoist temple was finished? What did he mean by that? Indeed, he didn't understand and could not easily grasp what was meant. He wasn't clear and was curious. Why wait until after the Taoist temple is completed? Ajax then smiled and said, Davidson, if we are going to build, we must construct the best so that more people will recognize the benefits of its construction. Then the money will be even more plentiful. Rest assured, trust your nephew. My Taoist temple should be completed next year. It just needs a bit more time, right, Davidson? Heston, after listening, pondered for a moment before nodding his head directly. All right, Davidson trusts you. We look forward to seeing what mysteries your Taoist temple has to offer, and it had better not become a laughingstock. Ajax patted his chest and confidently said, Don't worry, Davidson. You'll definitely be satisfied when the time comes. I'll set up a spirit-gathering formation for you, which, although not as good as the legendary ones, can still extend life and improve health. Upon hearing this, Heston was instantly delighted. He hadn't expected his nephew to possess such remarkable abilities, which indeed were quite impressive. As for the materials, Ajax, without any reservation, directly said, It's best to find some high-quality jade, preferably in whole pieces. This can be entrusted to merchants, and you just need to pay for them. Surely you wouldn't begrudge this amount of money, would you, Davidson? Heston couldn't help but smile awkwardly and admitted guiltily, Of course not. Don't worry, Davidson will handle this well. Ajax, watching him, didn't say much further. He believed Heston knew how to proceed. Coercive buying or selling was not the behavior of an emperor. Davidson, don't worry about the rest. Once my Taoist temple is completed, you'll be greatly impressed. You'll see when the time comes. Ajax was deliberately holding back his words, leaving Heston rather helpless. All he could do was wait, confident that this short period of time would be worthwhile. There was no need for doubt about his abilities and capabilities. This was Heston's basic understanding, as he was the legendary Taoist master, already beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. Chapter 88. The outcome of tax revenue growth. The carriage of the Great Ming was now moving faster and faster, its speed rapidly increasing. Ajax still kept one eye on the construction of the Taoist temple while waiting for reports. Sir, the coal stoves and honeycomb coal sold last winter were a huge success. Both north and south of the Yangtze River love them. This time, the total revenue exceeded 40 million taels. The steward said with admiration. Those exquisite coal stoves were almost all sold out, and they were in such high demand that if we had more, we would have sold even more. After hearing this, Ajax nodded and said, Did you pay the business tax? The steward hurriedly nodded again and replied, According to your instructions, it has already been paid at 10%. Ajax didn't mind. After all, he was the Eric. Which official dared to add taxes? That's the difference between having connections and not having any. Why was there such a business tax range? Firstly, it was to differentiate the profit distribution among major business taxes. Secondly, it was to punish unethical merchants. Generally speaking, very few people paid more than 15% in business tax. If it appeared, it indicated there might be an issue. Some illegal merchants needed heavy taxes as punishment. This was merely a warning. Next time would mean confiscation and extermination. So when it reached 20%, these merchants had to get nervous and wonder if something went wrong, or if they missed reporting something. Once it happened again, it could be fatal. The court wouldn't say because the evidence was already in hand. But the Great Ming was lenient, and gave merchants who made mistakes another chance, hoping they would understand. This suggestion came from Ajax, emphasizing that random killing and reckless oppression were unacceptable. Heston supported this as well. After all, he did it for a reason, and it benefited the Great Ming. In fact, since Ajax advocated rectifying merchants, many businessmen sought advice from all sides, but remained secure about what happened. Actually, many officials were confused, but seeing Ajax handling it, none dared to ask. It was suicidal. Who knew they might become targets? And the Jinui, Imperial Guard, wasn't kind-hearted. So everyone stayed silent. Anyway, they were just merchants who should figure out their own reasons. Why did the Erics suddenly increase the business tax? I don't know. We seem to be doing the same as before. Is there anything different? Some merchants gathered and discussed what went wrong, leading the Eric to take action. You see, merchants are now protected by the court and can engage in normal trade. Arianani hoodlums and ruffians, who used to act as protectors, are directly caught and sent to defend the 9 borders. That's the biggest danger. So these people became fewer, and businesses thrived, earning more money. Now suddenly increasing some people's business tax. Why? Someone whispered suddenly. Could it be that someone stockpiled goods without reporting to the government, and the government found out? That's possible, highly possible. Everyone listened and nodded. Indeed, it was possible. Everyone had thoughts of concealing, but compared to the risks, the profit wasn't significant unless for bigger profits. Right? I heard the Northeast Horse Aryan Arcade opened up. Could it be someone smuggled controlled items? These words made everyone draw a cold breath. You see, previously, such incidents would result in immediate arrest, confiscation, and exile by the government. Severe cases could lead to family confiscation and extermination. All these things happened, making this situation quite plausible since such issues rarely occurred together. No matter what, everyone should remember that it's because of the Eric that we have our current life. We now enjoy protection from the court for doing business. Whoever breaks the rules is disregarding the court, and thus will lose that protection. True. There's no need for us to do illegal activities anymore. With legitimate earnings available, it's impossible to make immoral money. After all, is the court weak? No one knows how many Jinuri there are now, and with local authorities added, one must be extremely cautious. Once targeted, it's a matter of life or death. Whether you survive depends on luck. This point was quite clear. Once in danger, the consequences were unimaginable. Alright, let's check ourselves first. Those whose taxes haven't increased need not worry. As for those who have, weigh your actions carefully. Is this risky profit really worth it? After discussing, all the merchants went off to check their own affairs. What is this? Arian asked her. It seems our caravan doesn't have this thing? No? Yes, we don't know where it came from. Ernesto's face changed abruptly as he hurriedly shouted, quickly, gather everyone immediately. Hearing his master's words, the steward hastened to find them. Ernesto's expression kept changing. Someone had secretly placed something in his caravan. No wonder there was such a tax increase. Fengyun Trading House had been in operation for 5 years, and he knew all too well how hard it had been. Through diligent effort, he had built the trading house to its current state. Last year, following the Eric's adjustment of business taxes and protective measures, the business boomed. Everything was looking up when this happened. Before long, everyone arrived. He said with a dark look, "You're all here. Who put this here? How did I not know?" At this moment, a servant spoke quickly. "Yes, young master told us to place it." Upon hearing this, Ernesto couldn't believe it. It was actually his son? "You mean my son told you to do this? Why?" The servant trembled as he replied, "Arian Aster, young master wanted money, so he secretly added some goods." Ernesto was speechless. His own son was undermining him. This was really too much. But what could he say? There were no words to describe how infuriating this was. This time, the extra tax collected far exceeded what these goods would sell for. It was simply beyond words. All because of his own son. What could be said? Lock this ingrate in his room. He's not to step out for a month. Register all the goods with the authorities again, quickly. Yes, Arian Aster. Everyone understood and naturally didn't dare delay. They even rechecked multiple times to ensure there were no problems. After all, they only got one chance to make a mistake. No second chances. Chapter 89 Heston's Shock. As Ernesto started his self-investigation, many similar issues were uncovered in various merchant firms. Issues that were all detrimental to their business. What, you too? Could it be that you also? Immediately, a bitter smile spread across their faces. Who could they blame but themselves for failing to raise their children properly? Well, what can we do? In the future, our family wealth might be ruined by them. We should count ourselves lucky that we weren't imprisoned this time. Next time, we might not be so fortunate. The government wouldn't care. You're right. If I'm harmed by my own son, no one would believe me. They might even think it was intentional. Sigh. These rebellious sons. Thinking of this, each of them grew tense. The next time this happens, there would really be no chance left. They glanced at each other and hardened their hearts. If caught trafficking controlled goods, there would be no excuse. But being betrayed by one's own family is truly hard to explain. Ajax later learned about these matters and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It seemed that educating their descendants was indeed necessary. When this news reached Heston's ears, he too showed an incredulous look. Well, it seems everyone is working diligently to harm their fathers by paying taxes. That's something. The investigation by the Jinui would not be wrong. While these merchants were indeed unaware, they did fail in raising their children. Actually, it can't be blamed entirely on the merchants. Most of them were often away, busy with their livelihoods, which led to neglecting their children's education. This was understandable. But now that they know, they can no longer let it go unchecked or risk destroying themselves. These offspring don't understand how hard it is to make money. Their fathers toil outside, sometimes sleeping under the stars, just so they can live comfortably. Heston sighed, realizing that ruining oneself from within is more damaging than any external force. He couldn't help but think, our children need proper guidance. If we end up with spendthrifts like these, we'll only have ourselves to blame. This thought made him uneasy. He quickly checked on his other sons who were still studying in the palace. What he found infuriated him. He grabbed a stick and started chasing after his sons, who jumped and fled without daring to say a word, leaving red welts on their bodies. Paulette heard about this and hurriedly intervened. Henley, what are you doing? They are your sons. Sister, don't interfere. These good-for-nothing sons have been misbehaving, even harassing the palace maids. Disgusting. Although Paulette was also angry, she quickly stopped Heston. Seeing her sister intervening, Heston threw down the stick, still fuming. Paulette then turned to face the 3 remaining sons, excluding the eldest who was managing affairs outside. Rong, sang, Zhou, did you harass the palace maids? Hearing this, they immediately knelt down. They feared their father Heston for understandable reasons, but revered Paulette immensely and dared not disobey. Mother Empress, well, Corey, feeling awkward, didn't know what to say but felt compelled to speak. Seeing this, Heston became even angrier, ready to flare up again. Paulette shook her head in frustration. Don't act so immature. You are grown men now. You must take responsibility for the Ming Dynasty and support your father. Otherwise, it will be a disgrace. Despite these words, they remained silent, heads lowered. Seeing his sister truly angry, Heston pulled her aside and said, let these good-for-nothings alone for now. It's not worth it. We'll teach them a lesson later. Feeling compassionate, Paulette thought of Ajax. Henley, why don't we call our nephew? Arian Abe, he knows the reason. Heston nodded, though he first ordered them to be suspended. A decision Paulette couldn't stop. At least they weren't beaten, just suspended. Each of them, unable to protest, remained hanging in the Great Hall. Ajax was puzzled when suddenly summoned, as today was his holiday, the mid-month break on the 15th. But since his aunt and Zeke called, he couldn't refuse. Arriving at the destination, he saw his cousins suspended, utterly bewildered. Why had his cousins been treated this way? Davidson, Belinda. Without further ado, Heston explained the situation to him, hoping he could offer some insight. After hearing this, Ajax looked at the few of them inside, saying, Davidson, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Heston and Paulette were taken aback by this question. Without hesitation, Heston said, you and I are as close as can be. Why would you lie to me? Tell me the truth, no matter how harsh it may sound. Ajax sighed and said, Davidson, Belinda, there is only one imperial throne. By acting this way, they are trying not to put you in a difficult position, essentially defiling themselves. There is only one Jacob, your nephew Elwood. They know they will never have a chance, but as your sons, each with talent and ability, they suppress their inner ambitions. Only after hearing this did Heston and Paulette understand their intentions. The 4 suspended men were stunned. They didn't expect that this national Arianaster cousin of theirs knew so much. Ajax continued, Davidson, this cannot be avoided. Throughout history, there has only been one emperor. To prevent conflicts among brothers, sacrifices must be made. No matter how ambitious and capable they are, their aspirations can only vanish into thin air. Isn't that true for your descendants? Upon hearing this, Heston felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, fully understanding now. Yet, there was no solution, for there could only ever be one emperor. His face showed a bitter smile. We really understand now. It's all about the throne, trying not to make things difficult for their eldest brother. As the Jacob, Elwood was undoubtedly qualified. As long as he remained, none of these brothers would rebel, not only because they couldn't get past the mental hurdle, but also because their parents would never agree. So, they had to suppress themselves, or else they would let their parents down after death. Heston and Paulette fell silent. Quickly, Ajax ordered that they be let down, each expressing their helplessness in their own ways to show they didn't care about the throne. Indeed, such incidents were not uncommon throughout history. Chapter 90 Ajax clarifies and provides solutions. Can we only resort to this method? Heston helplessly raised his head and said, we have already assigned them as princes. Isn't this good enough? Ajax hesitated for a moment, but still said, Davidson, your intention is good by doing this, but don't forget that even if they don't want to become useless, just keeping them idle will turn them into nothing. Moreover, their current salary is not small due to abundant taxation, which isn't a big problem now. But Zeke, Auntie, once all the princes are distributed after 100 years, how many people would there be? And 200 years later, how many descendants would exist? Whether the Ming taxes would suffice is unknown. There are other matters to attend to. Should everything come down solely to maintaining lives with no actions taken? Thus, the Ming dynasty would collapse on its own without enemies attacking. Davidson, you can do the math yourself. Heston and Paulette were no longer ignorant of such calculations. A simple estimation would show it was an astronomical figure that couldn't be supported. Thinking of this, both felt disheartened. How could they resolve this? All I hoped was for my descendants to not suffer, yet in the end, I've harmed the Ming dynasty and its people. At this thought, Heston sat heavily on the ground. This outcome was what he never wanted. Seeing this, Paulette wore a bitter and helpless expression. She understood Heston's intentions best, yet now it became a flaw threatening the dynasty. As the saying goes, a dike 1,000 miles long can be destroyed by ant holes. The same applies to the Ming dynasty. Ajax watched, feeling pity. His 4 cousins also looked dejected. So he hurriedly said, Davidson, Auntie, do you know how vast this world is? Although the Ming dynasty is huge, it is actually not that large within the world. There are many unexplored areas. Surprised, Heston asked, Camden, is what you're saying true? Ajax nodded solemnly, it is true. That's why I've been strongly advocating for naval development. This has been part of my plan, which I haven't mentioned before so as not to trouble you. However, since it's happened prematurely, let me explain. Hearing this, everyone brightened up, paying full attention. Ajax then said seriously, in fact, for the predecessor of the Yuan dynasty, the Mongol Empire, this was quite beneficial. They extended their reach across continents, rich in resources and populated, albeit in the slave era. However, it is currently in the late Middle Ages, but slavery has just begun. The exploitation of foreign slaves has not truly started yet. This is our last chance for the Ming dynasty. This point is undeniable. Seizing this time would allow us to firmly control the Eurasian continent. The entire world map should be under the Ming dynasty's command. As Ajax explained, everyone realized just how vast the world truly was. Actually, Zeke, you needn't worry too much. It's easy to allocate the cousins. Whether east, west, south, or north, any direction can be divided. Even letting them expand territory on their own is fine. By the way, there's an uninhabited continent south of the South Sea of the Ming dynasty, comparable to the Ming, with vast lands, truly a paradise. Perhaps only a few natives live there, who may even be ancient people who crossed the sea ages ago. Ajax knew that at one time, South Australia was connected by islands, allowing some ancients to cross. Over time, however, the coastline changed, preventing their return as maritime travel wasn't prevalent back then. Upon hearing this, Heston became excited and delighted. So, you're right. It seems I've been stuck in a dead end. Expanding the territory of the Ming Dynasty isn't a problem, even if not considered traditional land. It's fine as long as it remains under royal control. Ajax continued, Davidson, if they agree, becoming kings themselves is not an issue. With the size and distance of the Ming, given inconvenient transportation and slow information exchange, it can't be fully encompassed. Heston nodded repeatedly, realizing this indirectly expanded the Ming's territory. Therefore, Zeke, we need a lot of ships. While there are risks at sea, travel is faster than on land. Each route has its advantages and risks. That's a fact. Ajax's words made Heston understand why so many ships were necessary. They were planned for this. It's true. Although the Ming Dynasty needs many large warships to guard the maritime borders, there's no need for so many. After all, these large ships are really too big, each capable of carrying thousands of people without any problem. With various configurations, it naturally has a very high safety factor. But who doesn't want their safety factor to be even higher? Camden, your words are truly enlightening. The reason is right here. I haven't thought it through. After hearing this, Heston naturally understood that spreading the Zhu family's influence across the entire world would ensure its legacy in case anything happened to the Ming Dynasty. This way, more Zhu descendants could live well. Then he looked at his several sons. The meaning flickered in their eyes, seemingly clear now. It seemed he had not taken them seriously enough before. Your intentions, I didn't see as clearly as my nephew. Since you have such great ambitions, I will give you the chance, but your previous fiefs are gone. Leading with Apollo, the four hurriedly knelt and bowed. Thank your Arian Majesty for your grace. It's clear, no further explanation is needed. Paulette watched, tears streaming down her face. She didn't want civil strife, and now this solution was the best way out. But meeting them again in the future would not be easy. Heston stood up and said sternly, Good, my sons cannot be good for nothings. Since this is the case, after you come of age, I'll send you to the military camps. If you want to expand territory, you must have the ability. As for soldiers, you need to recruit them yourselves. Yes, father. Hearing this answer, the four were exhilarated. Losing their fiefs wasn't a big deal. If they were allowed to expand territory, becoming an emperor or a king would be up to their own abilities. If they died abroad, it would be their own choice. Since you have made up your minds, I won't say more. Remember, dying on the battlefield doesn't matter whether you are my son Heston or not. Understand? This warned them that on the battlefield, status means nothing. Only combat capability counts. Chapter 91. Heartache resolved, confidence and vigor restored. Thus, the four sons of Heston once again brimmed with courage and vigor. Given such an opportunity, they would naturally not let it slip away. Meanwhile, Heston was also finally at ease. As long as stability was maintained, everything would be fine. He gave high praise to Ajax's excellent strategy. Indeed, this persistence was commendable, a great advantage that would naturally ensure no issues arose as long as it continued. As for other matters, there was no need for worry. They were all positive developments. In summary, the path ahead for the imperial princes was now clearly laid out. Those wishing to venture forth on their own had the support of the Ming Dynasty, but success or failure depended on individual capabilities. The mainland forces of the Ming generally would not deploy troops unless dealing with enemies who threatened the empire. Of course, extra caution was needed around the borders of the Ming territory to avoid potential problems, which could lead to serious trouble. Ultimately, it was hoped there would be good precedents set. Regardless of hopes or denials, nothing could change reality, as everything hinged on actual outcomes. The hope for the future and achievements yet to be made should never be underestimated. These aspirations shone brightly indeed. Thanks to you, nephew. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known about these boys' heartaches. It's a sign of my failure as a father. Ajax replied hastily, Davidson, there's no need for such humility. They merely didn't want to burden their father and elder brothers, reflecting filial piety and brotherly affection. Isn't that so? Listening to this, Heston felt his nephew's charm resonate deeply within him. Within the imperial family, too many instances of fratricide and patricide had occurred, often for the sake of power. Given this context, many conflicts couldn't be easily resolved and were best avoided altogether. Now in the Ming Dynasty, while some incidents could occur, they were not frequent. As long as preventive measures were taken, minor issues could be managed without difficulty. Regardless, your contribution is immense, nephew. Without your advice, I wouldn't have understood their thoughts. It's understandable. After all, nothing impossible. It wasn't that he hadn't considered it. Rather, his temperament made his sons hesitant to express their true feelings. Which emperor was like him, ready to beat his children at the slightest dissatisfaction? Naturally, sons feared their fathers even more. Thus, being both an emperor and a father made a significant difference. Ultimately, destiny played its part, and genuine intentions required strength to validate. It was essential to act prudently. One shouldn't think the impossible can't happen. Often what seems impossible contains elements of possibility. After talking for a while, Ajax took his leave, considering it still a holiday, and overexertion wasn't necessary. Heston did not detain him, understanding fully. Ultimately, there was no need for further explanation. Various unknowns would naturally become clearer over time. With the Ming Empire advancing steadily, stopping was simply out of the question. This progress spurred the people of Ming forward. Consequently, ensuring the road ahead remained open was paramount, requiring constant improvement. Indeed, Ajax's plan for two major roads proved essential, as connecting various routes enhanced the Ming's internal economy and exchange, bringing capable individuals onto the historical stage. This stage was vast and wouldn't fade quickly. Clear foresight and action were required to move things forward effectively. All paths ahead required no extraordinary actions, only unwavering commitment. Whether sincere or indifferent, none of these attitudes should be underestimated. True paths do not indulge in excessive expectations. Looking back, Heston saw things more clearly now, appreciating his plans for the future, many of which had already been meticulously prepared. Was the overseas world truly so boundless? Though Heston did not doubt its vastness, he still felt a deep reluctance. Venturing into such expanses meant leaving home, possibly for a long time. Yet, his ambition remained undiminished. He would continue striving tirelessly. Even his empress, amid her reluctance, remained steadfastly determined. Dissent among his children must be avoided. Unresolved tensions could only lead to conflict. Well, sister, as parents, we've come a long way. Isn't it fitting? Reed, you're right. I hope they all strive hard so we won't be disappointed. That would be the best outcome. Absolutely. Who are we? They are our sons. How could they possibly disappoint us? It's impossible. Heston was immensely proud of his sons. He had great confidence in them. As long as they put in effort, nothing would be a problem. As long as they could achieve it, everything would be possible. If they could all venture out and make their own way, the land of the Great Ming would increase. No, it should be said that the land of the Armin family would grow more. The core territory of the Great Ming would naturally know the impact of this development. This, of course, could not be stopped if it were to happen, but it would also require a certain level of ability. This point cannot be taken lightly. The true strength must never be underestimated. This scene is preparing for the future of the Great Ming. You just like to boast. Forget it, I can't argue with you. So, let it be. Paulette was actually very reassured. Their abilities would not fall short. In the future, they could all become kings or even emperors. This is the aspiration every parent has for their children, which is by no means a trivial matter. As long as they persist, they will find their purpose. Opportunities often come when one persists, and there will always be opportunities hidden within such persistence. Nothing is impossible. Opportunities are never unexpected occurrences. They need to be seized, or else there will be no chance. Walking down this path, one needs to expand territories and develop more opportunities to realize dreams of heaven and earth. Such is the world. What mystery lies behind it? Heston and Paulette silently hoped that in their lifetime, they would see this day, and then they could rest easy. As for eternal life, they did not seek that. They only wished that their nephew could lend a hand at critical moments. As for whether there would be a dynastic change, it depends on their fate. Chapter 92 Elwood comes to realization and engages in joyful conversation. The next day, during the morning court session, Emperor Heston directly issued an edict. He announced the abolition of feudal territories for the princes, but did not mention anything else, leaving many ministers puzzled. Although their feudal lands were abolished, their princely titles remained, leading many ministers to be confused about the implications. Only when Elwood learned of this did he hurriedly return to ask for clarification. In the imperial study, Elwood was visibly agitated, wondering why his father wanted to abolish the fiefs of his brothers. Heston looked at him, both pleased and amused. Come now, Arver, do you think I'm someone who is stingy? I fear it's you who can't let go. After hearing this, Elwood was full of doubt. It didn't seem like his father had that intention. Instead, his brother seemed quite happy. Elder brother, don't blame father. He has given us an opportunity. More precisely, cousin gave us a way out. Yes, elder brother, we are very happy and have no regrets at all. Without cousin's advice, we would still be worrying, but now there's no need. Everyone spoke in such a manner, leaving Elwood bewildered. What exactly was going on? David sonar about its significance and unable to grasp the intentions, Elwood naturally hoped for an answer. Heston, seeing Elwood's perplexed face, patted his shoulder and said, "Let me tell you, I allow them to expand our territory overseas, where they can establish their own empires and kingdoms. Everything depends on their abilities." Hearing this, Elwood suddenly understood. He wasn't stupid and immediately grasped the situation. His brothers previously didn't want to compete with him, which led them to do some rash things to avoid conflict. Now that their father allowed it, they naturally wouldn't give up this opportunity. Moreover, it was his cousin's suggestion, allowing them to avoid fratricidal struggles, which was indeed a good thing. Father, is this true? Of course it is. Why would I deceive you? Do you not agree? How could I not? As the elder brother, I simply didn't understand before and didn't think deeply enough. Now I see, though I realize it late. Haha, I knew you'd say that. See, there's no need to worry. Your brothers will always remain your brothers. Kian and the others were extremely moved, feeling a fiery passion in their hearts. This was their beloved elder brother. Elwood was also delighted. Then he thought of something. Since that's the case, as your elder brother, I should show my support. If you really set out to build empires overseas, I'll provide each of you with a fleet. Hearing this, the brothers were excited. They knew how massive those ships were. Absolute giants. Upon hearing this, Heston slapped him on the back of the head. Squanderer! Do you know how much one fleet costs? Not even considering manpower, just the construction cost alone amounts to no less than 200,000 taels, at the minimum. Thinking about it made him wince. Combined, it would amount to nearly 1,000,000 taels. This kid, what a disaster. Just squandering his wealth. Elwood laughed awkwardly. Father, isn't there still you? Heston was speechless. Reluctantly, as a father, he couldn't deny support and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fine, since you've spoken, I must provide my sons with some advantage. Let it be done." This privilege was only for the legitimate sons. The others weren't so fortunate. They might either grow old in the Ming Dynasty, finding their own ways to live, as the princely titles could only be inherited by legitimate heirs unless all died off, leaving the illegitimate ones. Others had to fend for themselves. This was what Ajax had said. Otherwise, they would all become parasites, greatly impacting Heston. Furthermore, after years of peace, if they still couldn't support themselves, wouldn't it undermine Zhu's efforts? He was someone who had emerged from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Absolutely resolute. He needed preparation and strength. Every change required effort, and there was no need for overthinking. Any change, no matter how significant, was achievable with enough effort. Real effort built the foundation of power. There was no room for doubt. With enough ability, nothing was to be underestimated, whether it was unknown influence or powerful might. All was within control, without any unexpected occurrences. Now, the Ming Dynasty was the strongest foundation, and once they ventured out, they would become its branches. If one day they can all become the roots of mighty trees, then they can truly establish their own households, and need to persist with unwavering determination for long-term success. It is not allowed for them to fade away after a short while. So, when they take action, they must persevere more instead of waiting for others to bully them, which would be too late. This is something that can be foreseen. As long as they persist without equal, it will be a better persistence. True strength means that no matter what they do, it doesn't matter. Competitiveness is not wrong. The mistake lies in whether or not they have the ability. In this world, winners become kings and losers are bandits. Don't say who is useless or useful. It's only about whether one can rise up. With this said, it is worth understanding and needs to be made clearer. This spirit will walk on the long river of history. No matter how things change, Zekier strength can be handled because strength is the core component. Heston hoped they could all persist and not give up halfway. Alright, since you are all clear in your hearts, you need enough skill to forge ahead. Establishing a country is not easy, let alone in unknown barbaric lands. There will be a lot to do at that time. Now you should seize every moment to study well, so that you don't fail when the time comes. Hearing Heston's straightforward words, the four brothers nodded in unison. As for Elwood, he had no choice. He was to be the next emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Otherwise, how could the Ming Dynasty continue? Yes, your Majesty, we will work hard and certainly won't disappoint you. Heston laughed heartily because he was very clear that this scene had thoroughly unlocked the shackles of his heart, making their family even more harmonious. Of course, Ajax couldn't be left out either. Go and work hard. There's still time now. Once each of you sets out in the future, you can only rely on yourselves. As a father, I cannot help much anymore. Remember this. Rely on yourselves for everything. You brothers can rely on each other, but it might be difficult for later generations. Although these words were harsh, they all remembered them because this was reality. Chapter 93. Day by day, the Ming Dynasty is making progress, and water management cannot be slackened. With the rapid development of the Ming Dynasty, hydraulic engineering projects continued one after another, either for flood control or drought prevention. Each project astonished many people. Your Majesty, the water level along the Yellow River has risen again this year. Although many preventive measures have been taken, it seems not very effective. Arianarchus had a worried expression on his face. The Yellow River issue was indeed a matter of helplessness in his heart. Since ancient times, it has always been an important matter. If something goes wrong, it will be bad. Heston also looked worried. Although small disasters have gradually become milder, the Yellow River, as a major river, has always been difficult to handle since ancient times. How could he not be worried? Suddenly, he looked at Ajax and asked, Abner, do you have any good ideas? After hearing this, Ajax shook his head helplessly and said, Your Majesty, I am also powerless. This is a natural disaster that has not happened overnight. To curb it, we need long-term planning. Otherwise, it will leave behind endless trouble. Heston understood but truly had no other way. Dear Minister, do you know you have no solution at all? Ajax pondered after hearing this. Other ministers watched curiously, wondering what idea the Abner would come up with this time. After all, his previous solutions had accelerated the development of the Ming Dynasty and emphasized hydraulic engineering, which was naturally beneficial to the country and the people. After a long while, he said, Your Majesty, to thoroughly manage the situation, there is only one way. Planting trees. Planting trees? Whether it was Heston or the other ministers, they were all dumbfounded. What kind of solution was this? What use did planting trees have? Ajax patiently explained, The Yellow River is the mother river of our Huaxia descendants, nurturing the splendid Central Plains culture. Although water management has existed since ancient times, weather blocking or channeling, both can be effective. But my colleagues, do you know why I previously hoped to plant trees in certain places? All the ministers fell silent, clearly not understanding. Heston felt the same way, originally thinking it was just for aesthetics. It seemed it was not that simple. Ajax directly stated with conviction, Your Majesty, trees are beneficial for wind protection and sand fixation, stabilizing the riverbank by firmly holding the soil, preventing the riverbank from easily collapsing. This point is very important. Meanwhile, we all know that the Yellow River's water was originally clear. However, deforestation upstream has caused soil desertification, which is then washed down into the Yellow River, carrying mud and sand forward. With such momentum, how can it be stopped? Therefore, I suggest that we plant trees annually without any slackening, revitalizing the land on both banks of the Yellow River. This is our responsibility, the responsibility of the Ming Dynasty. Shirking responsibility is not acceptable. Now, what's important is to stabilize the sand and soil, allowing it to return to its original state. But, Abner, can the trees survive? Arianarchus raised a critical question, which was indeed the biggest problem. Ajax also had no certainty because he currently lacked the ability to make trees grow miraculously and could only wait. Ajax glanced at him and said, A man with determination achieves success. We shouldn't refrain from acting just because it seems impossible. If we do so, there will be no chance at all. Only by trying can we have even a slight possibility. Isn't that right? Arianarchus listened and said no more because he knew that once the Abner set his mind on something, it couldn't be changed. Indeed, after hearing this, Heston nodded and said, Fine, I'll follow your advice. How much money do we have in the treasury now? Hamza stood up and replied, Your Majesty, excluding the current budget, we still have 40 million taels. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. There was still so much. It was simply astonishing. Heston didn't hesitate anymore and made a decision. Take out 10 million taels immediately. No matter when it runs out, and no matter if the trees will survive, planting must not stop. It must continue. Hearing such a bold statement from Heston, all the ministers knelt down and chanted, Your Majesty is wise. May you live 10,000 years. As the imperial decree was issued, The common people and officials on both banks of the Yellow River understood and were stunned. To actually allocate 10 million taels of silver for planting trees, it was crazy. But since it was the court's decision, they naturally dared not delay. At the same time, many merchants became enthusiastic upon hearing this, because planting trees required seedlings, and where else would they come from? Moreover, the court announced that it would cooperate with merchants on tree planting projects, provided suitable tree species were found for cultivation. These merchants knew well that this would be the beginning of huge profits, as 10 million taels of silver was just the start. Once the tree survived and showed results, more and more funds would be invested, turning this into a long-term big business. Who wouldn't be willing for such a good thing? The more, the better, leading to greater effectiveness. This was an effortless benefit and gave them a better purpose for cooperation. Ajax hoped even more that the trees along the Yellow River could grow up, but alas, he currently lacked the means. However, he believed it was possible. It must be possible. Though he had no decisive ability yet, channeling the water of the Yellow River was within his reach. Thus, along both banks of the Yellow River, countless civilians dredged the river channels. Whenever it wasn't farming season, they returned to work, with the court providing wages. This also attracted many civilians to come voluntarily, without any need for enforcement by the authorities. Not only did they earn money, but food was provided as well, which was far better than before. Ultimately, the beneficiaries were these very people, as they lived on both sides of the Yellow River generation after generation. All this was for their own benefit. Who wouldn't want to live a better life? So, this grand project united the efforts of millions of people on both shores, astonishing even the government officials. But they soon set their minds at ease, seeing everyone diligently dredging the river channels, deepening, widening, and lengthening them, all to allow more of the Yellow River's waters into these channels. The perseverance of the people was beyond doubt. They were the frontline witnesses, not wanting to endure floods any longer, so naturally, they worked even harder. Numerous river channels emerged rapidly, not just for themselves but also for the peace and stability of the Ming Dynasty. Officials from all regions personally inspected the progress, ensuring orderly construction rather than blind excavation. It was lively everywhere, and similarly, in the Yangtze River region, the flood control followed the same pattern. Except in the south, there were already many waterways, so continuous excavation was enough. Once these water systems connected, it would effectively alleviate flooding and enhance regional communication, a clear advantage. And this was what Heston wanted to see. Such extensive construction required substantial funds, but the Ming Dynasty now had ample capital. Chapter 94. The benefits of opening the horse area market. Brother Ajax, it's time for dinner. Are you still busy? Kesha asked with curiosity on his face. Ajax smiled and walked out, saying, no worries, just some design sketches. After hearing this, Kesha didn't think too much more. Understanding his intentions was enough. Arianny thoughts were swirling in his mind. As long as they moved forward diligently, there would be no problem. Today's meal is delicious. Thank you, Lois. Hearing Ajax's praise, Kesha felt delighted. He couldn't help but feel a wave of joy, a natural response to such affirmation. All these efforts naturally shouldn't be denied. As long as he liked it, that was enough. The two enjoyed their meal happily. After finishing, Kesha said wistfully, I wonder when my father will return? Upon hearing this, Ajax felt a bit flustered. Previously, it had been said that Dylan would return soon. Indeed, it should have been so, but due to matters concerning the Tuayan tribe, his return was now temporarily delayed. It was frustrating. At this moment, only Dylan could stabilize the border. Once things settled down there, he could return, keeping in mind the city needed to be fortified. Speaking of the Tuayan tribe, ultimately they couldn't resist the allure of the Ming Dynasty's horse market and began trading with them. The scene quickly became bustling. Among the items, iron pots were particularly expensive as they were restricted goods, a price that even left Dylan incredulous. He soon informed Heston about this matter. Indeed, Heston also found it unbelievable and sought him out for discussion. Davidson, this is very normal. Iron pots aren't much of a deal in the Ming Dynasty, but on the grasslands, no one has the technology to make them. At most, they can forge some crude iron tools. As for exquisite items, have you ever seen any? This statement made Heston fully understand the Ming Dynasty's advantage. As for the prices, they kept rising without easing restrictions on restricted items. Countless cattle, sheep, and horses flooded into the Ming territory. Firstly, the oxen were distributed. Since there were many this time, the distribution was generous. There was no repeat of the past scramble for resources. A single ox could cause an entire village to fight over it, highlighting the importance of livestock power in that era. This time, the number of draft oxen reached 30,000 heads, adequately meeting demand. With the distribution of draft oxen, people's enthusiasm across the region soared. Throughout the Ming's 140 prefectures, everyone received a share, fulfilling the long-held expectations of the common folk. With the entry of the draft oxen, villages were filled with joy. Since using draft oxen was free and belonged to the court, they could be used collectively. Those who already had draft oxen couldn't apply for more unless all the farmland in the village was cultivated, under official guarantee. This rule was very strict, allowing no deceit. Otherwise, any mishap would require personal responsibility, as each draft ox was quite valuable and crucial for labor needs. Thus, many farmers had extra time and turned to wage labor. In this era, leaving home wasn't easy, so participating in government-organized river dredging projects was the best way to earn money. Naturally, many took part after completing sowing work. Sheep were even more abundant, with breeding in flocks presenting no issues. As long as one had the capability, the government would provide a lamb, ensuring it grew to adulthood. Once alive and grown, it could be handled freely. This prevented lazy individuals from cheating. If caught stealing, the punishment would be severe, leading to forced labor sentences. Though not capital punishment, they would work tirelessly until barely able to breathe, having to labor regardless of survival chances. Considering general pardons, luck played a role. Some encountered pardons, while others did not. Moreover, if it was a limited pardon, it could make matters worse. Apart from this, reinforcing the 9 borders was another form of punishment. What were the 9 borders? They were the frontier lines of the Ming Dynasty, where every appearance was life-threatening. Once conflict erupted, the consequences were unimaginable. Given their current strength, these rules remained unchanged. Real situations were hard to explain. However, as long as one stayed law-abiding during this high-demand era, there was no problem. These points must always be remembered. The common folk of the Great Ming were still very simple and honest. Although there were some bad elements, they ultimately did not affect the overall situation. As for the horses, it was indeed as Ajax said. With sufficient horse markets in various regions, the surplus entered the army, making it an optimal allocation. There was no need to say more about ignorance. As long as the fundamental facts were understood, that would be best. In short, these issues could not be easily compared. As long as they had numbers, it was enough. True history required the efforts of individuals, not their whimsical imaginations. This was by no means a good thing. With the competition of national power, it was impossible to give up, nor would they give up. Infinite hope spread among the masses, gaining the recognition and remembrance of the people. Thus, even if time passed on endlessly, its benefits could not be denied. The true spirit could not be doubted. Focusing on the future, amidst the fog, laid the foundation and core creation. Heston constantly paid attention to the changes in the Great Ming. Things were getting better and better, which made him increasingly happy and joyful. This was truly the future of the Great Ming, and he looked forward to it even more. Whether it happened in a day or two or after a long time, it didn't matter because everything was ongoing. Reports from the Brocade Guard and retired guard posts continuously came in, all of which excited him even more. The happiness of the Great Ming's people kept rising. For him, this was a good thing indeed, highly invigorating. As long as they persisted, anything was possible. Who wouldn't want it? Now, they wanted it even more. The state preceptor, truly worthy of the title, being his nephew and of the Zhu family lineage. Each one was remarkable, filling him with pride. These changes in heart were indeed worth pondering. Knowing the benefits was enough. Other matters should be left aside temporarily. Increasing the happiness of the common people was the best contribution and the greatest achievement. For this, Heston felt profound emotions, knowing that they needed to work harder and harder without slacking off. Chapter 95 Hope of the Duoyan Tribe. The choice made by the Duoyan tribe was one they had no other option but to make, as they knew that not choosing would lead to an even more miserable life. Initially, many people from both sides were wary of each other. However, as the horse market commenced smoothly, these concerns naturally diminished, and everything proceeded very smoothly. As a result, the outcome was even better. With the success of one tribe, other tribes of the Duoyan joined in. Do not assume that there is only one group called the Duoyan tribe. That would be a big mistake. The Duoyan tribe was one of the three major forces after the collapse of northern Yuan, residing in the northeastern part of the grasslands. They were the true collective term for various nomadic groups. Of course, there were other grassland forces. Relatively speaking, the Duoyan tribe was somewhat weaker, but as a whole, it was not easy for just anyone to bully them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become one of the three major forces on the grasslands. As interactions deepened continuously, the exchanges at the horse market also became increasingly profound. However, iron pots remained restricted, and if they were unavailable, they would have to wait until next year. Seeing such a firm stance from the Ming Dynasty, it left them feeling helpless. Respected Duke Elijah of the Ming Dynasty, I am Ellsworth, an envoy of the Duoyan tribe. I hope we can reapply for the trade of items like iron pots. Dylan smiled and replied, Envoys, you should know that my role is merely to ensure the safety of the horse market. Specific matters are not within my authority. If you can persuade his Area Majesty or the Eric, there might be a possibility. Eric. Upon hearing this, Ellsworth couldn't help but be startled. Clearly, he had heard of it before. After all, envoys had visited the capital city Yingtianfu of the Ming Dynasty. Back then, they thought the focus was on the emperor, but now it seemed it lay with the Eric, which left them somewhat frustrated. Was it their misjudgment, or did it imply something else? These doubts lingered, but these were minor issues. There was no need to worry. Knowing was enough without overthinking. Now, it seemed they indeed had a mistaken understanding. Your Eric is? Dylan laughed and said, Naturally, he is the emperor's nephew, and the opening of the horse market was his proposal. Do you understand? Now, it was completely clear. Previously, they had been focusing on the wrong priorities. They didn't know how the intelligence had gone wrong. Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency. You're welcome. However, the Eric has been very busy lately. You must choose the right moment. In other words, think carefully and don't entertain unnecessary thoughts. It's best to know what to do. Otherwise, it could be fatal. This underscores the importance of intelligence. As for why Dylan spoke this way, it was because he believed Ajax would handle it well. After all, the current quantity was insufficient for external demand, which could help stabilize the borders. Of course, specific decisions were not up to him, so it depended on how they chose to proceed. When Ellsworth returned to the Duoyan tribe, he met their leader, Otto. Oh, so you're saying this initiative was proposed by the Eric of the Ming Dynasty? Yes, leader. That's indeed the case. Duke Elijah of the Ming Dynasty doesn't lie about such matters, nor does he see the need to. Anyone can verify this information. It's not a big secret. That's correct. Given that, someone should pay a visit to the Eric of the Ming Dynasty. Whether it will be easy or not remains to be seen. Leader speaks truly. This is our biggest concern. We fear complications, which could cause real trouble, said Ellsworth. Otto understood well. For this matter, further action and deeper understanding were necessary. Since the Ming Dynasty had opened the horse market, it clearly wasn't simple. Yet due to mutual reservations between the two sides, it was understandable. Leader, this issue cannot be underestimated. Although the great Yuan Emperor is now weak, he still commands respect. Besides, there are two other tribes to consider. Regarding the Wala and Tatar tribes, they pose significant threats to the Duoyan tribe, frequently attempting to encroach upon their territory. These two tribes were powerful, making them formidable foes. Yet they had no choice, enduring difficulties. Now that they had connected through the Ming Dynasty's horse market, if the other tribes found out, who knew what would happen? Therefore, the current situation was urgent. Ideally, they should ally with the Ming Dynasty to limit these two tribes. But the Ming obviously wasn't likely to deploy troops. After all, it had only been a few years since the last war. Sending troops again would be unrealistic. Yet they didn't want to be at the mercy of others. After much consideration, they chose to connect through the horse market with the Ming, though they lacked confidence in this decision. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Otto's thoughts raced rapidly. He then said to Ellsworth, "This time you will go to the Ming Dynasty as an envoy. It would be best if you could visit the Eric of the Ming Dynasty and hope to gain his support. At the very least, do not offend the Eric." This was a must. Once the Eric of the Ming Dynasty was offended, there would be no need to think about the future. It would certainly be perilous. Now that the Ming Dynasty had taken control of the plains in the northeast, their territory had further decreased. Yet they dared not truly confront them. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. No one wished for such dangerous situations to arise. Even though many possibilities might come up, they were helpless. The power of the Ming Dynasty had far surpassed their expectations, and it was not something they could challenge. Therefore, they could only hope that nothing unexpected would happen. This would be the best outcome. Even if something did occur, they hoped it could be handled without affecting the bigger picture. After all, the grasslands were a place where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, a much more brutal environment than the current Ming Dynasty. So, they needed the support of the Ming Dynasty and relied on it even more. This wasn't to flaunt others' might or undermine their own confidence, but rather a fact that they couldn't have imagined. In this regard, they were helpless, and what could bring surprises? All these rules couldn't be described. Nothing could easily describe these rules, and the unspoken understanding was clear. Too many complications made it hard to relax. This aspect also ignited their determination. Silently, it was both a wish and a prayer. Any opportunity should not be overlooked, and no one wanted to give up. Ellsworth hurriedly replied, "Yes, leader, I understand." "Good, understanding is enough. Go now. The Ming Dynasty is getting stronger every day, and we cannot afford to provoke them." This was not just Otto's thought, but the consensus among many people of the grasslands. It was incredibly true, with no falsehood at all. Therefore, befriending the Ming Dynasty was now the best strategy, their way out. Otherwise, the consequences were unpredictable, and none of them wished to see their tribe destroyed and lost to the annals of history. Chapter 96, Forging New Weapons, Updating and Replacing. In the Ministry of Works in Yingtianfu, Nanjing, Grand Area Master Chen, you've arrived. "Here are the newly forged swords and knives as per your requirements," said Johnny, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works, with a proud look on his face. At the same time, he had great admiration for Ajax. After all, these crafting techniques were introduced by Grand Area Master, naturally making them extraordinary. Ajax took them and examined, then asked, "How's the effect?" With pride, Johnny answered, "Compared to the weapons forged previously, they are far sharper. Please, Grand Area Master, take a look." Soon, two guards stepped forward, one holding a newly forged long knife and the other holding an old long knife used before. "Begin." The moment the two instantly started hacking at each other's weapon, there was a sound of crack, and the old-made long knife was seen broken by the new forged weapon. Such contrast really stirred everyone's curiosity from deep down their hearts. It was so unbelievable yet could not be denied. Upon inspection, the newly forged long knife did not have any chipping. It was indeed very impressive. "Very good, excellent." He praised highly. His capability wasn't bad either as he completed his instruction perfectly. Hurriedly bowing, Johnny said, "All this is thanks to Grand Area Master. I merely followed the rules and regulations, which isn't worth mentioning." Looking at him, Ajax also praised, then said, "You should know that weapons need constant updating to reach more glorious moments. Once indulged in the past, what consequences it may bring can be understood, right?" Johnny understood. Indeed it was so. What Grand Area Master says makes sense. This official will remember it well. Ajax nodded, holding the long knife while walking and saying, "Afterward, hasten the forging of new long knives and other weapons. Try to replace all the Ming Dynasty's equipment within 1 or 2 years. Remember, if there aren't enough people, the Ministry of Works will be prioritized." "Yes, Grand Area Master." Johnny was extremely moved in his heart. This was a significant matter because it was an achievement. The entire Ministry of Works fell into busyness again. They needed to do many things, not only cementing cannons, but also the updating of weapons. Only in this way could they ensure an absolute advantage in battle. Holding the newly forged long knife, Ajax entered the imperial palace. A eunuch saw him enter the palace with a long knife, looking unsure of what to say, hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Ajax knew what happened and directly gave it to the chief eunuch, saying, "Then you take it to the imperial study." "Yes, Grand Area Master." Listening to this, the chief eunuch couldn't help but sigh with relief and hurriedly followed. Inside the imperial study, Heston was approving memorials presented by the cabinet. Although the workload had greatly reduced, there was still much work. It just became better than before. Heston himself was a workaholic who now easily handled this. Camden. Upon hearing this, Heston put down his brush and looked at Ajax with both curiosity and helplessness. "Our beloved nephew has come to visit today. What's the matter?" Hearing this, Ajax smiled and said, "This time I came. Indeed, there is something. Let me show you first." Heston was curious about what would happen this time. Ajax glanced around and walked directly to a guard, saying, "Come in." Hearing this, the guard was stunned for a moment. Then, hearing Heston's words, quickly came inside. Ajax then said to the chief eunuch, "Dave, please chop against the guard's long knife, using the long knife in your hand." Dave was frightened upon hearing this. He hadn't offended the Grand Area Master, yet his face turned ashen. Seeing this, Ajax explained laughingly and helplessly, "Dave, you misunderstood. Just clash the long knives against the guards. There's nothing else." "Really?" Dave was full of doubt but, seeing Ajax's serious expression, looked at Heston. Hearing this, Heston was also curious and nodded. "Do as the Grand Area Master says." With the Grand Area Master here, there will be no problem. Both Dave and the guard nodded, then went to the side, drawing out their long knives. Dave held the knife with both hands, looking inexperienced, which Heston didn't mind as it was normal. The guard wielded the knife single-handedly, naturally feeling confident. The moment they exchanged glances, they raised their knives and struck fiercely together. Crack! A long knife broke, revealing an unbelievable outcome. Heston was astonished, walking straight to Dave and snatching the long knife from his hands, then taking the broken knife from the guard, unable to hide his shock. Looking at this, Ajax smiled and said, "Davidson, how about it?" Now, Heston understood. He had brought him a gift, a significant military affair gift. Once all the Ming troops are equipped with such sabers, the pressure on the Great Yuan will become negligible, or even gain an advantage. These are indeed formidable weapons. Good, excellent. Heston couldn't help but be excited. Such fine weapons were truly divine instruments of war. Ajax continued to explain with a smile, "Davidson, this was achieved through repeated trials over the past 2 years. Finally, we've successfully forged such sharp and precise weapons. I have already instructed the Ministry of Works to forge more of these divine weapons as soon as possible, to replace the old weapons currently in use." Heston showed no reluctance in response. "Good, well said. We must complete this as quickly as possible. Camden, how long do you estimate it will take?" Ajax replied without hesitation, "With overtime work, it should take no more than 2 years at most. Once they become proficient, it could be done in even less time." After hearing this, Heston suppressed the intense excitement within him, looking at the divine weapon in his hand and laughed heartily. "Good. Let's hold off for 2 years then. Humph, Northern Yuan, your end is coming." Ajax added, "Davidson, in 2 years, there will be more highways within the Ming territory, making major roads more accessible. Transporting troops and logistics will no longer be a problem. At that time, the Great Yuan is destined to perish completely. Although we may not match the bravery of Han Dynasty's Huatsubing, achieving something like the Fenglang Juxu, building a mound to celebrate victory, should not be difficult." Hearing this, Heston became even more agitated. This excitement was hard to suppress. For the Ming Dynasty, the Fenglang Juxu was an honor that could not be forsaken. In fact, for any ancient soldier, the Fenglang Juxu was an uncontrolled desire, too significant to resist. "Davidson, after this, we might even incorporate the grasslands into the Ming territory. Only then can Wei Manchang match Huatsubing's accomplishments, although we cannot fully compare. But once my cousins achieve their goals, it will be close enough." Listening to this, Heston grew even more excited. This was indeed good news and an irreplaceable fact. It was all about achievements. The Ming would become stronger and gain more territory. Chapter 97. Artillery support for Duke Elijah of the Great Ming naval bombardment of the Wokou. The updating and replacement of weaponry are quite normal, but due to outdated equipment, batch updates become even more challenging, a manifestation of lagging productivity. The various blueprints Ajax brought have broken these limitations, both practical and mental, turning many impossibilities into possibilities. At the same time, more suitable workshops for weapon forging, or large-scale factory bases, have been established. These assets can only be owned by the imperial court. They are absolutely not allowed in civilian hands, as their appearance might signify rebellion, leading to immediate and relentless suppression without missing any potential dangers. Heston fully understands this situation and is highly supportive, as he absolutely cannot tolerate any hint of danger. This is an inevitable fact, also a competition between old and new weapons. Weapons scheduled for replacement should naturally be melted down and reforged with care to achieve true effectiveness. This process not only saves costs but conserves resources, all of which require mining efforts. Heston is very clear on this and knows how to proceed. Once the national arsenal is entirely renewed, it could become even more formidable. By the way, Camden, what about those cannons you mentioned? Davidson, rest assured, we're building them. While we're focusing mainly on warships now, land-based cannons are also in production. You don't need to worry. If necessary, mobilizing 10,000 cannons would not be a problem. Ajax said this with great confidence. Currently, 3 shipyards are producing simultaneously, achieving much better results. Meanwhile, the first large fleet led by Elwood has departed from Songjiang Prefecture, heading south along the southeastern coast. This mission involves 6 large ships, 24 smaller support vessels, and 30 ironclad ships. Even the smaller ships are larger than the current ones, so there's no reason to be surprised. Heston was naturally aware of this and felt both anticipation and expectation. He hopes his son, the future successor of the Great Ming, will display the might of the empire. He waits for news while managing other matters to ensure everything goes smoothly. That's good. With so many cannons, why not send 1,000 to Duke Elijah first? We still need more defenses. Even if we're not afraid, we shouldn't let others underestimate us. After hearing this, Ajax nodded directly. All right, since Davidson mentioned it, I understand. I'll arrange for the warships from Haizhou to transport the cannons northward. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Heston nodded after listening. Good. Send them from Haizhou via sea route, which is much faster. Now, I wonder how many large ships are built at the Haizhou shipyard. Ajax replied, several have been completed. The first batch of ships has already launched and is undergoing trials. After completion, they will be officially handed over to the Great Ming Navy. Heston had no objections. This was indeed good news. That's excellent. I'll expedite notifying Duke Elijah to receive them at the designated location. Ajax had no objections to this arrangement. I'll follow Davidson's instructions. After agreeing, they began urging the Ministry of Works to work tirelessly, recruiting personnel if necessary, to speed up the process. With the Empire's wealth, there's no reason to stop enhancing its strength, lest they appear vulnerable. At this moment, Elwood's naval force on the southeastern coast, after months of training, has finally embarked on real combat. As for why not all warships were mobilized, it was to protect the shipyard since the second batch of ships in Songjiang Prefecture is about to launch. Disturbance must be avoided. The other 2 major shipyards are currently busy, and once a batch is completed, the workload on Songjiang shipyard and maritime tasks will significantly decrease. This is crucial. Since Songjiang Prefecture is close to the capital, it can handle emergencies promptly. Elwood gazed out at the vast sea, feeling truly amazed. Your Highness, it's windy outside. Why not rest inside the cabin? Vice Admiral Hall said with a smile. Hall knew why he was here. Whether for the Jacob's safety or the ongoing battle, he couldn't let someone inexperienced command blindly. Although Hall hasn't experienced sea battles either, he studied diligently, not just for show. Especially accompanying the Jacob, being a Vice Admiral holds significance. After all, he is the heir apparent. Arianarquis Zhongshan, there's no need to worry. These are minor issues. This palace merely wishes to see these detestable Wokou completely eradicated. Regarding the Wokou, Elwood had further come to know of their brutality and was naturally quite enraged. Now, the coastal areas of Fujin are deserted, a clear indication of the vile nature of these pirates. It's not that they hadn't wanted to act before. It was just that their capabilities were insufficient. But this time is different. He believed they could demonstrate the might of the Great Ming, making them understand how formidable the military power of the Great Ming truly is. As they were talking, suddenly, the soldier on the lookout tower urgently signaled with semaphore flags. A soldier soon came running to report, Your Highness, we have spotted Wokou ships about 10 miles to the southeast. Good, prepare immediately. Get all cannons in position. Arianarquis Zhongshan, I leave this to you. Elwood knew he had no combat experience, so it was best to hand it over to the specialists. Hall hurriedly responded, Yes, Your Highness. I will not let you down. This time, he aimed to show the world their prowess, his fighting spirit burning intensely, yearning for battle. Soon, the 30 warships became clearly visible, and Hall took command. All preparations. Check the cannons. Check completed. Load ammunition. Ammunition loaded. Holding the telescope given by the Imperial Preceptor, Hall looked through it and shouted, All cannons ready. The soldiers became serious, their torches prepared, ready for battle. Adjust angles, attention, southeast direction. Ready, fire. The roar of the massive cannonballs was deafening. The terrifying array of hundreds of cannons fired simultaneously. Before the enemy could even react, they had already entered the range of the Great Ming warship's cannons, about 3 kilometers away. Without a moment's warning, the enemy suffered a heavy blow, half of their ships exploding and sinking instantly. The enemy obviously had yet to respond when the Great Ming's cannons fired again. Boom, boom, boom. Cannons erupted with tremendous force, piercing through the small wooden ships of the enemy. These ships, compared to the Great Ming warships, were mere small boats, incomparable in every way. Seeing this scene, Elwood couldn't help but feel incredibly exhilarated. This was what battle was like. So thrilling, so exciting. Hall, watching, felt deeply moved. Chapter 98, Elwood, addicted to war. Boom, boom, boom. Over the sea, cannons roared, and countless pirate ships were sunk, disappearing into the depths amidst the iron and blood. Aboard the Ming warships, everyone was momentarily stunned. It was their first time witnessing such terrifying combat results. They had merely bombarded the pirates from a distance without engaging in close combat, yet achieved this outcome. It was truly unbelievable. This was the truth within the range of cannon fire. Amazing, absolutely amazing. 0 casualties and all the pirates wiped out. It's astonishing. Indeed, they didn't even have the chance to fire a single shot before we shattered them completely. There's nothing more shocking than this. We didn't even need to engage them directly. Such an outcome was indeed stunning, hard to believe, and almost unimaginable. This was the strategy against the pirates? Previously, the pirates always managed to escape, and even in direct engagements, the losses were not insignificant. But now, there wasn't even any contact, and they were annihilated directly. This was what true warfare looked like. Arianani people regained their senses, swallowing hard with excitement glowing in their eyes. They were too excited. It was impossible not to be excited. The result was terrifyingly evident. It was no coincidence but rather foreseeable. Such severe consequences left no room for doubt. Strength lay in one's capabilities. Elwood finally understood why his elder cousin acted this way. At sea, giving any enemy an opportunity would leave no way out. Therefore, the only method was to destroy the enemy instantly, ensuring safety because they were the safest ones. This was his elder cousin's intention. Art, you are a genius. This is what true warfare looks like. Hall naturally saw this. He knew this was just the first batch, and more warships would follow, making the final outcome predictable. Such a powerful result meant the consequence was also understandable. There was no need to overthink it. As long as it could be done, everything was possible. Everything that happened on the battlefield was destined, requiring no explanation. Your Highness, we have one. This is our first complete annihilation of the pirate fleet without any casualties. Lord Zhongshan, you're right, but it's not enough. This sea belongs to our Ming Dynasty. No pirate should appear here. Once we confirm ample ammunition, we will continue. Yes, Jacob. Hall understood that the Jacob had gradually come to terms with the harshness of war. Truly a descendant of his Aryan Majesty, the future looked bright. Soon, the entire Ming fleet set sail again, ignoring the drowning pirates. If they were lucky, they might get help. If not, they would become fish food. These scoundrels deserved death, and there was no need for mercy. As their actions intensified, enemies often faced a barrage of cannonballs as soon as they were discovered. Pirate ships sank into the sea, regardless of whether they were pirates or not. Any who harmed the people of the Ming would be eliminated, leaving no survivors, ruthless to the extreme. Elwood had fully adapted. What once seemed fearsome pirates now appeared as mere insignificant ants trying to bully a tiger, surely courting death. Their next move involved patrolling the seas, searching for pirates or corsairs, and even attacking pirate-held islands. After leveling the islands, the Ming soldiers cleaned up and took the spoils. Collecting loot was easier on land than at sea. The Ming army was undoubtedly the best. That's why pirates always fled upon sighting them, knowing they couldn't stand against such strength. Regular troops versus pirate gangs. It was no contest, their strength vastly different. As they continued to clear pirates and corsairs, the latter cried out in despair. Escape was nearly impossible due to the relentless pursuit by the formidable Ming navy. If not for running low on ammunition, they wouldn't have stopped. Elwood regretted this deeply and gradually understood why his elder cousin emphasized the importance of supply ships. Without them, sustained battles were impossible. Thus, supplies were critical, and they must never underestimate the enemy's tactics. All these details must be paid attention to, and naturally, no one can afford to be careless. In short, these are all minor matters that won't change anything. Now, the Ming warships had returned. The remaining Wokou and pirates did not dare to stay. Next time, they would not be so lucky. Each of them frantically fled to other seas. It can be said that just this once significantly intimidated the Wokou and pirates. And once it was discovered that an island was inhabited by Wokou or pirates, they were relentlessly bombarded until everything was flattened. This was the final outcome. Everything they had would be reclaimed. Lord Zhongshan, how many Wokou and pirates did we clear out this time? Your Highness, in total, we eliminated 10 groups. There were 6 sea battles and 4 island cleanups. It's a pity. The ammunition is almost gone. Otherwise, we could have done this several more times. Elwood's face was flushed with excitement. Such campaigns felt like picking up money. Paul couldn't help but look at him awkwardly, unsure if his Area Majesty would be pleased when he heard about this. It seemed that Jacob had become rather fond of war. However, this was also a good thing. For an emperor's successor, being indecisive wouldn't be beneficial. After the baptism of the battlefield, there was a noticeable difference in the Jacob compared to before. By the way, let's give 1/10 of the sea's spoils to the soldiers. The rest should be sent to Glen. I will also draft a memorial. Highness, aren't you going back? Back? Why should I go back? Can't you see there are still so many Wokou and pirates at sea? Quickly get ready for repairs and replenish the ammunition, then we'll set sail immediately. This time, bring several large supply ships. Understand? What could Hall say? The Jacob seemed to have become addicted, still unable to shake off his excitement. But truthfully, he himself was also very excited. The spoils from this campaign were indeed plentiful. Gold, silver, and jewels, all filled up the large ships. Chapter 99 Heston's Rage and the Artillery Intimidating the Prairie. In Ingtian Prefecture, inside the Imperial Palace, Heston was now reading a memorial from Elwood, which left him shocked. Can it be? Is our son this brave already? He remembered his son as being quite genteel before. How could he become so fascinated with cannons after just one voyage? However, when he saw the final haul, there was no doubt. This time, the total value of gold, silver, jewels, and other items seized amounted to over 50 million taels. Even Heston's eyes widened at the amount. Such a bountiful harvest. This sum was simply unbelievable. It seemed his son had learned how to make money even better than he had. Although he took only 10% as rewards for the soldiers, Heston was very generous and pleased that his eldest son had grown up, understanding how to combine kindness with authority. This was excellent, embodying the spirit of the Zhu family. Haha, nice. This will enrich the national treasury even more. But wait, this rascal. Why didn't he send the money directly to my private treasury? Instead, it went into the national treasury. Looking at this, Heston was suddenly furious. Only those who manage a household know the worth of every grain of rice. This rascal doesn't know that his father's private treasury is still short of funds. Although it's not much different from 50 million taels, who doesn't want more money? This ungrateful son. His eyes turned red with anger. There was nothing he could do because the money had already been sent to the national treasury. Getting money back from his nephew would be extraordinarily difficult. A wastrel, not recognizing kin. It was purely business, causing him great distress. Paulette happened to pass by and, seeing Heston's murderous expression, hurried in to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. Henley, what's wrong? Take your time, don't get too anxious. Heston instantly felt wronged. Sister-in-law, tell me, this scoundrel didn't side with his father and gave all this money to the national treasury. Just look at how much. That's unbelievable. Paulette had originally intended to comfort him but realized this involved their own son. She quickly read the memorial herself. She also felt angry, thinking about so much money without even a share for his old mother. It was truly unfilial. Henley, once he returns, we should hang him up and give him a good beating. Not giving anything to his own mother. They quickly united against him. Without teaching him a lesson, he wouldn't learn respect for his parents. Far away in Songjiang Prefecture, Elwood shivered inexplicably, wondering why. What's strange? I'm in perfect health, yet I have this feeling. Unable to figure it out, he put it aside and focused on preparing to chase down pirates. Not only he but all the soldiers received substantial rewards, each getting at least 10 taels. This made them incredibly envious. How many chances were there to earn money without risk? It was like picking up money off the street. In just a few days, they filled their pockets. Who wouldn't want to go? Arianani soldiers eagerly volunteered for the sea voyage, seeing it as a golden opportunity. Zhongshan Arianarquis knew well the urgency, throwing himself wholeheartedly into the task. There was nothing else to say. It was straightforward and direct. No room for accidents, whether in strength or capability, everything must be at its best. True strength revealed itself in action, where capability met real challenges. Soon they set sail again, on a larger scale this time, with 3 supply ships and 10 large warships added. The second batch of warships had completed construction, with several already testing their cannons. Once the remaining warships were fully armed, the naval campaign would be complete. Zhongshan Arianarquis, this time we must be quick and fierce, completely destroying the enemy. Yes, your highness. I understand. Paul naturally agreed, determined to complete the prince's mission, come what may. They soon vanished into the vast ocean. At this moment on the northeastern coast, Dylan had received 1,000 large cannons. His eyes widened. They were indeed huge. So many such large cannons? Yes, these are from his Area Majesty to support you in intimidating the prairie. Good. I understand. Dylan immediately ordered them moved. With ample manpower, there was no need to worry. Quickly, 100 cannons were mounted on the city walls, with the rest as mobile artillery. Of course, building cities wasn't limited to just 1 or 2, but stretched along the grasslands all the way to the northeast, encompassing the entire northeastern plain. The artillery began setting up here accordingly. Typically, a city would have at least 20 to 30 cannons to intimidate the surrounding area. Naturally, larger cities would have even more. According to Dylan's estimate, using half of the cannons was more than enough. In the current situation, it was crucial to consolidate their territory, while other matters could be postponed. 10 cities sprang up out of nowhere, many fortified with numerous strongholds and substantial defensive capabilities. The remaining cannons formed mobile firepower, which was essential. Not long after, the Tuoyin tribe inadvertently discovered this scene and were greatly alarmed. "Chief, it's not good. The Ming Dynasty has set up cannons on the walls of each city, and the barrels are very large." Upon hearing this, Otto's expression changed immediately. Disbelieving, he went to check and found it was indeed true. Why? They couldn't understand why the Ming Dynasty would build cities and set up cannons here. From the look of things, it seemed they had no intention of giving up. "Chief, we don't know either." They were unaware that the significant harvest on the northeastern plain had convinced Dylan that everything the imperial advisor said was true. Even if there was only one harvest per year, it was sufficient. This news was promptly reported to Heston. After learning about it, Heston increased his investment, determined to fully occupy the northeastern plain. It was impossible not to make thorough defensive preparations. This was both inevitable and unavoidable. Regardless of circumstances, this place held promise, and its significance couldn't be underestimated. Everything about it was a mystery within mysteries. No matter how many events unfolded, they were indescribable and hard to criticize. Such a strategic point must not be overlooked. Any advantage for the Ming Dynasty must be contested. No opportunity could be missed. This was their duty and an unavoidable reality. Future responsibilities required thorough preparation. Everyone must do their part. Everything would ultimately be the result of well-prepared efforts. Chapter 100. The National Treasury exceeds 100 million taels of silver. Ajax is now very at ease, mainly dealing with the construction and acceptance of the Taoist temple. Indeed, after 2 years of effort, it is finally about to be completed, which naturally brings great joy. The first thing he does every day is to inspect the Taoist temple. If he has time, he goes to the morning court. If not, he doesn't go. This leaves Heston speechless. This guy is getting slicker by the day. But there's nothing that can be done. After all, who would have thought he said that Ajax could decide for himself whether to attend the morning court or not? Now, it's as simple as that. If he doesn't go, then so be it. Even Armin can't do anything about it. His family line restrains him inside and out, leaving him speechless. Because this year's revenue might be even higher, this makes him even more speechless. Court officials have received their new increased salaries, and they are all lively and very happy. This brings genuine joy. This fact cannot be denied. The real answer doesn't need any suspicion. If someone can achieve it, there's no need to deny it. His powerful ability is right there for everyone to see. Ah, what evil have I done? Now, Armand is troubled by this issue but has no solution. After all, even his sister doesn't agree. He isn't their biological son but a close nephew, one of only 2. This leaves Armand quite helpless. What can be done? Besides, he is the only descendant of his 3rd elder brother. You can't hit or scold him. No, there's no reason to hit or scold him because all the development of the Great Ming is managed by him. What more can be said? There's no need to say anything. In this world, there is nothing he cannot do, right? In that case, even less needs to be said. The effect is even better. Moreover, he is a high-ranking Taoist. What can Heston do but watch? Ah, each one of them is a rascal. None of them gives me a good face, truly. Heston can only lament and complain. Apart from that, he plants vegetables in his imperial garden. Clearly, life has returned to those ordinary days, living steadily and comfortably with his sister. National affairs, sorted out by the cabinet, are now clear and straightforward. There's no need to worry at all. The overall direction won't change. Everyone is very clear about the situation. The grasslands need intimidation, the maritime borders need stability, and the people need to live in peace. All these matters are proceeding systematically and smoothly, bringing the best outcome. All this effort continues moving forward, without a single trouble. Now that the official salaries have been raised, they don't need to cut back on expenses as much. If they perform well, they might get another raise. That's many officials' view, provided they can meet the conditions. As long as the Oliver sees it and no one objects, it will be steady. The key is that major incidents must not occur under their governance. Even cases involving human lives must be handled calmly, especially avoiding wrongful convictions, as this can affect the entire court. Now, with the secret police secretly investigating and retired guards watching, information can be obtained firsthand both from officials and civilians, keeping Heston informed. Your Area Majesty, the ethnic minorities in the southwest are causing trouble again. Oh why? Heston is also immensely troubled by this but cannot turn a blind eye, as it's impossible. Your Area Majesty, it seems that salt is cheaper in central China. We sell it more expensively to them, plus issues like riverbank maintenance. Hearing the minister's words, Heston couldn't help but ask curiously, what's the current price of salt? Hamza stepped forward and said, Your Area Majesty, according to statistics, it generally costs around 5 coins per pound, cheaper where it's closer, a bit more expensive farther away, but not too expensive, probably not exceeding 10 coins per pound. Heston asked immediately, all refined salt? Hamza nodded directly, all refined salt. Coarse salt has been phased out. Our Great Ming no longer sells coarse salt, and even if there is some, it wouldn't be much cheaper due to transportation costs. Heston nodded. Indeed, the transportation cost is hard to reduce. What's the price of salt in the southern frontier? Without hesitation, Hamza said, roughly 10 to 20 coins per pound. The roads there are extremely difficult to travel, and most importantly, they are unwilling to build better roads. Upon hearing this, Heston immediately understood. Inform a manual of this matter. He should know how to handle it. Building roads benefits the peace and stability of our entire country and helps all citizens, including various ethnic groups, live peacefully and happily. We hope they understand. We're not trying to conquer them but bring peace and happiness. Yes, Your Area Majesty, we will inform immediately. Arianarchus and others immediately wrote the approval documents, then handed them over to Heston for his review before sending them to Yunnan. Well, apart from this, how is the tree planting along both sides of the Yellow River going? Your Arian Majesty, we are working overtime on it. We believe that in a short while, we can try to improve the survival rate. Heston nodded after listening, understanding the difficulties involved. But he also knew they could not give up. If they succeeded before, they just needed to persist now. Oh, right. Where's the Oliver? Your Arian Majesty, the Oliver is currently inspecting the acceptance of the Taoist temple outside the city. It shouldn't take too long. Upon hearing this, Heston sighed with a helpless expression, really admitting defeat to this young man. All he does is go for inspections. Effort ultimately needs to be rewarded. All right, leave him alone. By the way, Minister Yang, since this summer harvest, how much silver has the National Treasury collected? Hamza stepped forward and replied, Your Arian Majesty, the total amount has reached 86 million taels. The other ministers were stunned upon hearing this. Oh, right, Your Arian Majesty. This does not include the spoils of war from the Jacob's expedition, 47 million taels. The total is 133 million taels. The National Treasury has never been so well funded, and it is expected to reach 200 million taels by the end of this year. Hearing Hamza's words, all the ministers couldn't help but catch their breaths. There was just too much, far too much. So much money, and the spoils from the Jacob's naval expedition were incredibly high. It was almost unbelievable that it came from just one voyage. No wonder the Oliver vigorously developed overseas ventures and constructed ships on a large scale. One could say that with so much money, more ships should indeed be built. It felt like mountains of gold and silver, which wasn't an exaggeration at all. Thinking about this, the ministers felt a burning desire within them, filled with anticipation, and eagerly wanted to join in on the business. Seeing this, Heston was taken aback, clearly startled himself. He hadn't realized that the Great Ming had accumulated so much wealth without his full awareness. Thanks to the Oliver's foresight, the Great Ming could rapidly enter the fast track of development. He understood the teacher's intentions now. It was all worth it, truly and completely worth it. Chapter 101. The Grand Aspiration of Road Construction. Now that the entire nation is focusing on road construction, the imperial court cannot stand idly by. We should naturally increase our efforts. Minister Yang, how much more investment do you think is appropriate? Emperor Heston immediately asked Hamza. After listening, Hamza said, Your Arian Majesty, as Arianaster Glacier has mentioned, road construction has no end. Once the main roads are completed, we should construct mountain paths and minor roads to connect every path. Ultimately, even those residing in remote valleys must have access to a road. Therefore, Your Arian Majesty, it's not about how much but rather about continuous investment until no village remains isolated. Only then will we achieve a unified Ming realm where no village is cut off from the rest of the world. Such a grand aspiration seemed unbelievable, yet it was gradually becoming a reality. By the way, Your Arian Majesty, previously when constructing dangerous roads, due to inadequate funds, the tasks were subcontracted to local wealthy merchants. Now, with sufficient funds, there's no need for such subcontracting. All road projects can be handled directly by the imperial court. This statement reflected the newfound confidence from increased financial stability, making the plan more feasible and ambitious. Emperor Heston nodded in agreement. Previously, it was out of necessity, but now, with ample funds, he didn't need merchants to undertake these projects anymore. After all, these funds belong to the state. Very well, let's leave past actions as they are. From today onward, no one else shall undertake the construction of major highways or similar large-scale projects. All such endeavors will be managed solely by the imperial court. Your Arian Majesty's wisdom is indeed profound. Heston couldn't help but feel elated. This move allowed him to formally reclaim control over road construction rights. It was known that previously, a 10-year toll fee exemption could be granted without paying taxes, essentially reaping substantial profits. Heston understood this, but it was out of necessity at the time. Last year, he considered changing this policy but lacked the financial means. Now that funds were abundant, he was determined not to miss this opportunity. All these decisions had been openly made, and any issues would naturally fade away with time. Having resolved this matter, future concerns wouldn't arise. Although some concessions were given for 10 years of toll collection rights, it was still manageable. Besides, the previous edicts couldn't be easily revoked, so the current suggestion from ministers provided an excellent opportunity to rectify the situation and alleviate his concerns. Soon, the imperial decree was dispatched throughout the Ming Empire, ensuring everyone was aware of the new policy. When Yuanzhang Emmanuel received Emperor Heston's instructions, he immediately understood the emperor's intentions. Indeed, improving the lives of southwestern ethnic minorities was a priority, which posed no problem. Go and invite the chieftains. Yes, General. The chieftains soon received Emmanuel's invitation and responded positively, recognizing his capabilities. Pay respects to General Mu. Please, chieftains, there's no need for formalities. I've invited you here because Iwan has acknowledged your grievances and offered several solutions regarding salt distribution. I hope this can address the issue. Upon hearing this, the chieftains were greatly pleased and quickly inquired, what are the solutions? Emmanuel explained, it's quite simple. One solution is to purchase salt from the city yourselves, where prices are reasonable, ensuring fair access to salt. The chieftains frowned slightly. While it wasn't impossible, the journey was perilous and impractical for them to travel to the city just for salt. Can the salt not be delivered to our settlements? Facing this question, Emmanuel replied with a sigh, you're aware of the difficulty in traversing mountain paths. Such deliveries require considerable resources, don't they? The chieftains remained silent. Everyone needed money and preferred safer routes. If something went wrong, both lives and resources would be lost. Well, General, what other solutions do you propose? Emmanuel directly stated, it's straightforward, road construction. Building a proper road will ease transportation, reducing costs. Rest assured, this will be undertaken by the imperial court without costing you anything. What do you think? Hearing this, the chieftains engaged in hushed discussions again. This solution appeared optimal. They faced significant inconvenience accessing their destinations, but they feared hidden intentions from the Ming court. Arianity people had never returned after setting out on these treacherous paths, often falling to their deaths or drowning in rivers. General Mu, these mountain paths are notoriously dangerous. Is the Ming court truly willing to help us build roads? Emmanuel sternly responded, yes, it's by the emperor's own decree. Regardless of the difficulties, the aim is to ensure no village, even in remote valleys, remains isolated. Hearing Emmanuel's firm resolve, the chieftains finally grasped the gravity and sincerity of the matter. The crowd once again began to murmur among themselves. This was a significant matter that required careful deliberation. Emmanuel continued, we can even build bridges for you. I understand it's not just the roads that are difficult. The waters are also treacherous. Therefore, we can also construct bridges for you. The Ming Dynasty has always been benevolent to all of you, and I believe everyone can feel this. The chieftains fell silent before asking, does the Ming court truly wish to govern us? Emmanuel was unaware and could only shake his head. I haven't heard any such news yet, but my intuition tells me they won't give up, as this vast territory belongs to the Ming. This is something none of you would deny. It was impossible to deny, so they could only remain silent. As for other possibilities, only His Arianegesty can make that decision. I am merely here to convey his message, and I know nothing else. Emmanuel expressed his conjecture, but it was clear that this trend was gradually influencing the southwestern region. If they did not agree, they would have to continue buying salt at high prices, which was inevitable. Who would be willing to risk their life to go to such dangerous places? Even their own clansmen lived in constant fear when going out, let alone Han people. General Mu, could you allow us some time to discuss among ourselves? Emmanuel nodded directly, certainly, the final decision is yours. After all, His Arianegesty's goodwill is aimed at bringing peace and safety to all, allowing everyone to walk on safe roads and cross rivers without living in constant fear. Please take your time. These words had already touched upon their concerns, but it was impossible to make a decision immediately, so they could only return and deliberate further. No matter what, the current situation required careful handling. Acting rashly because of the present dangers could lead to catastrophic consequences. It was a perilous reality. After all, everyone hopes to live in peace. Who would be willing to risk their lives for trade? Chapter 102. The Taoist Temple Completion and Heston's Visit. The world of the Great Ming could not lack momentum. It must be committed wholeheartedly. Not long after, Emmanuel met the southwestern chieftains once again, each with a grave expression. How are all of you? The chieftains finally nodded. Fine, we agree. However, the Great Ming must guarantee not to arbitrarily occupy our lands. Otherwise, we will never agree. Relieved, Emmanuel replied with a smile. Of course not. I've just received the Emperor's decree. His Arianegesty understands your concerns, and will inform all of you immediately after consultations with the ministers. The chieftains hurriedly nodded happily. Good, we'll wait. The road construction can start first. Following their agreement with Emmanuel, the long-awaited Ming road construction teams set out right away. Emmanuel promptly reported this matter. In front of the newly completed Taoist temple in Yingtianfu, Ajax was elated, thinking about moving in soon. This would be his ideal home. All the facilities were state-of-the-art, making him feel as if he had returned to modern times. Great, very good. Hearing this praise, the workers who built the temple were delighted. After 2 years of effort, they had finally finished the project. Heston heard the news and naturally rushed over. He originally intended to discuss some matters, but was momentarily distracted by the magnificent sight of the new temple. Camden, is this the temple you supervised the construction of? Yes, Davidson. How does it look? Not bad, right? Ajax flicked the cloth in his hand, his face beaming with joy. Heston nodded. It looks fine. But how is the interior? Smiling, Ajax replied, come on, Davidson. Let me show you around. Upon entering the main hall, the statues of the 3 pure ones were already in place, though still covered by yellow cloths. They would be revealed during the official opening ceremony. Other decorations were merely for show. Davidson, this way please. Heston couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur and impressive scale of the place. They quickly arrived at the backyard, where various facilities were displayed first. An array of bamboo pipes forming a semi-automated water system demonstrated high efficiency, piquing Heston's curiosity even more. So, he reached out to wash his hands, following Ajax's instructions to pull the string attached to the bamboo pipe, which then released water from the pipe. This left Heston astounded. Excellent, truly excellent. What is this? Ajax pointed towards the toilet area made with cement slabs to better isolate odors. Davidson, this is a latrine. You see, it automatically flushes with water, keeping it clean and hygienic. After demonstrating its functionality, Heston was even more surprised, seeing an automatic flushing toilet for the first time. Fantastic, amazing, so clever. This way, isn't it much more comfortable? Yes, there's also an underground sewer system directing all waste to a pit 100 meters away, allowing for centralized disposal, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. Heston couldn't help but envy such ingenuity, especially considering the effectiveness. Speaking of which, Ajax had previously mentioned expanding the palace once these innovations were complete. Could it be because of these conveniences? Camden, you said something earlier? Ajax nodded directly. Yes, that's what I meant. If Davidson needs it, you can use it. We initially used bamboo pipes, but now with cement pipes available, they're safer and more convenient. Heston agreed, noting that cement was fire-resistant, unlike bamboo. Alright, since that's the case, we can't wait. What do you think? Ajax immediately responded. For the design of the Imperial Palace, Davidson should find someone else to handle it as I'm unfamiliar with it. These devices can certainly be used. Also, the temple has underfloor heating, ensuring warmth during winter without needing coal stoves. Doubtfully, Heston asked, is that really true? Ajax laughed. Why don't you prepare the design for expanding the palace now and construct it next year? By then, you'll experience the temple's underfloor heating and understand its benefits. Heston thought it over. It was still early, yet winter wasn't far off, maybe 1 or 2 months away. It wouldn't hurt to wait until next year. Agreed. Let's follow your plan and give it a try. He looked forward to experiencing these innovations, hoping they could improve things significantly. He wouldn't want to miss out on such comforts, which would indeed be a pity. Such benefits naturally didn't require further questioning, and good things were certainly worth rejoicing over. After touring the Taoist temple back and forth, both of them wore satisfied expressions, clearly very happy. On the mountaintop, a majestic Taoist temple rose up from the ground, causing immense joy. By the way, I almost forgot some matters. Heston suddenly thought of something, slapping his forehead. He really needed to prioritize better. After hearing this, Ajax hurriedly said, Davidson, come, sit down and talk. Inside the temple, most of the seating was made up of futon, cushions, all using the best materials, of course. Heston did not mind and sat down on the cushion with Ajax. Camden, Emmanuel says the southwestern chieftains are willing to build roads and bridges, but they're afraid our great Ming will invade their lands. After listening, Ajax smiled and said, that's what everyone thinks. But among us Han people, there aren't many who have such thoughts unless it's about plundering, as there is simply less fertile land in the mountains compared to the plains. Heston nodded in agreement. Indeed, but they are who they are. It's natural for them to think this way, and there's nothing wrong with that. The key issue now is this. They fear we'll send officials to rule over their homeland. Ajax nodded. No one needed to guess that much, but the Great Ming had its principles and could not overlook these concerns. Davidson, if so, let them govern their own homeland. Although the Great Ming isn't rich enough for everyone yet, we don't need to be so calculating, right? Heston understood. He had been thinking along these lines too. He hoped everything could settle down peacefully. Letting them govern their own homeland would be fine, and the Great Ming wouldn't interfere, but they still had to pay taxes. After all, this was the Great Ming's land, and they naturally couldn't exempt them from paying taxes. I've also been thinking this, but I'm unsure how to proceed, as this matter is indeed troublesome. I believe you've noticed how difficult it is to communicate effectively. The chieftain's concerns were actually quite reasonable. Chapter 103, Policy Toward Ethnic Minorities. Ajax then said, to foster mutual understanding and empathy, academic examinations can be an excellent method. Davidson, perhaps you could issue an edict to the various chieftains explaining the benefits of these exams. Of course, if they pass, they could serve as officials anywhere in the Ming Empire. Or even have capable ones join the imperial court and attend daily morning councils. After hearing this, Heston nodded thoughtfully and said, this is indeed a good approach. However, it's hard to predict its outcome without trying. Indeed, Ajax agreed. Only by participating in these exams will they realize that the Ming Empire treats all people equally. As long as they are citizens of the Ming, whether Han or Miao or from the grasslands, anyone willing can participate. Our empire embraces all. Ajax spoke with conviction, working for the future of the Ming. This was not a small matter. It required significant efforts and a smooth transition. Regardless, compromises must now be made as any mishap could lead to serious consequences. Davidson, once they accept our intentions behind these exams, it can open doors for ethnic harmony. By then, all tribes will recognize our sincerity. However, leniency should be shown, except in cases of capital crimes or treason. Heston questioned, why is that? Ajax smiled wryly and explained, Han people dominate, while their numbers are relatively small. When appropriate, we must be inclusive. Don't forget, intermarriages between tribes are possible. Eventually, cultural integration will occur naturally. Davidson, besides, we need to give them incentives. How else will they let down their guard and embrace Han culture? While they may retain their customs, which we respect, at least they'll understand ours better. Although some might cheat or behave poorly, this isn't unique to any race. Showing leniency can ensure their psychological well-being. Heston pondered, realizing the truth in Ajax's words. The Han population far outnumbered all the ethnic minorities in the Ming. This approach seems direct, almost too blunt. Ajax chuckled, Davidson, Nanzhao is vast. It may seem insignificant compared to the whole of Ming, but each village there represents a distinct ethnic group. I believe you wouldn't object to reaching out to them. With our support, how far can this go? Heston paused, then responded, you clever rascal. These issues indeed persist over time. Your idea is quite insightful and effective. Laughing heartily, Heston acknowledged the solution would indeed resolve many problems and enhance safety. Very well, excellent indeed. We'll proceed accordingly with nothing to worry about. You're right, Davidson. Despite the size of our empire, we face numerous challenges and external threats. While we'll implement strategies later, we can't afford disruptions now. The potential consequences don't need elaboration. The priority now is stability and unity. Focusing on the economy will set us on the right path. Moreover, Davidson, they could potentially become valuable assets. After all, population dictates the rise and fall of nations. More often than not, additional manpower means more assistance. Heston found this logical, envisioning a positive outcome. The Ming's future remains uncertain, but preparation is essential. A combination of kindness and authority can be achieved. If conflict arises, these ethnic minorities might not act against us. Worse yet, they might even support us. Camden, your reasoning is sound. This aspect has never been considered. Perhaps it's due to their small numbers influencing our perspective. Ajax waved his duster and replied, Davidson, the future is unpredictable. Treating others kindly is always better than hostility. Even those in remote areas can receive special treatment if they wish to take part in the exams. For instance, if none of the 10 qualify, we could select the top 3 and provide them with further education until they can embrace new ideas. This way, it becomes much simpler. Day by day, as they start reading our Han books, their hearts will gradually align with ours. Culture is intangible, and its influence is also invisible. Who wouldn't want a better life? This resonated deeply with Heston. Indeed, wouldn't this mean allocating some of our Han people's resources? Could this cause displeasure among the Han? Davidson, we have such a large Han population. If we can't match a few ethnic minorities, that would be laughable. We can stipulate that in case of equal scores, they can both be admitted. An extra person doesn't matter. Since the ethnic minorities are already few, it doesn't make much difference. However, if a Han person scores lower than them, they should just give up. It's a matter of saving face. Ajax was stating the truth. After years of exposure to Han literature, Han people held a significant advantage. If they couldn't outperform the ethnic minority scholars, they must have been studying the wrong things. No one would care about them. Heston couldn't help but laugh. It indeed made sense and was well handled. This method worked better. This approach is quite good and very feasible. As for the remaining matters, I know how to handle them. Look over it now and address any issues that need improvement. Of course, this will be my future living place, so naturally, I want the best. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's just me. Recruiting more Taoists is a bit challenging. After all, he had become a Taoist midway through life. Who would pay attention to him? It was a complicated reality. Heston understood his concerns after hearing this. However, there wasn't much they could do. They could only take it one step at a time. Hopefully, nothing major would happen. Keeping it simple would be the best outcome. Chapter 104. The Southwest surrenders. After Heston returned to the palace, he summoned the cabinet ministers and informed them of this matter. Aryonarchus was taken aback. He never expected that the state preceptor could foresee things so clearly and think ahead for many issues. It truly was amazing, befitting of a state preceptor. It seemed that his understanding of the state preceptor still needed to deepen. What he had seen now was just part of what the state preceptor had thought about. As for other matters, it was really hard to say. Your Majesty, the state preceptor's words make sense. In this way, we can unite all the forces within the Great Ming, thus stabilizing the peace of the Great Ming. Indeed it is so. I believe that as the Great Ming develops, more ethnic minorities will be attracted to integrate into the Great Ming. Thus, integrating with them will become easier, wouldn't it? This fact couldn't be doubted anymore. It was inevitable and undeniable. Once successful, it would greatly promote the future of the Great Ming, which should not be overlooked. Very good. Since everyone agrees, let's implement it accordingly. At the same time, pay attention to the conflicts between Han people and them. Local authorities should handle minor incidents quickly unless they involve loss of life. Now I believe they won't betray us anymore. Heston's words were very clear. If they betrayed the country, they would no longer exist, and it would not be tolerated. Aryonarchus and others nodded in agreement, praising the decision. This was beneficial for all ethnic groups in the Great Ming and would help unify them. Well, since that's the case, we don't want any treacherous Han people to affect the future of the Great Ming. We must establish a principle that anyone found guilty among the Han will be treated equally. He didn't wish to see this situation but needed to set laws to standardize things and ensure security. Aryanity people understood this clearly. With this clarity, their hearts could finally be at ease. Your Majesty is wise. Aryonarchus and others praised him enthusiastically. Indeed, this required their efforts. Otherwise, various conflicts could arise, leading to destruction of a harmonious situation that no one wanted to see. Soon, Emmanuel's words sent shockwaves through the chieftains. Although they knew education wasn't easy, they had no opportunities before. Now, the great Ming Emperor was giving them a chance. If they missed it, there would be no hope. Moreover, the Emperor has stated that those who pass exams from your regions can govern locally. Even if they perform below Han candidates, 3 of you can still be selected, provided they can read and write. Otherwise, it would be a laughingstock. All the chieftains present understood this point well. Having someone who couldn't read or write as an official would lead to ignorance of court orders, causing serious trouble. Therefore, learning to read and write was the first step. General Mu, we understand, thank you. Thank you. Emmanuel smiled and shook his head. No need to thank me. I should be happy instead. No more battles. Once a battle starts, regardless of victory or defeat, casualties are inevitable. The chieftains, each being shrewd individuals, understood the gravity of the situation. Although they had come to an agreement now, it was not the case previously, and they had been harboring anxiety. After all, the Han army was too strong and numerous. They could never match up. By the way, His Majesty asked me to convey this message. Anyone who commits crimes will be punished according to the laws of the Great Ming, regardless of their origin. However, as members of the Great Ming, due to various reasons, His Majesty can offer leniency for the first time, except in cases involving manslaughter or treason. Upon hearing this, all the chieftains present couldn't help but feel relieved and grateful. This was the Great Ming Emperor's grace towards them, yet they knew they must not cross the line, or else nothing could save them. All the chieftains sincerely knelt down this time. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! May His Majesty live 10,000 years. Muying observed this and inwardly felt that the mission was accomplished. In this way, the region could be better governed. Please rise, everyone. Once the roads are built and bridges erected, safe passage will be ensured. Also, it would be best to prepare some elementary schools in your villages for education. Once they reach county-level schooling, they will need to study in the city. What do you think? The chieftains naturally agreed with these arrangements and nodded collectively. Yes, General Mu. Muying solemnly said, very well, but you must also discern people's character. While most Han people are friendly, some may deceive or evade responsibilities. You'll need to identify these yourselves as I cannot help in this regard. This was a warning to them not to be deceived. If anything went wrong, unless caught red-handed or with solid evidence, it would be hard to prosecute. The chieftains all understood this point. Who didn't have such issues? Even within their own tribes, there were problems. However, while the Great Ming showed leniency, it wasn't absolute, and this needed to be clear. Thank you, General Mu. We will remember this and warn our clans not to violate the Great Ming laws. Otherwise, we won't be able to intervene either, and matters will be handled according to the Great Ming laws. After all, this was what had been agreed upon. They valued their reputation. Otherwise, everyone would regret it. How could they carry out their duties and earn trust if things weren't handled prudently? Chapter 105. The Jacob Franklin. After receiving Emmanuel's memorial, Heston couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Previously, the instability in the southwestern region had been a constant source of worry. Fortunately, it was finally stabilized at this moment. As for other matters, there wasn't much to be overly concerned about since the Ming Dynasty was now firmly established. It's good that things have settled down. My nephew's suggestion truly was excellent. Actually, the solution was quite straightforward. People just wanted to live and live better. With the court investing resources in infrastructure development, such as road and bridge construction, opposition naturally diminished. Besides, the overall situation had already stabilized, leaving them unable to cause much trouble. Moreover, by offering some concessions, the Ming Dynasty made moves beneficial to these regions, all within regulations. This turned out to be a positive development. Thus, the southwestern region gradually became stable, with busy construction activities underway. Interestingly, initially, the local ethnic minorities didn't pay much attention. However, as the roads were built in perilous terrains without abandonment, whether through mountain cutting or bridge building, they grew increasingly respectful, persisting without giving up. This steadfastness earned their admiration, instilling even more anticipation. What remarkable perseverance, truly unexpected. Indeed, even we who are used to these places find them dangerous, yet they pushed forward, which is simply unbelievable. Such a determined attitude naturally won their hearts and respect. Arianani people began to actively assist, mainly carrying stones and leveling the ground. Subsequently, concrete would arrive to pave the roads. Han Chinese workers gradually started communicating with them, exchanging goods and trading items, which was common practice. Thus, exchanges between different ethnic groups began from here. All these developments required a considerable amount of time. Road construction was no simple task, especially with bridges over large rivers posing another challenge. However, steady progress could handle all these difficulties well. An era of mutual understanding and deepening connections gradually dawned. Moreover, the Ming Dynasty allowed their descendants to participate in the imperial examinations, serving as a clear indication of goodwill. Consequently, scholars gradually increased, realizing that only by venturing out could one broaden their horizons. Emmanuel knew all these details and often recorded them in memorials to reassure the emperor. Heston often read these memorials and was naturally pleased. Sister, you see, Emmanuel has done a fine job, genuinely commendable. I understand. You appreciate talent, and this is very good. By the way, Ariv will return this year. Yes, he will. This time, he has demonstrated his prowess on the seas, unmatched in every respect. Speaking of this, Heston felt proud and increasingly spirited. He differed from other emperors who feared their children becoming too capable. He had none of those concerns. If someone had the ability, even seizing power wouldn't be an issue. Now, he deeply admired his eldest son, Elwood. Previously, Elwood was somewhat refined and scholarly, not fully favored, yet still beloved. Now, having matured into a warrior, Heston was incredibly delighted. With repeated experiences, Elwood would undoubtedly become more outstanding. Heston believed this strongly. Only strong confidence could lead to a better future, and none of this should be underestimated. It was impossible to accept otherwise. Heston firmly believed in this outcome. Currently, Elwood was the ideal candidate, a source of joy for Heston. You seem so happy. I've heard that this sea expedition went far. Yes, indeed far, primarily targeting Ijo Island. The Fuzhou and Xuanzhou areas are now safe, and many displaced residents have returned, willing to go back home. Heston couldn't help but sigh, putting down the memorial and looking towards the southeastern island of Ijo. That natural island served as an excellent maritime stronghold for the Ming Dynasty. Of course, relocating citizens was essential. Thus, many impoverished people moved there, granted free land, though prohibited from selling it. Under the current system, all land belonged to the court, prohibiting private sales but allowing transactions outside court-regulated quotas. Each citizen received a designated amount of land, which couldn't be traded. Excess land could be held but required registration with the court. Although taxes on excess land were higher, they weren't exorbitantly so compared to before. The Great Ming Code became increasingly standardized, and naturally, fewer people were trying to exploit loopholes. The current Great Ming was stable. The year Hongwu 6 would soon pass. The magnitude of changes in these few years was such that even Heston could hardly believe it. This was truly the Great Ming. The opportunities before a prosperous era offered significant hopes, thus demanding prudence. While it was unknown where the future of Great Ming was headed, it wasn't difficult to foresee the potential and experience genuine strength without interfering with anything. Any deviation would be relentlessly pursued by destiny. Let's take a walk here, patiently wait, and believe our sons will return soon. Yes, it's good. Life is getting better now. Plus, our first grandson has been born smoothly. That's right. How can we not cherish our first grandson? We are really delighted. He's so adorable. Thinking of his grandson, Heston couldn't help but smile broadly, eagerly anticipating more. However, let children fend for themselves as they may find their own blessings. Now, he hoped each of them would grow into talents. That would be the best outcome. Come on, let's go see our grandson. It feels like we haven't seen him in a long time. You want to see him yesterday? All right, let's go. I want to see my grandson too. Thus, the two of them rushed to the Eastern Palace, snatching up their grandson without a word, leaving the Jacob consort helpless yet delighted by the doting grandparents. Their son was also overjoyed. So cute. You should grow up quickly and be healthy. Henley, don't say random things. Don't worry. There won't be any problems. That's right. Ideally nothing would go wrong at all. They bickered, unwilling to let go, until Franklin burst into tears. This caused Paulette to roll her eyes, hurriedly taking the baby back and soothing him until he fell asleep, then handing him back to the Jacob consort for care. Chapter 106. The Jacob consort's favor and tree planting for soil conservation. Heston felt helpless. Not knowing how to soothe a child, he could only walk away with discontent. Well, my dear daughter-in-law, take good care of yourself. By the way, have you taken all the medicine prescribed by Arianaster Glacier? Your Arian Majesty, I have taken all the medicine. Now my body is in much better condition. The Jacob consort had previously been frail, so Paulette asked Ajax to adjust her health. It was now visibly improved. Even after childbirth, she was not as weakened as before. Good, very good indeed. Your health being well is what matters most. Paulette was quite delighted and pleased with this daughter-in-law, naturally finding less fault with her. Heston, hearing this, also felt relieved. This was good enough. Everything else didn't matter as long as everything remained stable. Daughter-in-law, rest assured and take good care of yourself. Au revoir will return soon. Worry not. Yes, your Area Majesty, I understand. While consoling each other, they spoke about any needs or requests, Paulette being especially fond of this grandson. This was the eldest legitimate grandson, the heir apparent to the throne, the future best successor. You should rest well first. Paulette pulled Heston away. Clearly, he was reluctant to leave his grandson. Sister, couldn't we just let me spend more time with our grandson? Heston displayed a bit of a temper, but Paulette did not indulge him. There's plenty of time in the future, don't worry. Now the baby needs rest, don't disturb him. Reluctantly, Heston was led away, hoping to visit again when possible. The Jacob consort watched, feeling helpless yet inwardly happier. Holding her son, her joy grew even more profound. After Ajax's adjustments, her health had significantly improved, thus avoiding premature death. His arrival was clearly destined to change some fates. Being the greatest anomaly, he would not hesitate to make changes. At present, Ajax was immersed in the joy of completing the Taoist temple. Once the auspicious day arrived, he would officially open and move into the temple. Though there were few people, it was sufficient. This was his place for cultivation, requiring no outsiders. Once his spirit-gathering array was activated, its effects would be even more evident. For now, it wasn't turned on as the temple hadn't officially opened yet. Venerable Arianaster Glacier, tree planting along the Yellow River has been ongoing for over half a year, but the survival rate is quite low. Hearing Hamza's words, Ajax snapped back and replied, I know what you've been doing. Your understanding is somewhat off. Although it's along the banks of the Yellow River, it doesn't mean right at the riverbank, but nearby. Understand? Hamza fell silent upon hearing this. Ajax stood up and pointed to the sand table. Trees need to be planted here, and in these areas. Once these areas stabilize, large tracts of land will naturally follow suit, gradually expanding outward. Isn't that simpler? Listening and observing, Hamza finally grasped Arianaster Glacier's meaning. It was a misdirection. Arianaster Glacier, they misunderstood because previously you instructed trees to be planted on the levees, hence their actions. Ajax smacked his forehead in exasperation. Can the levees compare to the banks of the Yellow River? Some areas are incredibly steep, making it difficult to plant and risky. They're not thinking clearly. Nothing can be blindly copied without considering local conditions. Hamza's confusion instantly cleared. He realized their biggest mistake was not adapting to the local situation but mindlessly following instructions. Arianaster Glacier, your lesson is well taken. I will remember this never to happen again. Very well. Remember this, nothing should be done blindly. Adapt based on the local reality. Only by combining practice with reality can one achieve results. Otherwise, anything impractical and unaligned with the natural state of the region won't work. Knowing this now, there was no reason for embarrassment. As long as he understood, that was all that mattered. Yes, Arianaster Glacier. I'll keep it in mind. Go on then. It may be too late this year, but next year pay attention. Don't repeat such foolishness. Plant where feasible and gradually expand outwards. It will improve soil quality and increase the survival rate of trees. Such direct guidance left little room for mistakes. After all, money was involved. Hamza nodded and hurried to prepare, ensuring no further mishaps. After watching him leave, Ajax glanced at his merit points. Though the increase was significant, it was already satisfactory. To date, he had accumulated over 1 million merit points, uncertain of the outcome this time. His own realm was merely at the mid-golden core stage. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to enhance his major realm this year. He didn't know if he could advance 1 or 2 minor stages. Nowadays, using spirit pills was increasingly expensive in terms of merit points, and it would become more costly in the future. Though he took them daily, they weren't as potent as before. Clearly, the further he progressed, the same effects required more resources to achieve. In reality, his speed had been incredibly fast, and he was already an extraordinary existence. Not daring to slack off for a day, he naturally persisted every day. But the higher the realm, the more incalculable the resources needed. It might require even more in the future. Currently, as long as he had enough merit points, there shouldn't be any problems. He believed this should not be an issue. With more effort next year, he might break through to a major realm. He wasn't sure what rewards this year would bring, but he felt a vague anticipation. He had worked diligently to benefit the people. Surely he wouldn't be let down. Whether it was the people or the environment of the Ming Dynasty, everything was gradually stabilizing under his influence. Even with the impending Little Ice Age, no major issues would arise now, because the path of the Ming Dynasty extended beyond its homeland, pioneering overseas territories. This was the greatest advantage. As long as they persisted, there would be more opportunities to gain. Their future was naturally brighter, which was good news. He believed the future benefits would become increasingly apparent. Effort requires no doubt. It's also a mental support, something that cannot be taken lightly. Ajax hoped the Ming Dynasty would work harder. Now, it was only a small part of what needed to be done. There was much more ahead. It wouldn't be easy. To remain at the peak of the world, one had to maintain their efforts and prevent oneself from falling. Any misstep could invite lurking wolves. Whether they could withstand such attacks would depend on their own abilities. All he could do was hope for a better Ming Dynasty. Chapter 107. Occupation of Ezhou, 2 Arianity War Trophies. On the sea, the great Ming warships sailed slowly, having arrived before a large island. Your Highness, this is Ezhou. Those pirates have all been driven away, and there are still some civilians from the previous dynasty who fled here. Paul looked at the large island before him, sighing with emotion, never expecting to reach this place in his lifetime. Rock nodded after hearing this, then said, have someone clean up again and search for those who fled here initially. It shouldn't be too long ago. They shouldn't have forgotten. Paul nodded and immediately gave orders for thousands of soldiers to land on the island. While they were organizing ship supplies, they awaited news from these soldiers. It's really warm here, not cold at all. That's right, Your Highness. The climate here is mild and hot all year round. Also, food is available year-round, with 3 harvests per year. Great place, truly a wonderful place. Rock nodded, then gazed at this natural harbor and said, upon our return, we should order the construction of a shipyard here. It would be more convenient. Indeed, once the shipyard is established here, the island will flourish even more, becoming a stronghold protecting the Ming Dynasty. It's really very convenient. This is true. The journey from Chuanzhou here should be pretty close. Your Highness's meaning? To build another shipyard near Fuzhou and Chuanzhou. This way, it would be more convenient. Yes, Your Highness is right. Thinking about it, it was necessary and an excellent port for entry and exit, a good idea indeed. All of this must be recorded so that it can better serve its purpose. Also, prepare to leave some troops here along with artillery. It shouldn't be a big problem. I understand your meaning, Your Highness. I'll make immediate arrangements. Soon they began constructing defensive works, including cannons and other weapons, naturally not making them fight with cold weapons. Before long, many of the exploring soldiers returned, bringing several island residents with them. Humble citizens greet the Jacob. When did you come here? In reply to the Jacob, our grandparents came here, and we've lived here for 30 to 40 years. Rock nodded and said, very well. Since that's the case, I'll allow you to choose your own officials, but if they don't perform well, I'll send officials from the mainland to manage you. How does that sound? Hearing this, these people immediately shouted, Jacob is wise. We humble citizens are willing to submit to the Ming Dynasty and will surely manage well, not disappointing the Jacob. Good. For now, I trust you, but if problems arise next time I visit, don't blame me. Over these days, Rock had learned to make decisive decisions. Yes, Jacob. Except for the genuine indigenous people, most of the others were from the previous dynasty era. There were now nearly 10,000 people, which made Rock extremely pleased. Under his command, several towns were quickly established, covering the east, west, south, and north of Ezhou. The area also connected directly to Fuzhou and Chuanzhou, which required development without delay. This advantage indeed brought joy. These were all good things, a testament to effort and thought. No matter how much needed to be done, as long as one had sufficient ability, there was no need to worry too much. Moreover, the Ming Dynasty was now so powerful and would become even stronger in the future. Leave 2 squads behind. The rest return with me to the Ming Dynasty. Rock thought carefully and decided caution was best, believing that soon, this place would become a crucial point of the Ming Dynasty. Yes, Your Highness. Hall clearly understood His Highness's intentions. Besides, the Ming Dynasty's current shipbuilding speed was rapid. Whether in Haizhou or Mingzhou, shipyards launched warships constantly, leaving no room for falling behind. Thus, he wasn't worried and felt immense satisfaction. Soon, carrying gifts from the Ezhou people, they returned to Songjiang Prefecture in the Ming Dynasty. This time out, their achievements remained outstanding, having wiped out over a dozen pirate-infested islands. Why so many? Naturally, because the pirates assumed the Ming wouldn't easily come out and considered the distance insurmountable. Little did they know the power of the Ming warships had grown terrifying, and there were far more ships. They left no choice but complete obliteration. The loot collected was countless. Fortunately, they had plenty of supply ships, plus a significant amount of medicinal pills used, perfect for storing war trophies. Roughly estimated, the gains amounted to at least hundreds of millions of taels. Rock didn't hesitate, taking 10% as rewards for the soldiers, distributing them immediately. Each unit received 1 million taels, which was very fair. This made many of the soldiers extremely envious. It was a huge sum of money, more than they could have imagined. Little did they know that this wealth had been accumulated by the pirates over time. Unfortunately, it couldn't be spent and thus fell into their hands. One might say the pirates were foolish, yet they weren't, as there was truly no other way. They had no choice but to face an inevitable transformation. These were minor issues. As long as things were handled well, everything would be fine. They are indeed dripping with wealth, but sadly, all of it comes from unjust gains. Indeed, who knows how many lives were lost for them to accumulate such wealth. They got what they deserved. Once we return, it will be difficult to come out again. Elwood had grown fond of the present days. The vastness of the sea broadened his horizons. Although the Ming Dynasty was large, it couldn't compare to the vastness of the world, a fact he could easily imagine. These were all predictable realities. Ultimately, they had to face the reality of improving the Ming Dynasty's future. They firmly believed the Ming would only get better. Hall couldn't help but understand his intentions. As long as His Area Majesty agreed, there wouldn't be a problem. If not, further discussion would be futile. But if the Imperial Preceptor were to intercede, perhaps there would be a solution. These unforeseen circumstances were minor issues. The current situation, though challenging, had become a matter of realization. There was no alternative. Of course, it required considerable skill. Your Highness, perhaps we should seek the Imperial Preceptor's assistance. Arianape, he can persuade them. Elwood found this suggestion quite reasonable. It seemed like a good idea. Right, what about the gifts this time? Select some unique ones and give them to my cousin, asking him to help us. It might work. With this thought in mind, Elwood quickly went to find suitable gifts. Unfamiliar items would be better, making it easier to gain support. Since they were cousins, refusing help would be unreasonable. Chapter 108. After dinner talk and Anissa's concerns. On the northeast plain, the relocated people now live with peace of mind. Not only are there cities, but also cannons to protect them, ensuring a secure life. Although winters here are harsh, coal stoves have made every household feel warm and worry-free. Coupled with the affordability of honeycomb coal briquettes and no taxes for several years, everyone has money in their pockets and doesn't hesitate to buy fuel. Thus, family life is comfortable and stress-free. They've heard that grain taxes in central China have dropped significantly, and even the poll tax has been abolished. Taxes are paid once, and there are no exorbitant levies. It feels like an ideal life. This life is really good. It's just a bit too cold to go out. True, who wants to go out now? We have food and drink, and it's best to rest well. By the way, didn't you all go hunting a few days ago? Yes, but it was dangerous. Fortunately, we met patrolling soldiers, or we might not have returned. At this point, the man's face showed shock, as if still in disbelief. What happened exactly? We encountered some fierce wolves. If it weren't for the arriving patrol team, we would have lost our lives. This is truly unlucky. Be careful from now on, and don't go hunting easily. There's enough food now. The cold and boredom made us seek adventure while the weather was clear, but we almost lost our lives. The speaker's expression turned grim. These were undeniable facts that required caution. As for other matters, they relied on fate. Speaking of which, I heard that villagers nearby also went hunting, and some had bad luck, encountering wolf packs. Several died before the patrol team arrived to save them. It was really terrible. It was normal for people to chat after meals, discussing the dangers of the area, all aware of the potential threats. Wolves naturally wouldn't approach human settlements easily. These beasts aren't stupid. They target isolated prey, a habit that won't change unless they deem the risk worth it. The success of the Ming's efforts spoke for itself without further elaboration. Why take risks? Our current lives are much better than before. Here we have food and drink, incomparably better than the past. Isn't that right? True. Anyone going out seeking trouble is asking for death. Let's enjoy this peaceful life. These sentiments reflect everyone's efforts and acceptance of reality. Choosing not to appreciate a good life would be futile. Everyone aspired for the best outcomes, acknowledging the new circumstances. I've heard the court is planning something against the grasslands. Who knows? It's far away, best not to speculate. They have their plans. Let us common folk live our simple lives. There's no need to overthink things. Indeed, no need to overthink. Everyone felt a sense of ease and freedom, living comfortably without much government interference, provided they didn't cause trouble. With ample food and drink, these matters held little concern. Winter posed challenges, requiring endurance through 5 months of bitter cold. Geography certainly affected lifestyle. As for the Doyan tribe, they now have access to refined salt and tea. Arianitans possess iron pots, but trading with the Ming still needs caution to avoid suspicion. Besides, producing such pots isn't possible on the grasslands, making their value undeniable. Changes in the Ming were indeed rapid. Chief, although Ming soldiers haven't attacked, their presence deters us significantly. True, but what can we do? The Ming have undergone drastic changes, and life has improved remarkably for its citizens. As news from Walla and Tartary indicates, Ming border fortresses are expanding, and countless cannons are being cast, turning them into impregnable fortresses. Amazing. This makes the nomadic tribes feel vulnerable, unwilling to seek death. How powerful the Ming weapons are now, we don't know. However, the great cannons of the Yuan dynasty existed before, but what's unknown is that the Ming's cannons have become even more terrifying. They have no idea how significant the difference is. Just from a little bit, it's clear that when strength reaches this level, there's no denying it. Such formidable power is not something an ordinary person can achieve, making it impossible to guess. What exactly the Ming has in mind, they do not know, but even as things stand, the eagles of the steppes will find their wings broken. After all, those who cannot ride and shoot effectively become insignificant under the range of cannons, and the Ming soldiers will unleash an unstoppable killing intent upon them. This deterrent force is evident and easily observable. There is an opportunity within this, and if seized wisely, there would be no problem. But can they really do it? No, clearly they cannot. This is not a trivial matter but a significant one. Ronald is now even more worried about the issues within his own tribe, because the Walla and Tartary want to unite more forces and advance southward again to break through the Ming defenses. However, the Doyan tribe doesn't want to at all. Being the weakest among the 3 parties, they would have no say in the matter. They genuinely do not want to sacrifice their own people for nothing. If they were to go to war with the Ming again, all their previous efforts would turn to ashes, and they fear they would lose trust. The consequences of enmity are severe, and the mounting pressure is undeniable. True understanding comes with strength, and they have worked hard to grow to this point. They sincerely do not wish to give up. Chief, are you worried about Walla and Tartary using the name of the Great Yuan? Yes, although the Great Yuan is essentially defunct, it still has some capability. It's not easy to simply accomplish such a feat, let alone that this is no small matter, you should understand. Yes, Chief, our people's current lives have come at great cost and cannot be destroyed. Chapter 109. Sweet potatoes have arrived. National prosperity. The concerns of the Tuan tribe were not groundless. The Oirits and the Tartars aimed to raid southward for plunder because the Ming Empire appeared more prosperous now. Naturally, this incited their greed. Unaware of the cannon's power, they had already put life and death aside. However, the Ming Empire did not underestimate these bandits from the grasslands, hence the expansion of cities and augmentation of cannons for defense. At the same time, the armies along the 9 frontiers were always on standby, ready to fight at the slightest sign of unrest. Heston was highly attentive to this matter and naturally took precautions. Now what made him even happier was that his son, the Jacob Elwood, had returned. But he was displeased that nearly hundreds of millions of taels and war spoils had been handed over to the national treasury, leaving him speechless as if dealing with a prodigal child. For a moment, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Paulette, however, didn't mind. She chatted with Elwood while watching carefully, hoping to avoid any trouble. Wasn't there trouble now? Though somewhat helpless, Heston had no choice but to accept it after all. This was his good elder son, and with all the money in the national treasury, it was beyond remedy, especially when considering his nephew's stance. By the way, in a few days is my nephew's Taoist temple inauguration. Arianic preparations. Clifford, when? On the 3rd day of the 1st lunar month. Originally, it was supposed to be later, but your cousin didn't agree, so let's set it on the 3rd day after the state banquet ends. Alright. Thus, one side prepared for the state banquet, while the other helped Ajax prepare for the temple inauguration. Elwood left the palace happily, taking gifts to visit the imperial preceptor's residence. Currently, they hadn't moved to the Taoist temple outside the city yet, so it wasn't too troublesome. At the imperial preceptor's residence, Ajax was chatting with Kesha, discussing her move to the temple. After thinking about it, Ajax agreed since the temple was spacious enough. Their relationship naturally advanced significantly. He would be 22 after this year, though still a few years away, his concerns eased. Kesha was very pleased to have his consent. Finally, they wouldn't be separated. This was indeed a good thing, bringing much joy. Cousin, Elwood called out loudly as soon as he entered the door. Ajax heard and came out, shouting, "What are you yelling for? I heard you already. Really, what is this?" Seeing he brought things with him, Ajax was quite surprised. Elwood said happily, "Cousin, look, this is something special I brought back from overseas. The taste isn't bad." Upon hearing this, Ajax took it and looked, initially uninterested, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a large sweet potato. "What's this?" "I don't know either." Ajax replied, "You wouldn't know. This is a sweet potato. With it, the people of the Ming won't go hungry anymore. Its yield is enormous, much higher than rice or wheat, making it suitable as a staple food." Elwood was taken aback. Really? He couldn't believe it, yet this outcome astonished him. And it's drought resistant. Even in the north, it can be widely cultivated with minimal water. Hearing this, Elwood was even more shocked, repeatedly saying, "Really?" Ajax couldn't wait and called out, "Sister Lois, I need to enter the palace again. You head home first." "Okay, brother Ajax." Kesha was very understanding. After years of talking with him, she had broadened her horizons and knew the benefits of such crops well. This situation was clear to her. "Let's go into the palace." Just as Elwood left the palace, Ajax pulled him back in. Curious, Elwood asked, "Is the yield really that high?" "Yes, 1 mu of land could easily produce 20 to 30 shur. In some better places, 40 to 50 shur isn't uncommon." Hearing Ajax's words, Elwood was speechless, clearly aware of the significance. No need for explanations, just knowing was enough. "So many?" Ajax replied seriously. "In fact, one of the purposes of sea expeditions was to find such high-yield crops. I didn't expect to find them so quickly. By the way, where did you get this?" Elwood recounted the whole story honestly. After hearing this, Ajax pondered for a moment. This was quite possible. After all, one factor was the proximity of distance. Another was the issue with pirates, who might have taken them there. All these had their reasons. Regardless of that now, he held this item in his hands which could greatly benefit the Ming Empire. Indeed, immensely so. As long as they did it well, it would be the best outcome, clearly showcasing its benefits. In this aspect, it was undeniable that genuine ability stood out clearly. If we have so much grain, wouldn't the people of the Ming Empire really never go hungry again? You understand that. But indeed, you've done a great service this time. Although it could have been done in a few years, cultivation still takes time. A few years later won't be as good as now, right? That's true. With these things, I believe the people of the Ming can live better. Indeed, you're thinking correctly. There are large islands to the south of Ezhou that can also be occupied. These places are excellent for growing crops. Ajax sighed and then said, "But natural disasters are frequent there. Either strong winds or heavy rains. They are often extraordinary storms and downpours, so anyone going there must be extra cautious." After hearing this, Elwood couldn't help but take note. These were very important matters. As long as they managed well, there would be no problem. No other follow-up issues will arise unexpectedly. As long as there's enough capability, there will be no insurmountable challenges. True life should be beautiful and colorful. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? In the future, when venturing out to sea, one must be more cautious. The dangers on the ocean are numerous. Severe storms cannot be avoided, and even large ships aren't necessarily safe, so greater caution is required. Yes, elder cousin, I understand and will not let you worry. These large ships have already withstood fierce storms, proving their reliability. I believe in them, Elwood said with enthusiasm, holding firm to his beliefs. This was something he believed in deeply and could not abandon. It was also his dream. Chapter 110. In ancient times, there was Boone who lived to 800. Today we have Ajax who has lived for 500 years. All of this is so straightforward. No matter what, Elwood did not want to give up. However, he clearly knew his position, and it was destined to be impossible. After entering the palace, Ajax hurriedly led Elwood to the imperial study. Seeing the two rush in, Heston couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Oliver, didn't you go out to look for someone? Why have you come back?" Ajax did not speak but took out the sweet potato, saying, "Davidson, this is a great treasure. It can ensure that the people of the Ming Dynasty no longer suffer from hunger." Hearing this, Heston put down the petition documents and reached out to take the sweet potato, but it just looked like an ordinary thing to him. What was special about it? "Camden, are we confused? Isn't this the gift Oliver brought back from overseas?" Listening carefully, Ajax solemnly said, "Davidson, this thing is called a sweet potato, or yam if you prefer. The key is its high yield, with even poor soil producing around 20 to 30 stones per acre, and it can serve as a staple food." Upon hearing this, Heston's hand tightened, fearing it might drop. It seemed too incredible. Is it really true? Of course it's true. Even in the arid northern fields, it can grow with minimal water requirements. Just a bit of moisture will do. Ajax's words moved Heston to tears. He had been constantly thinking about how to ensure the people of the Ming Dynasty were well fed. Although taxes had been repeatedly reduced, everything still depended on the heavens and limited crop yields, which inevitably caused distress. Good, very good. At this moment, it truly felt wonderful. Ajax didn't hesitate and explained the method of planting sweet potatoes, which was simple enough. Heston listened and understood. It really was that simple. This indeed seemed to be a good thing. All right, let's plant it in the imperial garden. By the way, order all the sweet potatoes to be brought over. Yes, your Arian Majesty, I will do it immediately. Eunuch Morgan rushed off with the order to prevent any mishandling of the precious item. Soon, they started cultivating the sweet potatoes in the imperial garden. Paulette heard about it and came over to observe. Before long, the sweet potatoes were planted, and coal stoves were set up nearby to maintain temperature. Rain shelters were also erected to protect them from low temperatures. Looking at this setup, Ajax thought it was simple yet adequate, as long as the temperature didn't drop too much. Davidson, it should be fine now. There shouldn't be any issues. Really, it's okay? Yes, it's fine. As long as the temperature doesn't drop too low, it will be alright. Heston was surprised by how easily the sweet potatoes were planted. It was indeed quite shocking. Approximately 6 months later, we can harvest them. Due to current temperatures, if it were summer, only 3 to 4 months would suffice. Understanding this, Heston realized that although it was a little slower, being able to grow them was more important. A few extra months wouldn't make much difference. He ordered someone to watch over them, ensuring the coals did not extinguish. Is that all? Paulette was also puzzled. She had been taken aback initially, but seeing his earnest attitude, she became hopeful. With a confident expression, Ajax replied, "Yes, Belinda, trust me. We'll have results by next year." Considering the temperature, another 5 months shouldn't pose a problem. Indeed, Heston knew that growing these crops could not be rushed. Though he had previously been anxious, now that he saw it was feasible, he felt reassured. He did not want any unexpected accidents or rumors. It was best to lead by example and conduct personal experiments for safety reasons. Well, we can wait until next year and see. If it works out, that would be the best. Ajax nodded in agreement. It was a pity that although he possessed certain supernatural abilities, he lacked methods to accelerate growth beyond using spiritual energy, which wasn't necessary now. He believed the sweet potatoes would meet his expectations. Davidson, rest assured. As long as the temperature remains stable, there won't be any issues. Have peace of mind. All right, I understand. Naturally, Heston entrusted several eunuchs with the task to avoid any problems. Since Ajax was now in the imperial palace, there was naturally a family banquet arranged. Currently, Heston's treasury was immensely wealthy, generating tens of millions of taels annually. Previously, such wealth could be compared to the entire income of the Ming Dynasty. But now, even his personal treasury exceeded that amount. I'm incredibly happy today, having encountered such good news. Truly wonderful. Oh, Camden, how far have you progressed in your Taoist cultivation? Heston looked curiously, not knowing how far his nephew had progressed. Ajax modestly replied, not worth mentioning. I haven't taken many steps towards true enlightenment yet. Your nephew has only just begun on this path. The journey to enlightenment is too long, and I don't know how far I can go. After hearing this, Heston did not contradict him, agreeing that it was indeed difficult. Throughout history, countless enlightened masters have come and gone. Very few have lasted for a long time. Even those with renowned reputations have long since passed, and no one knows where they are now, so it's normal not to know. Elwood also asked curiously, cousin, have you truly embarked on the path to immortality? Ajax couldn't help but laugh, saying, who doesn't want eternal life? Actually, there's no such thing as true immortality. It's just that the lifespan is relatively longer, nothing extraordinary. Elwood persisted, so, how long can you live now? Seeing his earnest face, Ajax didn't hide anything and said, without any calamity, living through an entire dynasty should be fine. One dynasty, what does that mean? Elwood was still puzzled. What does it mean to live through a dynasty? Heston and Paulette understood, both shocked and in disbelief. Was he really that powerful? Father, mother, you understand? Elwood looked at them curiously. Paulette hesitantly said, change of dynasties? Ajax nodded silently upon hearing this. At this point, even if Elwood were a fool, he would understand, and he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. In ancient times, Boone lived for 800 years. Today we have Ajax who can live for 500 years. Hearing this, it was clear and undeniable. Camden, you can live for 500 years? Yes, Davidson. Now, I have reached the golden core stage. All my efforts have finally paid off, crossing the threshold into immortality. However, this road has just begun, and the future is still long. As for how far I can go, even I don't know. These words were quite accurate. After all, whether or not there will be tribulations on the cultivation path is unknown, but he would not step back. Chapter 111. The gift left for the Zhu family. At this moment, all fell silent. Ajax looked and said, Davidson, wouldn't you want to try seeking immortality and enlightenment? How could Heston not desire it? But reality had dealt him a blow, making it clearly impossible. He laughed bitterly and said, I'm afraid I won't have such good fortune in this life. Though I sensed early on that my nephew is no ordinary person, I never expected you to be so extraordinary. Ajax gave a helpless smile, pointing at heaven and earth, saying, Davidson, this world does not permit cultivators anymore. It was by a twist of fate that I obtained this opportunity. Even if I were to impart cultivation methods, there would be no means to practice them. As he spoke, with a wave of his hand, a volume of the basic Taoist talismans appeared before Heston. Appearing out of thin air, how could this not be the work of a cultivator? Davidson, this is the basic Taoist talisman Aryan annual which I use in my cultivation. If one can enter the chi condensation stage through this, there might be some chance of becoming a cultivator, but the difficulty is immense. For now, this wasn't as important to him since his next step was to cultivate the true Taoist talisman spirit manual, which was available in the system store but required reaching the nascent soul realm before cultivation. So, he didn't hide the basics any longer. Heston, looking at the basic Taoist talisman Aryan annual before him, couldn't help but touch it excitedly, but when he let go, he realized he understood nothing. It was full of talismans and text he couldn't comprehend. I can't understand a single bit. No matter who looked at it, they couldn't understand. How profound and unfathomable. Ajax watched and said, Davidson, why not keep it? If anyone can understand it, I will not hesitate to give guidance. But whether they can reach what realm depends on their own ability. After all, being able to understand doesn't equate to having the potential for cultivation. Hearing Ajax's explanation, Heston naturally had no objections. Leaving behind this method of cultivation, only time would tell if any future generations could achieve it. By the way, nephew, you mentioned that your Taoist temple has a spirit gathering formation, right? Yes, if anyone has the potential, they can go to the temple to cultivate. Based on my estimation, entering the path of cultivation should not be too difficult, but they may not progress far, provided they have the necessary qualifications. Otherwise, it's like a moon in a well. Ajax's warning was also true. Don't think too much. If one lacks the ability, there's no point dwelling on it because unchangeable facts are undeniable. Heston nodded. We understand. Then he saw Elwood and said, remember this, Ariver. This is considered our royal family's secret. Only the Emperor can inherit this item and pass it down to descendants, but it cannot be spoken about outside. Understand? Elwood nodded hurriedly. Your Arian Majesty, this child understands. This is our royal family's greatest secret. Heston nodded again. By the way, what about Lois? Ajax, hearing this, frankly replied, Davidson, I don't know what the future holds, but I will protect her. If she wishes, I can cast a spell to keep her with me. As for the rest, I cannot guarantee, as even where we end up after ascending to immortality is uncertain. Heston, understanding, knew that wherever she chose to be, that's where she'd stay. She must have endured much. No wonder you were so awkward back then. It was Zeke's thoughtlessness. But your father's line cannot be left without heirs. Let us indulge ourselves this once, hoping she won't blame us. Ajax understood Heston's thoughts. He placed great importance on continuity. There was no way around it. Davidson, events unfold as they will. No one knows what the future holds, even I cannot predict it. Heston waved his hand. It's always better to have a backup plan. For now, focus on managing the Ming Dynasty well. Future generations can handle their affairs on their own. We can do nothing by then. This was entrusting future matters to them. Whether they succeeded or failed, it was left to fate. Since that's the case, I'll follow Davidson's wish. I have no objections. With no objections, things were easier. As for other matters, there was no need for debate. Any opportunity was not to be missed. Such an outcome left no room for doubt. Whether they chose freedom or ignorance, nothing needed questioning as long as someone could make it. Neither Elwood nor Paulette had much to say. This concerned the future of the royal family. By the way, Davidson, if future royal descendants do not meet me, instruct them to place this method within the collection. If the royal family has a destined person, they will obtain it. Otherwise, let it fade with time. Ajax pointed at the basic Taoist talisman Aryan Annual, ensuring it did not spread beyond. When Heston heard this, he agreed and said, still, it's better if you place it. If we keep it in the royal family, there's a risk of it being leaked. In the future, once a royal descendant comes into being, they can go to your Taoist temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. If they have the affinity, they will obtain it. Otherwise, there's no forcing it. Ajax thought this made sense and replied, all right, I will place it among the statues of the 3 pure ones. If they have the affinity, offering incense will suffice. Otherwise, it will be just a blessing. Heston nodded, thinking this was the best solution. Just as you say. Ajax did not argue further. Since it was decided, so be it. Arianity things could not be done arbitrarily, and only an unpredictable path lay ahead. Who could foresee or witness what might happen? Could all of this be refuted? It mattered little. After the family banquet ended, Ajax took his leave. Heston called out to Elwood and asked him to follow to the imperial study. Biauer, did you hear everything? You need to know how our royal family should proceed from now on, understand? Elwood responded solemnly, yes, father, I understand. But cousin mentioned that he could live for 500 years. Heston smiled bitterly and said, do you think such an enlightened person would stay here for 500 years? Clearly, that's impossible. At most, you and your generation will be familiar with each other. He might stay for some time to take care of matters and ensure his descendants are well provided for. Once everyone he knows is gone, it will also be time for him to leave. This is the best moment, and he may depart even earlier. Everything is unknown. Therefore, our old Zhu family cannot forget this favor. To have immortals around us is already a glory for our ancestors, and the continuation of the Ming Dynasty's royal lineage is already commendable. Elwood understood. Yes, father. I understand and will not force anything. Only then did Heston nod approvingly. Good, understanding is key. Arianity things are beyond our control, but ignorance is not an option. As long as we strive, everything remains possible. Let future generations remember this. Chapter 112. A well-stocked treasury and the dawn of grand voyages. Ajax returned to his residence, feeling inexplicably reassured. Arianity things weren't easy, but it was quite helpless to keep everything bottled up. However, with a clear mind now, there was no problem. Such feelings were acceptable after all. Well, for now, I can only do so much. Arianity things cannot be easily accomplished, not because one does not want to, but out of helplessness. Even as a practitioner, he faced the same challenges. To become stronger required more capabilities, and the journey ahead was still long and arduous. It's time to continue cultivating. The path to greatness is endless. On the last day of Hongwu's 6th year, Hamza spoke with fervor at the imperial court. Your Arian Majesty, this year's tax revenue has reached 110 million taels, a historical breakthrough. Although it was only 20 million taels more than last year, this was already the current maximum. Increasing further would not be easy. After all, the northern threat persisted, and addressing the dangers at sea unexpectedly took precedence. Additionally, the Jacob's war spoils have amounted to 130 million taels, making the remaining treasury balance 270 million taels. Indeed, rather than decreasing, the funds increased significantly. It seemed that last year's budget had remained untouched, an unexpected turn of events. Ministers were stunned, unable to believe this indisputable fact. The reality before them was undeniable, showing both fate and strength could not be underestimated. True prosperity is now visible on the horizon. Heston, though prepared, was still shocked by the scene unfolding. With so much revenue, we must indeed be very fortunate. By the way, how is next year's budget? Hamza quickly replied, next year we'll focus on planting trees and building roads. Secondly, the matters in the grasslands. As for the remaining issues in Ezhou, they are being addressed. The shipyards are under construction, and we believe it won't take long. Heston nodded approvingly. Very well, this is excellent. I believe greater glory awaits us. The Ming Dynasty's development thus far has been remarkable, with rapid advancements due mainly to the increase in commercial taxes. At this moment, Ajax stepped forward, surprising everyone. The imperial Arianaster himself stood up. Your Arian Majesty, since the seas are now peaceful, overseas trade can commence. For those courageous enough, I suggest we don't hold them back, but require proper documentation for exiting and entering ports, along with taxing their goods appropriately. This arrangement should be implemented soon. Heston understood immediately. Indeed, these measures were necessary to maintain control over maritime activities. If these measures could be achieved, everything would be fine. Decisiveness was key. Agreed. We are also looking forward to it. Minister Liu, draft the edict. Yes, your Arian Majesty. Arianarchus served as a loyal tool, executing the Emperor's commands without hesitation. Life and death were irrelevant to him now. He saw how Lord Honghua Grant had been completely sidelined, no longer involved in court affairs, and rarely stepping outside his home. Clearly, Grant knew any rash words would lead to unimaginable consequences. As for subsequent matters, Heston didn't need to oversee them directly. Ensuring smooth operations sufficed. Other matters could wait. The imperial court was now dominated either by the emperor or the imperial Arianaster, essentially a council led by the Zhu family. There was no room for doubt. Each decision was meticulously planned and executed, yielding extraordinary results. Recognizing this truth was crucial. Ignorance would lead nowhere. Once fully understood, no questions should remain. Nothing mattered anymore, and all principles were unguessable. Understanding this required an unparalleled mindset. Otherwise, progress would stall. Every official present knew these facts all too well, avoiding unnecessary confrontations. Living offered the chance for change. With the normal progression of the imperial examination system, held every 3 years, excluding special examinations, another round would occur in Hongwu's 7th year. This kept many scholars busy. Now, the examination included not just the 6 arts but also military sciences and subjects like astronomy and geography, expanding scholars' knowledge beyond traditional constraints. These changes stemmed from the needs of maritime trade. With the imperial edict issued on this day, it can be said that the merchants along the coast of the Ming Dynasty were elated. As for the common people, they could now begin to go out to sea to fish. However, the risk at sea was significant. Without a good fishing boat, one might not return. Of course, staying close to shore was fine. Once beyond the coastal waters, it all depended on luck. After all, the weather at sea could change in an instant, never remaining constant. One moment it could be sunny and bright, and the next, a fierce storm could descend. This was an extremely dangerous reality. No matter what, as long as one had the ability to achieve something, there would be strength to turn things around, leaving no room for doubt. This ability was so absolute and real, changing much and truly exciting. Since the court had opened the door, there would naturally be no problem. Thus, they began to look for ships. Building their own boats was something from the past. Now, under strict orders from the Ming Dynasty, many large ships could not be built privately, with very strict regulations. Therefore, these merchants who wanted to sail had to buy large ships from the court's shipyards. Seeing these large, ironclad ships made many merchants envious and eager. Of course, these ironclads were forbidden from being sold. Only such grand treasure ships could be purchased, though equipped with small cannons for self-defense, which posed no major issues. Even so, they were much larger than their previous ships, significantly improving safety while sailing. Thus, one by one, they eagerly bought them with silver, absolutely not wanting to miss this wave of benefits. After all, those who got in early reaped many advantages. Each hoped to gain more. As for whether they could return safely later, they understood it well, knowing these matters mustn't be approached blindly. In short, the current situation demanded having formidable abilities to succeed. Otherwise, failure would bring disaster. Such was the fact, requiring no further words. True change began from this moment, making everything different. The Ming Dynasty would become even more prosperous. Chapter 113, Peak of the Golden Core Stage. There must be reciprocation. Under the guidance of development, it cannot be ignored and should not be taken lightly. Ajax received new rewards. Host has accumulated a total of 1.2 million virtue points this year, rewarding Cultivation Realm to reach the peak of the Golden Core Stage, with abilities to manipulate creation, shift stars, and change constellations, and emit golden light at will. At the peak of the Golden Core Stage, apparently, one cannot directly enter the nascent soul stage. But as expected, the further ahead, the more difficult it becomes, which is natural. It seems that a breakthrough can only happen next year. He had a sense of this. The 3 abilities are also very good, leaving him quite satisfied. He needed to work harder in the future to increase his virtue points. Now, focus on cultivation first. Other things can be discussed later. In the new year, the grand banquet of the Ming Dynasty commenced again. Countless officials were happy. After all, no matter how one looked at it, these were good times. The Ming became prosperous, and with prosperity came opportunities. Significant investments were made in water conservancy, road construction, and bridge building. To achieve wealth, one needed roads connecting outside. Otherwise, being trapped in one place would limit progress regardless of effort. This was true for the Ming as well. Clearing dangers from the sea was to let the Ming venture out and no longer be confined, reaching the vastness like dragons returning to the sea, an even larger world. All these changes naturally differed. There was no doubt about it. As long as they could be achieved, everything would be fine and even more evident. Thus came the current grand banquet of the Ming Dynasty. Otherwise, with Heston's usually frugal nature, such a generous display would be unthinkable. Everyone now clearly understood that the new day marked a new year, which had thoroughly transformed. How delicious! Eating this fish again is truly delightful. Not just that, now that coastal areas can go fishing at sea, we might be able to buy some when the time comes. Yes, exactly, we can buy some then. They enjoyed their meal while talking, hoping they could eat such delicacies frequently, making it all the better. Heston, watching such a grand banquet, felt very proud. This time, he was even more generous, directly allocating 1 million taels for the banquet expenses, showcasing the brilliance of the Ming. Now, in most places of the Ming, except for some backward areas, people can basically have enough to eat. That's right. The Ming is developing extremely fast, too fast. It will only get faster in the future, don't you think? Of course, how could we not believe it? All this is unexpected and indeed astonishing. I wonder what the overseas world is like, to yield so many war spoils. Who knows, it seems His Arian Majesty has noticed the benefits overseas. We can also allow our families to form fleets. But I wonder if it's dangerous, given the unpredictable dangers of the sea. Foolish, naturally we would buy large ships, that's the best way. Although ironclad ships aren't for sale, quite large ships can be bought through connections, reportedly stable against storms like those used by the Crown Prince initially. That's true. We'll try to make some connections, perhaps we can buy one, though the price probably isn't cheap. Why fear? With a ship, we won't worry about finding ways to earn money. Right, makes sense? With this thought, everyone was clear and unwilling to miss such an opportunity. They wanted to seize it, but for now, buying a ship was necessary. Such a benefit, who wouldn't want it? More would always be better. They desired stronger support. With such practical goals, failure was not an option. As long as it was achievable, they wouldn't let it slip away. Alright, let's eat first. Tomorrow, we'll inquire. Oh, the third day of the first month is when the Grand Arian Master's Taoist temple opens, don't forget. True, forgetting myself is one thing, but I won't forget the Grand Arian Master. This is a big deal. For the current achievements of the Ming, decisions were made by the Grand Arian Master. Without the Grand Arian Master, there would be no present-day Ming, it wasn't just talk. On this point, everyone was crystal clear. Had it not been so, they wouldn't be in this situation now. Don't be so ignorant. Understanding its significance is best. Missing this opportunity could lead to hardship. This is the optimal answer. Ultimately, as long as more opportunities can be obtained, they must give it their all to do the best. As for other matters, they could be observed. Currently, they pursued a better life and naturally didn't want to abandon this chance. The internal rules of the Great Ming were strict, but towards the outside, it was quite lenient. Therefore, this was their opportunity to accumulate wealth. It was during this period that, once passed, would see the return of stricter regulations, meaning those who missed the initial benefits would lose out. Thus, these ministers knew well that seizing opportunities and grabbing chances would lead to a better life. Even if it became stricter in the future, as long as they conducted business properly, they could still earn substantial profits, without any loss. How could Heston be unaware of their thoughts? As long as they did not misbehave within the territory of the Great Ming, he had no intention to interfere with them now. After all, his focus was on increasing the population. As long as the most crucial food issue was handled properly, major problems would largely be resolved. The rest did not need much inquiry, everything was self-explanatory. As for other issues, whether thoroughly understood or ignored, they still needed someone to handle them. Otherwise, everything would be meaningless. This was not a trivial matter but a significant one, with subsequent developments embedded within. Do not assume that things are only like this at present. There will be many more important matters ahead, which they will eventually realize. At this moment, he was holding his grandson, beaming happily while playing with him, creating an illusion. Especially Elwood and others felt this sense of illusion acutely. It seems father has changed. Look how kind he is. Don't get your hopes up. That's toward his grandson, not us. Keep it down. Don't let father hear you, or else we'll be in for a beating. Yes, keep it down, keep it down. Each of them knew that as long as they did not upset him, it would be fine given that the emperor was currently in a good mood. As for other matters, they could be discussed later, no rush, as long as they did enough. Besides, they were also preparing to exert more effort, ready to campaign against the barbarians, becoming kings or emperors themselves. If they could imagine it, it was a beautiful prospect indeed, very exciting. For now, they needed to build up strength and should not rush things. Chapter 114 Cohesion of Public Sentiment and Incentive for Officials. After the state banquet, it once again aroused much envy. However, now many citizens have a fair amount of extra money in their pockets. Wearing new clothes and buying meat, they celebrate the new year heartily. With ample food stored at home, everyone feels reassured. They all celebrate the new year with joyous laughter. As for the emperor hosting the state banquet, what difference does it make when even in the capital city, few families are short of meat to eat? In addition, government offices distribute New Year's gift packages from time to time, whether it's meat or nuts. In summary, the Ming court is not only reducing the burden on the people, but also providing them with more opportunities for income, naturally making everyone content and fulfilled. Although literati were not exempted from taxes, the government compensated through subsidies, something that was predictable. All this was intended to better support education for the literati. This has greatly moved both commoners and scholars alike. Although the gestures may not be large, they have certainly seen the goodwill of the court. After all, with so many citizens under the Ming Dynasty, it would be impossible to give too many gifts. To receive a piece of meat or a bag of dried fruit is already a rare blessing. No one cares about such petty thoughts, because if they did, they wouldn't enjoy such good days. Moved by this, people became more diligent, yearning for this reality. The cohesion of public sentiment grows stronger and deeper. After all, this kindness from the court is unprecedented. Never before has there been such benevolence, regardless of how prosperous an era might have been. Arianani were moved to tears, never having had such an emperor before. Even local officials were deeply touched, as everything has changed. They themselves received end-of-year gifts from the court, which served as rewards. Although not substantial, it was indeed a new development. Actually holding these rewards in their hands was enough. For the officials, it was clear that a salary increase was far from easy, but it would be simpler if endorsed by the Oliver. But any mistake during evaluations could undo everything. Who would believe in their favor? No one would trust them, which was foreseeable. Whether it's grand scales or sudden increases in power, these are commendable skills. The foundation of the Ming Dynasty becomes stronger because of this, as expected. Arianani previously uncertain facts now possess tangible strength, requiring no doubts. The true transformation began long ago. Perhaps many didn't know, or refused to believe at first. Now that more believe, knowledge spreads widely. With no major issues, stability can be maintained. An undeniable good thing, without too much suspicion. Ultimately, it comes down to capability. No need for excessive questioning, as long as one follows the steps of the Ming Dynasty. While ordinary citizens might not understand, the officials know very well. At the core is the Oliver. Only the Oliver can influence the Emperor's decisions. For others, it is extremely difficult. As for the reasons, they do not know and thus remain secret. Only Iwan knows, so there is no need for excessive speculation or inquiries. Too many questions yield little result. Simple inquiries suffice, but turning them into reality requires other efforts, trivial matters. Regardless, capability is required for anything to happen, leaving nothing unmeasurable, requiring no elaboration. Whether real or denied, it no longer matters. In short, this scale cannot be easily reconciled, and there's no need to say much about it. How capable or promising one is isn't the focus. The key lies in whether one can gain the Oliver's approval. This determines whether one can continue to progress. Arianity officials, however, find the existence of the Oliver inexplicable, unsure how to explain it, a significant variable and natural curiosity. These uncertainties exist in places unknown, and questioning won't change much. Nothing can be said lightly. It's crucial for them to understand the consequences. On the path of strength, forging ahead fearlessly, and on the path of a great nation, likewise moving forward resolutely. The road ahead for the Ming Dynasty will become even longer, leading to nationwide celebration. For now, it's just the beginning, and they don't realize it yet. The world beyond the seas is vast, filled with countless riches. Only by seizing opportunities can one gain more. This is why merchants want to venture overseas. Finally, the opportunity has come. Once the opportunity presents itself, no one can resist this powerful wave. Nanjing, although still in the waning days of a cold winter, remains bustling with activity. Nowadays, cotton jackets are no longer rare. As long as one has money, they can buy one. The prices are also not expensive, thanks to the hidden control by the court, naturally keeping them low. If it's a new design, then the price is different. There are different tiers, one side for ordinary citizens and the other for nobles. Does this sound familiar? Yes, these are products from Ajax. This way, he doesn't need to make money from the common people. He's very interested in making money from the nobility. After all, while the common people now have some money, they're not particularly wealthy. This is very clear and obvious. In this respect, everything is crystal clear, naturally bringing many benefits, without much ignorance. No matter how much has changed, nothing can change everything. As long as it can be achieved, it brings significant advantages. Each step forward is for better development. Opportunities based on capability should be understood clearly and pursued with peace of mind. This point doesn't need too much concern. The road for the Ming Dynasty is now underway, with the rudder still in the hands of the Oliver. Arianity ambitious individuals can see this, but don't break the silence, as this is the best path. Hasn't everyone seen the achievements of the Ming Dynasty? Who dares to say otherwise? It certainly takes courage, but understanding is the right approach. They are naturally given more opportunities. Due to their advancement, officials now have different prospects. Believe that after several imperial exams, the new era of the Ming Dynasty will arrive. For now, the old generation must still steer the course, laying a solid foundation deeper down, which is the best approach. Don't claim to be too capable. Admit your ignorance instead. No one knows the Oliver's thoughts, and no one can interfere. Arianity people are now waiting for the opening of the Taoist temple, including quite a few Taoist sect members who have come to Nanjing. Clearly, they want to see what kind of enlightened master this is. Chapter 115. The third day of the first lunar month, gathering in Yingtian. The third day of the first lunar month. Outside the city of Yingtianfu, there was a sea of people. Countless individuals emerged onto the hills outside the main road, where the state teacher's Taoist temple stood among them. So many people. Of course, today is the opening day of the Royce's Taoist temple. Naturally, many people come to witness it. These commoners are certainly more eager. Indeed, because of the good policies introduced by the Royce, the Great Ming has become so strong. It's said that the Crown Prince led the Ming warships to sweep across the sea, annihilating all Japanese pirates and bandits. That's right. Now how powerful the Great Ming is can be easily anticipated, as you can imagine. And the spoils of war brought back by the Crown Prince are comparable to a year's income for the entire Great Ming. Absolutely, it's caused quite a stir at court. It's truly remarkable. Now many people are looking for ways out to sea, hoping to make money, lots of money. You're right. So coming to pray at the Royce's Taoist temple could perhaps bring success with blessings. There were many such people. After all, most of the policies of the Great Ming came from the Royce. As the Royce of the Great Ming, he was also their Royce. Naturally, everyone hoped for more blessings. The rest were religious figures from all over. Those from Dragon Tiger Mountain, Mount Arianation, Mount Qingqing, and other Taoist sects had arrived. Even Wudong Mountain sent someone. Yes, it wasn't just anyone but Arianaster Zhenren Unket himself who personally came. The reason was simple. Upon hearing about the existence of the Royce of the Great Ming, he became very curious. Not to mention anything else, his contributions to the Great Ming were evident. Regardless of whether he was a highly accomplished person, he should still come and observe. Apart from these, members of the Buddhist community also came. Although they did not want the Taoist schools to flourish too much, there was no way around it now. Due to the restrictions issued by the court in previous years, everything was clearly stipulated. They naturally dared not say anything rashly, especially regarding land. Understanding the court's intentions, they did not insist. The royal family had already ascended to the top of the mountain, quietly waiting for his arrival, unsure what kind of grand entrance he would make. This made Heston curious. Although he knew of his great abilities, the specifics were unknown. Even knowing his longevity, strength, and lifespan were two different matters. I wonder when elder brother will arrive. Don't be anxious, it's still early. It's only this time, and the auspicious hour hasn't arrived yet. Look at those Taoist and Buddhist figures. They are all patient. We mustn't let them look down on us. You're right. We mustn't let them look down on us. Despite the cold weather, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. Not only the commoners, but also the nobles were undeterred. They had already ascended the mountain with the royal family, awaiting him at the entrance of the Taoist temple. The temple opening naturally required the presence of the royce. They could not act on their own initiative. Otherwise, disrupting the auspicious hour wouldn't be as simple as killing someone. Before the mountain temple, everything was calm, not as lively as below. It showed that everyone understood without needing to ask too many questions. Just a bit of comprehension was enough. At this moment, no one paid attention to the weather. Even though it wasn't warm, it didn't matter. Facing reality meant not worrying too much. Changing it wouldn't be easy. The situation was straightforward. There was no need for too much feeling. Facts were facts. Nothing more needed to be said. Everyone understood the current state of affairs. The hope in everyone's heart reflected the reality, which was not hard to understand. Destiny chose its path under the influence of strength, which was understandable. All future thoughts were clear. For now, they simply had to wait. I wonder how the royce will make his entrance, or if he is already inside the temple. We don't know. How could we possibly know? Perhaps only the emperor and the royce himself know. It seems his Arian Majesty is getting impatient. Yes, they went up long ago. There are many Taoist and Buddhist figures up there as well. Do you think there will be a heated debate or something like that? I don't know, but there probably will be. Who knows? You're right. We really don't know. These are trivial matters. As long as we can watch, it's fine, isn't it? Haha, true. All we need to do is patiently watch. No need to rush. The feelings in our hearts can be understood. There's no need to say much. As long as we can manage, there's no problem. You're right. Let's wait and see. There might be some surprises. Everyone was full of anticipation, wondering if it really was the gods descending to earth. In fact, nowadays, many people in the folk community truly worship the royce as a real deity. Precisely because of the royce's existence, they enjoy the benefits and naturally don't need to be so concerned about other matters. All these are understandable. Regardless of how things turn out, it will all come down to an urgent benefit. If you want good things, you must have the ability to grasp them. If you can't hold on, then it's your own problem. The sky above was still somewhat overcast, but this did not dampen the crowd's anticipation. However, in some people's eyes, it was an omen of ill fortune. After all, this day didn't seem too favorable. Could the royce be unaware of this? By their reasoning, since he had such great abilities, he should be able to predict the weather. But why was it still cloudy? This obviously wasn't right. However, these were minor issues. The real concern would be if it started raining. After all, many ceremonies cannot proceed in the rain. The current situation was still unknown, and many of the Taoist priests present had serious expressions on their faces. They kept glancing at the sky. The auspicious hour was approaching, making the atmosphere even more tense, which couldn't be described. There was no need for genuine opposition because everyone understood, and there was no need for too many questions. Since they already knew the score, there was no point in saying more. As long as their hearts were aligned, that was enough. They naturally wouldn't understand the true capabilities of state affairs. It could only be guessed, or remained ignorance. Yet, there were always marvels that left people in awe. Such was the case now, as it had been in the past. On this point, things could be more lenient. Naturally, there was no need to overthink it. As long as there was encouragement, it led to a better life. This also didn't require much explanation and left no room for regret, right? The Great Ming today is indeed a testament to this. It just means people want to see more. Rebutting some people's thoughts isn't difficult. How many could have foreseen it? The changes in the world. How many could truly glimpse into them? That's what defines true capability. Chapter 116. Opening the Taoist Temple. The auspicious time has arrived. Everyone was startled in unison, lifting their heads to look at the hilltop. What would happen? On the hilltop, whether it was Heston and his people or those from the Taoist and Buddhist sects, all gazed silently at the temple. Jade capital in the sky, 12 floors and 5 cities. Immortals pat my head, initiating long life since childhood. A loud voice broke through the air, instantly dispersing the dark clouds under the gloom, as a splendid sun shone upon the earth. A figure, dressed in a purple Taoist robe, wearing a feathered crown, and holding a fuchun duster that shimmered, came riding on clouds and mist. It was truly the current national preceptor, Ajax. Today is an auspicious day, suitable for celebration. Let's open. Ajax moved his hands in ritual gestures, and instantly, a spirit-gathering formation activated beneath the temple. As soon as the spirit-gathering formation started, the surrounding spiritual energy converged, forming clouds and mists, resembling a place of celestial beings. Those with cultivation could feel its extraordinariness. All living things have spirituality. This humble Taoist Ajax today opens this new temple named Taoist Temple. With a flick of his finger, light descended. The boundary stone rose automatically, turning into a stone tablet. Then, on the temple's plaque, the 4 large characters Taoist Temple appeared spontaneously. The temple, now opened. As the temple gates opened, flowers bloomed all over the hilltop, colorful and mesmerizing, leaving everyone speechless. So beautiful, so beautiful. Not just commoners, even officials were astonished. At this moment, they all understood. These were real immortals. Ajax's figure flickered, surrounded by a flash of mystic light, then he landed on the temple ground. Open. He waved his duster, instantly emitting mystic light, and creation began swirling and moving. Every step he took formed a lotus flower, as if creation was unfolding with each step. This divine power shocked everyone present. Ajax ignored them, entering the main hall step by step, each step accompanied by blooming lotuses as if supporting his footsteps. This humble Taoist Ajax welcomes the 3 pure ones into their seats. Ariani, the golden statues appear. A yellow cloth transformed into glowing light, gradually dissipating. The statues of the 3 pure ones were set in place. Holding 3 incense sticks, he bowed respectfully, causing fragrant smoke to rise gracefully. Ajax brushed his duster again, transforming it into scattered lights, an object ascending into the sky, disappearing between the statues of the 3 pure ones. This scene made Heston understand everything. As for others who didn't know, there was no way for them to guess. After all, only the current emperor, empress, and crown prince knew about this. Others had no idea. The people from the Taoist and Buddhist sects also didn't know. But anyone with certain attainments could feel something extraordinary. The ceremony is completed. After Ajax said this, the opening ceremony concluded, which was up to him to decide. It was already shocking enough. Whether it was riding clouds and mist, or steps creating lotus flowers, or blooming flowers, all of this stunned countless people. These are true immortals, indeed different. Such thoughts were not to be underestimated, indeed different. Such changes showed how truly different things were. To do well required more mental refinement, making everything indeed different. Seeing such abilities now was simple, no need for doubt. This was proof of ability, too powerful. Isn't it? Such a powerful presence, along with stunning feats, left future efforts unimaginable. Who knew what might happen, naturally unreachable. Different thoughts couldn't be overstated. As long as they could achieve, it was best. How important this vision was. What could be said now? Naturally, speechless, hearts shaken. Enough already. This humble Taoist thanks all the fellow Taoists for coming. The temple is small, please bear with us. Everyone came back to their senses, knowing that he was welcoming religious figures, and Heston did not care. The Eric is too polite. It is our honor. Yes, it's our honor, truly honored. Everyone understood, being sensible, naturally knowing the difficulty involved. Saying it was small was actually a polite way of dismissing guests. For insincere visitors, he did not want to entertain. Soon, several young disciples came out, arranging reception accordingly. Ajax walked towards Taoist Unkit. Greetings, senior. Taoist Unkit shook his head. I am the one whose eyes are opened wide. Didn't expect little friend to reach such a realm and cultivation. Indeed enlightening me greatly. Ajax looked at him, feeling immense respect. Being able to cultivate to this level alone was indeed rare. Being of the same path, he naturally could not be rude. Senior, you're too modest. Junior also owes much to the predecessor's dedication. I hope this item will aid you. The Tortoise Heaven record, fitting precisely with the essence of Wudong Mountain, was something he had updated from the system mall. It wasn't very useful to him, so giving it away wouldn't be a problem. Unkit looked at the Tortoise Heaven record before him and felt an inexplicable excitement. It wasn't unfounded that he had this sudden surge of heart's blood. This is too precious, I might not be able to accept it. Senior, there's no need for regret. As I have mentioned earlier, I also hope that the Great Ming can receive your care. While we are still here, naturally, nothing much can be done. But as we pursue the Great Tao, we cannot afford to stop. Thus, we need the Wudong lineage to protect our Great Ming. After hearing this, Unkit understood his intention. It seemed that by setting up this large-scale opening of the Taoist temple, he was aiming to attract some individuals, and he was one of them. However, the allure of the Tortoise Heaven record was irresistible, and he couldn't refuse. Well then, this old Taoist will have to boldly accept it. Our Wudong will do its utmost to protect the Great Ming. Between the lines, anyone who understands knows that once the fate of the Great Ming truly comes to an end, even they, the Wudong, would be powerless. Ajax nodded in agreement. Agreed. The calculations of heaven and earth are beyond comprehension and hard to describe. No one knows what might happen, and thus, it is always difficult to explain. After hearing this, Unkit nodded. This arrangement was acceptable. Subsequently, Ajax handed the Tortoise Heaven record to Unkit, believing that with his capabilities, he would surely benefit from it. As for the others, they were anxious but could do nothing about it. In front of the greatest power in the world, what could they say? Ajax then walked up to Heston. Your Arian Majesty, we can start offering incense and praying for blessings. Upon hearing this, Heston immediately understood and nodded. All right, let me take the lead in offering incense and prayers. You all follow suit. Yes, Clifford. As for the other court officials, they could only watch, unsure if they would even get a chance to offer incense. After all, this was the Eric's place. They naturally dared not act rashly. Chapter 117. A smooth opening and staying at the Taoist temple. Offering incense and praying for blessings is a normal activity. But for the old Zhu family, it was truly extraordinary. Those who didn't know might assume it was a regular blessing ceremony. Little did they realize the secrets involved, which even they themselves were not fully aware of. Don't blame Ajax for being selfish. After all, it was his own property to dispose of as he wished, and there was no problem with that. Unfortunately, not a single member of the royal family showed up, which left Heston feeling discouraged. But he knew it wouldn't be that simple if it were easy. Ajax wasn't concerned and simply nodded at Kesha. Kesha had been waiting impatiently. She took the lead in offering incense and praying for blessings, after which the other court officials followed suit. They merely sought to Janjan Fuqi, imbibe good fortune, and dispel some bad luck. This effect was temporary, and any further action could not be prevented. As for the other Taoists and Buddhists, they burned incense at the cauldron on the square in front of the main hall. No one dared to contradict now, acknowledging their ignorance and not daring to take risks, lest they invite trouble. Regarding whether these were illusions or not, let them try to dissipate the clouds with a wave of their hand and summon the sun, or cause flowers to bloom everywhere, lotuses to appear at every step. These were not simple illusions. On such a grand scale, with fragrances permeating the air, it couldn't just be one person's doing. Furthermore, with so many masters present, if anything went wrong, would anyone be foolish enough to let it happen? Obviously not. Now, the truth can only be known to oneself. What one doesn't know, remains unknown. These realities, common people don't need to scrutinize seriously, as it's impossible anyway. After the offering of incense and prayers concluded, led by Unkit, the Taoists bowed respectfully and took their leave, thus recognizing Taoist Temple as the Imperial Preceptor's establishment. As for the Buddhist monks, unlike the Taoists, they quietly departed without much ado. With the Imperial Preceptor demonstrating his spiritual powers, the Taoist sect would inevitably flourish, putting pressure on the Buddhist community. But what could they do? The current Imperial Preceptor was the Emperor's nephew. They could only temporarily endure, believing that if it were true, it wouldn't be long before their trust paid off. especially since it had been entrusted to the Wudong lineage. Once all the high-ranking officials had completed their offerings, they gradually left. Ordinary citizens then began entering the temple in droves, crowding the large mountain. Fortunately, preparations had been made beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been problematic. The orderly offering of incense and the activation of the Ling-Chi gathering array ensured that those who entered the temple saw minor ailments quickly resolve due to the heavenly Qi. For serious illnesses, though, there was limited effect due to the scarcity of heavenly Qi. Ajax was well aware of this limitation and knew how to handle it properly without causing chaos. This approach ensured safety and simplicity. As for other concerns, better not to ask if you don't understand. There's no point in denying what will come naturally when it should. By the end of the day, as people left, Ajax finally felt relieved and officially moved into the temple. Kesha had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him. Brother Ajax, let's eat. Yes, let's eat. The two sat down to eat, while the young Dao child disciples dined at another table. They were orphans found by Heston, serving as Dao child disciples in the temple and growing up with opportunities as they come. The food is really good. Not surprising, it seems the Ling-Chi gathering array has improved the quality of ingredients. Yes, it seems that's the case. After eating, the Dao child disciples dutifully cleaned up, knowing the process was straightforward and efficient. There were many courtyards and rooms in the back area where everyone lived. Dao child disciples had their dedicated courtyard to reside in, looking out for each other. Under the night sky, the temple stood majestically atop the mountain, its pavilions exuding an air of mystery. This was where he observed the stars at night. Brother Ajax, are you really a god? No, far from it. I'm just a cultivator now, still a long way from becoming a transcendent. Oh, and here, this is for you, Ajax said, handing over a pill with a refreshing aroma that seemed almost divine. Kesha looked at it with sparkling eyes, curious. What is this? Ajax said with a smile, this is the complexion-preserving pill. After taking it, you will retain your youthful appearance. Although you cannot cultivate now, there might be an opportunity in the future, but it may take a very long time. Kesha, upon hearing this, snatched the pill and swallowed it without hesitation, her face filled with delight. No matter when, I will follow Brother Ajax, whether it's through the end of days, or until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. Ajax gently embraced her, knowing this was the life of immortals. Rest assured, before your lifespan ends, I will use magic to preserve you, and when the right time comes, I will release you. Then we can truly be together forever. Yes, I believe it will happen. Kesha had no doubt about his promise, deeply believing in her heart. The only regret was that she couldn't cultivate, which was the most helpless part. Even though you can't cultivate for now, practicing martial arts to strengthen your body is still possible. Don't worry, I will prepare well. Ajax also hoped she would strengthen her body, which would benefit future childbirth, as a stronger mother would naturally provide unique benefits to offspring. This wasn't selfish but for her own good. He believed staying here for 2 to 3 years would bring significant changes. This was also his deep desire, something worth looking forward to. As the Ming Dynasty developed, his power would grow stronger, and he needed to start thinking about the future. The happier the people were, the more virtue he would accumulate, which was directly proportional. Once sweet potatoes were introduced to the Ming Dynasty, the population would rapidly increase. Although it was already growing now, thanks to the grain supply being several times more than before, how could they not have more children? If they could support more people, there was no reason not to have more children. This was a clear truth. As for other matters, there was no need for doubt. The remaining unchangeable aspects would stay as they were. True helplessness wasn't unwillingness but inability to understand or predict. As long as it could be done, it was hard to refute, and everything would go as wished. The future of the Ming Dynasty would shine even brighter, fulfilling his deepest desires and pride. Chapter 118. The Decision of the Duoyan Tribe. During the Spring Festival, Ajax's Taoist temple was bustling with worshippers. Many common folk came to offer incense and pray for blessings. Naturally, they experienced the miraculousness within the temple. Minor ailments vanished without intervention, leaving everyone at a loss for words. It could only be attributed to divine miracles, leading naturally to its flourishing state. As for the altar boys, they were busy as bees. Nonetheless, they still diligently carried out their morning rituals daily, followed by martial arts training to build strength. Ajax personally instructed them, making the process simpler. Regarding the early court sessions, he would attend if he had time, or not if he didn't, or only returned when specifically summoned. Generally speaking, the great Ming Dynasty had already been put on the right track, requiring little interference. It just needed to continue moving forward. This also allowed Aryonarchus to feel the rhythm of the cabinet. Due to Ajax's absence, Heston turned to Aryonarchus for advice. Aryonarchus now knew his place and understood how to do things well instead of showing off. Thus, under Aryonarchus's leadership, the efficiency of the cabinet rapidly improved. Ajax was very pleased with this development. It gave him more time for self-cultivation and enlightenment, efforts beyond the system, rather than relying solely on it. At this moment in the northern steppes, the Wala and Tatar tribes finally lost their patience and pressured the Duoyan tribe to make a decision, or else they would be wiped out first. Duoyan tribe's chief Otto was furious. He never expected them to be so arrogant and tyrannical, demanding direct submission and even willing to use his people as cannon fodder. This obviously meant sending his clan members to certain death, which he was unwilling to do. However, his current strength was the weakest, unable to stand up against these two powerful tribes. He was anxious but uncertain about what to do. Chief, the only solution is to ally with the Great Ming or agree to their terms, someone suggested. This was the only approach they could think of. Surviving between the two warring parties seemed impossible. Neither the Wala nor the Tatar were foolish. They knew leaving any remnants behind could lead to disastrous consequences. So, they would inevitably need to eliminate them before moving south into China. However, the consequences of allying with the Great Ming were zekier. Would they be dismembered or dispersed? No one knew, but it was better than being in imminent danger here. As long as they weren't too naive, they knew the situation clearly. It was an ideal outcome in an ideal world, without doubt. As for other matters, they couldn't immediately determine anything. They could only take one step at a time. As chief, ensuring the safety of the tribe must be the priority. Failing this, he wouldn't be considered a qualified leader. Arianani people saw Otto's worried expression, clearly knowing the two choices ahead. Chief, what are you worried about? I'm worried the Han might treat us as slaves. After all, previous wars have brought much suffering to the Han people. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. This wasn't an unreasonable concern, given the knowledge of their actions. Without further questioning, strength must be achieved through struggle. That's what makes a true power. Achieving unparalleled strength is necessary and reliable. No words need to be said. Fear is unchangeable when rooted deeply in one's heart. Now what? This choice was difficult. They didn't know how the Han would treat them. At this moment, Roland entered, looking joyful. Chief, I've just learned some news from the Han merchants. Whether it's true or false needs your judgment. Otto became curious. What news? Roland spoke seriously. The Great Ming has announced policies for the southwestern ethnic minorities, treating them equally, allowing participation in imperial examinations, and leniency in legal matters, except for capital crimes and treason. Upon hearing this, everyone showed disbelief. Is it true? Everyone asked the same question, unsure and confused. Did you hear this from the Han merchant caravans? Yes, chief, but I don't know if it's true either. Otto pondered while pacing. Was this intentional propaganda from the Han, or a genuine policy? If true, they wouldn't be overly harsh. At most, they wouldn't give too many privileges. But they wouldn't be reduced to slavery, that much was certain. If it were false, then it was a deliberate ploy to lure them into a trap. However, these concerns were only part of the issue. The remaining uncertainties were hard to fathom and could not be ignored. This reality altered the dynamics and left them with no room for speculation. But an opportunity was still an opportunity. Regardless of its authenticity, it increased the likelihood of their submission. Whether true or not, they had to take a chance. This was their last resort. Everyone, we are now caught between a wolf and a tiger. We need to know the stance of the Great Ming. Those who decide to trust the Great Ming, please speak up. Otto knew he couldn't make such a monumental decision alone. After all, it concerned the future of his entire clan. The people in the tent grew solemn, exchanging glances before unanimously voicing their stance. Leader, we will follow your lead, with no regrets. That's right. We have few concerns left. It's time to make a decision. They understood that time was running out. Neither the Walla nor the Tatar wanted to wait any longer because waiting too long would leave them at a disadvantage. Now, they had to decide whether to submit or resist. Otto scanned the crowd slowly, then sat down, his voice heavy. Since that's the case, Roland, you will go and meet the Grand Duke Elijah of the Great Ming. Inform him that our Duoyan tribe is willing to submit to the Great Ming and hopes for favorable treatment. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief filled the air, reflecting their true feelings. Roland bowed deeply in acknowledgement. Yes, leader. I understand and will not fail your command. Remember, be cautious. There may be spies among them. Once you meet the Grand Duke Elijah, explain everything clearly. Trust him to make the right judgment. As for the rest, our Duoyan tribe will never yield to the threats of the Walla and Tatar. The crowd listened intently and chorused in unison. We will never yield. We swear to defend our homeland to the death. Chapter 119. The strength to protect the northeastern people and the benefits of convenient transportation. Linus had just finished breakfast and was discussing the weather with his subordinates. After all, the northeastern region was still in the grips of winter, showing no signs of letting up. This situation would likely persist for another 1 to 2 months. Fortunately, they had many coal stoves. Otherwise, it would have been hard to imagine how to cope. This place was really too cold. Guogong. Despite the cold weather, the people in their homes are not having major problems. They are all staying warm and rarely go out. That's good. Staying indoors is best, as this weather is indeed astonishing. Yes, it's astonishing, but it's also normal. If anything unexpected were to happen, that would be abnormal. Arianani paradoxes come from such situations. Just because they have nothing to do, some of them want to go hunting. A few have already returned. I truly admire their endurance, Dylan said, slapping his forehead after hearing this. It couldn't be helped. Being cooped up at home for so long, who could really stay idle? Going hunting was normal, but here it was not like in central China, where the danger level was much higher. Let's remind the people to be cautious, especially during this winter. Hunting is even more dangerous now. After all, they are not starving. Yes, Guogong. As long as there were no issues, there should be no unexpected incidents. Everything was clear, and it would be the best outcome. One mustn't underestimate this reality. In contrast, many problems couldn't be easily described. No matter what, as long as something could be done, it would be the best start. True capability lay in surviving. Once dead, everything was gone. This was a consensus. They were discussing when someone rushed in to report, Lord Guogong, an envoy from the Doyan tribe wishes to see you. Doyan tribe envoy? Dylan stood up and said, let him in. Everyone sat properly, representing the dignity of the Ming Dynasty, so they couldn't lose composure. True strength couldn't be overlooked. It was evident that as long as a certain level of strength was achieved, even more terrifying times would come. If discerned correctly, it would be perfect. Roland walked into the hall and felt extremely warm and comfortable. The Ming Dynasty truly lived up to its reputation. Doyan tribe envoy Roland pays respects to Linus of the Ming Dynasty. Dylan gently waved. Envoy, please stand. What brings you here? Roland breathed a sigh of relief, then stood and said, Linus, our tribal chief hopes to submit to the Ming Dynasty. I wonder if the Ming Dynasty would accept us? Straightforward, fitting the mindset of the nomads. Naturally, there was no time for nonsense. Dylan was taken aback, but soon calmed down and asked, why? Is there any pressure? Listening to this, Roland became agitated, all because of the relationship between the Oirits and the Tatars. They wish to move south and want to drag us along. But our Doyan tribe doesn't want to, so we gave them a final warning, or they will swallow us first. This was the rule on the grasslands. Without enough strength, one would be swallowed, which was very common. But it wasn't the outcome they desired. Clearly, strength was the core, and other factors couldn't be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Dylan never imagined they intended to invade the Ming Dynasty. He couldn't help feeling enraged, and his expression darkened. All right, I understand. However, this matter requires reporting to the Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Meanwhile, you need to endure for now but can move closer to us. This was the only promise he could make, but moving closer didn't mean entering their territory to prevent any ulterior motives. Roland understood immediately and nodded. Thank you, Lord Guogong. I will report back immediately. Someone, escort the envoy out. Yes, Lord Guogong. Watching Roland leave, Dylan couldn't help saying, ladies and gentlemen, it seems they still harbor malicious intentions, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to move south. Yes, but fortunately, their plot is doomed to fail. Under the calculations of His Arianagesty and the Imperial Arianaster, they will pay a heavy price. With the Doyan tribe willing to join us, things will become much easier in the future. Indeed. Now, especially in the 9 border regions and the grasslands, fortresses have been reinforced, and countless cannons have been installed. If they dare to move south, they will not return alive. With that, Dylan immediately sent someone to report to Yingtianfu. Traveling to Yingtianfu had become much simpler. Whether by water or land, it was relatively convenient. Especially with a large port built in Jinzhou, including a shipyard, traveling from here to Yingtianfu was much closer. Given this reality, there's no need to ask more. Once everything becomes clearer, it is not hard to understand. Naturally, there's no need for further questioning. True strength always carries an expectation. In this aspect, one can say it's quite simple. There's no need for overthinking. Everything is dominated by power in the unseen forces, allowing for better performance. Strength is at the core. Besides that, land routes are also very fast. The rapid construction of cement roads has been a priority. The progress of road construction hasn't stopped over the past 2 years. Now, the central China region of the Ming Dynasty is densely covered with roads, making transportation extremely convenient. Shortcuts leading to various places have also been established, though they come with tolls, as allowed by the government. Those who refuse to pay can still take longer routes, which is fine. From this, one can see the true strength, and it needs someone capable to achieve it. True strength lies in doing things well, regardless of how many tasks there are. As long as they go smoothly, there's no need for much thought. At this point, the best clarity has been reached. There's no need for any explanation. With some changes, there isn't much room for objection. All these rules can be seen clearly, making it indescribable. Future opportunities must reach a certain level of accuracy to be the best. No matter how many problems arise, they are all minor issues. When faced with doubts, ignorance isn't necessary. Only when the facts emerge does a glimmer of hope appear. Having fewer intentions is the most reasonable approach. Transportation in the Ming Dynasty is now very convenient. Traveling to anywhere has become relatively simple, which brings much peace of mind. This is sufficient, and even leads to a desire for greater convenience. A long-held wish has finally come true. Their lives will naturally improve. Whether it's officials, merchants, or common people, everyone benefits from easier travel. These things don't require many difficulties to be practical. They produce the best actual results and align perfectly with reality. In this regard, the best arrangements can be made. Chapter 120. Preparations of Great Ming, Never Compromise. In Yingtianfu, as it seems there might be a place name error here, assuming it should be Yingtianfu or Nanjing instead. The weather changes at this moment can be seen as an immediate need and are quite straightforward. One must not be careless. True strength is always problem-free, and true compromise is evident without any issue. A good effort will ensure the best arrangement, ultimately guaranteeing power. As long as it can be done, there won't be a problem. Changing something slightly means no need to confront. As long as it's understood clearly, everything will be self-evident and undeniable. This kind of pressure is the best stress. Preparing accordingly shows real intentions. The only chance is the hope within a sliver of hope, thus no need for intervention. No matter how many things, all lies under the greater picture. Oh, the Tuyan tribe wants to join our Great Ming, while Walla and Tatar want to march south to attack our Great Ming. Yes, your Arianagesty. Now the Duke of Elijah is awaiting your imperial order. After hearing this, Heston nodded and pondered for a while before saying, let Lan Yu and his men handle it. They need to deal with matters on the grasslands. This battle must crush them completely, absolutely no holding back. Yes, your Arianagesty. Since it has come to this, naturally, holding back isn't an option. As long as it can be achieved, there's no problem. If it can't be achieved, then it's a significant issue. These are facts that cannot be overlooked. As long as there are no major issues, there's no need for doubt. True power is the key to destiny's beginning, and preparation is vital. Alas, fate is mysterious and cannot be easily concluded. Changing its significance hopefully allows better expression. Such changes can be quite surprising. Don't ask why, just hope there's no why. Most problems stem from these results. Everything appears planned, part of destiny's design. Understanding these elements serves as proof of immense pressure. Don't overthink it, just act. This time, we must thoroughly end them and leave no traces of unrest. Yes, your Arianagesty. Soon, Charles and others receive the news, each excited beyond measure. They know advancement comes only through military achievements. Without enough achievements, it's troublesome. Now opportunity has come. They understand that after settling the grasslands, they'll tackle the vast sea. There are countless resources, mountains of gold and silver, endless bounty visible. Thus, they can work even harder. The reality mustn't be underestimated. Today's meaning can be said to be simpler. As long as it's well done, there shouldn't be a problem. Completing tasks smoothly ensures safety. Don't underestimate real power. No empty boasts but prepare for power. Excellent. This time we must show the might of our Great Ming. Last time they escaped. This time it must not happen. Indeed, this time we must let them know our prowess. Everyone clearly understands. After this, if anyone wants another war, they'd have to provoke again, especially since lacking strength denies power, a deadly matter. This is increasingly clear. Of course, if they're adept at naval warfare, perhaps they can continue battling on the seas. These are their thoughts, based on making significant contributions this time. Last time, Hall went out to sea with the Jacob, but now the Jacob can't go out easily. The Navy remains under Hall's command, enviable yet insignificant in comparison. No further words needed. These are unignorable details. What's coming, will come. No shortcuts. Real strength dictates direction. Future rules align with power, which is sufficient. Compared to power, none can afford to overlook it. Pursuing benefits is simply a challenging task. Unknown factors must achieve certain effects, not ignored, bringing more disputes of interest. Opportunities will come more safely and stably. Visible issues require no additional attention. Keep it simple, undebatable. Opportunities have always been such. No more words needed, just showcase combat achievements. With Heston's order, the entire war machine of the Great Ming was reactivated. This time, the advance speed was faster. Upon receiving orders, all strategic points opened immediately, prohibiting anyone from entering. Anyone who encounters them would face misfortune. Those manning these checkpoints all understood and promptly implemented a complete lockdown, prohibiting ordinary people from using them. Though many were puzzled, no one voiced dissatisfaction, as this was a military necessity. Just this fact alone made many realize that the Great Ming was about to make a major move. The extent of this move remained unknown, an undeniable fact that could not be discussed. In short, there must be no carelessness. It became clearer that true facts always required matching strength. There was no need for suspicion or over-explanation. True strength ensured everything proceeded as planned. Different rules revealed more secrets. Any unexpected events could not be justified. On top of the facts, everything was arranged. Even though the weather remained cold, the soldiers knew that once the battle started, it wouldn't matter how cold it was, only whether they lived or died. If they didn't want to die, they had to stand up and fight. Otherwise, their fate was certain death with no other options, an undeniable fact that left no room for compromise, which everyone clearly understood. These rules were simple, as evident by the situation. Impossible things might happen, and other issues weren't worth worrying about, as they were already clear. Deeply comprehending the reasons behind this, it came down to one's own abilities to navigate through. If capable, it wasn't a problem. If not, it only showed they weren't strong enough. At this level of strength, it was essential to show that all rules could be broken. Otherwise, it would be too much, even self-destructive. They knew better than to be careless. Such changes presented opportunities. Their thoughts marked the beginning, requiring no excessive concern but rather a focus on aspirations, already evident. Chapter 121. Merely based on Aryan-material foundations. Although Ajax was not often at court, Heston still sought him out. Davidson, please have a seat. Our nephew is truly becoming more and more ethereal, which is very good. Really very good. As Heston observed, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Such a transformation was clear in his heart, leaving a profound impression. This scene was exceptionally clear. There was no need for further questioning. The things that could be understood carried immense pressure, but as long as they were achievable, everything would be fine. Davidson, you jest. I am still young, Ajax said with a smile. Unfathomable truths were not to be overlooked. Yet these were trivial matters that did not require much thought. Time changes were unpredictable, so there was no need to worry too much. Heston looked at his nephew, and felt even more moved by the significant transformation. Camden, the battle on the grasslands is about to commence. Do you have any wise counsel? Ajax shook his head. Wise counsel, no. Just a simple suggestion. When it's time to act, don't hesitate. Decisive action ensures stability of strength. As for other matters, there's no need to worry. They don't pose any threat to our Ming Dynasty. Afterward, we can proceed with the great voyages. Upon hearing great voyages, Heston became curious. I've heard that many merchants are now seeking ways to get large ships. Ajax smiled and replied, Davidson, you're right. They look forward to this more than we do. Their eagerness reveals their intentions. No matter what, wealth is at the core. Otherwise, where would today's riches come from? The ocean is filled with endless wealth. Even just the fish in the sea are a rich resource. Coastal residents can make a living by fishing. This isn't an unreasonable idea. Many disputes arise over maritime resources. Heston reflected on this. No wonder so many merchants go to great lengths to acquire large ships. Our horizons are somewhat limited, he admitted. Ajax responded, Davidson, you can't blame yourself. When discussing such matters, others might not believe them because they seem far-fetched. Indeed. Heston listened, unsure of how to respond. He truly didn't know. Camden, these are minor issues. There's no need to doubt. You'll see when it comes to customs duties. It will certainly surprise you. Heston felt puzzled. Could it really be as easy as that? Ajax knew of his skepticism but said, Davidson, let's start by finding some proficient mathematicians to prepare for this task. They are crucial for collecting customs duties properly. Otherwise, tax revenues might be wasted due to miscalculations. Clarifying the importance, he also pointed out the potential for tax evasion. Heston nodded in agreement. This issue wasn't problematic. He would arrange it. For the rest, he had his own ideas, which were sufficient. There was no need for overly complicated intentions. A clear mindset was enough. Without unnecessary words, achieving enough results was all that mattered. Good, I understand. I'll get this done immediately. Camden, when do you estimate the peak period will arrive? Ajax shook his head. It's impossible to say. Distances vary greatly, making predictions difficult. Davidson, don't forget that the weather at sea is unpredictable. Once lost at sea, it may be hard to return. It's not foolproof. Even using the magnetic compass was not infallible. The sea held many secrets, making exploration far from easy. Heston understood this, then sighed, truly, these merchants are willing to risk their lives for money, all quite insane. Yes, indeed. All these changes are driven by profit. If they can make money, there's no problem. The benefits are abundant, and the outcomes differ significantly. This competition for power clearly shows its effects without needing much explanation. It's all for better distinction. True secrets ensure strength, and understanding these things is remarkably convenient. Different rules require different preparations, allowing for no changes. Adjustments can be made within certain limits, but preparation is always essential. Their motivations can be understood. Money is what countless people pursue to live better lives. Indeed, under different circumstances, pressures are immense, and naturally, nothing is amiss. In short, these should not be underestimated. The true purpose is to achieve intended goals more effectively, better describing the essence of their ambitions. Different minds have different pursuits, but the pursuit of money is something many people share alike. It's merely a matter of varying levels of insight and enlightenment. Precisely because of this, it is an undeniable fact that we must accept. We can see things more clearly now. Future events cannot be easily predicted. Many things remain zekier, indisputable. Everything lies within these differences in concepts, naturally reflecting different thoughts, which lead to simple realizations. It's not that one cannot do so, but some matters should not be spoken aloud. If said, it would mean a lack of rationality. What needs to be done should be made clearer and more straightforward. Do not doubt. As long as it becomes more certain, it is for the best. Resolute decisions and understanding their significance are both without issue, naturally requiring no concern. As I say, if something can be understood, then there is nothing impossible. In terms of hope, everything lies within it. Future moments cannot be arranged, and this remains true. Mountains of gold and silver are not as important as human lives, yet they still hustle for money. Davidson, this is only natural. To live, one needs money. Even commoners find it hard otherwise. After all, who doesn't love money? Now, the Ming Dynasty is gradually ensuring that the bowls of its people are full of rice. This is just the most basic material foundation. Ajax said solemnly, if this material foundation is not met, it is a trivial matter and does not require involvement. Naturally, nothing can be done, and thus, it need not be mentioned. The facts speak for themselves, and everything remains unspoken. Relatively speaking, it is simple. Heston asked curiously, what comes after? Ajax smiled and replied, Davidson, don't forget, those who like being officials must study, and those who want to travel the seas must also study and need money. Without these guarantees, nothing can be accomplished. Chapter 122. Strategic Intentions and Broadening Horizons. Heston listened, feeling it made sense. Indeed it was so. Moreover, only when the world becomes larger will there be moments to divert their attention. Arianity ambitious people will not be confined to just one place, thus creating a relatively advantageous situation for the Great Ming. Ajax explained, also making Heston realize that this was merely the present, not the future. Arianity things were unknown and should not be speculated about with today's perspective. That's right. Indeed, in this way, it would distract their attention. Naturally, it is a good thing. It allows them to focus on other places, which is quite fine. Iwan highly agreed. It wouldn't do if they continued to cause chaos in Central Plains. It was indeed necessary to handle matters properly without losing composure. This intention needed to be very clear before one could truly understand. For now, it was all speculation. True events cannot be described, as no one knows what will happen. Camden, you see through clearly. This is good, very good. It makes everything clear to me. Davidson, all these are uncertain. No one knows what will happen. We can only silently persist, seizing opportunities. As for other matters, they generally bring no benefits. This was not unexpected but a fact, a clear potentiality, also a preparation for future contingencies. After talking for a long time, Heston continued, Camden, the main tasks this year are still water conservancy and road construction, right? Ajax nodded directly, yes, Davidson. Water conservancy and road construction must continue for at least 10 years, possibly longer. Only by thoroughly handling these issues can we ensure safety. Floods cannot be easily managed with just a few concrete slabs, requiring more human resources, materials, and finances. Heston thought it over. Indeed, floods are powerful, and all they can do is prevention. Any amount of investment is justified. Inspections and repairs are required every year, needing considerable financial and material input, which is very clear. From this, it can be seen that true excellence is a matter of aspiration, requiring no further contemplation or questioning. There's no need for doubt here. True guarantees ensure solid practices, thus leading to greater safety. Simply put, strength addresses all issues best. If achievable, unnecessary difficulties are avoided. Camden speaks well. I have overlooked this. Clearly, more investment and inspection are necessary. As an emperor, he placed these matters first. Ensuring grain security requires no water problems, which he believed could be managed. Oh yes, what about reservoirs? Suddenly thinking about reservoirs, he knew these weren't minor matters. If noticeable progress is made, everything proceeds smoothly and effortlessly. Regardless, these projects are fortunate and not troublesome at all. In short, such anticipation ensures typical safety. Personal safety is paramount, and other parts are secondary. Especially during severe droughts, these waters are life-saving. Ajax said solemnly, Davidson, floods and droughts are two sides of the same coin. No one can guarantee that rain will always come. Extended droughts are not unheard of, which can be truly dangerous, even terrifying. If crops fail completely, it will be a huge problem. These preparations are crucial. Even if farmers have surplus grain, it doesn't prevent panic, causing much trouble. Heston immediately became concerned. Indeed, drought dangers rival those of floods, being perilous and precarious, extremely alarming and helpless. Definitely not a trivial issue but a significant one. Yes, indeed nephew has insight. We cannot afford to be careless. We must go all out. Reservoirs won't cost much, and we must build them. Ajax didn't say more. Reservoirs serve as precautions, and the current outcomes suffice. Other matters don't warrant excessive worry, as they are facts. Arianity water projects reflect both confidence and necessity, better preparing us. All these need no explanation. The significance of change is so direct, with everything unsaid yet understood. No unnecessary explanations are needed. Facts speak volumes. This is best. These matters don't require much pondering. As long as they are clear enough, it's a good thing. True power is hard to describe. This scene has already concentrated on these issues, but there's no guarantee of much more. The true significance. No one knows what will happen. Whether it's floods or severe droughts, both need defense. Even with full preparation, if it still cannot be prevented, then it's not a human issue anymore. It's an act of heaven. As long as the post-disaster reconstruction work is done well, it is considered very satisfactory. Ajax looked and felt reassured. This is good. Only by recognizing the importance can one understand the dangers involved, rather than leading to failure, which would indeed be a significant problem. These are all inevitable issues. Besides, there's no need to hesitate now. As long as we have enough ability, everything will no longer be a challenge. After the commencement of overseas trade, it will bring many impacts to the Great Ming, whether in material or spiritual aspects. There will be inadequacies. Davidson, these all require guidance, not letting things take their own course. These pursuits reside in everyone's heart. A bit of guidance is greatly needed. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This step cannot be left unattended. Under deterrence, the Great Ming will be stronger. Unfathomable expectations are the theme of strength. True capability means that any changes should not be abandoned. The Great Ming cannot ignore the desires of the people, so what needs to be done is to continuously grow stronger. Once weakened, new crises might emerge. Ajax understands this point clearly, though he hasn't said it out loud. He believes his Zeke understands it well, naturally requiring no excessive doubt. Such capital, where strength is the only standard, can better attest to the future, where strength aligns. Strength guarantees the best outcome before capability. Iwan ponders these issues, summarizing them. The Great Ming must move forward and never stop. Chapter 123. Numerous cannons prepared, a well-equipped war. The Ming army gradually entered various strongholds in the north, simultaneously taking notice of the artillery platforms on the city walls. There were quite a few. So many cannons? The generals could hardly believe it. Previously, they had always been short on resources, but now there were actually this many cannons. After Charles and others reconfirmed, they realized that the emperor had meticulously prepared for everything, waiting only for this great battle. Gentlemen, His Arian Majesty has provided us with such ample equipment. We must prove our mettle and not become a laughingstock to the world. Indeed, we've fought our way through countless battles. We can't let others mock us. Each soldier was filled with high morale, understanding their capabilities and unwilling to be careless. Soon they entered a state of readiness, awaiting the appearance of the nomads. This time, all key towns in the north were on constant alert. One moment of carelessness could ruin the hard-won opportunity. They did not want to see such a scenario unfold. So, the situation was now straightforward. With such abundant resources, they couldn't miss this chance to establish their achievements and even venture into the grasslands. These advantages were indisputable facts, needing no doubt at all. Everything was already clear to them. This also highlighted the benefits of smooth passage. Otherwise, they would still be en route. Time saved was preparation for better battles and a factor for victory. Dylan received Heston's orders at this moment, knowing what to do. Send for the envoy of the Doyen tribe. Yes, Duke. Soon, the Doyen tribe envoy Roland arrived. He had returned to report back and immediately came back here to wait for news, ensuring timely arrival. Greetings, Duke. The envoy needn't be so formal. The Emperor has sent word, allowing your tribe to join us, but there's one point to note. You cannot cross the Ming borders at will. I believe you understand. Yes, I understand. Once you join the Ming Dynasty, you must abide by Ming law. Moreover, His Arian Majesty has extended special grace, granting you privileges similar to those in the Southwestern policy. You know this is the Emperor's decree. Take it back. Dylan handed over the imperial edict to Roland, making it clear that the choice was theirs. Roland understood, seeing it clearly without any doubts. These things were evident, requiring no explanation. He understood well enough. Yes, Duke. Roland respectfully accepted the edict, knowing this was their choice. You may go, but time is running out, Dylan said seriously. The great battle is likely to come soon. No one will be able to help anyone then. In other words, refusal meant fending for themselves, and if they became enemies, they shouldn't blame the Ming Dynasty for being heartless. Roland understood and performed a solemn bow before quickly returning to his tribe. The tribe was nearby, but the vast grasslands still posed dangers from potential spies, necessitating greater caution. These were the necessary precautions, intentions that were clear and undeniable. True effort often led to ruthless outcomes, leaving no room for argument. Judging the facts, everything stemmed from the thoughts of the ignorant. Accomplishing these tasks inevitably involved some difficulties. It wasn't despair but rather being pushed into a corner. Watching this, Dylan immediately informed everyone to prepare for battle. All cities in the northeast region increased their vigilance, and the inhabitants of the interior plains were notified not to leave easily. Knowing the risks, the common people wouldn't leave lightly, quietly waiting. Living here made it clear that danger loomed. Conditions on the border were similar. Everyone understood. There was no need for distinction. Regarding the invaders from the grasslands, they were deeply hated, almost with a vendetta. Yet, there were also kind-hearted exchanges between them, which did not obscure the necessary vigilance. Countless civilians took out hunting knives, spears, and bows, ready to defend against any breakthroughs by the nomadic invaders should they penetrate military defenses. Life was improving, giving them hope. Naturally, they did not wish for disruption. Each one of them showed an intensely enthusiastic expression, seemingly eager to engage in battle. However, it was a pity that they were not soldiers and could only silently prepare. There was nothing else they could do, and this point had to be taken more seriously. This scene was the highlight, requiring no further questions. It was hard to change much, and it was difficult to understand, which made it clear that caution was necessary. Thus, their hopes could bloom more brightly, and the changes, though merciless, were quite natural. Everything could be seen from the pressures, and all could be released without denial. No one could disrupt their current good days, not even the invaders from the grasslands. Their belief was resolute, making it even stronger. It wasn't that they didn't want to act. Some things were beyond their capabilities. They could only say they weren't strong enough yet and must quietly grow. Numerous future matters couldn't be abandoned, so they could only move forward continuously. Only by moving in the right direction would everything be best. If they went wrong, it would cause immense trouble. The Ming Dynasty was the best guide, and they lived under its protection, which was a good thing. As long as they remembered this, they reached the essence, needing no more words. Different perceptions led to the best investigation. True intentions were hard to express, but knowing the ultimate goal was enough. Dylan knew about these matters and did not stop them because he understood that this was their way of protecting their homes. Although they were not soldiers, they couldn't guarantee there were no vulnerabilities, so it was necessary to remain vigilant at all times and maintain a cautious attitude. As long as they understood this, they would be safer without interference. A start and finish brought more opportunities for progress. If they weren't strong enough, it could be disastrous. If fate couldn't be understood, they might walk into a dead end, making any comparisons unnecessary. Protecting themselves was the greatest victory, just like everyone else. Chapter 124. The Doyan tribe relocates to the Great Ming. Chief, everything is ready. After hearing this, Johnny looked at everyone and said, "Move all the elderly, weak, women, and children into the territory of the Great Ming. We will stay behind." Everyone initially did not understand but soon got it. "Chief, what about this?" "This is also to show our attitude. Whether it's for hostages or any other reason, if it can be done, it's an opportunity we can't miss. Moreover, it's to make the Han people trust us more." At this point, Johnny's expression turned serious as he said, "After all, prolonged conflicts have made both our tribes distrustful of each other. I believe you all know that. This step needs to be taken, then we will prove our sincerity through our contributions." Undoubtedly, it meant they would stay to fight, thus demonstrating their loyalty to the Great Ming. No matter where they ended up after that, as long as they were not slaves, it would be fine. This was their heartfelt desire and the main purpose for staying behind. Regardless of the time, this direction needed attention. Even though much had changed, it was irrefutable and clearer than ever. This time, they intended to showcase their bravery once again. "Yes, Chief." His subordinates were influenced by his words because they knew that to avoid being looked down upon, they needed significant achievements and combat strength, symbols of heroism. "Very well, let's go. Let's eliminate any worries and face the Walla and Tatar head-on." Johnny spoke with a commanding presence. The others responded enthusiastically, their eyes filled with determination. Soon, Dylan received this news. Seeing the elderly, weak, women, and children of the Doyan tribe entering Great Ming territory while the rest stayed behind for battle, he remarked, "It seems they understand well. There's no need for further discussion." Dylan knew well that once the major battles began, many concerns would arise. But without these concerns, there would be less worry. They had their worries, but didn't the Great Ming have them too? Preparations for accommodation and provisions had already been made, so they didn't have to worry about food and drink, as many livestock had also been brought into the territory of the Great Ming. Upon seeing this, the citizens of the Great Ming understood the situation and were amazed. However, they quickly started trading grains for sheep. Since farming wasn't possible at the moment and grain supplies were abundant, trade became a natural choice. Although such trades had happened before, they were rare. This time, there were no reservations. Transactions completed rapidly, sheep traded for bags of grain after bag of grain. For many grassland dwellers, this was the first time they tasted rice so quickly, and it felt incredible. Their living conditions were much better than tents, sturdy and equipped with coal stoves for heating and boiling water, and they were safe from fire hazards. Considering the scarcity of wood at this time, these honeycomb coals significantly improved their lives in the Great Ming. In such cold weather, they were now warm inside, as long as they didn't go out. Such excellent conditions pleased Johnny and his people, making them even more eager to fight, knowing the Great Ming harbored no ill will toward them, having now joined the Empire. "In this battle, we must show them how formidable we are. We cannot let their plot succeed. Rest assured, Chief. Now our families are eating rice. They are happier than we are. We must strive for an even brighter future." "Ha ha ha, well said. Chief, let's keep eating rice without any worries." "Exactly, good job. This time, let them know who are the true favorites of Changshangshan." Johnny shouted with seriousness, clearly boosting morale. Meanwhile, in the ears of the Walla and Tatar, learning of the Doyan tribe's decision ignited rage. Yet they couldn't act immediately due to distance and strategic considerations. How detestable. The Doyan tribe abandoned the blessings of Changshangshan. It's infuriating. Indeed, we must show them our might and prevent any of their audacity. The faces of the Walla and Tatar were filled with malevolent intent, clearly unwilling to accept this outcome. Preparing for strength was inevitable, and this clear decision could only lead to further brilliance. The terrifying power and overwhelming killing intent would be their greatest confidence. They were determined to make the Doyan tribe and the Great Ming pay, to teach them the consequences of their actions. This was the greatest change they faced, one that did not require direct understanding. In this aspect, it could be seen without any need for explanation. The true significance lay in making no compromises. The real changes were undeniable and posed direct challenges, leaving no room for doubt. Now, every sign of change and the leading role played brought an inspiring impact. They had to let the enemy know how formidable they were. Being lambs trying to rebel was tantamount to seeking death. Yet winter still lingered, even as spring approached but had yet to fully arrive, more so as one ventured further north. However, the Great Ming was already well prepared, requiring no further words. With this strength, it was sufficient. Choosing abilities represented a great interest and value, with no need for excessive doubt, allowing everything to be seen clearly. True comprehension of capabilities remained uncertain, but as long as it was accurate enough, it sufficed. They also urgently mobilized their troops, reacting swiftly to the Great Ming's actions. They could not sit idly by, especially considering the unpredictable traitor who posed a significant threat. Should danger arise, a series of ongoing conspiracies and critical issues would unfold, and true power players would make their moves. Different outcomes called for heightened vigilance, the best precaution being inevitable caution. Strength was crucial and beyond reason. Greater courage was needed, leaving no room for rebuttal. Aryan mastering all interests would naturally invigorate them, and this was enough. They were the eagles of the grasslands, determined to turn the enemy into prey rather than becoming prey themselves. This decisive step could lead to a breakthrough, leaving no room for doubt. Pride and arrogance required no external evaluation because in their hearts, they believed they were the strongest. Chapter 125. Heston's Anxiety. As the weather gradually warmed up, the Great Ming began to transport more supplies to the border. After over 2 years of accumulation, grain warehouses were now widespread throughout the empire, varying only in size. Heston would also frequently inspect them to ensure no one was falsifying records. This was a matter of grave seriousness. Should any discrepancies arise, the consequences would be dire and unavoidable. This situation needed no further doubt. One must simply remain vigilant. It was the result of prolonged contention and competition, reflecting the empire's unassailable strength. Regardless of opportunities or other factors, nothing could change the Great Ming's formidable power. Even the cities near the northern frontier benefited, with ample provisions leading to greater contentment. No one wished to lose such favorable conditions. These advantages accumulated into an even more unique and undeniable effect. With robust support and reinforcements, the Great Ming's combat prowess became unparalleled. In the northeast region, preparations were already comprehensive. To secure victory, Heston dispatched thousands more cannons for Dylan. These cannons could be either fixed or mobile, depending on their use. Dylan understood the Emperor's intention to utterly obliterate any invaders. They must understand the severity. There can be no regrets, he thought. The anticipated effects were clear and required no explanation. Knowing and not knowing made all the difference. Confidence in the outcome was natural and beyond question. Combat was the essence and foundation of the Great Ming, a source of pride that would not allow for failure. Everything was aimed at continuous strengthening. They believed that only through relentless improvement could they advance further and expand their options. The best strategy was offense, for it is the best form of defense, rather than waiting for enemies to attack. However, finding paths across the vast grasslands of the frontier was challenging, making it difficult but demonstrating their might. Indeed, these efforts contributed to the Great Ming's increasing power and unity. It was better to live under a peaceful ruler than endure chaos. The broad expanse of the borders necessitated more defensive capabilities, requiring a broader scope of action. There was no need for unnecessary reservations, as long as everyone remained focused. Now, the entire empire watched them. How could they fail? It was unthinkable. Despite previous poverty, they had defeated the Yuan dynasty. Now, wealthier and stronger, how could they possibly lose to the unstable forces of the Oirat and Tatar? This was absolutely unacceptable. Should failure occur, they would take responsibility by committing suicide to express their remorse. None of the named generals of the Great Ming would willingly bear such consequences. With unwavering confidence, their strength was assured. Future opportunities would be crucial. Only the strong remained independent, while the weak sought protection. There was no difference. Back in the capital city, Yingtianfu, Heston sought out Ajax to alleviate his inner turmoil. Davidson, don't worry. The Great Ming is thriving and will face no danger. This reassured Heston, though he was curious about the mysterious concept of national fortune. Did it truly exist? Curious, he asked, Camden, how long will our nation's good fortune last? Ajax was momentarily speechless, realizing this was what every emperor ultimately cared about. Davidson, as long as the people's hearts remain with us, so will the Great Ming. However, longevity depends on the efforts of the royal family and officials working together. While this didn't fully address his concerns, it was true. Heston still felt perplexed why Ajax wouldn't specify. Ajax hesitated, unable to express his thoughts clearly because many things had changed, complicating the answer. So, he said helplessly, Davidson, don't be too fixated. As long as we have the people's support, much of history will not be preserved. It's entirely possible. Just like me, how much history can be passed down? I don't know either. What? You don't know either? Yes, indeed that's the case. Because I don't know, that's why we are in this situation now. If I did know, there would be no worry because the future of history always walks into the unknown, which I cannot control. After hearing this, Heston nodded involuntarily. Future emperors may not listen to him since they might not trust him as much. We can only say that different paths lead to different answers. All these ancient intentions reside within the heart. As long as one is aware, happy things will happen, and this point is very important. Alright, since that's the case, let's not force it. We just need this battle to go smoothly. Davidson, rest assured. You've sent out elite soldiers and capable generals. They'll make these invaders understand the consequences. Yes, naturally, we believe in them. There must be no problems. His attitude changed, becoming more confident, and he felt quite relaxed about it. As for other matters, none of them mattered as long as there were strong results, which would be the best use. All these issues are minor problems. They will demonstrate their achievements, leaving the invaders speechless and others at ease, without any unnecessary worries. This could be achieved or not. This scene unfolded as expected, and naturally, it didn't need denial. The initial changes were all for the better development of the Great Ming, presently and in the future. As long as it strengthens the Great Ming, it's worth looking forward to. Such an answer was sufficient. There was no need for further questioning. Besides, with all these concerns being realities, there was no need for explanations. When necessary, capabilities should be utilized effectively. Heston calmed down, realizing he had been overly anxious. Chapter 126. Merchants are not afraid of spending money. War is not afraid of cannon fire. The imperial examinations within the Great Ming Empire began, and preparations for external wars were also underway. Yet none of this affected the development of the Great Ming. Everything proceeded as usual, with no signs of stopping. Finally, overseas trade was initiated. Countless merchants hesitated not a moment in purchasing large ships, determined to make big profits. It hadn't been long since the Song Dynasty, so the older generation's tales still circulated, and people hadn't forgotten the enormous benefits of overseas trade. This naturally sparked many people's ambitions. Moreover, some individuals still possessed hidden sea charts, passed down from ancestors who had sailed the seas. On the vast ocean, without sea charts and the magnetic compass, Sinan, to guide them, success was unlikely. Losing direction could mean never finding one's way home again. Therefore, these two items were essential. Countless merchants flooded into the sea, connecting with the outside world. As for pirates and Japanese marauders, they had already been mostly cleared out, making it quite safe. Most trade was concentrated in the South China Sea area. Few were willing to venture toward the region infested by Japanese marauders due to too many concerns. If those savages acted irrationally and seized their goods, what would happen? Until absolute safety could be guaranteed, it was better to head for relatively safer places. Currently, in the Great Ming, more shipyards were established, especially in Luqiu and Fuzhou, where the shipyards were huge. Both warships and large merchant ships could be built here. Apart from warships, which could not be sold, all other vessels were available, though at very high prices. The largest ship for sale was 20 zhang long and 4 zhang wide, which was substantial. But it couldn't compare with warships. Typical ironclads were at least 30 zhang long and 7 or 8 zhang wide, giving the Great Ming a significant advantage. Even so, it was larger than previous merchant ships. If, in the future, ships up to 30 zhang long were allowed to be sold, many more merchants would likely purchase them. Additionally, these ships were equipped with small-caliber cannons. Though these were less powerful compared to those on the Ming fleet, they surpassed pirate armaments, ensuring their safety. Of course, the number of cannons varied based on the size of the ship, as stipulated by the Ming regulations. Unauthorized modifications required registration. Otherwise, penalties would include fines or confiscation, and any resistance would face the might of the Ming Navy. When these rules were announced, merchants were incredulous. Never had they expected the court to allow such firepower. Cold weapons were unrestricted during voyages, but had to be stored upon entering Ming ports. This demonstrated the difference between Ming's internal and external policies. Despite everything, merchants flocked enthusiastically because conditions were far safer now than before. Though the price was steep, merchants remained committed to acquiring safe passage. The most luxurious ships cost over 1,000,000 taels of silver, while the cheapest were around 10,000 taels, as safety at sea could not be compromised. Wealthy merchants did not hesitate to buy these expensive ships for trade purposes. If even more powerful ships were allowed, millions of taels wouldn't be an issue. In the bustling year of Hongwu 7, everything was set in motion with incredible speed. The Oirat and Tatar forces on the grasslands could no longer hold back, launching a southern invasion. Although there were intentions to attack the Donghua tribe, they had been free from worries and continuously harassed them, making it difficult to decide. In the end, they chose to postpone the decision and advance south first. Immediately, border towns like Donghua erupted into gunfire, as countless invaders were blown to pieces. Ambitions for gain remained unstoppable. Even bloodshed didn't deter their pursuits. Once the intent to kill was roused, nothing else mattered. No need for excessive thoughts or doubts. Now, it's about pursuing benefits. No one wanted to abandon potential gains. Such tendencies led to unparalleled strength and better performance, pushing people to grow under pressure. Generals like Charles deeply understood the current advantage of the Great Ming. With supplies abundant, every intrusion from the steppes would be met with fierce resistance, leaving no room for concern. Previously, the transportation of supplies to various border regions by the Great Ming was incredibly abundant. Whether it was grain or ammunition, there was always more than enough. This way, all these benefits were undeniable. They were indeed valuable assets. With so many resources, there was no room for doubt, naturally leading to greater joy and no need for suspicion. Under the bombardment of countless cannons and shells, countless enemies were stunned. Alas, they ultimately became nutrients for the earth. In such a terrifying scenario, who would willingly be cannon fodder? However, both the Oirat and Tatar forces were already committed, unwilling to give up. They aimed to make the Great Ming pay a price. This frantic act of sacrificing lives also revealed their intention to deplete the Great Ming's resources. But the generals of the Great Ming were not foolish. Scattered as they were unafraid. Apart from cannons, there were bows and arrows, and countless warriors stood on the city walls, awaiting their deaths. As soon as the enemy gathered outside, they would be met with concentrated firepower, preventing them from regrouping. Such battles could be described as effortless, even easy. These were trivial matters. When one's capabilities reached a certain level, strength followed, and everything became self-evident. True power was unmistakable, demonstrating their formidable influence. Change was inevitable, and it was certain that things would happen as planned. The Great Ming was no longer what it used to be. Formidable, but we must still be cautious. These enemies are cunning. Of course, we're not foolish either. We don't mind them sending men to die, but when it comes to strategy, we won't lose to them, will we? Everyone was full of confidence, knowing well their own strength. Confidence was essential because only by achieving greatness could one avoid being ridiculed. This was an absolute and unacceptable fact. If not for this resolve, they wouldn't have been so naive. They believed in their ability to succeed, and there was no need for concern. Trapping them here, delaying them here, none of these strategies caused any fear. The Great Ming had defenses far beyond just one location. Chapter 127 Excitement of Heston. Heston now felt relieved as he looked at the battle reports. This was the most reassuring news for him right now. The Wala and the Tatar divided into 3 routes to attack, targeting Yumen Pass, Tongguan Pass, and Datong. However, the Ming Dynasty had anticipated these attacks and would not yield but instead retaliated fiercely. This was an undeniable fact. Thus, the outcome could be predicted accordingly. Great power and terrifying firepower required solid strength as a guarantee, naturally leading to precise results. Very good, extremely good. As for why they are not attacking Shanghai Pass, they still aim to break through the defense of Duoyan cavalry and Dillon. This was what Heston understood in his heart, feeling very happy, yet more so appreciating the advantage of formidable artillery. Anyway, he was not afraid of spending money now. Wealth was abundant. After a major battle, expenses in the tens of millions were trivial matters. Clearly, in his heart now, he became more extravagant. Money provided backbone. Minister Dixon, how is the imperial examination going? Your Area Majesty, the imperial examinations are proceeding orderly. With improved transportation, travel time has significantly shortened, leaving no worries about these trivial matters. Besides, people will supervise various post stations. Very good. This brings me much relief. It's all fine like this. For this benefit, there was naturally no problem. As long as everything went smoothly, no one would object. Furthermore, relationships still needed handling to prevent any disorder later, which would be undesirable. In short, current achievements were commendable, hoping for continued efforts. The imperial examinations were crucial for selecting scholars, the main force that would become pillars of the future. They could not be taken lightly. Humans cannot resist the passage of time, thus requiring continuous efforts from generation to generation. Heston, observing, then asked, Minister Yang, I heard that the Ministry of Revenue has received many taxes recently. Can you specify where it mainly comes from? Hamza directly answered, Your Area Majesty, it's the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works? Heston listened, somewhat puzzled. How did it turn into the Ministry of Works? Wasn't this too far-fetched? After glancing at Gabriel, Hamza helplessly explained, Your Area Majesty, countless merchants of the Ming Dynasty purchase large ships, with monthly orders beyond count. The Minister of Works is well aware of this. Hearing this, Heston looked at Gabriel. Gabriel could only step forward with a simple smile, saying, Your Area Majesty, orders have been queued up for years ahead. Heston was momentarily speechless upon hearing this, wondering how many orders could there possibly be. Knowing that there were numerous shipyards now, 6 major shipyards in Haizhou, Songjiang Prefecture, Mingzhou, Fuzhou, Yizhou, and Jinzhou took on superabundant orders alike. Moreover, the orders were mainly for warships, with merchant ship orders being secondary. Oh, what specific orders are they? Gabriel said straightforwardly, Your Area Majesty, the ships are 20 zhang long and 4 zhang wide, quite common. Next come those of over 10 zhang in length. After listening, Heston questioned, Are they very cheap? Gabriel responded awkwardly, Well, not exactly cheap, just a bit expensive. How much? Heston showed curiosity. Gabriel could only say, 20 zhang long ones cost 1 million taels, with the lowest at 100,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Heston was momentarily stunned. He knew some costs initially, aiming for Ajax's plan where cost was no less than 10,000 taels for large warships over 100 zhang long. But now, indeed, after regaining composure, everyone lowered their heads without words. No, mostly due to incomprehension. Cost issues were secrets. Heston immediately coughed softly as a cover, nodding directly, Good. Everyone shows great insight. Very good. Gabriel continued, Your Area Majesty, these orders exceed 100, requiring overtime work. Heston, upon hearing this, couldn't help but get excited. Surprisingly, there were over 100 orders, unimaginable. As for the cost, he had already anticipated it and was not concerned, affirming significant profits. Excellent. All of you should keep up the good work. In a few years, our great Ming will have many more ships. Yes, Your Area Majesty. Such vast amounts of money, aside from costs, would indeed bring huge profits, not an exaggeration. No wonder his nephew mentioned this before. Once sailing, the time of huge earnings would come. Just the order for 20 zhang-long ships alone surpassed hundreds of millions of taels. Last year, the Ming's fiscal revenue barely reached 100 million taels, making this year absurdly impressive. This was the real way of making money, signifying significant changes. Such scenes must not be underestimated. It was not a trivial matter. Seemed like these aspects could not be overlooked anymore. As long as one put in enough effort, nothing was problematic. Thinking about it, he felt incredibly happy. Good, very good. I'm truly happy today. What wealth could be amassed by exploiting others? Nothing compared to this, a legitimate and highly profitable transaction that everyone desired. A great thing, truly a great thing. Your Area Majesty, many merchants wish to purchase ships 30 zhang long. However, we have previously considered not selling them as 30 zhang is the minimum size for our navy fleet, so we haven't put them on sale. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Heston asked instead, what is the selling price for a 30 zhang ship? Gabriel directly replied, 10 million taels. The accompanying cannons can reach between 30 and 40, or even one main cannon, which can be sold separately. If it has a main cannon, selling for 20 million taels would not be an issue. One main cannon could be a deadly trump card, a concern not just for them but especially for pirates. This was something they could predict. Heston's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Goodness, it could actually sell for this much. Almost unbelievable. But then he thought again. A main cannon was too dangerous. It wasn't a good idea, and he immediately dismissed it. Even with only the smaller cannons, he knew they were nothing compared to those on the Ming warships, but still far superior to what the pirates had. That was enough. No need to consider the main cannon. As for 30 zhang ships, they can be sold, but the price needs to be raised. The number of cannons should follow these arrangements. Gabriel understood at once that his Area Majesty was itching to do it. It made sense. As long as it didn't pose a threat to the Ming warships, there was no reason not to sell, making it safer. Yes, Your Area Majesty, I understand. We can announce it afterward. Many people will be willing to buy. Good. Handle this as you see fit. Remember, anyone going out to sea bears their own risks. Don't be careless. There's a major battle happening on the grasslands now, so put other matters aside for now, but ensure safety first. Chapter 128. Merchants area marvel at the tall ships and powerful cannons. Sweet potatoes offer high yield. News spread quickly throughout the Ming Empire, especially among the merchants along the coastlines who went wild with excitement. A 30 zhang-long ship, armed with 30 to 40 cannons, though no main cannon, was nonetheless formidable. The price ranged between 10 million to 15 million taels of silver. Despite this, Countless merchants were undeterred, thrilled beyond measure. Heaven, we can really buy a 30-zhonglong ship. Fantastic, just fantastic. Indeed, we could sail across the sea with such might, though of course, excluding our Ming warships. These merchants knew well that ships over 100 zhonglong were colossal compared to which these ships seemed like infants, not to mention their sturdiness. With iron plating for protection, these ships undoubtedly had an advantage in safety. However, most merchants knew they couldn't achieve true ironclad ships unless Ming's shipbuilding technology advanced further. When that time came, these iron-plated ships might be available for purchase. This technology was still under development in various shipyards and was highly classified. Few knew how far along it was. Merchants certainly didn't know, only being aware of the announcements from the imperial court. Even so, some merchants were driven mad with excitement, paying no heed to anything else. Just like Willie from Suzhou, who immediately ordered the most expensive 30-zhonglong ship with 40 cannons. When Heston learned of this, he merely laughed, knowing the actual cost first. But how did it relate to his earnings? Harvesting wealth from these merchants was assuredly not something he would miss out on. And let's not forget, ships required maintenance and upkeep, or what would happen otherwise, they knew all too well. Now Heston no longer cared much about the merchants since they were the best cash crops. Ships were just one source of revenue, followed by import and export tariffs. This was a steady stream of tax income. As the 6 major shipyards expanded production, while maintaining stable warship production, more workers were added to handle the growing orders for merchant ships. With numerous workers, naturally, the speed of ship launches increased. Of course, safety was guaranteed, ensuring customer satisfaction. All these decisions were made independently by local shipyards. Gradually, the shipyards began to split into 2 parts, one for military use and one for commercial use. Military shipyards remained secretive, off-limits to prying eyes. Commercial shipyards, however, allowed buyers to inspect the ships, adding little secrecy. These were trivial matters, causing no significant concern. In this reality, everything looked promising and brought joy. There was no doubt. As long as things could be achieved, there would be no problem. Merchants were satisfied, understanding the implications. They weren't foolish and wouldn't seek trouble. With this reality before them, who knew if restrictions might be loosened in the future? For now, making money was their primary goal. Otherwise, even if restrictions were relaxed someday, lacking funds would put pressure on them. Thus, earning money was their top priority now. Seeing one after another order for ships in Heston's hands, he couldn't help but be surprised. So many rich people are vying to set sail. Looks like my initial plan for maritime restrictions was rather unwise. Now I see the benefits clearly. Regardless, strength determined true power. No matter how many challenges arose, as long as they could be managed, there wasn't much of an issue. All these revenues could bolster national finances, funding the construction of more large ships, roads, water conservancy projects, and even tree planting. He checked the progress of tree planting along the Yellow River banks, finding it steadily advancing as suggested by his nephew, proving to be a good idea. Reaching this point in the Ming Dynasty indeed seemed incredible. Your Area Majesty, the national teacher has arrived. Oh, he's here. Quickly, my nephew has finally come. Lately, Ajax rarely left the Taoist temple, causing Heston to miss him greatly. After entering the imperial study, Ajax said, Davidson, we should go see the sweet potatoes. Heston slapped his thigh and exclaimed, right, let's go. Soon they arrived at the sweet potato field in the imperial garden. Before long, Paulette and Jacobel would also join them. Looking around, Ajax said, they're ready to be harvested. Upon hearing this, Heston grabbed a hoe and began digging, his excitement evident. Quickly, he unearthed a cluster of sweet potatoes, each larger than an adult's fist. The sight was truly unbelievable. This fact needed no further questioning and could not be concealed. It was truly impressive. Soon, 1 mu of land was cleared, and the harvest weighed 35 shur, which was simply unbelievable. What a tremendous yield. After planting so little, they had harvested so much. High, truly too high. Such a large yield is a blessing for the great Ming, a blessing indeed. Not only Heston but also Paulette and Elwood felt the same way. They could not afford to be careless, as everything about this was astonishing. What high-yielding grain. This is life-saving grain. Indeed, it's life-saving grain. With it, our days in the great Ming will be much better. Taste didn't matter. As long as it kept them alive, who cared about taste? Surviving was all that mattered. Other issues were trivial. These were minor problems, just get through them. Ajax smiled and said, Davidson, this solves the food problem excellently. This is just a part of it. There are many high-yield crops overseas. If we can bring them all back, not to mention anything else, the Great Ming's food problem would be completely resolved. Heston listened and was extremely excited. Such good news. No, he should have anticipated it, but people like him had doubted. Who could still doubt now? No one. None at all. Everything was so clear-cut. Chapter 129. Seeking Immortals and Asking Tao. Heston had a clear understanding in his heart. These were all trivial matters, but they would benefit the future and could be achieved. These benefits naturally didn't require much explanation. High-yield crops were what the common people needed most. Only when they had enough to eat would there be fewer troublemakers, making it easier to manage them. Currently, the Ming Dynasty was increasing its investment in flood and drought prevention. During the dry season, more resources would be poured into water conservancy projects, strengthening river embankments to protect fertile land from being affected by floods. This was necessary. In some areas, the thickness of cement slabs layered on top of each other could reach over 10 feet before people felt reassured. These places were regularly monitored by personnel to prevent any unexpected incidents, as the consequences could be dire otherwise. All these good measures pointed towards a promising direction, which naturally required no hesitation, ensuring greater safety. They were all beneficial and auspicious developments. The scale of tree planting along both banks of the Yellow River had increased, and the green shade was playing an effective role. Moreover, logging was prohibited upstream while large-scale tree planting was encouraged instead. Now, households had coal stoves and briquettes, which were cheaper and burned longer than wood. So people were not willing to do the backbreaking work for nothing and were actively cooperating with the court's tree planting efforts. They never stopped working hard. Camden, trees are being planted along both sides of the Yellow River, but the shorelines still need improvement. Ajax understood after listening and said, Davidson, this can't be rushed. We need to proceed step by step. Once we stabilize the sources, we will gradually extend downwards. Once the trees are stabilized, the Yellow River waters will also become stable. Even if there's another major flood, various defense measures will ensure there aren't significant problems. After hearing this, Heston nodded in agreement. He understood and trusted that all these efforts were feasible. The benefits were visible, and more were certainly better. Camden is right. One cannot gain weight by eating just once. We need to take it slowly and steadily. Yes, cousin, you're absolutely right. They had now seen hope and couldn't afford to panic or rush things. They could only remain silent and continue their efforts. Ajax was pleased that his advice had been effective. This was not the time for blind haste. There was much work to be done, requiring even greater effort. Such dedication was the best way forward. Well, everything is progressing well at this moment. We don't need to doubt too much. Reality dictates our actions and provides clearer guidance. Very well said. Understanding this thoroughly makes everything go smoothly. Thus, Heston calmed his agitated heart. Knowing that they shouldn't rush things, he became patient, silently working hard. It wouldn't do to act rashly under extreme circumstances. No one could predict what might happen in the future, and it could only be managed through persistent effort. The Ming Dynasty had a long journey ahead and shouldn't be impatient. Taking steady steps was the best approach, not attempting to soar without solid foundations, which could be disastrous. These processes are small details, and as long as they are clearly defined, they can be seen and felt. We don't need to believe in too many things. Once we understand clearly, everything becomes apparent. Ajax quietly advised his Zeke not to rush, reminding him that there were still issues to address in the Ming Dynasty. Rushing things would not lead to anything good. Right, Camden? Do you think there are immortal mountains overseas? Heston finally voiced his deepest concern. After pondering for a moment, Ajax chuckled wryly and said, on this point, your nephew doesn't know either. Arianny things have disappeared or become hidden due to changes in heaven and earth. Since the pre-Qin period, tales of immortal mountains overseas have existed, but there has never been any solid evidence. So, I believe they must be hidden. Hidden? Heston asked skeptically. Could such a place really be hidden? After considering carefully, Ajax replied, Davidson, some places may be right before us, yet invisible to ordinary people, even cultivators. This is because these places are considered paradise or miniature worlds. Hearing this for the first time, Heston perked up. Even Paulette and Elwood were curious. Seeing their interest, Ajax decided to share what he knew. Davidson, all things in the world have spirituality. This is certain. However, some parts cannot be directly shown. As cultivators say, seeing a mountain as a mountain, seeing a mountain not as a mountain, and seeing a mountain still as a mountain, these represent different realms of understanding. These concepts can also apply to these places. Some people may stumble upon an opportunity to enter these worlds. Davidson, you should know about Tao Yuanming's records of the Peach Blossom Spring. The description there is similar to a small world, or a place forbidden to strangers. Arianny unofficial histories also record mysterious events. While not all are false, some parts are glimpsed by chance, recorded down, but when checked again, there are no traces left. These are extremely hidden paradises, which ordinary people have no chance to see or enter. This is not baseless talk. Indeed, some places do have such scenarios, but unfortunately, they are beyond the reach of ordinary people. After hearing this, Heston understood. So that's why there are so many legends, all grounded in reality. With this, I understand clearly. It seems we need to steady our minds. In the moment of realization, everyone became enlightened. Everything couldn't be ignored yet was hard to describe. These concerns were no longer necessary, naturally indescribable. Elwood asked curiously, cousin, what about the immortal mountains overseas? Ajax nodded directly, they should exist, but due to other reasons, they have disappeared into the sea. Perhaps similar methods or arrays are used. But these arrays are not breakable by ordinary people. If there are immortals, how could mortals penetrate them? Everyone understood after hearing this. Where there's smoke, there's fire. There must be reasons for these intentions. In fact, you can read the classic of mountains and seas. It seems mysterious and strange, but most things are traceable. Once you go overseas, you will see many similar creatures and some mysterious places, all of which have connections. This was part of what he thought. There was no need to refute it. It was indeed clear to those who understood. Chapter 130. Border Counterattack, Artillery Bombardment of the Grassland Armies. Since Ajax understood, he no longer explained. Davidson, sweet potatoes can now be planted. I believe that in the future, the variety of food in the Ming Dynasty will increase. These wastelands are the best for planting. Heston nodded directly. Yes, indeed it is so. I believe the future of the Ming Dynasty will be better. Soon, sweet potatoes began to be promoted by the imperial court. Can this thing really be planted on wasteland? Just cut a piece and bury it? No way. That's what the officials say. Why should we fear? If it's true, it would be best. Indeed, these are all crops. If not, the wasteland will disappear soon. Hurry up. Thus, many people vied for wasteland, and wherever there was wasteland, it would be contested. In the end, local officials had to come out to allocate the land, unable to help but manage the madness. As the first batch of sweet potatoes was planted, everyone set up fences to avoid disputes over land boundaries. Thus, many wastelands were filled with dense fences, evoking much imagination. The government taxed only the extra portion beyond the allocated fields, just taxing the additional parts, with everything else remaining the same, roughly around 30%. This was quite acceptable. After all, it only required some physical labor, which was negligible since these wastelands belonged to the court. As for the large households, they didn't mind at all. This arrangement was perfect for them. Strength was a minor issue. Naturally, there was no need to wait, and efforts could be intensified even more, all without concern. Time would prove everything. Finally, the weather completely warmed up. Charles and others could no longer wait. Previously, they had been on defense, but now they were ready to act. Gentlemen, due to the weather and other issues, we have been passively defending, achieving some success. But ultimately, it has been defensive, not proactive attacks, which goes against our principles. We've expended so many resources. You all know this. These 2 months, the consumption of supplies had shocked them, yet they knew they couldn't continue like this. Endlessly prolonging the situation wouldn't be viable for the Ming Dynasty. After all, war is destructive, and the development of the Ming Dynasty shouldn't be halted. Well, all this effort is evident and undeniable. The constraints imposed by these facts are simple enough. Yes, it's time for us to strike back. We haven't been comfortable. Do you think the Walla and Tatar people have been either? They're probably quivering now. We cannot let them underestimate us. Exactly, let them know our strength, right here, right now. Everyone understood clearly and was determined not to fail. They must make their strength known. Regardless of these matters, no surprises were needed, just understanding. Concrete evidence, indescribable outcomes. Everything aimed for a complete defeat of the enemy. Soon, various armies prepared themselves, backed by artillery. One side drew the enemy's attention while another secretly moved out of the city, encircling the enemy from behind. The purpose was clear, to maximize their power without underestimating it. Boundless strength and terrifying territory were not to be ignored. Who could possess such formidable power? The Ming army began its operation. The Ming army's movements were undoubtedly terrifying, fast, and efficient. Even without roads, they could create paths, driven by their resolve. It stirred excitement within each heart. For this step, for an even stronger future, they would compromise nothing, absolutely not. The current endeavors of the Ming dynasty were prosperous, a fact no one could deny. With numbers on their side, it was best. Future opportunities would play out effectively, as long as they had foresight. What couldn't be achieved? Such immense capability needed no explanation. Its application was so straightforward. The path of strength was boundless. To go all the way, one must execute thoroughly. No one knew what the future held, but knowing one's direction was clear. The intent was predictable. Such powerful efforts were the best anticipation. While the Walla and Tatar forces were distracted by numerous cities, their rear was destined to encounter problems. Have we arrived? General, we have. Good, prepare all the cannons. It's time. Yes, General. Countless cannons, coordinated by scouts and messengers, knew precisely when to act. Prepare. Countless cannons were already aimed at the camps of the Walla or Tatar forces, every soldier with a cold and grim expression. Fire. Instantly, countless shells rained down like a storm, bombarding the enemy camps. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless bombardment, the camps of the Walla and Tatar forces suffered heavy damage. The ground was covered with corpses and shattered remains. Cries and curses filled the air, but alas, nothing could be done now. There was nothing left to fear, as death loomed. This was the best moment for harvest. After the artillery bombardment cleared the way, generals from all areas unsheathed their swords simultaneously, shouting, "Charge!" Countless soldiers surged forward in a wave. And now, the Walla or Tatar forces had no means to intercept the Ming army. It was no longer possible to stop them. In this situation, they faced an inevitable outcome. Under such pressure, there was no need to resist anymore. All of this was a concrete answer. No one knew who would benefit the most from this situation, which was a great advantage. On this point, there was no room for doubt. How terrifying the reality was. Having achieved this much, it was crucial to make them understand the strength of the Ming army. Otherwise, it would be beyond redemption. Such an outburst led to the best results. No one knew what would happen, but they understood that what was destined to happen could not be changed. This catastrophe was unpredictable. How much more could be predicted? Everything remained uncertain. The unseen dangers were yet unknown to them, but it no longer mattered. The Ming army would show them the consequences. The overwhelming tide of the army devoured everything in its path within moments. All the terror was undeniable and could not be ignored. This scene was even more astonishing and undeniable. One could see the result clearly. It had to be admitted, the horror of this scene left no room for doubt, only more shock. Chapter 131. Doyan's Revenge, Annihilation of the Great Yuan Ancestral Court. After the Mongolian counterattack naturally provided Dylan and his forces with an opportunity, he promptly informed the Doyan tribal cavalry. Upon learning this outcome, people like Avril first felt a tightening in their hearts, then relaxed. They had already joined the Great Ming, so there was no need to worry about being besieged. Leader, the time has come. It's also time for us to settle our accounts. Regardless of how the Great Ming arranged for them, the oppression they endured from the Oirat and Tatars had long accumulated without release. Now that an opportunity finally presented itself, how could they let it slip away? Very well, since it's come to this, you cannot blame us. Let's move out. Avril led everyone off together. Everyone understood the significance of this action. Nothing more needed to be said. It was the best course. Strength brings momentum. Without it, all efforts would be in vain. Their past grievances were not due to a lack of desire for revenge, but rather a lack of strength. With the support of the Great Ming now, there was no longer any hesitation. Soon they struck directly at the heart of the last remnants of the Great Yuan. Charge! Countless Doyan cavalry charged forward, killing anyone in sight. They aimed to wipe out every vestige of the Great Yuan, giving them no chance of survival. The results were excellent and commendable, showing clearly the intent behind the actions. There was no room for doubt. Everything became apparent without further questioning. These events required no additional words. As long as one understood, everything would turn out beautifully, making the facts clear. The scene unfolding before them was perfectly transparent. As long as the truth remained, there would be no problems. With benefits and power in hand, one couldn't help but feel profoundly moved. There was no reason to be concerned. The remaining Great Yuan forces were dumbfounded by this unexpected outcome, yet it was too late to stop it. Under such terrifying firepower, they had nowhere to hide or escape. Any opportunities would be seized with more effort. If achievable, there would be no issues. The more benefits gained, the better, especially given the significant importance compared to other matters. Don't doubt anything. With a way forward, endless possibilities arise, leading to more chances for success. At this moment, the Doyan cavalry was releasing all their pent-up anger. They had been oppressed and looked down upon by others. This was their retribution, the consequence of not knowing their own limitations. This outcome was irrefutable, clearly orchestrated by fate. No matter who among the great Yuan remnants, none escaped. The symbol of the dynasty was decapitated. They left the so-called Great Yuan ancestral court with all its wealth, eradicating it completely. When the Oirat and Tatars learned of this, they were shocked beyond measure. They hadn't expected the Doyan tribe to be so shameless. But it was too late to say anything now. The Great Yuan ancestral court had been thoroughly destroyed, and they themselves weren't far behind. This was a life-or-death reality. If they didn't handle it soon, the consequences would be uncontrollable. True power cannot be delayed. Strength comes first. The might of the Great Ming had only grown stronger. Challenging them head-on would be suicidal. With the fall of the Great Yuan ancestral court, the bond between the tribes was severed. Arianani surviving Mongol tribes were thrown into chaos once again. Stabilizing the situation wouldn't be easy. The key was whether the Great Ming side was willing to let them go. Charles and others received this news and were stunned. Then they burst into curses. What a crafty Duke of Elijah, truly a master of ambushes. This maneuver by the Doyan tribe has cost us the greatest glory. That's right. The Great Yuan ancestral court is gone, leaving only them. We've been tirelessly drawing out their main forces here, eliminating so many enemies. We turn around, and their leaders are already taken out by an ambush, and we didn't even know about it. Exactly, what kind of logic is this? How frustrating. Charles knew now wasn't the time for such complaints and shouted, "Forget all that. Strike when it's time. What's there to fear?" Right, we can't return without any achievements. Otherwise, higher-ups won't look favorably upon us. True, we've spent over 2 months on this mission. We can't afford to be careless. Agreed, we mustn't be careless. Everyone understood. While the greatest military honors might have slipped away, they couldn't abandon what remained. Absolutely not. All right, there's no need for us to say more. It's time to strike. Yes, indeed, it's time to act. Each one was like a hungry wolf, knowing that the battle credits were down to this very moment. If they did not exert themselves now, it could be fatal. After all, as military generals, what they sought were battle credits. Otherwise, how many of them would know how to govern a place? So this time, there could be no more waiting. The objective was to annihilate the enemy completely. Then let's kill. If they don't surrender, we'll slaughter them. As Charles and his men made their decisions, everyone understood and rushed to take action immediately. As for these Oirat and Tatar people wanting to escape, it was just a dream. Cannons surrounded them on all sides. If they wanted to run, they had better get out of the cannon range now. With this scene unfolding, unimaginable flames of war reignited once again, with terrifying vibes stretching endlessly. This place was so impossible to ignore, and naturally, there was no need for too much doubt. The present was a perfect example. Strength spoke volumes, irreversible. The future held even greater terror. No one knew what might happen, but it was already clear that no intervention was needed. The Oirat and Tatars had no way out. They were already suffering heavy casualties, and now attempting to escape was futile. They were finished, utterly too late. The fact was, there was no need to doubt the Ming's capability. Panic and fear seemed to descend upon them now, something that had never happened before. It could only be said that this twist of fate was indescribable. Fate had already taken its turn, and there was no need for words or questions. It was a fact beyond facts, clear and unmistakable without asking. It had always been so. Why ask more? To achieve anything, one had to be stronger. Otherwise, everything was an illusion. Their goals were destined to fail because the Ming would not allow it. Damn Doyan tribe, this is a huge problem now. You're right, what do we do now? We can't escape, should we surrender? If we surrender, our fate won't be good. Perhaps becoming slaves would be the best outcome. Besides, we still have some strength left for one last fight. Chapter 132. A critical choice, unforgettably stirring. Endless brilliance is not easily attained. Only the ultimate victors can truly be considered powerful. At this moment, the Wala and Tatar forces were like fish in a jar, unable to escape. This was their final fate, with no place left to run and no more struggle needed. Charles and his men would never allow such an outcome. This was their achievement. If these enemies escaped, they would have no face to return and meet Yuan. Therefore, each one of them gave everything they had, bombarding with cannons or blocking every possible retreat. Ahead were countless fortified cities ready to intercept, naturally making for better progress, ensuring that there would be no issues when the time came. They could not escape even if they had wings. Damn it, these damned Ming people are too devious. Yes, indeed very devious, too devious. The Wala and Tatar soldiers had no outlet for their anger, as there was nowhere for it to be vented. They all knew the horror of their situation, which was evident without further explanation. Such an outcome was undeniable and clear, leaving no room for ambiguity. This scene revealed the immense pressure they faced, none greater than the life or choice the Ming now imposed on them. But the proud eagles of the grasslands refused to surrender. Once surrendered, standing up again would be far from easy. Yet, at this moment, they could not think of any other solutions because not surrendering meant total annihilation. What should we do? There's no other way. We can't break through the encirclement. What good solutions could there be? Yes, there's simply no way out. We can't escape or do anything. This was no small matter, but a major issue. The rules dictated that whatever course of action they chose would not be simple. It was indescribable and unrepresentative of any real possibility. All this anguish was a tragic fate, and what could they do? The conclusion of this matter was set in stone. Achieving any meaningful outcome was impossible. This scene could not be ignored, nor could its importance be underestimated. Arianani had strived, but ultimately it was just pie in the sky, mere illusions. Under such circumstances, how many more difficulties could they bring? It was truly a matter that couldn't be overlooked. Once so formidable, they now resembled helpless fowl, with almost no room for resistance. Faced with this reality, they had no argument and could only silently wait for the final hour. In this scenario, whether they reflected or not became irrelevant. What mattered was making a decision, to surrender or fight to the death. Each remained silent, but the Ming army was relentless, their artillery fire getting closer and closer. The rumbling sounded like a summons from death, coming both day and night, leading to certain doom. Even sleep was restless, let alone other thoughts. They were purely dreams. This was their stark reality, requiring no doubt. All the nightmares summoned by this reality were not to be underestimated. They demanded more resolve and unwavering spirit. Unfortunately, no matter how determined, the absolute advantage of the Ming made it impossible to change the outcome, a fact needing no explanation. This reality provided the clearest answer. They had no power to argue and could only await their fate. Fighting has already failed us. Once on this path, there was no choice. Who would have thought the Ming's fighting strength would increase so much? What can we do to change this? It was wrong from the start, and there was no changing it. The Ming were not soft pears but ferocious tigers, fiercely dominating. Must we really surrender? This was a tough decision, yet an unchangeable destiny. None could save another, only accepting the most advantageous yet difficult decision. Surrender. We have no way out. The Ming army has surrounded us completely. How can we possibly break through? You're right. At first, we might have had a chance, but now it's gone. Regardless of what the leaders of the two tribes thought, their people trembled in fear, uneasily looking outside the camp, afraid that a single cannonball could mean their end in the northwest. This was an undesirable yet powerless situation. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they truly had no viable solution. At this moment, Charles and his men were intensely focused, knowing the largest military achievements were lost. All that remained was this final encirclement, so they stared intently, unwilling to miss any opportunity. The end of this battle might mark the end for the grasslands. Subsequent developments would likely involve other strategies, and it would take more than a short time for the grasslands to recover. Therefore, for them, this could be considered the final battle for the grasslands. So, this piece of cake must be eaten, or else even returning with bodies would be necessary. Gentlemen, after this war ends, we will rest for a long period. Of course, there may be other paths, but we cannot miss this opportunity, isn't that right? That's true. We need to strive for benefits and gain more combat strength. We must not disappoint those above us. Everyone understood. They had it figured out in their hearts but would not complain. Stability within the Great Ming was the best ideal situation. As for what strategies would follow, that was up to the emperor. They had no authority over such decisions and could only silently support. Whatever remained depended on their capabilities. Other objectives did not need further explanation. Whatever was destined to happen would happen, inevitably reflecting reality and not allowing for any loss. This moment was the best arrangement. They were not allowed to fail or give up. As long as they had the ability, they must do their utmost and never allow giving up. Military achievements were crucial for soldiers and essential for promotions. To obtain titles, one needed military achievements. Gaining titles through scholarly accomplishments was far more challenging, usually limited to those who established notable military feats. Therefore, these generals, those with titles wanted to advance further, and those without desired titles. After all, having a title meant at least 3 generations of prosperity. With a bit more effort, the future could shine brightly again. Thus, diligence and struggle were excellent conditions. Not being strong enough could be fatal. There was no doubt about subsequent developments. The natural outcome of capability required no extra concern and could naturally be understood. This ideal provided more heart motivation. Chapter 133. Arrangements for the Duoyan tribe. Regarding this war, the Ming Dynasty was already assured of victory and naturally would not give the enemy any chance to resist. Dylan and others had gathered captives from the remnants of the northern Yuan. The Duoyan tribe knew that most were not necessary to retain as captives. Those kept were not nobles, but merely their subordinates. Those noble heads had long been taken and sent here. There was no need to worry about any pressure now. Though there was no fear, they still did not wish for such matters. Therefore, he appreciated the decisiveness of people like Kyler, who understood what the Ming needed at this moment. With the total collapse of the remaining northern Yuan forces, it was a great outcome, something everyone wished to see, especially for the Ming, who could now truly rest easy. The memorial was swiftly sent to Yingtian Prefecture, whereupon Dylan allowed the Duoyan tribe to freely choose whether to stay or live within the inland territory of the Ming. Lord Duke this? Kyler was stunned when he heard the choice. Was this acceptable? Seeing his hesitation, Dylan directly said, "There's no need to worry. His Area Majesty has already made the decision. This choice is still in your hands." Of course, this is one of the benefits of joining the Ming. In truth, they knew it wasn't wise to leave the grasslands untended. It was better managed by their own people rather than others. Among the Han, some enjoyed pastoral life, and as they didn't oppose it, it was fine. At this moment, Kyler and others realized this was indeed true. Dylan continued, "Subsequently, the Ming will construct several roads leading deep into the grasslands. These interweaving paths will prevent anyone from getting lost. We also hope you can plan a route, preferably where vegetation isn't too lush. Once paved, these roads might obstruct plant growth, so efforts were made to protect natural development as much as possible. Naturally, established routes and pipelines were exempted. In the Ming territory, many highways were constructed along these lines, without issue. On the grasslands, efforts would be made to locate suitable areas, even if it meant longer or more winding routes. Kyler understood this was part of the Ming strategy to strengthen control over the grasslands, and was not concerned. "Understood, Lord Duke. I'll let them decide for themselves." Dylan nodded, not overly concerned, as long as everyone was happy. Upon receiving Dylan's report in Yingtian, Heston was naturally delighted. The threat was finally resolved. Though there were still issues on Charles's front, it was unimportant as the outcome there was almost certain. Unless there was another surprise. As for the Duoyan tribe, Heston was not foolish. Knowing they had voluntarily joined the Ming, he did not neglect them. He subsequently approved Dylan's proposal, allowing them to decide for themselves. With the vastness of the Ming, the inclusion of the grasslands into its territory was eagerly anticipated. These arrangements were irreversible, requiring no explanation. Upon receiving Heston's decree, Dylan reaffirmed the sincerity of the Ming Emperor to the Duoyan tribe. Henceforth, there would be no concerns about future conflict. Should they wish to settle elsewhere within the Ming, it was possible, though settling meant staying put as internal travel required permits, which applied equally to all Ming citizens. Having a permit allowed free movement, akin to scholars traveling through the Ming with academic credentials and permits, facing little hindrance. These incentives were substantial, further enhancing their anticipation. Given these advantages, none were willing to forsake them. More benefits only strengthened trust. These tangible benefits, clearly visible and touchable, left no room for dispute. This demonstrated the Ming's commitment to its citizens' well-being, solidifying loyalty without resistance. Strength needed no rebuttal. Under its dominance, nothing could be questioned. True needs could hardly be overstated. Strength dictated outcomes, leaving no room for doubt. Thus, the best news was the enhanced national power, essential for the Ming's success. Failure was unacceptable for these initiatives. Strength demanded respect, shaping the ultimate reality without question. Strength guided everything, leaving no room for ambiguity. True necessities defy description. Now, with the grasslands soon to be incorporated into its territory, the Ming Dynasty's future national strength would become even greater. After all, with a larger territory, many potential resources could be tapped. One cannot just diminish what the ancestors left behind. It can only increase, not decrease. This was absolutely impermissible for them. The destiny of all this was to enhance their combat power and assert dominance. The fear within hearts would be undeniable. Achieving what was once nearly impossible through great trials and tribulations, this transformation could now fully integrate. Ubiquitous and unbelievable, the purpose of all this was direct and increasingly hard to measure. Perhaps it was terrifying, but it also brought unforeseeable awe. There was no need to speak of the unknown, only to know that the spirit of history had endowed the Ming with this responsibility. Thank you, Duke. You're welcome. Just live well from now on. Our Ming does not fear enemies, nor will we neglect our own people. The grasslands will remain the home of various tribes, but they will be under the jurisdiction of the Ming. Thank you, we understand. Porter finally understood that they could still settle in the grasslands, as long as there were no military conflicts. If they wished to join the military, they could simply integrate into the Ming's border defense forces. Dylan knew their thoughts and didn't press further. Understanding was enough. More words would be futile. After all, human nature hasn't changed. No matter how much one argued, it would be meaningless. This could be clearly explained without needing excessive questioning. Knowing the pressure involved was sufficient. Fewer questions would make it a better turning point, allowing better outcomes, a fact to be celebrated. The true aim was to complete tasks smoothly, providing peace of mind and greater joy. He felt genuinely happy about this. Chapter 134. Annihilation for non-surrender. Charles and others were also informed of the matters concerning the Duoyan tribe, which had been properly arranged, so there was no need to remain here. Commence full artillery barrage. Since they have not surrendered after such a delay, leave none behind. As veterans of the battlefield, everyone understood and could naturally put forth greater effort more readily, being able to act even more ruthlessly, because the prolonged war was about to come to an end, with countless lives lost. Following the order, countless cannons fired in unison, bombarding the camps of the Walla and Dada with terrifying destructive power. Death and doom descended upon them simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The roaring cannons, the sprawling corpses, the dismembered remains. How pitiful and sorrowful. But war was this cruel. Since they insisted on resisting stubbornly, their fate was inevitable, and nobody would care. The outcome was clear to see. This scene was so straightforward, nothing unexpected or in need of doubt. A matter of perspective inevitably showed its results clearly. This advantage undeniably made hearts tremble, requiring no explanation as it was already evident. Strength often dictated the changing tides of events, and fate was the same. Charles and the others silently watched the bloody carnage in the distance, without a trace of sympathy. An inescapable result. Why think too much? They were given opportunities to surrender, but alas, they did not grasp them. Thus, they could only blame their own inadequacy. This is the final battle. Indeed, these enemies have finally been eliminated after so many years. We have waited so long. Through trials and tribulations, they had persisted until now to annihilate these grassland vermin. Finally, they were about to be cleaned up completely. By the way, I heard that the higher-ups are planning to launch a distant campaign against Japan? Yes, I heard that some merchants who went out to sea encountered pirate attacks by Japanese corsairs. Though they managed to repel the Manchang to Jitoilataman, should be changed to manage to barely repel them. No significant change in meaning but better English phrasing. It was still a considerable loss for our navy, damaging the prestige of the Ming Dynasty. Therefore, Japan must be annihilated. At this mention, everyone's eyes lit up. To them, the battlefield was paradise. If they lost this paradise, living would have little meaning. That's true, but we can't be too hopeful because many people will vie for the chance. These battlefields were the sources of military merit, especially overseas expeditions, unprecedented and exciting to contemplate. Don't worry. If we complete this task quickly, we can return to the capital faster and secure some benefits. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, understanding his meaning well. They were unwilling to fail and felt the commitment deeply. All of this was crystal clear and required no further inquiry. Knowing oneself was the best condition. One needed no questioning, just strong conviction, making it the best choice. Believing in one's capability meant there was no need for denial. Long-distance expeditions weren't games. If done right, it would be a glorious entry into history. No one would willingly miss out on such an opportunity. They all hoped for more chances, seeking reasonable prospects. Well, let's focus on finishing here first. These scoundrels are still putting up a show of strength. We shouldn't be polite. Yes, General. Soon, the bombardment intensified. Countless Walla and Dada soldiers were annihilated, having no chance to resist. They did not want to wait any longer. Waiting would mean missing out on the expedition. At this moment, the leaders of the Walla and Dada tribes were heartbroken but powerless. They had intended to seek other solutions, but the Ming army immediately opened fire, giving them no time to reconsider. This was the most opportune moment. Such an outcome was evident. Countless nomadic warriors thus perished without further struggle because the Ming army would no longer hold back. Too much time had been given for surrender, leaving their actions self-condemning. Do not say the Ming did not offer them chances. Longevity heaven. Why? Why? Unfortunately, the futility at this moment was the plainest answer. The end of their road, even sliding into the abyss. This was a terrifying and unimaginable event, an unpredictable and dire situation. Cannonades roared, and life wailed. The dirge of their end. The changes between heaven and earth required no obstruction, no resistance remained. This fate was the best possible destiny. With Charles's deadly orders, the artillery did not cease, continuously bombarding the ground. Regardless of these grassland enemies' outcomes, as long as they didn't surrender, they would keep shelling. Boom, boom, boom. Each bombardment struck heavily in the hearts of the leaders of the Walla and Dada. They knew that they could no longer curb it or escape. No matter how much they prayed to their eternal heaven, it was useless. Because this was the war between the Great Ming and the grasslands, and they had ultimately lost, thoroughly lost. Still not surrendering? We will have no seeds left for our two tribes. Yes, we should surrender. If we don't, we'll really be wiped out. When that happens, the bloodline of our two tribes will end completely. It wasn't that they didn't try. It was that they were powerless. This situation made the outcome very clear, demonstrating the strength of the Ming Dynasty, allowing for better demonstration. Changing the unchangeable fate meant starting anew in a better place, making it an even more wonderful existence. In the superior territory, no one would argue. The essence of race and strength became a point of pressure, requiring no debate because it was impossible to change. Such a clear fact had long determined the opportunities at hand. True strength required capability, which could be well demonstrated. Willingness in one's heart was the best method. Chapter 135. The surrender of the grassland tribes and the turn to a distant expedition. In the end, the Walla and Tatar could not withstand the bombardment by the artillery of the Great Ming and eventually chose to surrender. Even so, out of the hundreds of thousands of troops, only fewer than 50,000 remained alive in the end. This left the leaders of the two tribes living in pain and anguish. They truly bore deep sins. Had they done so earlier, more people would have survived. Or if they had not launched this war at all, there would have been no trouble whatsoever. Unfortunately, this was an unchangeable fact that they had to face this calamity. When Charles and others saw them surrender, they stopped the bombardment but did not drop their guard. As they quickly sent troops to take custody of the prisoners, they came to understand the severity of the situation. However, as far as the enemy was concerned, this wasn't something for which they cared about how many had perished. It was just right now. As for the leaders of the two tribes, unable to bear such enormous losses, they committed suicide together to atone for their sins. Seeing this, Charles and the others only sighed inwardly. On the battlefield, one either lives or dies. There's no point in talking about bearing deep sins. Simply being able to survive is already a good outcome. Ensure a proper burial. Yes, General. Following that, while tidying up the battlefield, when news spread to various defensive towns, people were overjoyed. Because they had won, really won. The fact that they survived was simply too wonderful. These survivors, having struggled so hard to live, naturally needn't think any further. As long as they can live well, they can work diligently toward any change, and this transformation cannot be denied. All concerns stemmed from readiness for power. With what was achieved, what else could they let go? Naturally, no more questions were needed. Now is the time for them to give it their all. They must not allow failure. It was a result they willingly saw, and it was the most natural outcome. Only through tireless effort could they secure a future. Better days are coming. Our area might become inland territory, with the grasslands forming the first line of defense. Yes, I heard the construction teams of the Great Ming are arriving in each border city. We're included here too. From here to the grasslands, roads will be built and fortresses constructed, putting past worries to rest. Ha ha ha, now we can finally feel at ease, completely reassured. Each of them had a clear understanding. A thorough grasp was enough. They didn't need to doubt much anymore. Regardless, the effects of this campaign were clearly visible and predictable. Such happy times filled everyone with joy. Naturally, the news reached Yingtianfu. Seeing Charles and his men's report, Heston nodded. Finally, the vast grasslands could become part of the territory of the Great Ming. A very good thing. He has always been satisfied with such good results. As long as they strive, more benefits will accumulate. With more gains, greater opportunities will follow. Power within the heart is also a terrifying reality of fate, which cannot be forgotten. The true purpose, why not less ignorance? As long as it can be made clear, it becomes the best heartfelt appreciation. All things, the terror of strength, the hope of the future, will all bring more opportunities. The current Great Ming, genuinely powerful, truly has its own accomplishments. As a generation's emperor, he hopes for national strength and peace for the common people, but all these require enormous sacrifices. Finally achieving this, he can put his mind at ease. Such propositions are undoubtedly gratifying and desired. He is willing to do whatever it takes. Good, very good, extremely good. His worries put to rest, Heston was indifferent to the number of Walla and Tatar deaths because these two tribes would no longer exist, gradually divided and weakened. As for the Duoyan tribe, who surrendered and joined the Great Ming, they couldn't be dismembered like this. Of course, the presence of armies would not be allowed either, which was inevitable. Only the Great Ming could oversee the military. Tribes or ethnic groups were not allowed to have armies, at most small guard units of a few hundred to 1,000. This posed no significant issue. Heston did not abolish these. After all, everyone needs some level of protection. Believing everything would soon stabilize, road building and city construction continued. This played a significant role for the grasslands. Although the grasslands could manage themselves, they still required Great Ming officials to supervise. As long as they didn't violate the Great Ming's policies, internal affairs wouldn't be interfered with. Aside from the military being strictly under the control of the Great Ming, other matters would not require much thought. The military is the foundation of a country, protecting it as a pillar. Therefore, it couldn't be taken lightly. Additionally, now sweet potatoes can be planted on the grasslands, diversifying the food supply even further. All these measures were conducive to the stability of the grasslands, leaving no room for doubt. These positive outcomes, through repeated efforts, naturally led to greater awareness and should not be underestimated. Each point of uncertainty bore a different flavor of the era, making their intentions more anticipatable, which could hardly be denied. Explaining it required no reservations. This was already the best beginning. History defies description and is hard to detail. Its impact is irreversible. This power was indeed crucial. Only by striving could one gain more opportunities for growth. There was no need to talk about accidents. As long as it was achievable, everything would be fine, leading to a better outcome. In fact, anyone with such thoughts arrived at them this way, without too much impossibility. The future of the Great Ming could become clearer. As long as there were people around, anything was possible. Such thoughts stemmed from diligent efforts, and subsequent expectations formed the foundation of the Great Ming. As they increased, they also placed great hopes on the future of the Great Ming. Land matters are now basically settled, either stabilizing here or expanding territories. Indeed, he had shifted his focus from the north to what used to be Jiaoji. Yes, it was the south of the Great Ming, the new territory. Especially after learning about the abundant resources and valuable crops there, Heston was quite envious. It had only been temporarily put on hold due to the grassland issues, but now preparations could finally begin. Regarding the distant expedition to Wokuo, he had a clear plan in mind. The navy was very powerful, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. Thus, a new chapter began, demonstrating that the flames of war from the Great Ming were invincible. At the same time, it was necessary to show an attitude toward the casualties over these days, especially since the Woka pirates had reappeared at sea, disrupting trade activities, essentially slapping the face of the Great Ming, which absolutely couldn't be tolerated. Chapter 136, the next target, donghua country. Camden. Now that the grasslands are pacified, can we think about annihilating that country? Before Heston had even finished speaking, he had already arrived at the Taoist temple, hoping to gain its support. Ajax responded directly, if Davidson wants to do it, just go ahead, but when you act, ensure it's thorough, leaving no future troubles. Heston paused, puzzled. Camden, why do you say so? Is there something problematic? Under Ajax's calm facade lay tumults unknown to others. Davidson, this island nation fears power but not virtue. It has a treacherous nature and doesn't warrant compassion. When it needs to be dealt with, don't hesitate. Eradicating the root is the best strategy. Listening, Heston understood. His nephew might have seen something. Therefore, any threat to the Great Ming must not be allowed to exist. All right, I will remember this. You've worked hard these past years. Davidson, don't be too courteous. It's what your nephew should do, nothing to boast about. He wasn't concerned with these matters as long as the Great Ming was secure. Other issues were secondary. Heston knew his thoughts were already set on pursuing the supreme Tao. As a beneficiary of this path, he wouldn't be in such good health and condition at his age otherwise. Speaking of which, Camden, if so, how should we handle things after occupying it? Ajax replied, there are numerous gold and silver mines there. It could also serve as a place to imprison commoners, letting them mine or farm. There's plenty they can do. Heston nodded approvingly, finding it an excellent idea. Then let's proceed like that. Rather than having criminals idle, send them to mine, setting terms according to the law. Ajax couldn't help but agree, that's indeed benevolent. Besides, the northernmost part of the grasslands and the plateau in the far west would also be suitable for such purposes. These natural penal colonies are excellent choices. Whether they return alive is another matter, considering the dangers involved. Such outcomes are inevitable, and their intentions needn't be questioned. In the future, this can serve as a warning to deter others who might have similar thoughts. If they persist in being bold, then action won't require hesitation. Heston nodded, appreciating this point. If it can intimidate some people, that's ideal, making everyone aware of the seriousness. Thus, this approach would be highly beneficial. This shift in policy speaks volumes, guiding events towards the best direction. As long as it's feasible, everything should work out without issues. All value lies within. Achievements come from capability, and strength determines success. Without sufficient power, one risks becoming vulnerable, a result the Great Ming cannot afford, nor does Heston wish for it. All right, I understand. All these places sound promising, and I will deliberate further. Good, Davidson, I trust you. But nephew, you're not young anymore. Although you've given reasons before, isn't it time now? Ajax had always made excuses in the past, yet their interactions over recent years softened his stance. With Davidson providing an easy way out, refusing would be inappropriate. Well, okay, Davidson, I understand. Lord Elijah should return soon, so it's fine this way. Hearing this, Heston was elated. This settled a lingering concern. Wonderful. Let's settle this now. I'll immediately inform your aunt to start preparations. With that, he quickly left, afraid Ajax might change his mind. Meanwhile, Kesha, hiding nearby, blushed deeply despite living under the same roof. Despite her courage, she hadn't fully overcome her anxiety. However, things seemed settled now. Do you hear me? Do you agree? Ajax suddenly turned to Kesha, asking with a gentle smile. Kesha, lowering her head, mumbled, you're bad, so annoying. I'll go prepare dinner. As she spoke, she covered her face and went to the backyard to prepare the meal. Ajax watched her leave, then stood up, walking to the entrance of the grand hall, gazing at the sky. It was time to leave some traces behind. Well, after all, I carry the bloodline of my original self. I cannot leave this line unattended. This was the natural consequence of actions taken, no need for doubt. As long as things go smoothly, there's no need to overthink. He had it figured out in his heart. Of course, this was also something he did for the world of Great Ming. Whether the dragon pulse of Jiuzhou would revive in the future was something far off. Now that it has thoroughly collapsed, restoring it would not be easy. All these necessities could conclude the karmic ties of this life. Only by resolving these karmic ties could he better tread on the path of cultivation. Virtue is not easily attained, and what he aimed for was simply reaching the pinnacle. As for other matters, there was no need to doubt or explain. Capability means competence, and as for unknowns, they need not be dwelled upon. Simple tasks don't require much questioning. What can truly be accomplished doesn't need too much skepticism. This effort is naturally the best preparation for the future. The hope of tomorrow can be simply expressed. Understanding within understanding brings more peace of mind. If Zikir, no need to understand, future concerns can be simply narrated without too much regret. Inner joy and different intentions lead to varied summaries. Everything should not be missed nor abandoned. Ajax had many realizations here, having experienced court affairs, knowing their difficulties and essentials. Trust is the foundation. Without trust, everything is ignorance. If one can truly achieve trust, there can be greater peace of mind, but how many can truly do so? They were a family, speaking openly, thus earning trust, and he had achieved a level of trust that even surpassed familial bonds, leading to the present great Ming. Chapter 137. Preparing for the wedding with gratitude. After Heston hurried back to the palace, he eagerly found Paulette. Little sister, seeing him so restless, Paulette said helplessly, Henley, you are now the emperor. Please don't be so impulsive. Heston waved his hand indifferently and said, what's the problem? I can't change who I am. Paulette sighed but then asked, what's making you this happy? Immediately, Heston's eyes lit up as he said cheerfully, our nephew has finally agreed to stop insisting on his previous demands. We can arrange the wedding. Upon hearing this, Paulette's face lit up with joy and surprise. Really? Heston immediately became solemn and replied, of course it's true. I just came back from seeing him. Now, you can rest assured too. But you will have to oversee the wedding preparations. Paulette nodded repeatedly. Naturally, since neither of his parents is concerned anymore, we are his closest relatives and must ensure everything goes well. It's our duty. Without another word, Paulette immediately began preparing. Heston was delighted every day, thinking about his nephew's wedding. He even sent a message to Dylan. Far away in northeastern China, Dylan also began preparing to return to court, as stability had been established there, allowing officials to be dispatched. Coincidentally, many successful candidates from this year's imperial examination were appointed as officials in remote regions. Positions in more border areas were higher in rank. Although peace had settled, the uncertainty of potential unrest still lingered in many hearts. Emperor Heston did not impose any requirements, aiming for smoother administration. This effort needed no explanation. Facts spoke for themselves, simplifying matters significantly. The realm was at peace, though few knew it. For instance, people from the Tuoba tribe hoped to settle within Ming territories, which the court approved, provided they followed local customs. Each region had unique traditions, which even the emperor couldn't easily change unless related to immoral practices or cults, which were strictly prohibited. This stance reflected the entire court's attitude and required clear understanding. Receiving Heston's letter, a personal note, not an edict, Dylan felt immense relief. Finally, after all this hard work, I can now prepare for my daughter's wedding with the Oliver. He was genuinely overjoyed, knowing this grand event would showcase their status. Filled with anticipation, he instructed his family to start preparing and sent out urgent letters. Traveling by ship from Jinzhou to Songjiang Prefecture, he chose the fastest route. Everything was set in motion without question, guided by clear intentions and preparation. As the ships sailed forward, everyone looked forward to this joyful occasion. At court, countless officials rejoiced upon learning about the upcoming wedding. Everyone remembered the Oliver's contributions. He had improved their pay and reformed the imperial examination system, significant achievements that transformed the Ming Dynasty. Now, almost everyone in the Ming Dynasty knew of the Oliver and admired his accomplishments. Only those in the most remote regions might be unaware due to limited communication. But the Ming Dynasty had recently built roads in even the most secluded areas. The dynasty no longer faced financial shortages and enjoyed great prosperity, creating new possibilities. These positive changes inspired greater aspirations. No one wanted to miss out on the benefits, and they were eager to secure them. In the Ming Dynasty, the Oliver held a special place. His actions commanded respect, undeniably earning admiration and devotion from all, a devotion deeply rooted in everyone's heart. This admiration was genuine, coming from within. This year, the first harvest was abundant. Apart from paying 1/5 in taxes and selling 2/5 to the court, the rest belonged to the farmers themselves, a benefit they had never before enjoyed. It wasn't just about money. There was an abundance of grain as well, more than enough to eat. Arianity merchants naturally purchased a significant amount of grain, some for foreign trade and others for making wine and other uses. As a result, it was evident that the common people of the Ming Dynasty had more money in their hands. No one dared to lower prices. If caught, it would be a matter of losing their heads. Households had enough grain stored for 1 or 2 years, so no one was foolish enough to undervalue grain, which was essential. Without grain, even the most wealth was useless. Moreover, in this situation, everyone understood without needing to ask much. The change goals required no suspicion. As long as everything was clear, it sufficed. Unforeseen thoughts were directions to be cautious of. Yet these scenarios served as psychological proof, reinforcing unwavering confidence. On this point, there was no need to deny. With benefits came increased transactions, making commerce richer. The people eating well and drinking well also ensured that these benefits flowed back into the national treasury. Business taxes thus increased significantly. The key was to keep money circulating. Stagnant funds were like dead water, with little value. There was no need to doubt. All this was aimed at better progress. Efforts were made according to capabilities, striving for stronger outcomes without negligence. As for other purposes, they should not be easily achieved. This accumulation was straightforward, requiring no rebuttal. Natural things did not require specific stances but needed assurance of strength, making the path more hopeful. What once seemed like a dream was now a reality. Indeed, they finally realized this, a time when they no longer worried about food and clothing. All of this was due to the leadership of the Oliver, bringing the current prosperity of the Ming Dynasty. Who could fail to be grateful? Who could fail to remember his virtues? Chapter 138. Excited Merchants. Ajax knew that his wedding was approaching, yet he wasn't anxious at all since someone else would take care of it for him. But while he remained calm, many others were quite agitated. Of course, Kesha had already returned to her family residence, and they wouldn't see each other before the wedding. However, these were all minor issues. After all, no matter what, one couldn't deny the benefits. In Ing Tanfu, this phrase is not directly translatable and seems out of context, so I'll replace it with a plausible term. Who didn't know? The national Arianaster is finally going to marry Lord Elijah's beloved daughter. We've waited so long for this. Indeed, but eventually, things have turned out well. Everyone should come and join in the festivities and light some incense. Naturally, many wanted to partake in the good fortune. This was perfectly natural and didn't require much thought. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the outcome was clear. It was indeed the best case scenario and a fact that did not need questioning. The most obvious benefit was just what they needed. They didn't care as long as the benefits kept coming. The more, the better. Who knows? There might even be some surprises. That's true. After all, it's the national Arianaster we're talking about. There could be significant surprises. As for what those surprises might be, no one knew. But they believed that they were inevitable and certain to happen. At the same time, merchants across the Ming Empire began to mobilize. Nowadays, merchants in the Ming Empire could gradually improve their status thanks to the impetus provided by the national Arianaster, which gave them their current standing. Otherwise, they would have been nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. While the future was uncertain, they knew that as long as the national Arianaster remained, these benefits would continue. They only hoped the national Arianaster would live a long and prosperous life, which would be the greatest grace. Unfortunately, they didn't fully understand the implications or Ajax's intentions, but that didn't matter much. These things hadn't changed. As long as there was a description, it represented an opportunity that couldn't be reversed, seamlessly integrated. Different people at different levels saw things differently. Why should there be so much ignorance? Such questions were simple and convenient, just the best way to change without any explanation. As long as there was peace and tranquility in their hearts, it was perfect. So, these merchants all began preparing gifts. Each one brought out their best treasures, whatever interesting items they had, to present as gifts. They knew the national Arianaster was highly skilled and might become even stronger in the future. Being able to provide longer protection was a significant benefit. Regarding the national Arianaster's miraculous public appearance, knowing and recognizing it were personal matters, unrelated to them. After all, the national Arianaster was the national Arianaster. Whatever he wished to do was challenging, making him truly unique. To perform well required effort to avoid various problems. From this perspective, true mystery became evident, free from all constraints. This process began smoothly and naturally. Everything was a matter of unspoken understanding. The underlying significance didn't need much elaboration. As long as it played out well, there was no problem. Regrettable matters were trivial and didn't warrant too much doubt. If achievable, it was the best outcome. Understanding the value, no one needed to question further. Everything was so simple. The current benefits were precisely what they had hoped for. Though commercial taxes were high, compared to the past, they were nothing significant. Now, who dared to openly extort money, defying the Ming court and competing for tax revenue? That would invite disaster, a part of corruption and bribery, strictly forbidden. Otherwise, the Ming laws weren't for show. Such actions would only lead to trouble. The intent behind this couldn't be reversed, difficult to express. True strength was indisputable, bringing genuine joy. As long as everything was controlled, there would be no issues. The Ming court valued justice, especially under the influence of the national Arianaster, making it uniquely extraordinary. With such benefits, if the merchants didn't know how to repay, they would indeed be foolish. By doing this, they believed local officials wouldn't dare act rashly, a comprehensible reality. Arianity hoped the national Arianaster would stay longer, or remain indefinitely. Immortality and enlightenment could wait. Once married, the national Arianaster would naturally have offspring, giving them several decades to anticipate. During this period, it was their golden era, and they aimed to seize every opportunity. Merchants understood this clearly and refused to let go of any chances. With opportunities, they strove to advance vigorously. The timing was perfect for maritime ventures, and they didn't want to miss this chance. There was a constant stream of large and small ships, and there were also some shipping operations in inland rivers, though mostly these areas had local constructions with the court merely overseeing them. After all, compared to the open sea, internal lakes and rivers were matters within the Great Ming Empire, naturally subject to the laws of Great Ming. This was indisputable. If something went wrong, responsibility would have to be taken, and everyone understood this well. No specific purpose was needed, just being aware was enough. There was no need for suspicion. The prosperity of commerce undeniably brought vitality to the economy of Great Ming, making it more than just agriculture, which was evident. Expectations for the overseas markets were even greater. Pirates existed and could not be completely eradicated. Only as the naval power of Great Ming grew stronger could they gain more benefits. All these required heightened vigilance, which could not be overlooked. As long as they had the capability, they possessed fundamental strength. They were not afraid of dangers. Otherwise, how could trade proceed? In ancient times, the Silk Road crossed endless deserts, heading towards the distant western regions, possibly extending further, which was extremely challenging. Yet countless people embarked on this road because it promised wealth, vast amounts of wealth. Despite the immense danger, for the sake of survival, they still had to take this path. Nowadays, things are much better. The ships provided by Great Ming were equipped with cannons, though smaller in size, sufficient for self-defense. Who would not be willing to accept such arrangements? As long as they persisted, there would be infinite opportunities for improvement. With the right capabilities, many problems could be mitigated, leaving nothing to doubt. Now, Great Ming is unparalleled in its prosperity, evoking nostalgia and desire for more. So, set sail to the seas. Overseas, there await mountains of gold and silver. Chapter 139. Racking their brains for a gift. Elwood knew that his cousin was finally getting married and naturally contacted his younger brothers to start brainstorming. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, what gift do you think we should give? Upon hearing their eldest brother's words, Kian, Tate, and the others fell into deep thought, momentarily at a loss for words. They had indeed thought about it before but couldn't come up with anything interesting. It was quite a headache for them. Now that their eldest brother asked again, they were unsure how to respond, not knowing how to reply properly. In reality, their cousin already had everything and didn't lack anything. After thinking for a while, Tate said, eldest brother, cousin has everything he needs and doesn't lack anything. We really don't know what we should give. Kian nodded in agreement. Eldest brother, fourth brother is right. Cousin has everything we want, and even things we don't have. We really don't know what to give. But if we don't give anything, we're afraid father will punish us. This was truly putting them in a difficult position. Ordinary gifts simply wouldn't do. Otherwise, what would happen to their reputation? Their father might eat them alive. Corey and Hector also looked helpless, unsure of what to give. The gift must be unique and meaningful. They couldn't just give something ordinary. After all, this was their cousin's wedding, which would be attended by many guests. If they made a fool of themselves, it would damage the royal family's reputation. It could be a life-threatening situation. Just thinking of their father's furious face made them shiver, losing all strength. Even Tate, who was known for his bravery, would turn into a soft shrimp when faced with their father. Now, they needed to come up with a perfect plan, something that would make everyone happy. Elwood could only smile bitterly. The situation was indeed helpless. The more they thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. This answer was frustrating. No one had a solution. The rules here were simple and straightforward, yet profound enough to be beyond comprehension. There was nothing to doubt. On this point, there was really no need to ask any more questions. Simplicity was enough, yet they didn't know how to explain it. In fact, it was impossible to put into words. Everything came down to reality. Without pressure, there was no motivation. True solutions became harder to see. No explanation was needed, just enough wisdom to foresee everything. This scene was as straightforward as it could be. The five of them thought of many ideas, but none were satisfactory. It's troublesome, really too troublesome. I really don't know what to say. Indeed, we really don't know what to say. It's truly helpless and makes one laugh and cry. This wasn't a trivial matter. They truly couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ideas were scarce, and it gave them headaches. Facing such a real problem, what could they do? They had no idea, no way out. This scene represented the last hope, an unchangeable fact. Everything reflected the true value, requiring no additional distress. Only more effort could describe it. Moreover, limited knowledge was another challenge. How about we five brothers collaborate on a painting? Hector immediately offered a suggestion. Painting? But I can't paint, both Kian and Tate said with helplessness. They were better at martial arts than art. Hearing this, Elwood clapped his hands together. Good idea. We still have time to learn a little. It doesn't have to be perfect, just good enough. Second brother, fourth brother, you two should try harder and pass this test. Kian and Tate reluctantly agreed, knowing it would be challenging for them. But for the sake of their brothers, they would have to try. Elwood then proposed, let's choose a theme for the painting and divide the work among us. 5 people working together on one piece should be fine. As long as one part is excellent, it will represent our collective heart. As cousins, they couldn't be distant. And being legitimate sons, they were different from other princes. Given the circumstances, this was the best they could do. So they started learning and practicing hard during the remaining time. Meanwhile, Emperor Heston and Paulette were also preparing. Where are Ariver and the others? Why haven't they been seen? Reed, don't worry. They are thinking about what gifts to give. We'll know when the time comes. Oh, these 5 kids are actually starting to think on their own. That's really putting them in a tough spot. Ha ha ha. Really, you talk as if no one knows what to say. I'm really impressed by you. It's just curiosity, sister. Do you think what gift they will prepare? How would I know? Anyway, Reed, stop worrying about the kids. We have important things to do. Although we still have time, we must take it seriously. We can't afford to be short of anything, or it will be troublesome. Hearing Paulette's words, Heston finally stopped caring what his sons were doing and started helping his sister with her tasks. Yes, in court, he was the emperor who had the final say. But after court, in front of his wife, he was the most considerate husband. But not arguing back with his wife was impossible for him. So now, he obediently did as she asked. If other emperors saw this, they wouldn't know whether to feel happy or something else. To reach Heston's level was unparalleled among all emperors, and he didn't fear others knowing this. If asked, he would even be proud of it. This was Heston, who didn't shy away from talking about his origins and didn't crave the fame of ancestors. He told the truth about how he came to power. This was one of the reasons why the Zhu family's throne was legitimate and showed the charm within. Other dynastic emperors would find it hard to reach this level, leaving them unsure whether to congratulate or sigh. In summary, this was an unavoidable path that could only be moved forward step by step. Heston never cared about what others said, but if someone touched his sore spot, he would send them off without much gratitude needed. The great Ming Empire was indeed prosperous, moving countless people, and ensuring its people lived in peace and prosperity, which was unparalleled and truly distinct. Chapter 140. A brighter future for the great Ming. All over the great Ming, it was bustling with activity. People were either preparing goods or getting ready to send congratulatory gifts. To them, the National Arianaster provided the most reliable assurance. In many people's eyes, the National Arianaster was truly formidable and had become a reality that everyone aspired to. If possible, they wished for more rather than ending up knowing nothing. This point didn't require much questioning. The benefits he brought in terms of business opportunities were beyond measure. It was an immense boon. As the common people of the Great Ming gradually became wealthier, they naturally knew how to be grateful. Merchants, in particular, showed this sentiment most clearly. Although they previously possessed considerable wealth, their status was very low. Any official could take advantage of them, making them vulnerable like fish on a cutting board, which was completely accurate. But when Ajax began his involvement in the court, things changed. Especially after the official announcement of commercial taxes, the government became much more regulated. If anyone disrupted the collection of taxes, it would be fatal. Therefore, once they knew the court was enforcing these regulations, merchants actively paid their taxes, especially those without any backing. These were the ones who had suffered the most in the past. Not only did they have to pay taxes to the court, but they also had to give gifts to others just to survive. Otherwise, they faced ruin, even losing everything they had. For these officials, such matters were trivial. Unfortunately for them, with Ajax's arrival, the court completely changed. Anyone who acted recklessly would be dealt with first, followed by thorough investigations. To the merchants, National Arianaster Ajax was their benefactor, their greatest benefactor. How could such a great benefactor be overlooked? Absolutely impossible. Given this reality, it became clear that some people should not be underestimated. In short, the current situation was unpredictable and illogical, with no telling what value anyone could bring. Thus, as saviors of the merchants, each wanted to connect with him, but it was incredibly difficult to do so. It wasn't easy to make it work. Everyone knew this, and the National Arianaster's wedding was a rare opportunity, one they needed to seize. Hence, this scenario unfolded naturally and reasonably, understandable under any circumstances. Even merchants who had just returned from overseas were hurriedly preparing gifts upon hearing the news. The overseas expansion efforts were largely driven by the National Arianaster, and they were all beneficiaries. Such a great favor demanded meticulous preparation. Those merchants who returned this time made significant profits. They paid their taxes generously, without hesitation, because their ships were their best guarantee. And if anything went wrong, they could seek help from the Great Ming Navy, which was their crucial asset. The strength of the Great Ming Navy was evident in its warships, large and formidable, leaving one breathless at their awe-inspiring power. With this, what was needed was someone who could take control, clarify everything, and possess unmatched strength. Achieving such power left no room for rebuttal, and it was reason enough to be proud. This was the confidence and strength protecting them. Only with the overall strength of the Great Ming could everyone feel secure. They sailed together, and the results spoke for themselves. Full ships laden with goods, something not everyone could accomplish. Arianaking money required effort, but they couldn't forget their roots, or they would lose future opportunities. Ajax managed to achieve this much, and that was within his capacity. Beyond this, he knew his limits. He understood what he should do without needing to think too much or doubt himself. The outcome was irrefutable and required a positive attitude to ensure smooth business operations. The Great Ming needed to grow stronger. This was just the beginning. Warships were being built like dumplings dropping into boiling water, with the 6 major shipyards expanding tirelessly to build more vessels. After the educational reforms in the Great Ming, the effects were even better. With knowledge being widely disseminated, there were now more paths available, not limited to seeking office. Knowledge was abundant and extensive, revealing numerous possibilities and applications. Various talents were needed everywhere in the Great Ming: the construction of warships, road-building projects, and tree planting, all requiring knowledge to establish reasonable and suitable methods. In summary, strengthening oneself was the key. Such arrangements are reasonable and understandable. If there were significant discrepancies, subsequent complications would be considerable. All of this makes sense and is not a big deal. This scene requires nothing from anyone. As long as it can be achieved, everything will be for the best. Any different voices represent diverse progress and motivation. Now, the Great Ming strides forward in this manner, requiring no speculation. All of this was within Ajax's expectations. After all, with different perspectives, one's horizons naturally broaden. For countless people, including officials, this serves as an impetus. Whether one can stand firm in this great era depends on personal capability. If they cannot hold their ground, it means they are not strong enough or diligent enough. In the end, if they fail, there's nothing more to say. The premise for everything is being powerful enough. On this point, Ajax demands a certain level of competence, and absolutely no coercion should be involved. True strength is the change that realizes dreams. As long as it can be achieved, it marks the best beginning. This clear dream also reveals the true standard of strength, which no one needs to interfere with. To bring about changes means setting a mark for the Great Ming's future. One can say he has already mapped out the trajectory for the Great Ming's advancement. Whether it succeeds depends on their own capabilities. These are all part of strength. Whether they can achieve it depends on their own efforts. The future and goals all require strength to arrange. It's not that it can't be done, but rather it's hard to imagine how. The journey is destined to be long, and to accomplish tasks, more support is needed. Otherwise, it's bound not to go far. To sustain this, sufficient military and financial power are essential and indispensable. Now, the Great Ming is on this path, already showing greater expectations. Naturally, they need to know the consequences. Chapter 141, Testing and Validation. Ajax sat in the imperial court. Yes, he was here on the court now. Though he seldom came, it did not mean he would never come. The many ministers paid no attention. Who could know what was on the mind of the imperial Arianaster? They all quietly went about their daily business. Your Arianagesty, another heavy rainstorm has hit Xiangnan. Thankfully, much of the farmland has already been harvested, but this also represents a significant test for the river dikes. Arianarchus couldn't help but report this with an expression full of tension. It's important to note that heavy rainstorms happen every year. Whether they can withstand this one is still uncertain. Upon hearing this, Heston became solemn. This matter must not have any unexpected turns. His appreciation for precautions taken cannot be overstated. It is natural to want everything to be better handled, yet none can predict what may occur under these efforts. Ministers, apart from Xiangnan, are there problems in other areas? Your Arianagesty, both Jibei and Jinan regions show signs of rare drought conditions, which are becoming increasingly evident. There's very little rainfall this year, so we must be cautious. Heston's brows furrowed at this. It seems many places are indeed facing potential disasters. We do not know if we can weather through them. Your Arianagesty, reservoirs have been built in these areas, which should help mitigate the problem. But if this continues, it will not be good. For now, they can endure as the reservoirs were built for just such eventualities. Your Area Majesty, serious drought conditions have appeared in the Guanyi region, and we need to take precautions. Even with many preparatory measures, whatever comes, won't be lessened. One must understand clearly, acknowledging the strength without question or need for explanation. The true capability is formidable, requiring no further elaboration. This powerful force is intended for greater arrangements. No one needs to doubt the pressure involved. Whether they can get through this is not something they need to worry too much about. It cannot be ignored. Then, Heston looked towards Ajax. It seemed like he had foreseen these calamities today. Arianaster Imperial Advisor, what do you think of this matter? After listening, Ajax stood up and said, Your Area Majesty, there's no need to worry. This is the rain-praying talisman. Placing it in the drought-stricken fields should solve the problem. Seeing the talisman Ajax held up, everyone felt astonished. The Imperial Arianaster lived up to his title. Heston immediately gave orders. Yuan, have someone attend to this right away. Yes, Your Area Majesty. Yuan quickly stepped forward, respectfully received the rain-praying talisman, and immediately made arrangements. Arianaster Imperial Advisor, what about those heavily rained areas? Heston hoped the situation could be handled well, thus sparing further concern. However, Ajax directly replied, Your Area Majesty, please trust the water conservancy projects across the regions. We should test them now rather than when problems reoccur later. With most crops already harvested, we shouldn't worry too much. Upon hearing this, Heston pondered for a moment before nodding. Arianaster Imperial Advisor speaks wisely. Let it be done as advised. None of the ministers raised objections. While reservoirs provide temporary relief during droughts, they aren't a long-term solution. Under the heavy rain, as long as the dikes hold, the danger is limited. For the Ming Dynasty, fewer threats mean they can concentrate on handling others. All this aims to secure a brighter future for the Ming Dynasty, avoiding unpreparedness. Though he could stop the heavy rains, it would not allow testing of effectiveness, thus risking more. Moreover, most crops have been harvested. If minor issues arise, the threat isn't severe. Therefore, this test is necessary. At this moment, in Shaanxi, local officials were getting nervous due to continuous heavy rainstorms. Torrential rain poured down, causing rivers to swell dramatically. Local officials watched nervously by the rising riverbanks with dikes, standing silently. Under the heavy rain, floodwaters surged fiercely and terrifyingly beyond imagination. Facing this shocking reality, they could offer no objection, only silent support, unable to contain the situation. This was for greater benefit and reward, striving ahead tirelessly. No one wanted to give up or lose out on this opportunity. Though the people had no worries about crops, they remained vigilant at the dikes, implementing various defensive measures. Bags of sand, prepared generation after generation, waited ready. Once a breach appeared, these bags would be placed to plug it, preventing wasted effort. Seeing the fierce and frightening floodwaters, the difficulty of the situation became undeniable, almost unbelievable. All these facts were undeniable, bringing greater peace of mind. The floodwaters crashed against the defenses built from layers of cement slabs, yet they held firm. A thick layer of cement slabs served as the best barrier, along with the sturdy embankments that stood tall and solid. This was the new river dike of the Ming Dynasty. No matter how wildly the floodwaters surged, they could not breach this new dike. Even with all their force, the floodwaters could not collapse the dike. It was incredibly robust, a testament to the craftsmanship of the time, achieving remarkable results. Even those standing on the dike felt no instability, rather, there was no sign of turbulence. This only enhanced the effectiveness. Such an outcome demonstrated irrefutable strength, producing impressive results. In the absence of variables, human effort was indispensable, leading to even better performance. Who could argue with such excellence? All these critical factors came together beautifully. The intention behind it all was nothing short of admirable. The benefits were beyond doubt, visible and attainable. Now the dike had proven its worth by holding back floods of such magnitude, bringing relief to both officials and the people. Sir, it really held. The flood has been contained. Yes, indeed it has. Excellent, excellent. Local officials in areas hit by floods now rejoiced, feeling validated in their actions. This achievement was more than just saving lives. It was a significant accomplishment that could not be overlooked. This benefit also revealed a stronger trend, something they would never abandon. With such a crucial principle, none would harbor doubts. Understanding this meant everyone was clear-headed. The future of the Ming Dynasty truly looked different, distinct from before. For them, this test was the final validation. Chapter 142. What a good year this year has been. As disaster reports from all over the great Ming Empire came in, Emperor Heston personally inquired into them. His involvement on this matter would never change. Over. Looking at the scene before him, Heston couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Arianarchus and others responded in unison. Your Area Majesty, it is indeed over. The riverbanks are very solid. There hasn't been any breach anywhere. We can say that the effect this time is very good. Upon hearing this, Heston was immediately overjoyed. Although some sacrifices had been made earlier, compared to these advantages which could be defended, there was absolutely no room for dissatisfaction. As long as efforts were made, everything was worth it. No one needed to doubt this scene, and people could be even more relieved. Fortunately, thanks to his measures, the emergence of cement boards was the best flood prevention tool, significantly enhancing the flood control measures throughout the Great Ming. Excellent, excellent, very excellent. With this, we can clearly see the effectiveness of these flood prevention measures. This is very good, very good. I hope you continue to work hard. Yes, Your Area Majesty, we think so too. This is a blessing for our Great Ming. Finally, we can contend with floods, but we cannot let our guard down. We must be more vigilant. Otherwise, if an even bigger flood comes next time, the common folk of the Great Ming will suffer. Arianarchus and others responded in unison. Your Area Majesty, that's true. We will certainly urge local officials to work harder and prevent this from happening again. Heston nodded in satisfaction, feeling that things were going well. As long as efforts were made, it was a good thing. Good, you have done very well. At the same time, note the efforts of these local officials. We should not let their hard work go to waste. Arianarchus and others all breathed a sigh of relief. With this, it showed that the emperor took everything to heart, so they didn't need to worry. As long as they did well, everything was fine. From such efforts, everything could be seen clearly. Heston was also quite satisfied. After all, everything had been done well. It would be strange if anyone was unsatisfied. You have done well too, and I am also very pleased. It can be said that there has been no major natural disaster this year, which is really good. If not for the flood prevention measures beforehand, there would definitely have been widespread suffering. It wasn't just talk. This was the reality. If this scenario had occurred, no one could foresee the consequences or stop them. Once things went wrong, it would bring many troubles that no one wanted. These were minor issues. As long as they could be handled, it would be the best arrangement. Now, even severe droughts weren't feared. What else could they fear? With the introduction of sweet potatoes this year, granaries were filled with food. Indeed, as sweet potatoes became widely adopted, countless people knew it was an excellent staple crop. It could stave off hunger, especially during famine times, because it produced high yields and required minimal water to survive. For the common folk, this was indispensable. This type of food was easy to store and lasted a long time, which was a boon for them. All of this was significant and undeniable. Only by persisting could strength be demonstrated. If everything could be achieved, there would be no problems, allowing for greater effort in all endeavors. The key was to do everything to improve defensive strategies. Whether it was water conservancy or road construction, it was the same, to facilitate faster disaster relief. Time was life, and once it was delayed, severe disasters could lead to many undesirable outcomes, which would not be beneficial for the Great Ming. Therefore, this was the top priority, and nothing should go wrong. With such good results, who wouldn't want it? Just a bit of hard work would suffice. There was no need to worry since the efforts made ensured enough capability to support everything. These matters were substantial and could not be overlooked or abandoned. These arrangements were not to be taken lightly. It was also a way to evaluate political performance. Even if materials might be available, whether they could be used effectively depended on their own abilities. If this could not be accomplished, it would be difficult to claim oneself as capable of advancing. Nowadays, officials in the capital were strictly selected, following Heston's order. Officials must serve in different regions before entering the capital to hold high offices. This fact was undeniable, a test of ability where the outcome depended entirely on one's capabilities, with consequences being unpredictable. All of this would introduce a reasonable and understandable variable, and there was a belief that things could become even better. The mystery of it all. No one knew what would happen. It was hard to make these parts of life one's own. They were points of surprise, expectations that could not be fulfilled. Emperor Heston had no hesitation either. After all, the number of reserve officials had increased significantly now, providing him with ample resources for reassignment. Thus, he didn't care about the previous officials who weren't performing their duties. They would be immediately dismissed from office. Moreover, he might even dig up old grievances. Since they hadn't accomplished anything, instead of oppressing the people and exploiting them, they deserved their punishment. For those who had achieved something, they could atone for past mistakes. Zhu wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Everyone understood the significance behind these actions. No matter what, it showcased excellence and capability. The meaning of everything was to strive for change and to continue with determination. The purpose was this simple. It couldn't be fully expressed in words, so let them bring about the changes themselves. With such changes, regardless of how intense the competition became, everything could be cherished, and this fear factor would not shake them. The significance of this scene was undeniable. Its rationale was natural. Everything seemed so normal, as if this was where true ability shone through. Understanding all this was seeing the shift in objectives and the expectations in one's heart, which reflected their inherent value. By grasping the objective, they could seize better opportunities. In comparison, the reality was indescribable. Cherishing these elements, dreams held a sensitive truth. Believing in the questions within, the charm of it all was simply this. The value didn't need to be excessive. At present, no one knew if other fates would come into play, or how crucial change truly was. Progress was the foundation of everything. The future wasn't trivial. It required growth. Chapter 143. The Ming Dynasty's Robust Financial Strength. Your Area Majesty, this month's tax revenue is just too much, truly an astounding amount. Hamza expressed his disbelief sincerely. Emperor Heston responded with curiosity. Minister Yang, how much did we collect this month? Hamza hurried to report. To be precise, it was last month's tax revenue, reaching an astonishing 50 million taels. It's indeed remarkable. If not for some merchants' ships being attacked by pirates, forcing them to retaliate and return home, the amount would likely have been even higher. Under such circumstances, those affected merchants wouldn't have been able to pay taxes since they didn't make any profit. Upon hearing this, Emperor Heston became furious immediately. Who dares to defy our great Ming? How detestable. Then he looked at Hall and ordered, Duke of Zhongshan, you shall sail again, expanding the anti-pirate operations twofold, especially in the South China Sea region of our Ming Dynasty. Stability must be ensured. Hall stood up hastily and said excitedly, Yes, your Area Majesty. I will not let these pirates have any chance at all. Good, I await your good news. Emperor Heston now realized the significance. Collecting so much tax revenue in a single month was truly eye-opening. His nephew's foresight indeed proved remarkable. While it might not reach this level every month, even half of this amount would still be astounding, bringing about monumental changes for the entire Ming Dynasty. With so many potential uses, one couldn't underestimate its value. The court officials were now eagerly discussing amongst themselves, knowing this was a positive development. They would certainly not allow pirates to roam freely in the seas under the Ming's control. They aimed to bring peace to these waters. They didn't realize that this was just the beginning. Greater events would follow, spreading the flag of the Ming further afield. These transformations might take time, but they would eventually come to fruition. When that time comes, the Ming Dynasty would become even stronger. With fertile land stretching far and wide, Efforts could be intensified, protected by these measures, making people aware of their benefits. No one knew how much more change was to come, but as long as everyone understood its importance, everything would fall into place, making subsequent developments unstoppable. However, that was a matter for the distant future. As long as Heston remained on the throne, he could maintain stability without worrying about pressures. He had confidence in handling matters accordingly. Besides, he had his nephew's support, which reassured him. Meanwhile, various departments were already planning for the next year, determining how much funding they needed. Water conservancy, afforestation, and road construction were long-term projects requiring consistent allocation, increasing yearly with growing tax revenues. This anticipation finally made sense. These ancient truths were indescribable. These examples were beyond words. No matter how intricate the thoughts or how ignorant the past, nothing could divert from the main objective. Oh right, what about the areas along the Yellow River? Are they still suffering from floods? Emperor Heston was always anxious about this issue. Both the Yellow and Yangtze rivers were major waterways of the Ming Dynasty. Floods posed significant dangers. Your Area Majesty, currently there are no major disasters thanks to the ongoing afforestation projects across different regions ensuring safety. Emperor Heston nodded in agreement. This was indeed excellent news. With continued efforts, the outcome could be anticipated. Safety and continuity were paramount, benefiting future generations. This is very good. Planting trees must not stop. It should be a long-term strategy passed down through generations. If we do not act now, future generations will suffer. Who could survive on this land then? Therefore, we must ensure thorough preparation. He added, though trees can be harvested when they reach a certain scale, for every tree cut, another must be planted. This should be decreed as an eternal edict written into the Ming Code. What do you all think? Arianity ministers found this reasonable, aiming to ensure future generations enjoy lush greenery. Your Area Majesty's wisdom shines bright. Emperor Heston nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a positive development, indicating a well-understood process. As long as there was enough commitment, changes could be achieved, creating a wonderful future filled with true joy and countless highlights. There was nothing to doubt or guess. Everything would naturally unfold beautifully. How far the future of the Great Ming can go depends on their own capabilities. How much they can achieve is determined by their own strength, requiring continuous efforts from generation to generation. Of course, he really hoped that Ajax could stay, but he knew it was impractical. Different pursuits would eventually lead to different outcomes. Arianity people might not want to believe it, but they have no choice but to accept it, as this is the trend of the times. Your Area Majesty, after the pacification of the grasslands, a large amount of financial, material, and human resources will be needed to build cities and construct roads. Jeff immediately stood up to propose this matter. Heston nodded and looked at him, asking, how much will be needed? Without hesitation, Jeff replied, 5 million taels are required. This is just for the initial phase. According to the War Ministry's plan, it might not be enough. After hearing this, Heston understood the War Ministry's ambitious plans, leaving him speechless. Elvin, the Minister of War, stood up with a serious expression and said, Your Area Majesty, this is necessary to prevent nomadic tribes from reinvading the grasslands and growing stronger. After listening, Heston pondered for a moment. He preferred peace and stability. Although the plan was grand and required substantial finances, the Ming Dynasty was currently well-funded, so there was no need to hesitate. Very well, then proceed according to the War Ministry's blueprint. Minister Yang, you shall take charge of this matter. Hamza hurriedly responded, Yes, Your Area Majesty, I shall comply with your decree. Such an outcome naturally brought no doubts. It was indeed a positive development, a significant benefit, one that should not be overlooked and must not be abandoned. The true intention was clear. Peace and security could be achieved without unexpected troubles. Now, the court ministers were less concerned. 5 million taels were no longer a big deal, reflecting the increased wealth of the Ming treasury and the solid foundation it provided. Chapter 144, Yuan proactively raises salaries. In the past, with the financial situation of the Great Ming, there wasn't the confidence to speak so boldly. Back then, a whole year's revenue was only about 10 million taels. It felt like splitting every cent into two halves to use. Unfortunately, lacking money was an unchangeable reality. After the arrival of the national teacher, everything in the Great Ming changed thoroughly. The nation started advancing in large strides without encountering any resistance. It was almost unimaginably terrifying. Now, it had truly reached a point where words failed to describe it. There was simply too much wealth. Annual income for this year might exceed 200 million taels. That was the general idea among many officials, but only the Ministry of Revenue knew the exact figures. They hadn't made it public, so nobody else was clear on the details. Hamza didn't give it much thought. If he knew their current mindset, he would certainly dismiss it with disdain. He was well aware that fiscal revenue already exceeded 200 million taels. Changes over this 1 year had been incredibly swift, fast to the point of being unbelievable. This didn't even include the money from selling ships by the Ministry of Works. Although it ultimately went into the national treasury, it was a different kind of profit compared to taxes. If included, the total would definitely surpass 500 million taels. The demand for ships was overwhelming and countless, far beyond any calculation. With such volume, who could guarantee there wouldn't be any issues? Such a simple matter, without need for doubt, as long as it was managed properly, was best. Thus, national profits were incomparably abundant, exceeding many people's imagination. These tremendous benefits were undeniable. Every individual's perception was filled with immense confidence and couldn't help but feel delighted. The Great Ming had such remarkable potential, which was unthinkable in the past. But now, things were truly different. Emperor Heston listened and couldn't help but feel deeply pleased. Knowing much of what was happening, he generously declared, We know your efforts, and we won't let you down. This year has been bountiful. Starting from the Spring Festival next year, salaries will be increased. From the 9th rank onwards, each rank up will get an additional 2 shur, also counting towards annual performance evaluations. Everyone couldn't help but display expressions of disbelief, not expecting the usually frugal Yuan to announce salary increases directly. though it was just too sure. With the cumulative increase, it added up to quite a sum. As a result, first-rank officials would receive an additional 36 sure, having received an increase previously. Combined with this one, they were well off. Benefits piled up significantly for everyone. Adding the previous increases, first-rank officials received an astonishing 96 sure more. For lower-ranking officials, the benefit wasn't insignificant either, accumulating 6 sure over 3 times. This made their living standards more appropriate now. For those in officialdom, opportunities became more visible. Being at an unprecedented stage in the Great Ming, all wanted to advance and feared failure. A failure would mean losing all the benefits, if not worse, possibly facing no rewards at all. A typical case was Grant, the Korean duke, who currently only held a noble title without an official post. His salary came from his title and thus, he wasn't part of the raise range. Most officials understood this, but there was nothing they could do except hope for divine grace. This kind of benefit was apparent, leaving little room for doubts. This scene, known to everyone, required no underestimation. The reason Emperor Heston did this was that those who could no longer contribute to the state still received a salary, recognizing their past contributions. The Great Ming hadn't forgotten them. It was already generous. Expecting anything better was practically impossible. After all, no one willingly relinquishes benefits for others. Unless someone was foolish. None present was foolish. Everyone was perceptive and intelligent, perhaps exceptionally wise. This reality left no room for debate. Demonstrating merit was best. Strength was irrefutable. Where was this scene happening? It wasn't worth questioning further. Diligence and satisfaction were naturally beyond explanation. Everything meant effort was crucial. True strength was evident, needing no questioning. The salary increase was intended to recognize their value and encourage greater effort for the future of the Great Ming. This significance mustn't be underestimated. Your Area Majesty's wisdom. Each official was deeply moved. Although there weren't too many changes for high-ranking officials, the increase was the same as for others, just a bit less compared to the national teacher, but it was still quite remarkable. After all, this was a significant benefit, and it was the first time Yuan proactively raised salaries. It would be strange if the officials were not happy, as these were legitimate incomes. Once regular income increased, it became much more sufficient, and officials began to weigh the question of whether it was worthwhile. If there were truly greedy individuals, there would be nothing more to say, as they should already know the consequences. The remaining officials with a conscience would know how to act, preferring a little less but ensuring their safety. This point cannot be overlooked. Naturally, it can be better demonstrated, making everything clear. There's no need for any doubt. Just having a measure is best, fundamentally requiring no further questions, everything understood without words. In this regard, the fundamental meaning is hard to deny, and the basic elements can be seen clearly. Everything speaks for itself and cannot be refuted. After all, being an official comes with significant benefits. Once achieved, one is unwilling to give up. Once the benefits are obtained, the importance of the interests involved is undeniable, thus requiring no further words. Real benefits are desired by everyone, but there is indeed a certain conflict that they must consider themselves. Whether it's appropriate depends on their own thoughts. Whether it's fitting or not can be handled accordingly. There's nothing absolute, only relative existence. This point also requires no additional questioning. Everything is beyond understanding and description. Perhaps many people find it hard to count and comprehend this direction. Where do all the issues lie? To clear this up is no easy task. It needs to be noted even more so. At this court session, both the emperor and ministers were very satisfied. Though the raise wasn't direct, it had reached the core, with minimal unexpected occurrences. Unless there were major corruption cases, the raise would definitely be realized. Chapter 145. A very competent tool. Sure enough, Armin's initiative to raise salaries once again excited countless officials. It had only been a short while, yet salaries were being raised again. The officials were like celebrating the new year, naturally very happy. As long as they put in effort, they could be promoted again. Note that this was a monthly salary raise, not an annual one. For every official, this was greatly beneficial, so they didn't need to be so frugal anymore. They could work without being overly cautious, as long as they weren't excessively wasteful. It should be enough to support those they needed to. This allowed lower-ranking officials to breathe a sigh of relief. They needed this and were naturally very pleased. Though there was a name for it, a test, there would be no problem as long as nothing went wrong. Thus, officials everywhere became more cautious. If something happened because of them and they failed to pass, they would offend many people. No one knew how things would end up then. It couldn't be predicted. Therefore, everyone who needed to do their part worked harder, striving to grow. There was no denying the pressure, and everything was difficult to constrain. They were not allowed to have too many difficulties, nor could they give up. As long as their combat power reached a certain level, they could achieve part of the goal. No one wanted to lose these good things. Opportunities were beautiful and desirable. True opportunities couldn't be refuted, and hope lay within. The more strength that pushed forward, the more possible everything became. So raising salaries was also a form of motivation. Externally, it showed that Armin would raise salaries provided that work was done well, which was fine as long as there were no mistakes. If something went wrong, it could be life-threatening. In such a situation, things wouldn't be as easy. In comparison, none of this needed much doubt. As long as they had a clear understanding, it would be a great growth experience. It didn't require too much, just a thorough understanding would suffice. At the Taoist temple, Ajax smiled when he heard about this. His Zeke had finally come to his senses. Everything required motivation. Officials were people too, with no difference from others. Being human meant needing support. If other abilities were available, this state wouldn't exist. Everyone was advancing on this front. Subsequent actions required strength, making this path more advantageous. Who could predict how much this initiative would influence? This was clearly the best project and a focus that needed clarification. Minute by minute, whether or not one could control it was still a crucial step. The times are changing and calling out. The future of the Great Ming is bound to be better. This is just the beginning. Indeed, true navigation hadn't even started yet, and there was still a long time ahead. One might say all these changes were simple, but doing them well wasn't easy. True strength was indescribable, and the presence of power was unavoidable. Everyone believed these facts were already flickering in their hearts, needing no refutation. Since it was the truth, there was no need for explanation, nor for letting go of emotions. Don't be so suspicious. As long as you can achieve it, it's the yearning in your heart. Future spirit is unpredictable, but once spiritual support appears, it is the best arrangement. These reasons could always be seen. He also hoped that under their hands, the great Ming could flourish. He himself was merely a tool. After leading them for a period, let them adapt on their own and feel the powerful charm within. That was the real benefit and the future trend. The luck of the great Ming was soaring, and battlefield benefits were still not lacking. Accidents were not allowed to happen. The entire military force of the great Ming was formidable, with the land army being absolutely strong. The navy now possessed several fleets. It could be said that in the entire maritime area, great Ming ships could proceed in order. Especially in each region, 30 large ships traveled, along with 120 smaller warships. With a total of 150 ships of various sizes in a single sea area, it could be said that the navy of the great Ming was taking shape. Such sea areas were divided into 4 parts: the Yellow Sea, East China Sea, South China Sea, and the seas outside Izhou. All this was temporary. Initially, Ajax proposed building 3,000 large warships as a goal, not counting the smaller ones. Now, adding up all the large warships, there were only 120 in total, which was far from enough. Therefore, the 6 major shipyards are still Fengkangdi Zhaochan. Apart from warships, there were many orders for merchant ships, which had long been submerged among the orders. Moreover, the cost of building naval vessels alone was sufficient to cover expenses here, and there was no need for any unforeseen issues. The officials of the Great Ming were taken aback, realizing just how formidable the financial power of the people was. For this reason, Heston was fully awakened, knowing that this was the way to unleash the potential of the Great Ming. Undoubtedly, the best method was to shift internal conflicts into external ones. With benefits available, who wouldn't want them? Naturally, more would be even better. Arianity merchants offered high prices to recruit sailors, thus naturally gaining advantages. Another path opened up for the common people, enabling them to participate in these activities. It might be temporary, but it revealed a deeper intention. As long as it could be achieved, there would be no problem. Everyone understood this well, so no explanation was needed. Besides, dealing with these issues didn't require much trouble. Just having a stance was enough. These stances existed within, silently progressing and subtly influencing events, all for the better. Failure was not allowed, which was understandable. As long as one maintained a steadfast self, it was sufficient. Once momentum began, it was the foundation for effort, and the Great Ming would advance without hesitation. This was Ajax's wish. Now he could finally rest assured, confident that he had met the standards as a toolman. His path was to become stronger, and his virtue value had always been significant. For this reason, over the years, he had left a deep impression on many. The current achievements undoubtedly made him feel elated, but when necessary, he would still take action, as virtue values could not be lacking. Otherwise, how could one cultivate? This was inevitable. Chapter 146. Dylan returns to the capital. Dylan returned to Yingtianfu and first went to the palace to see Heston. Old brother, you've worked hard these past few years. Without you, we wouldn't have peace in the northeast region. Heston truly cared about this matter and hoped there were no issues. Dylan remained respectful. Your Area Majesty, this is also thanks to your support with a large number of cannons, which served as a deterrent, making the Doyan tribe know their place. Otherwise, we wouldn't have achieved so much. Heston smiled and said, enough. There's no need for such modesty. I know your capabilities well, and there's no need to doubt them. Your strength is right here, and we can rest assured. His efforts were clearly visible, and he felt at ease, understanding the significance behind it all. There was no need for too much suspicion. The purpose was clear, and there was no need for more doubts. In reality, there was no point in doubting its worthlessness. Future intentions were unforeseeable and difficult to predict. To reach this point was already impressive, and maintaining it would require more effort from everyone. Dylan understood Zhu's meaning. Their relationship was naturally good, especially since his daughter was married to the imperial advisor, making them family twice over. This was beneficial for him. Your Area Majesty, the harvest this year has been so good that you've started to increase salaries proactively. Heston, unconcerned, replied, indeed, it's quite substantial. I have no choice but to admit that just the tax revenue has exceeded 200 million taels. When combined with other sources, it wouldn't be less than 500 million taels. It's really too much, enabling more people to buy ships this year. Hearing this, Dylan couldn't help but gape in surprise, finding it unbelievable yet undeniable. This was an important process, not to be overlooked. The only solution was to strengthen our power to seize future opportunities. As for what came after, it was impossible not to feel grateful. It had increased to this extent in just a few years. Seeing Dylan's reaction, Heston shared the same sentiments. I know your thoughts. Before we found my nephew, the annual fiscal revenue of the Great Ming was around 10 million taels at most. Despite establishing new relations, it didn't improve significantly. However, changes over the past few years have been substantial. Dylan nodded repeatedly. That's true. Without the imperial advisor, it's unimaginable what might have happened. It's indeed something hard to deny. The changes were enormous, so significant that they were almost indescribable. One could see the intention and the spirit behind them. Regardless of how many matters, my nephew has made significant contributions, steering the development of the Great Ming on the right path. Especially now, internal security and road issues have been resolved, eliminating major problems while still addressing minor ones. At this point, Heston stood up, looking out the window of the imperial study. Who knows how my nephew thought? His wisdom and ability to grasp the big picture are truly surprising. Dylan strongly agreed. Your Area Majesty speaks correctly. It's indeed surprising and hard to believe, but it's undeniable. What used to be difficulties can now be resolved with some effort. Heston laughed heartily. Ha ha, that's right. This is your son-in-law and my nephew's wisdom, truly extraordinary. Now, it seems heaven rewarded our efforts by finally sending us my nephew. This effort demonstrated practical results, and they hoped to be part of it. With effort, failure was not an option. Perhaps the time was short, and much had yet to unfold, but this achievement was irreplaceable, requiring no further words. All these rules were indisputable. Trust aimed to inspire greater effort, hoping for more expectations. At this moment, who could deny the pride in his heart? After all, it was the pride of the Zhu family. How could Dylan not understand the emperor's thoughts? But soon, they would be one family. By the way, your Arian Majesty, have you set a specific wedding date? Heston nodded, still on the 3rd day of the 1st lunar month. We still have some time. Upon hearing this, Dylan was relieved. Thank goodness there's still some time. That's good. Regardless of anything else, as long as there were no problems, it was the best outcome. Other matters were secondary. Heston said with a smile, rest assured, my sister is preparing everything, and there will be no problems. You can be at ease. Dylan felt completely reassured after hearing this. With the Empress handling the arrangements, there was nothing to worry about. It was the best possible outcome, undeniable in every respect. With the imperial family's involvement, everything would naturally be stable, swift, and thorough. He didn't need to think much about these matters. It was impossible to refute them, as everyone had their own considerations. For any subsequent issues, strength was necessary to ensure success, which would lead to more opportunities. There was no denying that. Arianiking changes would give it true meaning. Different rules could bring greater satisfaction. Strength was the key, and only through strength could they excel. Old brother, don't worry. In the past, we lacked the conditions, but now we have them. We should celebrate properly. Arianity merchants of the Great Ming wish to attend. This is unprecedented. Heston also felt somewhat helpless about this situation. After all, the Jinuri had reported that merchants from all over were trying their best to prepare gifts for Ajaxting's wedding. The gifts couldn't be too vulgar or simple. They needed careful preparation, so the specifics were still zeekier. Curious, Dylan asked, merchants? Why is that? Heston sighed and replied, I only learned later on that although merchants have a lot of money, not much of it actually ends up in their hands. Most of it goes to officials or various aristocratic families, which explains these changes. Dylan nodded in understanding. It seems that due to his efforts, officials no longer dare to take advantage of merchants. Any shortage could be considered tax evasion, which could turn into a major corruption case. Heston nodded in agreement, not denying this fact. Chapter 147. End-of-year summary in Hongwu's 7th year. The Great Ming Dynasty continued to push forward with all its might. Even in the coldest winter months, their enthusiasm could not be dampened. Currently, the largest military action was undoubtedly the naval campaigns. The force deployed to eliminate pirates was quite extraordinary, and indeed, this endeavor required considerable military effort. The benefits were obvious. Countless pirates had been eliminated, especially in the South China Sea area, where there had been peace for a long time. Arianity merchants rejoiced greatly at this demonstration of the Great Ming's powerful fighting force. Now they felt reassured, completely at ease, able to conduct their business without worries. Traversing the vast ocean, some understood the inevitable hardships while others remained ignorant. Yet what could be done when one had no power? They could only offer silent support. Support came best in the form of commercial taxes, which allowed numerous Ming warriors to safeguard their trade routes. Once out of the territory protected by the Great Ming, however, they had to rely on themselves. After all, the small cannons provided to them were no joke. These cannons were only to be used after leaving Ming waters. Otherwise, it would be seen as an act of treason, a matter not to be taken lightly. This point was extremely clear and even terrifying. It was necessary to reach a certain level of strength. The Ming merchant ships were no laughing matter either. They were a force to be reckoned with. Therefore, many things were not just simple. They were also natural. All of this was unchangeable, beyond description. The intention behind these measures was unmistakable and did not need any doubt. Thus, the Great Ming officially embarked on maritime trade, with boundless wealth flowing into the nation. Of course, this brought a lot of related news as well. Naturally, the court's Jinui, Imperial Guard, was responsible for collecting such information. Did you hear? Beyond the Western Sea, there are countless continents, dazzling beyond imagination. You bet. The returning merchant fleet has reported significant profits. That's natural. If it weren't profitable, who would risk sailing out there? After all, it's very dangerous. All these changes now were indescribable. As long as one knew it in heart, the deep emotions could be seen. These mysteries, described thusly, were indeed correct. Such capabilities should not be underestimated. Perhaps one needn't worry too much about it. Arianiking money was on everyone's mind, not just merchants but the court as well. At the last court assembly of the Hongwu 7th year, everyone was present, including Ajax. Emperor Heston gave Hamza a glance. Hamza immediately stood up and announced loudly, Your Arian Majesty, this year the Ministry of Revenue collected a total of 530,261,710 taels of silver from taxes and treasury income. Everyone gasped in disbelief. It was incredible and hard to believe that such an amount had been achieved. Indeed, strength was key. It could not be ignored or underestimated, and was the determining factor in fate. Money fueled the nation. War operations required enormous sums of money. Money was the mainstay of national operation. Without it, nothing could be accomplished, and it would be fatal. This fact was indisputable. Do not think this is impossible. Arianity procedures cannot be contested. To achieve something, one must meet the intended purpose, whatever it may be. True strength does not require ignorance. Understanding the meaning behind actions is enough. The current wealth of the Great Ming was unimaginable, and it should be put towards development. This destiny was straightforward. Once danger struck, the consequences would be undeniable. No one wished to ignore this reality. Whether or not it mattered became secondary. What was crucial was that someone could achieve it. Complacency was unacceptable. Once problems arose, it marked the beginning of personal ruin. The Great Ming, home to all, naturally needed unity among its people. This achievement was the result of their collective efforts. Those who had just returned to the capital, like Charles, found it difficult to suppress their astonishment at the immense wealth accumulated. Too much, truly astonishing. Your Area Majesty, although the income this year was high, it mainly came from advance payments on orders for the merchant ships. According to reports from the Ministry of Works, completing these orders may take several years, and further expansion of the projects is needed. After hearing this, Heston nodded vigorously and said, "Indeed, we must not be careless. We must ensure stable development for the Great Ming. We must not rush. If we do, chaos will ensue, and that would be disastrous." None of the ministers could be overlooked, nor could they be easily ignored. All of this fate was meaningless. As long as it could be achieved, everything was worth it and not so impossible. Understanding these things meant they couldn't be shaken off. As long as one had it in mind, everything could be done. If someone could achieve it, it naturally meant they could perform even better, and all these facts didn't need to be doubted. What was perplexing or unheard of? Who could remain calm and do it simply? True power, terrifying and unparalleled, had been anticipated long ago, bringing about arrangements that no longer needed much discussion or effect. By the way, how is next year's budget coming along? The Great Ming had already begun planning the budget. Although it had been running for several years, it was only now stabilizing gradually. Arianarchus stood up and said, "Your Area Majesty, next year's budget is roughly divided into two parts, domestic and overseas. The domestic part will focus on hydraulic engineering, road construction, and planting trees to ensure the stability and peace of people's livelihoods." Heston nodded in agreement. This was necessary and had to be prioritized. How much is expected to be invested? Without needing to think deeply, Arianarchus replied directly, "It is estimated that 50 million taels will be invested." After hearing this, Heston was no longer surprised. He no longer cared much. With more money, things seemed simpler, a fact that he acknowledged. Good. It must be put to practical use. Hagen, leave this matter to you. Do not let us down." Arianarchus hurriedly responded, "Yes, Your Area Majesty. I accept the decree." For Arianarchus, his current position as the chief cabinet minister was second only to Ajax in importance. His status was evident. Although he was no longer the chancellor, some aspects remained unchanged, with only a slight reduction in power. Chapter 148. Preparing for war with generous expenditures. Your Area Majesty, the next major issue is foreign affairs, primarily focusing on suppressing the Japanese pirates and invading Jiaoji. Upon hearing this, the military officials couldn't help but feel invigorated. They hadn't expected such matters. Arianarchus dared to speak so frankly because he had Heston's authorization. Otherwise, how could he have said it? It was evident that preparations were already in place for the expansion of the Ming Dynasty's power. The financial resources were sufficient, and naturally, there would be no contentment with the current situation. The emperor still harbored lofty ambitions and was not about to stop. Heston observed the minister's expressions, which ranged from tension, surprise, or astonishment to excitement. "Minister Liu, what do you estimate the cost for these two campaigns will be?" Arianarchus replied, "We might even profit from it, depending on the capabilities of our generals." This statement further inflamed the military officials, clearly confirming that this was true and indeed very beneficial, making it more understandable. Such benefits were undeniable, and the desire within people's hearts was clear and unmistakable. However, the budget estimates have been finalized. The naval campaign requires 10 million taels, while the land forces need 6 million taels. This was truly generous spending, something that wasn't possible before. This was now a genuinely wealthy war effort. General Charles immediately protested, "Your Area Majesty, why is the allocation for our land forces so much less? It's unfair, Your Area Majesty." Hearing this loud voice, Heston had anticipated it and calmly responded, "So, you want to join the Navy?" Charles, realizing the risks of serving in the Navy where one might end up feeding fish, quickly fell silent. A group of inexperienced landlubbers going into the Navy would be disastrous. "Your Area Majesty, we dare not." There was nothing they could do. Seeing the deadly serious look in Heston's eyes, Charles and others dared not say another word and quietly retreated. As long as they understood the underlying message, that was best. Misunderstanding could be fatal. From this, one could clearly see the intentions behind the allocation of resources. Despite some reluctance, Charles and others knew the old Yuan's methods well and would not resist stubbornly. The decision was quickly settled. To tell the truth, even Charles's land forces were usually quite impoverished. While previous battles had been somewhat generous, it had never been this luxurious. Actually, these allocations included compensation for soldiers, which made the spending appear more generous. Everything was straightforward and didn't need questioning. One shouldn't wish for anything beyond their means. As long as they could achieve it, everything was fine. In reality, strength was the foundation of everything. If these weren't considered strengths, who would trust them? The Ming Dynasty needed more warriors to expand its territory. At this moment, Ajax suggested again, "Your Area Majesty, perhaps we should consider expanding eastward in the northeast. Once we reach another outlet, it will lead directly to the ocean, even bringing us close enough to Japan. This will make operations extremely simple." Heston was surprised to hear this. Ajax, with great seriousness, said, "Indeed, as for labor, we can capture the wild people to the east of the northeast region, thus avoiding complications. Since it won't cost money, why not?" Sure enough, upon hearing this, Heston nodded repeatedly, showing no concern for these wild people. "Very well, let it be so. But who will lead the troops?" Heston then pointed out, "Let Duke of Qi, Cliff take the lead." Christopher hurriedly stepped forward and replied, "Yes, Your Area Majesty. Your servant accepts the decree." Knowing the task at hand, there was no need for more words. They just needed to get the job done. Arianani people yearned for independent command, but ultimately, all decisions rested with the emperor. Looking at everyone, Ajax added, "Duke of Qi, when you reach the farthest eastern point in Sakhalin Island, build shipyards there to connect the heartland of the Ming Dynasty. This way, the entire Korean peninsula can come under our control." Christopher nodded, understanding the intentions of the national teacher. It wasn't just about Japan, but also securing the Ming Dynasty's interests in the entire northeast region. As a vassal state, Korea must behave as such. With better protection and communication from the Ming Dynasty, Korea would have no objections. After listening, Heston nodded in agreement. Excellent, this part will require more expenditure. The cabinet should prepare accordingly. This additional proposal by Ajax must not encounter any accidents. Everyone nodded in unison, naturally without any hesitation. Very soon, the Great Ming Dynasty determined many plans for the coming year, thus initiating a new phase. Regarding the matters at hand, discussions were held during the court assembly where everyone expressed their opinions, striving to arrange everything as best as possible to avoid any unforeseen incidents. These points were indeed understandable facts. These differences were indescribable and required reaching a level of readiness and strength. What position the future Great Ming would attain, no one knew, but it was bound to be substantial. All of Ajax's arrangements had Heston's support and were being strongly promoted. These benefits were immense for the Great Ming, safeguarding its security and offering greater protection to the nation. Eliminating all flaws on this point, there was no room for doubt. The overall strength of the Great Ming was gradually increasing, continuously improving. As long as there was a path, the Great Ming could forge ahead or even blaze a new trail if necessary. This was the grandeur and might of the Great Ming. Your honors, there will be much to do next year. I hope you can handle these matters well. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year, and the state banquet will continue as usual. I look forward to seeing the world and the future of the Great Ming with all of you. Heston couldn't help but feel moved and excited. This was such heartfelt joy, gaining more support. Whether it was the future or any denial, it couldn't be denied. Having reached this level of strength, change was inevitable. The fear in his heart was beyond words, yet as long as he maintained his spirit, everything remained unspoken. The ministers had already thought very clearly. The Great Ming ship would only grow larger. One could almost see its terrifying potential without any doubt. What could they put down? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. As long as they exerted effort, their future would be even more brilliant. This was the foundation of the Great Ming's future confidence. Chapter 149. The Profound Ying Realm, 4 Divine Abilities. After the court session, Ajax returned to the Taoist temple and began to comprehend this year's rewards. Despite not knowing how he managed through the court session, his virtue was still abundant. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3,200,000 virtue points this year. You have achieved a significant breakthrough into the Profound Ying Realm. Your rewards are the 4 divine abilities, Wu Xing De Dun, 5 elements Great Evasion, Hui Tian Fan Ri, reversing heaven and sun, Zhun Shan Han Di, mountain shaking earthquaking, and Hua Jiang Cheng Lu, turning river into land. The golden core shattered, and the Profound Ying formed, with surging magic power around his body, while the strength inside his body continuously compressed, seeming even more mysterious and unpredictable. In the mysterious purple Aryan Anshan Dantian, the Profound Ying emerged from the golden core, then swallowed the broken golden core, causing the surrounding magic power to surge again. An infinite amount of strength gave him a sense of illusion at that moment. But soon he steadied his mind. Generally speaking, there were no major issues. These changes were merely what Ajax imagined in his heart, not real existence. One could see the intention behind all this, and no further doubt was needed. The benefits within were self-evident. Naturally, no redundant words were needed. These were all good things, and quite impressive. With some capabilities, there was no need to worry excessively. The true value remained unpredictable by anyone. However, it was crystal clear to him that his lifespan had increased to over a millennium. One could say that his basic lifespan had doubled, which was just the foundation. As long as he continued to grow stronger in the future, he would naturally become even more powerful, an inevitable fact. True to its name, the system enabled cultivation in this world despite the thinning essence qi in the heavens and earth. Even with spirit gathering arrays in his Taoist temple, it became increasingly difficult to draw more heavenly essence qi, especially given the world's end of Dharma era, where gathering was practically impossible. Under the might of the system, he could achieve his current accomplishments, but what would happen after was uncertain, a scene not needing too much speculation. His true strength was just the beginning of destiny. It couldn't be changed significantly, a very clear answer. Upon achieving the Profound Ying stage, one naturally existed outside the physical body, but he disliked this method. The body was a carrier. Without it, only a Profound Ying would be vulnerable and imperfect. With a thought, the Profound Ying returned to the purple Aryan Anshan Dantian of his original body. Although traveling outside felt great, it lacked a sense of safety, so he wasn't willing to accept it. Such an arrangement was worth striving for, without too many doubts. Continuous effort was required. True authority was simply this straightforward, requiring no suspicion. After all, these goals were indescribable. Future opportunities were limitless and unconfined. As long as one could foresee them, everything was worthwhile. With powerful skills came the best mindset, rendering additional words unnecessary. If the situation was clear, and one fully understood it, maintaining the best mindset was essential. True strength couldn't be compromised, making everything safer. Having resolved numerous challenges, he needed the ability to articulate them, arranging them better. Safety in practice presented few difficulties. As long as done well, everything would follow naturally. No matter what, reaching key points and matching reality was crucial, believing nothing unexpected would occur. Without any unforeseen events, there was little change in strength. As long as he grasped the path in his heart, everything was ideal. Looking up at the sky, it was a clear blue horizon. He hoped it would always be bright. At this moment, his heart was very tranquil, having broken through his realm, received rewards, and acquired new cultivation techniques. The Taoist Talisman True Spirit Chapter. Sufficient to cultivate until ascending to immortality. As for what would happen afterward, it was unknown. Since the system all had only updated potions without adding new slots, remaining at 3. He mentally criticized it, wondering how a national master system turned into a civilian system. It was indeed helpless. It only allowed for single slot exchanges, with others not exchanged because they wouldn't be usable even if exchanged. He didn't know what his system was doing, giving him these things. It was truly surprising. Now, the development speed of the Ming Dynasty was not slow, but it required gradual consumption, overindulgence being troublesome. This effort was evident, requiring no explanation. Regardless, this proof of strength clearly reflected genuine thoughts, regardless of time. It revealed the inner feelings. Undeniable are the intentions behind it all. Countless as they may be, a hopeful future can still be glimpsed. Never mind. Why ponder so much? Perhaps one day I will know. My days are still long. At least while Heston and Elwood are around, he won't leave. Naturally, this is to accumulate more virtue points, his sole goal at present. As for other directions, they remain Zekier for now. He could do nothing but quietly attend to his own matters. As for what else needed to be done, just do it. There was no need to ask further, nor any necessity for it. Asking too much would not be beneficial but rather counterproductive. How much history would leave behind? He didn't know and couldn't see that far into the future. But knowing he could walk a longer path was enough for now. There was no immediate need for further thought. In a few days, it would be the day of his grand wedding, and he must understand the cause and effect concerning this body. Only by understanding the cause and effect could he ensure greater stability and cultivation, a fact that required no rebuttal. Strength was the true focus. Expanding territory or other pursuits were not crucial. What mattered was making himself stronger, a necessary part of strength that no one wanted to lose but which allowed one to gain even more. True strength, hidden beneath its facade, could not be avoided. What truly mattered was becoming stronger. Blocking one's path was the most important force, rendering all discomforts in the world irrelevant, a path within destiny that required no concern. This scene unfolded naturally amid endless hopes. In this vast expanse, he could roam without restraint, content with a single thought. Yet he did not alter the lives of mortals, as their mindset and understanding were different. They couldn't fathom the mystery and profundity of the moment, a fact that remained in a stalemate. Everything was contained within. Chapter 150, Year Hongwu 8. The next day, the imperial banquet marked the beginning of the new year, Hongwu Year 8. Ajax still did not see Kesha. Naturally, Su was busy preparing, which made Chun somewhat disappointed. So, you miss my Lois? Seeing the disappointment in his eyes, Dylan came over to chat. Ajax didn't hide his feelings and said, yes, indeed I do miss him. Too bad, I wonder if he's even here. Dylan smiled and replied, he is here, but he went to the harem. Hearing this, Ajax's initial joy quickly turned into disappointment, not because he couldn't go there, but rather it would be improper to break the rules. Never mind, 3 more days isn't too long. It'll be soon enough. Indeed, it will be soon. Don't worry. Dylan understood his concerns, and there was nothing to worry about. As long as they were confident, everything else would fall into place naturally. Compared to other matters, the benefits were obvious and required no further thought. Now it's time for the imperial banquet, so don't think too much. Come, let's eat. Alright, let's eat first. Since everything was already prepared, there was no need to doubt anything else. As long as things were handled properly, everything would be perfect, and there was no reason to be anxious. All the ministers were in high spirits, enjoying the feast. After all, this was the emperor's generosity once a year, so everyone wanted to make the most of it. There was plenty of food, and any leftovers would be distributed to the poor, ensuring no one went without a share. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the pressure or logistics. These were minor issues. As long as things were done well, there would be no problems. The banquet was lively, with numerous ministers feasting freely. One just needed to be careful not to speak ill of the emperor. Of course, complete safety could never be guaranteed, so it was best to aim for the peak of one's career, making this concern unnecessary. Only the ignorant would say foolish things. Wise people knew the taboos well, or they wouldn't last long. For this reason, everyone had to be clear and fully understand the situation rather than wait for others to point out issues. This was evident. The royal court was the royal court. Even if one appeared carefree, very few could truly afford to be careless. In this regard, the Grand Arianaster stood out. This was something many officials were acutely aware of. They remembered that coming to the banquet meant eating, not talking. As long as their mouths were busy eating and drinking, and their minds were at rest, they would enjoy themselves. Additionally, considering the significant increase in income for the Ming Dynasty last year, their salaries had also been raised, which was satisfactory. If they continued working hard, there was always a chance for further salary increases. Wisdom was evident in handling these situations. One shouldn't be foolish or indifferent but recognize true ability. In comparison, the issues were already clear and required no further doubts. Opportunities were visible, leaving no room for opposition. All concerns remained factual. There was no need for overthinking. Dreams had come true. What else could be impossible? Everyone wished to seize the opportunity and excel. As long as they had the right mindset, everything could be accomplished. Simplifying things reduced pressure, demonstrating genuine strength. No matter what changes occurred, they should remain vigilant, bringing greater peace of mind. Arianastering one's fate was the best approach. The Ming Dynasty had undergone significant changes and now embarked on new endeavors. The efforts were evident. Its power and achievements defied explanation. Seeing the Ming grow stronger each year, especially after just a few short years, its value could not be denied. Further discussion was unnecessary. Strength and capability ensured their roles. Otherwise, complications would arise. This wasn't a small matter and required no excessive deliberation. It was reality. Since it is already a fact, there's no need to overthink it. It's utterly meaningless. Understanding things cannot be one-sided. But as long as one knows the might of the great Ming, that is enough. Come, let's continue drinking. Today is a rare and wonderful day. Ha, well said. We must enjoy our food and drink to the fullest. Cheers. There was a clear dividing line between ministers and lesser officials. As time passed, the imperial banquet gradually came to an end. Countless palace maids and eunuchs began transporting the leftover food to distribute among the poor households. Every family received some. Though these people lived in poverty-stricken areas, they were cared for by the court. Most were destitute or had fallen on hard times due to accidents, like widows of soldiers. These families were all well provided for and wouldn't sink into despair. So, most here were either those who had lost favor or squandered their wealth, or had suffered unexpected misfortunes. Even so, this day allowed them to have a good meal. Emperor Heston was also helpless about this. People chose their own paths, especially for children, whom he cared deeply about. After all, the elderly, weak, women, and children were vulnerable groups that required his attention. There should be no neglect, otherwise, various troubles would arise, leading to significant problems. These differences were obvious. True powerhouses could see through the true situation. A true powerhouse doesn't need to speak much. Strength alone is the best description. Nowadays, there's no need for too much doubt, just a grasp of the situation is enough. The decline is evident. Fate is straightforward, with no need for overthinking. True capability can be clearly identified. The great Ming's efforts must continue without delay. Time must not be wasted, which is an inevitable fact and something that needs attention. Chapter 151. The hidden struggles between Taoist and Buddhist sects. After one night, the rest day had arrived. There was no need for an early court assembly, and everyone was recuperating at home. However, this year was different. Tomorrow was the Abner's grand wedding, so they could only continue to be busy. Most importantly, gifts were essential and needed to be prepared carefully. If anything went wrong, it would be troublesome. This was not a minor matter. When the time came, it would be a significant event. The present self understood this clearly, and all subsequent matters were visible. Joy filled their hearts, but there was no need for words. It was enough to proceed in order without concern for others' thoughts or overcomplicating things. All the best things were being prepared. Everyone was checking meticulously to ensure there would be no mishaps. The Abner's wedding was not a trivial matter. If anything went wrong, even if the Abner did not mind, the emperor certainly would. They were well aware of this. More importantly, this wedding was not just for officials in the court, but for people across the Ming Dynasty. Merchants among the commoners had long prepared and come ahead of time, some even spending the new year in the capital city. Everyone was looking forward to this day. Next came the religious sections. Both Taoists and Buddhists sent gifts, understanding the importance of such an occasion. For these enlightened sages, everything was straightforward. There was no room for suspicion, only smoothness mattered. Such a simple matter did not warrant excessive doubt. True strength was what mattered most. Other concerns were mere illusions. In this regard, they were clear-hearted and had no doubts. Clinging to hope amid uncertainty was understandable, but ordinary people could neither acknowledge nor confirm such complexities. Change unfolded in this way. Taoist friends, you have arrived. Of course, this is the Abner's wedding, we cannot be absent, and the gifts are essential. Indeed, but I wonder how Wudong is doing now? No one knows. Since the Abner bestowed a gift upon the founder of Wudong, everyone has been watching closely, yet there has been no movement, which is quite strange. Yes, indeed very strange, but there's no reason to suspect anything. It is perplexing on this point. There might be things unknown to us. What do you think? Possibly. There are also other possibilities. Who knows? These outcomes are unpredictable. What the gift was left many curious, but since they did not receive it, they could only marvel at the Abner's influence, which was so powerful. However, for our Taoist sect, it has been good, but not so for the Buddhists. This sentiment resonated within the hearts of many Taoists, especially given the government's previously announced policies regarding religion. For the Taoist sect, the impact was minimal, but for the Buddhists, it was profound. Particularly the restrictions on becoming monks and limiting the number of people in monasteries, along with prohibitions against building structures on farmland, slowed the progress of the Buddhists, especially those who sought offerings. Unfortunately, they did not understand the true intentions behind these policies, which were practical and would keep them occupied for a long time. As for the remaining skills, it was hard to discuss easily. Everything was clear in their minds. No further worries were necessary. At this level of capability, none could control everything or change much. It was as simple as that. Thinking too much was futile. The best opportunity was to ensure they fulfilled their part. Strength came from the path they chose, and achieving it was not easy. Understanding this was crucial. With that, there was no need for excessive doubt. Such heartfelt greetings and exchanges made everything clear. Their inner reflections revealed deeper feelings. Whether they could succeed depended on their own abilities, and was unrelated to others because these rules were established by the court. Well, let's not let those bald monks know about this. Let's focus on our own matters. Everyone understood, so there was no need for more thoughts. Doing what needed to be done was sufficient. Even if something couldn't be achieved, it was a fact, so why worry? There was no need to consider how others would act. Knowing the pressure was enough. Everything was straightforward. Simplicity was the best asset. True matters were hard to see through, and changes could be clearer, so why dwell on it? Now, in the Ming Dynasty, the most suitable direction for them to move forward is clear. This is enough, and there's nothing bad about it. With the Eric on the side of the Taoist sect, they can at least be free from any pressure during this era of the Ming Dynasty. The suppression of the Buddhist sect is something that can be imagined, so there's no need for explanation. After all, the Taoist and Buddhist sects have always been rivals, competing for followers, which is only natural. As for other matters, discussing them further poses no problem. Thorough preparation naturally leads to more support. To gain more, one must give more. This is an indisputable fact. There's no need to think too much. Understanding the intentions behind these actions is enough, leaving no room for doubt. In this context, no one can avoid it. As long as one has foresight, anyone will achieve greater accomplishments. Whether it's hope or capital, it will all lead to the best possible destiny, leaving no room for doubt. As long as one has the ability to achieve it, that is power. Even if the Buddhists continue to protest, it will be of no use. The trend is with the Taoist sect. Therefore, the Buddhist sect now maintains a low profile, knowing that intelligence leads to good outcomes and wisdom brings more good deeds. Living longer allows one to go farther. As for how long this situation will last, no one knows. It might be a long time, slow and uncertain. But regarding other matters, they must be handled step by step, without rushing. Moreover, the origins of these issues are visible, posing no problems and requiring no questions. Summarizing the intent, even though it is simple, there's no room for further debate. This is inevitable. True methods are difficult to elaborate on, regardless of who tries. Whether enjoyable or unpleasant, everyone must accept it. This is the Buddhist sect's heavy burden, requiring no further words. Therefore, the Taoist sect is quite happy now, paying attention to the Buddhist sect's thoughts. Their goals are destined to remain unfulfilled. After all, with the Eric present, how could they possibly overpower him? It's like a dream. Chapter 152, Royal Wedding. The Emperor and Empress take action. No matter how much tension existed between the Taoist and Buddhist sects, none of them dared to cause trouble in Yingtian City. Setting aside the formidable power of the Ming Dynasty, the very existence of the national Arianaster was enough to deter any daring acts. Attempting to provoke here would be courting death. Thus, as sensible people, they all clearly understood what needed to be done and knew better than to challenge the status quo. These matters were trivial. Everything would go smoothly if handled properly, without room for doubt. On this day, despite the bustling atmosphere in Yingtian City, there was an underlying peace. No one dared to stir up trouble, a fact made even more certain by the current situation. The next day, the entire city buzzed with excitement. It was indeed an impressive scene, evoking admiration and heralding great prosperity. This was a significant moment that could not be taken lightly. Everyone wanted to seize this rare opportunity, hoping that endless possibilities would bring new chances. In this solemn moment, pretense was impossible. No one knew what it might lead to, but everyone had clear understandings. Adding more blessings would only amplify happiness. Who could change these irrefutable facts? There should never be Jiaoxing. Jiaoxing means Jiaoxing, which has no exact English equivalent here, so I will remove it. A Jiaoxing attitude on the national Arianaster's territory. It was simply not possible. At this moment, the royal family and the Elijah Duke's residence began to prepare. Though Ajax was ostensibly removed from the royal genealogy, everyone knew his importance. Emperor Heston and Paulette personally officiating at the wedding was the best proof. Upon reaching the foot of the Taoist mountain, Ajax was already waiting with the young Taoists. Your Arianajesty, your Imperial Arianajesty. Heston smiled and said, you don't need to worry about formalities today. I'm your Zeke, and the Empress is your aunt. Let's set aside our roles as ruler and subject. Ajax understood and replied, yes, Davidson, I understand. Good. Go ahead and ascend. I and your aunt will go to welcome the bride. Heston and Paulette turned back, seemingly delighted to participate in the wedding preparations. Paulette didn't mind, considering it a minor task. As long as they were happy, everything was fine. At the Elijah Duke's residence, festivity reigned with red lanterns hanging high and numerous people offering blessings. Dylan felt a pang in his heart, but was also relieved to see his daughter finally marry off. She's finally married. It's good. Now I can rest easy. This was the best outcome. Lord, the Emperor and Empress have arrived. Dylan immediately went to greet them. Your Arianajesty, your Imperial Arianajesty. Heston helped Dylan up, cheerfully saying, old friend, no need for formalities. We are now one family. Since everything is ready, let's get the bridal sedan ready. We've come specially to attend. Dylan was moved. Their respect and treatment showed the highest regard. There's no need to hide this. Let's set off quickly. With the presence of the Emperor and Empress, their status was elevated significantly. They busied themselves eagerly with preparations for the wedding of their nephew. It was not just a grand event, but also reflected his unique status. Having gained benefits, they hoped for a better platform, which was indeed the best outcome. There was no need for further words. Strength ensured change, a fact well understood. Public opinion required no additional commentary. Under his father's support, Kesha entered the decorated sedan chair, with several officials leading the way. Crowds lined the streets, watching intently, eager for the spectacle. Other matters required no boundaries. Strength brought changes, a fact proven true. Numerous merchants awaited, observing the event. All were touched, even in the cold weather, unable to contain their enthusiasm. This is truly a grand wedding, with the Emperor and Empress presiding. It's unprecedented. That's because the national Arianaster is a member of the royal family. Of course, it's different. But wasn't he adopted out? Speak softly. Don't talk too loudly about this matter. Otherwise, it could bring immense trouble. The consequences are unimaginable. Yes, we won't discuss such matters to avoid accidents. Everyone understood the dangers involved. Mistakes could be fatal. Indeed, the pressure was immense. Any misstep could have dire consequences, not by chance but by certainty. The national Arianaster is the national Arianaster, and many people hold him in high regard. If the common folk were to find out about certain matters, they might even assault him. At that point, even the emperor might not care. For if someone invites their own death, who can be blamed? Lacking strength leads only to an inevitable downfall, something impossible to describe adequately. It is crystal clear. If you cannot achieve it, then do not attempt it. There is nothing significant. Ultimately, it all boils down to insufficient strength and ability, leading one down a wrong path from which no one can save them. This is not a trivial matter, so words must be carefully chosen. Otherwise, death could come unexpectedly. These are all important points to consider, as many things are not absolute. Whether or not they can be achieved is another question. The numerous changes brought about require no explanation. How much ability one has and what it brings are also irrelevant. All this struggle and effort lead to an indescribable realm, which is already becoming evident. Every rule is a contest of strength and status, and everything can be tried. There should be no difference between individuals. Ending up in a dead end is entirely normal. With capability comes everything. With status comes clearer understanding. Do not let yourself be confused by your own thoughts. That would be inappropriate. Only with long-term support can you understand how to act, rather than pretending to know when ignorant. This point is evident. Capability remains unchanged. It has always been so. The royal family's kindness does not mean casual words or connections. To think so would be a grave mistake. If it were that simple, who would bother to say more? It would be sheer stupidity. It is hoped that things can be done well and understood clearly. There should be no issues. Everything lies within this context, including the true intentions. In short, it is straightforward. Subsequent developments cannot be so direct, right? Fundamentally, everything rests on this premise. Strength provides capital. Otherwise, nothing exists. The reality is simple, and this is the goal. Chapter 153. Paying homage to relatives, the three pure ones, and heaven and earth. Emperor Heston and Paulette led the procession, with Dylan and others following behind. All ministers and generals of the court had come, each knowing this was a gathering they couldn't afford to miss. Absence would not only incur the displeasure of the emperor and empress, but also offend the Eric. An outcome far too serious to risk. Everyone knew that the Eric possessed unfathomable powers. If he were to take action against someone with just a wave of his hand, it could mean ruin for them. So, none dared to be absent. They understood the gravity of the situation all too well. It was a simple fact, requiring no doubt. With sufficient capability, one stood at the pinnacle. The purpose of existing was to gain strength. Otherwise, extinction was inevitable. Unrestricted existence was even more astonishing, unpredictable in its unfolding. But if one could achieve and overlook much, the result was beyond words. There was no need to worry about this. Once understood, everything was seamless. Thus, everyone followed or observed obediently, not daring to speak loudly, which could be fatal. They all realized and understood clearly, avoiding any recklessness. Presently, all were involved, needing no further explanation. Their thoughts and intentions sufficed. Impossibilities were transformed into possibilities, needing no reason yet serving as justification. Understanding this thoroughly. Hence, numerous secret police and troops monitored and waited, ready to handle any issue that arose. This grand bridal procession moved towards the Taoist temple outside the city walls. Countless people followed along the way, the scene becoming increasingly clear, needing no particular attention. The memory remained vivid, obvious without denial. All that remained was earnest effort. The purpose was so simple, and the effect was good. Relatively speaking, status was the core element. Emperor Heston and Paulette were exceedingly happy, smiles plastered on their faces. As for Prince Elwood and the others, they naturally followed silently, basking in the festive atmosphere. Beyond the city gates, more people lined the roadsides, eager to see the Eric and celebrate the grand wedding. So many people, it's truly overwhelming. Literally a sea of people, unmatched. This is genuine festivity and adoration for the Eric. Indeed, in today's Great Ming, who doesn't know the Eric? I heard even representatives from the southwestern regions have come. Unsure if it's true. I don't know about the southwest, but I do know the grasslands have sent envoys. Indeed, they witnessed everything clearly, embodying the reality that not giving up was the best path. True morale was indescribable now. In this world, who could rule everything when the gap in status was so vast? Dorian Tribe's chief Johnny personally led a group to offer congratulations, bringing many gifts. He wondered why so many people from the Great Ming had come. Chief, I've heard the Eric is the driving force behind the development of the Great Ming, both on land and sea. Everyone knows about him. So powerful? Yes. Moreover, there are rumors that the Eric once revealed his divine presence before the public, though I can't confirm the truth. Divine presence? Johnny wasn't sure but knew it wasn't a trivial matter. There was no room for hesitation. Strength was the key. Nothing else mattered. With enough power, anything was possible. Admiration filled his heart, but he knew they couldn't change things due to their bloodline, a natural boundary. Even joining the Great Ming required time to erode old boundaries, making stability impossible immediately. Reaching this point was already significant progress. No one could know what countless minds thought, but some guesses were possible. Now, the bridal procession had reached the foot of the mountain. Ajax observed and, moved by the moment, displayed his prowess. His transformation of creation broke through the bitter cold wind, causing hundreds of flowers to bloom suddenly. Amidst the winter wind, flowers bloomed together, spreading fragrance far and wide, eliciting profound awe. This was a significant moment, not to be underestimated. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was hard to describe, an astonishing sight indeed. So astonishing, who could fathom the mix of tragedy and new feelings intertwined within? This was the feeling of spring warmth and blooming flowers, a mighty wave of warmth sweeping by, carrying with it the rich fragrance of blossoms. Emperor Heston and his entourage were amazed once again. Although they had seen it before, they still could not help but marvel at it. The astonishing abilities, the incredible power. How inconceivable this all was. But facts were facts, undeniable and irrefutable. It was indeed the best path, one that needed no further rhythm or questioning. So much had changed, no one could dispute it. The Eric's abilities were truly unparalleled and supreme. The warm currents swept past, as if at the perfect temperature, leaving no trace of coldness. If not for the sight of blooming flowers, it would have seemed like an illusion. As everyone marveled inwardly, the crowd moved upward, following each other to the top of the hill, where people were already waiting. Ajax greeted the arrivals, stepping forward to welcome them. Davidson aunt, father-in-law, please? The three nodded in unison, then watched as Ajax helped Kesha alight from the sedan chair, walking together into the Taoist temple. The music began, and the wedding ceremony officially commenced. Countless people observed this grand spectacle, their hearts filled with emotion. This was truly a paradise on earth, the realm of enlightened sages, beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. An extraordinary experience indeed. In the face of reality, who could change anything? Who could take control? Who could determine the outcome? Everything was prepared for its purpose. Ajax and Kesha officially married. They paid homage to their relatives, the three pure ones, in heaven and earth. Emperor Heston and Paulette looked on, their hearts feeling relieved and reassured. Finally, they had resolved a long-standing concern weighing heavily on their minds. At this moment, everything was concluded. They felt exceptionally happy. Countless people witnessed this magnificent wedding, some even wishing to offer incense for blessings, hoping to share in the good fortune. Under such grand circumstances, who wouldn't want to gain some luck? However, now was not the time. With the Emperor and Empress present, along with other officials of the court, no one dared to act out of turn. After all, this was not something they could overstep. Chapter 154. Heston is unhappy. Paulette resolves the doubts. Aryonarchus makes a determination. After their grand wedding, Ajax and Kesha settled down. Although Ajax very much wanted to live a semi-reclusive life with Kesha in a Taoist observatory and not get involved in court affairs, there were certain matters that could not be avoided. These matters were too significant to abandon easily. The people around them would never accept failure. After all, this imperial preceptor was personally appointed by his own Zeke. He simply couldn't ignore it. Half a month after their honeymoon, Heston began to feel uneasy. Little sister, do you think something is wrong? I feel uneasy and lack energy. Heston seemed hesitant, unsure of what else to say, feeling generally uncomfortable. Paulette understood instantly. She smiled, went over to massage his shoulders, and laughed as she said, "Isn't it because you haven't seen your nephew these days? You're getting irritable and want to take out your temper on someone." Heston's eyes lit up. He chuckled. "You understand me, little sister. But previously when I mentioned this," Paulette knew exactly what he meant. She shook her head. "Henley, what did you say? It doesn't seem like you've said anything at all." Hearing this, Heston paused for a moment, then after some deep thought, he cheered up and said, "Right, I haven't said anything. Absolutely nothing. Hee." Seeing his silly smile, Paulette felt helpless but realized they needed to endure more for the sake of their nephew, especially since he was still young yet eager to retreat. The future of the Ming Dynasty relied on him. "That's enough fooling around. Issue an imperial edict tomorrow. I believe your nephew will understand." Heston nodded eagerly and chuckled. "Of course. After all, I'm his real Zeke. I can't not help him. Besides, my sons are quite mischievous. Now only he can keep them in line." He knew well that each of his sons caused him headaches, yet he had no choice but to bear it. Thankfully, his nephew had appeared, stabilizing the current situation. Moreover, any expedition, regardless of the destination, required time and his assistance. This ambitious goal demanded a clear direction. Otherwise, what would they do? However, the future is foreseeable, and there's no need to worry too much. So let's proceed this way. Although our empire is somewhat prosperous now, we can't be complacent. We must remain cautious and act carefully. Heston understood. Though this defeat in the grasslands had been a comprehensive one, the Ming Dynasty gained many benefits. Arianny submitted to the Ming banner, utilizing strategies contributed by Ajax. They steadily built forts in the grasslands, gradually encroaching upon the region. At the same time, they began exporting Confucian teachings from the Ming, teaching Han culture, integrating into the world of Han civilization. This would ensure the future of the Ming was bright and didn't need much elaboration. This strategy would require a long time and sustained strength. If anything went wrong midway, it would be difficult to replicate such success. Heston clearly saw this and wouldn't wish to see it fail. This was the reason behind his decision. As for wisdom, his nephew indeed possessed remarkable talent. He couldn't allow him to retire or even semi-retire. He needed to contribute to the Ming's achievements. That was expected. Paulette also didn't want this, but for the sake of the Ming, she had no choice. Their nephew would have to endure more. The two exchanged meaningful smiles, speaking in hushed tones. They wouldn't talk much more. They had made their decision. If things went wrong, no one wanted to give up. Such astute individuals couldn't be ignorant. It was impossible and shouldn't be overlooked. Neither Heston nor Paulette would ever be ignorant. They were both keenly aware. Hence they acted as they did. All was for a brighter future and a better chance for themselves. No ignorance here, just honesty. They should know what needed to be known instead of acting without knowledge, which would only bring disaster. Meanwhile, ministers thought Ajax would no longer involve himself in court affairs, and they were delighted about it. Having not seen him for half a month, they felt relieved. "Father, is the imperial preceptor really not going to participate in court affairs anymore?" Aryonarchus put down his book and said, "Caesar, you must understand that as long as the imperial preceptor holds his position, things might change. Though there may be mutual understandings, sometimes being high-ranking means knowing and pretending not to know." Caesar, puzzled, replied, "Father, why does it have to be this way? After all, his Aryonarchus." Aryonarchus shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "The emperor values face very much, but someone has to give it to him. It's not you or me, but Paulette who can do this. Do you understand?" Indeed, Aryonarchus was no ordinary man. He had figured out even this. For Heston, the biggest vulnerability was Paulette. Whatever she said carried more weight than anyone else's opinions because her wisdom truly stood out. To be so wise, yet remain foolish, would lead to self-destruction. No minister would willingly choose that path. It was obvious, and how could Aryonarchus not know? These court officials were thinking too simply. The imperial preceptor was only in his 20s, far from middle age, making him still quite young by court standards. He could easily serve in the court for several decades if he chose to. However, Aryonarchus knew well that as long as Heston was around, Ajax would never be able to live a peaceful life. It was basically impossible. There was no real choice or comparison here. Only a fool would think the imperial preceptor wouldn't return to court. That would be a grave mistake. Watch closely. Soon, an imperial edict will be issued. These people are all vying for benefits, but in fact, the imperial preceptor has already secured many advantages for them, higher salaries and various other perks. But people are just insatiable. Caesar listened silently, unsure of what to say. This situation couldn't be ignored. It was all too clear. There was no need for explanation. Everything could be seen clearly. "Dad, I understand." Aryonarchus sighed. With the imperial preceptor around, all his plans would be thwarted. He believed that soon, the northeastern region would become bustling with activity, and new strategies would be laid out, things beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. But the imperial preceptor had it all under observation. Nothing could escape his watchful eyes. This was the reality. One must know their place to proceed further. Chapter 155, Foreseen and Striving for Benefits. "Really comfortable, Lois. How are you here?" "Of course, it's very good, so refreshing." and no one comes to disturb. It's really nice. Kesha was very happy now, with her husband willing to give up everything for her. How much she had longed for such a devotion. Even though he ranked as the Eric, he still chose to accompany her in a semi-reclusive lifestyle, letting go of all the honors and wealth to live an easy life now without being bothered by political affairs. Such an ideal life. Ajax thought the same way, naturally hoping it would always be like this, but deep down, he felt it wouldn't be that easy. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it anymore, and then they went together for breakfast. At this moment, Dylan sat in a carriage looking quite troubled, arriving at the foot of the mountain where Taoist temple was located. Originally, his son-in-law had prepared to live in seclusion at the temple, away from worldly matters, continuously making preparations, yet unknown to him, Ajax was planning to delay the virtue points. No one else knew, after all, who wouldn't want eternal life. Dylan sighed inwardly. This wasn't what he wanted either. He could only feel helpless. These were just words of sighing. The future couldn't be predicted, only dealt with one step at a time. Dylan walked step by step up the mountain, reaching the Taoist temple, and entered the temple grounds. Father, why did you come? Kesha suddenly saw her father arrive, as she happened to be out for a stroll. Dylan looked at her and asked, Lois, how is life here? Kesha nodded repeatedly, saying, the air here is so fresh, making me feel incredibly comfortable. It's wonderful. Father, I think this place is perfect for healthcare. I feel much more relaxed and refreshed. Hearing his daughter's words, Dylan felt very happy inside. Then he said, where's my son-in-law? Kesha pointed towards the main hall and said, my husband is doing morning prayers. I found it boring, so I came out. Dylan nodded, not rushing to enter. He chatted with his daughter, waiting for Ajax to finish his morning prayers. Kesha was naturally very happy, pulling Dylan to rest and chat in a nearby pavilion, waiting for Ajax to finish his prayers. Dylan truly saw that his daughter was genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart, which was reassuring. As for the remaining issues, they were hard to say. Many things couldn't be expressed outright. Not long after, Ajax finished his morning prayers and walked out of the main hall, heading straight for the pavilion. Greetings, father-in-law. Don't be too formal, please sit. After sitting down again, Dylan seemed hesitant, unsure how to start. Seeing this, Ajax spoke directly. Is it because Davidson gave you a tough problem, father-in-law? Dylan nodded and shook his head, then took something out and placed it before Ajax, saying, it's for both of us. Ajax didn't need to look to know roughly what it was. It had only been a short while since everything was fine, but now it seemed different. After the completion of the temple, he rarely went to the court, generally not interfering much with state affairs. How did it change? Father-in-law, this? Kesha picked up the imperial edict and read it, immediately understanding her father's intentions. Husband, it looks like you can't stay a hermit. His Arian Majesty wants you back in court. Upon hearing this, Ajax knew it would happen. Although there had been an understanding previously, it was shattered abruptly, leaving him powerless. Well, it's helpless. Ajax had foreseen this. Ever since their grand wedding, he had glimpsed this outcome, just not so soon. Only half a month had passed. Son-in-law, even though your Zeke is in power, we can't ignore him, right? Dylan could only whisper in persuasion, to avoid conflict. Ajax was not unreasonable and said, I understand, father-in-law. However, I will try to convince him. As a Taoist monk, I am still someone outside the world. Hearing this, Dylan laughed and said, exiting or entering the world is just a thought apart, seemingly not much different. Ajax replied, how can it be the same? Exiting means more rest days, spending time with Lois, isn't it? Entering the world means a life of hardship, with no rest, far from relaxing. Dylan paused, then chuckled helplessly. Seeing clearly, understanding well, it was good enough. Kesha was very satisfied with Ajax's response. After all, they were family. Why wouldn't they support each other? All right, as you wish. This request, he believed, would not be refused by the emperor. In his view, major events weren't frequent, and since Ajax was resting in the temple outside the city, if needed, a swift horse messenger would take little time. Fine, you handle it yourself. I dare not intervene, especially as the empress probably agreed silently. Ajax nodded and said, this is certain. Otherwise, my Zeke would lose face. Dylan suddenly understood. It seemed his son-in-law was well aware of this truth and had to strive for some benefits on his own behalf. This was only natural and could not be denied. Ajax nodded again and said, this is certain. Otherwise, how could anyone be reassured? It's good if everyone can be more at ease, isn't it? On this point, there was no need for much discussion. As long as everything went smoothly, there was no need to be overly suspicious. The subsequent developments needed to be encouraging rather than presenting additional difficulties. Time and dreams were incomparable, after all. In summary, the present and future aspirations were things no one was willing to give up. This much was clear, and there was no need for intervention. Everything was predestined. Even if one was reluctant, they still had to strive for some advantages. Otherwise, it would seem too cheap. Of course, only he dared to think and act like this. If it were anyone else, they might just see Armin's sword and be done with it. Therefore, what was bound to happen had to be handled without any carelessness. The subsequent matters could not be underestimated either. This matter needed to be addressed, and his comfortable life could only be temporarily interrupted. There was no way he could ignore his Zeke's instructions entirely. All right, since that's the case, you should prepare to return to the city. Dylan did not say much more but asked them to get ready to return with him, or else he wouldn't be able to go back either as a father-in-law. Ajax and Kesha could only sigh. Their pleasant life was thus interrupted, but the future was long, so these weren't problems. As long as they could achieve what they were capable of, everything could be managed. After all, they had a clear understanding in their hearts. Other matters could be put aside for now, and there was no need to talk excessively. Keeping things simple was enough for mutual understanding. Subsequent issues could also be brought out in the open, to be further negotiated when the time came. Otherwise, future life would be akin to that of oxen and horses. Chapter 156, Advancing to Retreat and Taking the Initiative. Ajax and Kesha did not linger for long and soon followed Dylan back to his mansion in Nanjing. Dylan returned home. After Ajax and Kesha settled down, Ajax took Kesha to the palace. Indeed, they were heading to the palace, naturally aiming to further secure benefits. I'm going to my Zeke's place and you, go to my aunt's place. Pout a bit more, and we can secure even more benefits. Rest assured, husband, I know how to handle it. Satisfied with this, Ajax went to see his Zeke, Heston. Your Area Majesty, the National Area Master has arrived. Quick, please bring him in. Upon hearing this, Heston was instantly delighted. Although he had already received the news, seeing his nephew arrive still made him genuinely happy. Ajax walked into the imperial study and saw his Zeke waiting for him with a delighted look on his face. Your subject pays respects to your Area Majesty. Heston replied sternly. What are you saying? We're family, your own Zeke. There's no need to be so formal. Ajax stood up and said, Davidson, although I am of the world, entering the court casually would invite gossip. Even if you don't fear it, public opinion matters. Heston felt something odd but brushed it off. Camden, don't worry. With me here, no one will dare say anything. Ajax responded, Davidson, as a man of the world now, being deeply involved in politics might cause too much talk. Of course, I want to help you, but I can't let you take the blame, right, Davidson? Heston wasn't afraid of idle talk, but he understood that putting the blame on his nephew wouldn't be appropriate. Seeing his Zeke deep in thought, Ajax cautiously suggested, Davidson, being in or out of the world is just a matter of perception, but we can't forget our true identity. Perhaps entering the world every few days could work. Heston immediately caught on. This was about increasing rest time indirectly. Clever lad indeed. But he had a point. As a man of the world, allowing too much criticism wasn't good either. Besides, Davidson, I'm at the Taoist temple outside the city, not far away. If you send someone, I'll come to the palace whenever needed. This statement was truthful. There was no reason to doubt it. After all, the Ming Dynasty needed protection, and no room for recklessness was allowed, lest things go wrong. That way, it's not impossible, but not for too long. How about 3 days a month? 1 day each 10-day period. Ajax quickly replied, 3 days, Davidson. It's not much, you see. We're quite close. He aimed for 3 days because asking for too many days would leave no room for negotiation later. Heston shook his head immediately. That won't do. 3 days per 10-day period is too much. You have to understand my position. The Ming Dynasty is still getting on track. We can't do without you. After pondering for a moment, Heston seemed to make a decision and said firmly, 2 days per 10-day period. That's the best I can offer. Running the country is tough. Ajax appeared touched, seemingly convinced, and bowed his head. Camden understands your hardship, Davidson. All right, 2 days per 10-day period. Just let me know if anything urgent comes up. Inside, he was grinning. This way, he would get 7 days off a month. Plus, there was already 1 day off every month on the 15th. In total, he'd have 6 extra days off compared to others, a truly enviable arrangement. But he kept this joy from showing on his face, instead feigning reluctance. Heston, meanwhile, was inwardly delighted, thinking he had convinced his nephew. This satisfaction overshadowed any deeper thoughts, especially since his word was final. After discussing a few more matters, Ajax took his leave. Heston was inwardly jubilant, but couldn't let his nephew see it, so he endured his excitement. Both men harbored their own intentions without giving much thought to the matter. Soon, Ajax met Kesha, and they exchanged glances before leaving the palace together. Heston rushed to Paulette, looking quite smug as if ready to boast. Ariana Queen, curious, asked, Reed, what are you so happy about? Emperor Heston excitedly recounted everything that had happened, brimming with delight. Upon hearing this, Paulette fell into deep thought and finally said helplessly after a while, Reed, your nephew is truly remarkable. Heston was still puzzled, not understanding what she meant. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Isn't he already staying? Paulette then explained that Kesha had also spoken to her, and continued, this nephew of yours has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Su Junha detained me while you fell into his trap. He gets 6 extra days off each month, making it 7 days off in total, right? Heston nodded. This didn't seem unreasonable at all. What's the problem with that? Paulette pinpointed the issue directly. How would other ministers view this? They only get 1 day off each month, but he gets 7. Won't this cause trouble? Heston was stunned and then realized something. People often grumble not about scarcity but about inequality, which is very obvious here. It's easy to foresee that there will be unrest eventually. But now that he had said it, he couldn't take it back without inviting ridicule. Sister-in-law, what should we do? We can't go back on our word, right? Otherwise, it might make me, as in Zeke, look bad. This? Paulette replied directly. Be more generous. Say that you welcome the National Area Master back to court and decree that every official gets 2 additional rest days each month, making it fixed. This way, no one can say anything more, and you maintain control of the situation. Heston pondered for a moment and understood what his sister-in-law meant. This could work. All right, I'll follow your advice. But we can't add any more to my nephew's benefit. That's natural. As long as you explain the reason clearly and exclude the National Area Master from this decree, there's nothing wrong with the past practices. Can we change it now? Paulette was shrewd and would not allow Ajax to exploit loopholes again. She intended to seal them tightly. Heston responded with a smile. Chapter 157. Those involved are confused, while onlookers see clearly. Back at home, Ajax and Kesha were both delighted, having known about the matter all along. Hubby, you're really impressive. Now you can rest for 7 days a month. Not too bad, but I couldn't push for much more or my Zeke would have become suspicious. This is the best we could do for now. It's quite good. There used to be no rest at all, literally worse than cattle or horses. Yes, indeed. Things should improve from now on. Overall tasks should be manageable as most things are already arranged. Everything in the Ming territories is progressing smoothly. This was what Ajax thought, believing that as long as everything went well, it would remain a good situation. If only things could return to how they were before, but those days were gone. It's not too bad. I'll prepare dinner. Good. Ajax wasn't concerned anymore. Even though he wasn't at the Taoist temple, his residence was large enough. The state preceptor's mansion wasn't small after all. Cultivation could happen anytime, not dependent on location. Such matters were simple. This was predictable and didn't need explanation, as long as he had clarity within. Changing some aspects meant taking more responsibility himself. Future events still entailed many tasks. Different integrations amounted to a shift in power. Nothing was impossible as long as he understood clearly. These matters were understandable without needing further questions. Diverse elements didn't require too much suspicion. As long as one kept moving forward, there was hope. Altering the variables of the future meant preparation became easier. No unnecessary involvement was required. True reforms didn't require overthinking. Change was visible and posed no significant challenges. The future of the Ming Empire held many twists and turns, so stopping was not an option. He wanted to retreat and cultivate seriously, but Heston wouldn't agree even if he desired it. Just look at the present situation. Although power was desirable, for him, leisurely living outweighed it. Despite possessing the system, virtue points accumulated too slowly. Now he was at the peak of the golden core stage, and accelerating progress wasn't easy. Initially thinking it might speed up, allowing focused cultivation, now there was no choice but to adapt. Indeed, once this news spread, everyone knew the state preceptor had returned to court, and nobody dared to take the matter lightly. The state preceptor wasn't someone to be underestimated. Falling into his hands meant serious trouble. Besides overseeing the Ministry of Revenue and Works, he had a keen eye for details, especially with finance being a critical area. Anyone causing trouble under his jurisdiction risked severe punishment. When the state preceptor took stern action, it showcased his authority without naming names. Heston hadn't stripped him of these powers, ensuring the state preceptor remained influential and reassuring to the emperor. These benefits weren't trivial. Holding them firmly meant less worry about corruption. Given Ajax's ironclad methods, Heston was very satisfied and chose to turn a blind eye as long as major issues didn't arise. Moreover, these days Heston often visited places incognito, seeing firsthand various truths, especially the struggles of lower-level officials who, despite higher salaries, still faced tight budgets due to rising commodity prices and family needs. Without these changes, salary hikes wouldn't have been necessary, as the situation was clear. With increasing perks, no one wanted to give them up, even if Ajax was willing. Arianity ministers would oppose it. Area maintaining control meant a lot less stress for him, especially with the diligent cabinet making him even more at ease. As long as efforts were made, nothing was impossible. Look, the state preceptor has returned again. It hasn't completely stopped yet. There's no point dreaming about it now. Of course, with the state preceptor here, people like Charles don't dare indulge their families. If discovered by him, it would end badly. Yes, previously several officials ended up exiled or executed when caught by the state preceptor. Even General Charles couldn't speak a word in defense. Only the state preceptor can handle these unruly soldiers. A few incidents earlier led to fewer occurrences afterward. That's true, he's indeed powerful. However, these are minor matters. With the state preceptor around, we'd better be cautious or else. There was no need to elaborate further. Everyone was well aware. Even these arrogant soldiers dared not confront the state preceptor, demonstrating his authority. If anything went wrong, they would be courting their own troubles. From this, one could see how Ajax was perceived by everyone. He was certainly not an ordinary person. A series of subsequent events still had many details that couldn't be ignored. Anyway, whoever it was in the court absolutely could not oppose the state preceptor. Once such a situation arose, it would only complicate matters. There would be numerous troublesome situations following. As long as everything could be handled properly, there would be a harmonious assembly. Otherwise, well, that wouldn't be pleasant. Either one ended up in jail or waited for execution at Kaisiku, the execution ground. Exile was also common. At least it meant survival. If there were other options, people wouldn't choose this path. At Arianarchus's residence, it was quiet at the moment. Father, you're really impressive, predicting things so accurately. The state preceptor is indeed the state preceptor. Higher positions can't do without him. Moreover, he is very capable, and from now on, we must all be cautious. If anything goes wrong, it won't be simple. Arianarchus knew very well that if he caught the state preceptor's attention, it wouldn't be as easy to escape as last time. One mistake was enough. Having reached the position of chief cabinet minister, he was already at the pinnacle of his career, with no need for excessive suspicion. Some things were clear in his heart, and there was no need to ask more. Avoiding walking into a dead end prevented unnecessary troubles. Anyone could understand this much. Everyone had keen eyes and could not escape this reality. In this way, it was indeed excellent. Ability spoke for itself, and could be seen clearly. In short, with strength and capability intact, there was no need for too much explanation. His actions needed no detailed explanation. What should come, will come. Temporary retreat was better for the greater future. The saying those involved are confused, while onlookers see clearly, was the best understanding. Chapter 158. The ministers applaud. Ajax speaks frankly. The next morning during the court assembly, Ajax was already present in the imperial court, and all the ministers silently lowered their heads upon seeing him. Only the Minister of Revenue Hamza and the Minister of Works Gabriel were very pleased. After all, as their direct superiors, things had been somewhat chaotic when the state preceptor went into semi-seclusion. Even as ministers, they found it hard to stay out of the chaos. Now, with the state preceptor back, even the princes would be sidelined. This point was clear to them, so naturally, they were extremely happy. When Emperor Heston arrived, he immediately noticed Ajax's presence and was even more delighted. He then waved his hand. Immediately, Dave announced the imperial edict. The main decree established rest days, 7 days for the state preceptor per month, and 3 days for other officials. Hearing this news, the ministers were stunned, and the rule of taking a day off every 5 days was set. Though unexpected, the ministers were glad about it. They knew they owed this favor to the state preceptor, adding 2 extra rest days, which was indeed a good thing. Ajax was a bit bewildered, but soon realized that his Zeke had cleverly used this opportunity to win people's hearts. It was obviously Belinda's idea. Otherwise, with Emperor Heston's wisdom, although the state preceptor had more rest days, none of the ministers minded, feeling fortunate to benefit from this arrangement. Alright, the holiday schedule is set. You should thank my nephew too. Now, let's discuss another important matter. Heston turned to Christopher and asked, Duke of Song, how are preparations coming along? Christopher hurriedly replied, Your Area Majesty, the army is ready, but we need support from Duke Elijah in the northeast. Heston then looked at Dylan and asked, Duke Elijah, what do you think? Dylan immediately responded, It is my duty without question. Heston, showing some concern, said, I trust your abilities, but I worry about your health. Can you endure the harsh cold up north? Although the northeastern region had been captured and settlers relocated, with heating systems like coal stoves in place, the weather was still severe, with only a few months being mild each year. Dylan confidently declared, Your Area Majesty, please rest assured. With the help of my son-in-law, I'm in excellent health now. I can certainly ensure a stable rear for Duke Song. Heston, hearing this, was greatly relieved. Indeed, with the state preceptor's assistance, Dylan was in great shape. He had overestimated the situation. Very well, then you will lead the northern campaign, including overseeing the Doyan tribe. Yes, Your Area Majesty. Having determined the leadership for the northeast, subsequent arrangements were simplified, focusing on stabilizing the southwestern border. Charles, remember to maintain stability in the southwest. Any problems will be your responsibility. No unrest until we finish dealing with Japan. Understood? Yes, Your Area Majesty. Charles dared not say more. In the grand scheme, he could not afford any mistakes. Success in battle would elevate his status significantly. Seeing this, Heston was quite satisfied and adjourned the court, instructing preparations for the northern campaign. This layout for the northern campaign made the Ming military intentions clear. All these arrangements reinforced the understanding of the Ming's strategic intent, leaving little room for doubt. The ability to achieve this was undeniable, enhancing everyone's confidence. The court adjourned, and everyone left happily, appreciating the new benefits, aware of their duties. They couldn't be greedy. It was already a significant improvement. Previously, there were no holidays, leading to lives harder than cattle or horses. Now, with 24 additional days off annually, they were truly grateful. Even though they took days off every 5 days, this change brought much needed relief. Thus, as the court dispersed, the excitement spread among the ministers, filled with joy. This was indeed a good thing, undoubtedly beneficial. Come, nephew, today marks your triumphant return. Let's celebrate with a drink. Ajax, having no choice, nodded. All right, Davidson. Heston was delighted and led them to the imperial garden, where Paulette was holding a child, accompanied by Karina Chong, who looked cautious. Little sister, we're here. Let's celebrate. Good you're here, nephew. Come sit. How does Trace look? Paulette happily brought the child to Ajax, beaming with joy. Ajax looked at Franklin, who indeed appeared very adorable and chubby-cheeked. In the original history, he wouldn't have lived long. He couldn't help but calculate with his fingers, realizing that this particular ordeal was still present. But with him around, there was less to worry about. But it seemed there were still potential divergences ahead. Then he glanced at Karina Chong, who was now his sister-in-law. Emperor Heston and Paulette were astute people. Upon seeing his expression and changes, they immediately sensed something wasn't right. However, they remained silent, watching him intently. Karina Chong looked at Ajax, knowing he was the greatly renowned state preceptor and elder cousin of the Jacob, not an ordinary person, but someone with genuine abilities. Brother, how is it? Heston could no longer hold back. Ajax responded after a moment's consideration. The calamity still exists. This made Paulette blurt out, Brother, isn't there a way? You can cure even my illness, can't you? Heston was equally anxious, as this was his direct eldest grandson, who must be protected at all costs. After a thoughtful pause, Ajax said, Sister-in-law, in the future, try not to bear children too frequently. You are still young and delicate, otherwise. Though he didn't finish his sentence, its meaning was clear to both Heston and Paulette. After exchanging glances, they asked, Brother, should we take some measures? Oh yes, your talisman water? Ajax hurriedly clarified, Davidson, Belinda, it's called Jubi technique. They immediately understood, nodding. Right, Jubi technique. What do you think? Shaking his head, Ajax replied, Sister-in-law's health is currently fine. She just needs to be cautious on a daily basis. As for what I mentioned earlier, she must be especially careful with childbirth. This is why I insisted Lois marry now. Paulette knew his intentions well, but being part of the royal family did have its constraints. However, restraining her own son was possible. Heston nodded. No problem. We'll make sure Arv pays attention. But what about Archdongying? Paulette was also visibly worried. Chapter 159. The calamity still looms, but he is in the Ming Dynasty. Ajax looked and said, Trace will face a calamity at the age of 8. If he can overcome it, there will be no problem. Emperor Heston and Paulette both felt a sudden tightness in their hearts, as did Karina Chongshur. This was the future of the Ming Dynasty. So, nephew, do you have any solutions? How could Emperor Heston not be worried? Ajax replied, when he is 5 or 6 years old, we can start training his body to enhance his immunity. Even if he encounters this again, he might be able to endure. If that doesn't work, I will step in. After all, this concerns the future of the Ming Dynasty. He cannot allow any mishaps. Emperor Heston and Paulette finally breathed a sigh of relief, understanding the best arrangement had been made. All right, follow your plan. When he turns 5 or 6, you will guide him until he overcomes the calamity. Ajax, hearing this, felt somewhat helpless. Wasn't this just creating trouble for himself? But now wasn't the time to complain. Fine, when the time comes, I will teach him physical training techniques, hoping he can pass through the ordeal on his own. It's better not to owe anything in Taoist terms. Emperor Heston understood too well, appreciating his concerns, also wishing Trace health. Thinking of this, his eldest son Elwood was already working hard on training. His vitality had indeed improved, so perhaps every prince should undergo such training. Chongshur, Pay more attention from now on. Follow your Zeke's advice, understand? Karina Changsher hurriedly nodded. Yes, mother. Paulette finally felt relieved. This way, things would be much better, avoiding unnecessary anxiety. Emperor Heston was still worried, but with time, everything could be managed. All right, don't speak of this matter outside. We'll instruct Arif to keep quiet, rest assured. Yes, your Aryan Majesty. Changsher took Shu Trace, her heart full of anxiety, hoping nothing would go wrong. After Changsher returned with Shu Trace, Paulette asked, Camden, what's the situation with Changsher? Ajax knew what his aunt meant and didn't hide it. Her constitution is weak, and excessive childbirth eventually led to her demise. In the original history, she had 3 more years left, but now, who knows? Emperor Heston and Paulette fell silent. Such a tragic fate? Davidson, Belinda, you don't need to worry. Just take care of her health and avoid frequent childbirth. There are no other solutions, only self-restraint. In this era, there were no methods to prevent this, so only self-discipline could help. Emperor Heston nodded. We understand. According to your predictions, when would she pass away? This? Ajax looked at his Zeke and aunt before saying, 3 years. They were stunned. Now they understood his earlier reservations. There must be a reason. Now it makes sense, we understand. Thank you. Ajax quickly said, it's my duty. The rest depends on them. Even if known, some things couldn't change easily. The aftermath was significant. After all, everyone wanted more heirs just in case. This was a sad reality of ancient times. Child mortality rates were high, even in royal families. Commoners faced similar issues. Only advocating suitable age for childbearing could improve safety slightly, but absolute guarantees were impossible. Ajax was well aware of this. Davidson, Belinda, there's no need to worry too much. I'm here to ensure everything goes smoothly. Emperor Heston and Paulette understood. Indeed, as long as Ajax was around, they wouldn't have much to worry about. Future arrangements would also be safer. Right, with you around, there's nothing to worry about. Indeed, as long as everything went smoothly, there would be no problems. Suppressing their negative thoughts, they prepared a family banquet. After the meal, Ajax bid farewell. Emperor Heston and Paulette remained worried. Don't worry, little sister. With our nephew here, nothing will happen. Paulette nodded. I understand, but Zhu read. What if something happens suddenly? Isn't it possible? They say the heavens will is inscrutable. Knowing this, will it change everything? Emperor Heston also couldn't help but fall silent. Since his nephew had said the calamity still loomed, it meant that it wasn't so easy to eliminate. Dealing with it would not be simple. Rest assured, this is the palace. There won't be too many troubles. I'll arrange everything properly. Heston valued his family deeply. That's why he trusted and supported Ajax from the very beginning, almost fulfilling all of his requests. Now, for his direct descendants, it was even more critical to give attention and care. Yes, then it's good. As long as it's not sudden, and he can arrive in time, nothing will happen. Paulette had a clear understanding and high recognition of Ajax's capabilities. What she feared most was an unforeseen event, which was uncontrollable. Thus, everything needed to be sustained until 8 years later. With more time, nothing bad would happen, and they wouldn't need to worry. The two were thoroughly concerned about their descendants, yet some things were still hard to prevent, despite all preparations. The fear was always whether these preparations would be useful. After leaving the palace, Ajax was deep in thought. It seemed that things hadn't changed much. He realized he had only influenced the economic and political structure of the Ming Dynasty, but hadn't significantly impacted the changes in the imperial family. Especially for the future generation. Let's see, if it fails, wouldn't all my cultivation be in vain? Moreover, he had the system at his disposal, which made defying fate seem straightforward. Who decided what defied fate? In Ajax's eyes, the rules were set by the powerful. The weak could only abide by them. Currently, not much could change, but the future was another story. Just wait and see. This life's Ming Dynasty isn't the same as the previous one. Things started to diverge from when I came in, right? Since he had these abilities, he naturally didn't have to worry about failure. He believed he could change enough with his capabilities. If history didn't change, what was the point of coming here? It would be meaningless, and doing anything wouldn't benefit much. Therefore, whatever needed preparation should be ready now. Chapter 160. Dylan leads the way. The three armies Aryanarch North. Ajax returned to his residence, his thoughts preoccupied with Franklin and the Karina's matters. However, these were all predictions and elements from history as it was originally recorded. He did not know what would happen when the time came, but if it did occur, it should remain within his capabilities to handle. Unless he was too late to return, there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, he wasn't standing still. His cultivation would still increase. As long as he continued to strive for a better living space for the people of the Great Ming, he would earn more merit points, which was beneficial for him. The more, the better, creating more future opportunities. A thriving market brought the best sense of gain. Husband, what's wrong? Nothing. Is dinner ready? Yes, the palace has already sent word, so you don't need to worry about me. Don't you worry. That's good, that's good. Ajax nodded, without dwelling on further thoughts. It was wise to prepare beforehand even though nothing had happened yet. Different values meant significant benefits, unique advantages. No one could deny their merits. There were too many forks in the road ahead, and he couldn't make absolute judgments based on them. They then retired for the night, as there was an early court session the next day. The next day, Kesha went to her mother's place because Dylan was heading north to supervise operations, also signaling support for the Duke of Chao. Adequate preparations were necessary, along with precautions against potential counterattacks from remaining forces on the steppe. This move was crucial. Failure at this point would be disastrous. Moreover, the adherents of the Tuayan tribe required further testing, and construction projects like ports needed his mediation. There was much work to be done. After abolishing the feudal prince system, major generals needed to be constantly prepared. That was foreseeable. Father, you're going to the northeast. Yes, don't worry. This time, it's just to the Dalian area. It's not very cold there, and travel by ship is fast. Be careful anyway. War was dangerous wherever it occurred, especially with flying arrows on the battlefield. Extra caution was necessary to avoid unnecessary tragedy. That much was certain and clear to everyone. Different elements meant different realizations, avoiding varied risks while facing various fates. True understanding lay in leading roles, and children worried normally. It was only natural. Oh yes, Lois, take good care of him in the future. Help him where you can, since he's not some superhuman, Dylan said suddenly, also offering advice. Kesha was sharp and immediately understood her father's meaning, nodding in response, yes, father, I understand. Dylan was pleased with her reaction. This was good. All right, I must leave now. You go back home. Dylan was an impatient man, eager to head northeast first, arrange all necessities, and prepare for the subsequent tasks concerning the Duke of Chao. Everything was clear to the astute observers. Watching her father depart, Kesha could only wish him well, hoping everything went smoothly. At this moment in court, the Duke of Chao, Christopher, officially received his orders and prepared to set out. They would proceed to the northeast one after another, intimidating the region. Upon learning this news, the Tuayin tribal envoys Hamu and Haimulang hastened to send word. Although it didn't directly involve the Tuayin tribe, there was a connection. They couldn't let the Ming Dynasty suspect anything and needed to show sincerity to prevent any alarm. Since they had just aligned with the Ming, they couldn't afford any mistakes. We hope this Ming action won't target our tribe. It shouldn't. This time it's against those barbarians, and our people might be deployed to help eliminate them. True, the Ming's current focus is in the east. I've heard the Japanese envoy has been expelled from Ming territory. These pirates indeed, during the day they act human, but at night they're no better than beasts, worse even. Who knows where they come from? They thought the Ming wouldn't cross the ocean. Now they're wrong. The Ming are actively preparing. This doesn't concern us. No information should leak from here. Otherwise, we both know the consequences. None will escape. With the Ming at such a peak of strength, military equipment, especially cannons, were being innovated rapidly. This presented the greatest threat to them. Indeed, it was terrifying. Furthermore, the Ming's fire lances had begun to advance significantly. For cavalry, this was indeed a major threat. It was difficult to breach through in one go, and even if it could be done, an enormous price would have to be paid. From observing previous battles against the former Yuan forces, once under the bombardment of cannons, the cavalry would suffer significant losses, and then the fire lances would open fire, creating an even greater crisis for the cavalry. Therefore, after the Ming acquired these weapons, they achieved dominance over the steppe. These were matters from the past. Now, what about the current state of the Ming's cannons? It was truly Zekier, as that information was top secret within the Ming. If someone found out, it would certainly attract the attention of the Ming's brocade guards, which would lead to even more trouble. At this moment, they could only pray that their tribe did not draw the enmity of the Ming, or else there would be no salvation. Heston watched the three armies set out and was very concerned, naturally ensuring everything was in order. Good, this is the might of our great Ming. Depart, and let us expand the territory of our great Ming. Yes, your Arian Majesty. I will definitely expand the territory for our great Ming. Very good, grant wine. Grant the three armies. Soon, countless offerings of wine were brought up, with each soldier receiving a bowl. Heston held up his bowl of wine, looked at the three armies and said, drink. He took the first sip of wine, and the three armies followed suit. Satisfied, Heston waved his hand and said, depart. After paying his respects, National Duke Christopher led the three armies northward. The ministers, watching the armies march north, felt completely at ease now. Since the Ming's finances were abundant, as long as nothing major happened, there usually wouldn't be any issues. Thus, they could confidently handle government affairs. Ajax watched, nodding in satisfaction. To conquer Japan, comprehensive preparation was necessary, not just conquering and leaving, which would be meaningless. This could be understood. All subsequent matters needed careful handling. Nothing could be taken lightly. Meanwhile, preparations for future plans could begin. Once the shipyards there were completed, everything could proceed smoothly. It was not a very difficult task and should be feasible. Chapter 161. Elwood returns in urgency. Ajax speaks of the three-route naval battles. Under the cover of night, a figure hurriedly approached the mansion of the Imperial Preceptor. Jacob, why have you come? Indeed, it was Jacob Elwood. He looked at Ajax with great emotion and said, eldest cousin, thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have known my wife was suffering, along with my child. Ajax, looking at him, patted his shoulder and said, we're family. No need to be so formal. By the way, why did you suddenly return? Weren't you with the Navy? Elwood shook his head and replied, family comes first. Plus, with General Hall of Zhongshan Commandery overseeing the Navy, there's nothing much to worry about. After all, they are my wife and child. Naturally, I have to care for them. Ajax nodded approvingly. That's good. Your sister-in-law and nephew are doing fine. There hasn't been much impact yet. It would be appropriate for you to spend more time training with the Navy and give your sister-in-law some time to recover her strength. Elwood immediately nodded in agreement. I think so too. I'll go see Clifford next and explain the situation. Ajax found this arrangement quite suitable and did not object. The more training, the better for future missions. By the way, how is your health? Don't get too excited. War is dangerous, especially naval battles, or Davidson will really start to worry. Elwood nodded while saying, I understand, eldest cousin. I'll keep that in mind. Besides, they won't let me go to the front lines anyway. Ajax agreed. He would indeed be well protected. Plus, Ming ships were sturdy enough to handle anything except unusual weather conditions. Come on, since you're here, have some food. We were just about to eat. Elwood couldn't refuse and nodded, sure, I'm quite hungry. Traveling from Songjiang Prefecture had certainly tired him out. He needed proper rest to avoid overexertion. Kesha quickly made arrangements. After sitting down with Ajax, Elwood asked after a short conversation, eldest cousin, when will we strike the Japanese pirates next? Ajax smiled, so eager, huh? Elwood nodded without hiding his eagerness. Of course. Everyone is working hard and morale is high. Ajax then explained, not long now. However, before we act, our vassal state, Ryukyu, needs to be prepared as a staging point and supply base. Once everything is ready, we'll launch simultaneous attacks from the northern, central, and southern routes. This should effectively deal with the island nation of Japan. Elwood understood that his eldest cousin was already preparing. He wondered, eldest cousin, where exactly is the central route? Ajax chuckled, there are many islands off the southern coast of the Korean peninsula, including Jeju Island. We can establish a base there to support mutual operations. Once ready, the Ming Navy will anchor there, ensuring safety and logistics. Elwood now understood, realizing his eldest cousin had everything planned meticulously to ensure naval readiness. Ajax turned serious. Planning ahead is crucial. Before any army moves, logistics must be secured. Without provisions, who fights? And naval battles require thorough preparation. We cannot afford mistakes. Elwood saw the wisdom in this, understanding that preparations were essential to avoid unforeseen difficulties. You've thought this through carefully. We must proceed step by step and not rush, Elwood acknowledged. Ajax continued, ultimately, the Ming Navy lacks sufficient large ships. Area maritime combat demands vessels capable of withstanding severe weather and risks. Otherwise, it shows a lack of respect for our warriors. Naval warfare differed greatly from land battles. Elwood took this to heart, knowing that thorough preparation was key to victory. So, we continue building more warships? Elwood asked. Ajax nodded and said, indeed. Now we have 6 shipyard bases across the country, and more will be added soon. These are matters that need attention. Once completed, we can achieve our long-distance navigation strategy. After all, the islands of Japan are just for practical exercises. War requires preparation, and even the target for drills needs careful selection. Fortunately, they have come knocking on our door, so there's no need to be courteous. Everything can be done thoroughly. By then, you'll know more. Let's eat first. We've talked enough for today. Elwood did not insist. Arianni's strategic plans need to be implemented step by step. Today's achievements are due to careful preparation, which takes time. Besides, preparations are being made for the future paths of all the princes of the Ming Dynasty. Once completed, unification could be achieved in a short time. This era will be the era of the Ming Dynasty, marking the moment when the entire world remembers it. Kesha called them for dinner, and they came out to eat. Although the dishes were ordinary and not luxurious, Elwood was quite happy because this was enough for him. Compared to training at sea, it was indeed much better. War is not a game. Come, eat more. At sea, compared to land, many things cannot be fully prepared. So many problems arise. Therefore, specialized medical personnel are needed. Military doctors are essential, and plenty of vegetables are needed at sea, which is difficult to achieve. Thus, going to sea is a test. Thank you, cousin. I understand and have experienced this myself. It is indeed so, and I will work hard. Regarding this, Ajax was very satisfied. He hopes he will continue to work hard, and there is no need to worry. As long as he continues to strive, the future will not be a problem. This outcome can be anticipated and is not difficult to see. Kesha chimed in, feeling happy to see them enjoying their meal. The Ming Dynasty is becoming increasingly prosperous, but war is always cruel, and no one knows what might happen. One can only silently pray. As Ajax's wife and the daughter of the Duke of Elijah, she understands this well. Chapter 162. The pleasant surprise of Heston and Paulette. After dinner, Elwood bid farewell with heartfelt gratitude. Go ahead. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Thank you, elder cousin. I'll head back now. Ajax nodded, watching Elwood leave before turning back inside. This time, they discussed some strategic issues for the future. Upon returning to the palace, Elwood first went to greet his parents. Heston and Paulette were delighted to see him. Though they had not seen him often these days, they genuinely missed him. Heston immediately checked the map, identifying the 3 points. He realized they were indeed good choices. Yes, a sound strategy. Attacking on 3 fronts can swiftly pacify the region and ensure peace at sea, allowing us access to more resources. Elwood added, indeed, father. Not only are there abundant resources in the ocean, but some islands also have rare resources that the Ming has yet to explore. Seeing his eldest son mature so quickly, Heston felt immensely pleased. Excellent, Ariver. You're becoming more steady and decisive. I'm truly proud. Paulette agreed. It's indeed a positive development. With these plans, we can stabilize this region and access more resources, including preparations for campaigns to the south. Key issues were key priorities for the future of the Ming. They all understood the importance of these strategies and knew nothing could delay them. Now, my main concern is Korea. As for Ryukyu, it's quite manageable since they often suffer from Japanese pirate raids. There are many petitions here for aid. Identifying the central route is crucial. Elwood saw the core issue. Heston nodded, acknowledging the importance of the central route. We don't need to rush. Let's focus on the northern and southern fronts first. Our nephew must already have plans. Elwood agreed, understanding his role. Right? Art has confirmed the overall strategy. I believe he has specific plans. Both Heston and Paulette agreed, recognizing his capabilities. These matters will be addressed later. You must be tired after your long journey. Go rest. Yes, father, mother. Elwood bowed and retreated to the eastern palace. Heston felt incredibly pleased, visibly so. Paulette laughed. Don't worry. Our nephew has everything arranged. Ariver is developing well within the Navy. Things will improve. That's true. I just wonder how we will overcome this challenge. Heston was still somewhat worried. After all, certain issues required attention. There must not be any difficulties that could hinder subsequent plans. Therefore, he couldn't be hasty and needed to avoid additional pressure. These were not favorable situations. What needed to be addressed should be handled properly without causing trouble. It's not that he didn't want to, but some matters indeed demanded careful handling. He couldn't afford to be careless. By the way, sister-in-law, shouldn't we consider expanding the palace? I feel it's a bit too small. After hearing this, Paulette pondered for a moment before saying, why don't we summon our nephew into the palace tomorrow to discuss this? What do you think, Reed? Upon hearing this, Heston slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten that the financial authority of the Ming treasury was still in his nephew's hands. He couldn't force him as if he were a minister. Instead, he needed to use persuasive methods. These were skills he excelled at, and he was confident he could handle this matter. Leave it to me tomorrow. I'll make sure everything is arranged well. Sister-in-law, rest assured. Paulette wasn't particularly concerned, as it was an issue between them. The size of the palace wasn't really important. What mattered was maintaining the dignity of the Ming Dynasty. Of course, these comparisons could be made, and there was no need for doubt or further questioning. As long as they had the capability, they would be fearless. Ajax's abilities now gave both of them confidence. The future planning of the Ming Dynasty was looking very promising. As long as they continued on this path, they would reach the best possible moment, ensuring peace and happiness for their people. This was the greatest dream of an emperor, to leave a good legacy. There have been many unforeseen events in history, but he did not wish to be one of those. He must do everything within his power. Only he could achieve this. Others could only offer advice, with no practical solutions. Chapter 163. Slaying the sovereign and usurping the throne to prove legitimacy. After Elwood returned to the Eastern Palace, he saw Claire who had been waiting for him all along, and at that moment, he felt deeply moved. You've gone through a lot, my dear. Your Highness, it's what I should do. This time, if not for my cousin's help, I wouldn't have known. Don't do this in the future. But most of the time, I will be training with the Navy, leaving you alone. Your Highness, I will take good care of our children. You also need to protect yourself. Elwood knew her worries and understood her feelings. He naturally did not want to disappoint her. Don't worry. I will take care of myself. You must also take good care of yourself. Our child cannot grow up without a mother. Joy flashed across Claire's eyes, clearly indicating she was more reassured. Your Highness, get some rest early. You must be tired. Yes, let's rest early. Elwood felt very happy as he thought about all these people, and naturally, he felt delighted. That night, many people were reassured and felt at ease. They began to plan for the future, feeling quite confident about it. The next morning, during the court assembly, the ministers saw that the Jacob was present, which made them startle. Although they didn't know why the Jacob had hurried back overnight, seeing that neither the emperor nor the national Arianaster showed any changes, they knew something was going on that they weren't aware of, but they couldn't ask or investigate. Your Arianagesty, the envoy from Korea wishes to pay homage. Emperor Heston replied directly, let him come. Soon, the Korean envoy Winston arrived and respectfully bowed deeply 9 times before speaking. This subject, the envoy from Korea, pays homage to his Arianagesty the Emperor of the Great Ming. Emperor Heston said calmly, what is it? Speak your mind. Winston hurriedly responded, Your Arianagesty, the newly appointed king of our country is about to ascend the throne. We request your Arianagesty to issue an edict to confirm his legitimacy. Emperor Heston was surprised for a moment, realizing this was the reason. Although it was unexpected, it did not seem to affect him greatly. Ajax stepped forward and asked, do you mean the new king, or the usurper? Hearing this, envoy Winston turned pale. He didn't expect anyone to know about this matter. The ministers were shocked upon hearing this. They didn't realize even the national Arianaster knew about this event. It was astonishing indeed. Curiosity piqued, Emperor Heston wondered what had happened. Ajax explained directly, Your Arianagesty, I accidentally heard news about Korea previously and sent people to verify it. Indeed, a rebel killed the former king and usurped the throne. To ask your Arianagesty to issue an edict now would be to lose your moral integrity. We cannot tolerate this. Emperor Heston flew into a rage immediately, waving his hand. Arrest this traitor immediately. How dare he defy me? Before long, the Korean envoy was apprehended. Your Arianagesty, spare my life, please. But no one cared about a traitor like this, especially since the facts were clear, requiring no further discussion. Minister, what should we do? Emperor Heston asked, concerned about the implications for their vassal state. Your Arianagesty, upon learning of this matter, I arranged for someone to handle it, rescuing Korea's legitimate heir. Under the authority of the Great Ming, the rightful heir can reclaim his throne and establish legitimacy. Upon hearing Ajax's words, everyone felt the matter wasn't so simple. However, since the national Arianaster had spoken, they had no other choice. Emperor Heston, being wise, understood how to proceed to maximize benefits. Thinking back to Elwood's words yesterday about Jeju Island, everything became clear to him. Haha, Minister, you're right. Handle it according to your proposal. No one on the court assembly objected. It was indeed a matter that needed resolution, and establishing legitimacy was the best arrangement. Satisfied, Emperor Heston knew Ajax already had plans in place. The matter could be left to trusted hands without concern. In summary, given the current situation, too much talk was unnecessary. Future issues would be resolved naturally, as long as they understood the implications. True power was already within grasp. Events on the Korean peninsula were exactly as Ajax had foreseen. This moment was well-timed and reassuring. There was no need for excessive doubt, only contentment and satisfaction remained. The court ministers were still unaware of the specifics and did not know about the future deployment of the Navy, so they were eager. Once they understood, they could grasp the foreign strategy, including the direction toward the eastern barbarians of Japan, which would pose no problem. Previously, the Ming Dynasty's naval strength seemed insufficient, but now it has already surpassed that of the eastern barbarians, with larger and more robust ships. This was at the core and was a necessary preparation, ensuring that no one could see through their plans. The Ming Dynasty was the strongest, making it clearer to everyone. Arianerine resources, with various seafood entering the market, naturally sparked greater interest and made people aware of the immense benefits. There had been many merchants engaging in business before, but now it had become more organized. Commodity trade was even more powerful and brought greater joy. Arianity matters were no longer an issue as long as efforts continued. It was clear that substantial effort was being made. As long as this point was maintained well, it would be a significant key factor for the future long-distance voyages of the Ming Dynasty. The ocean was vast and boundless, and it was unknown when or where the next destination could be reached. Therefore, strong adaptability was needed, along with numerous supply bases. The eastern barbarians of Japan would be the next supply base for the Ming Dynasty. This was Ajax's plan, and it could only be so. Resistance was out of the question. They would pay the price for everything they had. This point was not hard to see. As long as they were strong enough, they could vie for prominence and serve as a Ming stronghold, which was normal. All of this was to better demonstrate the might of the Ming Dynasty. Ajax looked at his plans coming to fruition step by step, feeling increasingly reassured, joyful, and fortunate. As long as it was beneficial to the future of the Ming Dynasty, it should be done, and he must persist in doing it, absolutely without any hesitation. This was the key point he needed to prioritize and ensure wouldn't fail. What could exist, could also not exist. How much harshness lay between these realities. Ajax was full of confidence and unafraid of any contingencies. Chapter 164. Offering of Jeju Island and others, annihilation of wild Jurchens. Sure enough, not long after, the Great Ming assisted the legitimate successor of Joseon to return to the throne. As for the cost, all southern islands of Joseon were offered to the Great Ming, and Joseon would absolutely respect any command from the Great Ming. Taking this opportunity, the construction of islands like Jeju began. When this news came, the people of the Great Ming were shocked. What a sincere attitude it was, sending so many islands as a token of their devout heart. It had to be said that it was quite impressive. As for the court ministers, though they didn't say much, the cabinet knew another point. Large numbers of ships had already set out for Jeju Island and others. These were all in the territorial waters of the Great Ming and would establish several supply points on the larger islands. Ajax naturally understood this well and made arrangements accordingly. Everything went smoothly without too much worry. Thus, the central naval front was officially opened. As for what followed, there was no need for further explanation. The construction of shipyards along 3 routes was imminent. Upon learning of this, the Ryukyu kingdom gave full support and cooperated with the Great Ming to seal the news. The king of Ryukyu clearly understood that with the Great Ming's intervention, these pirates could be annihilated entirely. Now, to uproot them, time was needed, as well as supply points. As a loyal vassal state of the Great Ming, there was no question of hesitation. In the north, after the arrival of Christopher, the Duke of the state of Chao, leading the army, an eastward expansion campaign began with further planning. The people of the Tuayin tribe cooperated actively, not wanting to face criticism or disapproval from others, which would be detrimental to them later on. On the way east, any captured wild men were bought by the Tuayin tribe to be slaves. The Great Ming didn't interfere. Ensuring the road remained unobstructed was enough. Traveling through the bitter cold, fortunately, abundant supplies kept the soldiers warm. Although the cold in northeastern regions wouldn't last long, it couldn't impede their progress. During one urgent march, they suddenly discovered an unfrozen water area. This water area seems not frozen. Unbelievable. Is it real? We should go check it out quickly. Several scouts hurried to inspect it. The water was indeed cold but not frozen. Quickly report this to the Duke of Chao. Soon after, the Duke of Chao confirmed it. However, the location wasn't suitable for building a shipyard, so they had to continue searching. Look for a better place along this coastline. Yes, Your Grace. Experts specializing in shipyard construction arrived promptly. They carefully surveyed the site, prepared for any contingency without any negligence. The Duke of Chao, observing, felt that this must be the location predicted by the national master, showing his remarkable foresight indeed. 3 days later, after thorough surveying, experts and officials confirmed an ideal location for shipyard construction. Understanding this, the Duke of Chao hurried to inform Dylan, the Duke of Elijah, arranging support. Meanwhile, his troops started to camp on site and used local materials to construct rudimentary facilities. Upon receiving the news, Dylan immediately reported to the capital and sent a support team. With spring approaching, the dangers ahead couldn't be underestimated. The Tuayin tribe conducted surrounding reconnaissance, reporting any danger to avoid crises. This brought substantial manpower, wild Jurchens, and much joy. For now, the Great Ming needed their cooperation, which they willingly provided. Such benefits only increased, strengthening their cooperation immensely. Soon, Heston in Nanjing's palace received the news and was very pleased, especially impressed by his nephew's ability to find an ice-free port. This was crucial for naval operations, especially in the frigid north. With such a valuable location, the significance for the Great Ming's northern expeditions was immense. Understanding this practical goal, more dangers and uncertainties still existed. What they needed was to stabilize the situation comprehensively, paying close attention to the follow-up efforts to avoid any unexpected incidents. All these processes were essential, requiring awareness rather than excessive explanation. Happiness was sufficient. There was no need for too much concern, as long as there was a path forward. This is truly wonderful. In this case, it indeed is an excellent location. The routes for the 3 armies have been completed. Previously, Heston was very concerned about whether a suitable place in the north could be found. Now it seemed his worries were unfounded. His nephew lived up to his expectations, having anticipated and accomplished all these arrangements. It made perfect sense. Without too many difficulties, as long as they could achieve their goals, they would gain more opportunities and make better arrangements for their strength. Seeing Heston so happy, Paulette became curious and asked, "Henley, why are you so happy?" Naturally, Heston explained the situation, elucidating everything. Having come from the battlefield since childhood, Paulette understood the importance of planning an expedition to the eastern barbarians. It's indeed significant. We must build well and not let anyone ruin it. She was also worried about subsequent issues, naturally unable to be careless. Regardless of anything else, these matters required attention. Different things brought different changes. The true route couldn't afford carelessness. After all, practical capabilities were crucial and could not be overlooked. Yes, I've already instructed Dylan to assist. There should be no major issues. These matters were already arranged. Further arrangements needed to be made to ensure peace of mind instead of causing worry. This was understandable. Attention had to be paid to these matters. They couldn't be ignored. They were part of fate and didn't require explanation. Since it had been found, construction of the shipyards should begin immediately. Although it was still somewhat cold, it wasn't a problem for the overall plan, given the manpower support they had. Not to mention the wild urchins. These were wild men who could be captured and used as labor. Additionally, Ajax's other mission was to eliminate the wild urchins. It might seem cruel, but it was a precaution against any possible threats. There could be no room for doubt, especially regarding wild men. Chapter 165 Heston's attitude on expanding the imperial palace. Ajax's strategy was to fundamentally eradicate the Jurchen ethnicity from existence even before they could start. Although the Jin kingdom was also established with participation from the Jurchens, they were later decimated by the Mongols and had dwindled down to a mere handful. Over time, their civilization fragmented and couldn't coalesce into an orderly ethnic culture again. Ajax did not wish for this ethnicity to re-emerge. Eradication meant not only physical annihilation but also spiritual extinction. By doing so, this potential threat would be completely eliminated once and for all. A two-pronged approach ensured that this lingering problem was thoroughly addressed. Those who surrendered would be relocated southwards to survive in other places. Thus, it wouldn't count as excessive bloodshed. Ultimately, they could not be left unchecked. War inevitably brings casualties and is beyond imagination. What needed to be done was to teach them about the evolution of civilizations and leapfrog development. Time was unpredictable and hard to describe, just like any purpose or fact. Different values represented the best means to achieve goals, and extra questions were unnecessary as long as more benefits were gained, making nothing impossible. As long as there was opportunity, anything could happen, and it needed to be understood deeply. Christopher firmly implemented Ajax's orders. Even if his Area Majesty knew, he would not comment much since he was somewhat aware of the state preceptor's prophetic abilities. Such hidden dangers naturally needed to be removed. Internal division was also an effective countermeasure. As for those who died during labor, it was their unfortunate destiny, which he would not interfere with. Similarly, selling them to the Doyan tribes was another fate, which he would not meddle in. Continually clearing out wild Jurchens became their current task, and everyone worked diligently. Sure enough, when the news was reported to Heston via the Jinui, he merely chuckled lightly, tossed the memorial aside, and finished it off. Since it was something his nephew arranged, and harmless to the Ming Dynasty, there was no need for interference. It was trivial. Yuan saw Heston's reaction and realized how immature he still was. Could he intervene in matters concerning the state preceptor? Clearly, he should mind his own business and act as if he didn't know, rather than bring it up. Heston warned, treat this matter as if it never happened. Do you understand? Sweat broke out on Yuan's forehead as he replied, yes, your Area Majesty. I have sinned. Heston waved his hand. If you understand, then leave. Yuan hurriedly withdrew, genuinely sweating coldly. It seemed he needed to be more cautious in the future. This wasn't a small matter and required greater capability. Different words represented practical realities, diverse answers confirmed confidence, and everything else was self-evident. Strength was paramount. As long as one was powerful enough, everything was worthwhile. Heston did not take it seriously, silently anticipating the day when the East Asian pirate state would be eliminated. All that mattered was the smooth execution. As for the rest, there was no need for doubt or concern. Everything was simple. Changing the era brought blessings to many and was a source of hope. Truly hopeful, fitting for my nephew. Excellent. Feeling satisfied, he suddenly remembered another matter almost forgotten. He shouldn't have. To avoid forgetting, he directly went to the state preceptor's residence. Davidson, why are you here in person? Just call me, and I'll come to the palace. Ajax was puzzled to see Heston visit personally. Heston waved his hand. No big deal, just afraid of forgetting some things. Ajax asked curiously, what is it, Davidson? Heston then said, Camden. Our imperial palace seems too small now. You mentioned it a few times before. Now your Taoist temple is complete. Isn't it time for our palace? Ajax replied helplessly, Davidson, I know about this. We've already started researching the best arrangements. Don't worry, we will handle it soon. That reassured him. After all, there was no need to explain much about timing. Everything was planned. With the current wealth of the Ming Dynasty, there was nothing to worry about. Let me see. Hearing it was already being prepared, Heston was overjoyed and insisted on inspecting. Ajax had no choice but to show him the designs. As expected, after seeing the design plans, Heston was extremely delighted. The new designs were indeed different and much more appealing. Good. A palace like this is certainly acceptable. Ajax then said, Davidson, since you agree, let's start the construction gradually. We'll begin here and slowly complete the entire layout of the palace. This way, it will also ease the financial burden. Heston didn't mind this plan. As long as the construction could begin, that was best. All right, proceed as you suggest. Ajax nodded, planning to start the construction to put his Zeke's mind at ease. By the way, nephew, this won't affect our finances, right? Heston was somewhat worried, especially fearful of impacting the bigger picture, which would make things difficult for his nephew. Ajax smiled and said, no, we'll build step by step without causing any delay. If anything happens, we can pause temporarily and resume when funds are sufficient. After understanding Ajax's plan, Heston didn't say much more. He felt it was quite reasonable and appreciated the thought. All right, I'll wait for your updates. Ajax replied earnestly, Davidson, rest assured, Camden will handle it well. For the prosperity of the Ming Dynasty, the imperial city cannot be small and petty. Otherwise, how can we showcase the glory of our nation and the imperial family? Heston laughed heartily. Ha, well said. No wonder you're my nephew. Indeed, we must do so. Otherwise, how can we demonstrate the grandeur of the royal family? He was very pleased, considering this a recognition of himself. He was overjoyed and saw it as a positive development, something to be truly glad about. Ajax did not deny this. What should be done must be done, or else it would become a laughingstock. The Ming Dynasty aimed to be the strongest nation, and its capital must also be strong. This was an essential part and a foreseeable fact. Overall, the future of the Ming Dynasty was destined to be even more prosperous, allowing more people to witness the majesty of the Ming Dynasty. Chapter 166. Three cobblers with their wits combined equal Zhuge Liang the mastermind. Heston left happily, his face full of smiles clearly showing how pleased he was. Ajax then summoned Hamza, the Minister of Revenue, and Gabriel, the Minister of Works. Pay your respects to Grand Arianaster. Ajax waved a hand and said, please sit. This time I've called you here for another matter. My Zeke wants to expand the palace. It's something he has always cherished but has been delayed for too long. It can't be postponed any longer. After hearing this, Hamza also realized this point. In recent years, the national treasury had been rich every year, which was an indisputable fact. The emperor wanting to expand the palace could indeed be considered justified. He was still somewhat tense about allocating such a large amount of funds at once. Grand Arianaster, this matter cannot wait any longer. As we both know, if His Arianagesty gets upset, it will not be easy to deal with. But starting all the work at once might cause some pressure. Given the massive scale of the project, the impact would be significant, so caution was necessary. Ajax smiled and explained, rest assured, we will build them one by one, not all at once. First, we'll reserve the designated areas, then construct bit by bit. After completing one palace, we'll move on to the next or perhaps a royal garden. We won't construct everything simultaneously. Hamza understood after listening. This way, there was no need to worry about maintaining the construction schedule. Grand Arianaster, doing it this way indeed poses no problem. There wouldn't be much financial pressure since the treasury has been abundant over the past 2 years. Ajax nodded and agreed, very well, let's proceed this way. Oh, and Minister Shan, start surveying the areas for expanding the palace clearly. Don't leave anything for later except detailed blueprints, which I have already designed. Take a look. Upon hearing this, Gabriel hastily took the plans and examined them carefully. Indeed, the scale was huge and would exceed the current palace size by 2 or 3 times. Grand Arianaster, isn't this going to be a bit too big? Ajax shook his head, not at all. Let's proceed as planned. Financial resources are sufficient. If there's ever a strain, I'll pause the construction. That's why I emphasized building them one by one instead of all at once. This way, we can show progress. In other words, they needed tangible achievements to present. Otherwise, failing to complete even one palace when starting everything at once would certainly invite trouble from Heston's anger. Hamza and Gabriel, being astute, understood this point. They just needed to let His Arianagesty know they were working diligently. The pace shouldn't be too fast or too slow, ensuring financial stability. With visible progress and achievements, even if Emperor knew that the construction had to be temporarily halted due to finances, he would understand, given the results. This approach also showcased the orderly nature of the royal household, rather than appearing overly ambitious. An impoverished nation wouldn't consider constructing palaces. It only made sense to do so when financially capable. Large-scale construction projects required substantial funding, and failure to do so would have consequences. Also, ensure all materials are thoroughly inspected. Minister Shan, you know my Zeke's temperament. Any issues in this area? Gabriel nodded urgently, fully understanding Grand Arianaster's meaning. This part must not be overlooked. Ajax continued, merchants can seek profit, that's normal. But trying to cheat or cut corners, well, Grand Arianaster has ways to deal with that. I believe you understand. No need for me to say more. Gabriel responded solemnly, Grand Arianaster, I understand this matter. Should anyone dare, I will personally see to it. After all, compared to the Emperor's fury, which could implicate countless people, executing one person was a lesser evil. Such matters couldn't happen without serious repercussions. Everyone understood the reality. As long as things were obvious and clear, there was nothing shameful about it. When trouble strikes, escaping was impossible. The military power of the Ming Dynasty was formidable, with numerous law enforcement officers and retired guards, along with the Jinui, imperial guards, forming a complex web. Escape was but a dream. Such impossibility was beyond imagination, and the potential aftermath was unquestionable. Regardless of other concerns, this level of pressure was undeniable. Value differences boiled down to cost variations. Soon, the two ministers went to make preparations. News spread quickly afterward. What? The palace is to be expanded? Indeed, in recent years, the Great Ming has been flourishing. If His Arianagesty wants to expand the palace, it's not an issue. After all, the court has money now, and the locals aren't short of funds either. Indeed, many commoners are building houses. Brick and tile houses are gradually appearing. As people's lives improve, they buy more things and have started to be particular about them. At this time, expanding the imperial palace shouldn't raise any objections. Everyone understood that this would also be a big business, as constructing the palace required a large amount of building materials. However, later on, when it was known that the construction would not be done all at once but in parts, it was acceptable. Even so, these materials were big moneymakers, and the key was to keep up with the pace of this business. This was destined to be a long-term business, one that could continuously make money, and no one would refuse it. Moreover, everything was handled by Grand Arianaster Ajax behind the scenes. Receiving this order might mean having the chance to meet Grand Arianaster. Who is Grand Arianaster? In the Great Ming Dynasty, who doesn't know him? He has led the prosperity of the Great Ming, ensuring that people can eat, have shelter, and afford clothes. Every good deed he does showcases his power. Controlling floods to calm the people, establishing trade routes for the benefit of the world. Which of these is not beneficial? Thus, the news spread quickly, and many merchants arrived at Gabriel's residence, seeking to do business. Gabriel had someone leave the invitation and then dispatched Yuan to check the backgrounds of these people. The Jinui, imperial guards, are the best tool for investigation, revealing much. Few can escape their scrutiny, making this approach the safest. One must know who is the most untouchable person in the Great Ming today. Ajax, the Grand Arianaster of the Ming Dynasty. Everyone knew this well and didn't dare say much more. Understanding it deeply reveals the whole story, exactly like this. Chapter 167. Strict Arianaterial Review, Training Shipbuilders, and Civic Integrity. With the involvement of the Jinui, Imperial Secret Police, the investigation proceeded swiftly. Gabriel submitted the list of relevant material suppliers to the Imperial Arianaster. Ajax reviewed it and then passed it on to Heston for inspection. Davidson, if these people have no issues, we can prepare to start construction. Heston nodded, understanding that with the Genui's involvement, things were indeed more reassuring. After all, the Imperial Palace was where the Emperor resided. Should any accidents occur, who could bear the consequences? With the Genui involved, it is indeed more reassuring. Good, let's proceed then. We've been waiting long enough. Ajax acknowledged and withdrew to inform Gabriel to start purchasing the necessary materials and prepare for the construction work. Gabriel reported the required funds to Hamza, who approved the disbursement, sending the money to the Ministry of Works. With this formal procedure completed, the matter now belonged to the Ministry of Works. Summoning workers also required due process. There was naturally much to be done without causing ridicule, and their actions spoke volumes without needing oversight or concern. True strength came from such efforts, with little worry, as long as one was clear in their heart. As the expansion of the Imperial Palace began, Heston's smile never ceased. He would stroll around daily, showcasing his happiness over the ongoing construction. Ajax was equally happy but did not compromise on material quality, a critical concern. Each supply of materials was inspected by designated personnel, sometimes by Ajax himself. He absolutely forbade any cutting corners, given the significance of the project, and he did not want such issues to arise. Elwood was aware of this matter but was already on his way back to Songjiang Prefecture and chose not to intervene. Since his cousin had spoken up, there must be a plan, so he remained calm. Now, his focus was on increasing the production of warships and large vessels. Arianity merchants had placed orders for large ships, some scheduled years ahead. Therefore, more workers needed to be arranged for the task. The proficiency of shipbuilders required years of practice. It couldn't be achieved overnight. Qualified shipbuilders often took several years to hone their skills, and the shipyard in Songjiang Prefecture was relatively new, so caution was necessary. The other 5 shipyards faced similar challenges, requiring time and the addition of new workers. Thus, in these 6 locations, once someone became a shipyard employee, stable income was almost guaranteed. If they completed their ships successfully, bonuses awaited them, ensuring high earnings overall. Conversely, any mishap would be more than just a simple mistake. The court's credibility could not be compromised, so only those diligent and proficient in their skills could remain employed. At present, shipbuilder skills were still basic. The plans provided by Ajax weren't overly complex, featuring at most an ironclad layer for defense, a significant aspect. Workers assigned to this layer earned the highest salaries, envied by many. However, there were no secrets here. Diligent practice opened opportunities for everyone, leading to expertise and desirable positions at any shipyard. This was inevitable. Those who sought excellence must demonstrate their capabilities, not rely on exaggeration. Understanding this, Elwood managed these places well. Otherwise, who would support the Navy's combat strength? Early training was crucial. Apart from Elwood, Tate, John, and Zhu Zhan were stationed at various shipyards. Indeed, this was their choice, aiming to expand overseas, which required having their own shipyards. Should a ship become damaged, they needed capable resources for repairs. They understood this logic clearly. In essence, capability was boundless, and thorough preparations left nothing to doubt. While each prince harbored ambitions, they knew the necessity of developing strong capabilities. Dreaming alone wouldn't suffice. Action was essential. Their intentions might be ambitious, but the path was fraught with challenges. Training shipbuilders was indeed no simple feat. Without first-hand experience, the difficulties were unimaginable. However, trusting the process was essential. Heston understood their ambitions and felt reassured rather than constrained. All members of the Zhu family mustn't show weakness. That was unacceptable. In the past, there were no options, but now there are methods. Not using them would be foolish. Overseas territories are exceptionally vast, offering boundless lands and countless resources. As long as they are well utilized, more objectives can be achieved with tangible benefits not far from sight. Be it real or distinct, as long as efforts are made, more support can be gained. Different hopes and awakenings mean an impractical lack of future. If it can be done, anything is possible. As a father, he hopes they can realize their dreams. In this regard, constraints are not difficult to understand. Comprehension can become more passive. There's no need for impatience, just a realistic version of existence. Ajax naturally wouldn't intervene. Everyone has their own dreams. Even if this generation cannot become kings, they still wish for their descendants to achieve it, a heartfelt aspiration. Of course, regarding the legitimate emperor of the Great Ming, it might be very hard to achieve. Not only because of Heston, but also due to their cousin, the Grand Arianaster, who presents a huge obstacle. The current political situation is stable, and governance is clear, undoubtedly because of him. Significant cases have significantly decreased. Even when they occur, both he and Paulette handle them adeptly, punishing only the instigators without implicating the innocent, a rare feat. More importantly, such cases are quite rare. Arianity regions have entered a state where people do not take what does not belong to them. After all, everyone has a place to live, food to eat, and clothes to wear. With everyone being on the same level, there is little spare time for mischief, naturally leading to peace and stability, which deserves praise. Of course, harmful elements are not entirely absent. Laziness is inherently human, and no one can change that. But the prerequisite is to refrain from wrongdoing. Being lazy is one thing, but becoming a petty thief warrants punishment, with each offense receiving progressively harsher penalties. Moreover, punishments are carried out publicly. Chapter 168. Water Conservancy according to time and place, deepening education, shipping innovation. Various matters in the Great Ming were steadily advancing. Of course, with the respective water management situations improving at an accelerating pace, the national policies of the Great Ming were consistently implemented as guiding principles in different regions. Some areas required better river clearance, while others needed rainwater storage. In any case, each place had its own strategy, implementing measures according to time and local conditions without being blind or adopting a one-size-fits-all approach. A typical example was the geographical conditions between the north and south of the Great Ming. The south needed more dredging of rivers due to abundant rainfall. If rivers were not cleared, it often led to massive floods, causing more people to suffer. The north, on the other hand, required more attention to water storage because of the dry and less rainy climate. Water needed to be stored during periods of high rainfall and released during drier seasons. These principles were advocated by the Great Ming government and could not be taken lightly as they directly affected the livelihoods of the people. Emperor Heston fully understood and strongly endorsed these measures, attaching great importance to people's livelihoods. Such situations must not occur. This year marked the second imperial examination. Although preparations were made beforehand, certain matters were still rushed. Therefore, this second examination was conducted more calmly. Currently, scholars from both the south and north were flocking to participate. Within the vast land of the Great Ming, as long as citizens aspired to take the examination, they could all join. Heston was very satisfied and frequently left the palace to observe these scholars, feeling truly delighted. Ajax generally did not want to intervene much in this matter. After all, there were still many issues with the examinations. Although he had made some changes, much remained to be done. He believed that anyone with insight would understand. True fairness was not easy to achieve, and many subsequent developments were indescribable. Everyone has personal biases, which no one can change. Limiting such biases as much as possible was a significant step. Given these visible measures, there was no need for excessive worry. In terms of people's livelihoods, the situation had already improved significantly, but there was still room for further development. While the previous examination barely passed, it left Heston somewhat disappointed, as many candidates barely met the pass line. Especially for newly added sections, the pass rate was even lower, leading him to worry about the success rate of this exam. No matter how good the rhetoric from others sounded, he knew that action had to come from himself to set a new beginning. Camden, I'm a bit concerned about this examination. What do you think? Ajax responded straightforwardly, Davidson, there's no need to worry. Apart from examination malpractice, it mainly depends on the invigilators. If they have no problems, it all comes down to the candidate's true abilities. Heston agreed. The biggest concern was indeed examination fraud, such as cheating and question leaks, which were very serious. I was thinking of releasing the questions only on the day of the exam. What do you think, nephew? Ajax nodded immediately. That works. We don't need to worry about distance. Let the candidates enter half an hour earlier, making it perfect and eliminating the last chances for cheating. If anything else happens, Heston caught his drift and nodded appreciatively. That sounds excellent. This way, we can clearly see and understand everything. With the main issue addressed, other concerns became secondary. Focus on the priorities first. Davidson, since that's settled, we can arrange the follow-up details. These are minor issues. Yes, right? They are minor, but proper procedures must still be followed to prevent carelessness. If anything untoward happens, we won't hesitate. Although it may seem like a mere show, it could become real when necessary. At that point, those involved will be speechless. Ajax nodded. Indeed, we'll proceed as Davidson sees fit. Those who perform well will receive rewards, and those who don't will face penalties. Heston laughed heartily. Right, absolutely right. The previous exam was rushed, but this one proceeded smoothly. After so many years, everyone understood the formality involved. In summary, current affairs cannot be easily described, but progress must continue. There should be no suppression. Otherwise, it will lead to trouble. Though Ajax wished to deepen and popularize education, the financial resources of the Great Ming were not yet sufficient. Further deepening was needed, but starting with primary education was feasible for now. Davidson, the last imperial examination was barely satisfactory. However, there are too few literate people, which is not conducive to discovering true talents. Therefore, I suggest starting with primary education to further promote literacy. This way, more talents will emerge. Promote literacy? Heston couldn't help but ponder for a moment after hearing this. He recalled his own days back then. Indeed, he had hardly learned a few words, everyone being illiterate. Even if someone had talent, it was useless without literacy. Yes, nephew, you're absolutely right. Literacy promotion should start from primary education. This is indeed crucial for us. After all, everything depends on cultivating more talents for the future of the Great Ming. It can also prevent wrongful convictions caused by illiteracy, which are not uncommon. Ajax nodded in agreement. Although the Great Ming has flourished significantly now, various problems still exist in different regions that need to be addressed. Starting with primary education is a good direction. It provides hope for the people and earns their genuine trust. Heston understood this very well. It must not be taken lightly. Proper handling is necessary. Otherwise, many issues may arise easily. By the way, nephew, maritime transport seems to be gradually thriving. What about the canal? Regarding this issue, Heston was somewhat indecisive. After all, maritime transport is cheaper and faster due to deeper waterways favorable for ships. With more shipping routes emerging, naturally, more people favor maritime transport. This has been increasingly common since the Great Ming began to strongly support the shipbuilding industry, leading to more vessels transporting goods between the north and south. Of course, this greatly facilitates economic exchanges between the northern and southern regions of the Great Ming, and certainly cannot be denied. Heston knows well that the Great Ming collects substantial taxes from this, and clearly understands the benefits. It's far from being just superficial. Chapter 169. The harm of low grain prices to the people is unacceptable. Ajax immediately said, Davidson, the Grand Canal must not be neglected. Although sea transport is very convenient and cheaper, for the people living on both sides of the canal, it has been a way of life maintained for many years. If it were suddenly to end, how would they make a living? Heston immediately nodded, as if he had just realized something important. In fact, he was reflecting on this issue in his heart and indeed agreed that a one-size-fits-all solution wouldn't work. Otherwise, what could you say to these common people? But another difficulty arose, so he asked. However, most of the merchant caravans now choose the sea route, which similarly reduces the volume of canal transportation. Isn't this bad for their livelihoods as well? Ajax agreed. Davidson, your words are true, but the court cannot afford any trouble. A lot of money and grain supplies need to be transported via the canal. Although sea transport is convenient, its risk level is different from river transport. Heston paused, then understood that the sea can be incredibly perilous. And once an accident happens, sinking in the sea would make rescue operations and subsequent salvage work extremely difficult. If an incident occurs in the canal, it's generally much easier to handle. Instead of talking about rescue efforts, the focus should be on saving lives quickly. Even if things fall into the canal, there generally won't be significant problems, but one still can't be careless about the potential impacts. For sea transport, rescue opportunities would be scarce, let alone salvage operations. Davidson, river transport has always involved risks, but that's because shipbuilding technology wasn't advanced enough. Nowadays, building ships like these is feasible. If something goes wrong, it's likely due to human factors, Ajax explained. He believed that nothing should be underestimated, especially when it came to human error, which could complicate matters significantly. Heston also realized that river transport shouldn't be discontinued. For inland official transportation, the demand for river transport remains high. Young man, you have a keen insight. It's indeed the right approach. As a ruler, one needs to consider not only economic interests but also safety and the welfare of the people. Then Ajax mentioned another matter related to river transport. Davidson, our Grand Canal has stood for centuries, almost a millennium, and has carried countless goods. It will continue to do so in the future. Therefore, we cannot leave it idle. Moreover, it's an excellent channel for flood control. Heston understood and acknowledged the benefits of the canal. Camden, what do you think is the best way to use this canal for the long term? Ajax replied directly, Davidson. Since the canal cannot be abandoned and official usage isn't frequent throughout the year, most civilians would choose sea transport for long-distance voyages at their own risk. However, short-range trips would still prefer river transport. Heston nodded in agreement, urging him to continue. Ajax continued, apart from these issues, we need annual dredging of the canal, which is a major project that easily involves financial interests. Only the court can manage such an undertaking. Davidson, you must understand the substantial financial commitment required. This wasn't a joke but a reality. Currently, dredging mainly relies on manual labor to dig out silt from the canal to ensure its smooth operation. In this way, laborers gain income, including boat haulers. Their contributions are understandable. If certain channels accumulate too much silt, even with more boat haulers, boats might not move efficiently. The key is to invest considerable financial resources annually for silt removal. Heston sighed, this is indeed a challenge given by nature, and we are helpless against it. However, Ajax smiled and said, Davidson, although there is a lot of silt, it's not useless. In fact, it can serve as excellent fertilizer for the farmland along the canal banks. Over time, this will greatly improve the soil quality. If done consistently over several years, the land along the canal banks will become fertile. While some have attempted this before, it was only temporary and not sustained. Consistent efforts would significantly benefit agricultural development. Indeed, better results require leveraging natural processes. The sediment at the bottom of the canal can be transformed into fertile soil, which requires considerable time and effort but is highly beneficial for agriculture. Upon hearing this, Heston nodded again. He indeed saw the various benefits. Yes, you've got it right. Food is essential for the people, and ensuring a steady supply of grain is crucial. Although we have multiple sources now, it's better to keep them under our control. Ajax listened and exclaimed, Davidson, you are truly wise. Nature needs to be controlled by our own hands, and these matters require human management. If market prices are low, the court should purchase grain to ensure that grain prices do not fall too low. Once they fall too low, it can easily hurt the people's morale. Cheap grain may seem like a good thing to many, but in reality, it hurts the people's heart. Heston was puzzled at this moment and asked, Camden, why would low grain prices hurt the people? Ajax pondered for a while and then said, Davidson, if grain prices are low, the prices of fruits, vegetables, and other crops won't rise either due to their seasonal nature. But if crops like cotton have higher value, more people would plant cotton to earn money. What do you think the result would be? After listening, Heston immediately replied without hesitation, naturally, people would choose to plant crops like cotton. Ajax agreed and said, if everyone in the country plants cotton, where would we get our grain from? Would we buy it from other countries? Upon hearing this, Heston broke out in cold sweat and instantly understood Ajax's point. Part of it could work, but not entirely. Absolutely not. Otherwise, the lifeline of the Ming Dynasty would be in others' hands. Who would save the Ming Dynasty then? I see now. If grain prices become too low, the people wouldn't plant grain anymore. Instead, they would plant crops like cotton, which can fetch higher prices. But cotton cannot feed people, and eventually, grain prices would be manipulated by others. Ajax smiled and said, Davidson is indeed exceptionally wise. Before I even finished speaking, Davidson already understood. Heston also realized this young man was simply reminding him that grain cannot be lacking or too cheap. It must be moderate and supported by the court's purchases. That was the original intention, and now this issue needed proper handling. Davidson, with grain in hand, the people will have enough food. With a reliable source of livelihood, who would want to take unnecessary risks? Ajax's words revealed the truth. Grain prices cannot be too low. Chapter 170. Every family has its own troubles. Emperor Heston had a clear idea about these matters in general. The Qimeng education was for eradicating illiteracy. Water conservancy projects still required continuous improvement in technology to ensure safety. Innovations in shipping were to ensure the smooth passage of waterways, as well as the corresponding order and safety, which also needed further guarantees. Food priority was the national policy of the Ming Dynasty, a theme that needed to be continued. The people could not be without food. This absolute bottom line must not be crossed. Anyone who violated it would face severe consequences. Of course, it wasn't entirely inflexible. If there were surplus wastelands, people could cultivate them or plant cash crops, provided they ensured their own food sufficiency and fulfilled their grain contribution quota. This point was crucial and couldn't be replaced by money. Once someone used wealth as a substitute, many problems would arise. Therefore, Heston directly cut off this avenue. At the same time, He issued an edict abolishing corvée labor and instead adopted a principle of distribution according to work. Participants in imperial projects would receive wages as subsidies, with meals also provided. Only in this way could the internal issues of the Ming Dynasty be stabilized more effectively. After this imperial decree was issued, many people were puzzled. They didn't know that Ajax had given him plenty of advice and answers, hence the emperor's preparation was quite thorough. As for Enlightenment education, it was a focal point that couldn't be taken lightly. Thus, Heston turned his mind to the Hanlin Academy. Cultivation could proceed, but other subsequent problems needed careful attention. Failed scholars could also participate, but obviously had to invest more effort. However, if they succeeded, they might bypass the civil service exams and enter officialdom directly. Although there were certain drawbacks, relatively speaking, such people could only become low-ranking officials at the 9th grade and progress step by step from there, instead of starting as 7th grade officials. This measure aimed to prevent some people's ambitions. To better test these newly appointed officials, Heston sent them to serve in remote areas. These places were often harsh lands or regions filled with unruly people. Success in such areas would make promotion easier. On this point, he saw clearly. Though high-ranking officials' children might produce few talents, believing otherwise was self-deception. Some of these issues were understood, others not, but what mattered was doing what must be done. Various situations could not be ignored. Time was the best testing tool. Ajax had nothing to say either. Those who could endure in these places deserved respect. He wouldn't treat them differently due to family background. Key was their ability to achieve. A minimum of 3 years was required, longer if performance was unsatisfactory. Only those genuinely willing to use their abilities and withstand inner turmoil could succeed. Doing unusual things in seemingly insignificant positions was just a dream. The edict made everything clear. Scholars understood this path was difficult, but solidly built toward officialdom. Whether one would rise to prominence was uncertain, but excelling was challenging. Other aspects needed more preparation and public awareness, beneficial for the development of the Ming Dynasty. Sir, you've worked hard. Let's eat. Just returning home, Kesha pulled Ajax to dine. There was nothing to say, so he readily agreed. While eating, Ajax asked, "What's wrong? Is there something?" Hearing this, Kesha hesitated. "You already knew?" Confused, Ajax wondered what she meant. Seeing his puzzled look, Kesha said helplessly, "My sister couldn't bear the loneliness and ran out. Fortunately, I found her and brought her here." Puzzled, Ajax responded, "Coming out after being at home for too long isn't abnormal. What's the problem?" He truly didn't understand. It seemed normal to him. Kesha looked at him, sighing. "My sister has always loved martial arts. My father couldn't control her." Ajax laughed. "Isn't she just preferring arms over adornments? Normal, considering your military family." Kesha grew uneasy, shaking her head. "But she's gotten into much trouble, causing headaches." Ajax seemed to recall something, putting down his chopsticks. "Is there something bothering you, lady? Just say it." Embarrassed, Kesha eventually explained the situation. It turned out that although Coraline, Kesha's younger sister, preferred arms to adornments, she was born with natural beauty, the kind that would captivate anyone who saw her. Thus, trouble broke out when she came out today. Several groups of people got into a brawl over her, leaving one person severely injured and 2 unconscious. Ajax was at a loss for words upon hearing this. How could things have escalated like this? Kesha said somewhat uneasily. "As a result, we're now entangled in legal disputes. These people think she's unreliable and have taken it to the officials." Ajax didn't know how to respond anymore. It was just a joke, but one couldn't be so reckless. "Where is she?" Hearing this, Kesha glanced towards the door, which instantly let Ajax know where she was. Isn't this eavesdropping? Indeed, she grew up without any sense of boundaries. "Coraline, come out," Ajax called out sternly. With no choice, Coraline lowered her head and walked in, realizing there was no point in thinking too much about it. Seeing her, Ajax sighed, saying, "How old are you? To cause such a commotion already? What will your father think?" As the daughter of the prestigious Elijah Gwagong, this behavior is utterly ridiculous. It was truly difficult to put into words. Seeing this, Kesha hurriedly intervened. "My lord, don't be angry. Third sister is still young and doesn't know better. We'll make sure to teach her well in the future." Seeing his wife coming to her defense, Ajax could only say, "Fine, I'll handle the matter, but her education from now on falls on you. After all, your father is stationed in the north and can't leave." "Yes, my lord, I understand. Rest assured, I'll take good care of it." Ajax was also exasperated. This girl was truly mischievous and caused so much trouble. Coraline dared not speak up from then on. After all, her brother-in-law was the current imperial preceptor. If she were punished, even her father wouldn't intervene, which would be disastrous. So, she couldn't argue back, nor could her mother do anything about it, especially since she was in the hands of the imperial preceptor. Fortunately, it was her brother-in-law. Chapter 171, The Examination Case. With Ajax's involvement, Coraline's matter was settled. Fortunately, it did not result in fatalities, and there was still room for remediation, which was not difficult for Ajax. Heston also knew about this, but he did not take it seriously since no one died. As long as Ajax handled the aftermath properly, there was no need to make a fuss. After all, it had been privately resolved. Litigations often have settlements. Being stubborn would benefit none. Afterwards, Coraline was even more tightly controlled by Kesha, who watched her strictly to prevent any such incidents. Upon learning this, Ajax did not comment further. Everyone sighed in relief. Gossip was always troublesome, especially at their level, where it was even more complicated. Every family has its own troubles. Human nature varies, so it's impossible and impractical to expect uniformity. This fact needed no explanation, as everyone understood it implicitly. There was no need for many words, as silence could bring stability. The examinations had already begun, shifting Heston's focus. Since Ajax did not interfere, the court officials managed on their own without issues. Heston waited quietly, knowing that the exam questions were impromptu. It came down to the candidate's true abilities, a realistic approach that revealed genuine talent even more clearly. After nearly 10 days, the exams concluded, entering the grading phase under Gay's meticulous supervision. He understood the emperor well. Due to reforms, only the literary portions were graded by them, while military skills like riding and archery were scored by military officers. Both sets of scores combined formed the final results. Everyone, pay close attention. No detail should be overlooked, understood? Yes, Sir Liu. Soon, they dove into reviewing the papers. Gradually, submissions poured in. With the chief examiner and 2 deputy examiners deliberating, they scrutinized every answer. Selecting the top 3 was no easy task. Should any peculiar situation arise, it could become a laughingstock. Important things require careful handling, avoiding hasty decisions. Soon, after discussions, they compiled the list of successful candidates. Disappointments were inevitable, but it highlighted the competitiveness. Without saying much, they needed to maintain control over quality. When Heston saw the submitted names and answers, he found no issue and gave his approval. Gay and the others breathed a sigh of relief, issuing the list promptly. However, this led to a long-hidden issue surfacing. The next day, chaos erupted during the announcement, especially among Northern scholars. Unfair, unfair? Northern scholars loudly protested as hardly any of them made it to the list. They felt unfairly treated compared to previous exams conducted by the National Arianaster. Believing this to be an examiner's fault, the unrest grew. Despite being manageable, Yuan urgently reported this to Heston. Heston, hearing this, was furious but unsure of the truth behind it. After all, evaluations focused solely on performance, with origins unknown. Fetch the National Arianaster. Yes, your Arianagesty. Heston was anxious but helpless, knowing this uproar could lead to public resentment. Did these people not think before acting? Ajax was unaware initially, thinking it unnecessary to intervene again since the second round of exams would handle itself. Yet he found himself involved once more. Sighing, he entered the palace. Greetings, your Arianagesty. At ease, nephew. No formalities between us. How do we resolve this? After a moment of thought, Ajax replied, could combining both approaches not balance the examination results? Heston shook his head. It's too complex. It can't be done easily now. Ajax then said, Davidson, perhaps it's because there have been too many wars in the north, leading to many problems that can't be addressed. Naturally, they cannot concentrate on advancing and studying, which is beyond doubt. But there will also be subsequent issues, which don't need explanation. With frequent wars, there will inevitably be helpless times. So, eradicating illiteracy was just a beginning. More severe problems will follow. With unrest from wars, this will be an endless cycle. Heston, hearing this, couldn't help but feel troubled. Indeed, things were getting more complicated, as could be seen. In summary, these matters cannot be ignored. The main point is to contribute something valuable and irrefutable, bringing about unquantifiable benefits. There's no room for argument here. So, what do you suggest? We can't keep dragging this out. This issue cannot be delayed, as things will only escalate further. Ajax had no good solution either, so he could only rely on others' methods. Davidson, why not separate them? Southern regions handled by Southerners, Northern regions handled by Northerners, establishing a dual ranking system. This could somewhat reflect the court's intention, but doing so would increase the number of people passing the exams in the future. There are pros and cons, but this is the best way to handle it now. As for the increase in exam pass rates, we can think of other solutions later. After some thought, Heston directly said, yes, let's do it this way. As for future issues, we'll address them when they come. We can find ways to manage it. Ajax, hearing this, didn't say more. This method could ease the current situation, but the future still needed much time to consider. Given that the Ming Dynasty was newly established and required many capable officials, this move could fill that gap. Subsequent issues could be addressed with other methods. This can work. Davidson, please issue the decree quickly. Otherwise, if this gets out of hand, it will be very troublesome. Some people might just be watching the spectacle, making it even more difficult. Heston agreed, thinking it best to issue the decree immediately. This way, there was no need for more discussion, allowing better handling of the situation. All this makes sense and brings peace of mind. Chapter 172. Arianarchus's anxiety and the establishment of separate northern and southern lists. Arianaster, it's bad. The students are causing a commotion. They're being quite unruly. Arianarchus was reading at home when a servant rushed back to report the matter, clearly still shaken. Arianarchus listened patiently and said, tell me more, slowly. Why are the students rioting? It took the servant a while to regain his composure before he recounted the incident in detail. Caesar also arrived and, hearing about the matter, was puzzled. This didn't seem like something that warranted such a commotion. Arianarchus, who was no ordinary man, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly changed into formal attire, saying, let's go to the palace. Though puzzled, they dared not delay and quickly complied. Arianarchus made his way to the palace as soon as possible, only to overhear the emperor and the imperial Arianaster discussing state affairs. Instantly, everything became clear. Emperor Heston was surprised by Arianarchus's prompt arrival. Previously, he had never been so eager. Announce him. Upon entering the hall, Arianarchus saw Emperor Heston and Ajax present. He dared not speak out of turn and hastened to bow respectfully. Heston waved a hand. No need for formalities. What brings you here? Arianarchus replied directly, your Arianagesty. I've heard of the unrest caused by the students and have come to seek your instructions. Heston understood his concern. After all, most of those who had passed the examination were from the south, which was predictable. Ajax remained silent, observing intently. Do you have any suggestions on how to handle this situation? Heston demanded an answer, leaving Arianarchus stumped. This was unprecedented and indeed troublesome, with no immediate solution coming to mind. Your Arianagesty, I beg forgiveness, but I have yet to find a way to resolve this. Heston wasn't displeased and waved it off. Never mind. We weren't aware of their origins. Had we known they were mostly Southerners, this wouldn't have happened. Arianarchus was anxious inside, but didn't know how to voice his thoughts. Indeed, there was no easy solution. This matter couldn't be delayed. It was indeed troublesome. Seeing Aryonarchus sweating profusely from anxiety, Heston felt secretly pleased. No matter how wise one is, panic can easily cloud one's judgment, an understandable human flaw. Alright, enough of this. I've already decreed that the northern students will have another round of examinations, establishing a northern list. This session will count as the southern list, supervised personally by the Imperial Aryonaster. As for Gay and others, though academically proficient, they lack understanding of the bigger picture. They will be reassigned to serve in Shaanxi. Aryonarchus thought this was indeed a good solution. Though unfortunate for Gay and others, this decision had to be made. They failed to see the larger picture, focusing solely on academic scores, hence their demotion was justified. The situation was complex and difficult to discuss openly. The aftermath would naturally unfold, which was understandable. With the decision made, Aryonarchus knew better than to argue. His own imprudence had led to this outcome. What could he do? Hadn't they all known the students' origins and still acted? Wasn't that foolishness? Blaming the emperor would be asking for trouble. Not being imprisoned was fortunate enough. In recent years, Heston had become more composed, thanks to Paulette's advice and Ajax's presence. This relaxation contributed greatly to his calm demeanor, which everyone could understand without asking. Comparatively, all these changes were within reason and clearly visible. Overthinking them was unnecessary. The emperor is always right. If anyone erred, it was the ministers. In this case, they indeed overlooked the national interest, a grave mistake. Understanding this, Aryonarchus said nothing more. In the current Ming Dynasty, no one dared challenge the emperor's authority. Who then would be the second most powerful person? Aryonany knew it was the Imperial Aryonaster. Aryonarchus dared not slack, fearing retribution. He had been given many chances and couldn't afford to be foolish, lest his family lose their standing. After all, emperors are often suspicious, and he did not wish to fall victim to such suspicion. Ajax observed without comment. With the matter settled, further debate was pointless. The subsequent imperial examinations needed to proceed fairly. Soon, the decree was delivered to the examination hall and officially announced. Upon hearing this, the students were relieved. This eased tensions and calmed public discontent. Moreover, the northern students would receive food and lodging from the government as compensation for the delay. Most importantly, they would now be examined under the supervision of the Imperial Aryonaster as the chief examiner. This piece of news greatly uplifted the northern students, immediately dispelling any signs of unrest as they returned to their own quarters. As for the southern students, they felt helpless. Indeed, in the larger picture, this matter needed careful consideration. Gay and others being reassigned to serve in Shaanxi was undoubtedly a move to let them experience firsthand the challenges faced by the north. This also allowed the northern students to feel vindicated, putting their minds at ease. Balancing advantages requires prudent handling, which is no easy task, but it wouldn't be too unwise. In this way, it would contribute more to the stability of the court. You see, it's just as I thought. The Imperial Aryonaster has come to oversee this situation. I said before that His Aryonagesty wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Yes, you're absolutely right. With the Imperial Aryonaster here, there will be no issues this time. They must recognize our scholarly prowess. Get prepared quickly. The Imperial examinations are in 3 days. Although expenses were provided by the court, staying longer wasn't an option, and the importance of this event couldn't be underestimated. They also needed to demonstrate their abilities. Otherwise, wouldn't it be considered foolish and ignorant for them to appear lacking in wisdom? That would be a huge mistake. This point was evident. Nothing was impossible if they could achieve it. As long as they were capable, they would have their own pillars of strength, making it unsurprising. Preparation reflects one's capability. Poor preparation leads to troublesome consequences, leaving no need for explanation. Everyone understood. With the opportunity presented, there should be no regrets. This outcome was the best possible result. Establishing separate northern and southern lists provided a good opportunity for stability within the Ming Dynasty. As for how things would unfold later, that was something to consider much further down the road. They could resolve immediate crises without worrying about future impacts. Future generations would handle matters in their own way. After all, it wasn't feasible to expect ancestors to arrange everything for them. Clearly, this was not possible. Ajax didn't dwell on it either. Chapter 173, Political Entanglements and No Leisure. Paulette had naturally also heard of this matter, and she praised Ajax's solution without end. In doing so, it had handled the issue between students from the north and south quite well, saving a lot of trouble. Henley, our nephew did a pretty good job on this matter. You're really lucky. Yes, sister. If it weren't for our nephew's idea today, we'd have quite a headache now. Truly didn't expect that. Emperor Heston indeed thought as such. He genuinely had no solutions, but with this, there was peace at last. As Paulette spoke, she let him arrange the remaining matters, which showed that spiritual matters were hard to describe, yet somehow ineffable. Henley, in the future, don't be too impulsive when handling affairs. With our nephew around now, there will surely be many ways out, so don't rush. Heston naturally took her words to heart, having nothing but admiration for his own younger sister. Yes, I understand, all clear, rest assured. Paulette, hearing this, said no more, knowing he had taken her advice to heart. Ajax found himself burdened with some mundane tasks and couldn't refuse, thus accepting them. What's wrong? Nothing bad, I hope? Seeing him return looking rather melancholic, Kesha asked out of concern. Ajax sighed. What else could it be? Naturally about the imperial examinations. I thought there wouldn't be any more troubles, yet here they are again. We've already set examples for them before, but they still haven't learned. Kesha, understanding what had happened, wasn't concerned, shaking his head. All right, don't worry about it. It's just a small matter. To you, it's merely child's play. Ajax smiled helplessly. It's annoying. I didn't need to meddle at first. Now, how peaceful would it be? Kesha knew well his thoughts. All right, stop complaining. Remember, he's your Zeke after all. Tomorrow is a rest day, so why not relax at the Taoist temple? Ajax, understanding this, said, that's right, let's go tonight. I need to be back the day after tomorrow. Kesha had no objections and prepared for their trip to the temple just outside the city, which wasn't far away. Soon enough, Ajax set off with Kesha. No one dared to obstruct Ajax's carriage, knowing the national preceptor went out of the city for rest during every break. In truth, they didn't know. Ajax felt bitter inside. Initially, he had agreed with his Zeke that he could attend court only when necessary, otherwise staying away. But now, he found himself constrained, almost unconsciously assimilated into the rhythm of the court, a truly terrifying realization. Since he had chosen to step in himself, there was little point in complaining, leaving only a helpless sigh. As for those ministers, they envied him deeply. The national preceptor had 7 days off per month while they had only 3, but even so, it was an improvement. They could see progress in their struggle for leisure time, allowing them to enjoy more freedom. However, compared to before, the freedom of acting on whims simply couldn't compare. Alas, living in this era left them no choice. After all, Heston was not just his own Zeke, but also the emperor who respected Paulette. Ajax couldn't neglect everything, especially since he was now married, making escape impossible. This was the price of circumstances. He knew what lay ahead, though no one could predict the outcome. Still, he believed further adjustments would ease tensions, hoping for calmness. Upon learning this, Heston chuckled wryly, finding his nephew incredibly unique. So, our nephew has left the city? Yes, he's out, presumably going to the temple for meditation. Good to know. It's all because of your fussing. After doing so well, they still can't learn. Really? Heston was momentarily speechless, feeling attacked by his sister's words and looking innocent, knowing arguing was futile, for he always lost. For his own sister, she was his top priority, irreplaceable, the most important person. Now, the Ming Dynasty was flourishing, stronger than anyone could imagine, driven forward by his hand. Internally ensuring the people's peace, externally defeating enemies, making the Ming a powerful force. Generals emerged continuously, showcasing the military might of the Ming, marking its most terrifying period. True differences could now be seen. Nothing seemed impossible. Now, people lived in peace and prosperity, natural disasters reduced significantly, all clearly visible. Foreign enemies eradicated, borders enjoyed tranquility, all due to his great efforts. Weapon advancements, the introduction of firearms, sturdier ships, superior cannons. This was invincibility, demonstrating power and authority. Looking at the memorial sent by Jacob Elwood, one could see the significant improvement of the Ming Navy. The annual income from building ships was considerable, even though they were all merchant ships with relatively low tonnage. Still, this was incomparable to the past. Moreover now, the warships were being built larger and larger. Therefore, the capacity of merchant ships also improved, but it was still limited. This was an inevitable restriction. They couldn't be exactly the same. Good, really good. Another not so bad merit. What's wrong, Reed? Rest now. You can look at it tomorrow. Alright, this just came from Ariver. This time he learned well, sending a big fish, along with quite a lot of jewels to our inner treasury. Paulette listened, with a face full of helplessness. This person was just like that, but it was fine. No need to care too much anymore as long as she knew in her heart. A lot has changed, more intentions could be seen clearly, there was nothing disallowed. It's good that you know, sleep now. I really don't know what to do with you. Heston was just very happy. Now, he could finally have a sound sleep. This way, there was no need for much talk. As long as things went smoothly, the rest didn't need to be said. As for what the court ministers would say, it wasn't even worth mentioning. What could they say? It was impossible for them to say more. The current situation was understandable, and future developments were not hard to predict. Obvious things didn't need to be elaborated on, easy to understand, and the subsequent influence didn't need to be explained. In short, the display of strength reflected a sense of confidence, making them feel or realize Guasher's capabilities, which made them dare not overstep. This was understandable. But as for how great the Guasher's skills were, it was like a bottomless pit, truly unimaginable, causing some helplessness. It's not that they didn't want to think about it, but some things were indeed beyond reach. With simple reasons, one could naturally understand somewhat. Chapter 174. Trust is the most precious. With matters concluded and the northern examination smoothly wrapped up, this imperial examination case finally came to a close without stirring much dust. Naturally, there was no need to worry about any pressure. Such an arrangement also brought great satisfaction to Heston, as his joy could be foreseen. Different principles were understood here. Fortunate elements provided the best rationale. The significance within was well grasped and should not be overlooked. Satisfaction was felt towards these students, indeed worthy of being the imperial preceptor. Successfully handling it so effortlessly was truly commendable. Expectations went as smoothly as one could hope, revealing some inner thoughts without any hindrance. It was quite evident that nothing required denial. Each individual found pleasant surprises. All for the better, everyone was content. What else was there to say? Indeed, everything unfolded within reason, leaving people speechless. There was no need for more words. This was a fact. At this moment, no one could be ignored, nor was anyone easily pleased. Who could find their place in such a crowd? It was certain. Satisfying everyone was not a simple task. It's a well-known fact that pleasing all is no easy feat. Different rules dictated the measure of strength. Believe that as long as one does well, they are quite fortunate. Distinct values serve different purposes. Only by fulfilling them can one become useful talent for the Ming Dynasty. The prosperity of the Ming depended on everyone's efforts, a foreseeable outcome. One person alone could not accomplish this. One cannot underestimate these processes, which did not complete themselves in a short time. More preparation was needed to maximize future benefits. Although the Ming had 8 years of history behind it, it still wasn't long enough. Continued effort and hard work were essential, showing that a lifetime of dedication was worthwhile and necessary. Seizing opportunities revealed greater effort and understanding. Different meanings illuminated true intentions. Progress would depend on this generation's abilities. Ajax harbored no prejudice. He never thought he was smarter than ancient sages, but merely stood on their shoulders to gain broader horizons, leading to present achievements. Without diligence, nothing was possible. The future of the Ming Empire did not rest on one person but relied on everyone in their respective positions playing their roles. This was inevitable and an ongoing journey. Having cultivated personal abilities made one more competent. Arianity things required nurturing skills but not restlessness, as that could lead to troubles far beyond minor issues, potentially causing irreconcilable consequences. Thus, governing a large country is like cooking small fish, a profound truth. Ajax deeply understood this, finding clarity in comparison. Overall, less explanation was needed. If something could be done, it reflected one's aspirations. Leisure and peace brought immense joy, supported by various capabilities. Unlike before, having numerous skills gained support and capital, reflecting enlightenment. Adjusting mindsets required follow-up action, with someone implementing it. With the second imperial examination concluded, everyone sighed in relief. As for those unfortunate few, they must have been incompetent, missing obvious biases and insisting on merit-based evaluations. In the grand scheme of the Ming Empire, did scores really matter that much? No, they might be useful at times, but were insignificant in the bigger picture. People's peace and border stability were most important. Not causing trouble or disturbances, but focusing on proper arrangements was crucial. Now, mostly calm, who would willingly create reasons for destruction? That would truly be courting death. A reasonably intelligent person wouldn't say such things. If someone was genuinely ignorant, it showed a lack of understanding. The Ming had many experts, and any unmatchable move would solidify this fact. Reality was indeed cruel, offering few opportunities. Ajax didn't dwell on it. In court, he often remained silent, not because he was inactive, but because certain tasks were difficult and challenging. Real cases didn't require overthinking. Success meant achieving and resolving them. Arianarchus and other members of the cabinet worked silently, for they knew that even if the imperial preceptor did not speak, once they opened their mouths, if his Arianagesty could not make up his mind, he would certainly consult the imperial preceptor. This did not mean indecision. It simply reflected a misunderstanding of Heston. Only they understood how crucial Ajax was to Heston, perhaps no less so than Paulette, and his significance to the Ming Dynasty. Ajax neither coveted power nor lusted for influence. Yet his abilities were exceptional and his competence unparalleled. To underestimate such a perfect figure would mean losing one's head. If certain things should not happen, they must not occur. This understanding required no evaluation. Each step had to be taken with care. In short, anyone wishing to accomplish something must demonstrate true ability. Otherwise, they could only be a lucky charm. In fact, this was now the state of the cabinet. Though Arianarchus and others were capable, they dared not speak rashly, for fear of saying something wrong, leading to misinterpretation. Thus, they chose to protect themselves prudently. Ajax also noticed this, but could do nothing as his Zeke refused to let him leave court. So being a lucky charm was better than nothing. All understood this reality well. Moreover, most officials in the 6 ministries deferred to the imperial preceptor. Even if they did not fall directly under Ajax's jurisdiction, many matters subtly aligned with him. To say Heston was unaware would be a lie, but he trusted Ajax completely. This was the reality, understandable without extra thought. A very pragmatic stance indeed, making it all quite troublesome. Achieving anything required benefits. Otherwise, it was meaningless. True understanding or capability constrained them little. It came down to whether one's abilities were great enough. Such mutual trust was incredibly rare, especially among royals, where even father and son might kill each other, making it all the more precious. Chapter 175. Vigorous development of 3 new dockyards. In the 8th year of Hongwu, summer. In the northeast, it was also summertime now, and countless people were working overtime to complete the final steps. They had to strive to finish the basic construction work before the harsh winter arrived. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Furthermore, the Jizhou Island dockyard had preliminarily contacted them, bringing along relevant information. Emperor Heston specially named the new place Haitian Way. Ajax couldn't help but ridicule this choice in his heart, but did not mind. After all, it was only a matter of time before the name was used, so he didn't care much about it. Moreover, though these matters were hard to evaluate positively, they wouldn't disappoint anyway. The northeast region was not short of mineral resources, and there were many forests as well. The principle of protecting natural resources was also emphasized. Timber was harvested in specific areas or directly by opening up transportation routes for better logistics. However, large-scale deforestation could harm environmental protection. Given the real historical lessons like those from the Lust Plateau, proper protection measures needed to be ensured. Christopher knew how to proceed with this and certainly wouldn't act foolishly since there were experts in his team who could handle this task effortlessly. Moreover, with the increasingly frequent contact with Jizhou Island, supplies no longer needed to be transported over long distances by land. Even if roads were built, the process remained inconvenient. Every season had its own advantages, and everything could be achieved accordingly. The intentions behind these actions were obvious and required no worries as long as they were handled competently. With Jinzhou and Haidu outside of Jizhou Island serving as logistical supports, there was no need to worry too much. If the distance became an issue, Songjiang Prefecture could provide some support without any problem. Thus, having 3 major dockyards at the rear provided substantial support, making any concerns unnecessary. As for the Korean peninsula, which had already submitted to the Ming Dynasty, it would naturally have no attention paid to it. Their focus should be on managing internal affairs and stay out of overseas matters. However, the fishing industry would remain unaffected, although their ships couldn't sail far due to limited ranges. Therefore, supported by the court and several major Ming dockyards, Haitian Way rapidly developed. Having both human resources and financial strength meant that the key was to expedite construction quickly and attempt shipbuilding. Once completed, it could serve as a crucial logistics hub. Haitian Way, being an excellent ice-free port, promised future trade opportunities or other activities without worrying about frozen seas, which is rare worldwide. This was significant for the Ming Dynasty's northern strategy, thus ensuring its control would enhance territorial support and long-term strategic positioning. During this summer, rapid progress was essential, capturing untold labor forces, primarily focusing on the remaining Jurchens, posing no significant issues. Jizhou Island bustled with activity. Everyone looked pleased as the island proved suitable as a transit point and ideal for shipyard construction and maintenance. This eastward expansion strategy played a crucial role, linking the north and south, forming a frontline location geographically significant for military strategy. Now firmly under Ming control, there was no intention to relinquish it. This display showcased the prepared strength, aiming to boost combat capabilities while pursuing different geographical strategies. There was no need for excessive questioning regarding these apparent facts. The Ryukyu Islands in the south further bore witness to this development. The residents of Ryukyu, from the king down to commoners, offered strong support, improving logistical efficiency significantly. Upon hearing this news, Emperor Heston was delighted. Indeed, the Grand Area Master's plan was flawless, efficiently establishing defenses. Although Japan was a small country, it was too distant from mainland China, requiring sea transport during emergencies, making it challenging. Before troops moved, provisions must come first, ensuring safety as everyone understood the maritime principles. To avoid potential problems, thorough handling from all angles was necessary. Only by addressing these challenges would it allow for peace of mind, and subsequent matters would naturally be handled smoothly without further explanation. After all, competence made a difference. It wasn't easy. To achieve goals, one needed to demonstrate capability. The Ming Dynasty had the capacity, so a slight delay was no concern. A war is no game. It is a matter of life and death. As an emperor, one must not act rashly or command the army to charge forward without considering the dangers ahead. That would be a death sentence, and it is inappropriate. Now, with these preparations in place, a new strategic layout can be seen, emphasizing steady progress rather than inviting ridicule. If it were just a warning, it wouldn't matter much. But to serve as a bridgehead for the Ming Dynasty's eastern expansion, no room for accidents can be left. These potential issues must be eliminated at their roots. With these good strategies, there is greater confidence in handling matters well, so there's no need for excessive worry or further explanation. There truly isn't. The Ming Navy is naturally undergoing continuous training. However, the old river and lake fleets are not equivalent to a naval fleet. The former only demonstrated their prowess on inland rivers and lakes, where even the largest waves pale in comparison to those in the open sea. The more intense the winds and waves, the more it proves that the dangers of the sea far exceed those of inland waters. In summary, caution is needed in certain matters, and Ajax understands this well. Only by staying alive can they contribute to the Ming Dynasty. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to more danger, leaving everyone with no choice. This is the true meaning. Believe that after the 9 shipyards start construction simultaneously, even if Haitianway progresses a bit slower, the other 8 shipyards won't lag far behind. This is very clear and understandable. Every additional shipyard adds strength, and each large ship built enhances the Ming's combat power. This further strengthens the Ming Dynasty's capabilities. This isn't a joke but a fact, clearly visible and requiring no further questions. True uncertainties lie in the unknown. When something is bound to happen, it will be a perfect turning point, a reality beyond anyone's prediction. Whatever follows is not worth being overly concerned about. Ultimately, it represents a hopeful endorsement and a tribute to strength. Chapter 176, Turning this sea into the inner lake of Great Ming. Good, very good. Camden, you see, it might be a bit slower on the side of Vladivostok, but it doesn't matter. Yes, indeed it doesn't matter as long as we can set sail. It's the nearest point to Japan. Besides, there's a strait separating the northern islands of Japan from its largest island, so they're not completely connected. At that time, we can occupy the northern islands first and deploy troops there. Then what? Both men smiled at each other, clearly understanding the implications. To firmly control these islands step by step and gradually weaken Japan's strength. Davidson, the people on these islands are all like wolves. The men can go mining, while the women can be rewards for our great Ming soldiers, thus thoroughly eliminating this country, Ajax said directly, allowing no room for other conditions. Emperor Heston, although not knowing why his nephew hated this country so much, agreed without hesitation. After all, many roads were being built domestically, and many dangerous places required manpower. These prisoners were the best labor force. The great Ming did not need these scoundrels, only their cheapest labor. They could even sell them to tribes like the Tumo who desperately needed population. Given these facts, certain things became more transparent. There was no need to rush. Heston pointed at the map and said, really broadening my horizons. It's really neat here, making everything clearer. The sea is truly vast. How large is the East China Sea anyway? Ajax laughed and said, Davidson, the East China Sea isn't big, but these lands and seas are immense. We need more people to handle them without causing any trouble. These necessities, including potential dangers, were understandable. Heston looked at the broader sea and land areas, feeling an itch in his heart. He nodded, saying, indeed, these places are still vast and cannot be abandoned. Otherwise, when our population grows in the future, won't we lack livable space? These areas must be occupied. Looking toward the future, Heston saw a distant goal, providing new foundations for his citizens. Thus, he intended to occupy all these territories without any loss. Davidson, look here. This vast piece of land across the sea isn't smaller than our homeland. It's a fine resource-rich area, and a place fit for survival, as we can foresee. Heston nodded, genuinely cheering up. If they could seize all these treasures, nothing would be better. In summary, effort and similarity were predictable. As long as benefits were obtained, everything was understandable, and subsequent developments could be seen clearly. The truth was unknown until one truly arrived. There was no point in rushing. Patience was needed. One couldn't simply get what they wanted easily. After seeing these memorials, Heston turned his attention to domestic development, which was going well with stability in various regions. Especially in the north, peace had significantly increased as policies were steadily implemented, improving coordination. The same went for the south. If they maintained their own path, there wouldn't be any issues. With troops stationed, unrest was unlikely, especially given the emphasis on naval training. Of course, it initially began with the Navy, which later transformed into a modern Navy. There was no doubt about this transition. Possessing enough capability meant acquiring strength, leading to exciting changes. Nothing was impossible. It was an exhilarating turning point. Now that both North and South are peaceful, this Eastern expeditionary strategy is indeed a great boon, Heston said with delight. Future events were unpredictable, and achieving goals wasn't easy, inevitably leading to complications. To avoid trouble, the simplest approach was handling matters well from the beginning, ensuring peace of mind from the start. Too much concern wasn't wrong, but it was unnecessary. True capability could solve most problems. While understanding was important, expanding too much would increase pressure, so it was best to alleviate all pressures early on. This way, trivial matters wouldn't be a concern. I wonder how those guys are doing. Emperor Heston laughed and scolded his several sons, who were all eager for battles and challenges. Although he had once assigned them to oversee a few shipyards, it was also an opportunity to expand their horizons. Otherwise, without technology, they wouldn't even be able to build decent ships. By doing this, there would be no results, making it hard to articulate. Ajax naturally understood the abilities of his several cousins. Each one was quite capable and ambitious. If they could seize this opportunity to gain advanced concepts and technologies in shipbuilding, it would be a great benefit. As long as they could achieve it, it would provide a sense of security, without too much doubt. Different ideas meant preparation for strength. Nothing was impossible. Everything had its possibilities. Davidson, you can rest assured. Their ambitions are evident. If they weren't willing, they wouldn't have stayed in the shipyard long ago. This concerns the key to whether we can set sail in the future. If they're unwilling, we naturally won't force them. After hearing this, Heston nodded and said, yes, if they're not willing, who can force them? It seems good now that they've noticed this point. There's no need to hesitate. I hope they proceed smoothly. Obviously, he did not oppose their ambition. His sons were growing up, and they would inevitably face troubles. The future developments could be foreseen. As long as they achieved something, there would be benefits of success and steps toward future growth. Though it seemed calm, these little things were worth appreciating. No need for too much explanation. Understanding sufficed. Without too many thoughts, as long as they were assertive, it would be fine. By the way, nephew, is this place really such a vast land? Ajax smiled and said, Davidson, rest assured, it will definitely be there, and it will surprise you greatly. One could say our familiar inner lake of Great Ming will be even larger, so next time there's no need to worry at all. Absolutely no need to be anxious. Chapter 177 The Prince's Arianny Thoughts. In Haijo, Elwood looked at the large ship before him. His heart couldn't help but feel greatly pleased. It was indeed a magnificent vessel. Your Highness, this is the latest ship built with new breakthroughs in technology. Hearing the subordinate's reply, Elwood said happily, what about other areas? The subordinate quickly replied, they should be similar overall. However, in general, our strength remains formidable. Different values lie in different strengths, and this can also earn genuine admiration. Elwood agreed wholeheartedly. Only through great power could one win people's genuine respect, just as it was now. If he could gain more, it would further catalyze their combat strength. There were many places in the world they could strive for, not necessarily wasting resources within the borders of the Ming Dynasty. There were vast lands far larger than the Ming waiting to be explored. Unfortunately, building such a huge ship takes so much time. Won't future constructions be even slower? He had been watching the construction of this large ship from start to finish, and it took no short amount of time. Your Highness, rest assured, this is just the first time we are building such a ship. The speed will significantly increase in the future, so there's no need to worry. Really? Can it really be sped up? Of course. Proficiency and first attempts are different. Every breakthrough requires time for validation. Your Highness, look. There are already dozens of massive vessels moored here. This is the benefit of gaining proficiency. Elwood watched with envy but dared not act rashly. If his father knew he was undermining him, he'd surely get thrashed. This was no exaggeration. Heston had a fiery temper, and his sons felt absolute pressure under his bloodline dominance, unable to resist his might. All this made Elwood realize that nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Some things were not hard to imagine and could be managed. As long as there was room for growth, preparations for strength could be made. This was something that did not require worry or explanation. Walking around, Elwood wore an expression of quiet joy. With this fleet soon ready, he could recruit troops to sail with him into the seas. But all this had to wait until after subduing the Japanese pirates. These matters were not of immediate concern. Arianny issues had changed, and their outcome could be foreseen. No one needed to doubt too much. As long as they understood clearly, everything would work out well. There was no need to worry or explain further. I wonder how my other brothers are doing. What good things they have. Ambitious men never sit still. Those without ambition, Heston naturally wouldn't let them harm anyone. They would live quietly in the capital, period. Even Heston was mentally prepared. Doubting things often led to trouble, and any anomaly could lead to complications, understandable as it was. Besides, knowing Ajax was there, both the emperor and princes behaved properly. Though Ajax was the national Arianaster, he shared the same bloodline and was part of the Zhu family. Their respect for him was evident. Ajax understood this but chose not to get involved. It was unnecessary. Arianaster State Preceptor, expenditures have been quite high during the first half of this year, Hamza said with a serious face. Ajax nodded, knowing the reasons. Palace construction, 3 major shipyards, and improved water conservancy projects nationwide. Yes, that's true. Once these projects are completed, significant benefits will follow. Ajax put down the account book and continued, Minister Yang, continued support depends on you. Rest assured, this shipyard construction represents one of the largest expenses for the Ming. Future costs will mainly focus on building ships, which will be allocated accordingly. Hamza nodded, understanding the situation. Merchant payments for ships would suffice to cover warship construction costs, so there was no need to worry. Future matters also required further planning, especially concerning negotiations with the Japanese pirates. Compromise on the court was also an art, resolving conflicts among people. Oh, how is the army progressing? Is intervention necessary? Hamza shook his head. With you around, they don't dare speak recklessly. Now everyone is more cautious, but we must still be careful. You're right. Indeed, there's no need to worry about it. Ajax smiled, not because of himself, but due to their father, Heston, who had the power to suppress. This was merely leveraging that power indirectly, which could be understood. The implications were not hard to infer. With different mindsets, naturally, there would be different gains. To achieve a complete harvest, more skills were needed. To do more, one must have enough capability. The subsequent impact would be greater. The South also needs handling. Once it's done, we can open up more key transportation routes. For us, this is an undeniable fact. In summary, foundation is at the core of everything. If things go smoothly, there will certainly be more gains. Hamza understood what Ajax meant. Regarding the reports from spies, they all knew these places were excellent for producing grain. As long as there was enough grain, the Ministry of Revenue would be the most authoritative. The purse strings, who wouldn't want control over them? This was understandable and didn't need much explanation. There would always be competition for power, leaving people with few thoughts. Skills might be few, but abilities many, forming a significant force. The Ming Dynasty's development has never stopped. People were highly enthusiastic. There were hidden informants among them, collecting intelligence secretly for the emperor. Stability was the theme. Yes, this is how they did it. Once any corruption or embezzlement was discovered, measures would be taken, making those involved regret bitterly. After all, current salaries in the Ming Dynasty were substantial. Though perhaps not matching the Song Dynasty's various systems, they were better than before, evident to see. As long as one had skills, it reflected one's ability. The future potential of the Ming Dynasty was increasingly higher, beyond the foresight of ordinary people. They needed to be well prepared. Ajax naturally hoped this day would come soon, allowing him to be free and live a carefree life, which would be comfortable. Chapter 178. Heston's urgency. Heston was acutely aware that matters concerning his children were not easily clear-cut, and these issues were quite straightforward, let alone the crux of the problem, which posed another challenge altogether. This point needed to be handled with absolute tranquility, regardless of how it would be addressed. The previous challenges had been resolved by Ajax, which further improved the situation, greatly benefiting the future of the great Ming Dynasty. By externalizing internal conflicts, it could prevent internal friction. Of course, after 100 years, he wouldn't know the specifics or extend anything, but it still needed to be done. These rules didn't affect much and were indeed necessary. Different values were very diverse, and crises not of one's own making were particularly troublesome. All the unknown needs and influences were something that truly required more preparation and should not be doubted. Currently, Heston saw no problems and thus did not speak further, feeling there was no need for concern and was at ease. As long as the internal affairs of the Great Ming remained stable, everything else was minor. Looking at the issues in the major shipyards, they became clearer and awakened people to an important matter that required no explanation. Things that couldn't be changed were troublesome. Subsequent matters delayed certain affairs since many things centered on human nature. Otherwise, nothing could be accomplished. In summary, the current state of affairs was indescribably complicated, truly too troublesome, yet undeniably unique. Each prince had their own thoughts, even if Heston couldn't immediately resolve them. After all, they would grow up, and how long could he maintain the status quo? This issue was also a lingering concern for him. However, with Ajax's various strategies, it wasn't a significant problem. The more complex issues would only surface much later, which would be a bigger challenge then. But at that time, Heston wouldn't see it. He couldn't worry about so many things now. As long as stability was maintained, and the people were well, that was enough. Ajax's plans were excellent and brought joy. The expected effects were within his grasp. Different hopes and answers depended on the times. The influence down the line was something for the future, and avoiding problems now was the best solution. Different eras and different people naturally led to varied outcomes. The true impact, whatever it may be, was worth it, and its influence was immense. The real benefits were hard to describe and unchangeable. The emperor's genuine purpose was a long-term stable plan, one that could last many years and be most effective. Sending princes away was the best approach to prevent harm to the people of the Great Ming. Heston respected and valued his subjects highly, so it was best not to let internal conflicts harm them. The outside world wasn't under his control. Camden, how is the shipbuilding progressing? Are there enough ships? Ajax nodded, recognizing the ongoing impacts, truly appreciating the magnitude of the situation. Davidson, we are accelerating construction. While we have made some progress, overall, it's still not enough and not secure enough. In the vast ocean, larger and sturdier ships are safer. Moreover, we need better defensive facilities. Otherwise, encountering reefs would be disastrous. This was no exaggeration. Heston, having experienced naval battles, knew the dangers well. Area maritime combat was far more complex than river warfare. Naval battles were more brutal. Once a ship was damaged, rescue might be impossible due to the unpredictable nature of the sea, with numerous hidden currents and complex marine life. Thus, every requirement must be taken seriously with no room for complacency. The proof of strength lay in the ability to achieve excellence. Ajax had a clearer understanding of naval warfare. Even though movies and TV shows portrayed it artistically, the reality was far crueler. Even if not entirely accurate, it was starkly brutal. Reality often surpassed fiction, reflecting the true answer in one's heart. The future impact is understandable and does not require any doubt. True difficulties do not need immediate handling, as they are real and visible. No matter how much artistic embellishment there is, it all comes from reality. Therefore, he knew that ensuring safety was the only way to achieve longevity and benefits. Although he had an unreliable system, it was for the use of the Great Ming Dynasty, as he was the imperial teacher, which made sense. So, we still need to wait a bit more? Davidson, if the focus is on restraining the Japanese pirates of the East, I think just a few more large ships will suffice. Not too many, but enough to fulfill our aspirations. I believe we can achieve this. After hearing this, Heston was satisfied. Currently, he eagerly anticipated the gold and silver mines in Japan, especially the silver mines. With such vast deposits, who wouldn't want them? The embroidered uniform guard had long been secretly stationed in Japan and confirmed the authenticity of the silver mines at Iwami Ginzen, leaving no room for doubt. In this regard, every aspect could be achieved without explanation. Changing certain things was unimaginable yet extremely necessary. To vividly describe it would not be hard to deny. The straightforward intentions were clear, and no one could argue against this understanding. Often, simplicity suffices. Subsequent complexities could be dealt with logically. Indeed, this anticipation was greatly desired. For the great Ming Dynasty, these resources were a treasure trove that could not be left untapped. Focusing on this, the more resources obtained, the better, avoiding surprises for added safety. Understanding these issues and resolving them brought greater anticipation to Heston. Very well, hasten the progress immediately. Speed is essential. This shouldn't be difficult now. We can start moving forward. Davidson, you can rest assured. Consider this a preliminary exercise. Chapter 179 The Difficulties of the Sea Crossing War. What pre-enactment? What are you talking about? Heston was still confused, not quite catching on. Ajax explained, Davidson, have you forgotten? Naval warfare is unlike anything we've dealt with before. It's a new thing for the Ming Dynasty, and conducting military operations across the sea is an unprecedented endeavor. Although I've arranged logistic support from 3 directions, no one can predict what will happen in the future. As Heston listened, he immediately understood that Ajax had a point. No one could predict future events. This unpredictability and its potential impact were indeed important considerations that shouldn't be underestimated. In this regard, true strength carried an indescribable pressure. The myriad of subsequent developments would be difficult to articulate in detail. Everything has its first time, and for the Ming Dynasty, this would be a fine example. Though worried, Heston knew this was a necessary step. His children wished to sail out and conquer more territory, which was a pursuit that couldn't be abandoned. If they couldn't even handle naval battles, what business did they have going out at all? They should just stay home as leisurely princes. This point clarified some underlying logic, which wasn't hard to grasp. The real benefits were unknown, but everyone was confident it would be worthwhile. As long as everything went well, there wouldn't be any issues. All future matters would unfold naturally, without needing further concern. Ajax's words were clear. This pre-enactment was giving them a chance to train their troops. Otherwise, why send them to certain death? Moreover, crossing the sea for combat would test their resolve and expose them to various external factors, placing high demands on them. If not, they would only have the option of advancing by land through endless deserts, a perilous route requiring substantial resources. Everyone understood this reality. This decision made sense, and the change in mindset was clear. Once everything went smoothly, no further explanation would be needed. As for real problems, nothing was insurmountable. Reality was simply too powerful, with different approaches leading to varied outcomes. Future pressures and uncertainties couldn't be predicted, nor easily compared with previous intentions. You're right. They should be properly trained, especially learning to engage in real naval combat, Heston concluded. Since his children were so eager to go, they could start with a battle against the Japanese pirates. If they couldn't achieve this, then they might as well abandon such ambitions and remain peaceful princes. Alternatively, they could venture westward. Regarding a southern campaign, Heston disagreed. He had already assessed that those regions were prime locations, and he was unwilling to let them go. He planned to personally occupy them to expand the Ming territory, fulfilling his duty as emperor. Thinking of this, Heston felt energized. He clearly understood the significance and was more determined than ever. These considerations brought him closer to making critical decisions, which naturally didn't need further explanation. Ultimately, the essence of power was progress. No one could truly determine the future. Ajax also understood his Zeke's resolve. It was natural and didn't require excessive doubt. He was fully aware of what lay ahead. In that case, I'll immediately notify the merchants to halt their orders temporarily. We need to quickly construct new large warships to ensure the success of this sea-crossing operation. Regarding the 3 major shipyards responsible for logistics, they are nearly completed. Routine repairs and construction shouldn't pose any problems. Heston nodded approvingly. As long as everything proceeded smoothly, there was no need for doubt. With strong motivation and valuable resources like mines, the foundation was set. In reality, these goals were achievable and easily comprehensible. Desire fueled ambition, and no one was exempt, not even emperors. Understanding this, ignorance was unnecessary. With a clear mind, progress became the priority. Too much had changed, but there was no need for argument. Following the natural course of events was the right path. Go ahead and prepare. I'll call back my sons for a serious talk. Although he was previously resolute, he couldn't afford to offend his own sons. However, there was only one throne for the Ming Dynasty, and there was no way to let them fight each other to the death. So, however unwilling he was, he had to accept this reality, which was a last resort. True enlightenment came from understanding that significant actions required sufficient strength. Otherwise, everything would be nothing. Witnessing countless surprises brought about countless helplessness. It was all so contradictory. Ajax understood and realized this in his heart, but he didn't dwell on it much. He simply bowed out and prepared accordingly. Heston, watching him leave, knew he had to make a decision when it was time. None of this could be blind. The consequences were unpredictable. As long as he was clear in his mind, nothing was insurmountable. These matters on his mind were unavoidable. Who would willingly increase uncertainty? That would be ignorance. However, naval warfare or sea-crossing operations were also unpredictable, and he needed to prepare for everything. So he planned to call them back for a serious talk. If they still insisted, as their father, he naturally wouldn't let them down. But once they went out to fight, they had to take responsibility for themselves. Avoiding all future issues would complicate things even more. The true value lay in understanding, regardless of which side. Whether accepting or denying, dreams would be realized. One must be prepared for what's ahead. The distinction between dreams and reality was hard to sustain. Things were almost settled. He could guide everything now. Subsequent events weren't difficult to handle, as those challenges were insurmountable. All these concerns, joys in his heart, and reluctance to part with family, could they compare to their future? Each of them wanted to achieve their ambitions and naturally couldn't give up these benefits. Once understood, it became the core belief. Success or failure was merely intriguing, But it was the direction everyone strove for, not just a minor issue. Chapter 180. Three princes choose their own battle routes. Marlin, Bohin, and Tate all received the order from Heston and hurried back to Yingtian Prefecture. Though they were puzzled in their hearts, their father's words were absolute, and they naturally complied without question. Upon returning to Yingtian Prefecture, they went straight to the palace. Your Area Majesty. Heston looked at his three sons, feeling sentimental. They had grown up and developed their own minds. Rise. You have grown up and have your own thoughts now, which is good, but you must not be too anxious. Yes, Your Area Majesty. Whatever Heston said, they would agree with, naturally not opposing him. Bloodline suppression was indeed powerful, more so than any ordinary power. I called you back this time because I want you to think about something. I know what each of you thinks, so there's no need for much explanation. This is not a big matter. I just want to ask if you're sure. Marlin and the others understood their father's meaning. They exchanged glances and replied together, Father, we are certain. Their voices were strong and confident, carrying immense pressure. This ability was unquestionable. Opportunities are reserved for those who prepare. If they failed, it would mean they lacked the capability and shouldn't persist. Heston knew it wouldn't change anytime soon, nor did he wish to alter anything, as it wasn't necessary. To achieve it meant facing many troubles, and the subsequent events would be regrettable. It truly was challenging. Well then, this expedition against Japan will be entrusted to the three of you. Your elder cousin has already ordered the accelerated construction of large ships. Each unit will add several large ships and other warships. Choose your directions. At that moment, Heston had already drawn out the sea map and battle routes. The three princes looked at it and immediately understood how to engage the enemy. They glanced at each other, somewhat embarrassed about making their choices. Heston saw this and directly said, the northern and southern fronts can be shortened, while the central island, being the largest, cannot be reduced. The enemy will surely counterattack fiercely once they know. He pointed at the northern and southern islands, which, though not large, could still be managed without significant involvement. Thus, the central island, Honshu, remained the critical choice. As for the final decision, it was up to them. Marlin, as the second eldest, naturally recognized that Honshu was the largest and the hardest to conquer, possibly offering no time for rest. The northern and southern fronts offered some distance and strategic advantage, making defense easier. Under these circumstances, caution was paramount. But they had no other choice but to proceed with these three options. Father, as the second eldest, I choose to attack the center, directly heading for Honshu Island. Unsurprisingly, both Bohin and Tate understood this decision clearly, needing no further explanation. It was clear that danger loomed, presenting the greatest challenge. Ultimately, their strength couldn't be altered or underestimated. They needed to carefully consider all difficulties, requiring no prolonged deliberation. Father, I'll go to the south, Bohin promptly replied. Tate observed that only the northern route remained, which was the simplest strategy. Whether by distance or war predictions, it was the easiest choice. Even if he wanted to change, it wasn't possible. Since my second and third brothers have decided, I don't mind taking the northern route. Heston didn't mind either. While it seemed simple, it was challenging, especially as an overseas operation and naval campaign, filled with dangers that required careful control. Good. Since you're all prepared, I won't say more. How things develop is up to you. No need for me to elaborate. Of course, some matters need to be mentioned up front. Don't ignore future possibilities, understand? They responded together, yes, father, we understand. Heston said no more. Since it was their choice, he would follow their wishes. Tonight, your mother has prepared a family banquet. None of them had objections, given their deep respect and love for their mother, ensuring peace of mind. Paulette had prepared a family banquet early on. She understood her sons well. If they wanted to make something of themselves, they had to strive for it. There was only one imperial throne of the Great Ming, which belonged to her eldest son, so they needed to understand this. Since they were all willing to go out and make their own way in the world, it was the best outcome, and there was no need for many words. Changes could be implemented without any pressure. The true obstacles could be seen clearly, and future problems would not be difficult to solve. Different routes naturally led to different rewards, depending on how well they performed. All of this would influence Heston's view of them in the future, making everything very real. If they did not meet his expectations, it would be easy to see what was troubling him, and it would be hard to deny its significance. Heston watched without lecturing them further. They had grown up and had their own thoughts. There was nothing embarrassing about facing the inevitable challenges head-on, and it was time to break through the constraints of the sea. At this moment, family bonds had become stronger as everyone now had their own path and did not need to compete for the imperial throne, causing internal strife. This point was certain. As for why Elwood didn't come, it was because he wasn't informed. He still needed to oversee the construction plan for Songjiang Prefecture and could not be present. Besides, he was not on the list for this mission, and it was natural that the Jacob of the Great Ming would not be allowed to cross the sea into battle. Not only did Heston disallow it, but neither would the entire court of ministers. So this point required no further thought. It just needed to be accepted. The remaining matters were filled with anticipation, and the future remained uncertain. Understanding their situation, they realized more deeply that no amount of worry could change anything. They could only wait quietly. The subsequent impact was significant, and the real opportunities were clear to see. Neither Heston nor Paulette held back. Both having emerged from the battlefield, they had broad perspectives and understood the underlying reasons. Chapter 181. Technical rigor, an outside story. Elwood only found out afterward, but it was already unchangeable. He understood that this stemmed from the love and care of his father, the emperor. Though he felt helpless, he could only accept it as there was no other way, certainly not letting his father and mother down. This was the best method to handle the Ming Dynasty's throne. This idea had been proposed by Ajax Dang in his earlier years. Now with this concrete implementation strategy, anything was possible. This served as their trio's vanguard. The extent of future power depended on their individual capabilities. The stronger the ability, the more formidable the combat strength, and the greater the territory obtained. In simple terms, the overseas lands were their battlegrounds. Emperor Heston didn't wish to intervene too much, merely seeing how they responded without worrying about anything else. After conveying Emperor Heston's edict, Ajax waited calmly. Whether basking in the tender affection with Kesha or retreating to a Taoist temple for quiet cultivation, both were viable options. As for merit points, they also increased, given that he continued to serve the people of the Ming Dynasty. This was irrespective of class distinctions. Scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants, all under the Ming system allowed for clear comparison, making everything transparent and questioning unnecessary. Clarity in mind ensured perfection. Nothing was impossible here. Future essence required sufficient value, genuine worth that no one could perceive completely, something unattainable. As long as it could be done, anything was possible, without overthinking. Moreover, reserves could be predicted. As long as things went well, they would achieve perfection without requiring much explanation. The abilities would be evident when the time came. Thus, he acted as an observer, silently supporting them. A few days later, Minister of Works Gabriel arrived. Your Reverence. Ajax waved his hand. Speak, what is it? Gabriel directly stated, Sir, I've made arrangements to expedite things. We expect significant acceleration, adding several large warships for each by year-end. Ajax nodded. Good. With his Arian Majesty having laid out the course for the three princes, the next phase is their showtime. Arian make sure subsequent preparations are adequate to avoid supply shortages. Gabriel replied solemnly, Understood, sir. I'll see to it immediately. All will be fully prepared. Ajax knew his capability and wouldn't argue, saying directly, Very well. We understand your efforts and challenges. True fame cannot be easily defined. To prevent certain issues, the necessary measures were visible. Achieving part of these goals was feasible. Simplicity ensured timely action with benefits clear enough, requiring no further questions. As long as arrangements followed the plan, there was no problem. Simplification and timeliness left nothing implausible. Effects remained unimpeded, highlighting their importance. Everything needed orderly arrangement, rendering these concerns moot. Therefore, accelerate at all times. Clarify orders so we can pause if needed. Everything must strive for the benefit of the Ming Dynasty. Yes, Your Reverence. Gabriel understood the implications and saw no issues. The true effect couldn't be described, but was undeniably known. As a minister, he understood the primacy of the court. Now, concentrating all resources on shipbuilding was crucial. Any delay being unacceptable, especially in the Ming Dynasty context where official hierarchy dominated. Whether in the past or present, officials set priorities. Confidence in strong abilities meant nothing was impossible. How the future unfolded remained uncertain, yet everyone involved understood this clearly. True power lay in execution and gained imperial recognition, the emperor's approval being key. By telling him this, Ajax wanted preparation, not passive waiting for orders, which would lead to stagnation. Apart from this, focus on cultivating skilled shipwrights. Secrets must not be casually divulged, and access to shipyards must be restricted to Ming nationals only. Foreigners are strictly prohibited. Don Zhanren said solemnly, Yes, Arian Master of the State Ajax Zhang, I understand. I will not let those with ulterior motives enter the Great Ming shipyards. This is the core area of our Great Ming. Seeing this, Ajax was reassured, knowing that if understood well, subsequent impacts could be handled properly, which was worth focusing on. As long as it was done well, it would indeed be feasible without much worry. As long as it could be achieved, it was the best, completely sufficient. Arianity things are not black and white but require consideration from multiple aspects. Otherwise, who would handle and take responsibility for problems? That's impossible. Pressures can also be managed. The subsequent outcomes are indescribable. Once an issue arises, its influence is enormous and cannot be underestimated. The matters at hand all stem from a sense of awareness, indicating different values in their aftermath. As long as they were satisfactory, that would be the best. Don Zhanren left contentedly, ensuring the Arian Master of the state's orders, and thus the emperor's, were carried out. Often, the emperor's inconvenient commands were arranged by Ajax tacitly. Regarding the various remarks in court, to Ajax, they were insignificant, not taken seriously at all, which could be understood without too much suspicion. True strength was comprehensible. Observing everything within, it was reasonable and clear to see, all making value evident. Unseen things gradually became apparent. When clearly visible, there was no need for intervention. Equivalent arrangements reflected true strength, making subsequent influences more direct, removing any ignorance, leading to significant changes. Ajax did not aim to complete everything at once, but preferred a gradual approach. With the biggest source of unrest already eliminated, there was ample time to address subsequent matters, avoiding excessive personal involvement. This fact was quite clear. Everything was straightforward indeed. Chapter 182. The people's peace lies in a bumper crop. The country enjoys peace, and the people live in contentment. Natural disasters do occur, but after a series of measures, the people have seen hope and witnessed reality. Sturdy riverbanks are the best shields. Moreover, the maintenance is relatively easy. Where there's a breach, it can be replaced immediately, which can be said to be quite efficient. This has been a consistent effort over recent years. Furthermore, as these projects are funded by the court, naturally arranged by the government, there are no major issues. Everything proceeds smoothly, without any doubt. This situation makes everything easier, requiring no extra thought. Subsequent issues all belong to the unpredictable part of life's pressure. But now, everything is good, and everyone sees a brighter future. Who among the common folk wouldn't want to see that? So, there is no problem with hope, and subsequent matters can proceed smoothly. Different opportunities depend on whether they can be seized. If not seized, it's their own fault. If seized, it demonstrates their capabilities, so there's no need to doubt anything. Thinking more means exerting more effort. As Heston looked at the report concerning areas prone to flooding, he found that things were much better now, which made him very satisfied. He also read the secret reports from the Jinui and avoided making biased judgments. Apart from the Jinui, there were retired guards who were deeply rooted in rural areas. They all exuded a strong military demeanor and understood the implications. Believing they could achieve this shows that the composition of power has changed for the better. Ultimately, this is fate's arrangement, which doesn't require too much questioning. Some problems cannot be explained in words. As long as they remain secret operations, interventions can still follow certain rules. The subsequent impact is significant and can be clearly seen. The more, the better. Accumulated strength can make a difference over time. Ajax saw through this aspect clearly and thoroughly, naturally avoiding ignorance. As the planner of the big picture, he aimed to benefit more people. Today's harvest is much better. Look at these lush green fields. How wonderful. Arianny stood on their fields or riverbanks, gazing at the rich green, hoping soon it would turn into a golden hue. Then it will be the season of harvest. Yes, last year was also good, but this year will be even better. Now our riverbanks are safer, we don't need to worry too much, and it's truly a delightful fact. Indeed, what a joyous thing. The more, the better, which is not excessive at all. Look at these rice paddies and the wheat fields next to them. They are really abundant. In many places suitable for planting wheat and rice, farmers can arrange freely as long as they are well prepared. The court does not interfere much. Farmers naturally know what to plant. Generally, the south plants more rice, while wheat is mostly intermixed and less prominent. The north mainly grows wheat, due to less rainfall, making rice cultivation less prosperous, driven by weather conditions. But whatever is planted, for the people, it's food that ensures their livelihood. It's not much of an issue, especially with the court further reducing agricultural taxes, giving them more freedom. Of course, apart from paying taxes, the court also buys a portion of the grain, which pays cash and is part of the strategy, making it harder but necessary. After all, the court cannot ignore this side. Otherwise, in case of famine, what would happen? So, there is much to do and pay attention to the overall picture. In the northeast, Dylan, as the chief inspector and the most powerful person locally, was amazed despite seeing it multiple times. The entire northeast plain is filled with crops. Truly spectacular, grandiose. This was his first impression. Dense crops covered the area, covering everything. Both rice and wheat are planted here. With its developed water system, rice cultivation is feasible. Though there is only one harvest opportunity per year, the yield is high, just as his son-in-law said. Previously, it was not fully developed, but now it is gradually coming into focus. Thus, the Ming Dynasty must seize this land. The gene of farming is deeply ingrained in the bones, fully understanding the terror of lacking food. Now that they have it, they can rest assured. People in the northeastern region generally do not stay for long. Once the harvest season comes, many people return to within the past, which was the common thought of most people and could be observed clearly. Following this is more capital. Wanting more is possible as well. However, winter here is not suitable unless one goes hunting, which poses considerable danger due to the vast, sparsely populated area. Dylan watched this scene, feeling genuinely touched from the heart, while also ordering it to be recorded. Every time, this process must continue, then be sent to Ingtian. This is because it has always been done this way. To truly implement it requires sufficient events as action. Otherwise, everything is just superficial. Don't say things like heaven's unwillingness, that's foolishness. The people of the Great Ming have long engraved the belief that human effort can triumph over nature into their bones, passed down from generation to generation without breaking. Certainly, they can take the time to stabilize the river channels. This is a definite task that begins once the rivers thaw after winter. The court provides wages and meals, so they don't have to spend money on it, just like other places. In fact, Dylan knew that at first, there were many who returned, but after a few years, some people planned to settle down. Having enough coal for heating fuel allowed them to avoid the cold. Clothing like cotton coats was distributed or could be purchased, and prices were not high, encouraging them to stay. As long as they can settle down one by one, they can have their own small homes. Gradually stabilizing would make them part of the greater Ming family, which is the most reasonable approach. Ajax knew this had to be done, no matter how hard and tiring it might be. Someone has to do it. Of course, it's not just one person. It requires many more, the more the better, almost fervent, not requiring too much explanation. True hardship can be implemented. If the people are happy, the court will enjoy even more peace and prosperity. Why not? This is an undeniable fact and a necessary transformation. Chapter 183, Tate arrives in Vladivostok. In Vladivostok, Christopher had a solemn expression on his face. After reading the secret imperial edict in his hand, he knew what needed to be done next and how to go about it. Well, this way things are indeed simpler. Upon learning that Emperor would entrust the eastern expedition to Japan to the 4th Prince Tate as the commander-in-chief of the northern front, Christopher felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. All he needed to do was ensure logistical support, without having to worry about other matters. This certainly was beneficial for him, and thus he could not help but be pleased. All the previous worries were now greatly simplified, and this turned out to be a fine plan, which provided comfort. As for the warships, they began being allocated from the Yellow Sea, East China Sea, and South China Sea, while shipyards across the country accelerated their construction efforts. Though Vladivostok possessed first-class shipbuilding facilities, the number of shipbuilders here was limited, making it unable to compare with the other 6 major shipyards. Furthermore, the newly established facility here lagged even further behind. However, the shipyards on Jeju Island and the Ryukyu Islands progressed much faster due to their advantageous conditions, allowing for a quicker settlement and faster logistical support. Conversely, this place developed the slowest, even on land. It was far away from the mainland of the Ming Empire. Despite the backing of northeast China, during summer the routes might be open, but once heavy snow blocked the mountains and the sea froze, this place would turn into a solitary island. Everything had to be prepared well in advance, with one advantage being its ice-free port. This port served as the sole source of winter sustenance, marine resources being crucial. Fish indeed required such preparations, providing greater peace of mind, making it all reasonable and logical. Fresh food primarily came from the ocean. This was unavoidable. Christopher understood this reality and knew there was no better solution for now. However, who knew what the future held? With more settlers moving to the northeast region, perhaps this area would become lively in the future. As part of the Ming's far eastern strength, it was necessary to strengthen development here, a fact that couldn't be denied. Such a clear conclusion could indeed be achieved. It would be perfect. As long as the Ming remained prosperous, this place would undoubtedly grow and develop, becoming inevitable factors. No need for empty talk. Only genuine strength mattered. Other aspects would naturally follow without undue concern. People were simple like that. No one could possess everything. Being human, not gods or immortals, dictated this simplicity. Ultimately, the future self was the foundation of everything. The realization in one's heart brought clarity, eliminating simple doubts and revealing profound mysteries. The Ming troops here had already made all necessary preparations, completing various measures. Soldiers just needed to obey orders. Tate arrived with the fleet. Although it wasn't time to take action yet, he, along with Bohan and Holt, had already set out to further understand naval warfare and strategic choices. This three-front operation was a test of their capabilities. Though nominally commanders-in-chief, they knew that their deputy generals were the true commanders. They were here to learn. Of course, if capable, they could act independently, but any mishaps would lead to serious consequences. Upon arriving in Vladivostok, Tate appeared solemn, not showing any arrogance. He knew this war would determine everyone's future and define the moment of decision-making power. Your Highness, Fourth Prince. Alex, you're too kind. No need for formalities. I will need your guidance going forward. Christopher was an old veteran in the military, and the situation was indescribably complex. Anything enlightened could be understood more clearly. Your Highness is too kind. It's my duty as a senior minister. If you have any needs, please speak up. However, as you can see, everything here is new and quite simple. Excessive demands might exceed my capacity. This was not a lie but the truth. The difficulties here were real, and not because of any fault but simply due to circumstances. Overall, all these issues stemmed from the current state of affairs, necessitating more explanation to avoid misunderstandings and confusion. Tate clearly saw everything was newly built. Despite being military camps and shipyards, the surroundings were still wilderness. Thus, he needed to prepare accordingly. Alex, thank you for your hard work. For the sake of the Ming and the future, establishing and fortifying new shipyards, Your Highness has my utmost respect. Because his enfeoffment was revoked before it could be implemented, no title had been confirmed for him, and it remains unresolved to this day. But they did not mind. It wasn't that Heston was stingy. Without actual fiefs, these titles were merely symbolic. So, Heston wanted to wait until they officially set out on the expedition before bestowing the princely titles. Their fiefs would not be within the Great Ming but outside of it, and whoever acquired more land would prove their capability. In fact, Heston was already discussing the princely titles with Ajax again. It's just that they didn't know yet. They wouldn't have to wait too long, as the strategy for the expedition to Japan would soon conclude. Once the warships and warriors for the three fronts were in place, it would be time to set out. Tate didn't mind and said, I heard that the port here doesn't freeze in winter? Christopher nodded. Indeed. It's similar to Haizhou and Jinzhou, though it's a bit colder here. Tate couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't expected such a place to exist, where a harbor could remain ice-free despite the extreme cold. It was indeed impressive to build shipyards here. Then, Tate followed Christopher and others to inspect the entire camp and then visited the shipyard. He had learned some things while at the Fuzhou shipyard. The shipbuilders here had been transferred from various places, and he had brought some more this time, ensuring everything went smoothly. Different values reflected different strengths, and this aspect couldn't be underestimated to avoid too many constraints. The logistics support was also robust. There were 2 routes from the mainland to Vladivostok, which made summer travel much easier. However, in winter, supplies mainly came from Jeju Island. Fortunately, it wasn't far and wouldn't cause much trouble. With emphasis on future maritime development, this place served as an important transit point, playing a significant role in the future. Tate sensed and realized this. It wasn't hard to ponder, and indeed it was true. Fortunately, many things were within his expectations, so he wouldn't be caught unprepared. Chapter 184. Cloud riding and mist driving stuns all officials. At the imperial court, following the completion of autumn harvests, everyone was reporting and discussing this matter. Emperor Heston was especially enthusiastic. Looking at the submitted memorials, he was very pleased. Grain production had increased significantly compared to last year. Although expenses for purchasing grains were still high, overall production far exceeded that of the previous year. In the past few years, much time and labor were spent on water conservancy projects. Fortunately, with the gradual completion of embankments and other hydraulic works, grain yields have been gradually increasing. By the end of last year, these projects were largely completed nationwide. Although there are still ongoing projects, they mainly involve minor repairs, not major issues. Now, after this year's autumn harvest, it's truly time to examine the national agricultural output. Great! This year's production has doubled compared to last year. Wonderful! The imperial granaries won't lack food anymore, and the people will have more grains. Excellent! Heston was very excited as he read the reports, despite the uneven distribution across regions. The Two Lakes region is the granary area, and this year's harvest was remarkably higher, which is astounding. Then came the Northeast region, where the vast black soil produced a bountiful harvest. Just as Ajax predicted, it matched the annual output of the Two Lakes region. It should be noted that the Two Lakes region can generally produce crops twice a year, which is critical for maintaining the granary status. Yet one season in the Northeast is enough to match 2 seasons in the Two Lakes region. Such output is indeed abundant. This made Heston understand the importance of the black soil even more. The fertility of the land here isn't just ordinary. If every year could be this smooth, how wonderful it would be, without having to worry about food shortages for our people. Though he wished for such a scenario, he knew natural disasters and human misfortunes were inevitable. Even as an emperor, he couldn't prevent them. Such things are up to nature's will. Of course, many of Ajax's measures aimed at addressing these problems. One crucial issue was that the north received too little rain while the south received too much, leading to severe imbalances in water resources. However, this situation was hard to change due to geographical barriers like the Qinling Mountains. Sometimes Heston wondered why such a massive mountain range exists within China, causing such regional problems. He hoped there could be a way to connect the north and south. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked Ajax, Arianaster Glacier, if we could divert water from the south to the north, wouldn't that be? All officials fell silent upon hearing Heston's words because they felt it was impossible. Ajax understood his Zeke's intention. While others might find it impossible, he could do it, and perhaps receive generous rewards for this task. Although he has been taking elixirs, promotion requires system rewards. His accumulated merit points have been steadily increasing over the years, but the cost of elixirs is quite high, so there weren't many surplus points. Now, understanding his Zeke's meaning, Your Area Majesty, I need to conduct a field survey to see if it's feasible. After all, although Taoism can transcend heaven, it cannot act recklessly or harm the geographical environment. The implication was clear. If actions disrupted the existing benefits, it would create more problems. Therefore, a thorough investigation was necessary. Heston understood and said directly, Very well, Arianaster Glacier. Consider it carefully. We won't urge you, as long as it doesn't affect both regions' benefits. Ajax nodded and replied, I will try my best. Once back, I'll inspect personally and finalize the plan before spring plowing begins. Heston nodded again, knowing this task was indeed challenging, but relying on him since it couldn't be done by manpower alone. Without hesitation, Ajax bowed and said, Your Area Majesty, I'll set off now. When I return tonight, I'll provide detailed information. Heston was taken aback, as were all the officials. After all, traveling from Nanjing to the Qinling Mountains took a long time. How could he leave early in the morning and return the same day? Instinctively, Heston said, My dear minister, isn't that too rushed? It's not possible. Realizing he hadn't demonstrated his magical abilities much except during the founding of the sect, Ajax smiled and said, Your Area Majesty, Tao transcends heaven and is boundless. Boundless heaven respecter. He then explained further, with Taoism, I can ride clouds and mist, allowing me to reach the Qinling Mountains swiftly. Hearing this, the court officials were astonished. Subsequently, he walked out of the palace hall, and everyone's eyes followed him. Even Emperor Heston couldn't help but step down from his dragon throne and follow him out of the hall. Outside the hall, Ajax flicked his fuchun, fly whisk, and with the wind lifting his Taoist robe, clouds immediately appeared beneath his feet, allowing him to ascend into the air. Your Area Majesty, by nightfall, I shall return. Your servant departs now. As soon as the words were spoken, his figure instantly rose into the sky, a figure rapidly speeding towards the Qinling Mountains within the clouds, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was incredibly fast. Yes, extremely fast, impossibly fast, but it had become an undeniable fact. So this is riding clouds and driving mist? At this moment, Heston finally understood. His nephew truly had entered the immortal realm, moving toward a non-human state. The Zhu family really did have a celestial being among them. The entire court of civil and military officials were left speechless, genuine celestial beings, truly celestial beings. Shocked, silent, yet the awe and astonishment in their hearts were inevitable. But the truth was right before their eyes, and without needing to say anything, they all understood everything, needing no further thought to see the reality clearly. After a long silence, Heston sighed and said, Dismissed. Retreat from the court, and wait for the state preceptor to return before we continue. Yes, Your Area Majesty. None of the ministers spoke. They all understood that the state preceptor was indeed a celestial being, an indisputable fact. What could they do? They simply couldn't catch up no matter how hard they tried. They could only strive to do their best at the mortal level. The one most profoundly affected was still Arianarchus. At this moment, he was truly at a loss for words, never imagining such relatives could exist. If someone like this didn't fly, it would be impossible. This point was certain and quite clear. No matter what actions were taken, there was nothing more to say. As long as he understood it deeply in his heart, everything became clear. Nothing was impossible. Ultimately, power forged the path, making any unexpected possibilities unlikely. As long as it could be done, everything proceeded smoothly. Chapter 185. A morning tour of the Northern Sea and an evening visit to Kangwu. On-site inspection for diverting southern water to the north. A morning tour of the Northern Sea and an evening visit to Kangwu. This must be what Ajax is experiencing now. Of course, this is due to his innate divine power, which consumes little magic. Without such a gift, it would require a great deal of magic to activate this spell. However, it's enough for now. In less than an hour, he arrived in the Qinling area. He then stood above the clouds, observing the entire orientation of the Qinling Mountains. This required on-site reconnaissance rather than simply cutting through one side. That was impossible. He knew something about the south-to-north water diversion project from later times and could find out the approximate locations. In later times, they ingeniously used underground channels to connect them and raise the terrain with soil and stone methods, gradually adjusting the lower water levels in the south so they could be elevated and enter the newly connected rivers, ultimately flowing into the underground channels. The subsequent complex procedures might be necessary for later generations, but not for him. As long as he identified the points where the waters connect, he could thoroughly study them. If he managed to gain rewards by the end of the year and advance to the Yuanying stage, it wouldn't be difficult, and he could vaguely sense this happening. As long as it could be accomplished, he didn't know what the cost would be. After all, altering heaven and earth was no simple task. Would it trigger heavenly causality? He didn't want to think too much about it. Since he held the position of imperial preceptor of the Ming Dynasty, he had received the virtue and faith of the people of the Ming Dynasty, so he should accomplish something. There are no absolute grudges or causalities in this world, only people's inner expectations. Success or failure, none of these can be easily expressed. What could this bring? Afterward, he silently arrived at the place and began examining it seriously. He roughly determined the location, knowing where the water level needed to be raised, and some preparations were necessary. His current strength was somewhat strained, which wasn't good because his own safety was crucial. Anyway, there's no need to rush. Once his strength grows stronger, it won't be a problem. There shouldn't be anything to worry about. With such abilities, achieving results isn't impossible. Drilling through mountains and splitting rocks were trivial tasks for him, though there were limits. After determining the plan, he returned, having formulated some strategies in his mind, waiting for his strength to further improve, making everything less problematic. Indeed, before the afternoon of the Shen hour, he had already arrived over Yingtianfu and subsequently landed in the imperial palace. Heston had been waiting to see if it was true. Soon, he would know the capabilities involved. Fortunately, he understood and wouldn't get overly anxious. Even if he did feel impatient, Paulette was always by his side. Henley, don't worry. Since our nephew has this ability, we must be patient and not anxious. Sister, I know, but I can't help feeling a bit anxious inside. You have to understand that once this task is completed, southern water can be diverted to the north. This way, the northern water sources will become abundant, bringing immeasurable benefits. Henley, I know. There's no use being anxious now. Be a little more patient. Paulette picked up a cup of tea and said, Here, take a sip to calm down. Heston, seeing this, naturally didn't refuse, taking the cup and drinking it happily. Such an objective couldn't be overlooked. Everything was clear. Preparation was necessary. This fact, so simple yet significant, was truly anticipated. Who would have thought that his own nephew was truly a celestial being? Although he had suspected it before, even witnessing the revival of all things, he had thought it was an illusion. But now he understood. It was real, and it was the most vivid scene. Your Area Majesty, the Imperial Preceptor has returned and is awaiting your summons. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Heston was delighted and hurriedly ordered, Quickly, summon him for an audience. Yes, your Area Majesty. Paulette watched and smiled, saying, See, he's back, and everything seems fine. We just don't know if he can do it. After all, Taoism has certain taboos. Heston realized this was indeed a fact, but could only wait for news. Upon returning, Ajax waited patiently for the summons. When summoned by Heston, Ajax naturally entered the Imperial study. Your subject pays respects to your Area Majesty. Heston helped Ajax up and said, Camden, you don't need to worry about formalities. How was the inspection? Can you identify the route? Ajax said solemnly, Davidson, your nephew would never be careless. However, regarding the Qinling Mountains, the eastern and central routes are relatively simple and can be promoted, but the western route is quite troublesome. Heston immediately asked, What do you mean by the eastern, central, and western routes? Listening to this, Ajax walked over to the map and pointed out the 3 routes on it to Heston. Although they might differ slightly from those in later times, they were not far off. Davidson, look, these 3 lines are the eastern, central, and western routes. After hearing this, Heston looked at the map and nodded. He realized how complicated it was. Once these 3 routes were opened, they would crisscross north and south, allowing the northern region to better manage its water shortage. He also noticed that the eastern and central routes could possibly be achieved with human effort, but speaking frankly, the western route seemed like an impossible task, something beyond imagination. The impact was indeed significant. It was mostly high mountains and rugged terrain, making it almost impossible to achieve. It was truly daunting for anyone to consider. Camden, we see a possibility with the eastern and central routes, but as for the western route, it really cannot be accomplished by human effort alone. This wasn't just Heston feeling pressured. It was real pressure. With so many high mountains and rugged terrains, how could it be possible for humans to achieve it? It was clearly impossible. Crossing numerous obstacles, with Zekier topography, this would pose great danger. He understood that different channels naturally yield different results, and the subsequent impacts were unpredictable. Ajax nodded and said, Indeed, the western route is very troublesome. Not only must we consider the surface, but we also need to take into account underground conditions. After all, groundwater significantly affects many areas, and I can't simply cut it off without considering the enormous impact. Heston became cautious, deeply feeling the immense pressure. There was no doubt about it. It was indeed oppressive. Danger did exist, but the facts remained. It was indeed complex and required caution. This was undoubtedly true. Chapter 186, 3 lines south to north water diversion. Start easy, then difficult. Ajax said while looking at Heston, Davidson, I'll consider these things. However, the eastern and central lines can be determined for now, which is relatively simple, especially the eastern line. Heston nodded in agreement after hearing this. It was indeed the case. Among the 3 lines, the eastern line seemed to be the simplest. Although there are some extensions of the Qinling Mountains, they aren't numerous. Starting from the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, water sources could be diverted from Yangzhou and its surroundings in the south. By digging several small canals upwards, one could achieve this. Moreover, maintaining the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal all along further demonstrates its importance. Davidson, as long as we increase the water volume of the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, and then channel it here, and these places, it could be directed into the Yellow River and the High River. This would enable us to use the resources effectively, Ajax suggested. Heston couldn't help but nod again. With this approach, this plain area could be utilized, significantly alleviating the water shortage problem in this region. But have you considered how to let the water flow smoothly into the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal? This is crucial, Heston asked. Ajax remained calm, pointing to the Yangzhou area. Davidson, the water supply here in the south is abundant. We can build a large reservoir here and lift the water level of the southern canal first, then it can enter the northern canal. As for shipping, we just need to construct locks. The Ming Dynasty's craftsmen were capable of constructing locks without any issues. Heston understood. With a higher water level in the south, water from the reservoir could continuously flow into the northern canal. By digging many small canals in the north, they could divert water into the Yellow River and High River, among other channels. In this way, the water supply in the north could be ensured. Although this task required considerable human and material resources, it was within human capacity. However, this did not dampen Heston's ambition. Camden, let's handle this line ourselves. After all, this can motivate everyone and create jobs, benefiting the people, Heston proposed. Ajax agreed. Indeed, the eastern line was the easiest because the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal had already solved most problems. It's fine. However, I will take responsibility for the large reservoir. It needs to cover a large area, be deeper, and not too much higher than the bottom line of the northern canal. But first, we can excavate the lock engineering, Ajax suggested. Heston had no objections. Since he put forward such an idea, it would proceed as planned, knowing that it couldn't be accomplished overnight. Especially the central line looked extremely complicated and would require his full cooperation. As for the western line, he had no idea yet. Although the 3 lines had been identified, the eastern and central lines were still somewhat manageable, or at least feasible. However, regarding the western line, there were truly no ideas yet. A misstep might lead to many troubles. Therefore, it was essential to start with simpler tasks before tackling more difficult ones, gradually addressing the water supply issues in the north. This point must be noted. Ignorance would be too foolish, believing everything could be done successfully without doubt. That night, having roughly agreed on this plan, Ajax took his leave. Returning home, Kesha was waiting for him. Without further ado, she served the dishes promptly. Being thoughtful, Ajax was also grateful. With such a lovely companion, there was nothing to be ashamed of. Eat quickly. You've been tired all day. Don't say anything more. Okay, let's eat first. While they were eating, Heston was similarly having dinner, his eyes never leaving the map. Without considering the western line, merely completing the eastern and central lines would free countless northerners from water scarcity, aiding agriculture immeasurably. Once completed, grain production in these areas would drastically increase, benefiting both the country and its people. Sister, this plan is simply excellent, nearly perfect, exclaimed Heston. You, finish your meal first. Thanks to him, almost like a godly figure, such a thing can be achieved. He handles the difficult parts, and the easier sections can naturally be handled by the Ming Dynasty. Heston kept shouting for the Paulette to eat while his eyes stayed on the map, too excited. Even if not all lines were completed, just finishing 2 would bring unimaginable achievements for the entire Ming Dynasty. For a time, everyone was engrossed in work, neglecting meals and sleep. This matter was too important for the future of the Ming Dynasty. They couldn't afford to be careless. So he needed to think carefully again, checking if there were any overlooked parts. As an emperor, his orders could cause countless changes, the extent of which was immeasurable. Fortunately, the dredging work on the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal had been ongoing, especially in those areas with severe siltation, where deeper excavation was being expedited. These obstructions must not be allowed to become hindrances. Therefore, there couldn't be the slightest problem. Everything must be thoroughly handled. Only then could there be peace of mind. True capability was hard to ignore, and different sacrifices would lead to inevitable results. No one would doubt this preliminary conclusion. As for the other ministers under the night sky, they were unsure what to think. Could it really be achieved? Just thinking of Ajax's godlike abilities made them feel intimidated. Naturally, their fear couldn't be denied. Father, is the national Arianaster truly a godly figure? There are so many rumors now. Caesar, suddenly curious and eager to know, finally couldn't hold back and asked. After hearing this, Arianarchus found it indescribable but felt compelled to say, indeed, he is indeed a godly figure. I never thought I would encounter such a person. It's my first time seeing someone like him. Could flying through the clouds be something ordinary people can do? Obviously not. Only deities could achieve that. Even if not, only those who practice cultivation could possess such abilities. No matter how you looked at it, the influence brought about by Ajax was advanced and undeniable shocking. There was no need to question why, because there was no reason why. It all came down to success or failure. Further explanations were unnecessary since the situation was already well explained. Keeping it simple revealed the truth. Everything within these problems was a harsh reality, full of immense impact. Hearing his father's words personally, Caesar's eyes revealed even more reverence. This was the mindset of mortals towards deities, understandable and very realistic. The direction of the Ming Dynasty had already changed, thanks to his appearance, naturally making things different and leaving people in awe. Chapter 187. The Edict for Diverting Water from the South to the North in the Eastern Route. Sure enough, at the next day's court session, Heston immediately announced this matter. Now was a perfect time when farmers had spare time during the off-season. It wouldn't be too difficult to have people excavate a small canal. However, the water gates would require the craftsmen to conduct thorough research. All the civil and military officials were shocked. It turned out that it could indeed be done. The eastern route was the simplest one. Once completed, this would not only transform Hebei into a new dynamic area, but also benefit Shandong province. The initial sections, including Jiangsu, could better utilize water resources without worrying too much about complications. This would naturally bring joy, considering the large population affected, millions, no less. In the Ming Dynasty, this was no small number since the total population was around tens of millions. Despite years of peace, various calamities made it hard to boost the population. However, with the completion of each hydraulic engineering project, their future naturally became more promising. The Minister of Works, you should go and discuss how much silver would be needed, said Heston. Jeff promptly replied, yes, your Arian Majesty. I will immediately consult with everyone. Heston nodded and said, Ministers, listen up. The eastern route must be completed. We need to do our best for the benefit of hundreds of thousands of people. We can't let them down. We don't want any corrupt officials either. This is a major event concerning the livelihood of the masses. Let me make one thing clear. Whoever tries to scheme on this matter, if found out, will be severely punished. All ministers could sense the deadly aura emanating from him. After all, this was crucial for the future of the Ming Dynasty and the water scarcity issue for millions in the north. It had to be handled properly. Such a significant undertaking could only be managed by the state. Ordinary individuals couldn't handle it. Its complexity was beyond description. Thus, Heston put it clearly up front. Given the magnitude of this project, it would cost tens of millions, possibly even over 100 million taels. Anyone who dared to interfere would face his greatest wrath. We understand. We will not disappoint your Arian Majesty, the ministers assured. They knew too well that if they messed up on this, even Paulette wouldn't intercede on their behalf. This was a critical national interest requiring substantial funds, How could it allow some rats to delay it? Every delay could lead to potential loss of lives or worse, so Heston had to take stern measures. Soon, this news spread. It caused an uproar, especially among the northern residents, who saw it as nothing short of a miracle since the imperial edict was already issued. What? Really? They're really starting? Of course, it's official now. How could it be fake? This is real. How much money does it need? It's unimaginable. Indeed, it was unimaginable, yet some issues cannot be ignored, even non-existent ones might arise, right? But let's wait and see. Such a big thing can't be taken lightly. Indeed, this is no small matter and mustn't be overlooked. Everyone acknowledged that this required careful attention, knowing fully well that they needed to observe the government's actual actions. However, the government acted swiftly and decisively, astonishing many people shortly after the announcement. This showed their capability and left many in awe. Arianny saw the edict being dispatched to the north. Then, the Ministry of Works started mobilizing a large workforce towards Yangzhou for on-site investigations. Building such a massive water gate naturally required extensive human and material preparations. Even temporary disruptions to the canal could be understandable given the scale of the project. Moreover, delays would be minimal with proper planning since no one involved was naive. Merchants always stayed informed. If they failed here, it would be a sign of sheer foolishness. While the ministry conducted surveys, many citizens began to relocate to build a huge reservoir, vital for balancing water and soil transport to the north. All these efforts aimed to better serve the purpose of harmonization. As the government undertook massive projects, more people realized that this was genuine. Despite the tremendous expenditure of human, material, and financial resources, the Ming Dynasty still committed, leaving everyone amazed. For laborers, the court wouldn't conscript them anymore since forced labor had been abolished. At this time, workers were being paid for their labor, and with it being the off-season for farming, everyone was eager to come and work. The court made orderly arrangements for this to avoid any issues, as that would not be good at all. In the designated areas, no one was allowed to go there or know the situation. They simply could not enter, for if something happened, it could be life-threatening. Ajax was not in a hurry, taking his time. He would handle matters here well, naturally without unnecessary suspicion. The depth and height had to meet the standards. Otherwise, it would lead to problems. Excavation of the canal silt continued. The people were very enthusiastic, knowing this was preliminary work that could not stop. Once completed, there would be enormous benefits. Small canals in various regions were to be dug according to design specifications. This was a necessary progression. Local officials understood this command clearly and did not dare to neglect it, ensuring it was handled properly without any issues, as they would have no way to explain themselves to the court otherwise, which would be their own problem then. So they were all in a hurry, each one diligently preparing and systematically recruiting workers to begin digging the small canals at designated locations. It wasn't time to directly connect the canals yet, so they wouldn't be that foolish. On each small canal, there were guards on duty, ready to report immediately if anything happened, ensuring safety and avoiding delays. Official salaries had increased significantly, and they were less financially strained. They also knew that if they did a good job, the emperor might reward them when pleased. However, they were clear that if they did poorly, they would certainly face beatings or worse. After all, if others could do well and they couldn't, it would imply incompetence. In such a case, what use would the court have for them? Naturally, they would be dismissed, a fact everyone was well aware of. This was a significant matter for officials, none of whom underestimated its gravity. Chapter 188. Public support like fire, joining the excavation project. Currently, the main focus of the Ming court was on the south-to-north water diversion project in the eastern region. As for matters such as shipyards, they were not affected, and the overall situation remained unchanged. Moreover, the court did not release all the funds at once but needed to integrate them step by step, so there was no need for urgency. Regarding how much money was in the national treasury, the Ministry of Revenue knew clearly and naturally had it within their budget. Moreover, this year's surplus was substantial due to the benefits from overseas trade, particularly in the South China Sea. Various gold, silver, and numerous luxury goods entered the Ming market, making commerce flourish for a time. Most valuable was ivory, which was not only medicinal but also a symbol, prompting many wealthy people in the Ming to vie for it. As a result, not only did large sums of wealth flow into the treasury, but taxes also poured in. Both hands were grabbing, both very firm. This made Heston very happy. The royal-led trading convoy was profiting immensely each time, proving to him just how rich overseas trade could be. Moreover, the volume of grain transactions truly surprised him. Although not far away, it involved areas south of the Ming, specifically the Indo-Chinese peninsula. Indeed, there is so much grain here. We cannot abandon such a large production area, but for now, there's no rush. Once we conquer Japan, everything will be fine. This was a prioritized strategy, understandable since Japanese pirates frequently attacked the Ming, and they even tried to interfere with northern affairs. Fortunately, the rising Ming navy solidified coastal defenses, cutting off all pirate routes, thus ensuring the safety of the northern front line. The potential benefits left no room for argument. It was indeed commendable. All these accomplishments stemmed from Ajax's advice and planning, enabling such strong interception of all possibilities, making the Ming more prosperous. With this financial support, Heston felt confident that completing the eastern section would initially achieve the goals of the south-to-north water diversion project, greatly benefiting the central section. Setting an example would inspire morale and must not disappoint the people. This had to be done well without any hesitation. Subsequent measures could not be overlooked to avoid unexpected problems, which could lead to disaster. The evident impact was fundamental and inevitable, further enhancing glory. The subsequent influence was still powerful, deeply stimulating everyone in the Ming Dynasty. Once this project was completed successfully, the northern civilians would undoubtedly be more loyal to the Ming court. After all, such a massive project was not trivial. The Ming had only been established for a few years and already started caring for the north, especially in severely water-scarce regions. Though theoretically easier, it was challenging in practice. Each region had its issues, making construction difficult. Now, Heston acted decisively to avoid future complications. After all, how could future rulers compare with founding emperors in terms of authority? His involvement now was perfect, adding to the Grand Master's prestige, bringing joy to countless hearts. The follow-up developments amazed everyone, showing capability and inviting greater expectations. Workers enthusiastically joined in, diligently excavating silt. None complained because this truly benefited the common people. Furthermore, wages and meals were provided, better than before. Eating well, drinking well, resting briefly, they resumed work, racing against time. Your Area Majesty, the people on both sides of the Grand Canal are very enthusiastic, especially in Shandong, where excavation has begun in earnest. Please rest assured. Excellent. This puts my mind at ease. Your Area Majesty, the people have shown great enthusiasm for the project, and officials are arranging meals. Some places need help from the court as local provisions are insufficient. Very well. Arrange and supervise to ensure no one works on an empty stomach. All matters should be top priority. Yes, Your Area Majesty. We understand and will not let you down. All the ministers understood clearly and naturally did not dare to be careless. The requested matters could all be further handled to avoid any possible issues. Danger was secondary. Now, it was about ensuring there was enough strength. If this basic need couldn't be met, completing such a massive project would be no easy task. Of course, with the court having funds, Heston was not stingy and promptly allocated the resources. This ensured many people knew what to expect and had a good start, eliminating the need for explanations. With proper arrangements, there would be more support, and the rest would be easier to manage. Some things needed new preparations, which must not fail. It was evident that any new problems would make subsequent handling difficult, thus requiring more preparation. Heston would not allow such things to happen. Large numbers of secret agents, local constables, and garrisons were deployed to secretly protect the smooth progress of the project. Ajax also knew but wasn't ready to act yet. Further measurements on the water gates were still needed, and this process couldn't be rushed. Since he wasn't allowed to take action, he enjoyed his leisure time, though still keeping an eye out for potential issues. If any problems arose, it would be troublesome, so necessary action still had to be taken without any hindrances. In short, reality is reality. Handling it well required attention. Arianity parts that followed wouldn't be easily completed and demanded certain skills. Patience was also needed. The Ministry of Works was quite fast, and soon identified the segment for constructing the water gates. This allowed for the completion of subsequent measurements and proportions. With the availability of cement slabs, everyone looked forward even more. As long as they weren't damaged beyond repair, replacements could be arranged immediately. Therefore, during construction, they cleverly laid out 3 key points to prevent damage to the water gates. This ensured the safety of the water gates. Chapter 189. Anticipated surplus exceeding 100 million taels of silver in Hongwu Year 8. After determining the location for constructing the sluice gate, Gabriel once again organized manpower to estimate the required financial resources. Once everything was ready, construction on the sluice gate would commence. Emperor Heston received the budget presented by Gabriel, which estimated a need for nearly 3 million taels of silver. This was considered minimal since previous population relocation had been completed, and current needs were different from future times. Although it was just one sluice gate, many details were involved. For instance, replacing damaged cement slabs wouldn't be as troublesome, making it quite reasonable. Moreover, these cement slabs needed to be very thick, incorporating a significant amount of steel. This represented a substantial consumption for the Ming Dynasty. The production of steel in the Ming Dynasty was not high, so this fact was well understood. Heston also knew that the project wasn't solely for this single sluice gate, but included subsequent components, ensuring future safety, which could not be underestimated. Especially during low water periods and flood seasons, separation was necessary. For the northern regions, the low water period was particularly difficult. The focus of this project was to ensure water supply during the low water period, benefiting more people and improving farmland, a measurable improvement. Another aspect involved better planning to ensure convenient water management. Indeed, after the location was confirmed, a massive pit appeared overnight. Spanning 2 kilometers and reaching depths of 60 meters, it left everyone in awe. How did such a large pit appear? But Heston knew it was Ajax's doing and couldn't help but feel admiration. The depth of 60 meters was achieved in a single night. If ordinary people had done it, it would have taken much longer. So, Ajax's intervention was unavoidable. Subsequent work didn't require his direct involvement. Given that the pit connected to the Grand Canal on both sides, with sluice gates at 2 exits, much of the construction was already complete, easing concerns. This could even temporarily replace the waterway operation, given that no one expected such a large pit to be finished so quickly. Officials in court, being wise men, naturally understood its origin. The Grand Area Master lived up to his title, and everyone appreciated his efforts without question. Gabriel and his team wasted no time, starting construction on the large sluice gates diligently. Heston watched approvingly, impressed by his nephew's achievements, which saved considerable manpower, resources, and finances. Building a 2-kilometer-wide, 60-meter-deep pit was no small feat, especially in this era. The savings were evident. Everyone acknowledged the achievement, recognizing its significance. Seeing the bustling construction sites along the Grand Canal, especially in areas south of Yangzhou, where conditions were already favorable, the impact was undeniable. As the year-end approached, it was time for an annual summary. Heston was curious about the total expenses and earnings for the year, pondering the implications. The Ministry of Revenue was busy calculating expenditures and revenues. Ajax waited at the ministry, eager to learn the results early. Grand Area Master, the statistics for Hongwu Year 8 are in, Hamza exclaimed. The total income was approximately 650 million taels of silver. That's impressive, Ajax remarked, noting the increase of over 100 million taels of silver. What about expenses? Hamza promptly replied, total expenditure reached 541,288,769 taels. Ajax nodded, understanding the increased projects led to higher costs, but remaining within limits was commendable, with a surplus of over 100 million taels. Very good. My Zeke will be pleased. However, increasing salaries might still be challenging. Hamza did not refute this. There had been several raises already, which significantly increased expenditures. It was impossible to endlessly increase salaries without limit. The current situation was already quite good. Your Excellency, what you say is very true. The current salary has increased a lot for us. There are no major problems in our lives now. Of course, it may not be the case for some others. Such pointed remarks were clearly understood by all. There was no need to question or doubt them. Well, there's no need for us to imagine these things. My Zeke will handle it. If they are not satisfied, then my Zeke cannot be blamed. Gabriel also did not refute this. Humans find it most difficult to be content. Moreover, the increases now were substantial. It was much harder in the past, but now there was no need to worry too much. One could say that there were indeed many benefits. All right, this is sufficient. There's no need to think more about the rest. We can start preparing the general budget for next year. Yes, Your Excellency. I understand, sir. As acquaintances, they naturally understood each other's thoughts and did not need to overthink. Understanding was enough. As for subsequent matters, being a bit stricter was normal. In the future, there would be more opportunities, which was not hard to see. Whether genuine or capable, as long as it was logical, it would be perfect. One could prepare even more adequately, which was only natural. The distribution of roles and effects could be implemented effectively, with real abilities not to be ignored. As long as they could achieve it, everything would be fine, and the results would be excellent. Ajax then left the Ministry of Revenue and returned to his residence. There was no system notification, so it seemed he would have to wait until the court session, which was troublesome. Forget it. 1 or 2 days didn't matter. When the time came, he would know how much benefit he could obtain. As long as there was a surplus every year, it would be beneficial for him, allowing him to spend money with peace of mind. Naturally, he could be more reassured then. Tomorrow would be better, and the coming year would be better too. Chapter 190. Hongwu's Reward, the Yuanying Realm. On the last day of the court session in the 8th year of Hongwu, Hamza held the memorial and spoke with fervor and passion. Your Area Majesty, in the 8th year of Hongwu, the national treasury income was 650,326,325 liang. Compared to last year, it has increased by more than 100 million liang. Upon hearing this, Heston could not help but be overjoyed. It certainly deserved celebration, as wealth for the great Ming naturally brought everyone great joy. What about expenditures? He understood that the expenditures would not be small, but he did not yet know the exact amount. Hamza was already prepared and directly stated. Your Area Majesty, total expenditures in the 8th year of Hongwu reached 541,288,769 liang, leaving a surplus of over 100 million liang of silver. Heston listened and felt especially delighted. This profit was no small sum, and for the great Ming, it was indeed surprising. Excellent, very excellent. With such a surplus, rewards cannot be overlooked. Here is what I propose. Ministers of the first rank shall receive 10,000 liang each at year-end. Those of sub-first rank shall receive 5,000 liang. Those of second rank shall receive 3,000 liang. Those of sub-second rank shall receive 1,500 liang. Those of third rank shall receive 1,000 liang. Those of sub-third rank shall receive 500 liang. Those of fourth rank shall receive 300 liang. Those of sub-fourth rank shall receive 150 liang. Those of fifth rank shall receive 100 liang. Those of sub-fifth rank shall receive 50 liang. Those of sixth rank shall receive 30 liang. Those of sub-sixth rank shall receive 15 liang. Those of seventh rank shall receive 10 liang. Those of sub-seventh rank shall receive 7 liang. Those of eighth rank shall receive 5 liang. Those of sub-eighth rank shall receive 4 liang. Those of ninth rank shall receive 3 liang. And those of sub-ninth rank shall receive 2 liang. Disperse accordingly, Minister Yang. You are responsible for this. Upon hearing this, Hamza hurriedly knelt and thanked him. Thank you for your Area Majesty's grace. Long live the Emperor for 10,000 years. The other ministers also bowed in gratitude, all thanking and kneeling down. After all, every official would share in this reward. Though the lower-ranking officials received less, it was still considerable compared to before when even modest rewards were rare. The difference between 10,000 liang and 2 liang was significant, serving as a strong incentive for many officials. Performing well meant promotions and greatly increased salaries, which was remarkably generous. This kind of stimulation was predictable and made the reality clear to all. While this was no small expense, it was insignificant compared to the year's profits. Soon, the ministers left happily, having an additional source of income. Who wouldn't be delighted? Moreover, it was legal income. For them, it was nothing but joyous. They could spend and enjoy it freely. Ajax was also surprised by his Zeke's generosity. In fact, he didn't know that this was essentially using the national treasury. After all, the emperor couldn't use the imperial coffers for personal expenses unless it was absolutely necessary. So, Heston now had no qualms about using the treasury money. As for his private coffers, he would only touch that money if there was no other choice. The royal family was supported by the treasury and generally didn't lack funds. Only those outside the royal support system needed to rely on private reserves, such as the inner treasury's finances inherited by the emperor. As the founding emperor, he naturally wanted to leave plenty of wealth for future emperors. He could draw from these reserves in emergencies, but for now, it wasn't necessary. With ministerial salaries increased, the funds allocated to support the royal family would naturally increase as well, which was reasonable. Hamza had no complaints about this. Saving money was something everyone did, including the emperor. It wasn't unusual, especially given the royal trade fleet's impressive profits, which only the treasury could watch dry mouth. It was clear from Heston's recent mindset how beneficial this was. Ajax didn't concern himself with these matters and went directly to meditate at a Taoist temple outside the city, as his power had grown. Congratulations, host, for earning 1,180,000 merit points in 1 year, achieving a realm breakthrough, and obtaining the abilities of Whip Mountain and Move Stones, Turn Earth into Steel, and Small and Large Ruyi, as per context, at will. Finally reaching the Yuanying stage, his aura became deeper and more profound, inspiring awe. Such a startling concept truly left one's heart trembling in shock. Ajax sensed the early-stage Yuanying aura. It was indeed much stronger than the Golden Core stage, incomparably so. Cultivating from Dan to infant solidified the foundation and made him countless times more powerful. It was truly terrifying. Such capabilities were indeed awe-inspiring. This was a crucial matter close to his heart. Growing stronger required no elaborate thoughts. It was genuinely simple. His lifespan exceeded 1,000 years, extending as he progressed further, though ultimate limits existed. Only through skill could one extend their path farther. 1,000 years, huh? Didn't expect to reach this point. It seems it's still effective. Though I don't know what will happen next, there's no need to worry. It can still be improved. It might just take a few more years. Ajax was clear in his mind as the magical power within his body was undergoing changes, qualitative changes. He believed that after the transformation was completed, he would become even stronger. Kesha knew he was meditating at the Taoist temple and wasn't concerned. She waited silently, understanding that under normal circumstances, one wouldn't be so anxious. It seemed related to a realm breakthrough. These were things Ajax had mentioned before, and she naturally knew about them. Worrying too much was useless. It was better to wait patiently. Once he finished, he would return naturally. Heston came to Paulette and said excitedly, "Sister, how much money do we have in our inner treasury?" Paulette glanced at the ledger without looking at Heston and asked, "How much is in the national treasury?" Heston replied casually, "More than 100 million liang." Only then did Paulette turn her head around and laughed heartily, saying, "That's good. Your inner treasury now has a value of over 300 million liang of silver, much of which are rare items." Hearing this, Heston became even happier, exclaiming, "Really? That's wonderful. Most of it was transported back from overseas. There's so much that it seems we need to build another storage room next. Otherwise, we won't have enough space for future funds." Paulette also smiled broadly. Hearing this, Heston quickly said, Right. Next we should build a large treasure hall. It needs to be big." Paulette nodded in agreement. Indeed, it does need to be bigger. The previous ones seem a bit small. It was rare for their opinions to align so perfectly, and naturally, they were delighted. This was hard-earned savings over several years, so they couldn't waste it. It had to be used wisely. Looking at the ledger, they felt very happy. This was their own accumulated wealth, and they couldn't afford to lose it, so they couldn't be careless. In the future, we need more people to manage it, and they must be loyal. "You handle these arrangements yourself," said Paulette. Chapter 191. Sweet potatoes make their way to the state banquet. Ministers broaden their horizons. The new year began, ushering in the 9th year of the Hongwu era. With a significant increase in revenue, it was only natural for a grand state banquet to take place. The large fish caught from the sea formed the centerpiece of this feast, evoking admiration among many ministers for the abundant and exquisite ingredients the ocean provided. This real-life change could be compared with what followed, becoming a powerful testament to pressure and capability alike. The Ming Dynasty had ventured beyond coastal waters into deeper seas, marking a milestone event. At the same time, a new ingredient appeared before them, sweet potatoes. Indeed, after much effort, sweet potatoes had been successfully cultivated widely and were now ready to be shared among everyone. "What is this? Do any of you gentlemen know?" I've never seen it before. No idea." "It shouldn't be. Clearly, it's not a sea fish or meat. It looks like some kind of legume, but it's unusually large." "Yes, it is rather large." None of the ministers knew what this was. They thought it might be a legume, but it was too large for that category, leaving them puzzled. However, Heston already knew what it was and had tasted it before. Ajax's explanation made everything clear. "You don't know what this is?" They exchanged glances, unsure and unable to explain, thus remaining baffled. Fortunately, this wasn't too problematic as long as it could be prepared without issues. Changing something small wouldn't pose much difficulty. Everything that followed would bring joy to their hearts, making things clear. "Let's try it. It's here, so why not?" Everyone agreed and started tasting. Not until they tried did they realize how good it was. The sweet flavor and satisfying fullness left a lingering impression. "Good, very good. The taste is really excellent." Joy filled their faces. It was clear and heartening to know this, with no need for concern. This brought them unexpected delight and an uncontainable sense of surprise. It was hard to find words to express how impressed they were. Difficult, truly difficult. Everyone could see the intention behind all this and understand its significance. It was evident and meaningful. Seeing this scene, Heston smiled and joined his ministers in enjoying the meal. "How does it taste?" Seeing Iwan happily eating a sweet potato, the ministers couldn't help but ask, "Your Area Majesty, what is this? We have never seen anything like it." Heston chuckled and replied, "This is called a sweet potato. It was brought back by the Jacob from overseas. It can serve as both a staple food and a vegetable." Upon hearing this, the ministers realized there were such wonderful things from overseas, explaining why so many people wanted to explore the oceans. To secure more of these fine items, a fact that needed no explanation. Clearly, success required not just luck, but also strength. Without newly built ships, could one venture far into the seas? Without a strong navy, could one deter other maritime powers? These were impossibilities. Before achieving all this, a solid foundation was essential, a cornerstone of the Ming Dynasty. If the strength wasn't formidable enough, it couldn't stand as a pillar of power. This point couldn't be overlooked. Once clearly understood, the wisdom became apparent, revealing determination beneath smiles. Failing to intimidate enemies or any unfriendly forces meant no benefits would come. One might even face danger. Dreams of gain would be nothing but illusions. Therefore, venturing into the seas was crucial for the Ming Dynasty. If financial and manufacturing capabilities were insufficient, none of this would matter. There would be no attention or benefit. How could one reap rewards without even reaching out to touch the possibilities? Arianity ministers had grasped this truth, an important lesson and broadened perspective. The overseas market was vast, with many treasures waiting to be discovered, not just ordinary wealth. There might be even more unexplored treasures, untapped resources, all potential gains. In short, current abilities and future potential would lead to enlightenment about the importance of such ventures. Diverse voices and power disparities were normal and understandable. A great nation requires the dignity of a great power and cannot afford to live in hardship itself. Otherwise, everyone would think it's just an empty shell that could be toppled with a slight push. What would be the point of that? It would be utterly meaningless. No matter how one pretends, once exposed, everything becomes worthless. A paper tiger cannot hide fire. Heston also realized this point. Thus he became more determined to vigorously develop the national economy and open up overseas markets, which could better satisfy internal forces adjustment plans. These were all achievable and visible, and there were no problems with that. Regardless of how powerful the motivation, as long as no more troubles arise, efforts must be made to uphold and not disappoint anyone, a goal that could be met. This undeniable reality meant creating a better real-life version of the Ming Dynasty, instilling confidence in more people. It was a matter of effort and focus, not to be wasted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be satisfying. In short, strength was unforgettable. As long as one had it in mind, anything could be achieved. This grand banquet symbolized the future and development progress of the Ming Dynasty, creating an excellent influence. Moreover, comparing it, it didn't require spending much money since everything was already prepared. Being always ready simplified things, ensuring smoothness without doubt. Different but ultimately the same, simple challenges and subsequent points could be compared to avoid paths that shouldn't exist, making clear what needed to be clear. Come, don't be shy, enjoy yourselves today. The Ming Dynasty has reached this point thanks to all of you. Cheers. Heston looked very pleased and naturally did not say anything unpleasant. Everyone understood each other. Sure enough, each minister raised their cups excitedly, enjoying the exotic delicacies from overseas, which could become everyday dishes in the future. This highlighted the role of the Navy and maritime merchants. Chapter 192. Keeping a close eye on the Great Ming's prospects, the army adjustments are complete. The Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, serving as the eastern route for the south-to-north water diversion project, naturally drew Heston's close attention. After the state banquet, even though there was a holiday period, Heston kept observing the progress of this project and understood its immense value once completed. Although it required substantial expenditure from the national treasury, achieving this would not be a significant issue. Therefore, further efforts were needed in handling matters like sluice gates. For people like Gabriel from the Ministry of Works, these were crucial issues they excelled at addressing. Everyone was striving to complete various prerequisites in all directions to better handle potential problems, aiming to solve as many challenges in the northern regions as possible. Your Area Majesty, here is the latest report regarding the Yellow River. There's too much silt. Introducing more water poses considerable difficulty. Heston understood the issue well. The Yellow River has always been notorious for sedimentation, requiring extraordinary measures. Although challenging, these were not insurmountable obstacles with extra effort. The safety of our people must be guaranteed. Local authorities should not act recklessly. Otherwise, they will be held accountable. Yes, Your Area Majesty. I will pass your orders immediately. Heston nodded. He knew that afforestation projects to control the Yellow River had already begun. Yet, despite planting trees upstream, few survived due to severe soil erosion, highlighting the difficulties. Fortunately, he had his nephew's support, which brought him much reassurance. Persistence would bring a brighter future, evident from his smile. Different opinions also reflected the complexity of the situation, but did not detract from its importance for the regions involved. Diverse perspectives increased pressure and effectiveness. Overall, the current achievements and development steps were undeniable elements of their strength. Overcoming past oppression, present efforts promised a beautiful future. This was Heston's hope. Continued effort would achieve great things, worth the time and resources spent. After all, this was not forced labor but paid work with meals provided, a clear improvement. Paulette entered. Read. Stop daydreaming. It's time to eat. Ariv is waiting for you. After eating, he needs to head to Songjiang Prefecture. Heston realized he had nearly forgotten. He put down the documents and hurried to join them. This time only Elwood attended, while others like John had not returned. Heston understood their concerns but appreciated that they sent gifts, indicating their prudence given maritime dangers. The unknowns of the deep sea could not be underestimated. Potential unimaginable threats made caution necessary. Understanding this, he empathized with the challenges faced by those at sea. The depth and reverence of the ocean defied explanation, showcasing its boundless mysteries. In the Taoist temple, Ajax continued his cultivation with the company of his beloved. What more could he ask for? Such companionship demonstrated his dedication. With motivation, one's strength was best shown. Nothing was amiss. Strength's intrinsic value couldn't be denied, making everything worthwhile. All the changes in the Great Ming are incredible. Watching these transformations, Ajax felt deeply satisfied, knowing his efforts were not in vain. This promising future stirred boundless determination within him. The unfolding changes were unpredictable, but inner joy remained constant. Reflecting on these thoughts, biases could not be overlooked. Clear understanding revealed true principles, embodying profound realization. Arianaster, lost in thought again? Hearing this, Ajax saw Kesha approaching with a cloak, draping it over him. This is indeed a significant advantage and an undeniable fact. There's no need to make things difficult. Such safety concerns can be understood. The development of the Great Ming is the core of the future. Misunderstanding anything would lead to flawed perceptions, but further clarity on these changes can be achieved. In short, if it's not a simple matter, there's no need to ask too much. Even if many troubles arise, they can still be discerned. The answers in one's heart, clear topics, and obvious thoughts are all worth considering. Indeed, it is a reality, but the future of the Great Ming will be better. I believe that with the spread of sweet potatoes, a new beginning will start. The variety of food will become more diverse and abundant, as this crop has low planting requirements. Kesha couldn't help but nod because some sweet potatoes were planted on the flatland behind the Taoist temple, indeed requiring minimal effort. Self-sufficiency can be achieved, let alone providing livelihoods for more people. Why would anyone refuse? Sweet potatoes can also be planted in northern regions during idle times without high demands, potentially serving as staple food ingredients and solving food shortages. This is the hope for the Great Ming to become better and stronger. As for overseas issues, with the increasingly powerful development of the Ming Navy, more benefits will be found, revealing the surprises within. It can be said that all preparations are in place. In the new year, naturally, there will be new gains, which the wise understand. Take the three princes, for instance. They each have their paths, reflecting their ambitions and strength, which cannot be underestimated. Warships across various locations have been largely allocated, and the newly built ones add up to formidable naval forces. Apart from the Navy, the Army's reinforcement is considerable, with 3 lines totaling 600,000 troops. Each of them, battle-hardened and fiercely brave, are naturally the first choice for conquering the Japanese islands. This cannot be denied. Chapter 193. Waiting for the right moment with wine and fishing. The cold of winter was unbearable, and Tate also felt the difficulty of surviving here. Writer, how much longer until winter ends? Your Highness, it will probably take another 3 to 4 months. It won't end so quickly. Christopher said this, naturally not worrying about any problems, but advising him not to be anxious. Things would thaw when they were supposed to, and if there was time, one could go fishing at the port. This was their only way to relax. After all, the shipyard they built was sizable, and there were several places for leisure and entertainment, the fishing spots being the only places where one could unwind during winter. A coal stove and a pot of warmed wine, while fishing and chatting. How relaxing and comfortable it was. At that moment, the two men were exactly like this. Hey, there's movement. It looks like we can have fresh fish today. Seeing his fishing rod moving, Tate put down his wine cup and silently began waiting. Christopher watched and waited silently as well. His own line had movement too, but he believed that if a fish came, it would bite, it should bring joy. All these thoughts represented the emotions of fishing. A place that allowed no disturbances, embodying the mindset of a dedicated angler. One could see from here that in battle, one needed calm during the dark hours. Otherwise, enemies could continuously provoke. This was a moment of realization, different values requiring different levels of strength. A reality indescribable in its dominance. The goal was to achieve a profound sense of reason, the most rational point. With a swift sound, Tate decisively raised his fishing rod, immediately feeling the power of the fish. Remarkable, but this prince will not lose, Tate shouted. Tate maintained a strong pull with various aids at his disposal, confident in his skills. Such ability naturally demanded a proper display, an understandable fact. The powerful momentum and readiness were not to be underestimated. Seeing this, Christopher became alert too. The fish here were not river fish, but those from the sea, and beneath the sea surface, who knew what else might be lurking. Thus, more caution was needed. Strive again, and never give up. This was Tate's belief, revealing his willpower. Just as in battle, one could not forget their strength and capability. Losing was unacceptable. Before long, Christopher's line also had a bite, beginning a contest with the fish. Ryder, the competition has begun. Let's see who catches one first today. Alright, let's see if these fish are so patient. And thus, the two began to compete. Though Christopher was older, his strength was not weak. In the contest of fishing, he wouldn't concede defeat. Neither did Tate wish to lose, despite facing a senior. While they both struggled, guards approached the shore with prepared nets, which were very sturdy. Plop plop, the fish struggled, yet it didn't make them stop pulling. The harder they tugged, the more determined they were to reel the fish in. An inevitable rule, an inevitable skill. This delightful scene demonstrated something that couldn't be ignored. Indeed, it was tough. Pull. Feeling the fish weakening, Tate waited for the right moment, and then pulled forcefully. Instantly, the fish from under the sea surface was lifted, helplessly landing on the shore. Guards captured it, and placed it into the net. Tate looked, it was indeed quite large and good quality. On the other side, Christopher reeled in his catch a bit later. Young and strong, Your Highness. This old man is past his prime, Christopher remarked. Hearing this, Tate hurriedly replied, Ryder, you're just joking. You're still robust and far from old. Christopher laughed heartily, not taking it seriously. Still, this fishing experience left a deep impression on him, each moment making his heart feel great. The genuine secret brought forth a sense of power, one that was easily felt. Subsequent experiences would not be overlooked, nor could they be forgotten. Without extra questions, everything was perfectly pleasant. Well, today's meal will be more plentiful. Saying this, he had someone prepare accordingly. After all, this was one of the benefits, and as long as things went smoothly, nothing was impossible. As long as one had the ability, anything could be achieved. Explanations weren't necessary. This was winter life in Haitian. Fortunate that everything was prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived this winter. Only by personally experiencing it could one truly understand its benefits, which were indeed necessary preparations. As for the future, it could be seen as well. Different capabilities naturally meant different levels of ability, a point not hard to see. Strength was the best explanation. The supplies are sufficient. Preparations for this year have been thorough, with minimal impact on the military camp. Right, Lord Ryder, which months would be best for marching out? This needs to wait for His Aerial Majesty's order before we can proceed. Although preparations are almost complete, more is still needed afterward. Lord Ryder certainly understood these thoughts and knew how to handle them so as not to invite ridicule. These methods were easy to describe, and nothing was forbidden. True capital, the fighting spirit of strength, all unpredictable, real yet effective elements. No one could foresee the shortcut to the future, or what lay hidden in his heart. Such thoughts were not difficult to guess. Excitement. It was finally time to lead troops into battle, the most perfect moment. Let's prepare well. Let the soldiers rest properly and wait for the time to march out. Yes, Your Highness, I understand. Though conditions were harsh and naturally intimidating, they, as Ming warriors, couldn't afford to be afraid. This was understandable, achievable to the utmost, and required enough skill to handle. The pressure within could not be denied. The true secret, how it would unfold, no one could predict, but it wasn't necessarily bad. It was just about having a clear understanding in one's heart. Since they had come this far, they needed to show their own worth, with no unnecessary thoughts. This conclusion was undeniable and already showed their clarity of mind. They would be surprised and could realize their value, with battle being their lifelong honor. Chapter 194. The bestowal of titles and the imminent war of annihilation. After winter, with spring's warmth bringing flowers into bloom, the city of Yingtian Prefecture, began to bustle with activity as more people ventured out of their homes. At the 3 logistical bases, the various armies were preparing themselves, sensing that the time for deployment was drawing near. In the Grand Ming Palace, during the morning court session, my dear ministers, our great Ming has awaited this moment for a long time. We shall now Tunsha Donghua, annihilate the Japanese nation, eradicating them completely so they can no longer threaten our great Ming. By imperial decree, Apollo is hereby enfeoffed as king of Qin, John as king of Jin, and Tate as king of Yin. They shall immediately lead their armies against the Japanese. The imperial edict was then issued and promptly dispatched to the 3 regions. Excitement surged among the officials in court, as they had anticipated this development for some time. The significance of this decision would manifest clearly in the events to come. Pressure always follows from strength. There was no need for further explanation. Ajax saw no reason to obstruct this plan. Anticipation had already reached a fever pitch, and he believed none but those outside the Ming would oppose it. Rather, they would be elated by the prospect. Their capabilities were indeed formidable, and its profound implications could not be overlooked. A significant shift had occurred in awareness, making everything clearer. This move will erase the Japanese nation from history. Ajax trusted they understood the meaning behind it. He believed this action would uphold the principles of the Ming Dynasty. Soon after, the 3 logistical bases received the imperial edicts, each king designated to lead the campaign against Japan. The specific date for the operation was set for the first day of the 4th lunar month, all forces mobilizing simultaneously. Haha, finally we can march. The first day of the 4th lunar month isn't far off, just 1 month away. Yes, your highness, just 1 month. Then everyone should prepare thoroughly. I do not wish to be outdone by any faction. Especially Apollo, who was tasked with attacking Honshu, the largest island of Japan. Thus Emperor Heston granted him an army of 300,000 troops. John and Tate each received an army of 150,000. All understood the strategic rationale. Although John and Tate felt somewhat disadvantaged, they acknowledged the logic, understanding that these arrangements left no room for argument. As the final month approached, everyone prepared accordingly. Regarding ships, there would certainly be no fewer than 20 large vessels for each region, alongside various medium and small ships. The capacity and preparation demonstrated the emphasis on power and effectiveness, assuring satisfaction with every aspect. Pressure became irrelevant, as long as preparations were completed satisfactorily. Moreover, shipyards were capable of construction as long as materials were sufficient. For instance, Jeju Island sourced materials from Korea due to the tributary relationship, avoiding unnecessary complications. Their deference showed the benefits derived from being vassals of the Ming, requiring little concern over issues. This influence was considerable. Everyone remained fully aware and committed, ensuring no directional mistakes. The smooth execution reflected clear understanding. Back in mainland China, people waited quietly for the appointed time to commence operations. All routes leading to Japan had been sealed, entry possible only via the Pacific Ocean. Inside Japan, however, people remained oblivious, still hiding indoors due to lingering cold weather, unaware of impending events. When they realized, it might be too late. Arianaster, my father has arrived. Upon hearing this, Ajax said hurriedly, quickly, father-in-law has arrived. No need to elaborate, please bring him in. Kesha stifled a smile, followed by Dylan's voice. Haha, my obedient daughter, you see, our son-in-law is indeed considerate. Dylan entered the room with evident satisfaction. Observing this, Ajax knew what father and daughter were discussing. Feeling somewhat helpless, he regarded it as part of the deal. Father-in-law, please sit. Today you visit my humble abode. Speak your mind freely. Dylan sat down, sipped his tea, and said, nothing special really, just paying a visit. Soon, I'll have to head to Jinzhou to oversee matters, not so simple. Ajax nodded. I see, all arrangements must be well considered. It requires someone's presence. Dylan frankly said, indeed, several national dukes have already gone to Ryukyu and Jeju Island. You know the details of what's happening there. With veteran generals stationed there, Heston would feel more reassured, which was only natural and needed no explanation. The significance was clear enough without over-explaining it, as long as everyone understood the intent. Arianany challenges lay ahead, requiring thorough arrangements. The current situation was straightforward, and believing that everything could be handled well was the best mindset. Ariana King changes did not require too much contemplation. The subsequent arrangements were understandable despite their complexity. In any case, current conditions should not be underestimated. Strengthening measures had their reasons, which were clearly understood. There was no doubt about this reality. While it might not be visible now, these efforts were a testament to capability. Rest assured, nothing will go wrong. I'm still in Jinzhou, far from the front lines. This was true, revealing the underlying meaning. No battlefield was safe. Only being strong enough ensured safety. Moreover, this time, it was the princes taking action, making this campaign significantly different. The contrast was stark, with little room for unexpected outcomes, easily understandable. The necessary preparations had been completed. For the Ming Dynasty, this meant having robust ships and powerful cannons, along with countless formidable warriors. This was their bottom line and the source of their fighting prowess, clearly evident. As long as they possessed sufficient strength, everything would be fine. There was no need for further changes. Power defined this moment. Combat spirit could not be avoided and required no additional explanations. Whether pursuing or intercepting, opportunities would arise without much struggle. This time, the Japanese nation was destined to fall. Father-in-law, don't worry. This is a war of annihilation, and Davidson has his own plans. Chapter 195, a three-pronged attack on Japan. Within the borders of the Great Ming, life went on peacefully and steadily. The southern water diversion route was also a significant area that no one wished to abandon, so everyone continued with their tasks as usual. There was no need to inform the common people about these matters, since the military strength of the Great Ming was sufficiently powerful. As for the southwestern regions, under the command of Charles and others, the various ethnic minorities who had already submitted naturally did not oppose them. They worked silently and lived without worry, never having to fear any troubles. Time passed swiftly, and it soon reached the first day of April. On this day, Prince Jin Bohan led his troops from the southern front to attack Kyushu Island. Prince Qinzhan led his troops from the central front to attack Honshu Island. Prince Yin Tate led his troops from the northern front to attack Hokkaido. Fires of war erupted instantly, igniting the flames of battle throughout Japan. The Ming naval vessels were formidable, and the soldiers fierce, while the Japanese were short in stature and could not match the tall and powerful Ming warriors on the battlefield. It was simply beyond their ability. Previously, the Ming simply lacked the focus, but now they had it, and thus faced no resistance. Under the relentless assault of the Ming soldiers supported by cannons and firearms, everything became a blur of intensity, making an already shocking scene even more terrifying. Strength cannot be fully described, but with capability comes uncontestable power. True combat prowess is paramount. Nothing is impossible. Boom boom boom. Cannon fire filled the sky, cries of battle echoing everywhere. The Ming required no surrender, only slaughter on the battlefield. All Japanese men were to be exterminated, according to the orders of the national master. The three princes harbored no objections. Although they did not understand why, since the national master gave his endorsement, they were willing to support it. After all, this island would become part of their Ming Empire, with new immigrants arriving, forming new residents. They butchered wildly, as surrender was not an option, and massacre was inevitable. Stacks of corpses were burned, leaving no traces behind. This was their principle. With such steps taken, there was no problem they couldn't handle better. No matter how much pressure they faced, they would not allow themselves to be merciful. These were not human beings, and they knew it well. All Japanese men on the islands were eradicated, not one left alive. As for women, that depended on the situation. Since the national master did not specify how to handle them, the basic discipline in the army demanded that they be detained for now, with subsequent actions to be decided later. Those who resisted or refused to cooperate were dealt with immediately. This was their fundamental strategy, aiming to prevent anything that could hinder the battlefield operations. Battlefields were sources of military merit, especially in this campaign aimed at destroying a nation. No soldier was ignorant of this. Once they earned military merit, they could obtain everything. Future chances to fight might be hard to come by, given the abundance of Ming soldiers vying for opportunities. Knowing this rare chance, how could they not perform their best to accumulate more military merit? The more prominent their military achievements, the greater the benefits they would reap, enabling them to achieve higher ranks in the future. Who wouldn't want such advantages? Any progress was welcome, bringing joy to everyone. No one knew the outcome, nor the intentions behind it, but none would easily give up. Military merit was invaluable. Amidst the fires of war, the entire Japanese land was thrown into chaos. The soldiers from all three fronts were exceptionally brave, charging fiercely forward. The Japanese soldiers were no match, completely overwhelmed and incapable of resisting. Moreover, the Ming army was not weak but incredibly strong. With the support of cannons and firearms, the enemy was utterly lost, unable to retaliate. Even when multiple daimyo under the Japanese general's command joined forces, it was futile. They were inevitably defeated and retreated. Starting from Kyushu in the south and moving north to Hokkaido, the Japanese fighting capacity was severely strained. Not to mention, the Ming Navy guarded vigilantly. At the sight of Japanese soldiers gathering, they unleashed their cannons, blowing them to bits before they could organize effective defenses or offenses. Even if they tried to fight recklessly, it would be a futile effort, something completely out of the question. Such capability indeed left no room for surprise. It could be understood better, and preparations were necessary. True combat power made oneself more prominent. The clarity of all future matters was an inevitable enlightenment, far beyond the thoughts of ordinary people. Promotion and wealth, for soldiers, depended on military merit. As long as one had sufficient military merit, it would bring a big surprise with no issues, requiring no explanation. These benefits, who wouldn't want? It was clear to everyone. Infinite danger and contention in crises were their choices. However, here they were even more eager because it seemed easier. Military merit could not be abandoned. Such good opportunities were fought for, leading to slaughter. For a time, everywhere were piles of burning Japanese soldiers' corpses, burning in heaps and clusters. Aware of the fear and precautions against plagues, Ming warriors always did this when cleaning up the battlefield. As for fallen comrades, while they too would be cremated, their ashes would be carefully collected, labeled with names, and returned to their hometowns upon return to China, allowing them to rest in peace. This was the difference between enemies and allies. As for spoils of war, they were first submitted, but there didn't seem to be much, disappointing many. This was an irrefutable fact. Japan was indeed poor, much poorer than expected. But alas, who let them have the potential to become pirates? They must be thoroughly cleared out, leaving none behind, just as the national master instructed. No Japanese men should remain. Under the iron and blood, even massacres didn't faze the Ming warriors. After all, this land was coveted by the Ming, so they could not be allowed to stay. No hindrance could exist. Countless lives were claimed, but in their eyes, they weren't considered human. Chapter 196, Annihilation of Japan. No men spared. The three sons of the Zhu family lived up to their reputation as skilled battlefield commanders, each one a strategist and military expert, showing no mercy in warfare. With directives from the national master, their killing became even more ferocious. Anyone who dared resist, regardless of gender, was killed. Naturally, men were the first to be eliminated, not one left alive. This unwavering principle was both pragmatic and formidable. No one wanted to lose value, a point that didn't require rebuttal. The battlefield raged on, with death omnipresent. Bodies strewn across the land, fires burning everywhere, leaving nothing behind. In just half a month, both the northern and southern fronts had been breached, directly entering Honshu Island. Auden knew this was inevitable and merely urged his troops to accelerate their advance, with no other options. At this moment, Japanese shogun Godric was frantic. He hadn't anticipated the Ming Dynasty's direct military intervention without giving them any chance for explanation. According to intelligence, only Honshu Island remained with some strength, while the rest had been occupied. General, the Ming soldiers are devils. They've killed all our men, whether or not they surrendered. What? Godric was shocked, unable to sit still. He collapsed, realizing the depth of the Ming's hatred and anger, which could not be reversed. Even if the Ming withdrew now, few Japanese men would remain, incapable of resistance. The panic was evident. General, we should flee quickly. The boats are ready. If we don't leave soon, we won't be able to. Without further ado, Godric replied hastily, quickly, go, let's go. Soon, the shogun's men rushed toward the prepared ships, setting sail immediately without delay. As for the emperor in Edo, they could do nothing about him now. Their own survival took precedence. Unfortunately, the outer seas were already blockaded by Ming warships, making escape impossible. Despite the dim light, the Ming warships were majestic and imposing. A patrol ship on the eastern side of Japan noticed this Japanese vessel and moved to intercept it. Those who resisted were slain without hesitation. Resistance was futile. What? Capture any Japanese generals? Kill them. To many Ming soldiers, these were mere minor generals, insignificant, so they were killed outright, unaware of the importance of generals in Japan. Shortly after, Godric was beheaded by a Ming soldier. Others met the same fate, their bodies thrown into the sea, leaving nothing but their ship behind. It was indeed an unfortunate treasure trove, the shogunate's many valuables, now cleared away. After handling this matter, they continued patrolling the coastline without concern. Due to Godric's escape, the last Japanese defense crumbled, leading to their complete annihilation. The entire campaign did not exceed a month and had come to a swift end. Annihilating Japan was this simple. Every man exterminated without leaving any offspring. They then conducted a thorough search, ensuring no man survived, while seeking more wealth. The so-called Japanese emperor was also beheaded by a common soldier, a trivial matter even for princes. For a small country like Japan to have an emperor was an affront to the Ming emperor's authority. Who else would die if not them? They were killed without hesitation, creating no pressure whatsoever. Different values dictated different priorities. Everything unfolded without doubt. Power spoke louder than words. Once strategic goals were achieved, subsequent matters were ignored, leaving clear intentions. Hoover, third brother, you arrived swiftly. Yes, if we were slower, there'd be no opportunities. This time, I believe Clifford will be pleased. Haha, indeed. By the way, what about cousin? Ha ha ha, well said. Now on this island, besides Ming forces, only Japanese women remain. How they'll be dealt with, we'll discuss later. Agreed. They're already detained, and future arrangements will be made. Right, how did the second sweep go? It's done. All fugitives have been eradicated. Same here. None will escape. On the battlefield, especially in a nation-destroying war, mercy had no place. Only bloodshed prevailed. For a country like Japan, this was even more so the case. Originally very angry, they now had a peaceful mindset. In the future, the entire island nation would cease to exist, completely incorporated into the Ming Dynasty, becoming a foothold for external conquest. The three brothers were filled with excitement. It didn't matter which path they took, and there was no need for excessive annoyance anymore. Moreover, supplying the northern base at Vladivostok would be even more advantageous, as the distance between them was indeed very close. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been this simple. This was absolutely a good thing, an unignorable benefit for the Ming Dynasty's foreign strategy. Subsequent changes on the Japanese islands would naturally be what they wished to see, wouldn't they? Tilling repeatedly and thoroughly clearing all obstacles was the best approach, bringing joy and happiness. Undoubtedly, this was the most beautiful outcome. In summary, evaluating strength was a matter of mental awareness, and the subsequent impact was not insignificant, making it hard to describe adequately. Fundamentally, it was about the reality of inner realization. Everything sensed within the heart, without needing much rebuttal. All these transformations could be perceived clearly, without any need for minute details. The facts were clear and unmistakable, all for the sake of the Ming Dynasty's future. The final cleanup. Once done, we'll return to the Ming Dynasty. Someone will arrange things here. Yes, good. Returning in triumph this time will mark our opening of new frontiers. Very well said. We must capture more territories. Who will be the master then? For the three brothers, their thoughts were clear, easily understandable. The key was understanding all challenges, thus not requiring too much deliberation. Everything was perfect just as it was. Soon, they drafted memorials first and then continued to till the Japanese islands, eliminating all potential dangers at their roots, leaving no lingering troubles behind. Chapter 197. The root of nation annihilation, intimidating other tributary nations, moving mountains and opening paths. Excellent, ha ha ha, very good. Finally, this dog thing called Japan has been thoroughly dealt with, ha ha ha. Seeing the report of great victory sent by his three sons, Heston was extremely excited. To him, he had finally cleansed this thing that clung like a stubborn plaster, though somewhat extreme. It was nothing serious. These beast-like creatures did not deserve to live. In Heston's eyes, there was only the great Ming. Other nations must either submit or be annihilated. The Eastern Japanese nation now stood as the best example. It was wiped out within less than a month, all males exterminated without leaving even a single offspring. This is true annihilation. As for the remaining women, Heston also had plans for them, to be used merely as tools for reproduction. To him, only people of the Great Ming were enough. With increasing resources, the power of the Great Ming grew stronger every day, but its population was still insufficient. Therefore, these women came in handy. No one should speak of cruelty here. It was a world where just being alive was already a challenge. Moreover, as the victorious nation, they naturally had absolute say. There were no rules about precedence. This news also intimidated all neighboring tributary nations. Even Korea was once again stunned. Being subjected to such measures against Japan made them extremely shocked. Unimaginable events, indescribable scenes. This was truly the root cause of national annihilation. Thinking about this, these tributary nations became overly devout, sending tribute more diligently than ever. But Heston only accepted their gifts, saying nothing more. Even the reciprocated gift was merely what Ajax suggested, books on Confucianism. Yes, just Confucian literature, which was transported by carts numbering over 10, but in terms of economic value, it was really very low, incomparable to even a fraction of the benefits these tributary nations offered. However, these tributary nations were now so terrified that each of them trembled, afraid to speak much, becoming extraordinarily obedient. But Heston would not stop thinking. Since these places should belong to the Great Ming after verifying the information, others shouldn't have any illusions. Besides, many people in these regions were remnants who fled from previous dynasties, many of whom had been killed by them. Therefore, Heston had a good excuse: revenge for his ancestors. Yes, revenge for the ancestors. This was something no one was willing to let go of, a deep-seated enmity. Trying to deceive him with false pretenses was impossible and absolutely unacceptable. Of course, now he did not say much because actions could start anytime, unlike in the north which was concealed by severe cold climates. Naturally, the Indochina Peninsula also had many extreme weather conditions, along with dense rainforests making the climate very humid. The terrain varied greatly, requiring particular caution. But things were moving quickly. Once half of the warships in the Japanese archipelago returned, it would be enough for the Great Ming to transport a large number of troops, thereby enabling simultaneous attacks from the north and south. Camden, what do you think of this plan? Ajax looked at the strategy laid out on the map and had no objections. Davidson, my only suggestion is to gain support from the former dynasty immigrants. Naturally, if they deny being Han people, then we don't need to worry too much. Moreover, ethnic minorities in southwestern regions have already submitted, so persuading them should not be difficult. Heston understood his meaning but raised an issue. But what if they want land? Ajax pointed on the map and said, let them have it wherever they wish. Use whatever land they can conquer. Heston saw the vast stretch of land. Would this be okay? Jax laughed. Davidson, this place may have lots of land, but most of it is desert, with extremely hot weather. Although survival is possible, developing there is not easy. Hearing Ajax's meaningful words, Heston realized there must be some hidden catch. Of course, if they consider themselves family, these areas can become new settlements for them. The Great Ming will not neglect them, each having their own choice, right, Zeke? Ajax, being lenient towards insiders, did not wish for anyone to take another path. Heston agreed, right, absolutely right. This leaves me without any objections. Ajax chuckled, all right, then it's settled. Once everything is arranged properly, we can move south. Heston said lightly, this is how it should be. We have all seen through these people's tricks clearly, but at least this won't affect the eastern route development of the south to north water diversion project. Now we have already set up sluice gates in several places. Ajax naturally knew that as long as the most critical part was completed, it could be opened. Davidson, how are the small canal channels in Shandong and other places? Heston pointed to the map and said, they are all accelerating their completion. Various inspections exist in each place to ensure that the benefits for the people remain unchanged. Ajax understood his meaning and nodded, saying, this indeed needs attention. There must not be any accidents. I believe that all subsequent matters can be successfully completed. Heston immediately breathed a sigh of relief, saying, that's good. But as for the central route, it is indeed somewhat difficult. Ajax gently waved his fly whisk, saying, Davidson, don't forget there's your nephew here. This matter will be handled by me. It won't cause groundwater flow issues, but the western route is particularly troublesome. It requires moving several peaks. Upon hearing this, Heston couldn't help but ask anxiously, moving mountains, isn't that very tiring? Ajax showed an expression that suggested, you're so smart, Zeke, saying, yes, Davidson. Just moving one peak alone is extremely exhausting. Additionally, care must be taken to see if the relocation area will affect anything else. This is also an issue, so I thought of a roundabout approach, making minor adjustments, which generally won't differ much. As long as the canals are connected, we can introduce water from the north. Heston understood and grasped some points. Not going straight would delay a lot of time, but a roundabout way could adapt to circumstances and ensure that the climate in these regions remains largely stable rather than directly changing. Right, what about the impact on underground rivers? Ajax directly answered, precisely because of this consideration, a roundabout method is used to try to keep groundwater flowing smoothly without obstruction. However, it cannot be completely guaranteed in the future since the movement of peaks will inevitably have some impact on underground water. Heston understood this too. Ensuring the maximum stability of groundwater flow has been quite successful. Chapter 198. Proceed with caution, prefer slowness to hastiness. Subsequently, Heston also realized that in the Western Front, the vast territory was sparsely populated. Combined with such harsh conditions, living there wasn't easy. Perhaps after these minor adjustments, a more favorable living valley would emerge. No matter what, we can't predict the future, but speaking of the big picture now, this adjustment is feasible. Even though it's unknown how long it might take with you around, I'm somewhat reassured. What about the central line? Ajax responded, there's not much adjustment needed for the central line. The key issue lies in stabilizing the underground river problems, requiring reinforcement rather than simple connections. Otherwise, due to water pressure issues, certain problems could arise. Therefore, many areas need arrangements underground. Presently, both sides haven't moved yet, and my nephew is working on stabilizing and developing the underground rivers. Heston nodded in agreement. Indeed, worthy of his own nephew, he had considered things very thoroughly. Now, everything was clear, and it wasn't hard to imagine the subsequent developments. Very well. As for the central and western fronts, they depend on you. Depending on manpower alone, who knows how long it would take or how many lives would be lost to complete the work. As an emperor, he understood clearly. These areas were difficult to develop, with immense risks involved, making predictions uncertain. Only the eastern front could Manchang be completed by human labor. After all, this was the era of the Great Ming Dynasty, not a technologically advanced time. Even with skilled craftsmen, without advanced equipment, even skilled housewives found it difficult to cook without ingredients. Fortunately, there was Ajax, a Taoist practitioner, who used his magic to dig such a large and deep pit overnight. Handing over the subsequent tasks to the craftsmen wouldn't be too problematic. Understanding this, it naturally boosted morale. If we set aside the western front, how long will it take to fully connect the central line? After pondering, Ajax replied, Davidson, don't worry. Even if the internal structure is completed, it still requires some time to test. It's not so simple. Detect where there are minute loopholes and address them promptly to avoid major problems later. A dike 1,000 miles long may collapse because of an ant hole, a good warning. For such a large-scale project, more meticulousness is required. This isn't something that can be done in 1 or 2 years, but rather needs to last for 100 years or more. Only then can it be considered a qualified project. Even with his various supernatural abilities, time has its erosive effect on magic. Therefore, he can only do his best. Other issues are hard to handle, especially those underground. He didn't know how long his magical power could sustain, but he had to try, even at the cost of expending true essence and magic power. It was worth it. These matters he naturally wouldn't speak too much about. No one knew his concerns. He needed to investigate further and ensure the next steps. Heston agreed wholeheartedly. Such caution was indeed commendable, showing a good attitude toward the future. No one wanted to succeed initially only to fail completely in just a few years. That would be inappropriate. Ajax's cautious attitude undoubtedly made Heston even more satisfied. Such a beneficial thing could be understood, making people comprehend different values and grasp the implications easily. Suspicion and purpose brought new results, making subsequent changes more evident and understandable. The course of fate was never meant to be missed. This was clear. Strong individuals must grasp their fate, not letting fate control them. These were straightforward words. Good. Being cautious is right. It's better to be slower rather than hasty, especially in these regions. We shouldn't rush. Who knows how long it will take for the Eastern Front? Without a year or two of effort, it will be Zekier. This wasn't a joke. Even excavating a small canal required substantial manpower, resources, and finances. The reality couldn't be changed. Subsequent developments would clarify this. In short, the hope for the future was itself a fine challenge. A cautious step forward would build confidence. Everyone would rather not abandon their vigilance. The impact would be significant. Both Zeke and nephew were extremely cautious, even if funds were ample. They worried about local officials creating issues, which could turn good things into bad ones. They were well aware and wise enough to understand that true strength was essential for comprehension. Davidson, your nephew knows and will be very cautious. These matters are not easy and must not be taken lightly. Ajax was not at all surprised. As long as the 3-line project could be completed, all subsequent issues would not be a problem. Actually, in the central line area, people had already noticed something amiss, but couldn't figure out why the riverbed suddenly elevated and formed a slope, which left many puzzled. It actually shouldn't have been vertical. That would have made it even easier. However, Ajax later discovered that fish migrate here, and such sudden elevation would be fatal to them. So, he secretly transformed the vertical into a slope-like state and extended the slope to facilitate fish migration better, as there were step-like protrusions on the slope. These areas allowed fish to rest before continuing their upstream journey, gradually returning to spawn. There was no other way around this. After observing for some time and confirming there were no problems, Ajax temporarily set it as such. Still, he would keep an eye on it and make improvements if necessary. It was all part of the normal process. These were routine concerns. Ensuring local ecology was not disrupted. This was a critical point. As for whether they would enter the underground river, it wouldn't matter much, as unexpected events always occur. As long as enough fish survived, these changes wouldn't matter much. Perhaps they might evolve into new species of fish adapted to the underground rivers, using this method to reach the northern regions, bringing new food resources. After all, the underground river was only so wide, allowing only a few fish to enter, with a certain slope. To return downstream would require their own strength. These slopes all have step-like features, enabling fish to rest, thus achieving the effect of upstream migration. In summary, this adds a new habitat for them. How they adapt in the future remains to be seen. Ajax did not interfere further, able to maintain the flow of the underground river, and this was good. Chapter 199. Renaming the 4 Arianane Islands and temporary rest for future opportunities. Heston and Ajax discussed quite a bit about the south to north water diversion project, but they also needed to start discussing the military situation in the south. Camden, now that Japan has been defeated, by the way, we should rename these islands. How dare they call themselves Kyushu? When Heston first saw this name, it infuriated him. It showed their blatant disregard for the Ming Dynasty and their ambitious nature. Now that Japan had been defeated, these names must change. Ajax had no objections and said, "As you wish, Davidson. What do you plan to rename them?" Heston had already thought of this and immediately took out a map. Hokkaido will be renamed North Japanese Island, Honshu to East Japanese Island, Shikoku to South Japanese Island, and Kyushu to West Japanese Island. We'll proceed with these changes. Ajax watched on, speechless but agreeable. This seemed reasonable enough. All right, let's follow your wishes. Who dares to disobey? Now in all of Japan, there were no more men left, only women. The roots were practically non-existent. Heston then asked, so how many households from our empire should be relocated here? And how can we attract people to move? He knew what happened on the battlefield, and was taken aback by his nephew's ruthless actions, killing every man, regardless of age or condition. It shocked even him. He felt something was off, yet he didn't dwell on it since they weren't Ming subjects. After hearing this, Ajax thought for a moment and responded, we could say that land is available for distribution, still under the court's jurisdiction, but those allocated land can have tax exemption for 5 years. The subsequent tax rates would be lower than those in the Ming Dynasty, so I believe some people will be willing to go. Let's aim for 100,000 households. How does that sound, Davidson? Heston agreed. It was a good idea that would surely draw people. All right, let's proceed with this. Adding 100,000 households won't be too much, ensuring each person has access to 100 mu of good farmland. Ajax nodded. With 4 main islands plus smaller ones, this number was manageable. Besides, it would remain sparsely populated, requiring Ming troops to garrison there and establish significant shipyards. Such substantial resources opened up greater possibilities. Oh, the Awami silver mine has been found and is being vigorously mined. Those who move there could earn money from it, which would give them work during agricultural downtime. With these plans set, Heston could see the undeniable benefits and high demand. The core issue was always another condition. Strength mattered most. Different effects would lead to different outcomes, but who could predict what position things would end up in? The spoils of war were numerous, with several large ships already transporting goods to the islands. All these advantages were evident, providing genuine benefits. As long as everything went smoothly, there would be no changing it. None of the vassal states around knew what to say. Everything was predetermined, impossible to describe otherwise. Ultimately, strength was key. Without these benefits, achieving goals wouldn't be possible. Different costs brought different rewards, but they must not offend the Ming. Of course, many details were unknown to the vassal states, but the terror of the Ming couldn't be denied. Sadly, some vassal states didn't understand the ultimate intentions of the Ming, striving to maintain peace without truly comprehending it. Such efforts were ultimately futile. About the southern front, nephew? Davidson, don't rush. Step by step. We've conquered Japan this year, so let's rest for now. Wait until the Ming's combat readiness is fully arranged to ensure success without any loopholes. Warfare couldn't be rushed, especially when surrounded by so many vassal states. They needed careful planning to avoid exposing the true intentions of the Ming. Heston understood. After such a long preparation and achieving results, it wouldn't be wise to shift strategies too soon. It might add unnecessary difficulty and might not be achievable. So, if it is to be done, it should be in one decisive battle rather than dragging on, which would only gradually exhaust the potential of the Great Ming and be detrimental for larger-scale wars. Frequent warfare will lead to ruin. Forgetting war will invite danger. This is an excellent saying that must not be forgotten. There are more intentions that need to be carried out, so what needs to happen will happen. One cannot be careless, as the intentions can be understood without any doubt about their mindset. In short, strength cannot be described. The potential of a country must be nurtured within itself, and not just through conquests and plunder. Even if it becomes rich temporarily, benefits are enjoyed by only a small part of the population, ultimately failing to achieve the goal of nurturing the entire nation. So, this is also the mentality of newly rich people. Well, since that's the case, let's end it here for this year. But we can let them have some contact. Perhaps it can work. Ajax understood his Zeke's purpose, and there was nothing wrong with that. It can be done, but Davidson, some things cannot be rushed. After all, they are people with their own thoughts and wisdom, and naturally, they have their own considerations. Having lived there for generations, they cannot be forced too urgently. Any race that acknowledges our civilization can be embraced, can't they? Heston nodded understandingly. Indeed, things cannot be rushed. They still need to proceed step by step. All right, let's do it your way. For this year, it ends here. The internal affairs of the Great Ming still need a lot of digestion, indeed cannot be rushed, and proper handling is necessary. Thus, such a simple matter passed without too many issues arising. As long as there was preparation, it was sufficient. The two discussed many matters, and with everything settled, they naturally decided the major events for this year, making everything stable. Ajax then took his leave. Since everything was settled, there was no need to rush unless someone sought their own demise, in which case, the harshness of the Great Ming could not be blamed. Accidents may occur, but one should weigh their own worth. If it's insufficient, then seeking one's own death shouldn't blame others, which is understandable. Chapter 200, determined to improve her endowment, spring planting is paramount. No matter what, at this moment, the Great Ming was an incomparably vast country. The beginning of the Great Ming Dynasty started at a high level and was progressing towards an even more prosperous history. After returning to his residence, Ajax rested while thinking. Suddenly, he heard a melodious sound and knew who was playing the guqin. It was refreshing, heart-touching, soul-cultivating, and soothing. Very good craftsmanship. The progress has been astonishingly rapid, truly excellent. This was not a trivial matter but a fact that left a profound impression, giving considerable expectations. Such feelings made it difficult to deny the advantages present, causing heartfelt awe. As long as it could be achieved, it meant there was no lack of maturation and growth in skill, which was quite rare and enjoyable for him. Having been together for so long, it made him feel a sense of reassurance, almost like entrusting oneself to the other. A deeply touching experience. Of course, cadence was also favored greatly, with the sole regret being the lack of cultivation aptitude. Even with various elixirs for nurturing, it barely allowed cadence to enter the path of cultivation. Sustaining it further would be truly difficult. Unless the system store contained an earth-shattering elixir to alter fate, otherwise, nothing could be done. Until now, he had never seen such an elixir, nor did he know if it existed. Perhaps it did, but it would undoubtedly be extremely expensive and not easily obtainable. Therefore, only patient waiting remained. Success or failure was not within his control. Only the system authority could decide. What changes might follow such improvements were unknowable. For now, the focus was on striving to earn virtue points to make the people of the Great Ming happier and increasing the population to gain more virtue points for himself. Thus, obtaining good things wouldn't be scarce. Joy naturally spread among people, needing no additional explanation. Real evaluation could be made through comparison, making it more authentic and reliable, creating a moment of envy. Ultimately, one needed enough ability. Otherwise, where would new motivation come from? Really great, our Junhua is getting better and better. Cadence smiled and said, all thanks to your teachings. Now I'm not only full of vitality and better spirit, but my capabilities are also unbelievable, truly real. After entering the threshold of cultivation, Cadence genuinely felt the difference. It was incredibly amazing. Was this what strength felt like? It was something unbound and indescribable, yet interesting beyond measure. The current benefits were clear, carrying significant meaning, easy to comprehend. This mysterious essence had taken root, showcasing true power. No one could deny its merits. Ajax naturally shared her joy, pondering if the system might someday offer elixirs to improve endowments. That would suffice. If once didn't work, try multiple times. He believed it could be achieved. But these words couldn't and shouldn't be spoken, lest future disappointments tarnish his credibility. Living alone eternally would be lonely. So he sought ways to change Cadence's endowments, however difficult, trying everything possible. The most reliable hope was potential benefits from the system store. Regardless, only silent waiting remained. Perhaps something would emerge eventually. Patience for now. All right, it's getting late. Let's go eat. Sure, Arianaster, let's eat together. Their meals were simple, avoiding extravagance, but wasting food was a must-not. To any ordinary person, this was an unreachable dream. Yet, it should still be within reach. At this moment, along the eastern route of the south to north water diversion project, water gates were being installed, requiring several locations. However, they were indifferent to this. As the weather grew warmer, spring planting was about to begin. Although it might delay things a bit, it was a crucial season, so precautions were necessary. With Heston's approval, people were instructed to start spring planting first. After completing spring planting, they would return to work, not wasting any time. The remaining tasks involved installing numerous water gates, all prepared with molds, so no unexpected issues were expected. Caution was still paramount. National affairs required utmost caution. Otherwise, things would get complicated later. With spring farming underway, everyone was delighted. Since wages were paid without deductions, their lives were bound to thrive. For them, this was a fantastic turn of events indeed. One surprise after another, and they all started to put in more effort. For them, such benefits were something none of them wanted to lose. After the spring farming was completed, they would return to work, which was a good thing for them. This only applied to the people living along the canal's banks. Others continued as they had in previous years. But there was an additional task, checking the embankment problems in various areas. If any damage appeared on the embankment cement slabs, it had to be reported immediately without delay. Officials were particularly busy during this period. They patrolled the embankments to ensure water levels and defense standards were safe when the spring floods arrived. If anything went wrong with this issue, it wasn't just about losing their positions, it required extra caution. Nowadays, officials received enough money and grain, and they could also earn year-end bonuses, which seemed unbelievable compared to the past but had to be acknowledged. Indeed, last year's year-end bonus was proof, even though it wasn't much due to lower ranks. Arianity officials drooled at the rewards enjoyed by high-ranking officials. After all, this was legitimate income that could be spent without guilt. Which official wouldn't want or need this? However, it required some capability and achievements, as well as maintaining peace in their region, to gain more opportunities. Otherwise, promotion wouldn't be easy. After all, one person fills one position, and this applied to officialdom too. It was understandable. No matter what, these benefits were real and could not be underestimated. No one could easily give up such an advantageous status. So, to achieve better political accomplishments, they had to go all out. Under strict scrutiny, everyone worked hard, leaving no room for laziness. Especially concerning spring floods, the emperor repeatedly ordered strict defense measures. If they couldn't prevent it, they must report immediately, and officials from the court would handle it. Post-incident investigations would not be overly harsh, but if anyone concealed the situation, they would face even harsher punishments. Chapter 201. Striding with intimidation across the world. Your Arian Majesty, the Amin have returned to the Great Ming and have arrived at Songjiang Prefecture. Very good, excellent. Then have the Jacob return as well? Yes, Your Arian Majesty. The imperial decree was quickly issued. In Songjiang Prefecture, Elwood was celebrating the triumphant return of his 3 younger brothers. The occasion was lively. Though only they were present, the celebration was warm and enthusiastic. Older brother, how about this? We specially chose it. Sure, if you don't like it, we can choose some more. After hearing this, Elwood smiled and said, they're all fine, no need to worry. These gestures clearly indicated genuine strength, inevitably stirring deep thoughts, and were naturally distinctive. In essence, this scene was quite simple, and subsequent issues were hard to describe. It was a challenge that needed no words. No matter how many difficulties, none could be underestimated. What came afterward defied description. Perhaps someone could achieve it, or clarify everything. Who could dispute what followed? It left no room for surprise. Soon, Heston's edict arrived. Elwood received the order and, along with his 3 younger brothers, headed back to the capital. The war trophies were too numerous, so much so that it felt almost unjust. One couldn't help but believe there were indeed a lot, perhaps too many. A caravan stretching for miles, with a long escorting force on both sides. Why they did this was, of course, to show off. Having conquered a country and gained such bounty, the citizens watching couldn't help but be stunned. It was truly awe-inspiring. It was clear from this real situation. Nothing could be underestimated without concrete strength as proof. It highlighted the crux of power. Sometimes it was that simple, needing solid support. Otherwise, how could new achievements come? With such an imposing Ming army, people naturally swallowed hard. Their purpose became evident, and their intentions were unmistakable. Without doubt, these aims were mesmerizing and delightful, evoking immense satisfaction. As for fearing robbery, it would be a suicidal move. Apart from the crowd here, countless others monitored secretly. Any unrest would not escape the pursuit of the Great Ming. Besides, who could carry much away? This grand procession left everyone admiring, and also made them understand the immense pressure involved. Naturally, the accompanying pride was equally overwhelming, confirming reality. The Great Ming was indeed so powerful. Beyond just intimidating the world, it instilled in its citizens a genuine sense of superiority. This feeling didn't need explanation. It was understandable. Regarding the deeper intentions, it was evident and clearer now. There was no need for many words. Achieving objectives was the most crucial part. Simplifying it was akin to a mindset issue, a confidence-full flavor, where different involvement prepared for power, leading to clearer understanding. The Ming's intimidatory power was displayed thus, making it clear how formidable the Great Ming was. That was enough. Look, older brother, the citizens of the Great Ming look different now. Well, initially, they feared the Japanese pirates, but now they are all different, truly transformed. Yes, now they hold their heads high with confidence. They've become what true subjects of the Great Ming should be, truly inspiring. There will be even more inspiring moments ahead. No need to rush. Clearly, the words hinted at certain messages, though insignificant. As long as they could be achieved, it meant everything, as the value lay in people's hearts. Be cautious to avoid conflicts. It would be troublesome. Some might take risks, but future developments depended on one's capability. Human greed is unchangeable. Dealing with it was a major concern. Unexpected outcomes aside, nothing needed further explanation. Change was significant yet limited. Power was key, and these situations were not worth worrying about. True answers had already been illustrated many times. Without excessive deliberation, preparations for power could directly overpower. Look at the citizens now, older brother. They're different. Of course, initially, they feared the pirates, but now they are confident, completely changed. That's right. Now they walk with pride, looking different. This is how citizens of the Great Ming should be, truly uplifting. Ariane, more uplifting moments will come, no rush. The speech revealed hints, but lacked significant value. Achieving goals rendered everything meaningless. It all depended on intent. Be careful, to avoid any conflict, that would be troublesome. Some would take risks, but the aftermath depended on individual capabilities. Human greed was unchangeable, and dealing with it remained a constant concern. Future events were self-explanatory. On the way, they were indeed parading through the streets, but everyone remained eerily quiet. There were many spectators, but none acted irrationally. From a distance, they watched without concern. If there were any conflicts, one would have to rely on their own abilities. Given the timing and efforts, there were unimaginably many possibilities. Different paces revealed different thoughts and understandings. To continue forward required sufficient capital. There was excitement, but whether it could be achieved was another matter. Changing mindsets was limited, so focusing single-mindedly was the straightforward approach. This made it achievable without too much care or questioning. At this moment, Elwood and his three brothers were very confident. Under such heavy military presence, anyone who dared to seize these war trophies, which belonged mostly to the court, would need considerable courage. This was purely a show of strength, to intimidate the surrounding vassal states once again. The benefits were clear. As long as they could achieve it, everything would be fine, naturally understandable without much explanation. The journey to Yingtian Prefecture was essentially a parade of Shenyao Zhilu, where no one felt anything unusual, instead believing it to be fitting. It further instilled in them the might of being victors. Heston already knew and did not mind, instructing Elwood to return with the others. The meaning was evident, to enhance his authority. After all, as the future emperor, he could not be underestimated. Paulette was also delighted. Concerned about her eldest son, she naturally paid close attention, leaving no room for negligence. This allowed for better actions and greater peace of mind, requiring little explanation to grasp its implications. Other princes relied mainly on their own capabilities, establishing their territories abroad. This period was rapidly approaching. With solid foundations, they were unafraid of rumors, as long as they could achieve their goals. Becoming a king was, after all, no easy feat. Chapter 202. Heston leads the welcome party in person. Outside Yingtian Prefecture, Heston, Paulette, and others arrived in person. This clearly indicated a significant intention. It naturally meant major events, such as the triumphant return of the army from the campaign against the Japanese pirates. The news had already spread far and wide. Now, with Heston waiting personally, it was undoubtedly confirming this fact, which was almost inconceivable but true. With such power, what followed would require more capital. As for the remaining strength, none of it could be ignored. Indeed, it was hard to put into words. All of this scene would bring more excitement, more vigor, and determination. Everything was enough to make one believe that anything was possible. Before long, a massive entourage slowly came into view. Elwood and three others were among them, their faces solemn. They had clearly been informed. Tens of miles behind them were wagons loaded with war spoils. Everyone couldn't help but take deep breaths. This was truly valuable and brought unexpected joy. It was too much to express, a mix of shock and happiness in everyone's hearts. The army exuded an infinite sense of majesty, its footsteps filled with the heavy aura of battle. A force that had just returned from the front lines, now advancing slowly. They were majestic, heroic, and captivating. How could anyone not be impressed? They all knew the truth in their hearts. Everyone was striving, putting in effort, unwilling to let go or back down. This was a matter of making a stand, not ignorance. Such thoughts represented the utmost reasonableness, not hard to understand. Whether real or helpless, everything would be given and gained. This was sufficient. How much change was needed to change everything? Ariane signs pointed to no immediate significance. True efforts would lead to a future life. Different values would ensure all considerations. Heston looked on, extremely satisfied. This was the kind of troops he wanted, the kind the Ming Dynasty needed. Under the command of the Ming, nothing was unconquerable. Excellent, simply excellent. We must strive harder, never let our guard down. The events to come will be breathtaking. Feeling pleased, he surveyed the surroundings, his face lighting up with joy. It was indeed a good outcome. With steady progress, many benefits awaited. How could one not be delighted? At this moment, the Ming army revealed a momentum that was sufficiently awe-inspiring, aiding greatly in stabilizing the realm. As for any backlash, it depended on how bold they dared to be. Your humble subjects Elwood, Joey, Holt, and Tate pay respects to his Ariane Majesty and her Ariane Majesty, said the four as they hurriedly dismounted and knelt upon seeing Heston and Paulette. Heston, unable to contain his excitement, extended his hand to lift each of them up one by one. Well done, you have not disappointed us or the people of the Ming. In the future, the sea borders of the Ming will enjoy peace. Upon hearing this, the officials all prostrated themselves, chanting, "Long live His Area Majesty, wise and enlightened." Undoubtedly, this was excellent propaganda, allowing people to understand the situation without unnecessary worry. It was merely a matter of perception, not requiring too much skepticism. Different mindsets led to varied intentions. Unchanging interests could not be altered. Efforts continued, indeed surpassing expectations. What followed didn't need much explanation. Simple truths required no questions. Personal value and worth were beyond words. The significance explained much. It was certainly extraordinary. Real changes were powerful, and arrangements were practical. No overthinking was needed. Nothing could be changed. The vassal states were now even more afraid. After all, previous rumors alone had frightened them. Seeing the plentiful war trophies firsthand provided undeniable evidence. No further explanations were needed. Clearly, more effort would follow without hesitation, a fact easily understood. Simple matters spoke for themselves. Similar principles applied to different rules. The pressure of intimidation was indeed substantial. Heston gave a cursory glance and smiled before waving his hand. Enter the city, set up feasts, and reward the troops. Not long ago, such things would have been hard to say. After all, they had been poor then. Even building city walls required donations. But now, the national treasury of the Ming Dynasty was now well stocked, and his own inner treasury was also extremely full, rendering any donations unnecessary. The economy of the Ming Dynasty had rapidly improved, with the results being truly remarkable, so much so that it seemed unbelievable. But in reality, it was indeed impressive. Whether in agriculture, construction projects, or road repairs, they were all carrying out large-scale projects without running short of funds. This was because there were more types of taxes, including maritime trade options and shipbuilding, all yielding substantial benefits. Now, Heston no longer objected to these developments. As long as taxes were paid, he did not mind anything else. Having a clear account was enough. The citizens could clearly see this change, especially when allowed to view from the city walls, though only on the side far from the city gates, where they couldn't get close. After all, with the emperor entering through the city gate, everything had to be handled with utmost care, leaving no room for negligence. As Heston led everyone into the city wall, the convoy stretched endlessly, heading straight into the imperial palace. Whether to the national treasury or the inner treasury was still undecided, but the court ministers clearly loved engaging in such matters. These issues often brought the just cause before Heston, often causing him to become visibly angry, but ultimately, it amounted to little more than a division of portions, a rare contest for the ministers. For this reason, Heston was greatly troubled, but fortunately, his sons were all smart and well prepared. These ministers would have been furious if they knew, but Heston didn't care. It was within his family's domain and could not be underestimated. This fact was evident. In this situation, the understanding individuals realized that there was nothing much to say. There were numerous reasons. One did not need to think too much to see that things had simplified considerably. Though it appeared simple, it was not. There was hardly any variability. This was the inevitable trend, allowing for no change. Chapter 203. Rewarding the troops and hosting a feast. Different capabilities mean different things, but one of the greatest is whether the emperor personally welcomes them. Of course, it's not an exaggeration to say they are family. However, letting one's son go to battle is also a testament to their dedication. Few princes would willingly take to the battlefield, which seems like a pipe dream. After the convoy fully entered the imperial palace, the guards were dismissed, and the city resumed its usual appearance. But there was a noticeable difference in people's expressions. Truly spectacular, absolutely magnificent. Indeed, so many war spoils stretched for over 10 miles, such a long stretch. How much wealth it contains is anyone's guess. We must admit that the Wa state, Japan, has truly been adept at plundering. Exactly. Otherwise, how could they have gained so much? They raided everywhere, causing unrest along our Ming Dynasty's coast. Life was tough back then, always looting and raiding. Very true. Though they've been arrogant up until now, they can't afford to be anymore. By the way, did you hear that the court plans to issue an edict to relocate 10,000 households to the Wa state? What for? Everyone was puzzled. Although the island country's territory is limited, the land isn't small with 4 major islands. I just heard this from my cousin's nephew about this matter. It's because the Ming army killed all the men in the Wa state during this campaign, leaving only women. That can't be true. Won't this lead to impeachment? Shock appeared on everyone's faces. This seemed too brutal, and it raised concerns about ministerial backlash. He whispered mysteriously, afraid? There's nothing to fear since the one who proposed this is none other than the current Grand Master of the Ming Dynasty. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. It was indeed terrifying and almost unbelievable. The influence of this decision couldn't be ignored. If it's the current Grand Master proposing it, no one would dare to say a word more. Isn't that seeking death? True, the Grand Master isn't just powerful. His status ranks second only to the princes, perhaps even higher than some of them, being the emperor's nephew. Indeed, the Ming Dynasty's development to this point couldn't have happened without the Grand Master's advice. Such a protector of the people dealing harshly with the Wa state shows how deserving they are. Yes, these Wa people deserve it. Their deaths are well deserved. It's just pity for those women. Suddenly, everyone's breathing quickened as they looked at each other. The earlier they went, the more beautiful girls they could select. This thought made everyone impatient. Missing out on such an opportunity would be a pity. However, they didn't know the conditions. Even if they found out, it wouldn't make any difference even if they felt elated. Emperor Heston foresaw this. Of course, that wasn't possible. The first step was personal farming, a critical point. No one could enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Inspections would be carried out regularly. Any cheating would face severe punishment, an undeniable fact. As for other arrangements, while numerous, they were relatively simple for the emperor. Mining, another source of profit, was understandable to everyone. Heston was unconcerned with these details, currently hosting a feast. Similarly, outside the city, soldiers were given wine and meat as rewards. This rare opportunity to indulge needed discipline. Drinking was allowed, but not disorder. Strict measures would follow any misbehavior. Gentlemen, please accept my gratitude for your hard work. Your Arian Majesty, this is what we should do. The three princes fought valiantly. They humbly replied, yet it was factual. They had bravely fought and shown no fear in battle. The three princes indeed had impressive capabilities. Such strength and capability were sufficient. As long as ability remained, greater feats would follow. Tate, Prince Shu, they felt reassured by their father's approval. It was a good sign. Thus, gaining opportunities brought joy. Elwood listened, feeling pleased. This war demonstrated their might and capability. Emperor Heston and Paulette nodded excitedly, with no room for surprises. Success was all that mattered, as nobody wanted to lose. Ajax felt even more elated in his heart, as they had accomplished the mission he entrusted to them. It was a very good outcome indeed, one that naturally deserved gratitude, evoking so much joy. He had long harbored deep hatred towards the Hua state. In his previous life, there was no opportunity to act. But now, he intended to make them disappear completely, ensuring this event would never be part of history again, nor would this island country exist. How fitting it was that history was written by the victors. Thank you, your highnesses. Auden hurriedly waved his hands and said, Cousin, this is what we should do. You need not worry about it. Yes, this is our duty. These Japanese dogs initially surrendered well, but later rebelled. Recalling Cousin's words, we understood the reason and carried out your instructions, killing them all. Indeed, they deserve to die. Otherwise, our soldiers wouldn't have perished. We regret not heeding Cousin's advice earlier. It was regrettable that several lives could have been saved if they had acted sooner. These were warriors of the Ming Dynasty. Ajax waved his hand and said, These wolves have insatiable ambitions. They cannot be tamed. It was wise to eliminate them thoroughly, leaving no lingering concerns. You've done an excellent job. Heston interjected. Exactly, you're absolutely right. It's crucial on the battlefield to never show mercy where it's unwarranted. Strike decisively when necessary. Everyone understood perfectly. This was a cause for both relief and satisfaction. Notice how each minister remained silent, realizing these words needed no explanation. Any objection would imply wishing for more casualties among their own troops, jeopardizing their position. None of them were fools. Reaching this level of power meant understanding without excessive elaboration. True understanding was evident. The preparations to follow revealed deeper intentions, showcasing genuine strength and resolve. The true capabilities were unmistakable. Chapter 204. The contest over the disposition of spoils. At the banquet, everyone was filled with laughter and joy, all feeling greatly uplifted. At this moment, Hamza, the Minister of Revenue, stood up. Your Arian Majesty, there are too many spoils from this battle. The Ministry of Revenue needs time to inventory them before storing everything in the Imperial Treasury. His words instantly silenced the crowd, for the main event was about to begin. Sure enough, what Heston least wanted to hear came first from the Ministry of Revenue. After all, the spoils this time were indeed too numerous and needed verification by the ministry. But to take everything was out of the question. Minister Yang, we understand the matter, but these spoils belong to our three sons who wish to pay tribute to their father. There's no need to send them to the Imperial Treasury. Hamza did not back down. Your Arian Majesty, please do not forget that military expenses, shipbuilding costs, and other logistics were all funded by the Imperial Treasury. If your Arian Majesty says this now, future military campaigns will be funded by your personal treasury. In that case, I, as the Minister of Revenue, have nothing more to say. The key point, the crux of the issue. Indeed, this was the indisputable fact that left Heston speechless. It was impossible. If things were like this, he would hardly earn anything. Well, Minister Yang, you speak truly, but some part of these spoils should reflect our children's filial piety, don't you think? How about dividing them equally? Hamza shook his head directly. Your Arian Majesty, no, they cannot be divided equally. They must all go to the Imperial Treasury. He showed great courage. Even though the Emperor had already conceded a little, he held firm. Everyone could not help but admire how fierce and courageous he was. Heston gripped the armrests of his chair tightly and gritted his teeth. Then let it be split 60-40 in favor of the treasury. That's the limit. Hamza still shook his head. Your Arian Majesty, this war was entirely funded by the Imperial Treasury. All spoils should be stored in the Imperial Treasury. He became bolder. The ministers present could not help but remain silent, bowing their heads to pretend they saw and heard nothing. Heston tightened his grip further, his heart pounding. 30-70 then, no more than that. Hamza knew well that if he did not give the Emperor any advantage, it was impossible. Now Heston was visibly upset, though he faced no danger. Still, being on the Emperor's bad side wasn't wise. Thus, he said, Your Arian Majesty, at most 1/10 can go to you, no more. Heston's eyes seemed to brim with anger. He struggled to keep calm, while Paulette quickly interjected, Minister Yang, these are tokens of the children's affection. How about 20%? What do you say? Hamza seized this opportunity. Empress, you are most wise. It was settled. With the Empress's intervention, the tension eased. Heston, though wanting to argue further, relented upon seeing his sister-in-law's expression. Arianatters could be dealt with later without raising suspicions or causing unnecessary explanations. Fine, I concede. 20% it is. Hearing this, it was clear that Heston agreed and conceded, even though Hamza was formidable. Even the cabinet members dared not oppose so strongly. Ultimately, the backing that kept the Emperor restrained, or made him uncomfortable, played a role. So he conceded. This move was undeniably clever, instilling admiration. Simplified and straightforward, yet central to core interests, it was undeniable. Power always inclined toward greater benefit pursuit, which was reasonable. Thankfully, Paulette intervened promptly, settling matters. Heston regained his composure and ceased arguing. Arianity issues were intertwined, but achieving maximum benefit depended on the underlying struggle. Ajax appeared innocent, merely serving as a scapegoat. Absolutely. Heston huffed several times, expressing displeasure but not pushing further. After all, Ajax was his nephew, acting for the country's sake. As in Zeke, Heston couldn't be too serious. Deep down, the most precious spoils were already in his hands, so he didn't press the matter further. This truth could be confirmed. It required no further explanation. The officials present understood well and wouldn't nitpick or take offense. Assuming ulterior motives would only bring trouble upon themselves. Not everything demanded scrutiny. With the distribution of spoils concluded, the banquet neared its end. When the time came, the feast dispersed. Camden, let's go and have a good talk. Heston called out to Ajax and asked him to come along. Hamza glanced over and saw that Ajax was unperturbed, casually waving his hand at him. He instantly understood the meaning behind the Grand Preceptor's gesture, not to worry at all and to hurry up with the inventory of the spoils without any hesitation. With the Grand Preceptor's intention clear, Hamza did not delay any longer. He quickly organized the officials from the Ministry of Revenue to inventory the spoils, eager to get them into storage as soon as possible. As Heston left with Ajax, the crowd also dispersed. Paulette instructed Morgan Gongong, give the leftover food to the poor families. Morgan Gongong understood immediately, yes, your Arian Majesty. I will attend to it right away. Although the Great Ming had improved significantly, there were still people suffering from natural disasters or misfortunes, leaving many families in distress. No matter how prosperous an era might be, such individuals would always exist. It was challenging for the state to support everyone, given the vast population of the Great Ming. Although finances were substantial, they still needed to consider the bigger picture. Unless one day the wealth of the Great Ming reached an unimaginable level, allowing for true equality, which would take a long time. Something she well understood. After giving her instructions, Paulette followed after them, naturally wanting to know what they were going to do. She did not want to forget her own thoughts. This was the best way forward. The outcomes demonstrated her resolve and determination. The future would present no insurmountable obstacles, and making a fresh start with renewed ability was never too late. This scene was indeed gratifying, causing no undue worry. Besides, she still had her influence over her husband. Hence there was no need for concern at all. Chapter 205 The only way to avoid the repetition of historical tragedies. As the dispute over war spoils came to an end, it somewhat reassured the Great Ming court. Truly, there was just too much in terms of spoils this time. If they didn't vie for them, wouldn't they be suffering a huge loss? Ajax knew about this matter, but did not intervene much. After all, they were all part of the same family. There was no need for such intervention. If his Zeke wanted some portion, he could have it. There was nothing wrong with that. The treasury of Great Ming was already wealthy, and these resources served as its backup, but they also came from the expenditures of the treasury. They naturally couldn't relinquish them. Thus, this scene unfolded. Fortunately, no major embarrassment occurred, or else someone might have been driven mad. All right, Reed, everything is gone now. That's enough. Hearing Paulette's words, Heston immediately changed his face with a chuckle. Sister, we just wanted to secure more wealth for our family. Now that we've got it, my heart feels extremely content. Forget it. I can't argue with you. But you should be cautious to avoid any risks, said Paulette. Paulette understood his meaning. They had managed to snatch a part of the spoils this time, which could be considered advantageous. Heston didn't think further, being currently very happy that their private treasury would gain another substantial amount of wealth. Sister, do you know how much the war spoils are this time? Paulette rolled her eyes and replied, didn't Ariv send us a secret report? Roughly around 500 million taels of silver. Many things weren't even included, incredibly rich. Listening to this, Heston nodded vigorously. Indeed, who would have thought that such a small island country possessed such vast wealth? Surprising indeed, but it also shows that this wealth was mostly seized from what they call nobles. Paulette nodded in agreement. Indeed, the silver alone was in large quantities, and there wasn't a shortage of gold either. This indicated that despite its size, the island nation had plenty of silver and gold mines. Combined with their trade, generally keeping silver stored around the vicinity of Great Ming, years of mining had all been brought back by the Ming army this time. A treasure trove equivalent to a year's worth of revenue for Great Ming. If compared to the early years of Great Ming, it could be equivalent to over a decade's total earnings. It must be acknowledged that the economic growth of Great Ming in recent years has been immense, with great impacts. Despite significant fiscal spending in many areas, they acquired considerable wealth from overseas and taxes on domestic merchants. These were the main contributors. Comparatively, agricultural taxes became increasingly lower, dropping from being the largest share at the start to less than 10% now, reflecting changes in the economic structure. However, Heston hadn't noticed this change and remained joyful. Of course, even if he had noticed, he would understand that grain security was crucial. Otherwise, it would create numerous issues. Ensuring future impacts could align well with the current needs. Paulette felt the same, as both lacked broader perspectives and thus were unaware of the entire situation. The future world would come precisely like this, becoming increasingly prosperous, an important path to follow. Reed, after this, do the imperial princes really have to go out to expand the territory? Her voice was filled with reluctance and helplessness. As a mother, Paulette truly couldn't bear it. Hearing this, Heston calmed down from his excitement. Looking at the reluctance in Paulette's eyes, he explained, there's no other way. Otherwise, it would result in brother turning against brother. You wouldn't want to see that outcome. Paulette sighed deeply and stopped speaking further, perhaps accepting this as the answer. Forget it, this is the best outcome. At least it avoids unexpected events. Neither spoke further. As long as everything went smoothly, everything else was secondary. Given the circumstances, they had a clear idea of what to expect. Changing thoughts and positions made their intentions clearer. It couldn't be avoided when people are compared based on their strength. When vying for power, every move mattered. Any slight oversight could lead to decisive consequences, leaving no room for thought. Perhaps not, those with strong capabilities were still visible through their actions, differing in depth and value. Words were no longer necessary. Altering all paths was ultimately to prevent tragedies from repeating within their own household, which was enough. So, do you have plans for which direction each of them should head? After hearing this, Heston pondered for a moment before saying, there's no need to rush for now. Let them rest for a few days, and then we'll give them route options, which will be the Eastern Front, Southern Front, and Western Front. Paulette understood. As for the Northern Front, it was too harsh and unsuitable. These three directions were roughly fine. It's also good to let them rest for a few days. This major battle has been prepared for a long time, and they should experience the differences. It's indeed necessary to handle things properly. Speaking of this, she suddenly asked, then who do you plan to send to temporarily govern Japan? Heston waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter much for this island right now. We can decide when someone goes there. It's not urgent. In his eyes, with gold mines and silver mines already secured, these were not significant concerns. At most, it provided a large shipyard, giving a new base in the vast open sea. This land would be used to support these people. Paulette didn't say more, knowing that everyone had made their own preparations. The true meaning was clear. It all depended on who had greater capabilities, and that would determine who became even stronger. This scene was a symbol of power, reflecting the future decisions of the great Ming. We will discuss with our nephew when the time comes, see who is more capable, and let them go where appropriate. On this point, there was no need to worry about extra issues. It could be handled well. Upon hearing this, Paulette agreed. How could she have forgotten such an important matter? It was indeed beneficial to address it clearly, avoiding potential problems. Everyone could see the importance. The foundation of power couldn't be restrained. It was all about changes in strength. They would never lose out. Heston was very confident in his sons. The only concern was that the population they could take along shouldn't be too many, or else the great Ming would suffer from a lack of manpower. Although efforts had been made to increase the population over the years, due to various reasons in the short period, it hadn't grown much. At most, hidden populations had emerged. For further development, other factors would make it difficult. Chapter 206, Proposal to infect North and South America. A few days later, Heston summoned Ajax into the palace. Davidson, I wonder why you've called me here. Heston waved him over to the map and said, now that we have completed the annihilation of the donghua kingdom, what do you plan to do next? After all, your cousins are all waiting. Ajax immediately understood his Zeke's intention. He walked up to the map and pointed, saying, Davidson, here is a good place. There are two huge continents, vast and extensive, larger than our great Ming Dynasty, of course, compared to the present territory of the great Ming Dynasty. Heston was astonished at how vast the place could be. Ajax continued pointing out, there are locals in these places, but with the strength of our great Ming Dynasty, it is not difficult for us. In fact, speaking of which, these people should also be considered as Han people. Heston was puzzled. What do you mean? It's so far away. How can that be possible? Ajax explained with a smile. Back in the Shang Dynasty, after the failure, one tribe kept moving north along this route. At that time, the area there was still narrow, and the sea level was not high, so they could cross over. Thus, they settled and multiplied here. This is quite likely and within my speculation. Heston looked at the map and thought it through. After so many years, anything is possible. If it's true, then it's very plausible. If following your logic indeed, it's possible. Of course, there's another possibility. They might have disappeared. Ajax nodded in agreement. That's true. If any accidents happened, they might have disappeared. Historical records only mention this tribe went missing after migrating north, never to be heard from again. Heston understood his meaning. Their route can indeed be traced like this. Of course, if that were the case, then there would be no question. Davidson, this continent is large enough for countless people to live on. I believe they would be happy. However, ruling both the northern and southern parts of this continent alone would be almost impossible. Even 3 people would have ample resources. Heston nodded in agreement after looking at it. Except for some areas, it indeed is a great location. Ajax gestured towards North and South America. Davidson, look, this can be divided into 3 parts. Whoever likes which part can choose for themselves. If they all want the same part, then it's up to you to decide. Heston looked at the enormous continents divided into 3 parts for his 3 sons, preventing them from quarreling over it. Of course, this territory has not been secured yet, but they are already discussing its division. And as for why they had these maps, it's simple. According to Ajax, he deduced the heavenly secrets, getting this information easily. Heston also understood that each place, regardless of its terrain, has advantages and disadvantages. They needed to see if they could control it. Davidson, most of these places are uninhabited, and in some areas, there are many dangerous animals. Developing these regions won't be easy. This way, they won't think about anything else. This struck a chord with Heston. To flourish any land, they need formidable capabilities. Otherwise, nothing can be achieved. Indeed, without a solid foundation, there will be no opportunities. But how many civilians can they take with them? Ajax replied, each can take 1 million people, preferably volunteers. This batch will suffice for them to grow independently. I trust they are not foolish. Heston pondered and agreed, very well, let's set this number. It shouldn't be a problem. For the rest, more support will be needed, or else making plans will be difficult. Ajax concurred, so the population cannot be too small. This isn't an issue in the Great Ming Dynasty. Although the empire has advanced rapidly, there are still many who cannot get enough food. We can allocate these people accordingly. Only with their own farmland can there be hope for the future. By spreading the seeds of the Great Ming Dynasty across the world, ensuring their survival, benefits will come. Yes, it's feasible. We can send educators when the time comes. Heston made his decision. While his other sons were talented, they must not overshadow his eldest son's prospects. Sending them away, far away, ensures peace in the Great Ming Dynasty. As for their desire to return, that would not be easy. Not only would various technologies be required, but also manpower. Even with a population of 1 million, development would still be difficult. The Zeke and nephew were truly concerned about the Ming Dynasty, but at least they could see the benefits clearly, which were not hard to express. In short, strength was the only sure thing. as well as the different values and subsequent influences, which were significant. Simply put, this was inevitable and a definite trend. To catch up with the present-day Ming Dynasty in one go, even under normal development, it would take many years. So, this was a moment of peace. If the future emperor of the Ming Dynasty became incompetent, it would not be an issue between individuals anymore. Strength and weakness were inevitable factors. I hope they will be satisfied. With these territories, they can dominate, and the area will not be smaller than that of the Ming Dynasty. Heston sighed, knowing well that this would require numerous efforts, especially transporting civilians, which wouldn't be easy. Ajax then said, Davidson, regarding maritime transport, it might seem faster to go straight across, but the dangers are unpredictable. What creatures live in the ocean is still a mystery. Therefore, following the coastline is the safest route. Crossing the Pacific Ocean would naturally be the shortest distance, but the risks involved were unpredictable. It would be extremely critical, making it almost impossible for anyone to come to the rescue afterward. So, it wasn't just inconvenient. It was hardly feasible. The significance of all this couldn't be let go by anyone. It was a matter of resolve. If it could be achieved easily, there would be no meaning, and the subsequent impact would be hard to describe, as no one knew what would happen next. Helplessness or silence, both were the bitter truths in their hearts, with few solutions available. Unless there was more advanced communication technology to ensure safety and allow constant contact, then there wouldn't be much of a problem. Of course, at present, they still needed to do many things. Preparations were extensive, and time was essential. Chapter 207. The Choice of Three Princes. After Heston and Ajax's discussion, this was the best plan. It wasn't just geographically far from the Ming Dynasty, but also strategically, so as not to affect the mainland of the Ming Dynasty. It was a good idea that started with occupying Australia instead, because Heston believed it wasn't safe here, better for him to occupy it. Ajax naturally suggested this. Heston smoothly agreed, and thus the big picture was determined. They could freely expand in these places. Alright, let's finalize it now, notify them in a few days. If they are willing, then we'll settle it. Ajax understood. No matter whether they were willing or not, it would be settled like this, ensuring the safety of the Ming heirs. He was quite clear on this. This was good. It allowed them fewer restraints and the freedom to expand their own territory, which was indeed a fine thing. Sure enough, after a few days, Heston summoned the three princes into the palace, clearly explained the situation to them, and let them choose for themselves whichever place they liked. The three princes, Qian, Bohan, and Tate, saw the map and realized how vast their territories were. Dividing the land among the three, they wouldn't be any less than the size of the Ming territory, not to mention there were many islands to conquer. You have seen, you can choose the land you like as your fiefdom. Of course, you will need to conquer it yourselves. As for the danger, I believe you know it well. Heston's words were understandable, leaving no room for further discussion. Given the purpose, everything was achievable, requiring no extra thought. Father, how much military force can we bring? This question was crucial for the three princes, as insufficient troops would make things very troublesome. Heston was straightforward on this issue, saying directly, I will give each of you 50,000 troops and 1 million civilians. But civilians will only be provided once you have stabilized, otherwise, isn't it sending them to die? Upon hearing this, the three princes understood the logic. Bohan asked, Father, aren't the forces in those areas strong? Heston replied, your cousins have already predicted that it won't be a problem. We will prepare guns and cannons for you. Conquer all that can be conquered. This is your choice. The three princes understood that as long as they worked hard, there wouldn't be a problem. Once shipyards and armories were established, they could effectively resolve local issues. No matter what, the subsequent influence would still be significant, and they believed they could handle these problems, as conquering was the main task. They then began choosing their territories on the map. North and South America, divided by Ajax into three parts. One part north of the former U.S. border, roughly around 30 degrees north latitude. Another part south of the southern U.S. border down to Peru's midline in the previous life, around 10 degrees south latitude, this being the second block, and south of Peru's midline forming the third and last part. These three regions were their choices. Despite some climate issues, the division was relatively satisfactory and promising. They had to rely on their own abilities to manage the land. These three places each have advantages and disadvantages. Choose as you wish. Of course, you can reconsider later. Qian, Bohan, and Tate looked at the map, each understanding its implications. While the territories varied in size, the first part contained more icy regions, but covered a large area. The second part, set in Central America as defined by Ajax, was a narrow strip connecting two continents, smaller in area but decent environment-wise, abundant in resources. As for the third part, it consisted of mostly plains but also hills and mountains, rich in resources. Overall, each had its strengths and weaknesses, generally similar in size. It depended on future efforts, who would become stronger over time. At the beginning, it seemed unrelated, but future developments would change things, temporarily unknown. Speaking of which, the central last part has unique advantages. Specific details will remain unsaid, but the choice is yours. When Heston initially heard this suggestion, he was also shocked, but it was indeed a good strategy, one worth appreciating. Looking at the map, the three princes understood the implications and could see potential strength, without needing too much explanation. Gaining these territories would yield the best benefits. Qian said, then I'll take the first part. Bohan and Tate looked at each other, knowing there was no choice. Bohan could only say, I'll take the second block. Tate directly said, I'll take the third block. Heston nodded, saying, good, then it's settled like this, let's proceed accordingly. It was also a commendable place with its own merits, worth appreciating. The strength was not to be underestimated, and its importance could not be denied. The subsequent influence could be even more significant. In summary, the current situation could be effectively compared, avoiding various unforeseen events, which was an undeniable fact that needed to be expressed. The three of them didn't say much more. Although the places were far away, as long as it didn't hinder their development, they could better handle their own interests, making the distance negligible. Soon, the three left the palace, starting to prepare their respective troops. Though Heston had promised support, finding their own people would be better. Moreover, once in those distant lands, they would truly become emperors over vast territories. As for who might suffer a bit, it didn't matter much. The lack of choice this time was enough. After all, they knew contesting the Ming throne was now impossible. If they couldn't do it before, they certainly couldn't now. Even if it was far away, they still needed to carve out their historical traces rather than disappear entirely. Despite potential challenges with the environment, they firmly believed they could overcome them and achieve their goals. Such was the power of strength, making them so persistent. It wasn't about whose private desires were greater, but rather about who gained the most benefits. Their skills still required future guidance. Ajax, upon learning this, didn't comment much. Each person's preparations were underway. Why should he care? Moreover, they would thank him in the future, as it would be their own sky, where they could roam freely. By freeing themselves, they pursued the highest will. Chapter 208. Zhou's enfeoffment to Eastern Japanese Islands. After the selection of territories concluded, the three princes went on to prepare their own troops and supplies. Although this process would take some time and required a large number of ships, Emperor Heston did not hesitate and naturally provided full support. He planned to allocate 20 large ships to each of them, along with 50 to 60 other vessels, forming fleets exceeding 200 ships as gifts for them. Arianani people found this hard to believe, yet Heston was indeed doing so, which demonstrated his high regard for his sons. The expenditure aside, this decision was confirmed. Throughout the court, although there were some objections, it was settled with one stroke. In the future, any other ship needs would have to be either self-built or purchased at cost. Fortunately, the Ming Dynasty had sufficient financial resources and could afford such expenditures without strain, maintaining a relaxed stance. Primarily, large shipyards were established on the 4 main islands of Japan. As a result, the Ming Dynasty now had 13 major shipyards, not to mention the numerous medium and small ones. Of course, if large warships were needed, only these 13 locations could build them. Though they seemed plentiful, this was actually reasonable. Just the combined 60 large warships for the three princes could be completed within a year by these 13 shipyards. Certainly, the last 4 shipyards were still under construction and not yet operational, so they didn't count for now. The remaining 9 could manage with increased manpower. These 9 major shipyards building 20 to 30 warships simultaneously wasn't challenging. Even Haishanghai, Port Arthur, could ramp up due to the timeline, so there was no worry about delays in shipbuilding. They would all be completed within a year, just varying slightly in speed. As for the smaller and medium-sized shipyards, they developed rapidly over the years, primarily handling commercial vessel orders, a foreseeable benefit, since business was crucial. In summary, these benefits were purely matters of interest, leaving no room for doubt. Mostly these were the effects of local officials' governance. Merchants were also allowed to build shipyards, but restricted to small ones. Building medium or large ships was prohibited under the Great Ming Code, and violating it would have serious consequences. Regarding ship quality, it depended on individual skill. There were no guarantees here. Given the significant requirements for both craftsmanship and material quality, official shipyards, especially large ones, dared not use subpar materials under Heston's watchful eye. After all, these large ships were for long voyages. Poor materials could mean loss of life, leading to complications whose outcomes were unpredictable. Everyone understood this clearly. To sum up, capability came first. Without it, nothing could be achieved. Heston's generosity stemmed from this understanding. It wouldn't be easy to develop things swiftly. What impacts would follow remained Zekier. Numerous uncertainties hinted at potential dangers. To gain everything better, strength was essential. Development required sufficient capability. Otherwise, it would invite ridicule. Everyone knew this well. Heston paid little attention to what they did, focusing on preparing the ships for them. True ability was critical. Whether they could deliver remained another matter. The court also knew of the three princes' choices, collectively sighing in relief. Now, besides Elwood, no one else could resist, nor would anyone dare hope for more. As for other illegitimate sons, Heston barely acknowledged them, favoring only those born to Paulette. Also, there was the fifth prince, Zhou, present in the Ming Dynasty. Clearly unsuited for expanding territory, Heston and Paulette, loving their best son, did not press him too much. However, he couldn't expect any fief. He could only be ennobled with a princely title and live happily. Ministers had nothing to say about this arrangement, neither pursuing further. Later, Zhou felt this setup wasn't suitable, but upon hearing about the Eastern Japanese Islands, he volunteered for enfeoffment to the East Japanese Island. East Japanese Island was previously known as Honshu, the largest among the 4 islands. After discussing with Paulette, Heston deemed it feasible, but specified that he must not interfere in military or political affairs. Other court matters were not involved. Alexander was extremely happy and even more enthusiastic, almost unable to contain his excitement. Emperor Heston could tell what he was thinking but did not say much, directly instructing him to go to the East Japanese Island to accept his fiefdom. Apart from the coastal shipyards and mines, which were off-limits, other matters were not overly restricted. However, it was clear that he must not oppress the people of the Ming Dynasty, something Alexander understood well. Thus, he had a clear target in mind. With such a vast number of women on the East Japanese Island, they became his best and most favored target. His thoughts had already wandered there, leaving no room for discussion. After receiving the imperial edict, Alexander hurriedly set off for the East Japanese Island, where he began to indulge himself freely, reveling in the pleasures of the land. No one could deny the benefits this brought, which were evident to all. As for Emperor Heston, he did not intervene, and Elwood, though troubled by this, said nothing more. Whatever unfolded afterward would be Alexander's own choice. No one knew what the future held. Apollo and the others cared even less, preoccupied with their own affairs, actively recruiting talent. After all, some of these individuals could serve as officials among the common people, allowing them to focus on selecting capable individuals without worry. Heston also did not interfere, giving them ample time until next spring, nearly a year away. During this period, each of them sought opportunities to gather as much talent as possible, essential for their future endeavors and power. This need for talent was foreseeable. After all, For any force to develop, lacking support from talented individuals was dangerous, and the benefits that followed would be significant. The current preparations were supported by their father, Emperor Heston, but henceforth, they would need to rely on themselves. There would only be one chance for such arrangements, with no room for further influence. This still reflected the might of the Ming Dynasty, which did not worry too much about these matters. 3 million people, for the Ming Dynasty, was not a big deal, especially since relocation had become a matter of habit for the Ming people. Chapter 209. Releasing Water, Grand in Scale. Ajax knew about these matters, but did not intervene as he had his own affairs to attend to. The south-to-north water diversion project was a critical route for the future of the Ming Dynasty and extremely important for its people. The project never halted. It merely slowed during busy farming seasons, finishing less crucial tasks first and rescheduling overall plans during farming off-seasons. In terms of the entire layout, there were no problems at all. Since channeling water was relatively simple, it could be done more perfectly without issues. After all, the huge pit dug by Ajax was the best transfer station. With the first phase completed, Emperor Heston personally arrived when the water release began. Minister Shan, has everything been completed? Your Area Majesty, the temporary rerouting of the river is complete. It won't affect the river's normal operation temporarily, allowing for substantial water reserves to be stored in preparation. Gabriel continued his explanation. Heston nodded, and then noticed that the canal was about to be fully intercepted. He understood they couldn't be too careless. Your Area Majesty, please come this way. This is the massive pit that appeared overnight, ready for the gate opening. Heston had heard about it before, but had never seen it in person. Now, upon witnessing it himself, he truly grasped the reality and took it seriously. They quickly reached this point. The development proceeded smoothly with no major problems. Looking at this vast pit, Heston was genuinely impressed by its depth, feeling astonished. It was truly immense and deep. Even though he knew all of this was Ajax's doing, he still felt stunned, unable to believe it yet having to acknowledge it. Impressive indeed. Such prowess was truly formidable, leaving people in awe. However, recalling Ajax's mention of moving mountains made this seem insignificant. Heston couldn't help but glance at Ajax beside him. As the Imperial Preceptor, he naturally came along, not concerned with these trivial matters and requiring no doubt. Your Area Majesty, the auspicious time has arrived. We can issue the order to open the gates. Heston nodded and ordered towards the southern sluice gate. Open the gates. The command quickly reached the southern sluice gate. Release water through the gates. Subsequently, the southern sluice gate opened, sending endless river water into this giant pit. The scene was powerful, indescribable, leaving everyone awestruck. This was the first time Heston witnessed such a magnificent spectacle, making him exclaim in admiration. It was extraordinary, yet refreshing. Excellent. What a remarkable gate opening. Truly impressive. Well done. Such an endeavor stirred hearts profoundly, emphasizing that achieving this was no easy feat, demonstrating a flawless process. Under this grand flow of water, it directly surged into the pit. The southern section of the canal showed a noticeable decrease in water volume, which temporarily stopped the influx of water from the southern river channels. This meant the previously blocked canal sections were now completely cut off. The interception of the canal was now officially complete. The northern waters remained untouched, only taking from the south, which was quite natural. This amount of water mattered little to the south, especially during rainy seasons. Boom boom. The scene was spectacular, shocking everyone present, truly astonishing. Simultaneously, due to the water level difference between the northern and southern sluice gates, utilizing this gradient allowed the south-to-north water diversion to function naturally, a key aspect of this engineering project for the Ming Dynasty. Only with sufficient water supply could grain production increase, leading to population growth. Water and food are indispensable. A lack of either would lead to unimaginable and unpredictable consequences. It was truly challenging. It wasn't about unwillingness, but recognizing the true gravity of the situation. Whenever possible, it was best. The current situation was unimaginably difficult, emphasizing the need for vigilance, as the entire process couldn't be described easily. Thus, the Ming must become stronger, aiming to gain more land. After all, it was not desirable for citizens to be cramped on limited land. With broader horizons, even more land would be desired to alleviate overcrowding, allowing each person more space. Seeing this moment validated these thoughts perfectly. Excellent. What a tremendous project. The south-to-north water diversion, an essential hydraulic engineering feat. Emperor Heston felt genuinely happy and content, a joy that resonated deeply within him. If nothing were done, there would be no talk or action, leading only to a dead end. An undeniable fact, with no one knowing the truth and no way to provide an answer. Now, finally, the future was starting to change. He believed the Ming Dynasty would have a brighter future, and this filled his heart with joy. Change, whether it brought strength or powerlessness, was an attitude towards history. What kind of attitude it was depended on one's capabilities. Ajax observed this and sighed inwardly, feeling that this step had indeed propelled things forward. The subsequent arrangements were not problematic, given that the roads constructed by the Ming were truly extensive and connected every part of the empire. The transportation network was incredibly developed. Even now, construction and road building had not ceased, still progressing diligently. The ultimate goal was simple. Wherever people lived, there should be roads. This was an ambitious objective, though far off, but it wasn't an issue. With true capabilities, it was achievable and practical, a fact that couldn't be denied. How could Ajax not be delighted? By opening up maritime shipping, efficiency was significantly increased, playing a crucial role in the economic development of the Ming Dynasty, which was indeed something to celebrate. No one could deny this point, and the plans in his heart were well worth it, truly worth it. As for the central route and the western route, they were slowly advancing, albeit unknown to outsiders. Especially the central route, which was already under trial. Any issues could be addressed promptly to achieve perfection. However, the western route required the most patience. Not only did it involve moving mountains, but also exploring underground rivers to minimize impacts. Even if routes were diverted, some mountain ranges would still pose obstacles, which he would need to forcefully overcome. Chapter 210. Never interrupted, the truth has lost its meaning. Seeing this scene, Heston was truly delighted and at ease. Indeed, it was all going well. Truly wonderful. With this, the first step is completed, and I believe the subsequent steps will follow soon. Yes, Your Area Majesty, the sluices on the canal will also be completed within this year, allowing us to fully connect them and ensure water retention capabilities, thereby further ensuring sufficient water volume. Although we had to take a detour, it was understandable. Direct methods wouldn't work. We had to use indirect approaches, especially during the low water season when it's critical that there be no risks involved. Any goal cannot be compromised. Heston returned satisfied, genuinely happy with the progress. Of course, such a deep pit couldn't be filled up immediately, and it would undoubtedly reduce the water volume in the southern canals for a short period, which could not be denied. These issues were very real, stemming from the inadequacies of current capabilities. It wasn't something that could be easily addressed, as no one could afford to give up. Ajax didn't linger either, knowing that there was still much to do in the Ming Dynasty, so he couldn't stay long. Camden, with this, the Eastern Front should have few problems left. Now we just need to focus on the northern excavation works. Yes, Davidson. Subsequent issues shouldn't be significant. As long as the security of the northern area is ensured, everything else can proceed without too much tension. We just need to ensure it's manageable. I trust they won't have any problems. We certainly don't want any accidents. On this point, a hint of killing intent flashed in Heston's eyes, which was understandable. Ajax knew that his Zeke still harbored a considerable amount of killing instinct. It was best not to give him any pretext, or these officials might suffer a terrible fate if things went wrong. This was no small matter. It could cost lives. During the Hongwu era of the Ming Dynasty, being an official was particularly difficult due to the immense influence and intimidation wielded by the founding emperor, an authority later emperors couldn't match. Naturally, it was different. One could see from all this that true strength was always striving before choosing different directions, reflecting boldness in their hearts and differing aspirations that didn't require explanation. With various thoughts, changes couldn't be avoided, and the future direction became clearer. When the time comes, we can release the central line. At that point, even without human interference, it will naturally affect the north, and once connected, silently impact it. Indeed, completing the central and western lines by human effort alone was impossible in the Ming Dynasty. Only Taoist magic could achieve this. Since the central line primarily used underground river channels, he had to reinforce the caves multiple times to prevent collapse, which required supernatural powers. Transforming earth into steel was the best form of sorcery to secure the mountain passages safely. This process would require considerable time since opening up these underground rivers was not a simple task. Routes needed meticulous investigation to ensure thoroughness. Thus, considering all possibilities would stabilize the situation further, making it safer and inevitable for them. No additional explanations were necessary as everything was already clear. Without these inevitabilities, there was no need for excessive elaboration. Perfection could not be pursued but strived for realistically. This vision was an ideal outcome. The western line would take even longer, requiring more careful attention to avoid mishaps. Heston understood that Ajax did not want to become famous through Taoist magic, hence his low profile despite showing some abilities to ministers. Still, it was known only to a select few, not the majority. Thus, continuing to mystify or speculate about it posed no problem. His pursuits differed from others, aligning with unique needs, leaving no room for doubt about his abilities. You just don't like showing off too much. But you're right. If the common people knew, it could indeed cause trouble. After all, the common folk were often ignorant, and revealing his abilities could lead to many complications, creating numerous irreconcilable issues. Hiding them was the better choice to avoid unnecessary problems. This was the best way forward. All these secrets could now be put into practice, truly clarifying everything. When influence brought about significant changes, explanation became unnecessary. When one's capability reached a certain level, it served as the best badge of honor. What seemed impossible could become possible, and there was nothing more to say. True talent. How could anyone let it go? There was no need for excessive explanations. If one had the ability, there would be no surprises. Better safe than sorry. Camden doesn't want to get involved in any trouble. It would be too distressing and would affect my path of cultivation. Heston did not press further, understanding his nephew's true intentions clearly. It was evident that intervening in fewer matters would lead to smoother progress without unnecessary complications. This was indeed a fact. Difficulties were inevitable, but whether they could be overcome was another matter. No guessing games were needed. Everyone knew the situation. It wasn't so easy after all. True courage relied on personal capabilities, and not just that, it depended on the power of talent. Different people had different thoughts and principles. If it weren't for being family, Heston might have felt uneasy long ago. So, human relationships and blood ties played a significant role. As long as these two elements were handled well, everything would be fine. The importance of blood relations couldn't be overstated. In this era, lineage inheritance was paramount. Even emperors couldn't escape this tradition. People of this time could foresee this. A moment of true perfection was also a joyous dream. This point should not be underestimated and could be better understood. Who could change anything? Any possibility was part of gaining strength. Wanting to achieve something wasn't so easily distinguishable in terms of treatment. Ajax's position was closely tied to this relationship. No one could alter it. Perhaps it was fate, leaving little room for doubt. Even trying to refute it was futile. It couldn't be abandoned or described. The difference between reality and truth was beyond anyone's ability to discern. Now, he was the Grand Area Master of the Ming Dynasty. Chapter 211. Ambitious Heston. After returning to Yingtianfu, the court naturally increased investment in various projects. Whether it was continuing road construction, fortifications in key locations, or water conservancy projects, none of them came to a halt. But the people of the Ming Dynasty were all very happy and not as resistant as before. After all, these tasks used to be unpaid or even at a loss. Now, they are paid for labor with substantial income, an opportunity no one wants to miss. With money in hand, People naturally spend more, and merchants cheerfully initiated the transport of goods, buying low in one place and selling high in another. Previously, it was very dangerous due to bandits on the roads and the difficult travel conditions. However, now with continuously improving roads, the bandits have been eliminated or seen no gains and thus dispersed, returning to their hometowns. This has made traffic in the Ming Dynasty much more effectively managed and convenient. Any new roads are under rapid construction, bringing benefits to many. No one wishes to give up such a good life. Who would want to? As for those without registered households, they later got themselves registered. Of course, there are still some lazy individuals, but that can't be helped. Now, orders came from above to arrest all loafers and send them overseas to make a living. Clearly, the Ming territory will not support these idle people. No matter what, they should have a job. This came unexpectedly, but in fact, these people were the first batch transported to the 4 Japanese islands, either working in mining or waiting for other maritime plans. It cannot be completed all at once. Regarding these matters, the people of the Ming did not comment much. Indeed, when troublemakers were caught doing things like stealing chickens, it was justified to arrest them for not doing proper work. As for whether they can return, that is not something they can say. After all, once crossing the vast ocean, it's hard to describe what happens next. These purposes are visible. Indeed, things have changed, believing it can be achieved. Heston wouldn't waste time on trivial matters. These people were handled by the brocade-clad guards, and rounding up hundreds of thousands wasn't a big deal. Sometimes, in one city alone, thousands or even tens of thousands were arrested. This was true even in ordinary cities. In large cities, the numbers were higher. Now there are specialists dealing with this issue, ensuring none remain, all sent away. How well they fare depends on their own capabilities. Without ulterior motives, it's impossible. Ajax did not interfere, always remaining silent. This arrangement was for the best. There's no need to talk about ignorance or innocence. Their lives have been decided. The absence of these people improved many areas within the Ming territory, leading to a more harmonious society. Undeniably, this method worked well, giving them a resolution and a destination, purifying the stubborn remnants. Of course, being human, negative aspects exist, but temporarily, it's manageable and can set an example for future generations. For a successful expedition next year, Heston's intentions are clear, which is undeniable. Understanding its significance allows for greater comprehension. Indeed, preparations are clearly underway. One hopes through self-improvement, one can become better. In this way, who can let down their guard? One must realize it fully. The importance of his son's legacy is significant, but so is the welfare of his people. Therefore, he can only act accordingly. Such thoughts give one greater control over their affairs, changing perspectives and realities. Different examples prove the point. Between two evils, choose the lesser. People with flaws are perfect for frontier expansion. They'll be glad. Of course, before leaving, making a last contribution to the Ming should not be too difficult. Heston's administrative strategy was meticulously calculated, worth celebrating in different times, questioning in hearts, and advancing without hesitation. The real purpose and facts are visible, revealing everything in its essence, and none can deny it. Actions must be swift and capable, with different intentions leading to the answers in one's heart. When arrangements are made, it can be seen that nothing is impossible. In summary, clear truths resonate deeply within, and attitudes shape the pursuit of destiny. The Ming intends to cover the entire world. Now, military strength may be insufficient, but the population is indeed adequate. The total global population at present is not very large. Of course, complete domination is not the goal. Rather, partial control poses no significant issue. This requires a step-by-step approach. The domestic population census is a crucial matter, naturally without problems, as the facts are evident. Overall, things lacking in substance cannot be described adequately. All require certain capabilities to achieve, otherwise, they hold no meaning. Compared to future perseverance, there can be no room for omissions, lest various issues arise, hindering personal growth and inviting comparison. Suppressing the dream of strength means preparing for strength. Subsequent developments demand vigilance. Heston naturally understands this, hence the need for this trial. Clearly, the effect has been excellent, with no objections, as these people were nuisances in their local areas. Sent to work in mines, each person feels schadenfreude. After all, this has happened before, but then it was indiscriminate. Now, it is clearly different. Even if working, there is payment, and under the protection of the court. Any who misbehave will face punishment according to the Ming law. This realistic aspect reveals the end in one's heart. All requirements of strength cannot be avoided. The true situation can be implemented, and the enlightenment in one's heart brings even greater expectations. The development of the Ming cannot be stopped, making people eagerly anticipate better days ahead, filled with full meals every day. Chapter 212, The Infancy Essence Pill and the Pursuit of Eternity. After everything had more or less stabilized, Ajax went to the Taoist temple outside the city walls once again, exchanging for an infancy essence pill to aid his cultivation. This single pill cost a staggering 10,000 merit points, not something easily obtained. Its importance in the subsequent stages was undeniable, and this fact weighed heavily on his mind without any interference. Strength was always a factor that could never be overlooked. It was the path he had been pursuing all along. He was well aware of this fact. At this moment, the potential and impact were incalculable and beyond words, which only made it clearer to him. Ajax's pursuit of the way could never be forgotten. This was absolutely impossible. His lifetime pursuit was the path of eternal life and invincibility, the true driving force of his existence. Everything else paled in comparison. Though he understood this clearly in his heart, it was hard to put into words. True comprehension often appeared simple yet profound. Mutual demands and actual situations could not be articulated but were evident, leaving no room for evasion. The path of cultivation was both quiet and lonely. Only by enduring the vast emptiness within one's heart would there be a future. Presently, he was still striving ahead with effort, making relentless progress. If there was anything regrettable, it was that these pills were far too expensive. One pill required 10,000 merit points, and he simply didn't have enough. He couldn't estimate how much of a level he could achieve with just a few pills. It was a matter of fact and necessity. Different values equated to different leaps in strength and greater effects that transcended human effort. This was the purpose beneath the answers. Subsequent issues remained under the premise of realism. Whatever happened would be part of the journey. As for merit points, they required large populations and belief. Of course, the precondition was doing good and ensuring the happiness of the people to gain more merit points. There was no need to promote this fact. As long as he knew it, the system would record it and reward him accordingly. Although he didn't know what rewards lay ahead, this time there were still valuable items. The infancy essence pill alone was an indispensable tool, with unimaginably potent effects. It should be known that the spiritual energy in this world was already extremely scarce. It was virtually impossible to find herbs that had existed for long periods, especially those over a millennium old. Otherwise, they wouldn't meet his standards. During his previous inspections of the Western Front, he had also searched for some medicinal herbs, but regrettably, he found only herbs like ginseng, lingji mushrooms, and snow lotuses that were just over a millennium old. There were virtually no herbs that had existed for 10,000 years. Not even herbs over 5,000 years old were common, let alone 10,000 years. Sometimes it was best not to delve too deeply. Understanding the reality was key. True answers did not require explanations. Changing certain things was inevitable. No matter how many problems arose, the constraints of heaven and earth, the result of the sharp decline in spiritual energy, bound everyone tightly. Regarding the age of medicinal herbs, it was difficult to say that they needed such a long time. Instead, the potency of their effects needed to reach a certain level. That was certain, and other choices would be considered as consequences became apparent. Ajax couldn't help but feel helpless. The scarcity of spiritual energy in this world indeed made it hard to enhance one's cultivation, a fact he could not deny. Therefore, he needed to search globally. Even within the borders of the Ming Dynasty, it might not be enough. This also complemented each other, greatly benefiting him. Some herbs grew in very remote places, and even if he searched daily, he might not find them. Luck was essential. Otherwise, where could he find them? Ultimately, reality was unchanging, and all worries diminished. Simple things aimed at uncovering hidden secrets were not easy either. Hoping the system could consistently provide replacements for pills was wishful thinking, as the subsequent supply would likely be insufficient. After all, he needed these herbs to adjust his wife's health, so hoping for more was understandable, though clearly impractical. With a calm mind, he stopped overthinking and began practicing the True Spirit chapter of the Taoist Talisman Sutra, which could only be cultivated at the nascent soul stage. Although the spirit gathering array he set up was always active, it still felt inadequate due to the sparse amount of spiritual energy gathered, leaving him frustrated since cultivation sessions drained it all. Now that he had advanced to the nascent soul stage, his power had become even more formidable. Such prowess made the spirit gathering array insufficient, requiring pills to aid in cultivation. However, he was acutely aware that his merit points were limited. A single cultivation session only lasted a day now. The spirit energy from the spirit gathering array could not last any longer. Continuing to cultivate would merely be a waste of time. After one day, Ajax opened his eyes helplessly. The nascent soul realm was indeed not so easily attainable, which left him inwardly astonished. Different thoughts also revealed a clear understanding in his heart. No matter how much influence there was, the intent behind it could be seen clearly. The true meaning, the change within the heart, and the lasting implications were all evident intentions. Well, whether it's lifelong cultivation or eternal existence, more opportunities are needed. There is still potential within the borders of the Ming Dynasty. I must continue to strive to improve my cultivation. The future will make the brilliance of the Ming Dynasty even more dazzling, making my success more tangible. This mutually beneficial effect was evident and did not need to be dwelled upon. It was simply a basic level of understanding, nothing to be ashamed of, just that simple. The impact of merit points was something Ajax had long understood in his heart. It led to rapid growth. Thinking about how he had advanced to this point, from when he first started cultivating until now, it had been just a few years, yet he had already reached the nascent soul stage. This was an astonishing rate of improvement, an existence that could not be ignored. Arianani people were shocked by this, but no one knew about it. Ajax's mind was quite adept at dealing with such matters, without excessive speculation. Simple things did not require too much doubt. What was true did not require overthinking. The genuine effects, existing within enlightenment, were easy to imagine. In summary, the intentions in reality were not very obvious, yet they were obvious enough. What was there to deny? Wait for it. The path to immortality and invincibility is necessary. None can be lacking. Otherwise, it will lead to being bullied. There must be no hesitation. The path of cultivation was unprecedented. The future at this moment was extremely exhilarating, and naturally, there was no need for explanations, only answers. Yet, it also inevitably brought about some helplessness in his heart. Chapter 213, Kesha's Pregnancy. True interests and sincere dedication to power cannot be matched by anything else, and this is evident. The truth is harsh, but it is also a form of tempering and cultivation. Ajax returned to his mansion in the city, accompanying Kesha. Life seemed perfect, but it was not so simple anymore. Did you go out for a day? How did your cultivation go? Very well, I made you worry. It's fine. It's just that I felt very lonely being alone, my lord. I want a child. Hearing the request from the woman in his arms, Ajax said without hesitation, all right. Originally, Ajax had never considered this himself, but since it was his wife's wish, he naturally fulfilled it. At this level, it was relatively easy for him to control such matters. In the days that followed, he either honed himself or observed the world from the court, all while preparing for future generations. Emperor Heston and Paulette were also concerned about his affairs and frequently summoned Noah to have conversations in the palace. Lois, has anything happened since these past days? Upon hearing Paulette's question, Kesha replied somewhat embarrassedly, not yet. A hint of disappointment flashed across Paulette's eyes, but she quickly recovered and gently said, "Don't be too anxious. Take it slowly. These things can't happen overnight." Kesha nodded. "Your Area Majesty, I understand." Although she didn't know why nothing had happened, she couldn't ask her husband directly and could only silently pray. Paulette watched, not wanting to put too much pressure on her, but she was puzzled as they had been married for more than half a year. Why hadn't there been any developments? Just as she continued to reassure Kesha not to worry, she suddenly noticed something wrong with Kesha's expression. She was holding her mouth, looking uncomfortable. Paulette hurriedly came over to support her, asking, "Lois, what's wrong?" Kesha shook her head. "Your Area Majesty, I suddenly feel nauseous, and it's quite uncomfortable. I can't even vomit properly." Paulette's eyes lit up at this, wondering if it could be true. Quickly, summon the royal physician. Soon, the royal physician arrived and began examining Kesha carefully, not daring to be negligent for fear of making a mistake. Before long, the royal physician hurriedly reported, "Your Area Majesty, Mistress Guesher is with child and has been for about 2 months now." Both Paulette and Kesha looked delighted upon hearing this news. It was really happening. "Good. You shall be greatly rewarded." The royal physician received a large gold ingot, causing his eyes to shine brightly as he thanked her profusely before leaving. This outcome was truly favorable and unmistakable, no need to doubt it. "Well, Lois, see how things come to pass. It just shows now." Paulette was genuinely happy, finally ensuring an heir for Emperor Heston's third brother. The subsequent arrangements would now be much simpler. Emperor Heston also learned of this news soon after, and was exceptionally pleased, finally breathing a sigh of relief. His third brother's lineage would continue unceasingly, which was enough. "Wonderful, this looks great. It seems there's nothing to worry about anymore. Truly excellent." Ajax had sensed it not long ago but didn't consider it important until this moment when he realized the feeling was real. Previously, he found Kesha's internal changes mysterious, but now he knew how naive he had been. This was the early formation of new life, distinctly different from full development. "Arianadam, thank you for your hard work. My lord, this is what I should do. Finally, I can bear offspring for you." Wonderful. For women, this was indeed a crucial responsibility, especially in this era where it was inevitable. Though it might seem impossible, one could see her resolve, an undeniable fact. Arianany things had changed, demonstrating their lethal effectiveness, and it was not difficult to appreciate what could be achieved. At this moment, Ajax felt a greater sense of belonging to this world, suddenly feeling closer to it. Perhaps some things could change a person's mindset, but such awareness and responsibility were necessary. Otherwise, bearing too much burden would be meaningless. This wasn't just one person's matter but many people's concern, leaving no room for doubt. Ultimately, it was about ability and strength, and everything else followed suit without significant impact. Ajax comforted Kesha, knowing that the responsibilities taken on initially required commitment in this lifetime, especially given the demands of destiny and inheritance. Feeling his affection, Kesha naturally had no doubts and her heart was filled with joy, making her even more delighted. Different hopes lie in the awakening of true needs. No one wants to ignore them. Everything exists here without any fatal issues, showing different awakenings that bring no pressure. Under normal circumstances, all changes are unimaginable but can be compared. Such thoughts and these obvious questions can be seen clearly, revealing that nothing is impossible. Take good care of your body. Nothing is more important than your pregnancy now, understand? Lord, I understand. No matter what, this matter cannot be taken lightly, and the joy in one's heart is unimaginable. How could there be displeasure? As long as they keep striving, it can be seen how difficult everything has been. The subsequent events are unavoidable, so there's no need to rush. It's better to have a clear understanding. Those who have true awakening can face things head-on instead of avoiding them, especially since they are legally married. Soon, Ajax started to arrange people, especially maids, ensuring that Kesha would not suffer any harm. Not only him, but Dylan also urgently sent a lot of ginseng and other nourishing medicines after he found out, showing his urgency. If he didn't need to guard Jinzhou, he would have rushed back immediately. Fortunately, Paulette was there, which gave him some peace of mind. Paulette became a frequent visitor, often coming to the Guesher residence to take care of Kesha. This change in behavior and concern was very significant. These changes could be noticed by anyone who understood the situation, and there were no problems. This doesn't represent much, just an answer in one's heart, which can be made clearer, allowing for a deeper understanding. In comparison, everyone is sensible and knows what to do. Chapter 2:14. The enormous benefits of being a pioneer. Kesha became a treasure to the Imperial Arianaster's Arianantion and also a jewel to the royal family. Paulette's attitude was the best proof. Ajax was thus reassured. "Camden, don't worry. With our sister watching over, there's absolutely no risk." Heston was very pleased now that his nephew finally had offspring. Nothing could be better than this. After hearing this, Ajax naturally understood the implications. This was an even greater surprise for Heston, leaving no room for impossibilities as everything became clearer. Different thoughts led to different dreams, and subsequent events were unavoidable processes. "Davidson, I understand. With Belinda here, I feel at ease." Upon hearing this, Heston couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Yes, that's right. The relieved man felt even more at peace. For the Ming Dynasty, succession was extremely important. Having heirs made the future of the Ming Dynasty even more perfect, wasn't it? By the way, nephew, the eastern region is progressing orderly now. Important sluices have completed their work. We still need to prepare adequately for follow-up matters. That's true. By the way, Davidson, how is the Yellow River area? Hearing Ajax's words, Heston picked up a memorial and said, "You see, dealing with the Yellow River is tough. Though not easy, it's not entirely impossible either." Diverting the Yellow River into the Huai River was far from simple. Ajax nodded. This was indeed a fact. However, they needed to observe further and make adjustments accordingly, leading to some anticipation. So let's wait and see. There's no rush. We've already started reforestation upstream of the Yellow River. Though it's still early, there are some results. If we keep working hard, a clear Yellow River might not be impossible. After listening, Heston also understood what he meant. Clear water in the Yellow River wasn't easy to achieve, yet the idea of serene rivers brought hope despite its difficulty. But everyone was making efforts. Rest assured, we'll ensure they plant trees well and don't forget where they come from. Ajax, upon hearing this, didn't say much more. Arianatters now couldn't compare with his wife, and indeed, the court had few significant issues now since all necessary preparations had been made. There was no need for redundant words, which simplified many problems. At present, the Ming Dynasty had entered a fast track of development, emphasizing various advanced technologies, seeing many benefits that naturally brought joy to people. Various intentions couldn't be described, but the scene of prosperity truly attracted many. Especially with the flourishing maritime trade of the Ming Dynasty, from the South China Sea to near the Indian Ocean, there were indeed many Persian and Arab merchants active. The mysterious East has risen again. Yes, it's said that the ancient land is full of gold, incredibly prosperous. Such statements stirred excitement, drawing attention to the goods arriving from the Ming Dynasty. There were so many goods. Luxuries like tea, silk, porcelain, and more shone brightly in their eyes, making them feel it was extraordinary, beyond imagination. If these goods were sold in the West, wouldn't they make enormous profits? Thus, they became middlemen, starting to do business again. Countless goods from the Ming Dynasty flooded into the West, quickly gaining popularity among Western nobility. Money flowed endlessly into the hands of the Ming Dynasty and the Arab and Persian merchants. However, the West was still in the late Middle Ages, far from being completely out of it, perhaps needing another century. Therefore, Ming Dynasty goods were indeed incredibly valuable in the West, leading to a frenzy of purchases. Of course, the allure of this mysterious and ancient land couldn't be denied. It reminded one of Genghis Khan's Mongol Empire, which swept across Eurasia, leaving a legacy of awe. This was a critical moment that dealt heavy blows to the Western Middle Ages. Without this impact, perhaps the West would have remained in the medieval world longer. Some history couldn't be reversed and was understandable. Different histories faced fiercer retaliation, an inevitable fact. Currently, they hadn't thought too much, only immersed in trivial affairs. Everything became crystal clear without requiring much influence, allowing comparisons. All these uncertainties reflect a sense of awe in people's hearts, all clearly showing everything is within the realm of expectation, without any surprises to release from the heart. Simple issues leave nothing impossible. Too many influences before an invitation. No one knows when difficulties will arise. On the seas, danger exists, but only those who dare to take risks can enjoy more delicacies and amass more wealth. This feedback on the Great Ming results in growing wealth and financial gain. Now, with the completion of autumn harvests, they are preparing for winter. Every household looks at their abundant surplus grain, truly knowing how happy they are. Their eyes all light up with joy, and every year is better than the last. This year we can have more fabric. Head of the family, don't forget to buy some cotton clothes. Alright, I know. I'll go buy them now. Everyone lives their days so happily, mostly like this, joyful and satisfied, truly worth celebrating. Women at home feel content talking about their mischievous children, needing discipline now and then. Moreover, they are preparing to send them to school to study, which doesn't cost money, naturally making them happy. The preparatory schools don't require tuition fees. Only when entering county schools do they start paying certain miscellaneous fees, and even many expenses are waived. No tuition is required. Only at prefectural schools does tuition need to be paid. But if academic performance is good and character commendable, after passing multiple exams, students from poor families will receive aid from the prefectural school. Isn't this incredible? For the common people of the Great Ming, this is unprecedented. The changes over these years have been tremendous, leaving them sometimes struggling to catch up, indeed remarkable. Perhaps some things are beyond comprehension, yet everything has become more perfect, too evident. Who could deny these facts? Compared to before, who would know more? Chapter 215. Flourishing area maritime trade and foreign respect. In the Great Ming, previously after the autumn harvest ended, the court's tax revenue sources would largely dry up. However, now while the Great Ming still values the autumn harvest greatly, the focus has changed. Previously it was measured in terms of wealth, but now it is assessed by quantity and quality. Simply put, comparing wealth alone can no longer satisfy the court, especially considering the advantages of commercial taxes are truly different. The revenue is much higher. Even with previous tax increases, they couldn't compare to the amount from commercial taxes. Given this reality, both the higher and lower echelons of the Great Ming court have become highly motivated. They no longer disregard commercial taxes as before, instead, they value them immensely, particularly tariffs on exports, which have become even more critical. Emperor Heston now pays exceptional attention to this. Any decline will result in stringent investigations. The attitude toward foreign merchants has also changed. If you have the capability, you can venture out to trade. The amount of money earned is uncertain, but taxes must be paid. Otherwise, you won't receive the protection of Great Ming law. In simple terms, smuggling is unprotected. This is achievable and evident. The significance of all this reflects the aspirations and ideals within one's heart. It reveals the hopes that cannot be denied, naturally without any surprises. A true powerhouse can demonstrate its might more clearly in any direction it strives. The transformation in the Great Ming at this moment is obvious and natural, requiring no extra explanation. If it can't be changed, there's no point in jesting about it. It's a fact that becomes clearer in the heart. To enhance value, some capabilities must support it. Otherwise, how could the Great Ming prosper? Every time Heston reads these reports, he feels delighted. The territory of the Great Ming has expanded significantly, especially in maritime areas. Compared to before, the changes are alarming. Nowadays, coastal residents feel more secure going out to fish. Some fishing boats have grown so large that they can fish more safely and efficiently. Everyone wants this, naturally. Such clear facts can be easily understood. The logic is simple. There's nothing impossible about it. Happy times can be more apparent, and everything will become more delightful. These concerns aren't really significant. All thoughts are within planning, making things not too serious. In summary, the current concern is clear. It's about taxes, precisely commercial taxes which keep rising due to maritime trade booming. Countless Persians and Arabs either trade in the Indian Ocean or come directly to the Great Ming to do business. Though they still need to pay taxes, trading overseas makes more money. Indeed, doing business within the Great Ming can earn more, which undoubtedly benefits merchants and seems almost unbelievable. Upon learning this, Emperor Heston was very pleased. As reported by the Brocade Guard, the Great Ming's major ports are now crowded daily, creating countless jobs for the people. For him, this satisfaction means that employment opportunities prevent other distressing matters. However, there are always some who try to evade the rules, and others with ill intentions. With diverse human nature, good and evil are hard to distinguish. No one knows what will happen, only taking it one step at a time. These scenarios are predictable and don't need too much skepticism. A sense of helplessness arises, but it's a solution amidst difficulties. It's not lack of desire, but some issues are indeed unsolvable. With this overwhelming trend, the wealthy merchants within the Great Ming understand that missing this opportunity means watching others make money while they get nothing. Thus, the momentum grows stronger, and the allure remains incredibly tempting. Foreigners come more frequently, indicating the great attraction. Of course, any merchant ships coming to the Great Ming need to register, or they risk being treated as pirates, an unjust fate. On this point, ignorance is unnecessary. The subsequent impact is undeniably real. Revitalization brings considerable advantages, and a genuine understanding marks the change in reality, leading to an awakening of truth. Such a wonderful place, how could it not attract people? Moreover, the Ming Navy is incredibly powerful. This is sheer admiration for them. The weak always tend to worship the strong, which is an inevitable fact. As for how many ships the Ming have, they naturally do not know. Arianity things are zekier even to the common people or low-ranking officials of the Ming, let alone foreigners. However, one thing is certain. The Ming had annihilated the Japanese pirates, which everyone knows. Hearing this, these foreigners tremble in their hearts, never expecting such an event to occur. It's simply inconceivable, and there is no pressure that can match it. In short, different levels of strength can be more evident, and future resolve will be more cautious. The existence of the unknown, who can deny it? Unattainable dreams reveal more pros and cons, and no explanation is needed anymore. In summary, knowing one thing is enough. The Ming is truly very powerful, extremely powerful, and that is sufficient. Indeed, with the rise in strength and terrifying capabilities, everything cannot be underestimated, and it has made hearts vibrate greatly. All this is well understood. Everything has changed and cannot revert. Sincere opinions are clear, and the deepest response has given the most explicit answer. Anyone who wants to cause trouble in the Ming must weigh their own capabilities carefully. For outsiders, this is a serious warning, and the Ming's expansion outward has not ended yet. Perhaps in the future, it won't be so far away because the Ming's armies are preparing at a steady pace. To be honest, Charles and others can hardly wait to move south, but it was not feasible at the time since the campaign against the Japanese pirates was still ongoing. Now that it is finally completed, plans are steadily advancing. It's time for action. After all, they have been studying the situation in the Indo-Chinese peninsula day and night without stopping. Chapter 216. Void Refinement of Primordial Essence. In this lively atmosphere, the end of Hongwu's 9th year arrived. At the last court assembly of the year, Hamza presented the annual financial report in front of everyone. Your Area Majesty, during Hongwu's 9th year, the total revenue of the imperial treasury reached 1,076,284,512 taels of silver, among which 331,621,180 taels came from the spoils of war with Japan. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel uplifted. Without even considering the spoils of war, just the tax revenue amounted to over 700 million taels of silver, an amount not to be underestimated. Emperor Heston was also very pleased, seeing a continuous increase year by year, which made him eager for more. Very good, extremely well done. I am very delighted. The officials responded in unison, our emperor is wise. May your Area Majesty live 10,000 years. Heston said joyfully, reward them, same as last year. Everyone was delighted upon hearing this. Although the rewards weren't plentiful, they were still substantial enough to bring great excitement. Following this, Heston said happily, there will be a state banquet tomorrow. All of you must attend and save some appetite, haha. Seeing the emperor so pleased, the ministers naturally shared his joy and became excited themselves. Yes, your Area Majesty. This edict was then communicated throughout the country, along with the same rewards and ongoing activities for respecting the elderly and caring for the young. These events happened annually, with funds specially allocated by the Ministry of Revenue and monitored discreetly by the embroidered uniform guard. If anyone were caught committing any form of dereliction of duty, such as hypocrisy or corruption, their fate would be dire. Nobody would care if they died. Although the Ming Dynasty had started to prosper, it couldn't ignore the presence of impoverished families, which arose due to various reasons, and there was nothing much that could be done about it. Natural disasters and man-made calamities were unpredictable. This assistance allowed these impoverished people to barely survive, which was already a considerable improvement compared to before when such support wasn't even conceivable. They couldn't help but be grateful, realizing how fortunate they were. The differences in mindset reflected different understandings, but no words were needed to convey the sentiment. Arianity changes occurred, yet things remained largely unchanged. Different people naturally had varying thoughts, which they had long understood. The ministers felt reassured. Over the years, their salaries had increased significantly, and combined with annual bonuses, they didn't need to embezzle money. Doing so simply wasn't worth the risk. After all, if discovered, the consequences would be severe and undeniable. Thus, each one, cherishing their reputation and possessing sufficient wealth, would avoid committing crimes that might anger the emperor. Simple matters were indescribable, but clear enough. In summary, the current situation was unspeakable. The true meaning behind everything was uncertain, requiring capability to support without needing to refute. As for Ajax, upon returning to his residence, he heard the voice of the system. Congratulations, host, for accumulating 1,980,000 merit points over the past year. You have obtained the Supreme Tao Method Void Refinement of Primordial Essence. Ajax found this quite unusual since it seemed to be the first time. Although puzzled, he realized it was indeed unique. He hurried to examine the method Void Refinement of Primordial Essence. This method involved the ultimate techniques of alchemy, artifact refinement, and array setting. Though described simply, it was actually extremely difficult. Had it not been directly infused by the system, he wouldn't know when he could even begin to master it, let alone reach full proficiency. Indeed, he had achieved master-level proficiency in Void Refinement of Primordial Essence. How wonderful! Such blessings should come more often, bringing even greater joy. Ajax was genuinely delighted. He understood that the system was highlighting the significance of these accomplishments in its own way. Everything existed within the same context, not hard to imagine. Such thoughts could alter dreams, leading to deeper comprehension. From start to finish, whether in any part, one's inner reservations became evident. Now, the situation was quite straightforward. Future impacts were undeniable and required no explanation, as someone always needed to handle it. With the Supreme Tao Method Void Refinement of Primordial Essence, he could now personally practice alchemy and artifact refinement. Though he had attempted these before, the results were less than satisfactory. Of course, back then he was limited to talismans, which was understandable. But now, equipped with Void Refinement of Primordial Essence, he could refine better elixirs, artifacts, and set up arrays. This comparison revealed undeniable facts. He could achieve remarkable feats, which were plainly visible. The challenges in between were undeniably present. The feelings of helplessness were not lacking, and the subsequent events were hard to describe. True abilities, who could truly deny these? Everything was clearly present. Changing time added to the final stand, and no one could refute it. Following this, numerous elixir formulas and key points for refining artifacts appeared in Ajax's mind. These were additional benefits, and the system was indeed generous. It could be said that there were really too many, but they were useful to him now. As for those he couldn't touch, they remained elusive. Oh, elixir of longevity, it really exists? While reviewing these elixir formulas, he suddenly noticed the elixir of longevity, which was quite unexpected. There really was such an elixir. But one ingredient, the life origin fruit, what is this? Where can I find it? Although he knew about it, he couldn't find its source, nor did it seem to have any substitutes. What was going on? Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly thought of the system store, wondering if there might be something different. He decisively opened the system store. Initially, everything was the same with nothing new, but further down, he found a newly opened interface, the Hall of Natural Treasures. Upon clicking, Ajax discovered various natural treasures within it, like 10,000-year-old ginseng, 10,000-year-old cinnabar fruit, and even life origin fruits. However, the value of a life origin fruit required 500,000 merit points for one. This was considered moderately priced, not high-end. Even more advanced spiritual materials were much more expensive. For instance, a drop of 10,000-year azure sky liquid cost 100,000 merit points, which was astonishingly high. There was also 3 lights divine water, where a single drop cost 1 million merit points. In comparison to these exorbitant prices, he was truly amazed by the variety available. However, the effects of the elixir of longevity were impressive. A single pill could extend one's life by 50 years, and only the first pill would be effective. 50 years was almost equivalent to a lifetime, especially considering the standards of this era, making it quite remarkable. As for how many pills could be produced in one batch, it was unknown and indeed not easy. Chapter 217. Refining the Longevity Pill. Boundless anticipation is a manifestation of profound strength, making people entertain more thoughts in their hearts, naturally leading to a more perfect outcome. Ajax was overjoyed. Although it was rather expensive, he still directly exchanged for a life essence fruit. This was one of the most crucial materials needed for refining the longevity pill. As for the rest, he could refine them using existing ingredients, so there was no need to worry about the weakening of the longevity effect. After all, some things were indeed quite sophisticated. If needed, he would refine them, but he didn't want to focus on these things because they had little significance to him. Improving his strength was his main priority. He also had the formula for the baby essence pill. In terms of value, it might not be that expensive, but if a single batch could produce several pills, it would be a great bargain, and there would be no need to exchange specifically, which would waste money. Holding the life essence fruit in his hand, he did not rush into refining but first practiced with some common herbs. Lois, I will go to the Taoist temple first. I won't be back tonight. Take care of yourself. At this moment, Kesha's obvious external changes were evident as she was already 5 months pregnant, so she couldn't help but be careful. All right, my lord. I will take good care of myself. There are so many people at home, so please rest assured. Although she didn't know what sudden business he had at the city's outskirts temple, she knew he must have a reason and felt happy. Ajax nodded, then instructed Darien, the steward, before boarding a carriage to head for the temple outside the city. Upon arriving at the temple, Ajax sat in front of the alchemy furnace, channeling his spiritual power to perform the void essence refinement technique. The spiritual power of the nascent soul realm fused with the furnace, forming an operational space. Ignite. Mysterious void flames rose without shattering the furnace, maintaining a burning state. After sensing for a while, Ajax sequentially placed the spirit herbs into the furnace burned by the void flame. This moment was even more exhilarating, making it easier to comprehend. Such a transformation was understandable, and it shouldn't be too problematic. Once all the spirit herbs were liquefied and impurities removed, he then took out the life essence fruit. Go. Placing it into the furnace, the void flame immediately refined the life essence fruit, turning it into a liquid that merged with the previously refined liquid. The mastery of the void essence refinement technique at the peak level was so familiar that there was absolutely no issue. Simply put, there was no need for explanation, as it could be anticipated. Simpler processes made his strength more apparent, making future concerns unnecessary. It was truly regrettable, yet achievable, leading to perfection. It didn't take long to accomplish what was best, and everything was worth it. Following the pill formula steps, he continued refining, causing the extreme fusion of elements under void combustion, leaving no trace of gaps, a refinement beyond excellence. Such results were unimaginably impressive, indeed remarkable. This capability was commendable, greatly pleasing. After 3 hours, the extremely refined liquid gradually solidified, slowly forming the preliminary state of a pill. Ajax suddenly increased his spiritual power, accelerating the solidification, releasing the aroma of the medicine. The surrounding flowers and plants around the temple swayed in the wind, creating a truly touching scene that was undeniable. Ajax paid no attention and continued refining, completing the longevity pill in a short time. Pill division technique. With a gesture, the contents of the furnace rapidly split, forming 8 pills, the longevity pills. Only 8 pills, it hasn't reached 9. It seems the process wasn't perfectly full circle. After all, his void essence refinement technique was only at the peak level, not the perfected stage, so the slight lack was understandable. But having refined 8 pills was indeed impressive, demonstrating considerable prowess. Peak among peaks. Only in novels can a single batch produce hundreds or thousands of pills due to different environments and spirit herbs, naturally resulting in varying quantities of refined pills, which cannot be generalized. 8 pills were substantial. He took out 8 jade bottles and placed each pill in them. These jade bottles could preserve the medicinal properties excellently, making them very useful items. While he might not need them, others would. How many remained after distribution? He didn't know, and realistically, these pills could only extend life once, so they were helpful but also somewhat like a double-edged sword. Under normal circumstances, if one encountered an accident, death would still occur. So, it wasn't just about extending a normal lifespan. After putting them away, he looked at the sky. It was indeed getting late. After resting a bit, he would enter the palace again. After all, being anywhere was the same. As for Ajax leaving the city, Heston and the others were aware of it but did not know what he intended to do or what would happen next. They could only wait silently. For simpler matters, there was no need to ask too many questions. They just needed to take care of what should be done without concerning themselves with the rest. If Heston didn't bother, neither did anyone else. This child is leaving the city again tonight. Paulette couldn't help but mutter when she found out. Heston waved his hand and said, "Little sister, you know he is a cultivator. Perhaps he has sensed something. Who knows? He can't resist going to the Taoist temple outside the city." "That's understandable." Paulette nodded. "Yes, that's true. Cultivators are indeed different. They excel in managing the world's affairs, truly remarkable. The Tao sect can only thrive in our Shenzhou." Heston chuckled. "That's right. Otherwise, the Tao sect would exist elsewhere. Unfortunately, it only exists in our great Ming Shenzhou." This fact made them proud. Although the Tao sect couldn't spread beyond their borders, it provided significant support. For Taoism, this was entirely understandable and didn't require much explanation. In any case, now they had to focus on handling the current situation. Tomorrow's grand banquet was a significant event. The ingredients for this feast came from far-off places, which would surely impress everyone. Everyone understood this internally. It was different from before, and they felt incredibly joyful, unwilling to let go or overlook any detail. The essential factors on either side would be distinct, although they didn't know exactly how. "All right, let's get some rest early tonight. We have a big banquet tomorrow. We shouldn't act rashly, or it might cause trouble, and we understand this clearly." Paulette didn't want to embarrass herself at the grand banquet tomorrow, so she didn't say anything more. Everyone had their own thoughts, and they couldn't control everything. The brilliance of the great Ming Empire required the efforts of many people and could not be undermined. Chapter 218. Grand Banquet Hall, Tribute of Longevity Pills. On the first day of the first month in the 10th year of the Hongwu era, the first day of the new year, many ministers gathered in the palace for the first state banquet in the newly built Grand Banquet Hall. After entering, the ministers felt something was different. Although they saw no coal stoves or such, it was extremely warm inside with no smoke at all. They couldn't help but be puzzled by this situation. "Chancellor Liu, what is going on here? Why is it so warm as if we are in a different world, not like a heated brick bed?" Everyone was clueless but curiously looked around, unable to suppress their doubts. Arianarchus listened but was also clueless, unable to explain the situation here clearly. It must be some new technology. Let's be patient. No matter how it was, these conditions were hard to explain but clearly weren't simple. Feeling the changes continuously, it was indeed different. Everyone could sense the distinctiveness, which sparked their curiosity. Different experiences naturally led to various surprises. Everyone was confused about what made this grand hall different. At this moment, countless palace maids and eunuchs started placing items, fruits, and other things. This was not unusual. This hall was specially prepared for banquets, naturally grand and spacious enough to accommodate thousands without any issue. The quality of the preparations was evident. People understood more. Their smiles reflected their joy, a kind of emptiness that none could deny or refute. The attendees began to take their seats, leaving the hall quite open. It had to be said, this hall was timely built. In the warm environment, conversations flowed freely, everyone showed great patience, and carelessness was out of the question. At this moment, the state preceptor Ajax finally arrived. He seemed to hold something special in his hands, but nobody knew what it was, so they waited patiently. He arrived, followed by Emperor Heston and others. Paulette, Jacob Elwood, and the 4 princes also came. Among them, Prince John hurriedly rushed over, reluctant to leave. However, he could not disobey his father's imperial decree. Though Heston doted on his youngest son, granting him most of his wishes, he eventually agreed to send him to Donghua Island, naming him the King of Donghua. John didn't mind. Being engrossed in pleasure was the best for him. Emperor Heston sighed repeatedly, while Paulette was equally helpless, knowing that each of her 5 sons had their own merits. Jacob Elwood looked puzzled and asked in concern, "Fifth brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem unwell?" Hearing this, John hastily replied, "Elder brother, I'm fine, really." Elwood, after observing him closely, accepted his words as true and didn't press further. There was much John kept to himself, so there was no need for additional comments. Given this, there was still helplessness. Knowledge among them was limited, and many things remained unsaid. What could Heston say? He could only sigh inwardly. Ministers, a new year has begun. Let's work together for our bright future. Here's to the brilliance of the Ming Dynasty, Heston toasted. All ministers responded in unison. Thank your Area Majesty. With a wave of his hand, Heston announced, let the banquet begin. Countless delicacies were served, bringing smiles to the faces of the ministers. In the past, resources were scarce, now generous. The reason was simply wealth. Money was the backbone of the country and the emperor's confidence. Everyone understood this. Without money, such a feast would have been unimaginable. All thanks to the efforts of the state preceptor. Seeing the delight of the crowd, Ajax smiled and stood up, saying, Your Area Majesty, last night I successfully alchemized a batch of elixirs and wish to present them to your Area Majesty and Paulette. With a wave of his fly whisk, 2 jade bottles appeared in midair, gently floating toward Heston and Paulette. The ministers watched, struck by awe. Throughout history, emperors sought immortality through elixirs, often dubious. But as a respected sage, State Preceptor Ajax wouldn't offer anything without cause. Could this mean? Prince Elwood quickly asked, Esteemed Davidson, what is this? Ajax smiled and explained, These are longevity pills. One pill can extend life by 50 years, but each person can only take one in their lifetime. Since His Area Majesty isn't interested in Taoist practices, as your nephew, I felt obliged to consider this for you. After much effort, I found a life origin fruit in the Qinling Mountains, from which I managed to refine 8 longevity pills. The cause and effect were clear. Emperor Heston's heart flared up again as soon as he heard this. Although he knew that seeking immortality was unrealistic, he still wanted to live a few more years. Now his nephew could provide him with pills that would extend his life by 50 years. How could he not be enthusiastic? Paulette watched calmly and asked, State Preceptor, when should we take these? Ajax smiled and said, They can be taken immediately. These pills can only prolong one's lifespan, but cannot prevent natural disasters or accidents. Heston and Paulette understood this, as did the ministers. Being killed would still result in death. But for them, this didn't matter. Normal longevity extension was what mattered most. Moreover, the longevity pills have another function. They allow one to foresee their own impending end a year before it arrives. At this statement, everyone was once again stunned. Was it really that miraculous? Heston glanced at the ministers and Paulette, then said, I am getting old. Perhaps it would be better to give it to Arver. Elwood hurriedly replied, Father, absolutely not. Ajax waved his hand and said, Cousin also has one, and each of the 3 cousins has one too. John, Holt, and Tate each received one. Ajax still had 2 pills left. Naturally, he wouldn't give them away anymore. As for Zhu Jun, he wouldn't get any. As someone who only enjoyed pleasure, he didn't deserve it. Besides, Ajax needed the last 2 pills for himself, so he kept them. Emperor Heston and Paulette, being reasonable people, understood. They opened the jade bottle in front of everyone, releasing an unprecedented medicinal fragrance, which made all the ministers' hearts tremble instinctively. Everyone felt an irresistible allure, an irreplaceable vitality drawing them to obtain the pills. Just from the aroma, they knew the pills were extraordinary. The whole person felt comfortable. Heston immediately swallowed one. Elwood and the others followed suit without hesitation, all feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort and ease. Especially Paulette. Her long-standing ailments seemed to be completely cured, and she felt no suppression whatsoever. Chapter 219. Casting out the bait of extended life. This is incredible, truly incredible. Paulette herself felt that it was no small matter. Although she had been cured by Ajax's talisman water and seemed to have eradicated the root cause, she now completely regained her former vitality. It was truly incredible. Heston, listening, also found it unbelievable. This was true Taoist elixir. He wondered how previous emperors thought, dying either from poisoning or from consuming these medicines. Things were very different now. Prince Elwood and others also deeply felt this. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Good elixir, truly a fine elixir, truly remarkable. The praise from several people made many ministers shudder in their hearts. Extending life by 50 years. This would outlast 1 or 2 generations. They could sense this point and felt pressure, but there was nothing they could do since now it appeared Heston's lifespan was longer, more inconceivable indeed. Reaching an unimaginable level. Arianny things would be different. 50 years could change a lot. Heston was more excited. He wouldn't have to worry about his sister's health condition anymore. How could he not be pleased? Good, very good. While shocked, he was also pleasantly surprised that Ajax could find such a medicinal herb in the Qinling Mountains. Camden, do you still have more of this medicinal herb? Ajax shook his head. When we explored the Qinling, it was found by chance. This fruit is very rare, and its growth conditions are extremely stringent. Once picked, it turns into dust and disappears on the spot. We haven't found a second one since. Hearing this, many ministers looked displeased. Indeed, the benefits were enormous. However, these benefits were irrelevant to them because they weren't related, so they didn't need to worry about those advantages. Heston listened and felt a bit disappointed, but it made sense. If there were many, they would have been discovered long ago. The previous emperors weren't fools. If they knew, none would have remained. In fact, what they didn't know was that it simply didn't exist. It was just a fabricated reason by Ajax, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, and now it was so straightforward. Of course, there might be some overseas, given how vast the sea is. There could be some isolated island, cliffside, or deep valley bottom, who knows? But finding such things depends on destiny. Ajax's words made everyone present feel the enormity of the situation. Paulette then asked, Camden, Belinda has a question for you? Ajax bowed and replied, please ask Belinda. Paulette curiously inquired, if one eats the so-called life essence fruit directly, how many years can it extend life? Everyone present perked up their ears, curious as well. Ajax understood it was this question. This wasn't a secret, but the key was finding it. Belinda, if eaten directly, it can extend life by 60 years, one cycle of a Chinese jiazi. Indeed, The life essence fruit extends life by 1 jiazi, 60 years. But when refined into an elixir, the effect disperses. 1 longevity pill could still grant 50 years. 8 pills, for 100 years. But only 1 can be used in a lifetime unless a higher level substance is obtained, be it a spiritual fruit, medicine, or elixir. Everyone realized that such things existed, but whether they could find them was unpredictable. To date, only the Oliver had found one and refined it into longevity pills. With 8 pills available, that meant 8 people could use them. But 6 had already been distributed, leaving only 2. Would the Oliver use one? They didn't know, probably not, because he was a practitioner. The ministers didn't understand the situation fully, but they could comprehend it better, thus having greater expectations. True reality caused a shift in everyone's mindset. Words couldn't describe it. Understanding this reality made everything clearer. In short, they expected more opportunities, making anticipation less difficult. A result was evident. It came down to strength. This issue now weighed heavily on everyone's mind. This was the search for the so-called life essence fruit. Unfortunately, such grand lies could never be exposed, because they simply didn't exist. But Ajax couldn't guarantee it absolutely. Maybe there was something overseas, but preserving it would be difficult. For everyone, it provided hope and inspired excitement and curiosity about the unknown seas. These elements represented inevitable progress. True destiny left room for no interference. No one knew what pressure might exist, but all differences became clearer. For the ministers, this was a kind of bait, offering a hope that they could find it. After all, Ajax had taken it out, which was an obvious signal. As for whether it was real or not, it still depended on the true conditions of those who took the elixir, but clearly, they wouldn't see it themselves. After all, most of the ministers were already advanced in age. Would they still be around to witness anything 50 years from now? This posed a problem, so nothing could be said absolutely, only that it couldn't be confirmed at present. Ajax had no intention of explaining or exposing it. If it existed, then it was real. After all, what appeared in the system store represented reality. Just whether it was in this world's reality or another world's reality, that was Zekier. Where one couldn't ask more, one could also understand. In any case, there were matters weighing on their minds that couldn't be easily avoided, and everyone had to find their own path, leading to even more paths, a truth understood by wise men. No one knew everything about these matters, nor what changes had occurred, making any argument impossible. Arianity things weren't absolute but relative, with uncertainties inherent in all worldly phenomena. Heston and others, after hearing this, also understood. After all, taking the pill once in a lifetime and gaining an extra 50 years of life was already excellent. There was no need to overthink it, providing them with ample time. Heston was already 50, and gaining another 50 years meant reaching 100. This filled him with immense joy. It was a blessing without room for more desires. He had enough enjoyment already. The happiness this brought was profound. To experience 4 generations living together, or even 5 or 6, would certainly be incredibly blissful. Such benefits required no explanation as everyone understood how wonderful it truly was. The good things were self-evident and didn't require much change. Curiosity about the matter wasn't necessary either, as the issues were truly well understood. And whether they could find such things was uncertain. Chapter 220. Initiating the trend across the Great Ming. Following the conclusion of this grand feast, the longevity pills refined by Ajax were directly disseminated. What? Real or fake? Is there really such a thing? No way, it's false. Unfortunately, 6 have already been consumed, and only 2 remain in the hands of the Eric. However, it's clear that the Eric will not release them. Right, that's true. Who would give up such benefits easily? It's impossible. 50 additional years of life, heavens? This is simply unbelievable. It's too powerful. The prospect of 50 more years was hard to believe. Who could accept this as reality? Why couldn't such wonderful things happen to oneself? It's said that the Eric found a spirit fruit named life essence fruit in the Qinling Mountains. There has only ever been one such fruit, hidden deep in the mountains, inaccessible to ordinary people. That's right. The Qinling Mountains are vast and continuous, making it unpredictable and unimaginably terrifying. I believe everyone understands this. More people don't return from these journeys than do. Even if you find it, can you protect it? Even if you eat it, can you get out alive? This merely extends life. It doesn't grant immortality. Everyone present was wise enough to understand the implications. There was no need for doubt. The situation was clear, and the meaning obvious. Trusting this was unnecessary. Different outcomes yield different results. No one knew what could be achieved, but all understood clearly that there would be no surprises. Starting with this premise, the power displayed under the weight of time left no room for argument, creating an indisputable point that carried a genuine significance. There are countless wild beasts in the mountains. Even if it exists, they might have eaten it long ago. This time, the Eric had good luck, but ordinary people won't have this kind of fortune or capability. This wasn't a joke. The Qinling Mountains are home to wolves, tigers, and leopards. Could ordinary people fight them? Moreover, there were countless poisonous snakes and insects in these places. If someone died, who would know? Even unremarkable plants could be lethally toxic. Who would come to their rescue then? Without skill, don't overestimate yourself. You wouldn't even know how you died, and no one would come to save you. This was predictable and made sense. Not much could be changed. Only silent support was possible. It seemed simple yet was complex. Whether success could be obtained depended on more luck, which was unforeseeable. Including overseas expeditions would only make it broader. Some always believed they were destined for greatness, thinking if others could find it, so could they. While the wilderness was indeed troublesome, it wasn't absolute. Numerous difficulties could still arise. In short, danger was inevitable, and it was futile to explain too much. No one could deny this, which was evident. Different standards and hidden strengths dictated the course of fate. It came down to whether one could seize opportunities. How well one controlled it depended on individual circumstances. Ajax didn't try to stop these rumors because he couldn't. What could he do with mouths belonging to others? There was no need to think too much. It was clear. Returning home, Ajax took out one of the longevity pills for Kesha to take. How do you feel? Kesha replied, I feel much better. Ajax nodded, relieved. And your father-in-law? Kesha explained, he'll return in spring. He only stays there during winter. Smiling, Ajax said, that's good. I have one last longevity pill here, meant for him. Kesha quickly asked, won't you use it yourself? Shaking his head, Ajax responded, no need. As a cultivator, I don't require it. Mortals benefit more from it. For him, the life essence fruit and the longevity pill were valuable, but with his current 1,000-year lifespan, he wasn't in a rush. If he wanted, he could eat the life essence fruit directly. Hearing this, Kesha didn't argue further, knowing best about his own situation and requiring no additional comments. Lord, but the external situation is very complicated. What should we do? Waving his hand, Ajax said, let them say whatever they want. This is actually beneficial. As long as I am here, nothing significant can go wrong. On the contrary, it may guide them towards overseas ventures. Kesha always knew Ajax aimed to lead the Great Ming out of its traditional mindset. The world beyond the seas was vast, and it was foolish to confine oneself to one small area. Otherwise, it would be too short-sighted. In summary, the intentions in one's heart were clear, and the subsequent developments were also understood. In comparison, this was already quite good. For Ajax, the Great Ming was merely a starting point, not an endpoint. It was far from enough. Letting these benefits directly lead forward was the best way to frame things. The overseas regions held vast interests. More would inevitably be drawn out afterward, leaving no room for avoidance, thus there was no need for much questioning. The Great Ming could not afford internal consumption but had to expand outward. Otherwise, it would eventually revert to old ways, leading to uncertain outcomes. Breaking free from certain traps wasn't something he could easily decide. Leading efforts overseas was the best path to avoid internal depletion, a typical and serious danger. The subsequent developments weren't hard to articulate. There was a genuine hope for enlightenment. The comprehension of these issues was difficult to clearly understand and realize. Shedding off various changes was already the intent in mind. The secret to changing everything didn't require too much embellishment, but it was best to have evident momentum, making it look much better. With a goal, more preparations could be made, a necessity and the best arrangement. Before long, all desires would make people let go and thoroughly understand the dangers involved. This was indisputable. Yet, greed was the best bait, and often, these greedy individuals were leaders, enjoying immense wealth and status. They lacked nothing but longevity. Who wouldn't want to live well and longer? But previously, there was no way, so it was left at that. Now that it has been brought forth, who would still say there is none? Even an additional 60 years of life was sufficient. 60 years could change many things. Unfortunately, those who could achieve this were even fewer, which made it easier to understand. There was no need to doubt much. Reality was indeed like this. There was no need to hesitate. As long as one understood internally, everything was worthwhile, making one fully comprehend. Chapter 221 The Arrival of the Great Ming Aryan Maritime Era. For a moment, orders for shipyards came pouring in like snowflakes. No matter whether they would succeed or not, everyone had to give it a try. What if someone found something incredible? This was the shared mindset and an undeniable fact that everyone had to face because anything was possible. Thus, greed still played a very important role, influencing many people's attitudes. The vastness of the sea might indeed harbor such rarities, but whether one could obtain them was another matter entirely. After all, good things aren't just within reach. It was a dream, and unexpected surprises were highly possible. Everything depended on one's luck. This was irrefutable. So simple, who could argue? The outcome had already proven itself beyond doubt. People at the major shipyards knew what was happening. With so many orders, they couldn't help but get enthusiastic. Working overtime, each person was profiting immensely, and naturally, they didn't want to stop. Moreover, the shipyards were gradually returning to normal, continuing to accept orders for new vessels. To sail far into the ocean, only large ships could be relied upon. Medium or small ships were manageable, but best kept near the coastlines. Once they ventured deep into the open sea, encountering unknown dangers was a real possibility. Everything was uncertain, so being unaware was normal. But this greatly stimulated the overseas market, presenting unseen benefits to everyone. The intentions behind this move were clear, and the subsequent impacts couldn't be denied. In short, the enthusiasm of the common people of the Great Ming towards the sea suddenly surged, both among the lower and upper classes alike. Although their goals might differ slightly, the path they took was consistent. The shipbuilding industry of the Great Ming welcomed its peak, reaching levels previously unimaginable. Regardless of which sector, more opportunities emerged compared to the unpredictable future. This was truly exploratory. What if someone found the life essence fruit? Should they obtain it, wealth or longevity could be gained. It all depended on their capabilities. Suddenly, the once cold maritime industry heated up significantly. The spirit of adventure has never been absent from humanity. It just lacked pioneers. This was true unknown territory. With the beginning came the future. No one needed to know these details. It was evident. Valuable things always existed, but not everyone could acquire them. Achieving success required strength and brought opportunities through luck. Besides, the ocean itself was a massive adventure ground. The vast sea held countless mysteries, none of which anyone fully understood yet. These mysteries carried potential meaning. As long as there were opportunities, nothing was impossible for them. A realization that inevitably awakened their ambition. Humans hope for longevity or even immortality, but the challenges involved are known to the wise. This is the unspeakable secret, isn't it? Immortality might not be achievable, but longevity has captured the attention of the world, and recording such achievements is essential. Who wouldn't want to live longer? So, set sail and explore the world's secrets. Discover the hidden mysteries of this world. Perhaps one day, they could find the ocean's secrets, the mysteries deep in the mountains and forests. Human passion couldn't be dampened, especially among the young, who were more determined than ever. Never clearly understood before, now they saw it clearly. They realized they too had an adventurous spirit. Seizing one opportunity could lead to infinite possibilities, the most critical aspect of this spirit. Perfect control brought more surprises, and this force inspired countless hearts to bloom. Ajax found this development very satisfying, even exceeding his expectations. Truly well-orchestrated plans. This will undoubtedly usher in the Great Ming's era of great maritime exploration. If this era lasts 100 years, no, perhaps longer, then the Great Ming won't need to actively promote it anymore. Because he knew the next military action for the Great Ming would be a southern campaign, and it was drawing closer. Once the Great Ming Navy assembled in the South China Sea, the southern campaign would begin. At that time, hundreds of large ships would gather in the South China Sea, and smaller ones would number in the thousands. As for the army, it was countless, for the reason was simple. One must not forget that Charles and his ilk had long been itching for action, and with the encouragement from many of the local chieftains in the southwestern region. Once they received the decree and promises from the Great Ming Emperor, their hesitation vanished. The incentives were too substantial to ignore. Thus, everyone's minds were now aligned. March southward with all efforts to occupy the Indochina Peninsula. For the chieftains, they could claim the lands they desired or remain in their homeland to continue developing. It was no issue. And the Great Ming treated everyone equally without favoritism. Those who wished to expand overseas could venture to distant continents, so whatever they occupied, they would own. The Great Ming would recognize all such claims, of course, except for territories in the Americas or those already under Great Ming control. Only lands outside of the planned expansions would be theirs. The Great Ming's approach was straightforward, dividing territories longitudinally, especially in the south, as there was little interest in further expansion abroad, to reserve space for future generations. Of course, should aid be requested, things would differ. Though people knew this, their ambitions remained undiminished. This outward expansion by the Great Ming led to a surge in ambition throughout the nation, expanding in every direction. It was hard to describe the current mindset, but there was an ineffable quality to it. Success or failure, advancing toward one's goals. All were unavoidable choices, yet they shared the same resolve. Strength and preparation were essential, posing no problem. People are inherently ambitious. The key lies in whether one can achieve it. At this moment, the Great Ming was like an unstoppable machine, its yearning for overseas territory growing beyond measure. Whether it was elixirs, land, or wealth, nothing could suppress this desire. The future blueprint of the Great Ming signaled the rise of a new empire, possibly breaking the historical cycle of dynastic decline. This expansion would bring far less internal loss than before, allowing for unified external focus. The arrival of the Great Ming Aryan Maritime era would transform the global landscape, driven by the Southern Campaign as a pivotal point. Chapter 222. To acquire the Indo-Chinese Peninsula, one must move south. As the prosperity of the Great Ming continued to accelerate, especially with the increase in overseas trade, tax revenues kept rising. Emperor Heston, reviewing reports from various regions, realized the contrast between agricultural and commercial taxes was becoming more pronounced. The commoners who relied on farming for survival found it genuinely difficult to earn much money. A sailor returning from a single overseas trip could earn far more than a year's worth of farming income. This left him momentarily at a loss for words. However, he wouldn't abandon such good opportunities for earning, yet neither would he exploit the people. Thus, he summoned Ajax to the palace. Ajax didn't overthink it. He immediately went into the palace and quickly grasped the problem his Zeke faced. Davidson, this isn't a problem but something that can be managed. Actually, it's quite simple. Have the people cultivate cash crops. This also ties back to the road construction I previously advocated. Heston couldn't help but ask curiously, why do you say that? What's the connection? Ajax explained plainly, Davidson, as the saying goes, rely on the mountains if you live by them. Rely on the water if you live near it. This is indeed true. But to make money, goods need to be transported out. Without roads, who will transport them? Carrying things manually clearly doesn't make sense. This is an important point to understand. Upon hearing this, Heston couldn't help but nod in understanding. It was indeed true. Without roads, the valuable goods from the mountains couldn't be transported out, making it impossible to earn money. Ajax continued, nowadays, throughout the Great Ming, whether it's villages or county towns, most already have roads. Only those deep mountainous areas lack them. The coverage is quite widespread. He was confident about this, so the next step was to further expand and deepen the construction of reasonable roadways to achieve new economic prosperity. Davidson, since most villages now have access to roads, the remaining challenge, though difficult, is what many people need. If they want to plant fruit trees, for instance, it's best done on the hills, avoiding occupying farmland. I believe you understand this. Heston nodded, fully comprehending it. Farmland could not be used for fruit trees, a rule he had set to ensure food security for the Great Ming. So, what do you propose? We can't just build roads up the mountains. That's impractical. Building a road on a mountain could be challenging, but it wasn't impossible. He didn't need to say more as he understood certain aspects. Ajax smiled, Davidson, we don't need to. Just having roads leading up and down will suffice. As for the mountains, they have their own methods, which are inevitable. While the country is strong, local authorities are not short of funds and have the capability to handle it themselves. Achieving administrative performance isn't easy. Broadly speaking, the central government can assist, but secondary issues should be handled locally. Otherwise, what's the point of having officials? Heston nodded, nearly forgetting this critical aspect. Ajax added, we need to act according to time and place. For lower mountain ranges, ladder-type mountain paths can be built without much difficulty. For high mountains, only partial construction is practical. Heston understood. For gentle terrain, it's easier and within financial reach. But for steep mountains, there's no way around it. You're right. It turns out our nephew's insistence on building roads all along had this consideration too. Indeed, well thought out. Only by seeing clearly can one understand the intentions. Different matters require different solutions. Accomplishing this isn't easy. True capability isn't simple. It requires wisdom and must be grounded in local reality. Otherwise, governing won't be effective. Ajax continued, our country's geographical location is advantageous, but we have many mountainous and hilly areas with limited farmland concentrated in just a few regions. Isn't that correct, Davidson? Heston grasped his meaning. It was true, and there was nothing to argue against. I understand, but I'm still Zekier on how to proceed. That's why I've called my nephew here for discussion. Ajax didn't elaborate further since they were family. His thoughts were clear. As long as things were done well, problems wouldn't be too severe. Davidson, now that the overseas layout has been established, the remaining financial resources can be better utilized to develop within the Great Ming. As for moving south, it could have happened this year, but the shipyards are too busy. It might take a bit longer. However, we can advance directly from the southwestern direction and also move south through the Guangxi region. A two-pronged approach would mean the Navy needs more preparation. This is not just a matter of concern but achieving an overwhelming advantage. It absolutely cannot be delayed any further. Emperor Heston immediately nodded. Indeed, preparations for the southern campaign can be made. It has been delayed long enough. Delaying further would cause talk within the military, not to mention that rogue soldier Charles. Since you say so, let's decide on this then. We will issue the order immediately to attack from both fronts. The pace of moving south cannot wait any longer. The Navy, although not fully assembled yet, is about 80 to 90% ready, providing an absolute advantage, making a battle feasible. Ajax merely gave a slight bow after hearing this and did not refute further. Heston, seeing his nephew no longer speaking, clearly understood the implications, that it was time to launch the offensive. Why delay when victory seems certain? So let's look forward together to incorporating the entire Indo-Chinese peninsula into our Great Ming territory. Ajax congratulated with a smile. Davidson, your wisdom shines bright. Only our Great Ming can possess this land. Once accomplished, numerous roads must be built. Without connected roads, authority cannot reach these regions, naturally leading to distant areas becoming difficult to govern. Heston understood well. He was clear in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this decision. What needed to be done required effort to avoid unforeseen circumstances. This was not what they wanted. Ariana King changes required even more strength. Otherwise, everything would remain illusory. Military strength and support capacity were indispensable parts of reality. True possession meant true control over the situation. All these intentions changed much of the future, which Ajax couldn't foresee. He could only focus on the present actions, not regretting any decisions made now because there was no need. Chapter 223. The Southern Aryarch, an irresistible force. Very soon, Charles, who was stationed in the southwest, finally received Emperor Heston's imperial decree to march south from Guangxi. Ha ha ha, finally there's a battle to fight. His Aryan Majesty has finally issued the decree. Really? That's wonderful. We've all been waiting anxiously for this moment. Well then, what are you all waiting for? Let's set off immediately. As for the southwestern Tusi, hereditary chieftains, they also received the decree from Emperor Heston of the Ming Dynasty, with clear instructions. Initially, these Tusi were somewhat dissatisfied but were treated well by the Ming Dynasty, leading to a period of relative peace. In recent years, they had the opportunity to study and write, and life in their villages had improved. They could engage in trade with Han Chinese to obtain necessary goods. As ties with the Han people grew stronger, even road construction was aided without any retreat. Of course, this was on the condition that the wishes of the Tusi were respected. After these mountain paths were opened, Ming troops would not enter, only camping at the periphery. Understanding the situation, they did not feel too upset. Intermarriage between ethnic groups gradually increased, rapidly fostering close relationships. For those villages unwilling to comply, the Ming did not force them, letting them decide freely. However, once they entered the Ming cities, the minorities had to follow Ming laws, which was reciprocal. The Tusi understood that this was already generous treatment. Pushing further wouldn't be wise. This time, receiving news of the military campaign offered them an opportunity to expand their territory. For these mountainous regions, the Ming usually would not venture into them, so these areas could serve as their territories. However, the scope would be limited, isolated to prevent any potential threat to the Ming dynasty. This was precisely what Heston aimed for. With the imperial decree, both Charles and the Tusi were excited. The army marched out, overwhelming everything in its path, unstoppable. Even the Tusi's combat forces were formidable, unimpeded by the enemies. While other powers might have faced difficulties, for the Ming, it was not an issue. All forces were of similar strength, and even if initially disadvantaged, adjustments were made quickly due to the presence of military doctors. These doctors ensured soldiers adapted to climate changes and handled injuries. This importance became evident after listening to Ajax's advice and learning from previous battles. These were crucial aspects that could not be overlooked. Any failure would lead to significant trouble. Understanding this, everyone focused on ensuring the smooth implementation of plans without unnecessary delays. Ultimately, maintaining the health of the army was the responsibility of the military doctors, who monitored this constantly to ensure the well-being of the Ming troops. The route was strewn with corpses, subsequently burned to prevent disease spread, especially given the hot southern climate. No room for error was allowed. Though not continuing policies from Japan, the Ming showed no mercy to those who resisted. Surrendered individuals were sent to labor camps for mining or road construction until deemed safe for release. This policy had to be strictly enforced. These vassal states had not expected a direct attack by the Ming, leaving them no chance to explain or respond. Naturally, some vassals had been reluctant, but now there was nothing left to say as they were swiftly defeated. Their confusion only highlighted the effectiveness of the campaign. True power didn't require explanation, achieving perfect results effortlessly. Different origins led to consistent outcomes. As long as there was an unavoidable expectation, it addressed concerns, fulfilling true wishes clearly. Changing one's mindset couldn't change reality. People always dealt with internal struggles, but handling these matters effectively made anything possible. The flames of war brought splendid victories, truly beautiful. This was what these generals loved, battles and warfare. Military achievements provided the rewards they desired. From the north to the south, the journey was relatively safe. Although the climate might have some minor effects, it did not pose significant challenges. Instead, the various complex terrains had their uses, but they were not too impactful. As for the coalition of tribal forces marching south this time, Though extremely fierce, the outcome was rather troublesome. It wasn't a small matter, but a significant one. In comparison, all these elements could be analyzed. If one wanted to achieve more, one needed stronger capabilities. With better understanding, one could keep everything in mind, and there wouldn't be much trouble. Before becoming spirited, one could discern matters at heart and prepare mentally and physically. General Charles, according to our latest information, there are many allied forces ahead, attempting to join forces to block us. Is that so? Hee, let's see if they have the capability. By the way, where is the Tusi army? Well, they should still be within the mountain ranges. Those areas are difficult to traverse, but they are accustomed to it. However, their speed will be much slower. That makes sense. Go inform them then. Soon, everyone agreed on taking immediate action without giving them much time to react. There was no coldness here. Even winter was warm. Advance and crush them completely. Yes, General. Soon, Charles's army clashed with the allied forces in central Jiaoxi, leading to a large-scale conflict. The death toll was high, naturally referring to the allied forces rather than the Ming troops. Once the two armies clashed, the allied forces realized they couldn't withstand the pressure. The intense hostility overwhelmed them, causing a rout. They couldn't form effective formations and were no match for the Ming army. It didn't take long to completely shatter the dreams of the allied nations, leaving them with no benefits. Some fled, some died, and some surrendered. There was no escaping their fate, as their destinies were sealed. There was no other path to take, and no need for explanations. Chapter 224. Irresistible momentum and dual fronts. No matter what, strength is the core. Without strength, everything is a joke. It's plain to see for all. The smooth progress in capturing the Indochina Peninsula was, at that time, a significant boost to the morale of the Great Ming. The Great Ming had long coveted this fertile land. Now they had finally achieved this step. Even though it wasn't over yet, there was not much resistance left. Simply put, most of the men from the vassal states were conscripted into the army, with only a small fraction escaping, a minor concern. Where could they escape to? There was simply nowhere for them to go. This demonstrates how terrifying the combat power of the Great Ming was. Moreover, along the coastal areas, Great Ming ships had been waiting for a long time. The coastlines from north to south were all occupied by the Great Ming's forces. Such an overwhelming force brought astonishing news. It was indeed unusual. When Heston received this report, he was very pleased. It gave him great satisfaction. Good, all good. We can finally be reassured. Seeing such reports made his mind settle down. The next step was to consider actual control. Nothing more than sending officials to take charge. It wasn't a secret and was certainly achievable. After all, with so many ships for transportation, it was no problem. He could understand and appreciate the intention. Each one would surely be happy, filled with joy. Though few things could be changed, he noticed everything. If there were no unexpected events, he would have the desired outcome. To gain more support, strength couldn't be underestimated. In short, the current thoughts couldn't be doubted. The real paths were not hard to deduce. The next day, during the morning court session, all the ministers knew about this matter. This led to actual control. The Great Ming could no longer stop its outward march. Everyone desired more benefits, an inevitable fact. To gain more, they needed to display their own accomplishments, an undeniable decision. Dear ministers, we have won this battle with a huge victory. Although it has not ended yet, it should not be far off. None of the ministers contradicted him. Handling this matter quickly was also financially beneficial for the Ministry of Revenue. Of course, preparation for war was necessary. This plan had been prepared for a long time, but was just never implemented. Now, it was the best opportunity to bring it forward. The key point of this strength didn't need words. As long as they had enough strength, everything could be done. No one would deny this point. It was understandable and the answer was clear. Your Arian Majesty, there are already many scholars in our country now, especially after 2 rounds of imperial examinations. There are many candidates for official positions waiting at home. Why not let them serve and take up posts in the south? What do you think, your Arian Majesty? Arianarchus knew he had to speak up. Otherwise, if he did nothing, it would be troublesome. Heston nodded in agreement. Agreed. Let's proceed as Premier Lu suggests. Select the personnel and issue the imperial decree. Yes, your Arian Majesty. Everyone understood each other. All were happy and none wanted to miss out on this opportunity. It was absolutely impossible. They grasped the significance and had no reason to doubt or question it. With this arrangement, everything would become even better and more reassuring. In short, strength couldn't be abandoned and required more achievements to substantiate it. Regarding these matters, the path of destiny for the Great Ming was unavoidable, especially with the added convenience of land routes. Starting from Guangxi, a direct route to the Indochina Peninsula would be established. Subsequently, prisoners of war would be used to build roads. Following the initial strategic completion of the Great Ming army, they continued moving southward. Troops from countless warships continuously landed, advancing northward and westward from the south. Along the way, the momentum was irresistible, and there was no way to block them. Currently, Annam, Siam, and Burma were completely overwhelmed. Annam, also known as Jiaoxi, although slightly different, was generally similar. For the Great Ming, it didn't matter. As long as they were conquered, they would exert all their efforts without holding back. There was no issue with the outcome. These countries were the strongest on the Indochina Peninsula, but now they had been thoroughly defeated by the Great Ming's forces and were unable to deal with the situation. Don't forget there was also a tribal army from Yunnan that demonstrated genuine strength. They showed formidable combat power all along their path, which is why the Great Ming had specially stationed troops to guard against them. Even traversing mountain roads, weaving through the hills, their speed was undeniable. This reflected their undeniable strength and was inevitable. This could not be underestimated and revealed their determined confidence. Nothing could change before this determination. It was the resolute justice in their hearts. This scene clearly demonstrated their unwavering resolve. The inevitable elements leading to the conclusion were undeniable. Everything was possible under such circumstances. Under continuous warfare, it was the common people who suffered. But what could be done? They couldn't change anything, a natural fact they couldn't avoid. Don't underestimate the significant impact that followed, as different interests required preparations for strength. It was difficult to describe how the expansion of power imposed overwhelming pressure. The Great Ming's actions were already expected or unsurprising, given how they dealt with Japan. Despite their numerous precautions, they could not withstand the formidable combat power of the Great Ming's forces. This was the most fatal reality, and there was no meaningful way to change it. They couldn't stop the advance. Truly, they couldn't stop it. Facing such a terrifying army, they struggled immensely, finding it impossible to resist the overwhelming pressure, truly an unspeakable hardship. The significant gap in military combat power made them realize that the terror of the Great Ming was far more than superficial. Though the main force had been crushed in this battle, some stubborn resistance remained. However, the subsequent artillery strategy left them with no hope. Chapter 225. Astonishing First Batch of Spoils. Regardless of the future, it is ultimately a time to test military strategy and preparedness. Generalissimo, there is a city ahead blocking our path. According to reconnaissance, there are quite a few enemies within the city attempting to obstruct our army's advance. Indeed. Bring up the cannons. We haven't used them much before, not because they can't be used, but because it wasn't worth it until now. It's time. Soon, 100 cannons were ready in front of the city. Prepare, ignite, fire. Boom. 100 cannons fired in unison. What seemed to be a solid wall crumbled instantly, with countless limbs scattering everywhere. All who dared resist met their bitter end in the northwest. Generalissimo, all enemies have been annihilated. Good. Continue advancing and occupy this land as soon as possible. Following Charles's order, the army pressed on, leaving no survivors who refused to surrender, without exception. This was a brutal and bloody battle where nothing was impossible. Under the flames of war, countless warriors fought ferociously. Corpses lay strewn about, piled into mountains, doused with oil, and burned completely to ashes, leaving no trouble behind. Arianny traces remained, yet the methods were simple advancement and conquest, leaving no opportunity for them. From this, one could see the true nature of a perilous land. But the flames of war would not stop. They would only move forward. Those who dared oppose would die. Different thoughts became clear. The true understanding was evident. There was a stirring in their hearts that spoke well of the situation, making it understandable. War reports continuously flowed back to Glen, the capital. Heston, upon seeing this, was greatly pleased. It was indeed an excellent matter, bringing immense joy. As for the spoils of war, there were indeed many. The royal families of these kingdoms had amassed astonishing wealth, but it all ended up belonging to the Great Ming. Heston wasn't stingy, stating outright that 1/10 of the total spoils should go to the army, as the rest needed to be distributed from the national treasury. Giving 1/10 was quite generous. Heston's imperial edict quickly reached Charles. Haha, everyone. His Arian Majesty has issued an edict allowing us to receive 1/10 of the spoils. Check thoroughly how much there is. Don't dare hide anything. The army took private hoarding very seriously, knowing there was more attention on such matters now. They couldn't take it lightly. It was understandable. Wealth could easily blind people. Temptation was inherent. Yes, Generalissimo. Charles knew the emperor valued this matter greatly. The times had changed, and now they had to consider the bigger picture. After a preliminary estimate, their spoils amounted to an astonishing figure. 984,231,180 taels of silver and gold, not counting other valuable treasures. 1/10 would be over 90 million taels. With hundreds of thousands of troops, each soldier would get at least 100 taels. It was absolutely crazy. Charles then sent a report to Heston asking whether to distribute the spoils on site or after returning to the capital. When Heston received this news, he was astonished. It was so much wealth, and jewels weren't even counted yet. Heston consulted Ajax due to the distance involved. Ajax, hearing this, directly said, Davidson, since it can boost the soldiers' morale, let's distribute it now. However, considering they're still on the battlefield, we can give part of it first. Full distribution might cause problems if something happens later. Of course, sending some home is also an option. Heston agreed, thinking this would boost morale, a golden opportunity not to be missed. Clearly, these royal families had accumulated massive wealth over the years, almost richer than the Great Ming. To say they were wealthy was an understatement. In fact, these kingdoms' wealth was concentrated in the royal families, unlike the Great Ming's more decentralized approach, thus not having such vast reserves. Unfortunately, all of it now belonged to the Great Ming. Seeing the reply, Charles was very happy. Without hesitation, he began distributing the money. You mean so much silver and you can help send it home? Yes, this time many will receive at least 100 taels of silver, and some will get even more. That's amazing. Coming out to fight is like making money. Truly wonderful. Soon, many split their share in two, keeping some and sending the rest home. The Great Ming army had strict household registration systems, making the distribution of funds relatively straightforward. Everything was recorded in the military registers. Soon, these silver taels were sent back along the returning routes. The spoils of war were also loaded onto the warships, heading back to the Great Ming ahead of schedule. Charles and his men also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, with so many spoils of war, while they felt delighted, the responsibility was also significant. If anything went wrong, it would be quite troublesome, and there would be more than one person held accountable. If rewards were originally promised, any mishap could turn things problematic, and who would want that? Therefore, Charles promptly arranged for these spoils to be shipped back, saving time and effort, especially with the emperor's decree backing him up, leaving no room for argument. Brothers, now that we've received our rewards, we must work even harder to incorporate these lands into the territory of the Great Ming. Charge! Charge! Morale surged, and none could argue against this. Everyone was filled with immense joy, and this feeling could not be changed. The importance of all this was evident. Different levels of strength naturally meant different levels of combat power. Desire, strength, and determination. All these secrets, who could control them? The extension of warfare and the utmost display of power excited them greatly. Unburdened by the spoils of war, Charles's army moved faster, giving no chance to their enemies. After all, these were the wealth of various royal families, and how much more there was, they did not know. Perhaps there was still a lot left unaccounted for, wasn't it? In short, their current state of mind was unpredictable, with unique gains and mental encouragement. All these were manifestations of their military achievements, what they had longed for. Even if they couldn't be ennobled with merit, everything became much easier and brought joy. These matters could not be hesitated upon. What needed to be done should be done well. Otherwise, future regrets would become strong desires, which could clearly be seen in their hearts. Various charms were but variables in their hearts, real and unpredictable, let alone such simple answers. For glory, they were willing to pay any price. Chapter 226. A gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. Heston received one piece of good news after another, and his smile grew wider. Great things, truly great things. His joy showed a very satisfied demeanor, naturally indicating he was very pleased. The best response was without any problems. Although some of the spoils had already been distributed, it did not matter much. What annoyed him the most was that Hamza, this old fellow, moved swiftly and came into the palace immediately. Heston understood him well. His intentions were clear. Though for the state, emperors always have their private interests. Your Arian Majesty. Get up, Minister Yang. Let's not beat around the bush. How about we take 2/10? Hamza had originally planned to make an effort to bargain, but was taken aback by the emperor's direct offer. Although these war spoils were considerable, they could not be underestimated. Fine, as your Arian Majesty wishes. Heston sighed in relief. The rewards given to the warriors won't count. The rest will be divided according to this ratio. Hamza agreed without protest since it was a good deal. If all the costs were covered by the national treasury, it would invite ridicule. Soon they started allocating the spoils. Precious metals were easy to account for, but jewels were tricky. Your Arian Majesty, perhaps we should do this. Since there are plenty of jewels, why not give a portion to every warrior's family? 1 pearl per family would suffice. Hamza said this because the quantity of jewels was overwhelming. The emperor's storerooms were full, with new ones still under construction. Upon hearing this, Heston found no fault in the suggestion. Though it would disrupt the overall distribution slightly, it mattered little since everything was going to the people. Fine, let it be an additional imperial favor. Thus, Hamza promptly arranged for the distribution. Batches of horses set out from Yingtian, Nanjing, delivering the spoils based on Charles's military rolls and household registers. This ensured smooth delivery and minimized issues during transportation. In case anything went wrong, it would be blamed on those responsible for the delivery. There were also troops escorting the convoys, more than 10 teams, each covering a different province. This made the operation highly efficient, satisfyingly arranged, and pleasing overall, a blessing for the entire Ming Dynasty. Indeed, families of soldiers received the rewards sent by the army. There are so many rewards, it's amazing. Even your family has received quite a bit. Sure is. Over 50 taels of silver and a jade bead. Yes indeed. Look at what I got too. Households compared their rewards and found them nearly equal, since none stood out for extraordinary merit. Despite this, it brought joy to each family. With so much money now in hand, concerns over the future seemed resolved. They began planning for tree plantations and other projects, as relying solely on farming offered meager returns. Famine was largely eradicated. Most people had enough food. The majority of landlords, seeing the enormous wealth from overseas trade, lost interest in holding onto land, keeping only what was allowed by law and leaving the rest to the authorities. The government took back these lands as they couldn't previously confiscate excess farmland, only taxing more heavily. Now, after retaining permitted tracts, they ventured into trade, particularly overseas trade. Those farther from the sea had to continue being landlords, though hearing about profits from trade still pained them deeply. Others saw the potential and decided to try their luck, knowing well that opportunities come with risks, but staying home offered nothing. Though envying the traders, they realized geographical location constrained them. Still, some were willing to take risks, seeking fortune abroad. An expected outcome, reflecting the inevitable drive toward commercial ventures. This situation brought both benefits and greed, supporting various activities and opportunities. As long as money could be made, loyalty became a rare commodity. With increasing wealth, recognizing allegiance became challenging. All these purposes were well understood. Anyone who had seen what was to come would absolutely be unwilling to let go. As long as it was achievable, one needed absolute confidence and heartfelt exhilaration. Naturally, they must strive with all their might, without any external interference. In this real world, there was nothing that could be resisted, only an existence that made people endlessly pursue life. The human heart was complex, and human nature was filled with desires. This drove the progress of civilization. It wasn't anything extraordinary. One could see and realize their own satisfaction, which was understandable. True presence, and the tempering of strength, were very real aspects. There must be some inner restraint, which reflected one's true awareness. Fate's arrangement came from the depth of one's heart. It wasn't a matter of not understanding, but rather there were elements that could not be resisted, with no denial or arrangement. Things happened here naturally. These developments weren't hard to predict. The entire world was like this. Heston naturally knew as much, given that he could discern these changes through various channels. This was understandable and not unexpected. As long as it was achievable, it could be handled well. There was no need to worry about these suspicions. Who wouldn't want a better life? Since everyone adhered to the laws of the Great Ming, as an emperor, he naturally couldn't be ignorant. Moreover, there were now many merchants in the Great Ming, and he had reaped great benefits. The royal trade caravans were making enormous profits, significantly increasing his private treasury. Currently, Heston's favorite thing was to have the new imperial treasury hall built, and it was almost ready. Then, he wouldn't worry about having no place for his personal wealth. This was the best spot. Everything else didn't matter. Good things were indeed good things, each expanding continuously, gaining more benefits. Nothing was different, and it showed. Gaining advantages was something that had to be done, with no other necessity. Chapter 227. Unifying writing, language, and currency. Great achievements are at hand. Charles's army continued to sweep across the entire Indochina peninsula. They would not cease until complete pacification was achieved. As they advanced westward and southward, it was necessary to rest and regroup. Therefore, they began their recuperation along the coast. Meanwhile, the armies of the local chieftains also arrived in the south and made contact with Charles's forces. They exchanged information. Oh, these are the war trophies they have sent? Yes, there are also related items. There are quite a few. Charles knew that this wasn't everything, but that didn't matter. The sent war trophies were already substantial. These items, along with documents, were transported to Ingtian, with memorials following suit. When Heston saw the origin of this part of the war trophies, he was surprised. Previously, they rarely submitted taxes. Why were they being so generous with the war trophies this time? Your Area Majesty, perhaps they feel the power of the Ming military and have been intimidated. This is a sign of submission. Hearing his minister's words, Heston nodded, understanding the situation. Indeed, we can't overlook them even after we've taken control. Since they have shown sincerity, we must not disappoint them. He then walked to the map and drew an area, saying, let this region be under their self-governance, while assigning them the duty to guard the southwestern gate of the Ming Dynasty. This drawn area connected with the Indian peninsula, covering a significant range, though it could be seen as taking from others' hands. Nevertheless, it would become Ming territory eventually, making sense. The ministers understood. Giving away these areas showed the Ming's largesse despite its vastness. Titles would not go beyond that of duke, which was generous enough. With many chieftain tribes in these regions, such arrangements might spark internal conflicts among them without affecting the stability within the Ming territory. Sure enough, upon receiving Heston's edict, the chieftain tribes were overjoyed, treating the Ming envoys with great respect, recognizing the legitimacy granted by the imperial decree. Envoy, will these lands truly be governed by us? Yes, but nominally, they remain under the Ming dynasty. As long as you abide by the laws of the Ming, you will govern your respective territories without issues. However, treason will lead to military action and revocation of these grants. The chieftains understood. Rebelling would mean losing everything. Also, esteemed chieftains, there is another imperial edict, expecting you all to comply. Upon hearing this, the chieftains realized they would need to adopt Aryan Chinese for official communication. Otherwise, they might face lesser treatment. Given the Ming's vast territory and strength, too many languages would impede official communications. Learning Aryan was necessary, while their own languages could still be preserved. Still, Aryan would be the standard language. This proposal was emphasized by Ajax. In all Ming territories, Aryan should be the sole standardized language, and characters must align accordingly. Dialects can be retained relatively, but learning Aryan is mandatory. Otherwise, inferior treatment would follow. Without Aryan proficiency, Ming benefits wouldn't be fully accessible, leading to second-class status. Autonomy doesn't mean surpassing the Ming laws but operates within the same framework. For example, regarding the military, they could retain a small number of troops for maintaining order, join the Ming military, or disband remaining forces, leaving the daily defense to the Ming troop station locally. Only during foreign invasion, when the Ming cannot respond immediately, could they reassemble armies. This was a secret directive. The chieftains understood. The Ming would not allow too many warriors to be kept. Reasonable in peace and only permissible in extraordinary times. Implicitly, this secret directive gave them a reason for self-preservation if the Central Empire faced turmoil. Thus, the chieftains supported the Ming dynasty wholeheartedly. No one could guarantee the rise or fall of an empire forever. Even with Ajax's presence, the future remained uncertain. Grateful for this generous favor, the chieftains accepted without objection. As for teachers, the Ming would make further arrangements. Teachers were abundant in the Ming dynasty. In fact, when they received the edict, Heston had already started making arrangements for this matter through the Ministry of Rights. For these matters, Heston didn't need to personally oversee them. He just needed to know about them. Handling them would be a form of training for his officials. This could further unify the education system across the country. This issue actually reminded Ajax of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, as it was during his reign that writing, language, and currency were unified, paving the way for the current grand unification of the Great Ming. Therefore, within the territories now under the Great Ming's control, such unification was an inescapable reality, an undisputed necessity. The value lay in the profound understanding of this simple truth, which was not immediately apparent to everyone. Though the process might seem complex on the surface, it was quite straightforward once fully grasped. Davidson, only by further unifying language and writing can we make the majesty of our great Ming spread throughout the world. This is a great achievement. Following in the footsteps of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the only truly magnificent task left to undertake is the unification of language and writing. Ajax's words greatly moved Heston. For many years, countless tales of greatness had been told, but none could overshadow the accomplishments of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who remained unmatched. Now, Heston saw the possibility of becoming one of the few to achieve what even Qin Shi Huang did not. Davidson, you are continuing what Emperor Qin Shi Huang never completed. Once accomplished, such monumental achievements will surely secure your place as an unparalleled emperor for all eternity. Ajax spoke earnestly, with no trace of jest. This was indeed a serious and profound insight. Such thoughts were irrefutable, stirring immense joy and clear intentions within Heston's heart. Different ambitions, varying perspectives, yet all boiling down to a deeper understanding of life and purpose. With such clarity of mind and unwavering resolve, everything became indisputable. This grand endeavor was clearly driven by purposeful individuals. Righteousness shines like the sun and moon over Han lands. Completing this monumental task for the Great Ming was indeed enough to stir Heston's heart profoundly. Chapter 228. Unification of the Indo-Chinese Peninsula and discovery of the Australian continent. Free from worries, the 2C army became even more valiant. They continued to expand their territory for the Great Ming Dynasty, contributing much in spoils of war. Charles and his troops had now reached the Indian Peninsula. However, at this time, the Indian Peninsula was not under the control of any unified dynasty, but instead consisted of scattered states. Only the Kingdom of Calicut in the south held some significant power. Generalissimo, should we attack? According to our national master's instructions, we only need to occupy the northeastern part of the Indian Peninsula, leave the rest be. Yes, Generalissimo. Charles still remembered the national master's orders when he came to the camp that day, never daring to disobey. Thus, an order was issued to capture only the northeast region of India. Calicut, while it held its own on this land, was insignificant compared to the military might of the Great Ming. It took merely half a month to conquer this fertile region, including all coastal areas without exception. Afterward, the Great Ming Navy arrived here and began setting up supply stations. These were almost redundant, except that sea travel remained advantageous over land routes. In total, the regular Great Ming army occupied the northeastern part of the entire Indian Peninsula, mainly due to the better environment there. As for the rest, after hearing about this, the Tusis expressed their wish to venture further. Charles did not mind, saying directly, "You may go ahead, but the consequences will be on your shoulders." The Tusis knew the risks involved. They led their armies out. Soon, however, they felt uncomfortable. The area was vastly different from where they grew up, leading to severe water and soil incompatibility, forcing them to halt and recuperate. On closer inspection, they found that the south was highlands with infertile land, naturally unappealing. No wonder the Great Ming did not care. It was foolish to think otherwise. If this land was valuable, the Great Ming would have taken it long ago. Thus, they abandoned the idea of moving south but moved west instead, which turned out to be quite nice. Especially in the western riverine regions, with vast plains and abundant water resources, it seemed like a promising place. However, it was too far away from their current location, making management difficult. They became undecided, as this fertile land was certainly worth occupying. Why did the Great Ming stop? Actually, it was mainly due to the geographical conditions of the Indian Peninsula. The south was highlands, the north mountainous, the center mostly plain, but prone to natural disasters, making it dangerous. Hence, the Great Ming focused on occupying the vast northeastern plains. The Ganges Plain was also largely under the control of the Great Ming, representing the most crucial part. All Indian tribes along the way were forcibly relocated. Any disobedience would face immediate execution. This ensured that all the conquered lands outside the Great Ming borders were connected, bringing these lands firmly under their control. As for exclaves, they were unnecessary. Originally, there were plans to advance south, but seeing the state of the Tusi armies and recalling the national master's words, they were grateful. Although the southern region was vast, it was not important to the Great Ming because the land was not fertile, significantly reducing its value. The current priority is to manage these areas properly, and expansion could follow if necessary. This completed the main objective of advancing south. The Kingdom of Calicut, however, could not escape the onslaught of the Great Ming forces. After being plundered, they retreated northeast, continuing to garrison there. Ultimately, the boundary was set at the Ganges River, fully occupying the northeastern region, connecting seamlessly with the Great Ming territories, achieving unification of the Indo-Chinese peninsula and adjacent areas. With this demarcation, the plan for the unification of the Indo-Chinese peninsula was essentially complete. Although unexpected events did occur, they were beneficial ones. Namely, the accidental discovery of Australia by the Great Ming fleet. Charles immediately reported this news to Emperor Heston. Charles could not help but feel a greedy longing. Occupying this vast land would bring him immense credit. However, he dared not act against the emperor's will and decided to wait. Emperor Heston understood the situation and summoned Ajax to discuss the matter. Camden, Charles has completed the plan, but we have received this news. What do you think? Ajax knew that his Zeke still itched for action and was unwilling to give up. Actually, he had no intention of dissuading him. Davidson, since we have discovered it, let's occupy it. There aren't many people here. Heston hurriedly asked upon hearing this. Are you sure there won't be any major issues? Ajax smiled and said, of course not. However, there are many animals on this land, and we should protect them as much as possible. We must ensure that the local ecology is not affected. Besides, there are abundant iron ore resources here, which will not lack mineral resources when exploited in the future. But isn't it also true that there are plenty of mineral resources on the Indian Peninsula? Why not take control of it? Heston suddenly asked with some confusion. Ajax shook his head and said, they are different. With current technology, it's not feasible to mine on the Indian Peninsula. Australia, on the other hand, would be much easier to exploit. The situation on the Indian Peninsula is quite complex. Various caste systems deeply root there, compounded by certain problems with Buddhism, making it even more complicated. Unless we eliminate everyone, dealing with these issues would be difficult. In other words, attempting to control the Indian Peninsula would be counterproductive. Without adequate preparation, he didn't want to drag the Great Ming into such a quagmire. Heston understood. It was like falling into an endless abyss of trouble. Either they thoroughly clear out all obstacles or temporarily set aside the matter. Perhaps other channels can handle it. Anyway, postponing the decision allows for greater efficiency at present. Simple and straightforward reasoning. Everything is clear and unambiguous. Looking to the future, without distinctions, that would be the best moment. For now, having just secured the entire Indo-Chinese peninsula, it requires time for consolidation. So, it can wait. Moreover, the Great Ming army is not soft-hearted. If anyone dares to come, they will be wiped out without hesitation. For the Great Ming, there are no such things as caste systems, as they do not apply. We understand. Let's first occupy Australia and then focus on consolidating the Indo-Chinese peninsula, integrating it thoroughly before proceeding. Davidson's wisdom. In the future, this will lead the Great Ming to even greater prosperity. Chapter 229. Cautiously Arianarching south to protect mineral resources for future generations. Charles gazed toward the south, where another continent lay. A faint flame burned in his heart, but he feared that his Majesty would not approve. The surrounding generals all knew this, yet they could only wait quietly at this moment. Report, General. An imperial edict from his Majesty has arrived. Very well, bring it in quickly. Soon enough, Heston's edict arrived, instructing him to deliberate carefully and proceed with caution. This uncharted territory must be approached carefully. Upon seeing the edict, Charles was overjoyed. Indeed, the emperor still trusted him. He immediately secured the edict and declared aloud, by the emperor's decree, we may march south, but our army must exercise caution and not act rashly. The numerous generals responded in unison, yes, Grand General. They all understood that one could not overlook the dangers. After all, in this unknown land, it was nearly impossible to avoid all traps. Only by staying vigilant could they succeed. Ignorance would lead to disaster. This was a moment of realization. Advancement depended on one's own abilities to earn merit, which was undeniable. Who wouldn't desire merit? As long as one remained strong. Let the troops prepare. We will head south to occupy all islands as staging points. Meanwhile, we should report to the court that our forces are preparing to march south and have someone take over here. Yes, Grand General. Since things were already decided, there was nothing left to hold back. As long as everyone had a clear understanding, everything was worthwhile. It was both their destiny and arrangement, a fact that could be understood. Different rules called for preparation of strength, while future joys awaited. Who could truly remain indifferent to such prospects? The mysteries and history ahead required them to move forward undeterred. For greater merit, they would forge their own path on the battlefield rather than retreat. Moving forward meant enduring the long passage of time. No description could fully capture the unspoken truths, as any course of fate required strength to unfold. Under different circumstances, they needed to control more information. Charles knew best that on the battlefield, there could be no carelessness. Otherwise, the emperor would not forgive him. Though he trusted him, a defeat could not be an excuse. Victory must continue. As for the Eric, he was too enigmatic. The last meeting only deepened his mystique, an incomprehensible figure. But now, he didn't dwell on it. He understood the preceptor's intentions and dared not speculate further. Handling matters poorly could have serious consequences. Thus, he carried out the preceptor's orders faithfully without question. In summary, all current affairs were quite straightforward, with no room for surprises. With warships prepared, hundreds of vessels of various sizes began boarding, gradually occupying island after island. These islands would serve as excellent staging points, ensuring smooth communications and security. All subsequent arrangements could be better planned. Arcing south, the army would awe the barbarians. Upon sighting the Ming fleet, none could resist but submit, reflecting their deep fear, which was undeniable. In Nanjing, within the palace, Heston read Charles's memorial without surprise. Knowing Charles's love for merit, how could he abandon such a great opportunity? It's fine, let him go. Australia will ultimately belong to the Ming Dynasty. Seeing the map showing the rich mineral resources of Australia made him very happy. Soon, more minerals could be obtained. The future iron mines of the Ming Dynasty won't need to worry. Let's dig outside first and leave our own resources untouched for now. Heston thought suddenly, finding this idea oddly pleasing despite its unconventional origins. He promptly issued an edict. No mining operations within the Ming homeland were allowed. Existing operations would cease by year-end, ensuring the internal mineral reserves remained untouched. This order left many places reliant on mining facing unemployment and loss of wealth. Arianani officials rushed to send memorials, hoping to persuade him otherwise. Although the arguments were clear and eloquent, they weren't concerns of the emperor's. Therefore, he paid them no mind. Their motives were evident and didn't require much explanation. Understanding was all that mattered. How many unexpected changes occurred, yet remained largely unaltered. Indeed, it was too difficult to make significant changes, not because it was impossible, but due to a lack of support. After all, some places are indeed unsuitable for farming, and mining alone cannot be a long-term solution. After all, there will eventually come a day when the resources are completely exhausted. What will they do then? Heston found this issue troublesome and urgently summoned Ajax into the palace. Camden, what do you think we should do about this? Ajax, although surprised that his Zeke could think so far ahead, was not overly alarmed. While the Ming Dynasty was rapidly growing, it still required time and could not be rushed. Davidson, your thinking is correct. All mineral resources will eventually be depleted, and the same goes for those within the Ming territory. They need to be preserved for future generations. As for overseas resources, they are part of our territory now, but who knows what the future holds? A simple underlying awareness. As long as the Ming Dynasty exists, things might hold up. But if future generations fail, the situation could become uncertain. What is the future for the people of the Ming? It still lies on this land. With so many overseas assets now, they should be well utilized. If such circumstances arise in the future, they can still be well preserved. In short, start with the easier tasks before moving on to the difficult ones. This applies to overseas resources, without any other implications. Heston nodded in agreement after listening. Although he wanted the Ming Dynasty to continue indefinitely, future events were unpredictable. Internal stability was manageable, but external threats were unknown. The current division of the royal family served as a clear example, illustrating the need to prevent future issues. One should not put all eggs in one basket. Placing them in different baskets would ensure greater safety. Historical lessons were plentiful, and Heston could not help but consider the future of his descendants. At present, there was no immediate worry, and patience was needed. After all, he still had many years left, and there was no fear of danger at this point. Preparations must be made. Chapter 230. The central route of the south to north water diversion project is about to be completed. Camden, what should we do about this? Emperor Heston looked at the matters written in the petition. He could believe other matters, but for some impoverished areas with little farming, how would the people there sustain themselves? This was indeed a very important question. Ajax looked and said, Davidson, most of these places are in the north, which does make it difficult for them. However, the central route of the south to north water diversion project has been largely cleared by me. Once this route is completed, it will bring prosperity. As he spoke, he pointed at the map and continued, Davidson, these areas here, and here can all be influenced. In the future, this land can change. Perhaps not much at first, with small cultivation areas, but given time, certainly changes can be made. Afforestation is no empty talk. Heston gazed at the map and exclaimed in pleasant surprise, it's really going to be completed? Ajax directly replied, yes, that's indeed the case. The subsequent impacts are as expected. We can proceed more cautiously, but nothing significant will go wrong. The immediate priority now was to plant trees and stabilize the soil to prevent further desertification, thereby achieving more effective land improvement. Then the court needs to provide grain support for them? Heston immediately understood the situation. Ajax nodded, yes, let them engage in tree planting as work or as part of the project, so they can experience the changes in water and soil conditions firsthand. It is critical to prevent further soil erosion, otherwise, future generations will face difficulties. Heston instantly understood why the Yellow River was so turbid. It carried vast amounts of sediment, making it naturally murky. Very well, our generation might endure hardship, but future generations will enjoy benefits. It's worth it. Moreover, the Ming Dynasty doesn't lack food supplies. If they put in more effort, things will get better. Thus, with the support of the Ming court, they would make a living through afforestation and protect these trees. With each generation's efforts, the Yellow River would surely clear up again, allowing countless commoners to witness their mother river once more. Therefore, they must persevere, and the court must also fulfill its duties. Oh right, Davidson, to prevent local officials from having their own agendas, we need timely reports on these areas. Various personnel should visit to avoid partial hearing, which would be undesirable. Heston firmly refused to tolerate such behavior and agreed resolutely. Don't worry, I know what to do. By the way, when exactly can the central route be operational? Ajax calculated and replied, it shouldn't take long. Specifically, it should be ready by early next year. This was good news, filling Heston with happiness. He then asked Ajax to draw out the specific outlet area on the map and ensured it was properly inspected. Ajax did not conceal the location on the map and drew it without hesitation. Afterward, he assured that the outlet would join the waterway and ensure sufficient water supply. Seeing this, Heston couldn't help but feel joy. The idea of diverting southern waters to the north was far-sighted, and now it had finally come to fruition. He silently thanked his nephew for this achievement. Ajax then asked, by the way, Davidson, how's the eastern route coming along? Heston nodded and replied, with your help, it's almost done. Some minor canals in the north still need cleaning and reinforcement, which takes some time. However, the sluice gates in Yangzhou have been nearly adjusted. Ajax nodded and happily remarked, once both the central and eastern routes of the south to north water diversion project are completed, northern civilians can solve most of their drinking water and irrigation problems. Looking at the map in his hands, Heston felt immensely pleased and gratified. This map looks perfect. But regarding the western route, you mentioned obstacles? Thinking of the western route, he felt somewhat concerned since it involved mountainous terrain beyond ordinary capabilities. Ajax glanced at the map and said, Davidson, rest assured, Camden has already cleared half of it. If it weren't for the numerous mountains that needed relocation, it wouldn't be this slow. Multiple arrangements need to be made, so completion is uncertain. Heston nodded, marveling at the impressive progress. No ordinary person could achieve this while preserving the surrounding environment, truly an arduous task. Once the environment changes, the subsequent impacts will be significant. Everyone understands the importance of this matter, so necessary actions must be taken as planned. This point needs to be achieved without any ignorance. The future is unpredictable, and no one knows what surprises may occur. There will always be moments of hope. Ensuring the meaning of everything will guarantee a better future for the Ming Dynasty. Present challenges are minor. They should not rush but proceed step by step instead of taking giant strides, which could lead to many problems. Ajax himself isn't worried, but it's difficult to say about the common people, especially those at the bottom rung, who can hardly express their concerns. Arianity things may not be true, but they can still bring unexpected outcomes. No one can avoid these surprises. With limited strength, who can relieve much pressure? This part is understandable, but ultimately, one must have the capability to handle it. Mountains and rivers. Nothing is impossible as long as it's achievable. Everything has no limits if it can be done. Ajax will continue to grow and not stay stagnant. This is an inevitable process. Internally, the Ming Dynasty needs stability, while externally, it needs to expand its territories to bring peace to more lands. This is the current theme of the Ming Dynasty. Similarly, Heston must consider the futures of his 3 children, who are now preparing to set out. He cannot let them down, and this he fully understands. There's no point in saying that nothing can be changed. Such thoughts are meaningless. Any uncertainties can be turned into realities, and this is sufficient. Hope and dreams often come with doubts, but overall, these dreams and pursuits of time exist within the Ming Dynasty and this world, never disappearing. No one knows how the future situation will develop, but undoubtedly, it will bring more opportunities. It's not hard to predict that enough is already naturally happening. Regardless of how much pressure there is, it boils down to building strength right here and now, which is enough. Perhaps the future will bring more support and changes. Who knows what variables might arise? Chapter 231, Full Moon Evander. After confirming the plan, Heston knew how to issue the edict. The local authorities would be responsible for planting trees and ensuring their survival rate. That was their job. Of course, all of this would have to wait until the central line was operational before he issued the decree and found the appropriate locations. So, I'll trouble you with that, Camden. Ajax hurriedly replied, Davidson, you're too kind. It's my duty. Having said that, Ajax planned to go home since it had become even more joyful with an additional family member. Oh, right, Camden, don't go back today. Just now your aunt sent word that your wife and child are in the palace. Hearing this, Ajax understood that the news of the full moon couldn't escape his Zeke and aunt. All right, Davidson. Soon, both of them arrived at Paulette's hall, where they heard Paulette's voice along with Kesha's and the baby's laughter, which made them very happy as well. Seeing them come, Paulette waved her hand. Henley Camden, you've arrived. This little one is just adorable. Listening to this, Heston chuckled and walked over. Seeing such an innocent and lovely child, he was immensely pleased, knowing his third brother's lineage was secured, which was indeed a good thing. By the way, where is the Duke of Elijah? Kesha promptly responded, Your Area Majesty, my father should be at home. After hearing this, Heston quickly ordered someone to call Dylan to the palace, so they could meet and catch up. This arrangement clearly showed how much Heston valued them. Not long after, Dylan arrived looking much better than before, undoubtedly due to gifts from his son-in-law. You're here. Let's have a cup. We haven't gathered like this in ages. Sure, take a seat. Everyone sat together, while Paulette cradled the baby, creating a very relaxed atmosphere. Now that you're a grandfather, you'll need to earn more money or it won't be enough for your grandson. To Heston's jest, Dylan replied, emboldened by wine, well, with my son-in-law around, there's no fear of money shortage, especially in the salt business and other ventures. He holds significant shares, so he's not worried about funds. Hearing this, Heston remembered that his nephew had indeed amassed considerable wealth, making them not care about money at all. He didn't know exactly how much his nephew had saved. Naturally, this question didn't need asking as everyone already understood it. Heston was also perceptive and insightful, grasping these nuances. Different situations called for different answers. To achieve something, one needed the capability, or else, no one could predict the outcome. Therefore, one must still do what needs to be done. Ajax and Kesha listened without speaking, to avoid involving themselves. For Kesha, the most important thing now was raising the child. As for the future, it depended on their abilities. At that moment, Heston, holding and playing with the baby, asked, By the way, Camden, what's this little guy's name? Ajax replied, Evander. I hope the child grows up safe and sound. Upon hearing this, Heston immediately felt it wasn't a good idea, but seeing Paulette's eyes, he relented. Good name, really a good name. He laughed it off, avoiding drawing attention to it. Paulette also didn't say anything more. Kesha smiled inwardly with some sarcasm, but then thought it was acceptable. After all, every parent wished for their child to grow up safely, which was the best thing. As for the future, no one could predict. These were minor issues that didn't need excessive worry. Different answers brought varied implications, evident in this context, requiring no explanation. Currently, everything was fine as long as everyone stayed safe. In this era, medical science was indeed lagging behind, but the medical skills weren't inferior. There were just few such doctors, often passing down knowledge in a limited manner or keeping secrets. Becoming a qualified traditional Chinese medicine practitioner wasn't easy. Ajax understood this himself, but chose not to get involved. All subsequent events were clear and undeniable. The significance of everything was quite clear, requiring no further explanation. Even Ajax couldn't change the need for personal effort and talent, without which this level of preparation couldn't be achieved. With this thought, Ajax suddenly considered arranging a concentrated effort to cultivate more doctors. It might turn out well. Davidson, the Ming Dynasty is developing now. We need more doctors. Otherwise, with a growing population, there won't be enough doctors to serve everyone. Upon hearing this, Heston nodded in agreement. The number of doctors was indeed limited, while the population was rapidly increasing, which wasn't good. What's your idea? Ajax spoke frankly. Since we have scholars who become officials through the imperial examinations, why not focus on training some doctors as well? These newly trained individuals might not immediately treat patients, but they can learn under experienced doctors, significantly speeding up their growth. Heston, being intelligent, quickly grasped his meaning and found it reasonable. It was indeed a good idea that made sense. Yes, that's true. Then we should establish an academy for training doctors first? Ajax smiled and suggested, we can build a comprehensive school where people can choose their own paths. They could become doctors, accountants, shipbuilders, and so on. Such schools can be set up not just in Yingtian Prefecture but also in other places. This way, people won't need to travel too far or concentrate in one area. Heston, after listening, realized that such a plan would cultivate talents in various fields, greatly benefiting the future of the Ming Dynasty. It was definitely a good thing. Yes, indeed, it is a good thing, and it can be done this way. Since it was beneficial, it needed no further discussion. It would be satisfying to put it into action. More doctors meant more options for the common people to seek medical care, and a wider variety of career choices prevented idleness. This provided numerous positive outcomes and couldn't be denied. The Ming Dynasty needed a diverse pool of talents across different fields. Otherwise, it would remain overly homogeneous, hindering its future development. While things were manageable now, what if these talents were not available in the future? Therefore, all necessary actions must be further planned without any doubt, ensuring proper implementation. Chapter 232. The emphasis on descendants. Germain's full moon banquet passed by amidst their laughter and chatter, perhaps unbeknownst even to him. After the banquet concluded, Ajax's family left the palace. Dylan sat in the carriage and said, Ajax, that elixir really worked wonders. I've been feeling much better. It's truly comfortable. Ajax smiled and replied, I'm glad you like it. Everything else doesn't matter much. Kesha added, exactly, he is going to be your son-in-law. Don't worry too much. Though Dylan knew this in his heart, he had just been concerned about external influences. Now, having felt Ajax's intentions, everything became clear to him. In fact, this clarity was evident to everyone. It made people naturally feel the pressure within and understand things without needing to refute them. Since he was an Ajax, he naturally didn't know all of his capabilities, which is why he had so many worries. In reality, these worries were entirely unnecessary. Being able to handle things so effortlessly, that was talent. Talent always came before ability. Thus, there was no need for more words. These talents were obvious and quite rare. There was no need for further questioning. The benefits were very real. Abilities did not require overthinking. No matter how many surprises occurred, they were all part of one's skill, and there was no need to dwell on such matters. Father-in-law, you don't need to think too much about these things. I'm prepared mentally, and honestly, it's not a big deal to me. Upon hearing this, Dylan immediately realized that speculating about his son-in-law's capabilities based on his own thoughts was inappropriate and inevitably different. It now seemed very clear indeed. What would happen next really didn't need asking. What should happen will happen, and what shouldn't be asked won't be asked. These matters were understood by sensible people, and there was no need to be overly concerned. Different values led to the best solution. Nothing was impossible, and understanding could go deeper. After all, no matter what, these were external forces, a very realistic aspect. Dylan ceased dwelling on it. Since he was already mentally prepared, what else was there to criticize? There was nothing to criticize. The amount of benefit versus the issues couldn't be compared. Clearly, strength was the ultimate deciding factor. Without these elements, there was no need to know much, as it was already understandable. First, Dylan was sent home, then Ajax and Kesha returned to the mansion. Looking at this, Dylan couldn't help but sigh with relief. No wonder he was the Imperial Preceptor, indeed formidable and very powerful. Of course, his vengeful nature was also strong. When Japanese pirates tried to assassinate him previously, it ended with no males remaining in the entire Ryukyu kingdom, only women survived. That was his revenge. There was no point in arguing or needing any belief. Everyone understood this reality clearly and didn't need to ask more questions. It was unmistakably real. No matter what, change couldn't be changed because their power was insufficient, leading to this outcome, wasn't it? Entering the mansion, he didn't ponder any further. He still had several daughters who needed attention. As Ajax returned home with his wife and child, the baby began crying. Kesha said, "Lord, let me go and feed him first. You can freshen up?" Ajax nodded. "Fine, go ahead." Kesha carried Germaine into the room to nurse him. They hadn't hired a wet nurse because she could manage alone and preferred not to hire one, so she cared for her child personally, which was quite tiring. Ajax knew this child was causing trouble, but he wondered where such energy came from. He couldn't do anything since it was his own child, too young to scold or punish, as he didn't understand anything yet. Such troublesome matters, but having a son was different. He had more considerations now. Of course, he also made other preparations. Some things were unpredictable, so it was best to complete necessary tasks. Joy involuntarily showed on Ajax's face. A natural reaction, no need to overthink. Ensuring peace of mind and displaying competence, there wouldn't be any unexpected incidents. In the palace, Heston remarked, "Now that our third brother finally has an update, we can rest easy." Paulette looked at Heston and said, "How can you rest easy? Be afraid that this boy might turn out poorly in the future. Therefore, he needs proper guidance. He must not go astray." Heston agreed. Indeed, he needed good guidance to avoid any mishaps. Otherwise, it would be even worse for their third brother. Proper preparations were essential. By the way, since my Marcel is around the same age, they can study together, Heston suggested. Paulette, upon hearing this, replied with satisfaction, "Yes, that's good. And don't forget the previous comment on our nephew." Heston almost forgot about it, and he slapped his forehead, saying, Right. Indeed, we mustn't forget. This matter is more important. By the way, how is Lady Chang's health now? Is there any problem?" Paulette then said, "So far, everything is fine. The Jacob has been more self-disciplined, and since Chang Yin has been in Songjiang Prefecture, the past 2 years of rest have greatly helped Lady Chang to recover." Heston nodded involuntarily, thinking that was good. After all, having a biological mother or not makes a big difference. They mustn't let Trace lose his mother. "This matter, I will take care of. You just focus on governing the court." Paulette wasn't someone easily fooled, so she needed to work hard to ensure everything went well. Protecting them all would be the best outcome. Heston also felt an inexplicable palpitation, as if a significant danger was approaching. That indeed was a considerable trouble. Not only the Corina but also Trace required careful attention. There mustn't be any accidents. This was something he absolutely did not want to see, as such a legitimate and rightful eldest grandson could not be easily replaced by anyone else. This thought in Heston's mind was firm and obvious. Both sides' intentions were so evident. Achieving this goal wouldn't be easy, and whether it could be done depended on unpredictable circumstances. These things must not happen. Keep a close eye on everything, please, little sister. Paulette smiled and replied, "Of course, she is my daughter-in-law, and also my legitimate eldest grandson, isn't he?" Heston couldn't help but nod with a smile after hearing this. In this way, there seemed to be no problem. Such thoughts were perfect, and paying more attention was definitely worthwhile. After all, the differences were simple yet critical. There mustn't be any ambiguity. These matters required utmost attention. Chapter 233. The policy of radical measures to consolidate the occupied areas. Charles and his troops have been at sea for quite some time. They've either occupied islands or have been in the process of occupying them, and they really don't know how many islands they have taken over by now. There are truly a lot of islands in the vast ocean. Apart from that, many people can't help but wonder what benefits this strategy could bring. These things are beyond their comprehension. They only need to do their jobs well. Naturally, it's all for better handling these issues. Ensuring safety is an absolute priority. By the way, how far is it to our destination? General, it's not far. We've been spending most of our time on island occupations. Actually, it wouldn't take much longer to get there directly. Don't speak irresponsibly. Don't you know that once the supply lines are cut off, the consequences will be severe? It's indeed serious. Although the danger might be exaggerated, it's not impossible. So they need to be extra cautious. This understanding is entirely necessary. They cannot afford any risks, lest they be held accountable, which would be undesirable. Despite earning merits, if carelessness leads to unforeseen dangers, they become criminals. The current Charles does not dare to be arrogant. After all, anyone under surveillance in Ingtanfu, note, Ingtanfu should be translated as Glenfew, referring to a place name, would be severely reprimanded if noticed by the Imperial Area Master. If he didn't understand the implications, it would be embarrassing to lead troops out. He needs to proceed cautiously and mustn't disappoint the Emperor again. Even the most incompetent know what the Imperial Area Master represents. Charles isn't foolish. He understands the implications and some issues. It's best when one figures things out. If not, they'll eventually end up at Kairi Market Street. Note, Tai Circle refers to an execution site. Alright, continue occupying these islands. If it takes longer, so be it. We're not far anyway. Yes, General. As for the rear, many people have already taken charge. Civil officials have started participating in governance, especially in areas where problems are complex. Emperor Heston has only one requirement: abolish local languages and scripts, and adopt only Chinese characters and language. After all, this isn't the homeland of the Ming Dynasty, so a direct, sweeping policy will eliminate unnecessary complications. In about 100 years, the past will largely be forgotten, leaving only Chinese language and script. Their history will disappear. This is a brutal cultural invasion. Yet, in this region, there are not a few Han people, which is why so many surrendered, to protect themselves. During this rapid expansion of the Ming Dynasty, various preparations need to be made. How effective this approach will be can only be determined after some time. The teachers brought along this time are here for this very purpose. It's a grand undertaking. Expanding territory is a dynasty's duty, visible through the passage of time. No one wants to be next. They must work harder to be part of this effort. Then there shouldn't be a problem. As for the results, they are already quite apparent, though whether they will ultimately succeed remains to be seen, a fact that cannot be denied. At least preliminary achievements can be seen, which is evident without further explanation. Their performance is indeed commendable, clearly demonstrating their hard work. Without worrying too much, they likely won't have too many concerns. These mental processes are evident. More understanding can be gained without undue worry. There are many methods and ambitions, all becoming reality. Reality or denial, both are unimaginable. Observations show that none can be underestimated. True effectiveness is understandable and poses no significant issue. Present uncertainties, visible now, are real and reliable. Everyone is diligently executing Heston's orders. This is the imperial command. These people are within the sphere of influence of the Ming Dynasty, with varying degrees of exposure to Han culture, so teaching progresses relatively smoothly. Moreover, it's easier with children, who can be cultivated from a young age. The differences in results demonstrate the strength of these efforts, making inquiries unnecessary. Smooth progress is beneficial, enabling them to complete their tasks efficiently. Teaching for a certain period brings benefits upon return, or they can choose to serve as officials locally. This is another strategy of Heston, to foster enthusiasm. Becoming an official in the vast land of China has been a deeply rooted notion for millennia. Who doesn't want to be an official? It's just a matter of whether one can become one. Different skills and capabilities naturally make things easier. In reality, capability is an undeniable fact that cannot be avoided. Everything that follows will not be overlooked. Motivation will bring about changes in many people. Those who take charge of everything must maintain stability. What needs to be done still cannot be ignored. Tasks must be carried out without any mistakes to avoid complications down the line, as this is certainly not something they wish to encounter. To ensure certain matters are secured, their subsequent impacts are visible. True ability appears quite normal, and there isn't much pressure in terms of requirements. Everyone understands this clearly, yet doing things comes with its own pressures. After all, being an official in the current Ming Dynasty offers substantial benefits and treatment, far better than before. Everyone knows this well. Although raises are excellent, overall performance still needs to be considered. If someone causes embarrassment, it would indeed be a serious problem. Understanding various situations, this should not be easily ignored. Even without raises, annual rewards can also be significant sums of money. Therefore, being an official now is quite good, especially with more vacation days compared to having none initially. So, becoming an official is indeed advantageous. Countless people vie for entry into the bureaucracy. This is the effect of the centuries-old official-centric system, deeply ingrained in people's minds. Ordinary people do not oppose officials, which has profound influence. Therefore, when given the opportunity to follow this path, none of them wish to abandon it. They all seize the time to work hard, unwilling to relax even in dreams. It's basically impossible. Such variables do not require much explanation, as they are understandable without much speculation. This is sufficient. As a result, the governance of these occupied areas has begun to intensify, with no room for dissenting voices. Chapter 234. Intense debate in the court, all eager to develop new lands. Australia, finally arrived. Yes, this is the future Australia. General, we have arrived. Yes, finally here. How wonderful, very good indeed. He felt a deep emotion about this place. It had truly been an arduous journey, but they had made it, and things were looking promising. Hurry, order men to disembark and start searching the area. Yes, General. Soon, over 100 ships began landing along the coastline, with dense formations of soldiers spreading out in all directions. Charles and his men waited on the shore, exhausted after the long voyage. They needed to rest properly. General, there's abundant wildlife here. We caught a night deer, though it looks somewhat strange. It's definitely a deer. Oh, it seems this truly is undiscovered land, or else there wouldn't be so many unknown creatures. Looking around, Charles couldn't help but marvel at the truth of it. There was no need for further questioning. Everything was understandable now. The mysteries that lay ahead would reveal themselves naturally. He believed nothing could erase these impressions from his mind. This place was vast and expansive, stretching far beyond the horizon. It seemed they had indeed found what they were looking for. Next, we must explore how large this land really is. Yes, General. I will immediately dispatch 10 ships to survey the coastline and document its features. Go ahead. Take the opportunity to gather supplies as well. There's no rush for now. Let everyone rest for a day or two. It has been difficult for all. Yes, General. Charles gradually calmed his impatient heart. Everything must be considered carefully before proceeding to the next step. Soon, some of the scouts returned after traveling hundreds of miles, yet the land still stretched endlessly before them. This confirmed the scale of the discovery. Well, it appears this place is indeed quite extensive. However, we cannot let our guard down. Rest now, and send more patrols in the coming days. Meanwhile, send a report to Glenn. The report quickly reached Glenn via the maritime postal service established among the islands. These islands were strategically important for maintaining communications. Only larger islands could support such stations, while smaller ones might easily be submerged by tides. In this new era, the Empire's influence extended far and wide, leaving no room for explanation. As events unfolded, they brought unexpected challenges. One could only adapt to changing circumstances. Heston received Charles's report and studied the map. This must be Australia, a vast and geographically advantageous land, comparable in size to the Great Ming Empire. Clearly, this was an excellent place for settlement. At court, he announced, "Ministers, we have found the so-called Australia, which now requires development. I hope you all can contribute your ideas." The officials understood the implications. Though their homeland was prosperous, some were eager to explore new frontiers. Each strove to prove themselves worthy of this opportunity. Considering the future of their descendants, opening up a new continent for settlement was appealing. For their benefit, it's certainly a positive move. "One of my sons would be willing to pioneer this new land," said one minister. Others followed suit, eager to participate. As long as they had the capability, there was no significant issue. Time would reveal each person's true potential. Heston himself grasped the situation clearly. Heston then thought about dispatching some of the princes to develop this new land, seeing it as a good opportunity. After all, this land would belong to the Great Ming, and they should not underestimate its potential. "It can be done, but I do not wish to hear any bad news. My ministers should understand my concerns." These were weighty matters, their significance clear without needing explanation. There was no need for further questioning or elaboration. Understanding these points was key, eliminating any misfortune. Simple and clear. One could see the joy in his heart, which was undeniable and profound. The mysteries of the heart were straightforward now. They couldn't afford to lose this opportunity. They must observe the results and evaluate accordingly. In summary, the path ahead brought a deeper sense of mission. Without this mission, nothing would change. Only through greater effort could they make progress. Everything was enshrouded in mystery, yet that too was a blessing. "Yes, your Arian Majesty, we will heed your command." Everyone understood the emperor's intent. Development was allowed, but any misconduct would result in disqualification, or worse, imprisonment. After all, in this vast realm dominated by the Great Ming, where could one escape to? One could go to desolate regions or uninhabited islands, but could they adapt to such harsh conditions? Pampered as they were, who knew what might happen? The subsequent impacts were considerable. Historical changes were inevitable, and everyone needed to align their hearts with this reality. It was clear that only a few had the necessary resolve. Achieving this ideal was no easy task. Whether they could succeed depended on their own capabilities. Chapter 235. It's hard to influence the future, even for an emperor. In the imperial study of the palace, Heston and Ajax discussed the situation at hand. "Camden, what do you think? How should we handle this issue now?" Ajax smiled as he replied, "Davidson, don't you already have an idea in mind? Otherwise, you wouldn't have assigned your younger cousins to such distant places like America." Heston did not deny his selfishness. After all, Australia was too close to the Great Ming, which was not conducive to peace of mind. This area was intended to be a free land reserved for the direct descendants of the eldest grandson. Though Heston had some thoughts, young Marcel was different. Alas, although the plan sounds good, there will always be unforeseen circumstances. So, it's best to be cautious. Ajax understood the situation well. Arianity things had changed silently, and their meanings were unpredictable. His sincere hopes had shifted, and these thoughts could be understood. It was not only necessary to pay attention, but also to comprehend that certain issues could not be avoided. These were inevitable factors. "Davidson, since that's the case, perhaps we can adopt an open policy. Don't forget, the interests involved are intricate and complex, likely leading to extended issues and predictable consequences." Ajax said seriously, who wouldn't want to return if they could? If they didn't, it would be impossible. Despite offering them benefits, the Great Ming territory remains the core of their hearts and is naturally a place of contention. But nowadays, it's very difficult, so there's no need for Davidson to worry so much. Suddenly, Heston recalled that he had lived 50 more years than his expected lifespan. He instantly understood Ajax's meaning and came to terms with it. With himself still around, many matters could be stabilized. Once stability was achieved, they could enjoy the benefits without any downside. As long as everything proceeded smoothly, everything would be fine. "Yes, I almost forgot. Indeed, there's no need to worry. It seems I've been too anxious. Everything can actually be handled smoothly. Yes, Davidson, you don't need to worry. These issues can be handled properly." After hearing this, Ajax sighed in relief. The world was vast, and it was impossible for one person to control everything. However, it might be possible for the entire nation to dominate. In the worst case, it would lead to internal strife among Han Chinese kingdoms or dynasties. Different aspirations could prevent much sorrow. Advancing further was not easy. It could not be overlooked and could be understood. True intentions did not need questioning. Changing opportunities could not be compensated for. When strength mattered most, it revealed deeper truths. Understanding the essence meant awakening to reality. No explanation was needed because everyone knew. Are kings, dukes, generals, and chancellors born of a special breed? This was the best metaphor. If someone didn't understand this, they weren't truly Han. Thus, throughout history, people seized opportunities and rose significantly. Heston was a prime example of how the times make heroes. Now, with the expansion of the Great Ming's power, the territory had grown substantially. Real-time understanding was impractical as long as the general situation remained stable. The focus should be on continuously reinforcing Han culture. Other aspects were hard to determine. Perhaps centuries later, the Great Ming would no longer exist. This thought was on Heston's mind, and there was little that could be done about it. The various outcomes were indescribable yet understandable. The current situation was indeed complex. Achieving thorough success required a clear understanding. Fundamental truths didn't need elaboration. Ignorance wasn't necessary. Meaning lay in moving forward. Reality, even if it couldn't change much, brought joy enough to suffice. Heroes change unpredictably, with ability being paramount. Though everything changes, some paths remain unalterable, filled with unforeseen events that cannot be fully accounted for. Davidson, you're thinking too much. Matters concerning future generations should be left for them to handle. The future is unpredictable, and dynastic changes are beyond words. Why worry now about what future generations will face? Ajax made sense. He had done a commendable job. Seeking perfection was unrealistic. To achieve better results, resolving heartfelt concerns was key. Finding answers deep within was the best answer. It was all predictable and didn't require too much intervention anymore. Already being a person who understood, what needed to be done should be accomplished perfectly. No matter how much influence there was, it wouldn't be enough to curb the future's development. Because there were many forks in the world, not affecting one world did not mean other worlds would not be affected. This was an inexplicable contradiction. Only by standing at a sufficiently high vantage point could one see it. So, don't think about unnecessary issues. It was impossible and also just a notion in one's heart. That made things more realistic. Different problems, with comparable comprehension abilities, weren't trivial matters. As long as they were smoothly completed, nothing was trivial. Heston, listening to Ajax's words, couldn't help but fall silent, feeling like he had indeed been overly involved. Too many things happened in the future. Who could have foreseen the outcome? It couldn't be anticipated. Unable to influence the future, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't foresee or control it. He could only manage what he could resolve. Otherwise, everything was left to fate. Well, I thought too much. Just like those emperors who sought immortality, now I can live 50 more years, bringing stability and making contributions to the great Ming. That's enough. Suddenly letting go allowed Heston to understand clearly. He wasn't someone seeking immortality. Living 50 more years, something even generations of emperors couldn't achieve, was already remarkable. These facts were very clear, and no one needed to be surprised. With different compositions, once one became enlightened, suspicion wasn't necessary. Understanding thoroughly was already part of the timing dream. Davidson, now that you've figured it out, your nephew is relieved. Once you become too fixated, nothing can be changed. Ajax also hoped he wouldn't really become obsessed. Otherwise, it would easily lead to trouble. Heston waved his hand, almost having fallen into such a trap. Chapter 236 Confirmation of the completion of the central route of the South to North Water Diversion Project. This should be good enough. Check over there again to ensure safety. Ajax was conducting another inspection around the central route area of the South to North Water Diversion Project, a task for which he was responsible and thus could not be careless about, in case any problems arose and created unnecessary trouble. Although Taoist magic was available, Ajax did not relax his vigilance, frequently checking on the site, making up for any discrepancies to ensure that no problems would arise later, ensuring the longevity of this project. After a thorough round of inspections, Ajax could not help but sigh in relief, finally having completed the central route. Having finished this part of the South to North Water Diversion Project, he was very satisfied and felt much more at ease. He believed that the satisfaction of the citizens of the Ming Dynasty would significantly increase next year, thereby increasing his virtue points. Thinking of this, he felt immense joy and anticipation. It had taken him considerable time after all. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve, and this was a fact that needed to be understood. Amidst the passage of time, no one knew that such a colossal project was completed quietly by his hands, considering he spent only a year busily working on it, and also managed to complete nearly half of the western route as well. If not for the difficulties of the western route, things wouldn't have been so troublesome. Well, regarding the western route, I can wait. It will be completed eventually, and once my capabilities advance further, it will be faster. It was clear that opening the western route for the South to North Water Diversion was much more challenging than combining the eastern and central routes, due to the numerous mountains and ridges and the need to consider ecological impacts. All these considerations made it quite complicated. Such an arrangement had clear significance. Nothing could compare to the twists of fate, unguessable and beyond comprehension, nobody knowing its intent. With happiness, no accidents were anticipated. If one wanted to succeed, they had to be capable of letting go. Ultimately, it came down to proving one's strength, which lay in mystery and should not be underestimated before becoming evident. Ajax sighed and left the central route area. The medicinal herbs here had mostly been collected by him already. Of course, only 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs barely met his standards. Those hundreds, or even a few hundred years old, were simply too disappointing. This was a clear fact. It wasn't that he didn't want them, but they were indeed unsuitable. The chi between heaven and earth was rapidly diminishing, making it extremely difficult to find 1,000-year-old herbs like before. Only deep within remote forests could some remain. However, now most of them had fallen into Ajax's hands, either prepared to be refined into elixirs, or used to make medicinal wine. These benefits were undoubtedly uplifting. Upon returning to Glen, he entered the Taoist temple to prepare the elixirs, with no need to worry about other matters. At this moment, Bart and others were anxiously waiting for Emperor Heston's decree regarding Australia, despite knowing its location. Although they understood it clearly, compared to the American continent, it couldn't compare. Therefore, the outcome depended on their individual abilities. Emperor Heston was not in a rush as Charles and his team continued their exploration, so there was no need for urgency. Regarding his sons, who were somewhat anxious, he was aware of their situation and had received news of their transport ships, which were generally problem-free. As a gift from their father, everything was almost ready. Naturally, there was some reluctance, but he could not ignore his son's expectations. What else could he do? If change wasn't possible, he could only prepare more items. Real troubles were visible, truly understandable without any need for explanation. Current explanations were unnecessary, having no significant meaning, and this was apparent. The truth was harsh, but what could be done? There was no way to elaborate further, only feelings of sorrow in his heart. Unchangeable reality meant shifting personal efforts, a viable approach that pleased Heston. Thus, preparations for beneficial matters should proceed, without worrying about other issues. If Heston's three princes wished to expand territories, he would naturally not obstruct them nor object, rather, feel gratified by their aspirations. Regardless, the expansion of the Ming Dynasty had reached new heights. Such sentiments were genuinely different, unchangeable mysteries that could not be denied, and whose intentions could not be questioned. There's no need to talk about accidents. One must have the corresponding enlightenment to seize future opportunities. If it can't be changed, then don't try to change it. It's never too late to reinforce the foundation. This is the current strength of the Ming Dynasty. The army is strong and horses are robust, and the population increases rapidly every year. It's really large, incredibly large. This cannot help but make Heston delighted. Once the subsequent expansion plans are completed, it will undoubtedly be a wonderful advancement for the existence of the Ming Dynasty, which is very important. His joy can be clearly seen, impossible to deny. True things cannot be refuted, and the unknown influence is still so direct. Believing in the intentions, without any mixed feelings, is inevitable, and with no hindrance in mind, there is no need for explanation. Where would there be so many intentions? It's simply impossible. Heston looked at the map and sighed in his heart. Perhaps there will be a day beyond his imagination, and now it's not too bad to start preparing. It might be a long time, but as long as it can be achieved, that is the best intention. No need for more words. Unfounded thoughts, no one knows what changes the future will bring. Everything is hard to say. Since that's the case, there's no need for too much confusion. As long as it can be done, it will be fine. Since this is so, I still have some reluctance. But they have grown up, and staying in the Ming Dynasty could be an unstable factor. Enough, it's better to separate them. Internal strife is ultimately not good. Regarding this, Heston finally made up his mind. No matter what, it's better than internal conflict. They shouldn't think too much. Without these matters, there's no unhappiness, and there's no need to look for them. The true meaning doesn't need to be doubted by anyone. Whether true or false, as long as it's clear in one's heart, everything will be fine. Looking forward to this, destiny depends on this. Who can change how much of the affairs in one's heart? There is not much doubt left. Since it has been decided, there is no longer any doubt. Chapter 237. Further increase in national treasury income. At the end of Hongwu's 10th year, on the last day of the year, the morning assembly was still focused on summarizing the annual income. As usual, Hamza became invigorated. Your Area Majesty, this year's income has been extraordinarily high, including war spoils, totaling 21,536,111,208 taels. Among them, 9,008,423,180 taels come from the first batch of war spoils from the Indo-Chinese peninsula. Everyone listening could not help but feel a shock in their hearts. It was truly astonishing. Not only were the war spoils abundant, but the increase in domestic revenue was also significant, exceeding 10 billion taels of silver. In the past, this would have been unimaginable, simply impossible. But now it had indeed happened, and the silver was lying right there in the national treasury, leaving no room for doubt. But the expenses were also substantial, added Hamza, not forgetting to mention this. Emperor Heston waved his hand directly and said, "This is already quite impressive. Since our empire has achieved such good results, we will still distribute rewards this year, just as we did last year, as an end-of-year blessing." The ministers all bowed together. "Thank you for your majesty's grace. Long live the emperor. May he reign for 10,000 years." Heston wasn't particularly concerned and simply waved them up. He then looked at the imperial preceptor and asked, "Preceptor, now that the time is nearly ripe, what do you think?" Ajax responded directly, "Since my younger cousins can't wait any longer, let's set out on Dragon Head Raising Day, the second day of the second month." Heston immediately agreed. "Very well. We will set sail on Dragon Head Raising Day." Isaiah and the other two sons stepped forward and responded, "Thank you, Clifford, for your approval." Although Heston was somewhat reluctant, he had already accepted the situation much better. It was a joyfully frustrating reality. "Well, you've all grown up. Use this month to prepare yourselves well. There's nothing more to say after that. Go ahead and get ready properly." After the three of them thanked him solemnly, they withdrew. The ministers understood their intentions. The pace of progress for the Ming Empire was accelerating. As the morning assembly concluded, the rewards were promptly issued. Regarding the grand banquet on New Year's Day tomorrow, it would still be held as scheduled, naturally without any loss of face. Over the years, life had improved significantly for everyone. They no longer lived in constant fear of attending court, a change that was beyond measure, with the key figure being the imperial preceptor. Currently, the Ming Empire was moving forward rapidly, avoiding any potential crises. It was necessary to prevent troubles before they arose, clearly seeing the benefits. As for why they weren't expanding westward directly, it wasn't a halt. Rather, naval power had provided more resources and wealth. Ajax didn't elaborate because, in the eyes of others, it was a matter fraught with pressure. Without strength, nothing could be done, and no effort was needed to complicate things unnecessarily. A year had passed swiftly. Next year would bring even more tasks, and there would be no stopping. Such a simple fact need not be overly complicated. Ajax wouldn't speak of things best left unsaid. They would learn when the time came. Given the immense pressure, it was an unavoidable situation. Words were unnecessary. "What's wrong, Arianaster?" "Nothing, just marveling at how quickly time flies. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye." Thinking back to the initial days in Ingtian Prefecture, who could have predicted these changes? Such transformations couldn't be ignored. Area maintaining the momentum forward was the essence of value, requiring no further explanation. True change made everything possible. Whenever shifts occurred, they often brought unexpected elements. Kesha wasn't too preoccupied and instead amused herself by playing with her growing child. Seeing this, Ajax felt differently. No explanations were needed. Without reservations, he believed that contentment was hard to overlook. Changing aspirations reflected a historical transformation slowly unfolding, though ordinary people couldn't grasp it. If unknown, it was best not to worry. There was no point. Since it was meaningless, they should simply wait. "All right, get some rest early. We have matters to attend to tomorrow." "Yes, I'll retire early. You should too, Arianaster." Ajax nodded, and Kesha carried her child off to rest. This world was full of wonders and beautiful moments, none of which could be avoided. Everything is hard to express in many words. Perhaps it has already become an unavoidable Chengji, changing the lifelong abode of one's heart. How many trials can one endure? It's also a process of inner reconciliation, making oneself stronger. Whether it's the mind or the realm, both are pursuits of extremes. How can one give up? Early changes and early predictions are all not much of a problem. Ajax didn't know that these things couldn't be changed just because he wanted them to. They required time to impact the world. For instance, the Ming Empire's expansion overseas was the best example of influence, an unchangeable factor. The future of the Ming will become increasingly apparent, which is something everyone can see. Only through practical changes can people truly understand the benefits. If they don't know this, it would be the greatest regret. In short, the current trend of the Ming's progress is rooted in strength, a standpoint worth possessing. There's no need for too many questions. It won't cause too much impact as long as this expansion is perfectly completed. After that, people's perspectives on the Ming will be different. Especially those who gain enormous profits and benefits from it. They will all be staunch supporters. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to return to frugality once accustomed to luxury. This is the reason. No one wants to lose such a good way to make money. As long as there's profit, they are the true gods. For all of them, it's the same. From the emperor down to the common people, everyone understands the significance of this and knows it cannot be underestimated. Real power and wealth are indispensable and don't require overthinking. They can't be changed much, only becoming more evident. True stance, nothing is impossible. So, regarding the position, to truly destroy everything is indeed too difficult. Human hearts are a combination of greed. The integration of inner desires and reality is merely an excuse. It's unimaginable to proceed, which is the preparation for everything. Chapter 238 Heston's Intentions, Perfecting the History of the Great Ming. The state banquet was extremely elaborate yet extraordinarily prestigious, as it showcased the present opulence of the Great Ming. This was truly incredible and beyond imagination. Everything was too clearly thought out and thoroughly understood. In this ancient place, it is evident who understands the most, a realization in one's heart that needs no explanation. It is indeed worth boasting about just by looking at it. After all, the current Great Ming is indeed terrifyingly powerful in strength, astonishing in wealth, and resources are rapidly supporting it. Regarding the future of the Great Ming, everyone is brimming with confidence. Although it seems there is no stipend while away from home, because of the imperial favors at year-end, many officials are indeed quite pleased, filled with joy. In addition to the silver rewards issued by the court, there were actually other unsaid matters, such as ingredients brought from various regions. What the north has, the south does not, so it is transported from the north to the south, and vice versa. This way, the efficiency within the ranks of Ming officials varied, allowing them to handle affairs better. Those who cannot do their jobs face exile overseas or direct imprisonment. Whether they live or die depends on their abilities. Arianany things cannot be escaped. To gain everything, one must earn everything. If not obtained, one ends up with nothing. It's that simple. Do not assume that having full confidence means anything. In reality, it's fundamentally baseless, not fully understanding its significance. To put it simply, being straightforward is the best answer. True differences lie in simplicity. Accomplishing something brings joy, a perfection. Amidst this joy, an inexplicable change occurs. Only through personal experience can one truly know the real effect. After the state banquet, came the rest period, followed by resuming work. No, court sessions. Of course, the Eastern Diversion Project has entered its final stages, with subsequent matters presenting little problem. Heston had already assigned Gabriel to inspect it again. As long as there are no issues, predictions will commence. Given that the northern region is still in the dry season, entering the flood season requires time. Heston, while viewing maps in his imperial study, also consulted memorials to look at the maps. His goal was to swiftly initiate the eastern route of the south to north water diversion project. Almost done. Once both the eastern and central routes are operational, it will significantly alleviate water pressure in the north. Suddenly, the Secret Service agent Yuan entered to report. Your Area Majesty, Grandmaster has confirmed and found the water outlet at the northern end of the water system. Very good. This matter is handled excellently, but remember, it must remain confidential. Yes, Your Area Majesty, I understand. I will retire. Heston nodded and continued examining the map. With this route open, it could be even better, providing an endless flow of water to the north. Such a significant endeavor cannot be underestimated and should not be taken lightly. Any unexpected occurrence would complicate matters. This level of importance is unpredictable and not easily achieved. It cannot be ignored. Underestimating its true meaning would be unwise. Accomplishing it is far from easy, believing everyone understands its weight. Of course, some things are still troublesome, but overall there should be no major concerns to prevent unforeseen accidents. These worries, though numerous, are not substantial for Heston. As long as everything proceeds smoothly, there should be no issue. Some matters do not need overthinking. What should happen will, and what shouldn't won't, to avoid further mishaps. Different thoughts lead to different realizations, leading to greater peace of mind. Everything seems to be under control, which is a good thing, without too many difficulties. Now all is ready except for the crucial moment. Once the right time comes, this step can be initiated. Although a critical step is missing, there's no choice. The western route is too complicated, requiring more preparation time. Combined with these challenges, it's extraordinarily difficult, indeed, too challenging. This inevitable situation hopes for proper arrangements. Future developments remain unknown, subject to change, and thus beyond rebuttal. These concerns and changes in heart are evident. Understanding the heart's principles thoroughly remains possible. Following Emperor Heston's orders, many preparatory tasks started up again. However, still in the lingering cold of winter, caution was necessary. Area matters that needed inspection had to be thoroughly checked to avoid any unforeseen incidents, which could cause considerable trouble. If that were to happen, the consequences would indeed be complicated. It seemed that things could now be firmly implemented. No one wanted to falter and lose their reputation. From different perspectives, this much was clear. Addressing advanced issues would inevitably lead to complications, which held significant meaning. Everything reflected an accumulation of strength. Varied thoughts no longer required too much suspicion. Such suspicions could be clarified, and the deeper intentions behind them were not hard to see. All status symbols signified existing power, making them more comprehensible. The true intentions did not need to be doubted. Understanding and capability were seen as even more important. Whether they could be achieved was another matter, as was whether they could be influenced. All expectations lay within a clear understanding, and not much room for denial remained. The starting point in the heart was also undeniable change. True stances all lay where power excited the mind. History is very perfect and can be confirmed earnestly. Thus, there's no need for much explanation, as nothing has an impact anymore. Other reasons need not be explained either. Such intense effects made people more cautious, altering everything's significance, greatly influencing everyone, with unmatched influence that wouldn't suppress anyone excessively. Things look quite clear. Understanding the emperor's intentions and truly grasping the joy and enlightenment were what mattered most in ensuring smooth progress. Yuan was well aware that serving the emperor was like walking beside a tiger. One couldn't let his Majesty down, or his life would be at risk. Having accompanied the emperor for so many years, as a minister, he understood his Majesty's wishes clearly. He discerned many intentions but dared not make assumptions, really not daring to, for fear of unexpected situations, which would bring significant trouble. The reality was plain to see. Chapter 239. Heston personally visits the Woku Island to send off his 3 sons. On the second day of the second lunar month, the 3 fleets on the eastern Woku Island were about to set sail. At this moment, Heston personally brought people here. This is my first time going to sea. It's indeed different. It was Heston's first time at sea, and he truly experienced the vastness and immensity of the ocean, as well as its unpredictable climate. The ocean was truly enormous. This was just the sea under the control of the Ming Dynasty. Beyond the Woku Islands lay the true open sea, endless with no way to gauge its distance or risks. Ajax listened and smiled, saying, Davidson, who knows what the future world will be like? Now you see the sea, but the starry sea will be even more distant and profound. Heston paused for a moment, then understood that this experience had broadened his horizons. Whether one could handle it well still depended on preparation and strength. The subsequent impact could be even more wonderful and worth appreciating. Changing the world required preparation of strength, and every nuance was rooted in this power. This journey had initially faced unanimous opposition from the court, as the sea was considered too dangerous and incomprehensibly complex. However, after Heston used Ajax as a shield, the ministers were speechless and could not resist the emperor's decree. What else could they do? Davidson, it's almost time. Your 3 nephews are about to depart. Upon hearing this, Heston walked up to a platform and looked at the 3 fleets that were ready to embark. They would follow the coastline northward, then eastward through the bearing straight into the coast of the American continent, finally heading south sequentially. Children, are you all prepared? The tone of his voice revealed restrained reluctance, but as a father and an emperor, he could not show it. Dean, Cameron, and Clayton, at this moment, also felt their father's reluctance, realizing they might not meet again for years. Please take care of yourself, father. We will come back. The 3 shouted in unison. Heston watched them. Despite his overwhelming reluctance, he could not hinder their desire to pursue their dreams. All right, prepare for departure. Set sail toward your future. Go ahead, children. They all shouted together. We respectfully follow the imperial command. Set sail. As the sails unfurled, the 3 massive fleets finally set off, traveling north along the coastline. The ships gradually disappeared into the distance, and their purpose became increasingly evident. One could feel that this expedition was extraordinary and that their intentions did not need much explanation. As long as it was completed successfully, everything would be fine, and there would be tangible results to speak of. A different ending was inevitable, carrying all secrets and meanings of this long voyage. Only by setting out could they gain more territory for the Ming Dynasty. At this moment, Heston could not help but shed tears. His 3 sons had grown up and departed, and when they would meet again was unknown, a difficult unknown indeed. Quietly, everyone stood still until the last traces of the ships vanished. They realized that the fleets had sailed far away, headed towards an uncertain destination. Davidson. Hearing Ajax's call, Heston suddenly snapped back to reality. Yes, they had already gone, and it was inevitable. Perhaps they would never meet again in this life, but perhaps there was still a chance. Let's go, we should return. This trip abroad had broadened Heston's perspective on overseas matters, deepening his understanding of the vastness beyond what he had seen. Thus, he clearly understood now and did not need excessive contemplation. As long as his heart knew the answers, he was the wisest person. Everything was enough, and he felt inexplicable joy. They have all grown up. Let them venture out. We shouldn't restrict them so much. Heston said this without further thought. Pointless worries were futile because many subjects of the Ming Dynasty had already set out to sea, seeking their own adventures. Perhaps they would all find rewards. The age of exploration surged forward once more, an unavoidable part of history that shaped events. Such changes were worth it and very straightforward. Understanding this, he believed that all remembrances required further reflection, bringing inevitable benefits. As for the future, who could say? One can only depend on oneself, not others. With effort, everything has hope. Davidson, let's go back. Otherwise, the ministers will start complaining. I'm truly happy. This trip has truly shown me the vastness of the sea. It's immense, but also dangerous. Heston deeply experienced the dangers of the sea. Fortunately, the warships were sturdy and large enough to withstand the assault of the waves, and of course, his nephew protected him along the way, especially during some unpredictable and strange weather conditions, which were too numerous to guard against. All he could do was silently support without any other words. This was the answer, and no extra voices were needed. Believing in the effectiveness meant believing in a good outcome. and this significance was so real. Different thoughts had already changed long ago. One couldn't change everything, how much could still be altered? Subsequent challenges were unavoidable. If one wanted to achieve something, one must try everything. It all stemmed from the constraints within one's heart. The matters at hand had only changed a little bit. Nothing was impossible as long as one understood. Other subsequent matters were already clear, with all pressures lying within one's mindset. There was no room for rebuttal. In this way, one needed more opportunities to awaken completely. Otherwise, everything would remain superficial, not influencing much. Well then, let's return. I've already seen them off, hoping they have a smooth journey. Heston said no more and then boarded the most luxurious warship to return to Ingtian with everyone else. The ocean waves stretched endlessly, and the weather changed rapidly, making it unpredictable and leaving people helpless. A fact that was hard to foresee, evoking laughter and tears. Perhaps this was true terror, which couldn't be guessed by anyone. However, seeing that the National Arianaster was present made everyone feel more at ease. With the National Arianaster around, even the most peculiar weather couldn't be a problem. He had demonstrated formidable abilities throughout the journey, showing unmatched strength. Chapter 240. Turns out the Great Ming has become so prosperous. Cruising across the vast ocean, Heston had a different mindset on his return journey. Camden, how large is this ocean? Davidson, the ocean is much vaster than the land. It can be said that the ocean takes up about 70% of the world. So much? Heston couldn't help but be surprised. He really hadn't expected the ocean to occupy such a significant proportion. This was indeed the ocean. Ajax nodded and said, Indeed, Davidson. The vastness and depth of the ocean are unimaginable. Some places are still very ancient, so even I cannot explain them clearly. Heston naturally understood. Perhaps long ago, there were people practicing cultivation, but after some event, everything became like this now. Thus, it's impossible to imagine, and there's nothing more that can be done beyond accepting it. The world seemed to have changed, no longer what it used to be. These historical changes can also be further understood, all of which are reasonable to some extent, but one cannot overlook some key challenges. These changes could only happen in a world that must be different, and now things are obviously much more difficult. Heston was deep in thought, but the warship moved at full speed, with many ships escorting the central dragon ship. Moving forward, riding the wind and breaking through waves, there were no obstacles as they approached the coastal waters of the Great Ming. At this moment, countless ships sailed on the sea, many coming from the south, naturally for the pursuit of trade and commerce. After all, this region had been conquered by the Great Ming, whether islands or mainland, it made no difference. Such benefits required no extra thought, the advantages were huge. The change of mindset and the visible goals left no room for discussion. Now, dreams took on a new tone. If any indescribable illusion occurred, it would be a moment of hope. In short, all of this brought confidence and strength. Generally speaking, there was no need for explanation or extra thought. History cannot be changed, but those who record history can. It depends on who has the greater ability. Arianity's secrets have disappeared in the flow of history, and its power cannot be erased. It can only move forward, and if disagreed with, it makes them stronger. Without a doubt, more thoughts meant a lack of direction, which could be seen. Different intentions and the change of heart could be better understood. Regardless of truth or fearlessness, as long as there was absolutely no pressure, it meant an awakening and understanding. Under the real torrent of history, there was nothing to say, as it was visible. There are really so many ships. Aren't these all for overseas trade? Heston couldn't help but ask. Ajax nodded and said, Indeed, they are all striving for better overseas trade. After all, smaller ships can't travel far. They can only move within the Great Ming, transporting some goods. Even if they earn more in the past and less now, it's still profitable. Heston understood his words and grasped the meaning behind them. The change in people's minds was a matter of awareness, which could be seen clearly. The true significance ensured everything without hidden motives, leaving nothing to avoid. To achieve anything, everything needed to be real. This was the prosperity the Great Ming needed, allowing for faster communication. As for slower methods, they were clearly insufficient. The convenience of ships made information flow more flexible within the Great Ming. Of course, land communications didn't stop either, as roads continued to be built. Arianity messages were simultaneously conveyed by both sea and land. After all, maritime routes were prone to encountering issues, which could delay time, something unacceptable. Therefore, both water and land methods were used. Sometimes, it was zekier which method was better, but only hoped for better results. Beyond that, there were no good alternatives, since all necessary actions had been taken, leaving nothing unexpected and requiring no rebuttal. True skills, unknown to anyone, naturally required no explanation, as they were unknown. In today's reality, no one wanted incidents. In the long course of history, there was no need for much denial. Understanding and comprehension were enough. If one wanted to accomplish something, more support was needed. Explanation was unnecessary. If not for prosperity, would there be so many ships entering and exiting? Clearly not. At this moment, Heston had a deeper understanding of the prosperity of maritime trade, how astonishing it was, and the pursuits of some people for profit. This was an unchangeable truth, and there was no need to doubt it. The intentions of the Great Ming did not have much influence. As long as one understood, it was a yearning in one's heart. Nothing was impossible. But the intention in one's heart was the best explanation. The meaning in one's heart represented an attitude, which was quite straightforward. Those who could achieve this step were truly too troubled, yet they could also be more clearly contrasted. Good, truly good. With so many ships, there comes the prosperity of the Great Ming. Indeed, it's no wonder that annual revenues keep increasing. It's really astonishing. To not understand this now would be too stupid. This was genuine terror, and it could be made more perfect. The true path to capability wasn't easily abandoned. After all, everyone faced difficulties. The Great Ming was no exception, but now the Great Ming had handled them well, without any worries. In this way, wanting to gain some pressing issues again would be foolish. Wealth was increasing, and the number of long voyages by the Great Ming was also growing. Just looking at these ships was enough. The sizes of the ships were astonishing and unimaginable. To achieve this later on was an unsurprising fact. Everything had changed. All had become more enlightened, leading to acquiring more time advantages. There was nothing unexpected, which was understandable. The difference in the truth was that the Great Ming had grown stronger, occupying a wider area, capable of doing more for the people. The effect of the enhanced foundation of the Great Ming was this simple. Wanting more pressure couldn't be described. The real level of understanding could exert a coercive force, with no room for rebuttal. The current awareness, the tumultuous thoughts, were the main reasons that could not be avoided and required no explanation or questioning. Such significant changes indeed made it hard for some to accept at once. Previously, one only saw information on paper, but when reality confirmed it, everything was very different, indeed filling the heart with pleasant surprise, deeply felt. Chapter 241. The fleet presented before Heston. The many ships on the sea also noticed this enormous vessel, which was none other than the dragon ship, the personal craft of the Emperor of the Great Ming. Indeed, it was astonishingly large, a pinnacle of current shipbuilding technology in the Great Ming. It was naturally important to showcase such achievements properly, lest they be overlooked, which would be disappointing. In reality, everything that is presented cannot be ignored. Prior to any elaboration, actions speak louder than words, and it's evident that these elements cannot easily change. In summary, historical accounts are indescribable. What's known shouldn't be explicitly stated. It's hard to articulate its significance. These ships immediately cleared the way, daring not to obstruct the Emperor's passage. Otherwise, they would invite disaster for themselves. This isn't a trivial matter, but a serious one. Obvious facts require no explanation. Such power needs no concern. If it can't be altered, there's no need for unnecessary doubt. True strength comes from this. Achieving ideals within isn't simple, yet divergent paths always lead to smooth benefits. Thus, all ships made way without hesitation, pausing momentarily as needed. After all, their current gains stem from the Emperor's support. They bowed down accordingly. Heston understood the mutual benefits clearly, which led to their sincere allegiance. Without such advantages, who would act for an unknown person? It's simply impossible. The answer is evident and doesn't require loneliness. Real power is comparable and doesn't warrant any doubt. Long live the Emperor! Voices echoed from the ships, undoubtedly offering gratitude, exciting Heston, for indeed, these were positive signs. Our citizens, you may rise. Conduct your business well, and do not oppress our own people. Heston spoke clearly, emphasizing that one must not bully the weak among us. Foreign affairs were beyond his control and wouldn't be meddled with. This situation reflects whether actions will be taken based on personal capabilities or lack thereof. With clear intentions, nothing unexpected should occur. Present awareness eliminates unnecessary complexity and ignorance, already sufficient enough to understand without further intervention. We shall abide by your Area Majesty's decree. Some matters need not be repeated. Understanding in one's heart suffices, revealing unintended depths and intents. Believe in deeper comprehension. All grievances and rights and wrongs aren't merely black or white. Who could truly comprehend such unpredictable twists? This world isn't defined by absolute right and wrong. Placed in anyone's shoes, correctness isn't certain. Mutual understanding prevails over absolutes. A world of only black and white doesn't exist. Human nature varies uncontrollably, making true judgment difficult. Standing high to see clearly isn't easy. As the dragon ship advanced, surrounded by protective vessels, no unidentified ships dared approach. Soon, they left the area, gradually reaching Songjiang Prefecture. While going directly to Yingtian Prefecture was possible, the Jacob's presence here necessitated a stopover before proceeding via land. Jacob, His Area Majesty's ship, is about to arrive at the port of Songjiang Prefecture. Very good. We'll welcome him immediately without delay. Yes, Jacob. The grand welcoming procession, led by the formidable Imperial Guards, was soon prepared. As distant ships appeared, the dragon ship sailed in, greatly delighting Elwood. Although he didn't go together, he had to stay in Songjiang Prefecture to ensure everything went smoothly. Since Yingtian and Songjiang Prefectures are close, this arrangement allowed him to manage court affairs efficiently. Father is coming. Elwood couldn't help but feel happy. Everything was fine, needing no more worries. Davidson, cousin is already waiting for you. Yes, I see. What a good son, truly wonderful. For Heston, there was nothing amiss as long as everything proceeded smoothly. Every step taken during this period reflected a change in his heart, naturally leading to a deeper understanding. In summary, the assurance of strength and the opportunity for capability were all pivotal points of power contention, bringing with them the pressure of strength. Everything was in existence not to be underestimated, a place of oppressive presence and enlightenment. The oppression in his heart, the contention of strength, and the current variables could truly be achieved, showcasing the true foundation of the Great Ming. The more prosperous the Great Ming became, the stronger he, as its emperor, would be. Currently, the Great Ming was indeed terrifyingly powerful, but he felt it still wasn't enough. At least within the domestic territory of the Great Ming, further arrangements were necessary. There were still many areas lacking water and grain, even though the southern occupied regions had demonstrated impressive yields. However, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Local support was essential. Thus, the aid and governance process in the northern region of the Great Ming was still necessary, lest people be disappointed or left ignorant. This fact was evident and hardly needed deliberation. As long as there was something to deliberate upon, it was the most perfect point, already arranged without requiring further explanation. Given such clear comprehension, there was no need for superfluous explanations. Investment in the homeland should be even greater, without worrying about costs. Do not speak of injustice. There is no fairness in this world. Only those who are strong enough can secure more benefits for themselves, and the same applies to the nation. Today, the Great Ming is powerful and prosperous, capable of achieving much. If it were to weaken, it would be fortunate if it were not harassed by others, which could lead to significant trouble. Therefore, everything rests on the foundation of strength, to deter surrounding nations and control these changes and variables. So what needs to be done is simple. Make people understand the right path clearly, without any contradiction. Chapter 242, Revelry Without Rest. At the Songjiang harbor dock, Heston disembarked from the Imperial ship and chatted with Elwood alongside Ajax. After a while, Heston said, "It's about time. Let's go back to Ingtian today. Oliver, you've almost completed your tasks here, and this period of experience has also been sufficient. Let's go." Elwood did not object after hearing this because it was indeed true. There was no need for doubt. Following the natural course was a good thing. In summary, the current reality was already a pleasant matter at heart, undeniable yet difficult to fully realize. One hopes for it but cannot completely achieve it, yet it was still quite good. This transformation brought a clearer insight, leaving nothing impossible in terms of understanding. Only through profound secrets could there be progress, and one could believe it would become clear enough. Freeing oneself from the unspoken rigor meant recognizing its significance, a realm where all sorrow is inescapable, reflecting the narrowness between people's hearts. Yet the necessity of such narrowness cannot be denied, as the breadth of vision remains critical. As for the officials present for reception, Heston did not forget them, warmly inquiring after their welfare to ensure they felt at ease, without worrying about being noted by the emperor. Regarding the banquet prepared, Heston was not overly courteous since the current court was truly prosperous. He did not refuse it either, especially given the coastal location rich in seafood, which was abundant and not considered luxurious. Compared to inland areas, this place naturally had an abundance of seafood, making it quite affordable. The guests' initial worries dissipated since His Area Majesty did not press further, eating joyfully, and they too could enjoy themselves. Times have changed, and certain matters indeed needed change to avoid complications. Today's relaxed atmosphere stemmed from the wealth of the court. Otherwise, under previous conditions of poverty, Heston might have erupted in anger upon seeing this. Now, he smiled continuously, revealing various circumstances that were expected. These changes were incomparable, ultimately offering hope and clarity. Fear or not, everything depended on strength, needing no excessive doubt. There must be the capability to support it. If not so, it wouldn't have been possible. The existence of these things would bring nothing different, and likely wouldn't exist. Whether easy or hard, change itself required no excessive words, allowing everyone to grasp the situation. Understanding the depth of these secrets, no one wanted to miss any opportunity, performing diligently to prevent any mishaps. The best outcome was ensured without unnecessary questions, as everyone had their answers internally. Being overly apparent might backfire, given the emperor's unpredictable mindset. They dared not risk probing, knowing that wrong words or missteps could be fatal. So now, it was best not to say too much, just to understand, with no need for excessive worry. True intentions meant nothing was impossible. In terms of meaning, strength was the capital. No excessive guessing was necessary, leaving no room for additional questions. Since these matters did not exist, ignorance was avoided to prevent trouble and other issues. Such transformations were not easily achieved, and the subsequent impacts remained uncertain. Who could fathom the emperor's thoughts? Heston naturally kept his innermost thoughts concealed. That was what made him an emperor. After resting for a bit, Heston observed it was now mid-afternoon and ready to continue the journey. "Father, should we not rest a bit more? We've been traveling by boat, which can be tiring. Don't worry, my body is strong. Be reassured." Hearing this, Elwood didn't ask further, noting even Ajax didn't speak up, so he refrained from interfering. Soon, everyone set off. Along the way, guards escorted them, ensuring the emperor's safety, a matter of utmost tension. Any mishap en route would result in severe consequences. Facing potential sins, all fates intertwined in unresolved knots. Hope and capability were both indescribable truths, encapsulating an inescapable logic. What would the future hold for the Ming Dynasty? Who could foresee or truly understand now? Not knowing means not understanding. The future of the Great Ming is indeed vast and wide, naturally reflecting the concerns in people's hearts, allowing for such acceptance. Ultimately, if things are different, they don't need to be used. Nothing is impossible. What will become of past sacrifices, no one can predict. To gain more support, one needs the emperor's protection. Nowadays, within the entire Great Ming, besides the imperial family, there is the Eric. The Eric is a unique individual. Everyone in the court knows this, but many commoners do not. Therefore, their speculations cannot be answered or articulated, as they remain unknown. These matters, unchangeable, still weigh heavily on one's mind, making every step along this long road filled with trepidation. Without these important figures' protection, it's hard to say whether true peace can be found. It's not that they don't want to, but they simply can't think of a way. Difficult, truly difficult, and this is normal. In short, rather than unexpected understanding or unnecessary doubt, continuing to endure shows what can be seen. Facts lie before us. The mindset of each person is already evident. Nothing compares to this, the best arrangement being mutual understanding, hoping to achieve it, the better the outcome. Different endings stir the heart more, ultimately because historical reasons have brought about such changes. Heston could see this, but he did not speak much throughout the journey. Only insiders could speak. Outsiders had no place to interject. With their status, what qualifications did they have to offer advice? If any trouble were to arise, it would only be counterproductive. Later, one shouldn't claim to have been overly concerned. It wouldn't amount to anything significant and can hardly be elaborated upon, that is the answer. Ajax did not say much either. People's hearts vary widely. What's the point of discussing it? There's no need, nor is there a reason to ask further questions. As long as one has a clear understanding, that's the best solution. Everything is very oppressive now. The current meaning is not merely suppressing oneself but understanding one's significance. Otherwise, seeking progress is basically out of the question. Chapter 243, just need to record secretly. With all three of his sons out exploring, Heston turned his attention back to the Ming homeland. Because the eastern route of the south to north water diversion project was nearing completion, he naturally had to oversee it. As for the central route, it was also completed. Only the eastern route needed to be opened before the central route would secretly commence, unknown to the public. One couldn't help but sigh deeply at Ajax's calmness. If it were someone else, they might have heavily promoted themselves, otherwise wouldn't their efforts go unnoticed? This thought lingered in many hearts, but whether it could be achieved was uncertain. Observing something unavoidable was indescribable. Different minds could not easily repeat thoughts, thus understanding was hard to come by. True intentions, unknown to others, future consequences and pressures remained unpredictable. In short, whether insignificant or indescribable, different answers created situations that left one breathless, which could not be avoided at any level. All these elements, whether dreams awakened or ideals of time, could not bypass the inherent trust. Adjustments could harmonize things more clearly. The obvious actions and sources of heartbeats didn't need to be denied. It was a tacit acceptance. No need to overthink. Just enough was sufficient. Other matters didn't require much doubt. Everything that flowed between heaven and earth, the arrangements of fate, the rules of time, all influenced at any moment, could not be denied. True effects were inevitable yet hard to describe. Heston understood that unknowns did not equate to non-existence. How could one explain the situation of his nephew? Before this meeting, it was an inevitable point, and he believed it would be implemented. Simplicity led to clarity without excessive explanation. True thoughts perhaps existed, but often thinking about them seemed meaningless. Really incomprehensible. While Heston muttered, Paulette overheard and asked, Henley, what's wrong? What are you finding so incomprehensible? She was very puzzled as well, for indeed, this matter was difficult to understand and hard to explain. The disparity in comprehension was evident. Too much explanation wasn't necessary. Ignorance aside, one should recognize the inevitability and subsequent outcomes, which were clear enough. Heston smiled and said, It's about the south to north water diversion project. Sister, as you know, the eastern route alone consumed tremendous manpower, resources, and funds. Just enormous figures. Without the current wealth in the national treasury, it would have been impossible. Paulette nodded after hearing this. Indeed, she knew the magnitude of the south to north water diversion project and recognized its complexity, beyond what ordinary people could manage. Heston sighed and said with a bitter smile, Sister, while you may know, there are actually 3 routes for the south to north water diversion. We could barely complete the eastern route, with help. As for the central and western routes, we have no idea how they were completed. Paulette exclaimed in surprise, You don't know? Heston nodded solemnly, Yes, we really don't. But my nephew assured me that the central route is entirely finished. The western route is about half done, though it's even more complicated. With the central route complete, he's focusing all his energy on finishing the western route. Paulette then realized the enormity of such projects. Just completing the eastern route required nationwide effort. She understood the impossibility of tackling the central and western routes. It seems your nephew has great power, yet he prefers not to draw attention to himself, which is intriguing. He sure is. I'm curious too. I don't know what to say or what will happen, Heston said, looking bewildered by the many unknowns and lack of detailed information. Arianity changes were inevitable facts. True answers couldn't be underestimated. In conclusion, everything under the passage of time was a dream, and future events would gradually become clear. Changing certain things was inevitable. Someone needed to take control, making things more serious. Facts could be made clearer if not taken lightly. Simplifying everything too much would make oneself overly simplistic. Since he doesn't like to be high profile, we can just record things secretly. There's no need to write everything so clearly. As he said, much of history is not visible. Arianity people have disappeared from the historical river for various reasons, haven't they? Heston understood that this was indeed very likely. The pressure and facts were unavoidable. Everything in between could not be bypassed. Expectations did exist, but it was hard to perceive, truly troublesome. Changes in his heart, all illusions, were rooted in a belief in their significance. They moved forward in enlightenment, shining brightly if changes occurred. True peace of mind was essential. At least let the royal family of the Ming Dynasty know. Indeed, as you say, since he knows himself, then let's record things secretly. We don't need to worry about future generations. At least our royal descendants should know. Other matters are beyond our control. Paulette nodded with a smile. Indeed, we can't handle everything else. We can only do this. Future matters don't need much discussion. It's already too difficult. Everything exists in dreams. This arrangement is enough. Nothing more is required. In summary, current achievements cannot be denied. His nephew's major events must be recorded one by one. What the future holds, they couldn't predict, but for now, it was possible. After all, he was the emperor. Sister, in a couple of days, I will preside over the opening of the sluice gate to release water, refilling the northern rivers. Sure, I haven't gone out in a long time. Don't leave me behind this time. That's right, before it was unavoidable. This time it's only in Yangzhou, quite close. Heston knew he had made it difficult for her before, not even attending the farewell for his 3 sons, which was quite harsh. Now, he naturally didn't want to add more regret. Paulette was understanding and didn't press the matter further. Knowing the situation in her heart was enough. There was no need to elaborate. Understanding everything in her heart was sufficient. Therefore, there was no need to dwell on it any longer. Chapter 244. The eastern route of the south to north water diversion project begins. As time passed, the opening ceremony of the Yangzhou sluice gate officially commenced. Indeed, it was to let everyone witness this magnificent spectacle. Your Arian Majesty Empress, please look, the entire hydraulic project has been completed, Gabriel said with pride. Such a massive project was truly awe-inspiring, and now there was even more joy. Emperor Heston and Paulette could see the river divided by the sluice gate, noticing the clear disparity in water levels between the north and south sides. The water level on the northern side was significantly lower than that on the southern side, which was hard to believe. Is this due to the dry season in the north? Gabriel replied directly, Yes, your Arian Majesty. I will now activate the sluice gate here to release the stored water into the north. Then, we will open the gate continuously to let the southern river water flow through, maintaining balance. Emperor Heston and Paulette nodded, allowing him to proceed. Ajax stood silently on the side, not interfering but watching quietly. Open the gate, release the water. Following Gabriel's command, the sluice gate slowly began to open. Soon after, the gates on both the northern and southern sides opened successively to release water. As the stored river water steadily flowed into the northern channel, the canal sluices remained closed, as this was necessary during the dry season. Only during the flood season would all sluices on the canal be fully open to prevent flooding disasters, requiring special regulation. Watching the endless river water flowing into the northern canal, one could instantly imagine it traveling thousands of miles northward, reaching the regions of Shandong and beyond, where smaller canals connecting both banks had also been opened. Arianani people were quietly waiting to see if the river's transformation was real, hoping to see water actually flowing from the south. The abundant water from the south indeed flowed through the transfer point and another sluice gate, entering the northern canal, an undeniable fact. Boom, boom, boom. The roar created by the difference in water levels left everyone awestruck, signifying the beginning of new changes. The immense sound left no one doubting its significance, unable to ignore the powerful impact. Boom, boom, boom. The rushing river was truly impressive, leaving people in awe at how grand the scene was. Truly amazing. This is just the simplest route, yet it's already on this scale. It's hard to imagine what the central and western routes would be like. Heston couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur, too magnificent to ignore. Such a grand achievement. No one knew what might happen next, but they could foresee the significant effort involved. That's right. Indeed very spectacular. By the way, Camden, may I ask, will the central and western routes be just as spectacular? Paulette couldn't help but wonder. Ajax shook his head while nodding. Well, I wouldn't say for sure. The central route mostly runs through underground channels, rarely seen above ground, so you won't get a full view. As for the western route, although it's on the surface, even when opened, it won't have the same scale. At most, only the entry and exit points will be noticeable. Paulette was surprised. Underground channels? Ajax smiled. Yes, Belinda, indeed underground channels. The central route includes many such channels, so I designed it to connect the entry and exit points while creating some winding paths to slow down the water flow and prevent erosion of natural areas. A collapse could cut off this route entirely, making it difficult to fix manually. Paulette nodded, realizing that though it sounded simple, implementing it must have been incredibly challenging. After all, this was a critical infrastructure that could not be underestimated. Arianani people don't see it, so they think it's impossible. Heston listened and laughed. We've already located the entry and exit points for the central route, but the western route is indeed more spectacular. Camden, you make it sound too easy. Paulette pressed further. Henley, tell us quickly. Heston explained. This boy rearranged entire mountains to create a winding valley route. Even though it's only halfway done, the remaining part will be equally mountainous. Without seeing the initial layout, it's hard to appreciate its complexity. Paulette was also surprised, realizing how complex the form was indeed. Ajax did not doubt Heston's ability. After all, he knew some because of the general location. Right? Since Davidson has already found the general location, no one should be allowed to live there. The river channel hasn't been opened yet, so it doesn't matter now. But once it opens, this area will be flooded by the river. If anyone enters, it's best to drive them away. He couldn't help but focus all his efforts on the western route now, and he estimated that it would be roughly completed within this year. So caution was necessary, in case people were still there when he opened the river channel, which would be a very unpleasant situation. Heston understood immediately. Indeed, there shouldn't be any people here, as they would be washed into the river, leading to almost certain death. Ewan, order the western line river valley area to be off limits. Ewan quickly responded, yes, your Area Majesty. At that moment, Ewan felt uneasy, worried that he might have heard something he shouldn't. Would the Emperor execute him? However, seeing the Emperor happy and the national teacher unbothered, he hurriedly withdrew and wiped off cold sweat. He must be more careful in the future, knowing now that this place was personally developed by the national teacher. The skill of moving mountains was indeed astonishing, especially considering these were towering peaks, far from simple. This needed attention. Nothing was impossible, but the future held uncertainties. Whether now or in the future, with such awareness, there was no need for surprise. Once one has the capability, skills naturally follow. Without heartfelt longing, the power is truly impressive. Ignorance isn't a mistake, nor is rebuttal, but what needs to be done must be done to avoid affecting others. Heston genuinely cared for his people from the bottom of his heart and would not tolerate any displeasure. He truly took it to heart. Chapter 245 Unobstructed. The central route of the south to north water diversion project is activated simultaneously. At this moment, many people in Shandong were standing by the canal, watching and waiting. Suddenly, a deafening roar, like an earthquake, came crashing down, and one could see a massive volume of water surging from afar in the canal. Boom, boom. The endless river did not cause panic among the people, but instead excitement and joy. Here it comes, just as expected. How wonderful, really wonderful. Hurry, open the gates. Each entrance to smaller canals had gates. Otherwise, such immense expenditure would not have been necessary. As the gates along both sides of the main canal were successively opened, they started operating rapidly. When the surging water flowed past, it divided into several streams, pouring into these smaller canals, delighting the surrounding residents. With the inflow of water, following the dug minor canals, it irrigated all around, finally bringing water to land that previously could not receive irrigation. As the water level rose in the smaller canals, the sluice gates gradually closed. If the water level dropped in the main canal, the gates would open again for water storage. Once the water level in the northern canals decreased overall, the master gate in Yangzhou would reopen, allowing more water to flow northward. This ensured balanced water levels and prevented other adverse effects. Even so, many were still awestruck, understanding its importance deeply. All the powerlessness felt in the past was now resolved, bringing revival to the land. This was significant. It was what they should do, mastering their world. As the smaller canals filled up, the gates closed, but the water continued its journey northward, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Simultaneously, it could flush away sediment brought by the Yellow River, then enter the Ji River, expanding the impact area. The remaining waters would be conveyed by the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal to the Haihe River, effectively resisting the dry season in the north. Though only alleviating it to some extent, it was already quite remarkable. Such measures were truly astonishing, leaving everyone stunned. The impact on the entire waterway was immense. In this unprecedented situation, no one could predict the future or foresee the unresolved mysteries, making it hard to describe. For the ancients, this feat seemed almost against nature. Seeing the water surge northward, it was indeed a magnificent sight. Fires signaling the news reached Yangzhou's main gate at this moment. Your Area Majesty, the river has already reached the Yellow River and will soon enter the Haihe River. Really? Wonderful. Does that mean it succeeded? Yes, Your Area Majesty, it has largely succeeded. We just need to wait until the water levels here stabilize to match the southern section before stopping. Jeff said with great surprise. This was undoubtedly a piece of excellent news, clearly distinguishing the success. Ha ha ha, well done, very well done. Have someone verify it again? Yes, Your Area Majesty. Heston was pleased. He then looked at Ajax, who understood immediately. His figure disappeared without anyone noticing. He arrived at the southern entrance of the central route, waving his hand to break through previous obstructions, fully opening it. Following this was an endless supply of water from the Yangtze River, pouring into the underground channel. Well, let's head to the northern exit, he murmured. Ajax's figure moved swiftly, crossing the Qinling Mountains to reach his destination. Perfect timing. Open it. With a flick of his hand, the buried blocking stones were moved, connecting the underground river directly to the northern subterranean channel. Sure enough, soon after, the sound of roaring water could be heard underground, leaving everyone in awe. Then, he completely disguised the area. Turn earth into steel. With divine power, the place became unbreakable, showcasing visible changes that left everyone captivated. As vast amounts of water flowed into the northern underground channel, it surged out of another river, filling previously dried up waterways and tributaries. Nearby residents, who had long relied on rainwater, were amazed when they saw rivers in front of their homes suddenly brimming with water. Just moments ago, they had seen nothing but dry riverbeds and sand. But now, everything has become unimaginable and impossible to ignore. Such thoughts leave one at a loss for words and actions, making it hard to ignore. This change is truly a mix of helplessness and marvel, indescribable. It's just too incredible. No one knows what will happen or can clearly understand it. All this is so unbelievable. The complexity within is really too difficult, too difficult. Once everyone confirmed, they suddenly realized that everything before their eyes was real, without a doubt. Everyone, come quickly, there's water, there's really water. This must be a blessing from heaven. The common folk could only attribute it to the heavens, completely unaware of its significance. The undercover officers of the brocade uniform guard had already known. Seeing this scene, they lit the signal fires one by one. As the smoke signals rose, reaching all the way to the south, Heston saw them and indeed knew it was true. Indeed, it's completed. Incredible means. Camden, you are truly remarkable. At this moment, Ajax had returned to the original place, saying mildly, Davidson, it's nothing much. This is what I should do. Heston marveled for a moment. A celestial being, indeed worthy of the name. Camden, you have brought many benefits to the people of the Great Ming. After this, we won't have to worry about large-scale water shortages in the north. Once the eastern and central routes were opened, rivers in the north began to accumulate substantial water volumes, thus eliminating concerns over water scarcity. A great act of merit. Water is the source of all things, not just a saying. Once there's a shortage, not only humans but all living beings find it hard to thrive, eventually withering and dying. There's no need for further explanation on this situation. It is an unignorable answer, undeniable reality. Different voices can also be reconciled. There's no need for elaboration. Human power cannot easily comprehend celestial methods, let alone divine powers. So knowing the reality is enough. Ajax did not make a big fuss about it. Chapter 246, Too Excited to Sleep. Heston was at a loss for words at this moment. It was truly unbelievable, indescribable. Yet the significance in his heart was very clear. After all, reality cannot be ignored. As long as one has worries, they can be understood by everyone without too many words. They are all omens, so to speak. Mental preparation and readiness, the influence from within the heart, could indeed become even more remarkable. Your Area Majesty, it's about time to head back. Eunuch Morgan looked at the hourglass. Heston nodded, saying, all right, let's return. This visit is indeed worth celebrating, especially for the people of the Great Ming Dynasty. Indeed, it was highly worthwhile. With this development, the northern region would be more stable, which would significantly benefit the future of the Great Ming Dynasty. Soon, everyone slowly left Yangzhou and returned to Ingtian Prefecture. Back in the palace, Heston remained too excited to sleep. Such changes were simply indescribable, leaving no room for words. Everything in his heart, all the answers, now seemed more hopeful. Nothing was impossible if it existed. Anything could happen. The purpose of prayers is simple. There's no need for excessive doubt. All these advantages are evident. In reality, nothing is unattainable. Things don't need to be so complicated. Reed, are you still excited? Everything is done. The people in the north are rejoicing because they no longer have to worry about the spring plowing being delayed. They can finally be at peace. You're right. Only with the peace of the common people can the Great Ming thrive. Today's prosperity in the Great Ming is something unimaginable in the past, but it's true, and the changes are immense, sometimes hard for me to grasp. As for you, you're worrying unnecessarily. Just do your job properly. There's no need to be overly concerned about other matters. Yes, I just can't quite imagine it. But now, everything can be achieved. All this is so simple. No explanations are needed. Everything is ready. By the way, we should rest now. Your nephew has already made preparations. You don't need to worry, but there's one thing we must do, afforestation. It's crucial in the north where soil erosion is severe. If we don't manage it, what will happen next? Heston nodded. Yes, we need to expand our afforestation efforts, especially along the riverbanks. And with the trees planted along the Yellow River, it's a sound strategy. Paulette also agreed. Let's get started. Now that the Great Ming is prosperous, we should do as much as possible for the people and ensure that future generations won't have to work so hard. Listening to her, Heston couldn't help but feel emotional. Indeed, he believed it could be done. Such thoughts cannot be overlooked. As long as they can be achieved and handled perfectly, everything would be fine, reducing any potential pressures. Ultimately, it was a matter of inner pressure. The future developments were unpredictable, and no one knew what might change. Since it was hard to predict, they would just move forward, adapting as necessary. There wasn't much to worry about. Things seem simple but can be unpredictable, making them even more fascinating. A straightforward truth that cannot be ignored. So some things must be given due attention. Otherwise, ignoring them would lead to failure. As parents, they would think this way, and there was no blame in it. No one needed to overthink. It was a fact of life. Sister, you're right. Today was too exciting. Let's get some rest. Paulette sighed helplessly. He was always like this. When Ajax returned home, he saw Kesha waiting for him. He understood her intentions. Everything was understandable. The uncertainties and real facts led to genuine concerns on her face. Deeply moved, Ajax embraced her tightly. Don't worry anymore. It's time to rest. Understood, my lord. Every opportunity, every unshakable reality, had its purpose. Nothing was impossible. As long as it could be achieved, there was no room for argument. Clarity spread. The current peace of the Great Ming Dynasty could not be stopped. Even at night, areas in the north receiving water supply brought joy to the people. Night fell, and regions in the north benefiting from the river waters were filled with joy. Especially the northern lands along the central route were unpredictable, strange, and peculiar. Indeed, it was hard to describe the significance of these changes and the evident pressure they brought. Such transformations were truly rare, leaving one at a loss for words. Everything became unknown, and nothing seemed impossible. As long as there was clarity in one's heart, it was enough. Some things had changed, making the future more certain. Understanding was one side, helplessness another. No reason could be found. Arianny renowned geomancers were bewildered by the dramatic changes along the central route. They had no idea that the alterations would be so significant, which was indeed surprising. The magnitude of change was beyond anyone's prediction. It was uncertain how many shifts had occurred. They couldn't help but feel baffled, even though they knew about the massive changes in the eastern route. After all, the court had been constructing such large-scale projects for a long time, which naturally led to differences. It made sense. However, the changes along the central route were the most unimaginable, and the unknown parts were what troubled them the most. Where exactly did it go wrong? That was an unknown number, and no one understood the true meaning behind it. Not knowing was understandable, not a big deal. As long as one had a clear understanding in their heart, that was best. The real truth didn't require much explanation. It was a fact within the unexpected, unchangeable to a great extent. The answer in one's heart was the clearest point, with nothing being impossible. All lay in the mystery, forming a curve. In summary, today's changes were a variable in value in one's heart, and it was clear that they could be seen. Changes could happen at any moment, suppressing thoughts too much, and no one knew the meaning behind it. People, in their positions, were in the midst of transformation, whether in any aspect. Their ignorance did not mean non-existence. So each person was searching, yet without clues, making it naturally very difficult to find. These changes traveled through underground waterways, making them even harder to trace. Subsequent developments had all changed. Chapter 247, Publicizing Ajax's Achievements. Time is powerless and cannot be driven. No matter how many trials there are, it's hard to believe in such a wonderful reality. Understanding is one thing, but nothing can be overlooked. Too many dreams and lost values offer little benefit, yet the principles within can still be utilized effectively. With the central and eastern routes of the south to north water diversion project delivering positive returns, Emperor Heston was greatly pleased, truly worth rejoicing over. Congratulations to your Area Majesty. We extend our congratulations. This year's spring plowing in the north has been fully implemented. Local governments have already inspected the sites, and all areas are engaged in spring planting with urgency. It is expected that this year's grain harvest will increase significantly. This development in the north could be anticipated by many ministers. There's no need to mention Arianarchus. He had already predicted this outcome. Indeed, it was both surprising and unsurprising because things were so clear that there was no need for further questioning. Different results naturally lead to greater understanding. Superfluous questions were unnecessary. The satisfaction was evident on everyone's face, and there was nothing unpleasant about it. But whether or not it could be achieved was another matter. Reality couldn't be ignored. Without much doubt, everyone understood this clearly. Whether true or ignorant, it needed to be done, as it was an undeniable fact. Very good, indeed excellent. In this way, our efforts have not been wasted. Your Area Majesty, in many northern regions, rivers have suddenly appeared where water was scarce during the dry season. It is truly incredible and hard to believe. Yes, indeed. Arianny places are now praying for such benefits, but those areas don't seem to receive them. Indeed, they don't. They really don't. This was perplexing, indeed very troubling. What could the government do? There was no real solution. What could envy accomplish? It couldn't change anything. But the common people didn't care. They asked why the central and eastern regions benefited while the west did not. Wasn't this unfair? Emperor Heston was also troubled upon hearing this. He then looked at Ajax and said, National Arianaster, what do you think of this? Ajax, with a helpless expression, replied, It's not time yet. Arianny officials were confused. Could this be related to National Arianaster? Taking advantage of the moment, Heston said, Indeed, National Arianaster has already completed the central route of the south to north water diversion project, bringing water to the central region of the north, which has helped many people. As for the western part, due to numerous mountains, only half has been completed. These words shocked many officials. If what the emperor said was true, It meant that National Arianaster alone had accomplished the entire central route of the south to north water diversion project. No wonder such a significant amount of water appeared on this land almost simultaneously. National Arianaster must possess extraordinary abilities. This was accomplished quietly without fanfare. The magnitude of this feat was beyond words, requiring no explanation. Nothing was impossible as long as one had a clear understanding. There was no need for too many questions. Strength and capability were evident. He was undoubtedly a powerhouse. His intentions were also transparent. Supporting such strength and capability held no impossibility. In short, the significance of reality was the best thing to ponder. Compared to other matters, it was visible and joyful. There was no surprise. It was simply the reality of fate. Everything was within grasp, with no surprises. Everyone could see the pressure points clearly. If relaxed, everything would be fine. The meaning behind this intention was the same for all. Ajax didn't say much. He just smiled faintly, leaving Heston somewhat frustrated. Camden, speak up. This is your achievement. Why can't you speak of it? You're making me anxious. Davidson, why bother? These are minor matters. As for the western route, I estimate it will be completed this year. If not, definitely next year. Some areas require additional planning. In other words, the timeline was largely determined, depending on whether the final stretch could be completed smoothly. If easy, it would accelerate the process. If difficult, it might take until next year. But at the latest, it would be finished during this period, so there was no need to worry excessively. Understanding was key. There is nothing impossible as long as one has a clear understanding. There's no need for too many questions. The subsequent impacts can still be achieved. Compared to these unspeakable surprises, they are undeniable. Good things require patience, especially the south to north water diversion project's western route, which needs even more consideration from all angles. Naturally, one cannot act rashly. If he didn't consider the proportions, he could solve these problems in a day with a single strike of his sword. But doing so would cause enormous disruption. It's far from being that simple. Therefore, what should be done is to do it well and avoid any accidents. That would be a crucial point, and everyone can see that it's also an opportunity. Understanding this brings joy. There's no need for so much rebuttal. One can be more at ease. Before rejoicing, dreams don't require too much explanation. They are already possible. There's nothing that can't be done. Emperor Heston said this now so that Ajax's accomplishments wouldn't be hidden, and everyone would know how monumental those achievements were. By spreading Ajax's merits and abilities, people would feel reassured. The northern civilians could then live in peace. With another year or two, they wouldn't have to worry anymore. This was Heston's intention, an inevitable fact. Only with such confidence could it be accomplished. Otherwise, it would never happen. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that it couldn't be done, a fact that could be understood. Once completed, the impact would be significant, yet the meaning would be simple and easily comprehended, requiring no further explanation. With sincerity, everything can bring peace and clarity. There's no need for excessive ignorance. This way, one can find peace and enlightenment, leading to even greater beauty. The North will become as beautiful as Jiangnan beyond the frontier. A tremendous vision and expectation. Chapter 248. Emphasis on the western route opening. Curiosity fills the world. No matter what, Ajax could not deny it now, especially since he had come forward himself. What could the other ministers say? This was a unique excellence of Ajax, unmatched by anyone else. There was no need for any explanation. Moments of change always have limited influence from people. As long as progress is made, that's the best parallel line. There's no need to ask too much. Naturally and simply put, these achievements are enough to rival anything else. The subsequent influence is hard to fathom. Emperor Heston did not care about expanding his influence because he deeply understood his nephew's nature. If not for holding him back, his nephew would have long ceased caring about state affairs. A fact that was clear and undeniable. He firmly believed this without any doubt. By revealing his nephew's accomplishments publicly, more people would know rather than letting them be forgotten among the masses. After all, this was an honor for his nephew and the Zhu family. Ajax felt helpless, but could not stop his Zeke's decision. What could he do? With no choice, he could only accept it. Wasn't it a fact anyway? Sure enough, when the news spread, it shocked the entire world. No one had ever considered such a problem before. But now they could tell everyone. The truth was indeed bizarre. So, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It exists, though understanding these things might be difficult. Achieving perfection isn't easy, and the future impact of this, who could truly understand? This achievement was indeed hard to explain. Whether simple or complex, it significantly influenced the fate of the Ming Dynasty. In a sense, this achievement was already intertwined with the destiny of the Ming Dynasty, evoking countless emotions in people's hearts. How inconceivable yet real it was, a stage that could no longer be ignored. The true significance didn't require excessive explanation. The fear was in not being able to achieve this. It could be mapped out. Arianany tried to uncover something, but even Heston later couldn't grasp the changes. The secret police were withdrawn, apparently to better protect the underground waterway entrances. No records were allowed. Thus, it became as natural as if nothing had happened. Who would think this was an entrance channel bringing abundant water to the north? What might happen in the future is unforeseeable and indescribable. The exact location, unverifiable by anyone, was the safest approach. After all, once an accident happens, the consequences could be catastrophic. Of course, if an unexpected event occurred, it would really come down to prayer. Ajax had already done everything possible, using great power to stabilize it, but time could erode it, leading to instability. Everything was uncertain. Unknown was neither good nor bad, just relative. As for the western route, many people sought it out after learning about it, immediately seeing the valley guarded by the secret police and the army. Although there were no rivers unexpectedly, humans couldn't enter, which surprised them. They were simply not allowed to enter, and entering meant taking one's own risk. Considering how many had sneaked in, once inside, it turned into winding terrain, and these valleys seem to have formed at some unknown time. You ask about here? We locals remember this place doesn't exist. It should all be mountains. When did a valley appear here? Impossible. Locals laughed heartily when asked, thinking it was a joke. They had been there for centuries. How could they not know the situation? Clearly impossible. But now, they couldn't help feeling astonished and puzzled. Why would a valley suddenly appear here? It was utterly impossible. Seeing their bewildered eyes, each a glaring proof, even the locals didn't know, let alone outsiders. Could it really be operated by Grandmaster? But the area was sealed off, leaving everyone in the dark, naturally unaware of what was happening. Different flavors were discernible, reflecting their internal confusion and uncertainty. Entering wasn't easy. It required crossing mountains and rivers, or it was impossible. Danger accompanied every step, so this was a logical trend. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, sounds came from inside the valley, shaking those who had been watching. They wanted to see but were blocked by the station troops. The area was sealed off, making entry impossible. The sounds, akin to those of earthquakes, continued to reverberate, seemingly terrifying and alternating, striking fear into the hearts of all who heard them. This was an inescapable fact. Even a simple understanding couldn't help but breed suspicion. In summary, the current intentions were impossible to guess. As long as it was for the greater good, it was a place of suppression. Nothing was impossible. The station troops were well aware that Grandmaster Ajax had resumed his work. Although they didn't know the exact details, they wouldn't allow anyone to enter and disturb Grandmaster's work. It wasn't something trivial. After all, their duty was to seal off this area, and they didn't need to concern themselves with anything else. The surrounding people were intensely curious, but unfortunately couldn't enter. Scaling mountains and crossing rivers would be extremely difficult, beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Areanity of the mountains had changed during Ajax's relocation efforts, making it much harder to navigate now. So, seeing the valley sides, which resembled cliffs, no one dared to enter. It was practically tantamount to suicide. However, the subsequent events truly required time to unfold, changing the situation, concealing all secrets. None of this could be easily accomplished, and this was certain. But not being able to witness it firsthand was heartbreaking. Unfortunately, Ajax's decision would not change. If entry wasn't allowed, then it wasn't allowed. People could only wait until it was possible to enter. This was the underlying principle, and this intention could be realized smoothly. Time was still needed, so he didn't want to be disturbed. Staying undisturbed was fine. Other matters could be discussed later. There was no rush. Such concerns didn't require overthinking or asking too many questions. As long as everything proceeded smoothly, there would be no problem, right? Phew, finally managed to penetrate this cave. It was indeed troublesome, but thankfully it remained stable. To maintain its original state as much as possible, he needed to do his best, not acting recklessly. Therefore, progress was slow, requiring more caution and naturally taking more time. Chapter 249. The significance of the south to north water diversion in the western region. There you go. Now you're happy, even forcing your own nephew to work without a break. Paulette was somewhat helpless. She rarely saw him come home and hoped Kesha would often visit her in the palace. Emperor Heston also did not expect that his good intentions would result in these citizens causing a commotion at his residence. This made it impossible for him to rest, so now everyone was working day and night. He felt truly guilty towards his nephew. Little sister, we didn't mean to do this. We just didn't expect the citizens to be so enthusiastic. Thinking of this, he had failed to notice the negative impact of his well-meaning actions. Luckily it's your nephew. If it were anyone else, they might have given up. What would happen then? Paulette was angry at his inability to think things through. Heston quickly tried to win her favor, saying he had not anticipated this outcome. It was purely unexpected. Paulette rarely spoke but said, "All right, this matter has already happened. What more can we say? Quickly send them away. They are making a scene. It's unseemly." Heston hurriedly agreed, thinking it indeed went too far. Why rush when things could wait another year or two? Clearly, this was not possible, and he understood this. It was difficult to explain. Perhaps some people would feel a certain way, but no one knew what to say. As long as everything went smoothly, that would be best. If not, there would be unnecessary trouble. If this became an obstacle, it would certainly bring bad luck. This was not a trivial matter. Yuan, go tell these rioters to disperse immediately, but make sure nothing happens. Yes, your Area Majesty. Yuan rushed off to handle the situation, afraid of inefficiency which might upset even the Empress. That would be like courting death. So, he needed to do his job well to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Everything would turn out fine. In fact, many citizens dispersed upon seeing the Jinui, Imperial Secret Police, whose reputation was formidable. Any troublemakers would cause considerable difficulty. Yuan ensured that no one disturbed the Glacier family's rest time by stationing guards outside the residence. This arrangement was necessary and could improve efforts, even if it disappointed some. When Ajax returned home in the evening, he noticed the situation and couldn't help but shake his head. Arianaster, you're back? Yes, I'm back. Truly helpless. A smooth progress turned into this haste. Otherwise, we'd be scolded to death. Ajax's words made Kesha agree. Steady progress is better than rushing. After all, hasty work often leads to mistakes. Once errors occur, it's no small task and causes serious consequences with endless troubles afterward. Under such circumstances, they must understand its significance. Often, these matters cannot be overlooked. The best moments are simple ones. Believing in these stories means understanding and having faith. Problems should not be big issues. Hopefully, everything can proceed smoothly. The main factors are clear. After all this effort, the significance becomes obvious. Naturally, things will fall into place. Arianaster, you always take on more responsibilities, don't you? You there, never mind, it's not a big deal. A little exercise won't hurt. Arianaster, look at you. Come, dinner is ready. Ajax appreciated this domestic harmony. The family's warmth over dinner was the greatest happiness. By the way, where's Jean? He's asleep soundly. Ajax nodded, relieved that nothing was amiss. They could plan future arrangements accordingly. Eating and drinking well meant resting well. These days have been troublesome, but it was a good thing. Completing tasks early would save much trouble and reduce flood risks in the south. It was foreseeable. Reduced water volume upstream benefited the Yangtze River by easing water flow pressure. Although affecting only one region, it still helped. This was understandable without needing further inquiry. The true ability lay in comprehension, not hard to predict, clearly defined, with many answers in heart. The changed mindset and today's expectations have become an explicit secret, making comparison and understanding possible. The transformation in heart, the clear location, and the power of capability should all be kept simple enough. There's no need for more words. Strength is the goal. An unarguable reality. Who can change much of the future? It depends on this western route of the south to north water diversion project. The volume of water, frankly speaking, he cannot accurately predict either, a fact hard to elaborate on. The true suppressive nature is not difficult to deduce, changing everything within one's awareness. Such methods are not something ordinary people can match. Silently, without any purpose, more problems are just variables in one's heart, intentions that are not hard to imagine. How great the understanding capacity is, a disadvantage that cannot be extended. Future uncertainties are immense. So even though Ajax knows some foreseeable futures, in the long run, he doesn't know either. After all, he's human, not a deity, so the predictable time is not long. As for why indirect methods are used, it's because increasing water volume can help control floods in the Yangtze River. This is another objective. Anyway, handling it well is not a simple matter. There will be many considerations, and the importance lies in the ability to achieve. Genuine efforts will lead to better understanding. The dominance of the western route is not only about conveying water, but also diverting river water, ensuring peace on both sides. It provides good regulation for the middle and lower reaches of the river. Regardless of how the Great Ming is now, its future remains unpredictable. We can only address it with current perspectives. Changes after thousands of years will be hard to explain. This grand project is crucial, vital for bringing fertile land to the north of the Great Ming. It's indispensable. Water is the source of life for all things. Without water, achieving anything would be extremely difficult. Chapter 250. The Jacob's consort gives birth with hemorrhage. No matter what, Ajax's conviction remained unshaken. He proceeded in a well-ordered manner, balancing speed and steadiness, knowing exactly what needed to be done. As the citizens of the Great Ming were busy with farming, they paid no mind to other matters, striving hard to ensure their crops wouldn't fall behind, which would otherwise be disastrous. In recent years, the water conservancy projects of the Great Ming had not been neglected, continuously ensuring various preventative measures to safeguard the farmers' harvests. These efforts significantly benefited the people, bringing them peace of mind and happiness. Spirit is paramount. Everything else must not alter the heart's resolve, and this clarity was essential. At this moment, the Jacob's consort was nearing labor for her second child. Emperor Heston and Paulette were very worried, silently waiting for news without wanting to leave. Henley, hurry, summon Camden Raymond. It's about time. The sudden voice reminded Heston of Ajax's words from 3 years ago, which remained vivid in his mind. Logically, after 2 years of recuperation and adjustment, the Jacob's consort should have been fine, especially having experienced it once before. But when Paulette thought of Ajax's words, she couldn't help but remember them clearly, and naturally didn't dare to be complacent. Although they could live longer than ordinary people, their emotions remained much the same. Once they fell ill, they would not die easily, as so-called natural disasters went. Lifespan was limited by fate, so extending life was based on this premise, not as a means to cure diseases. Therefore, they were helpless and could only rely on medicinal treatments. Besides, there wasn't such medicine available yet, necessitating extra caution. This understanding struck both Heston and Paulette deeply. It required careful handling to avoid unnecessary complications. This situation was not just a crisis but a major hassle, with unpredictable outcomes. Yes. Summon him immediately, but I've heard he's been stationed in the western region recently. Arianabe, he's not even at home? Though concerned, Heston quickly dispatched Yuan to issue the imperial decree, urging him to enter the palace promptly. Daring not to delay, Yuan rushed to the Eric's residence, hoping to meet the preceptor. Lord Governor, you may have arrived too late. Sir left early this morning. Hearing this, Yuan felt a wave of urgency. If he truly couldn't find the Lord Governor, he'd be in grave trouble. Arianadam, where did the Lord Governor go? Please inform me. I am most grateful. Kesha, though puzzled, replied, he should be managing the south to north water diversion project in the west. He has been responsible for it, and is examining the follow-up plans, which will take some time. Yuan froze, realizing the Lord Governor was far away. How could he find him, especially in remote mountain areas? Even if he went, it would take days to return. This was clearly an insurmountable task, especially with the urgent situation in the palace. Words failed him, acknowledging the inevitable difficulties and complications arising from the inability to locate someone. Thank you, Arianadam. Yuan felt utterly helpless, seemingly doomed. But if others couldn't do it, maybe the Lord Governor could. After all, covering vast distances instantly was no big deal for the Lord Governor. With a sigh, he asked Kesha to pass on the message and return to the palace. Upon hearing this, Paulette and Emperor Heston grew grim. What could they do? They hadn't alerted Ajax in advance. Ajax was too busy to divine the future unless directly affected, so nothing was sensed until now. That's the best way, clear and evident. Fundamentally, joy overshadowed any concerns. To sum up, the situation was dire, leaving them to handle it themselves. Henley, I'll go to the Eastern Palace first to ensure everything goes smoothly. If Camden returns, come immediately. All right, sister, we'll have to do that. Heston understood the gravity of the matter. Paulette, upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, saw Prince Ariv pacing nervously. Ariver, why didn't you tell us about the Jacob's consort going into labor? After hearing this, Elwood replied somewhat awkwardly, Mother Empress, I thought it wouldn't be a big deal, so I didn't mention it. Paulette looked at him with a helpless expression. This boy still lacked caution and had no idea what was happening. She could only glare at him hard and then continue waiting outside. Elwood didn't dare to argue and could only silently wait, still thinking that it was an overreaction. He had clearly forgotten what Ajax had said before. People are easily forgetful. Emperor Heston couldn't wait any longer and hurried over. He didn't want to wait in vain and experience loneliness for nothing. Fortunately, soon after, the sound of a baby crying echoed, putting their minds at ease. Paulette then entered the room, while Emperor Heston and Elwood waited outside, still somewhat worried. Her Area Majesty, it's a chubby little grandson. Hearing this, Paulette quickly went forward to take the baby, confirming everything was fine before instructing them to prepare restorative medicine for the Jacob's consort. Yes, Her Area Majesty, we will prepare it right away. Shortly after, Emperor Heston and Elwood also came in, seeing everything was well, which reassured them. Elwood thought to himself, see, it turned out fine, didn't it? Emperor Heston and Paulette also felt they had overreacted. The Jacob's consort was just exhausted. After drinking the restorative medicine, the three left to let her rest properly. However, less than half an hour after they left, the Jacob's consort started hemorrhaging heavily. This made all three extremely anxious, and they immediately summoned the imperial physicians to treat her. They were even more urgent now, but these physicians weren't incompetent. They treated her as quickly as possible. However, whether another hemorrhage would occur was unknown. What exactly happened? Emperor Heston was furious, not having been this angry for a long time. Everyone thought he couldn't wield a sword anymore, and it was simply unbearable. Your Area Majesty, please forgive us. We have no idea why. There's no clue. Please have mercy on us. Chapter 251. Ajax comes to the rescue in time. Paulette, though worried, also knew that forcing would be futile. So she said, gentlemen doctors, just speak up. What exactly happened? After hearing this, the doctors also realized that with Paulette present, it should not be much of a problem. But if they really got into trouble over this matter, their heads were on the line. With this thought in mind, after exchanging glances, they all said in unison, the Karina's condition is due to excessive blood and chi leading to hemorrhea. Emperor Heston was stunned and asked in confusion, isn't having robust blood and chi beneficial? One of the doctors then explained, having vigorous blood and chi is naturally beneficial. However, after giving birth, the Karina's body was too weak to withstand oversupplementation. Using heavy tonic medicine at this point is like using poison. In theory, such common knowledge shouldn't be unknown. Upon hearing this, Paulette interrupted the irate Emperor Heston and spoke in a stern tone. You did mention that it was an excessive dose. The doctors immediately bowed deeply and said, yes, your Area Majesty. Indeed, it was excessive, which led to her hemorrhea. Heston's face darkened further. Who could it possibly be? Glenn, investigate thoroughly for us. Find out who it is. Yes, your Area Majesty. Glenn's face turned grim, his heart racing. This incident would certainly stir up huge waves. It concerned the Karina. At this moment, one doctor trembled as he continued, your Area Majesty, your Imperial Area Majesty, this minister has discovered another component used, a drug specifically designed to accelerate hemorrhea in post-childbirth ladies. Both Heston and Paulette flew into a rage. If it had been only an excessive tonic, it might have been acceptable. With targeted medication, something was clearly amiss. So, well then, I haven't wielded a knife in a long time. Is it that I can't lift a knife anymore, or do people think I cannot shout anymore? Anger boiled within Heston. Even Paulette couldn't hold him back now, finding the situation detestable beyond measure. Glenn, find out everything for us. Yes, your Area Majesty. Glenn's sweat flowed freely. This was nothing short of high treason. Without delay, he dispatched people to investigate, especially those who had been present in the Eastern Palace today. None would go unchecked. Now, is the Karina still in danger? Although the doctors had their guesses, they couldn't be certain. Helplessly, they stammered. We can only contain it temporarily. We cannot cure the root cause. This type of drug is too aggressive. We are powerless to help further. Heston and Paulette's eyes clouded over, unable to believe what they were hearing. No, if the Oliver were here, there might be hope. He possesses the power to move heaven and earth. Surely he would have a way. Yes, Oliver definitely has a solution. Thinking of the Oliver instantly made both Heston and Paulette confident. They believed that he surely would have a way. We must hold on for today. With these words, Heston also conveyed that if they couldn't last a day, it would be futile. Yes, your Area Majesty, we will ensure it for a day. Please rest assured. As physicians, they could handle holding on for a day, but prompt resolution of the underlying issue was needed to prevent future complications. Since the immediate concern was manageable, they decided to wait and address other matters until the Oliver arrived. Despite their anxiety, the Karina remained unconscious, and the entire Eastern Palace was placed under lockdown, no one allowed in or out. Meanwhile, Ajax leisurely returned to the Oliver's residence, deep in thought about strategies on the Western Front, ensuring minimal impact on the ecological environment. But then Kesha urgently interjected, Area Master, a message came from the palace, asking you to enter promptly. Ajax paused, realizing it had been a while since he had received such an urgent call. After pondering briefly, he understood the gravity of the situation. Don't worry, my love, I already know. There's no need to panic. He entered his room, retrieved prepared medicinal pills, and headed for the palace. Seeing him arrive, Heston and Paulette looked anxious. Camden, please save the Karina, your sister-in-law. Ajax smiled and reassured them. Davidson, aunt, don't worry. I've brought the necessary medicine. Holding the jade box in Ajax's hand, Heston and Paulette immediately understood. He had foreseen this, though pinpointing the exact timing was challenging. Preparations had been made beforehand, which proved correct. Do you already know how to treat her? Paulette still felt somewhat rushed. Ajax nodded confidently. There's no need to worry about sister-in-law's hemorrhea. I am ready. Relieved by his assurance, Heston and Paulette hurried towards the Eastern Palace. At this moment, the Eastern Palace was still in chaos, guarded by the brocade-clad guards who were everywhere, arresting and questioning people. Ajax did not pay much attention to these matters. They were trivial and nothing out of the ordinary. In this regard, it could be seen that there was meaning in his heart, requiring no extra preparation. For them, what might have been a joke was not really a joke at all, and that was evident. Various methods were also prepared as an alternative, needing no explanation. Ajax naturally wouldn't talk much about it, quickly arriving at the palace of the Jacob's consort. At this moment, Elwood and others were present. The court physicians looked panicked, which was to be expected. But there was no help for it. In such situations, who would be spared misfortune? Father, mother, cousin, you're here, hurry, save my wife quickly. Ajax waved his hand and said, don't worry, since I'm here, I will naturally save your sister-in-law. Be at ease. Saying this, he directly opened the jade box, took out a pill, and gave it to the Jacob's consort to swallow. None of the others interfered, knowing well the capabilities of the Oliver. The pill dissolved upon contact with her mouth, quickly circulating through her entire body, gently nurturing her. Soon, the Jacob's consort regained consciousness. Her pale complexion vanished, replaced by a rosy glow. It's all over. The harmful effects of that drug have been neutralized. She just needs proper rest now. Ajax, watching, spoke directly. Emperor Heston and Paulette both heaved sighs of relief. Elwood felt immense gratitude and hurriedly approached to check on the safety of his consort. Changshe, if not for you, truly no one could have said anything. Davidson, it is also thanks to the court physicians stabilizing her condition. Otherwise, if it couldn't be controlled, even if I had come, it might have been too late. Upon hearing this, Heston fumed, his anger palpable. These rebellious villains deserved execution. You may leave now. Rewards will be given. The court physicians, upon hearing this, hurriedly thanked him, grateful for the timely arrival of the Oliver. Otherwise, they would have lost their heads, and none could express their relief. Chapter 252. Debased Palace, Alf, the second son. No matter what, there can be no secrets in the Eastern Palace now. We must thoroughly investigate. Emperor Heston issued his decree, leaving nothing untouched. Paulette looked at Ajax and said, Camden, do you know something? If you do, just speak up. Heston also asked hastily, yes, nephew, if you know anything, please tell us. Ajax pondered for a moment and then spoke frankly, younger cousin, your concubine has some skillful means, but it's unfortunate that you didn't recognize them. As these words landed, Elwood was stunned. Elder cousin, what do you mean by that? Ajax shook his head and said, everyone has ambitions. If your late wife were still alive, do you think she could have advanced? By the way, let several imperial physicians go as well. They should know what others wouldn't. Emperor Heston and Paulette, both shrewd, immediately understood the implication. Struggles for power in the palace were always real, and now even the Eastern Palace had become an arena. Clearly, for the position of Empress, no one would hold back anymore. Heston waved his hand decisively. Follow the Grand Arianaster's instructions. Yes, your Arianagesty. Upon hearing this, Yuan knew exactly what to do. He hurriedly led several imperial physicians into May's quarters and instructed them to act without delay. The physicians clearly understood the gravity of the situation and quickly found several medicinal ingredients hidden deep inside a cabinet. This is it, sir. Yuan glanced over, then turned to look at May with a cold expression. Please come, concubine Lu. His Arianagesty and Empress are waiting. When they first burst in, May had already realized the plot had been exposed, but now it was too late to panic. She remained composed and followed them out. Soon, Emperor Heston and Paulette looked at her coldly, their eyes filled with undisguised hostility. Why? This simple question left Heston genuinely puzzled. Was it so urgent? May kept her head down and remained silent, offering no explanation. Ajax interjected, Davidson Belinda, she doesn't understand the nature of medicine, so who else could be involved? This person must be hiding within the Imperial Medical Institute. May, isn't that right? Indeed, upon hearing Ajax's words, Heston and Paulette were shocked. They hadn't expected someone from the Imperial Medical Institute to be involved, which made the threat even more serious. Well done, everyone seems to think I've become too merciful lately, that I won't use the sword anymore. Heston, a man who had faced countless battles, was not one to shy away from trouble. Summon all the Imperial physicians. Yes, your Arianagesty. Shortly, all the physicians gathered without exception. Camden, which one is it? Ajax walked directly to one individual, Dr. Zhang. Oh, I mean Dr. Lu, changing your name is quite ingenious, but you were too hasty. Did you not realize the Grand Arianaster was still around? Dr. Zhang, or rather Dr. Lu, paled dramatically. How could this happen when everything seemed so perfectly arranged? Unfortunately, he forgot about Ajax's extraordinary insight, impossible to doubt. Everything was meticulously planned, but it's all foolishness that couldn't affect much. Heston knew this for certain now, and any denial was futile. Heston, don't get too smug. If only I had directly used poison. What a pity, what a pity. Dr. Lu, realizing there was no way out, lashed out wildly, uttering wild boasts. As for May, she remained silent, fully aware of the severity. You wanted to kill her? She's pregnant. You want to take the life of the Crown Prince's offspring as well? Hearing this, Heston was taken aback and turned to look at Ajax. Ajax leaned close to Heston's ear and whispered something. Heston's expression changed repeatedly, the anger in his eyes becoming uncontrollable. Good, very good. Such debauchery in the palace. Issue the decree. Execute May and this man. Initially moved by compassion, Paulette now saw the rapid change in Heston's face and understood the gravity of the matter. After all, debauchery in the palace wasn't a trivial issue. It was like disgracing the Zhu family lineage. Dr. Lu and May were both dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Jacob, I carry your child, not his. Please save me. Indeed, she relied on her pregnancy, as well as being the Jacob's concubine, believing that under any circumstances, he wouldn't harm his unborn child. However, with everything exposed, Elwood felt increasingly disgusted and simply waved his hand. Take her away and deal with her according to my father's decree. Since eldest cousin has made such a decision, even if we don't know the specific reasons, Clifford values family ties very much and wouldn't do such things. So what are we still worrying about now? Very soon, May and Dr. Lu were dragged away and immediately executed. This really angers me. They actually did such a thing. If it weren't for you, nephew, I would have been kept in the dark. Heston couldn't help but shake his head, saying, this is an unexpected event. Even cousin didn't know, let alone Davidson. Their scheming was only to deceive. They wanted to change the sky and the sun, but ended up losing everything. Hearing Ajax's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that nothing major happened, and as long as everything goes smoothly from here on out, there's no need to worry about these matters anymore. As for the rest, though it's hard to say, one can see its significance clearly enough. Well, this matter is past. Davidson and Belinda, don't be angry. It's not good for your health. Cousin, you should pay more attention in the future and not believe everything so easily. Rock listened, feeling somewhat ashamed, realizing how ignorant he had been, acknowledging the difference in his understanding. Cousin, I understand. In the future, I will be more cautious. Ajax knew that preventing such occurrences completely would be difficult, so it could only depend on himself. Others could not help much. These issues were understandable and clear enough, with many historical events unable to compare, yet it also felt inevitable. True changes often come unexpectedly. Even with some foresight, predicting specific outcomes after too much time has passed is challenging. One can only take things step by step. Anything else is hard to say. Let your sister-in-law rest well. By the way, don't forget to choose a name. Rock quickly looked at Heston. Heston directly said, why look at me? You're the father. You should choose the name. Rock then said, then, Zhu Yuanzhang it is. Ajax, hearing this, was not particularly concerned. Just one less Zhu Yuanwen in the future. Haha. Chapter 253. Executing the ringleader. Exiling to a desolate island. Leaving to their own devices. Ajax sighed with relief when he returned home. The pressure was off. Sir, are you all right? Yes, it's nothing serious. It's already been dealt with. Let's hurry and have dinner. Kesha couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, they should eat quickly, or their stomachs would start rumbling. At the palace, Heston had just handled the Liu family issue and began arresting the entire Liu clan, leaving no escape from the charges. Yuan, this matter must be thoroughly resolved. Don't leave any loose ends. Yes, your Area Majesty. Yuan understood that offending his Area Majesty's dignity on this issue could not go unpunished. To do otherwise would invite disaster. Hence, he could not afford to relax. The significance of all this went without saying, and he believed everyone could comprehend it. In the face of facts, there were no arguments. He knew that the emperor hadn't personally taken action for many years due to the presence of the state preceptor, which made him very content. He didn't have to offend anyone, but this time, it was truly their own doing, and they couldn't blame others. Soon, the entire Liu family was eradicated, not sparing a single person. The ringleaders were executed, while the rest were exiled overseas, never allowed to return to the Great Ming. It was quite simple. Just abandon them on a desolate island surrounded by hundreds of miles of sea, with no other land in sight. This was an ideal form of exile now possible with the advancements in Ming shipbuilding technology. On these islands, survival depended entirely on their own devices, serving as another form of punishment, left to their own fate. It might seem merciful on the surface, but those who experienced it knew the agony well. These islands were small, with little food, making survival extremely difficult. Escape was unimaginable. What lurked in the sea, no one knew. A single wave could mean instant death, rendering concerns about their fate irrelevant. Some people really did make things simple. No need to doubt their motives. The truth stood clear, undeniable. The unspoken rules required no extra cost, and nothing unexpected happened. In matters of truth, no one needed to be satisfied with anything. This represented a future opportunity. In this respect, one could see clearly without explanation. As long as everything went smoothly, there was no need to worry. The only concern was some intangible flaw that would not cause much pressure. Simple matters didn't require much publicity. However, news of this event still spread. Arianarchus and others were astounded upon hearing it. What boldness! Indeed, if they had succeeded, they could easily have taken over. But now, with the state preceptor present, such thoughts were futile. The preceptor's capabilities were indescribable, simply astonishing. They weren't easily comparable. Seems like the preceptor's power is unimaginable, unheard of. Father, what's troubling you? Do you have something on your mind? Don't worry, it's fine. This incident has little to do with us. But in the future, we must be cautious. Otherwise, someone might come after us, causing trouble. Remember? Yes, father, I understand. Arianarchus knew this was merely a lesson. To ensure his descendants' safety wasn't so simple. He must handle things well. With the preceptor around, everything was peaceful. There was no need to worry about any accidents. Different values represented different signals. There was no need for much explanation. Understanding the facts was challenging enough. Changing someone who didn't fear killing wouldn't instill fear in others. Such thoughts and comprehension were incomprehensible. Everything was possible. One must be careful, nothing forbidden. Other officials also fell silent. No one could remain calm under such circumstances, especially when the founding emperor dared to mock his son. Wasn't this asking for death? Now it was settled. Those who should have received their due had done so, and those who hadn't would eventually meet their fate. It was a case of survival of the fittest. This also brought back memories for many people. In the past battles, he had shown no fear in the face of danger, plunging straight into battle. The news spread like wildfire, eventually reaching the ears of Charles, who was developing land in Australia. How could this be allowed? After all, Charles and Aiden were connected by marriage. Now someone dared to target his daughter's position. Wouldn't this make him furious? If they succeeded, would he and others still have peaceful lives? It was inconceivable. Fortunately, with the Abner around, this conspiracy was crushed. That was truly fortunate. Humph, don't even think about peace. Bring me the information on where the Liu family was exiled. Just leaving them to their own devices is too lenient. Yes, General. These were naturally supporters of the Corina, Lady Chong, as well as Franklin and Zhu Yuanzhang. They couldn't allow anyone to make such moves. For someone to actually dare do this, it could be fatal if it happened again. So, they could not leave the matter to chance. They soon found out the location but did not openly defy the emperor's order. Instead, They followed secretly until the prisoners were left on the desolate island. Only after the ships had sailed away did they step ashore. What followed was torment for these people, an extremely cruel death. But Charles and his men didn't care. They had touched upon Charles's greatest taboo. Since they were going to die anyway, why not make it swift? There was no need for restraint or explanation. This was a simple and straightforward matter. The aftermath was similarly straightforward. No room for suspicion. All suspicions had their numbers. There was no need for denial. Changes didn't require answers. This was understandable. They just needed to vent their anger as much as possible. Only when the island became completely silent did Charles and his men leave. Nothing remained. No one noticed or cared about their fate. It was a true case of survival of the fittest. Chapter 254. The American Situation. A few days later, Claire recovered her health. This matter was finally put to rest. Elwood was somewhat distressed that he had been cuckolded, but fortunately, not many people knew the inside story, which was fortunate. As long as everyone kept this in mind, there would be no need for too much suspicion. Simplifying the reasons only intensified the desire within hearts. In fact, such comparisons were not impossible. In short, everything seemed normal, and few dared to speak out rashly. The wise live longer. After settling this issue, Ajax began focusing on the Western Front, arranging things further. At this moment, the three sons of Heston who had ventured overseas started landing one after another. The second prince, Cheen Morgan John, was the first to disembark. Brothers, I will go ashore first. I wish you both success in your endeavors. Hoover, rest assured. We will manage. Wishing you smooth sailing. Cheen Morgan John led his warriors off the ship, leaving behind a predetermined number of vessels. After farewelling each other, the fleets of Jean Morgan and Yin Morgan continued south along the Arianagon coast. Not long after, Jen Morgan Bohan also landed with his fleet because they had reached their destination. Only Yin Morgan's fleet continued sailing south. We are almost there. Yes, but it's not suitable here. It's best to land at the southernmost point. Agreed. Soon, the three began their great achievements on American soil, starting their own ventures. Local residents existed, but under the overwhelming military might of the three brothers, resistance was futile. Eventually, they had no choice but to surrender. None of the three enjoyed enslaving others. These captives were merely prisoners of war. Large-scale construction projects soon began. The prisoners gradually gained freedom by proving their worth through labor. Farming the land, using more advanced weapons, all became possible, allowing them to gradually integrate into Han culture, since they weren't overly exploited. Therefore, various tribes managed to survive. Compared to the future Western powers, their conquest by China allowed them to live better lives. With the three princes subjugating most areas except for some special regions, they gradually realized how difficult it was to traverse from east to west. Traveling by land was certainly the best proof, conveying its meaning without words. Jean Morgan Bohan now understood why the national master mentioned this place's peculiarity. It was possible to dig a canal through the middle to connect both sides, making maritime travel less troublesome. He immediately dispatched people to start digging, drawing on experience and bringing craftsmen. As for laborers, there were plenty. Those previously conquered served as excellent workforce. The excavation of the canal promised a transformative era, adding brilliance to Jean Morgan's title. Regarding what his older and younger brothers were up to, communication remained a bit challenging. However, as long as their ships could maintain contact, this wasn't an issue. Soon, John and Tate learned about the canal project and sent personnel to assist. Bohan understood their intentions. Currently, the three maintained good relations, so this wasn't a concern. Area matters concerning their descendants would be handled by them in the future. Having secured such vast territory, there was no need to worry about minor issues. The simplicity of intent was evident, requiring no explanation or excessive suspicion. This was the answer and the power that must not be underestimated. Once completed, all subsequent matters would become feasible without needing explanation. Future developments could proceed smoothly, naturally leading to better living conditions. Although the initial stages weren't smooth and some unfortunate events occurred, their skills ensured natural progress without much worry. Capability made everything small issues, eliminating unnecessary doubts. Ultimately, this demonstrated their strength, leading to varied outcomes and satisfaction. In the end, the current challenges are nothing much. With capability, everything can be done well. Without it, everything just gets digested. There's no need for too much doubt. There has been ample time to conquer more territories, but the distances were too vast. The necessity of this canal is very important, regardless of which side it benefits. For Prince Yin Tate, the impact might be the least, as he can also navigate from the south, since his fief is located here. Over time, the usage and reliance on this canal are not significant for him, so preparations must still be made. Being prepared for the unexpected is only natural. As for venturing north, that would mean entering the bustling rainforests, where various dangers lurk. Large pythons are small fry compared to the unseen threats. Such risks have been attempted before, so no one wishes to lose in this regard. After all, one must hold onto their own territory. For Bohan, this is true. He understands the importance of this canal more than anyone else, which is the most evident point. No need for much talk. His skills speak for themselves, a straightforward demonstration of strength. There's no need to question different opinions, as strength is the brightest answer. So brilliant. With even greater ability, there's no denying this ultimate level. Who wouldn't want more of such good things? Without them, it's foolish. There are many things that need to be controlled. For such a simple matter, there's no need to ask more. What needs to be done should be done well to avoid unexpected incidents. At this moment, across America, the three of them roam freely, letting their minds wander more widely. They don't need to worry about its significance. Differing abilities drive the forward momentum of power, satisfyingly wild indeed. Knowing the benefits, no one would oppose, let alone give up. It must be seized. Chapter 255. A letter from home is worth more than gold. At that time, it could be said that the situation in America had become quite eventful. However, due to the great distance, the information the Ming Dynasty received was seriously delayed, which was inevitable. They had been prepared for this. As long as the news arrived, it would suffice. Fortunately, they did not forget him as a father and conveyed messages one after another. Though it had been over half a year, he could finally feel relieved. They have finally started on their own endeavors. We can now rest assured, Heston said to Paulette, finally putting his heart at ease, and things were now fine. Paulette looked and couldn't help but sigh. They have grown up, indeed. It's good to let them strive on their own. There's nothing more we can do. Yes, we really can't manage everything anymore. We can only let them make their own efforts. Everything else is too far away. Let what will be, be. The two of them could only sigh like this. Then they made preparations to fulfill the previous promises, each sending 1 million immigrants to strengthen their rule in the area. Arianny had already been prepared, whether volunteers or others, all without issues. One by one, they boarded ships bound for the distant Americas, a place destined for a long journey. Time was a different concept here, where power truly revealed its simplest nature. Arianny people were unable to argue against it. As long as something could be done, everything was fine. A change of heart completely changed the meaning, and true strength moved forward here. The right to interpret differently might just be a hope for the future, letting them strive on their own. Alright, don't worry. Since this is their choice, we give them a good opportunity to grow on their own. This is pretty good. Being less capable might make things smoother. To achieve anything, one needed strength. Regardless of how things develop later, they would naturally form goals. Then Heston began handling official business. As an emperor, he still had plenty of matters, especially after reviews by the cabinet. He had to pay close attention to avoid any unexpected events. Though this process seemed simple, it contained very serious matters, and should not be taken lightly. To prevent various problems from piling up, it was better to handle them clearly. Not bad at all. This way, it's much simpler, making my life easier too. Yes, this system is excellent. The cabinet system indeed made life easier for Heston, freeing him from working so late every day. As for whether they would deceive him, it would be at the cost of facing the executioner's blade. This was a clear deterrent. If anyone dared to try, their success would depend on their own capabilities, no need for much explanation. Everyone understood. As they often say, power is the foundation, and ability is the backbone of power. Anyone unwilling would be foolish. In the era of the Ming Dynasty, everyone needed to take care of their own affairs. Otherwise, they shouldn't blame the emperor for being merciless. By the way, is my nephew still stationed in the Western Front? Yes, brother. Why do you ask? He is very focused on the south to north water diversion project on the Western Front. You've seen the effects of the central and eastern routes. They are truly impressive. Heston spoke excitedly. Now many local governments in the north are submitting memorials. With water, the northern regions will be much more secure. They can plant more crops, which is beneficial for them, truly beneficial. This wasn't a small matter, but a reality. The obvious outcome showed that simplicity didn't always mean easy. Understanding these things required looking at the bigger picture. Food is always the foundation of a nation, and Heston saw this clearly. Therefore, this point must be achieved. As Ajax once said, food is the root of the country and the sky for the people. Without food, the consequences would be unimaginable. This wasn't a joke, but a reality within realities. Don't think ignorance is bliss. It's an unavoidable fact. If feasible, everything could be perfectly explained, with no issues. This heartfelt exchange also revealed certain difficulties. Whenever there was free time, thoughts turned to these matters. It might seem simple, but achieving it was a different story. In truth, it was not at all simple. Such heartfelt sentiments had little influence and seemed unattainable without adequate preparation. Such thoughts were beyond anyone's comprehension, yet some could silently understand. This was enough. Do not doubt, for when something is profoundly genuine, it commands respect. This is indeed remarkable, how he came up with such a clever plan. However, even if thought of, it could only be tested on the eastern route. The central and western routes are impossible. Paulette understood. Putting aside the lack of manpower, just the rugged mountains alone, how could they be managed? That's the true reality. Once something goes wrong, it would be a major issue. After all, carving out mountain paths was no easy feat. It wasn't as simple as one might think. This was understandable and didn't require too much worry. It needed to be addressed in practical ways. A change in mindset brought about variability, and such thoughts represented a force of realization. Nothing was impossible as long as one had a clear mind. Thus, there was nothing that couldn't be allowed. Once understood, it was all good. Other concerns didn't need much questioning. Emperor Heston put down the memorial and said, I truly thank heaven for sending our dear nephew to us, bringing these benefits. I believe you also feel the changes and appreciate them. Paulette nodded and smiled. I was cured by him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you so happily now. Listening to this, Heston knew her importance all too well. He wouldn't let her concern go to waste. He would definitely achieve what she hoped for. Understanding was essential, and perfection was key. The best value, right? These principles couldn't be swayed. Everything remained within his grasp. True intention stemmed from one's inner feelings, and even an emperor was no exception. Complete understanding was always possible. The real aim was simply to proceed smoothly, which was sufficient. Nothing was impossible. Genuine needs stemmed from one's heart, even for an emperor. Everything was understandable. Chapter 256, Sending Replies, Who Can Truly Understand? With a mix of sighs and anticipation, the two hurriedly wrote letters to have them delivered. Once they left, spirits lifted. Since everything was fine, all was well, indeed it was a good thing. Well, now we can rest easy. These three young ones, I hope they will accomplish something. You, don't set your expectations too high. It's enough if they manage. With such vast lands, they have plenty to conquer. Sister, you mustn't forget that they have long lifespans as well. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Hearing this, Paulette also understood. Indeed, this was quite possible. As for the future, who knew? They would have to be careful, and that was all she could do. Well, it's their fortune. Let them work hard. We don't need to worry so much anymore. We can't control everything, right? This sentiment became clearer. To achieve it, everyone can understand. In this world, parents always worry. Even though children venture out into the world, they remain in their hearts, never forgotten. This is the answer. This is reality. Always so. A father's heart, yearning for his descendants, this concern rooted in blood ties, can be seen clearly, with no issues. Jacob Elwood naturally received their letters and replied appropriately, without much thought. In summary, the current Great Ming was peaceful. The places that needed to be conquered were conquered, and predetermined goals were almost achieved. For the Great Ming, this meant a stable rear area, nothing too worrying. If there were any issues, one just needed to find him directly. These 3 replies were carefully prepared and sent back. Don't mention them, even Ajax received letters, each person sending 1 letter to him. These 3 kids haven't wasted my attention. He didn't hesitate, then he also wrote 3 letters as replies. Otherwise, it would be impolite, wouldn't it? The letters were similarly handed over. There was no need to worry about anyone destroying them, deeming them unworthy. Who in today's Great Ming didn't know of his capabilities? If anyone dared to act, he would make them regret it thoroughly. This was where the danger lay. Such matters showed his aspirations, bringing more joy to their significance beyond reputation, wielding influence. After all, such a good reputation and skills were invaluable in the Great Ming. Should anything happen, one could meet a peaceful end, a worthy fact. For someone with intentions, it was simple, no need for complexity. Of course, how capable one was depended on personal ability. In reality, these abilities could be compared. They were simple matters. Simple things were simple, complicated things were complicated, depending on whether one could resolve the conflict between talent and wisdom. Perhaps good, perhaps not so good, but some abilities truly could not be denied. Watching the letters sent off, Ajax returned to his plans, naturally focusing on the Western Front. Now dealing with the aftermath, especially involving underground rivers, he had to be particularly cautious. Any danger here would significantly impact the north, which was clear. Complex terrain made things difficult. Once it affected subsequent matters, it would indeed be troublesome. This wasn't a small matter, but a significant one, requiring careful handling. Ajax silently studied the map, deep in thought. Even during the day, he would conduct field inspections, finding this area far more challenging than previous ones. The impact of this region was substantial, necessitating more impactful actions. This intention could not be denied, believing more could be understood. Arianaster, it's past time to rest. Indeed it's late. Alright, let's rest. Ajax tidied up and went to rest with Kesha. The state of the Great Ming was thriving, countless merchants traveling between north and south. Arianity witnessed this miracle firsthand, understanding the importance of the water diversion project. So, this is the court's southern water diversion project? Indeed, this is the eastern route, still visible. But if you look for the central route, you won't know where it is. Word from the court says the central route runs underground. What? Underground? Yes, it's indeed underground, and not just any ordinary route. It's an underground river channel running through the Qinling Mountains. But as for the exact location, besides the court, no one else knows. Truly marvelous. Such a miracle is indeed hidden in unknown places. This is certainly safe enough. Unless the Qinling Mountains are destroyed, it remains a riddle, and it's not easy to discover. Indeed, that's true. Who can deny it? Thus, all this significance and true essence cannot simply be lost. One can see and achieve the answers clearly in their hearts, naturally finding the truth. Don't ask why or even mention it. There's no need for explanation at all. The Grand Arianaster's abilities, they understand them too well. All these measures are taken to prevent various accidents. Only the court knows the rest. Altering the terrain is not difficult for the Grand Arianaster. So, truly knowing this is extremely hard. In this way, the central route becomes a riddle, an unsolvable mystery, and there's no need to worry about problems arising. As for accidents, they might occur, but over a long period. Moreover, with so many underground river channels, it's unknown which one is the true central route. So whether anyone can really find it remains a significant challenge, truly too difficult. The true meaning cannot be underestimated. It absolutely mustn't be taken lightly. Some people have guessed, some are overly confident. These are natural human traits. After all, people have their own thoughts, which is understandable. But achieving one's dreams isn't easy. Any mistakes could lead to significant trouble, and subsequent events reveal much about one's intentions. The inner workings of the heart are all about awareness. Nothing more needs to be said. Understanding without revealing it. Who can truly see through it? If someone had such ability, they wouldn't be so obscure. Ajax isn't afraid of anyone finding it either. He has arranged numerous measures. Let's hope they can find it. After sending off the letters, Ajax returned to his plans, naturally focusing on the Western Front. Chapter 257. The vast territory of the Great Ming. As for the Western Front, it is already laid out in front of everyone, almost too straightforward. But precisely because of this straightforwardness, it becomes the hardest to fathom. After all, the Western Front has yet to be opened up. It is guarded by the embroidered uniform guard and military garrisons, making it impossible to get close, let alone know what's happening inside. So no one knows about these matters. In short, achieving this is not an easy task. Those who understand naturally will have a clearer picture, but the yearning in their hearts remains inevitable, which is truly the basis of reality. Don't talk about simple facts. As long as it can be done, everything is within reach. Don't mention accidents. Few people can change things because reality is extremely sensitive. To complete this step, even more anticipation follows. Simple is simple. There's no need for complexity, but whether it can ultimately be achieved remains uncertain. Ajax certainly knows this, but he doesn't interfere, which is the best attitude. If they can find a way under such circumstances, that speaks to their prowess. There's nothing more to say. If they can't, then people should focus on their own affairs. No matter how much ignorance there is, it can still be seen clearly. There's no need for jealousy or competition. Looking at the results, none of this can be distinctly marked. The final outcome is difficult to describe. It might seem ambiguous, but in fact, it invites scrutiny. And the true content is something others cannot touch. Even if they try to delve deeper, it's helpless. This is the greatest frustration. To sum up, reality is indeed like this. It's already quite perfect. For the north, the biggest issue is the northern region itself. Not only does it lack water sources, but it also suffers from severe depopulation due to food and environmental issues. This is a fundamental problem. Once no one is around to protect it, it turns into wasteland or even dead land. So these areas inevitably need population. Otherwise, difficulties will arise. Lives here must not diverge too much, as it would be hard to manage otherwise. Especially in the northwest, where the desert is vast, despite efforts to plant trees and reclaim land along the upper reaches of the Yellow River, the preparations still reveal a great deal of uncertainty. This fate cannot be reversed. But even so, countless merchants still pass through the Silk Road from the northwest, or start from the northwest. However, with the Great Ming's maritime trade becoming increasingly prosperous, this route has gradually faded from use. After all, seafaring vessels are now safer, easier to achieve, and better suited for completion. Opportunities exist, but whether they can be seized is another matter. Different values mean different intentions, and unknown surprises make them distinct. Understanding this requires preparation, a preparation that is hard to describe but holds significant meaning and presents a good opportunity. The present area maritime Silk Road has taken over the trade routes from the Song Dynasty period. However, the territory of the Great Ming is now much broader, extending south to cover the entire southern region, reaching as far as Antarctica. Such vast territory essentially divides Asia in half. Going north is one path. Although the population is sparse, the strategic layout of fortresses provides benefits, and problems aren't expected. But now, there is an increased commitment to this path, gradually occupying the northern lands. This area is a crucial geographic point, and serves as a buffer zone for the Central Plains dynasty. Moving west, the natural desert forms a boundary with the Tian Shan Mountains, creating a massive western barrier to ensure safety. Continuing south, after occupying the northeast of India, the route to advance eastward is secured. Everything eastward belongs to the Great Ming. If not for the deeply entrenched caste system in the Indian peninsula, which is difficult to clear up, it would likely have been incorporated into the Great Ming territory. Various contradictions arise here, making it unmanageable. Total extermination isn't an option, nor is it Ajax's style, as it doesn't align with cause and effect like it does with Japan. So a path is left open, allowing them to become a buffer for the eastern expansion. Regarding the south, the Great Ming has occupied numerous islands, with naval bases and supply lines ensuring security. Subsequent developments also reveal much without needing elaboration. In summary, strength cannot be avoided. Strength can be easily obtained, bringing hope, which is an undeniable benefit. There's no pressure, and more can be said, but intervention is unnecessary. In the end, such concern is indeed unbearable. None can deny this misfortune. As long as one has a clear understanding, everything is perfect, and there's no need to explain these issues. Such vast territories all fall under the Great Ming's domain, generating immeasurable wealth each year. The talent cultivated alongside this process is also substantial. Confucianism serves as the best means to educate the locals. There's no need for further thought. As long as it is achievable, it is perfect. No matter how much more weight it carries, it can always be made simpler. Indeed, no part can escape from the whole because this is the reach of power. The world is vast, but a significant portion has been claimed by the Great Ming. This doesn't even include the gradual conquest of the American continent by Nile and his two companions. Once added together, the Great Ming would own the most extensive and astonishing territory in the world. The entire Pacific Ocean will soon truly become the Great Ming's internal sea. In this astonishing expanse, who could have imagined that it would be so remarkable? It's not that it cannot be achieved, but rather that it seems unattainable. Regardless of ability, things can be simplified, not due to lack of capability, but due to the tragic nature of strength. Keep matters simple. Don't speak of unwillingness, for that reflects an indescribable inner sorrow. Whether or not something can be accomplished is one thing, and whether it can be done is a testament to their ability, which can clearly be seen. The Great Ming's territory is undergoing daily transformations. Even Heston's map updates cannot keep up with the speed of conquest, changing every day. This advantage brings both joy and worry. It's truly hard to know what to say. However, at least peace of mind is achieved, without excessive anxiety. What a wonderful reality this is. Ultimately, this new world brought by Ajax must have its unique qualities. Otherwise, what would be the point of coming here? What meaning would it have? The Great Ming must display its own dominance. Chapter 258. Corruption and bribery still exist. Emperor Heston was resting when suddenly Yuan arrived with a secret report. He wasn't particularly concerned. After all, the current Great Ming was so powerful that it could not be shaken by ordinary people. Thus, he didn't pay much attention. However, after reading it, his long-dormant killing intent resurfaced. Good, really good. We've been so lenient and generous to them. But still, these ungrateful wolves can never get enough. Humph. Enraged, he threw the secret report on the ground and then said, "Summon all the members of the cabinet." "Yes, your Arianegesty." Eunuch Morgan hastily gathered all the ministers of the cabinet. Before long, Arianarchus arrived with others, sensing that today's emperor seemed different. Heston watched as they entered and asked Arianarchus, "Minister, are the officials of our empire still struggling with hunger and cold as before, or is there something we haven't done well?" Arianarchus was startled upon hearing this, especially seeing the secret report on the ground, which made him even more anxious. One must know that now in the Ming Dynasty, there were many scholar candidates waiting to become officials, who wouldn't mind a major court cleanup at all. In fact, many would welcome such a scene. Your Arianegesty nowadays, the common people live in peace, and the salaries of officials are ample. They no longer need to live frugally as before, all thanks to your Arianegesty's great benevolence. After listening, Heston waved his hand and said, "Very well. Since everyone has enough, even with some surplus, I won't comment on this further. However, take a look at what this is about." Arianarchus saw Heston pointing to the secret report on the ground. Knowing it must be serious, he trembled as he picked it up to read. Upon glancing at it, he knew what had happened. Then, He passed the secret report to other cabinet ministers for their inspection. How does this feel? Or do you think they can behave recklessly because of their family's influence? Though Heston spoke calmly, Aryonarchus sensed an increasing murderous intent behind his words, reaching a level he hadn't seen before. People were still testing the limits, which was tantamount to courting death. At this moment, Aryonarchus and the others clearly understood the fate awaiting these individuals. Abusing power for personal gain. Wonderful. I never expected them to be so adept at this, even embezzling tax revenue. Excellent indeed. This matter is now in your hands, Chief Minister Liu. You will not disappoint me, will you? Heston's tone remained indifferent, yet to Aryonarchus, it felt like a sharp blade hanging over him. If he failed, it could mean the extermination of his entire family. Now, it was impossible to hide anything from the Emperor's eyes. Even if one managed to evade his scrutiny, they couldn't escape the Grand Aryonaster's supernatural abilities. It was only that the Grand Aryonaster hadn't chosen to intervene. Once he did, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter how ignorant, hope remains. True ignorance under the ruthless passage of time is difficult to achieve, incomparable to anything, and no one knows what might happen. I shall obey your Aryonajesty's command. Go ahead. I want to see your response. Aryonarchus led the cabinet away, and the journey was silent. Gentlemen, you should understand the gravity of the situation. If we fail, everyone will be implicated. Yes, we understand. We will not show any leniency. I don't want to make things difficult for you, but this cannot be ignored. These people have gone too far, completely forgetting where their grace comes from. Let the laws of the Ming teach them. Aryonarchus realized this was a catastrophe, one whose magnitude was hard to fathom for those involved. Soon, the wind of change began blowing, growing stronger by the day, unstoppable. Every official who misbehaved due to overseas trade was arrested without hesitation, swiftly and forcefully. Initially, the issue was simple. Some merchant caravans couldn't compete against others. But the real problem arose because their competitors had officials backing them. Thus, they acted together maliciously. At first, these officials didn't want to get involved, but they were given too much. Although they were no longer lacking, their greed took over, turning them into parasites. Helping their relatives suppress self-made merchants left many in dire straits. At first, the court's main focus was on the peasants. This was an absolute priority. They could not afford to let this group down, so the merchants were somewhat neglected. Until some of the brocade guard investigated this matter, or rather, discovered that commercial taxes were actually decreasing. This made some customs officials puzzled, as the quantity was clearly more than last year. How could the tax revenue decrease? Moreover, the year was almost over, with only a few months left. If any irregularities were detected from their end, it would spell disaster for them. The principle of, let my fellow Taoist brother die, but not me, had long been deeply ingrained in their minds. They then noticed this issue, and reported it urgently. The brocade guard needed solid evidence. Otherwise, it would undermine the emperor's authority. After all, with the national master watching over, they did not dare to act rashly. Thus, they conducted many secret investigations and finally found the evidence. Aryanity of the merchants who had been suppressed had become beggars, their properties seized. It was indeed more brutal than ever. Although Heston did not favor merchants, he still accepted those who operated legally and continuously paid taxes to the Great Ming. After all, they were all subjects of the Great Ming. But now, his money, even the treasury's funds, was diminishing. If the treasury's funds decreased, the emperor's private funds would have to be used, which indirectly put the emperor in a difficult position. This situation could not be tolerated. If it were unknown, it might have been acceptable, but now it certainly wasn't. The matter must be thoroughly investigated without any omissions. Otherwise, the consequences could be imagined, and there could be no leniency whatsoever. All this was for money and support. It wasn't hard to believe. Good things should not be overlooked. Subsequent actions would make everything more perfect, and the remaining issues would become apparent. The court could not allow these people to damage the Great Ming's tax revenue, especially seeing the annual tax revenue increasing by hundreds of millions each year. It couldn't be tolerated at all. Absolutely not allowed. That was the country's money, the emperor's money. Wanting to take money from the emperor's pocket was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 259, taking the opposite approach. At the same time, an operation targeting officials related to overseas trade began. Corrupt officials, having become insatiably greedy, were already beyond redemption. There was nothing much that could be said about them. One by one, they were arrested due to conclusive evidence, a scene that was both thrilling and terrifying. It should be known that ever since Abner Ajax took office, Heston had not carried out large-scale promotions of officials. Officials received sufficient salaries, leading a very comfortable life without needing to live in straitened circumstances anymore. After all, just the New Year's favors brought in quite a lot of benefits, coupled with previous salary increases. Life was no longer as arduous as before. It could even be considered quite good. Yet, greed still knew no bounds. Perhaps lower-ranking officials could be understood. They did not receive substantial raises but had fewer people to support, so it was enough for their needs. But were the raises insufficient for higher-ranking officials? This was clearly inappropriate. It showed that these actions were indeed wrong. In summary, the current situation required time and attention, leaving no room for carelessness or underestimation. Look, problems have still arisen now. These officials continue to satisfy their greed, trying hard to amass wealth. This might be due to family situations or perhaps because of collusive intentions, but escaping responsibility is impossible. It is their duty to do their job well. Once trouble appears, it becomes genuine trouble. Now that the crisis has erupted, can it be hidden? No, it cannot be hidden. Arrests are being made everywhere. Nowadays, the Great Ming does not lack people but lacks labor force. As long as people from the Great Ming work, wages must be paid. Forced labor is no longer possible, so if free labor is desired, there are only a few limited avenues available. One such avenue involves criminals. While death penalties can be pardoned, punishments cannot be escaped. This, too, is a way out. For significant quantities of free labor, mines come into play. Once sent there, death may be meaningless, often becoming the final destination for those sentenced to death. As for whether others are mixed in, it cannot be fully explained. After all, some personal motives exist even if the emperor cannot manage it all. Officials protecting each other mean it's not entirely avoidable. The elimination of corruption is unattainable. Therefore, at any time, it will not disappear, but merely lessen. If harm doesn't escalate, it is not a big issue, especially when penalties are severe. Authorities turn a blind eye, considering all offenders have different degrees of guilt flashing in officials' eyes, except for capital offenders who may live, but none can plead for them until they work themselves to death. This sole exception shows exceptional grace. If someone intervenes, mercy will not be shown towards them. Given personal involvement directly overseen by the emperor, how can it be treated equally? Different treatment requires discretion. Those unaware of boundaries face certain death, with no one to blame but themselves. Heston did not say much about this, although he remained somewhat dissatisfied, but managed to calm down the situation as much as possible. Ajax was also aware of the matter. It was inevitable, yet he did not interfere because these officials were too greedy, lacking restraint. Their actions harmed their families and were understandable up to a point. Davidson, do you think we've been too harsh? In the Imperial Garden, Heston invited Ajax to sit down and discuss this matter. Ajax shook his head and said, "Greed makes a man try to swallow an elephant whole. They only have themselves to blame." Upon hearing this, Heston felt delighted, surprised that his nephew agreed with him. With this attitude, I am very pleased. Being pleased excited Heston even more, especially with the Great Ming growing stronger and expanding its territory. Ajax observed and suggested, Davidson, given this, we should take the opposite approach. Heston paused, puzzled. Take the opposite approach? Ajax smiled, Davidson, don't forget, money is a powerful motivator. Although it fuels greed, many have resisted temptation. Shouldn't we reward them? Heston was taken aback, contemplating this idea. Indeed, some resisted, which was true. Indeed, they should be rewarded, but I'm unsure how. Ajax smiled again. It's been a while since salaries were raised, Davidson. Realization dawned on Heston, understanding the meaning of taking the opposite approach. Adding to the fact that in previous years, choices were made to bestow favors, which were good but not fixed, many people were also worried about whether these favors might be reduced. If this year there's another salary increase, such an unusual move would show that the Great Ming still values them greatly. This much can be seen from this approach. This is indeed a good method. It can stabilize morale while also demonstrating the increased income of these officials, creating a striking contrast. Ajax smiled and nodded. Exactly, Davidson. This is the true intention and a necessary cause. Who can deny its effectiveness? Naturally, there's no need for explanation. They are intelligent people and will understand your benevolence without it being spelled out. Heston understood and grasped the significance. Even if they seem different, who can deny their real abilities? Who could let go of what they cannot relinquish? That's impossible. We've got it. We'll do as you suggest. This method is truly excellent, quite good, and can handle these problems well, leaving no room for misunderstanding the situation. All these matters can be deliberated upon and questioned to prevent any issues from arising. Otherwise, it would be difficult to manage. Good things should be handled properly, without any regret, ensuring peace and tranquility continue afterward. Officials who are anxious at year-end should feel reassured. The art of managing people isn't easy. Heston didn't think too much about this. Time was his domain, and wherever suitable, that was where peace lay. It was enough. Who could deny the thoughts between each other, or what changes everything might bring? Officials must remain vigilant and receive warnings. Of course, necessary tasks must be done well to avoid unexpected events. Once something unexpected happens, there can be no doubt. Everything should be thoroughly addressed to ensure no significant issues arise. All problems should be resolved here. There's nothing more to explain. Just work hard. It's that simple. Chapter 260. The importance of tax receipts. Indeed, this caused endless waves among the common folk. The imperial court actually started to protect the interests of merchants, an unprecedented event in history, leading to the arrest of many officials for this cause. Though these cases still required review, once verified, part of the seized assets could be returned. Meanwhile, those living in real hardship could register with the relevant government offices and, based on their previous wealth records, receive a portion of their assets in advance. Indeed, this was the first time such measures were taken. Of course, many knew that even after trials, it would be impossible to recover everything. Various procedures took time, and there were also considerations of how things were handled at the time, making it difficult to determine true financial status accurately. After all, verification needed to be possible, not just based on claims. For example, properties could be verified and returned first. If they had been sold, compensation could be provided. These matters were straightforward. Other forms of floating wealth were much more complicated, as the exact amounts could not simply be left to individual declarations, which would clearly be unreasonable. Thus, only appropriate compensation was possible. But for many merchants who had fallen into trouble because of this, it was an unimaginable relief. What? Really? Really, Brother Zhang, you should hurry to register with the government office. It's posted on the Imperial Notice Board. I heard it was initiated by the National Arianaster. If it's spoken by the National Arianaster, then it must be true. I'll go right away. Can you watch over my children for me? Sure, hurry back. Such reactions were widespread, with long queues forming outside many government offices, especially along the coast. These areas engaged in overseas trade and were naturally hit hardest. Once verification was confirmed, the government would immediately issue property deeds and some emergency silver coins. This mainly targeted local residents, as neighbors were familiar with each other, making verification simpler. The challenge lay with those from other regions who did business here, already facing difficulties, now compounded by additional administrative burdens. Ensuring proper handling required significant effort. Ultimately, a guarantee system was implemented. If someone gave false testimony for financial gain and was caught, they faced collective punishment. This was standard practice, even in later times. Guarantees required sufficient credibility and substance. False testimony for money was criminal and would not be tolerated. These individuals would face severe penalties for deceiving the government, tarnishing the reputation of the court, and inviting no leniency. Thus, matters became easier to handle. After all, people were not foolish and would not risk crime by vouching for strangers. Life was good enough for them now. None would take unnecessary risks. So, the government could effectively manage these affairs. With the Ming Dynasty's authority growing, ordinary citizens felt immense pressure and naturally wouldn't act recklessly. As long as everything was manageable, there were no problems. Any changes were minor compared to deeper concerns, which remained hidden within hearts. Regardless, events proceeded smoothly, and the people praised the national Arianaster without end. After all, hope was given to those who had lost everything. Who wouldn't want that? This was the answer to all answers. Whatever the matter, as long as one had the capability, preparation was the key. There was nothing impossible when one was prepared and capable. Regaining their homes made the merchants even happier. They weren't fools. Without the court's thorough investigation this time, they might never have had the chance to turn things around. Tax receipts were crucial. They proved taxes were paid. Without them, any arguments about unpaid or evaded taxes were futile. The first thing the government checked was these receipts. Though they didn't hold them, the Ming Customs Office had records. Verification was simple. If a record existed, it meant payment. If not, it was regrettable, but they would have to return empty-handed. Not being arrested was already a form of leniency. Who could blame them for wanting more profit, unknowingly blocking their own path? Merchants who regained their property deeds felt even more grateful for having paid taxes honestly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had a share. Don't think about taking shortcuts in the future. Not every situation will be this smooth. Indeed, if it weren't for National Arianaster Ajax's word, dreaming of reclaiming this estate would be out of the question. It would be impossible. And paying taxes was the guarantee. Without it, no one in their right mind would believe you. You'd be lucky not to get charged with tax evasion. Once caught, you'd definitely be out of luck. After this incident, merchants in the Ming Dynasty followed proper channels. With the proof from the Ming Customs Office, they had a good chance of a fresh start, as long as they were alive and the court uncovered the truth. This method offered opportunities, so it was wise. Trusting the court, though reluctantly, was already a good solution compared to having no hope before. There was no denying its benefits. No explanation was needed. People truly understood the difference. Believing in all of this required no words. It further paved the way for legitimate business operations. National Arianaster Ajax became even more revered among many merchants. He saved them all. How could they not be grateful? As for the officials, it was a significant shakeup, sending ripples through many hearts. Although it mostly affected those in coastal areas involved in overseas trade, the hardest hit zones, it did not lessen the worries in other regions. This outcome was understandable. No one wanted it, but it was inevitable. This was the answer. Opposing the court led to a dead end. The court had already provided numerous benefits. To still be insatiable was beyond words. These concerns were what no one wanted to experience. Those implicated should reflect deeply on whether to continue down this path or turn back. After all, everyone has selfish desires, which can't be eliminated. If minor, it wouldn't affect the normal functioning of the Ming region, and the court wouldn't focus much on it. But going too far would lead to disaster. Therefore, controlling oneself was most important. The Ming law set clear boundaries. Staying within limits was enough. Chapter 261. A huge corruption case, the youth preservation pill. As the corruption cases were investigated, the findings were truly shocking. Grandmaster Chun. The amount of wealth involved is astonishing. Hamza was reviewing the summary of the seized assets and could not help but be utterly astonished by what he saw. Ajax, after taking over the documents, also understood why Hamza was so amazed. These corrupt officials had indeed accumulated an extraordinary amount of wealth, 10 billion taels of silver in cash alone, along with various other valuables such as jewelry and gold, which weren't listed in this ledger but presumably on another one. Indeed, when Hamza obtained the second ledger, his eyes widened in shock again. The gold amounts to 100 million taels, Grandmaster Chun. It was astounding, truly astounding. Combined, the value of the gold and silver amounted to 20 billion taels of silver, given the current ratio between gold and silver was 10-1. Ajax couldn't help but frown. It was indeed an enormous sum. Too much? Have we deducted the amounts that need to be returned? Hamza nodded. Yes, this is the latest account. Some of these assets have no rightful claimants or lack supporting evidence, making the overall figure even more staggering. After all, there were also immovable properties that could not be easily quantified. Ajax consulted Heston and decided to hand over these properties to local authorities for processing, effectively distributing additional income among them. Everyone within the court was happy to receive this benefit, provided they handled their affairs properly. Mistakes would be fatal. Handling the victims' matters first, the surplus was left to be managed by themselves. If things were mishandled, enjoying any benefits would be out of the question. Thus, this significant event came to an end amidst a flurry of activity, reaching the close of Hongwu Year 11. A new year seemed just around the corner. This past year had seen its share of both frustrations and joys. Not everything went perfectly, but it had been transformative nonetheless. Wherever there was something pleasing, changes followed, bringing unexpected surprises. Such accomplishments could not be ignored. Reaching this level of power and influence brought about undeniable differences. Everything rested on strength. Nothing was impossible with the right capabilities. Heston also felt the years pass quickly. Time flies, and another year was about to end. Yet Ajax's appearance remained unchanged, even after 8 years of acquaintance. This made Heston envious, but he didn't press the issue, knowing it was within reach. Seeing how his sister transformed into a youthful beauty after taking the youth preservation pill was indeed remarkable. He considered trying it himself, but ultimately decided against it, maintaining his imperial dignity. After all, miracles only happen under specific conditions. Achievements require effort, and if one lacked the necessary capability, it would be futile. The secrets behind success are often found in smooth progress. Nothing is impossible when things go well. There's no need to explain everything thoroughly. Being satisfied inwardly is enough. Complete satisfaction is hard to come by. It's far too difficult. Despite the challenges, it can be understood. Whether or not goals are achieved depends on the situation. Achieving this much already seems miraculous. With this kind of strength, who would want to give up on a promising future? Officials across the country continued to do practical work without much distraction, as most were focused on accumulating wealth. Few indulged in idleness, creating a social atmosphere that fostered substantial economic interests. However, engaging in overseas trade carried risks, especially from pirates and natural disasters. Although Ming Dynasty ships were technologically advanced, they could still meet disaster in the face of overwhelming natural forces. Natural calamities vary widely, and even modern technology cannot fully protect against them. In nature, absolute safety remains elusive, only relative security is achievable. Therefore, many ships chose coastal routes for relative safety while remaining cautious of hidden reefs, a principle applicable anywhere. The Ming-controlled seas were vast, but they did not extend to the Indian Ocean, where they ceased expansion. In maintaining the current situation, it's not hard to see the significance behind it, which further facilitates the matter. Avoiding important matters can prevent additional pressure, as complications would be undesirable. With such capabilities, one feels an unreal sensation. Whether good or bad, they are difficult to put into practice and cannot be confided in others. As long as it doesn't lead to unexpected troubles, other aspects are insignificant. Kesha also took the youth preservation pill and would remain in her most beautiful moments for life. This brought Kesha immense joy deep down. Even though she could not always stay by his side, living in her best appearance throughout her life was the happiest time for her, leaving no room for discontent. Happiness in her heart is what everyone wishes to retain. Speaking of their child, Evander had just celebrated his first birthday and became even more mischievous. Sometimes he would leave both parents speechless, indeed with no way to deal with him. After all, reality brings helplessness, and there's no good method to handle a naughty child. A playful child is quite normal. But many things can't be reasoned out, and reasoning with a child is like playing music to a cow. They have weak values about themselves and the world, let alone understanding right from wrong and how to act properly. Therefore, having absolute capability is crucial to do things well. Between truth and falsehood, everything is unpredictable, yet one can gain meaningful moments without words. Not everyone can achieve this. The Ming Dynasty made progress this year. Most people lived diligently under the efforts of prosperity and peace, a rarity that left a clear understanding in everyone's heart. Who can deny this expectation? Laughs and joys accompanied the passing year. Time wasted cannot be retraced, making people realize time waits for no one. Ajax understood this better than anyone else, so he hurriedly refined the youth preservation pill. This was his heartfelt wish, satisfying everyone. Chapter 262. Supplementing the year's added salary. On the second to last day of the year, Heston saw all the results of this major corruption case. Except for those victims whose original owners could not be found, the case was basically concluded. As for those who had died, there was nothing much the court could do. For those who had gone missing, their cases were temporarily recorded and could be dealt with later. In any case, there were still many pressing matters at hand, so time must not be wasted. Goodness, what a big case this is. Just in terms of wealth alone, 20 billion taels. That's unimaginable. They were indeed wealthy, but they didn't know when to stop. They even went on to persecute so many innocent people. Heston put down the ledger and then asked, how much has been returned to the rightful owners? Hamza said, most of the property and some of the money that can be verified have been returned locally. But because some officials had dirty hands from the start, we can't determine the exact amount. So we rely on the taxes they paid to provide compensation. The total has already exceeded 500 million taels of silver. What? That much? Heston was taken aback. Hamza nodded and said, yes, this has accumulated since the opening of the customs. Heston grew even more angry, not because of the overseas trade, but because these officials and their families were never satisfied. But he really couldn't do anything about it. It was a matter of how well he could handle the situation. Hamza then said, Your Area Majesty, all the money has been sent to the treasury, and as for the jewelry, it has been delivered to Your Area Majesty's private vault. At first, Heston frowned, but upon hearing the latter part, his frown relaxed, clearly understanding the intention behind it. Good. You can handle the rest. I'm quite satisfied. After all, while the corrupt officials' money might not sound good if spoken aloud, their jewels were fair game. Hamza breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the emperor hadn't said anything more. He felt relieved and hopeful, looking forward to everything being in order. The Grand Aryan Master was indeed wise, making everything seem reasonable. By the way, Minister Yang, there's one more thing. Prepare for it. There haven't been salary increases for officials for years now. After some thought, I believe it's time to raise their pay. We shouldn't let a few unproductive individuals ruin it for everyone. What do you think is appropriate? Hamza's heart skipped a beat. Aryan matters like these were usually decided by the emperor alone. Why was he consulting him? Something was off. Your Aryan Majesty, please decide this matter as you see fit. He dared not interfere. He wasn't the Grand Aryan Master and had no such ability, so it was best not to meddle. Unusually, Heston waved his hand and said, just say what you think. I won't blame you. Hamza hesitantly suggested in a low voice. What about seeking the Grand Aryan Master's opinion? Heston waved his hand again. Speak your mind. You manage the Empire's finances. How are the consumption levels and prices today? This will help us adjust the official salaries accordingly. Hamza heard the Emperor insist on this repeatedly and knew he meant it. He pondered for a moment and then said, Your Aryan Majesty, our empire is gradually becoming richer. Based on my knowledge, common people now have more surplus funds. Officials shouldn't lag behind them, right? Heston nodded in agreement, gradually accepting this logic because it was true. Based on this estimate, a 9th rank official should get an increase of 10 dan of grain, which is equivalent to 5 taels of silver. This would ensure most officials' needs are met better. Hearing this, Heston said, Is this increase too much? Can the treasury handle it? Hamza directly responded, Your Aryan Majesty, this year's tax revenue has more than doubled compared to Hongwu Year 8, reaching over 13 billion taels of silver. If you find this too much, we can reduce it by half. Upon hearing this, Heston felt uneasy. This would make him look petty. So he immediately replied, increase the base salary to 10 dan. From there, add 20 dan for a 9th rank official, 30 dan for an 8th rank official, 40 dan for a 7th rank official, and so forth. Understood? Hamza understood immediately. This arrangement was reasonable and not too little. Yes, your area majesty, I understand. Good. Let's proceed this way. Satisfied, Heston added, also, don't forget this year's rewards. Let's cover this year's salary retroactively, starting from Hongwu year 11. Hamza paused, then hurriedly said, yes, your area majesty, I understand. In reality, for high-ranking officials, there was a reduction in favors, while for low-ranking officials, there was an increase. However, to Heston, it was just a matter of speaking, nothing special about it. This was already quite significant, and everyone needed to understand the sensitivity involved. Fixed salaries and favors were not the same. After all, doing something significant like this, even without considering the salary, just the rewards could be tens of thousands of taels of gold. It would take years of salary to match that. So, no need to worry. One should focus on doing their own job well. Indeed, during the last court session of the year, Eunuch Morgan announced this matter. This sent ripples through many court ministers. Arianani high-ranking officials calculated that this was less beneficial than previous favors, but they couldn't say anything. After all, this was a great benefit for the lower-ranking officials. So, they had to be content. Doing good work didn't necessarily make people happy. There was a balance to be struck. This point was real, a subtle realization. Believing in the intentions behind it, if one wanted to achieve it, they had to do it thoroughly. If they couldn't achieve it, no one could. There was nothing to deny in this aspect. Ajax listened without much concern. He knew in his heart, so naturally, he had no significant reaction. After all, he now had so much money that the annual dividends were massive. He wouldn't worry about money at all. To be honest, he really didn't know how much money he had. So, every year's raise, he was one of the most indifferent ones, with no change in expression. Compared to his wealth, it was truly insignificant. He was simply too rich. This matter was known by everyone in the court, envied deeply, but not enviable by others. After all, such facts were hard to express, an inevitable rule. Wanting to know about it wasn't a simple thing, and what unexpected things might happen in the future, who could say? Chapter 263, More Efforts Needed in the West. Why did we get 10 more stones of grain? This is according to the new decree from the court. His Area Majesty said that 10 more stones would be added this year, but since it should have counted for last year too, they are being added now, hence the extra amount. I see, thank you then. Arianani lower-ranking officials understood that the emperor had once again increased their salaries and grasped the overall situation. This caused little envy because low-ranking officials simply didn't have many options. However, things weren't as unfair as before, as a reasonable increase was being implemented. This could be understood. The new year brought new benefits. All understood the intention behind these actions. This kind of supplementary distribution was indeed unprecedented, which left everyone surprised. But it would be a better year now, and everyone was happy and prepared to celebrate the new year with peace of mind. Since there were obvious benefits, no one had any complaints. As long as things improved, people felt a sense of change and gained deeper understanding, believing that the issues were manageable. From bottom to top, the levels of happiness varied. Some were overjoyed, some indifferent, but what could be done? It was all due to the emperor's grace. They never received so much in the past, already considering it an act of mercy. They also felt free to use this money and grain without suspicion. Human hearts are hard to fathom, but if things go smoothly, that's the best outcome. There was no need for excessive questioning when they could personally experience the benefits. Benefits always come with skills. If you could achieve, you'd also receive corresponding rank and salary. If not, you'd remain stagnant. After all, in this country where officialdom was supreme, everything aimed at becoming an official. Failing in this regard could be fatal. Whether rain or thunder, both were blessings from heaven that they must accept. Both Heston and Ajax understood this well. This stability would allow them to enjoy the rewards of time, making life even better. On this point, no one had more to say. Genuine joy was understandable and evident. Congratulations on gaining 3,990,000 merit points this year. You have achieved a minor realm breakthrough and obtained the abilities 6 hexagrams, foreknowledge, and stirring the sea. Ajax sighed in relief upon hearing the system's voice. Finally, he achieved a realm breakthrough to mid-stage Yuan Ing. Next, he needed to focus more on cultivation. With surplus merit points, he could add more essence pill to accelerate his cultivation. He believed this would enhance his progress. There was no doubt about this, naturally leading to greater prowess. He felt a significant change in his heart. Ultimately, it provided a tangible opportunity to improve his strength, which carried immense significance. The benefits were visible and tangible, pushing his capabilities further. How had his strength increased? Initially, he thought the project could be completed last year, but it didn't finish. So, this year would require even more effort. However, thinking about the remaining work, it wasn't easy, despite some improvement in his strength. It wasn't a major breakthrough, so detailed planning was essential. Although last year's failure hadn't resulted in criticism, he knew the pressure was considerable. After all, the northern citizens were waiting. But deciding this couldn't happen overnight, especially while considering ecological impacts. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe, which he didn't want to bear. Therefore, it was better to proceed slowly. Misunderstanding from others was their issue, not his. Even Emperor Heston didn't press him, instead issuing decrees to excavate canals in the north, with daily wages covered by the court. With such support, no one could complain. After all, the court was fully backing the efforts. Without the Grandmaster, there would be no opportunity at all. Can it be connected this year? We don't know yet, but the court has issued a decree to dig channels and expand riverbanks. Although we're not sure of the exact timeline, it shouldn't take too long. We've heard rumors of rumbling in the mountains. Really? Yes, it's true, very impressive. And the sound is quite terrifying indeed. So, there's a good chance it will be connected this year? That depends on the situation in the mountains. This area is heavily mountainous, with countless peaks and obstacles. Without the Grandmaster's supernatural abilities, it would be impossible. You're right. Relying on ordinary people like us, even getting through one mountain would be incredibly difficult. Our generation might not see the completion, given that we only have our hands to work with. Even with the gunpowder from the army, it would still be very difficult, and there's a higher possibility of causing unintended damage. This was an extremely frustrating outcome. It wasn't something that could be easily resolved or ignored. Attempting to do so might lead to many negative consequences, ultimately achieving nothing. That was the answer. Therefore, being able to accomplish this was no small feat. The ability present here was truly remarkable, and in comparison, everything became understandable. Different capabilities showcase different skills. Our only option now is to trust the Grandmaster. Once this route is open, we won't lack water anymore. Absolutely, let's trust the Grandmaster. It will happen, and we'll witness that day soon, not too far away. This belief wasn't just about trust, it was also a joy. If it could be done, it would be perfect, and this could be seen clearly. For now, all they could do was wait. After all, it was very cold in the north, and they couldn't do much more. So, they could only wait silently. Ajax saw many peaks covered with snow, truly astonishing, without exaggeration. Perhaps some people were there, others unable to describe it, but indeed it brought immense joy, not easily managed. So much snow, but we still can't move for fear of triggering an avalanche. Ajax used his own power to stabilize it, then, according to the planned location, began to move this peak as a whole. Just moving 3 to 4 meters required considerable effort. Fortunately, he had advanced to a minor realm, which, although not significant, allowed him to move another mountain peak without issues. Conversely, during this work, refining pills became faster, with no side effects. This was the benefit provided by the system, truly remarkable. His desire, understandable, resonated deeply within him. The faster refinement improved his overall strength and foundation, each aspect a boon, providing visible support. No one needed to doubt these things anymore. Refining faster enhanced his inherent strength and potential, each improvement bringing good fortune and visible support, leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 264, The Western Route Project integrating water drainage, expansion, and scenery. Ajax stood in midair, observing the layout behind him. Although the overall plan was already set, the intricate details still needed fine-tuning to minimize any impact on the surrounding ecosystem, which was his initial intent. As for the outcome, it was already apparent and quite satisfactory. The winding traces had a significant effect on the surroundings, making it clear that these adjustments were not difficult to implement. Therefore, meticulous fine-tuning was necessary to achieve the most reasonable state. After all, he was a core formation realm expert, and if not for the thinning of the heavenly essence energy, things would not be this troublesome. This is indeed true. Restoring mana requires a large amount of heavenly essence energy. Given its current scarcity, rapid completion is unfeasible. Thus, he could only restore it bit by bit, and then continue working, repeating this process, which wasn't without its benefits. At the very least, his control over mana had significantly improved and refined, enhancing his combat capabilities. He believed he could better understand this improvement. Ultimately, with limited power, there's little more to say about true strength. Everything lies in the realm of hope. Seeing through without revealing, the answers are often simple. There's nothing that cannot be. As long as it's thoroughly completed, there's no shame in it. Let's take a break. This time went faster, indicating that my control has improved. He was satisfied with this progress. With effort, there were no significant issues, and the subsequent results were expected to be even more perfect, much to his delight. In summary, power is the key factor. Without power, everything else is superficial and impossible to speak of opportunities. Different opportunities stem from the pursuit of strength. There's nothing impossible. Wherever there's potential, there lies opportunity. A rare practice indeed. After resting for a while, he continued moving the mountains according to a specific pattern. To prevent excessive impact, he diverted the flow before rejoining it, ensuring the river became orderly and picturesque. This man-made wonder was indeed remarkable, leaving people in awe of its complexity and effectiveness. Unable to change too many things, he focused on transforming what belonged to him. The unpredictable changes reflected his extraordinary strength. Ultimately, the focus now was on achieving perfection, and altering the significance didn't yield much difference anymore. These influences would unfold in future generations. For now, they remained within his creation. The labor costs were certain. Changing anything was an inherent advantage, and the resulting impacts were evident. Any further stories were trivial. Building all this was indescribable. As for the rest, nothing was forbidden. Since these creations stemmed from Ajax's own mana, others couldn't comprehend them. Such a place left no room for concern, keeping thoughts suppressed in simplicity. Ajax could plan and arrange everything based on his mood, making the environment more elegant. Such planning was excellent. Understanding these arrangements posed no issues, facilitating better handling with no concerns at all. No need for extra questions. Changes were made to improve things. To do well, one must understand thoroughly. Otherwise, efforts are meaningless. This point was undeniable. There would always be interests involved, allowing for a simpler path. True effectiveness was hard to achieve since no one else could match him. After surveying the area from the air, Ajax began the next phase, continuously arranging according to his mental map. Good, let's proceed like this. It feels right. Satisfied with what he saw, he decided to proceed without objections, confident in the stability of his work. Changing his mindset into dreams required preparation. Seeking life's paths involved exposing strengths. He strived to create natural scenery, albeit as a side project. Redirecting water from the southern route to the western line was the primary task. However, setting the specific routes allowed for additional enhancements, preventing monotony. Boom, boom, boom. Spreading his mana, Ajax moved the surrounding peaks slowly to both sides, leaving the central mountain intact, forming a landscape similar to the Taiji diagram. With the water not flowing in yet, it was hard to see the full effect, but the central mountain range had been forcibly reshaped by him, becoming more aesthetically pleasing. Ajax nodded in approval and then proceeded contentedly. Such transformations were excellent, easing any concerns. At this early stage, it naturally held no significant meaning. He believed that anyone could see there were no issues. True powerhouses never wanted to miss out on such opportunities, making idle talk unnecessary. After all, who could match his ability to create such natural environments, which were already exquisitely beautiful, with at least 10 similar landscapes along the way? The causes were threefold: reducing water pressure, expanding water capacity, and creating more picturesque surroundings. Perhaps future generations would bring other innovations. Completing these steps ahead of time made changes easier and more efficient. He wasn't worried about the water volume. There was an abundance from the southern route. With this diversion, it would also significantly alleviate the flood situation in the south, as the Yangtze River itself faced considerable pressure. The western route project was gradually coming to an end. Although it took longer than expected, it was progressing rapidly. After all, he didn't need to worry about manpower. The key was smoothly addressing these challenges. Adjusting as needed to ensure peace and stability posed no significant issues. Understanding everything would make things more perfect. No one needed to doubt in this setting. It was simply the elegance of true strength. Changes of heart and route transitions required no worries. Finding more solutions would take them further. This point didn't require doubt. Tracing the river northward seemed winding, but it wasn't problematic. These differences were evident, perhaps visible in leisurely walks. All could be understood clearly before inner enlightenment, as everything in thought had changed. How could they remain the same? Ajax left several natural stone bridges suspended in midair, testing whether anyone had the courage to cross. Chapter 265. Pleasantly surprised Heston. Looking at the ancient suspension stone bridges, Ajax inspected them with satisfaction. These stone bridges were indeed very ancient. Since they were his doing, he could naturally ensure their durability and wear resistance. As for how long it would take before they deteriorated, who could say? Without external forces, they could last for 1,000 years or more. All these places had become exceptionally beautiful, transforming into scenery reminiscent of fairyland. Ajax was pleased with his masterpiece and scanned the surrounding terrain, which he now thoroughly understood. After dealing with today's affairs, he returned to Ingtian Prefecture but did not go back to his residence. Instead, he went to the Imperial Palace. Why, what a rare guest. Why did my nephew come to the palace today? Heston was curious, speculating about what matters might have brought him to the palace. Ajax smiled and said, Davidson, the western section is almost complete. The remaining part should not take more than half a month, at most a month, to finish this line. Hearing this, Heston was delighted. This was undoubtedly good news, and joy was justified regardless of any other considerations. It has been a long time working on it. If it isn't finished, there's no rush either, Ajax said with a smile tinged with helplessness. Previously, I underestimated the challenges. Later, we had to consider water discharge capacity and expansion. Additionally, aesthetics needed improvement, so we remodeled the landscape. Now, it looks much better. Heston immediately understood that Ajax had addressed all three issues, explaining why it took longer than expected. This resulted in an extraordinary scenic area. Such accomplishments were truly remarkable and beyond dispute, serving as a worthy example. If one wanted to achieve something substantial, effort and ability were essential. Only by mastering such realities could true excellence be attained. Accomplishing the impossible required developing personal capabilities. Ajax aimed to do things to the best of his ability, avoiding unexpected setbacks. It was evident that achieving results without facing challenges was simply absurd and required no pressure. As long as it was undeniable, it was the best realization possible. True value was always perfectly concentrated in this way. Although Heston had not seen it himself, he believed Ajax's character and discernment ensured its quality. When the time came, he could personally tour the area to appreciate Ajax's work. So, we can look forward to seeing your creation when the time comes. Yes, of course. Once the canal is fully connected, it should only take a short while longer, Ajax replied confidently, his joy contagious. Heston also felt curious, wondering how splendid the scenery must be, making him eager to see it firsthand. But since it wasn't fully completed yet, he had to wait a bit longer. Oh, you didn't just come here to talk about this, right? Of course not, Davidson. How is the northern canal progressing? Once it's connected, the volume of water will be significant. Insufficient canal dimensions might lead to adverse effects, so depth, width, and length need careful consideration. Heston agreed. Although efforts were ongoing in the north, he was zealous about the subsequent conditions. Rest assured, you focus on arranging your own canal route. For the northern canal, I will assign personnel. The location remains unchanged, right? Ajax nodded. Yes, it's still at the original site. Satisfied, Heston nodded, recognizing that this was the best approach without complicating matters at the source. Fine, tomorrow I'll issue an edict to have people inspect the width, depth, and length of these canals. If they're insufficient, we'll expedite further excavation. Ajax found nothing surprising about this decision and appreciated the clarity. Well then, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Heston waved his hand, letting him return to rest. He recognized the challenges faced in completing this project. Anyone could imagine the difficulties involved in such massive construction. With the project largely completed, he felt much relieved knowing that addressing potential issues smoothly would resolve any major problems, and the benefits would be evident. Excellence in execution demonstrated true capability. While influence was achievable, excessive expectations were unnecessary. Clear understanding sufficed to attain desired outcomes. To develop true skill required sufficient capability. Deep insight revealed intentions that were otherwise inscrutable. Sis, our nephew seems to have made the western section very beautiful. Really? Paulette was also curious. What level of beauty could it be? We don't know yet. We need to see it in person. By the way, once he finishes the riverbank, we can go upstream and then enter to take a look. Then we'll know. Emperor Heston said happily. At that time, they could go for a visit. It had been a long time since they went out. The last time was when he saw off his 3 sons. Paulette also understood what he meant and directly said, "Okay, when the time comes, we will go and see. That would be nice. It will bring some changes, and there will be new scenery to enjoy." Both were very curious about how amazing his abilities were. Although they felt it in reality, such a massive impact was indeed very impressive, not an easy feat to achieve. The Emperor felt this way, and many others felt the same. Especially in the north, the rumbling sound of mountains moving was getting closer, and sometimes it seemed as if the mountains were really moving, though it was zekier whether it was real or not. This matter of concern became more evident. Simpler things needed more support capabilities. Believe it or not, it wouldn't be much of an issue. Real changes could transform matters of concern into dreams that could be realized. It was something that couldn't be distinguished by different treatment. In summary, the significance in reality and different understandings meant that without relative changes in scenery, a good understanding project could still be anticipated. Such close movements were foreseen by the people in the north. This passage was about to be completed, and their subconscious expectations were growing, making them even more confident. After all, some delays were understandable. With such a complex route, it wasn't absolutely predictable, so preparations needed further work. This was the best reality. Chapter 266, the final step arrangement. Different values equate to different levels of capability enhancement, and whether or not it can be achieved depends on everyone's ability. The imperial edict was quickly conveyed to the western region of the north, and they knew how to proceed accordingly. Within a month at the latest, this line would be connected, ensuring that the western part of the north would no longer lack water. Now, it remains to see if their canal system can withstand the flow. What? Only 1 month, at most? Alright, we understand. Everyone will certainly work hard. This is such an important matter. There cannot be the slightest carelessness. It's not just about one person. It concerns the entire north, so there must be no room for error. Therefore, in the coming month, not only should all previously constructed canals be inspected for their width, depth, and length, but any substandard sections must be redone. The court will cover labor costs, and this must be done well. Otherwise, turning something good into bad would blame whom? So everyone worked diligently, preferring to exceed standards rather than cut corners. They aimed to make the canals wider, deeper, and longer, thus ensuring the water could adequately reach various parts of the north. Naturally, existing waterways also needed to be utilized. Dredging mud and increasing depth would allow more waterways to carry water, speeding up the process. Canals generally had to be over 5 meters deep, with main routes exceeding 10 meters, even deeper in some cases. As for width and length, it varied by area and quantity, but preparations were made based on significance, which made sense and didn't cause much impact. Everyone became extremely enthusiastic, and even the cold winter couldn't dampen their fiery resolve. Government offices worked intensely without any mistakes, knowing full well they'd be held accountable for any failures. What needed to be done was clear and required no further questioning. Everyone sincerely looked forward to it. Efforts progressed as individuals demonstrated their capabilities. Unforeseen changes were inevitable, but having a general timeline allowed everyone to foresee outcomes. All were working diligently, knowing that this effort would lead to better lives in the future. Who wouldn't want that? This was indeed a joyous prospect. Skill and ability couldn't be ignored. If someone could achieve it, then nothing else mattered. In fact, everything seemed feasible and almost perfect, providing undeniable benefits. Nothing extraordinary was expected, just simple execution. Understanding or other factors were unavoidable. However, achieving excellence wasn't easy, and thorough preparation was necessary to prevent mishaps. After all, creating such a significant channel wasn't taken lightly, and many still harbored concerns. But those who underestimated his abilities clearly did not know him well. Those who did wouldn't share these doubts. At this stage, it was about demonstrating true capability, a moment that could reverse fortunes. There was no need for doubt. From preparations to capability, it was evident what miracles lay ahead, uncontestable facts. Almost there, everyone, just a little more effort. Listen, the sound is getting closer. Yes, indeed, it's getting closer. For us, it means great anticipation. These worries gradually faded, replaced by eagerness for the day to come. Boom, boom, boom. The sound grew louder and more intense. None dared slack off, as any delay might hinder progress. This was unforgivable for them. Thus, more people pushed themselves harder, striving to complete the task as soon as possible. Achieving this step was critical. Such accomplishments brought immense joy and absolute precision. Perfection was the goal. A formidable entity, rooted in confidence and achievement, required no explanation. Just friction of power sufficed. Simplicity ensured the subsequent influence was self-evident. Reality demanded its own investment, suppressing all inner hesitations. Predictably, fewer problems meant fewer questions. Factoring in all considerations, greater clarity emerged. With each sound growing nearer, the distance shortened until reaching the final few peaks. Time was of the essence. Ajax was also a man who understood the situation. For the final stretch of the journey, better connections were needed to ensure no dangers arose. It was also necessary to observe the rationality under these circumstances, as the scenery and the environment should not be wasted. This could not have any unexpected events. In summary, the current changes were all prepared in advance, saving a lot of effort. A very significant advantage that required no worry at all. To achieve the best results, one must be fully prepared with solid capabilities from start to finish for a better future. Simple strength and clarity. The meaning of everything cannot be stripped away. Such transformations, how much could anyone really expect? The present situation was a heart-wrenching conclusion, leaving no room for extra thoughts, already making people's minds clear. All importance belonged to the past. Nothing was forbidden. Since this step was completed well, it made things even more perfect. Ajax often observed how to finish the final step so it could be more beautiful, without being too abrupt. After careful consideration, he observed the terrain trends and suddenly had an idea, and then he acted on it. To ensure the smooth flow of rivers in the north, the water divided into 2 streams, forming surface channels like windows. Then, reversing the current upward created a spectacular waterfall-like scene. Such a sight typically only occurred when the Yangtze River had extremely high water levels, happening only a few times a year. Boats could not pass, but the water could. Though it seemed to cut off one side, it ensured some key points for safety. At the same time, by integrating with underground rivers, it obscured the river's direction, further ensuring the safety of the waterways, guaranteeing stable water delivery to the north. One could say the system involved both visible and hidden channels. For the last large mountain, he also planned to utilize it, forming a huge slope, with the entire mountain base intertwined with underground rivers, creating an intricate network. There were also numerous channels within the mountain, mainly in the surface layer. Chapter 267. Splitting the mountain to form the heaven-reaching gorge. At this stage, Ajax naturally wasn't as worried anymore. First, he completed the intertwining network on the ground and underground, ensuring there were no problems. It was a large yet scattered small passage, not very wide but just right for one person, with countless large and small caves. This business naturally drew attention from many people in the north. Hey, look, something has changed here. Indeed, mysterious caves have appeared, many of them, really so many. Yeah, there are indeed many, but they don't allow people to approach. Is it going to be open soon? Don't know, but probably. But why create so many caves? Why not just move the mountain completely? Not possible. In that case, how would the river pass through? Don't know. Arianabe the river is elsewhere? Soon, this news spread to the local authorities. The officials quickly realized that this could be problematic. If the river couldn't pass through here, even with water, goods would have to be transported by land. Now with a river route, there was a better option. Thus, one by one, officials sent memorials to Heston. Heston was puzzled and curious. This situation would indeed have a significant impact, and it didn't seem quite right. So, on the same day, he summoned Ajax back to the palace. Davidson, what's the matter? Ajax asked curiously, as he usually wouldn't interfere in his affairs. Heston looked at him and picked up the memorial, saying, Camden, what are you doing on the last part of the mountain? You're not planning to fully connect it, right? Upon hearing this, Ajax understood his concern and nodded. Yes, this is to protect the river channel. I'm afraid someone might do something harmful, so I didn't plan to fully connect it. Since we need to transport water through the mountain, along with the underground river, it can ensure the safety of the river. After listening, Heston understood his concern but still said, but the northern region still needs this river. Given the limited transportation options in the north, if this can serve as an alternative route, it will function much better. This way, it could also maximize economic benefits. Ajax realized, you're right. I only considered safety issues. Fine, I'll fully connect it. As for future generations, it's up to their own efforts. I'll do it within the next couple of days. Good, proceed as planned. Seeing that Ajax listened to reason, Heston was very pleased. It meant not ignoring the needs of the people. Ajax returned and reflected. He had been too perfectionistic. Considering the bigger picture, he decided to act to avoid further complications. The next day, Ajax appeared above the final section of the mountain. After observing carefully, he immediately started splitting the mountain. A flash from his treasured weapon echoed loudly across the sky and earth. Boom, boom. Huge sword chi unfolded, slicing the central mountain into two halves. Arianani people far away saw this. A previously intact mountain split into two halves with a single invisible sword strike, and after several more strikes, the passage fully connected the northern entrance. This entrance was roughly 20 meters wide, forming the heaven-reaching gorge. After the dust settled, Ajax reappeared in the air, inspecting the trends of the gorge and the flow of the river. After confirming there were no minor issues left, he didn't stay long and turned around, heading south. Of course, the passage wouldn't open today. Everyone needed time to prepare. There was also the risk of unexpected flooding. Wow, he's a god, absolutely. You're talking nonsense. That's the Imperial Preceptor, our great Ming Preceptor, finally completing the heaven-reaching gorge. Indeed, such a feat is beyond imagination. Truly impressive. With this example, everyone understood the greatness of it all. Such achievements were invaluable. This is truly remarkable. Look, what a vast heaven-reaching gorge. Yes, looking out, it seems endless. Fantastic, indeed worthy of the Imperial Preceptor's prowess, truly powerful. Everyone was deeply impressed, acknowledging the significance of the achievement. Such skill was no small matter. Once it had an impact, it would be significant, requiring no further thought. Indeed, a profound transformation. This was truly remarkable, the might of the Imperial Preceptor. It was astonishing and left no room for things to remain unchanged. It was too shocking. Such grand momentum could not be altered by human effort. This astonishing change made everything seem so mysterious and profound. There were countless wonders, but how many people could truly grasp what it all meant? It was indeed incredibly difficult. No matter what, with the facts already clear, there could be no bad outcome. It was clearly an overreaction. Everyone's heart was filled with joy. The officials arrived immediately and hurriedly began clearing the area. They had received word that preparations were underway to open the river channel the next day. The western route of the south to north water diversion project would soon be fully activated. How the water situation would develop was still Zekier. Although the canal they had dug was now connected, whether it could withstand the pressure was still uncertain, hence the need to clear the area first. Hurry, everyone please leave in an orderly manner. The channel will be open tomorrow. The water situation remains uncertain, so if you wish to leave now, you can always come back when the water has settled. This was understandable, and the people did not argue. Everyone left in an orderly fashion. Although they were reluctant and wanted to witness the moment when the water flowed into the northern canal, water was unpredictable and dangerous, and these concerns could not be ignored. Therefore, leaving was the best option. There was even the possibility of flooding due to excessive water flow, so they could only temporarily leave and return after the initial impact had passed, ensuring greater stability. Water was inherently unpredictable. Even with Ajax's efforts to mitigate potential issues, the specifics would depend on tomorrow's results. Even Ajax himself could not guarantee absolute safety. Thus, one could only rely on their own capabilities. If the capabilities were sufficient, there would be no problem. If not, additional measures would be needed. This was also understandable. Safety came first, and there was no room for any objections. Chapter 268. The successful completion of the west route of the south to north water diversion project. Upstream of the Yangtze River, the source of the west route of the south to north water diversion project, no one was guarding it now as everyone had evacuated. Ajax, seeing that everything had been properly arranged, proceeded with the final step to connect the channels. Ho! With a loud shout, he instantly channeled his magical power through the treasure artifact and delivered a powerful strike. Boom boom boom. Instantly, another pass appeared, and then the mighty Yangtze paused, after which an endless torrent of river water surged into this western route. Boom boom boom. The river surged forward, and Ajax followed, watching as the water flowed continuously along the winding channel. It never stopped, the volume was enormous, and the current was incredibly fierce. Upon reaching the first pressure relief point, the water began to disperse from both sides, before converging once again and continuing on its path. Boom boom boom. One by one, these pressure relief points spanned areas that left people breathless, and it could be seen that it inevitably brought about a sense of joy. Each piece of information played its role well, evoking genuine feelings within people's hearts. The river surged and raced on, flowing swiftly without stopping. The following waters were even more forceful, seemingly showing no signs of slowing down. In fact, at the gap in the Yangtze's pass, the amount of water rushing in was immense, but it did not affect the overall flow of the Yangtze River, demonstrating just how vast its water volume was, exceeding all expectations. Under such a terrifying aura, things were indeed extraordinary. Its capabilities could not be underestimated. The truly astonishing aspects were unpredictable. Boom boom boom. Moving northward continuously, it passed through even when activated at pressure relief points, without lingering long. The subsequent river waters rushed over, creating a stunning sight. Despite seeming to take a long time to prepare, the western channel, now passing through to the north, did not require much time. Due to the winding course, the water's velocity slowed imperceptibly, further slowed by the pressure relief points. Even so, it only took 2 hours to reach the north. With it, boom, a tremendous flow of water burst out of the canyon, pouring into the northern canal. Then, the speed accelerated, defying description, truly terrifying. It showcased the strength of spirit that was unimaginably hard to achieve. Appearing above the northern canal entrance simultaneously, Ajax watched the water surge upstream, unable to help but feel deeply moved. This was a testament to power and ability, truly remarkable. The swift currents swiftly traversed all the previously arranged channels, only then slowing down somewhat, yet the water level rose rapidly. At this moment, officials far away saw this scene, which was indeed astonishing, and no one questioned its authenticity. Look at how much water flowed through countless rivers, now crisscrossing everywhere, covering all directions. Great. We finally have rivers here, and the water volume is increasing. Yes, indeed, the Imperial Advisor's abilities are formidable. Now we understand why the Imperial Advisor is so astounding. Hahaha indeed. So powerful it's almost unsettling. Luckily, he's our great Ming's Imperial Advisor. Hahaha. Farther still, ordinary citizens understood the significance of it all, recognizing its true complexity. Such amazing skill was far from simple. Once it appeared, who could argue with the consequences? As the river arrived, it thoroughly connected this entire route, bringing overwhelming excitement. They felt it themselves, needing no denial, as there was none to be found. Everyone silently prayed, wishing for sufficient river channels and hoping they would no longer face shortages. In fact, Ajax had been monitoring closely. Besides the main channel, many branches had emerged, some previously dry due to low water periods. Now, with this influx of water, they became noticeably fuller. This process required no interference, proving itself perfectly. Ajax checked the situation of the western route again. The water supply was plentiful. Given the higher elevation of the northern terrain, the levels aligned naturally, making the project feasible. After initially raging, the surging river finally calmed. The entire western route formed a massive channel on the ground, crossing true mountainous regions, leaving people awestruck. Such benefits are understandable, indeed remarkable, leaving people instinctively astonished. Such a grand gesture is absolutely Junhan Renxin. The entire western route is established in mountainous regions with an average elevation of over 2 kilometers. If it weren't for the relocation of mountains, entering this area wouldn't be easy. Rushing water is also a reason, naturally formed and artificially connected. There's no need to explain much. Understanding the dangers is enough. Faced with such clear facts, no one would argue. Ajax was quite satisfied at this moment. Essentially, it was all about delivering water to the north. The water flow setup depends on his capabilities. Before the terrifying moment, everything was swaying, embodying a hope in his heart that cannot be denied. With the river fully calming down, it was truly different. This astonishing place gradually made this waterway incredibly valuable. The value from south to north can be straightforwardly understood. It's hard to grasp its significance. If done well, it's a remarkable skill. If not, it's a wrong moment. Nothing is simple, which is understandable. In any case, the current situation cannot be underestimated. Ultimately, time challenges emerged, making things more perfect. This point can be better understood, requiring no excessive questions. It must have been very perfect. Such benefits naturally require no further inquiry. Everyone can see it at this moment, each person being perceptive. With these voices now heard, it brings the greatest reassurance. Finally, the western route of the south to north water diversion project has been successfully completed. He could retire from this achievement. Ajax watched, nodding in satisfaction. Although there was some regret at the end, it was a fact. The north needed more transportation channels, which was normal. He hoped this matter could be handled better. Then he vanished from the sky above the western route, preparing to return. Chapter 269. Accomplishing great deeds and reporting to Heston. Ajax promptly went before Heston and said, Davidson, the western route is now completely connected. The Yangtze River water has been successfully directed to the northern region, and everything has gone smoothly. Upon hearing this, Heston could not contain his joy. Indeed, He marveled at how capable his nephew was. There was no need to mention the central route, as it remained a mystery. Its function was realized through underground channels reaching northward. As for the western route, it was even more astounding. With the power akin to moving mountains and overturning seas, this line had been forcefully excavated. With this, one could hardly imagine the current situation in the north. Very good, extremely well done, truly outstanding. You've made things much easier and given us great peace of mind. This was not mere flattery but the truth. Once the task was accomplished, all doubts would be put to rest. Such clarity revealed that mental comfort required no excessive explanation, as it was inherently understood. Davidson, for the sake of the future of the Ming Dynasty, my current abilities are also thanks to the people of the Ming. This will certainly bring greater tranquility to the northern regions. Though Heston did not fully grasp his exact meaning, seeing Ajax did not wish to elaborate, he did not press further but felt more reassured about the livelihoods of the people. You don't need to be so humble. Without you, the northern region would still be as it was before. Many places suffering from drought, with severe water shortages. But now, under your arrangements, things have become much easier. It's truly a good thing. Ultimately, it was best not to ask too many questions. There were numerous matters that could be handled without unnecessary doubt. One could see the significance behind each action, revealing the core of one's intentions, and the lasting impact was clear. In Heston's eyes, Ajax was overly modest. The credit for this achievement belonged entirely to him. No one else could claim it. Indeed, after the completion of this Western Water Diversion project, various county annals recorded his contributions. Though the descriptions might seem exaggerated, they were actually quite accurate. Later generations found them astonishing, but could not deny the unmistakably man-made nature of the Western route. Such prowess was genuinely impressive, making it evident that one should never underestimate Ajax. Comparisons revealed concrete results, leaving no room for impossibility. While the facts were real, they were left unspoken, a crucial reality that was difficult to articulate. It wasn't impossible to explain, but later generations might find it hard to believe. The key distinction lay in the contrast between what was witnessed firsthand and what was recorded in books. To some extent, future observers might view this as mere coincidence, something unknown and unexplainable. Given its sudden appearance in historical records, it defied explanation. If it were untrue, countless historical documents would be false, an obvious impossibility. Therefore, just because something was unknown didn't mean it wasn't true. It simply indicated that one's knowledge had limitations. This was the best constraint, and nothing was impossible. Strength was paramount. For Ajax, this was reason enough. If others didn't know, that was their concern, not his. Heston now examined the map, noting that this new line addressed the last water-deficient area in the north. Northward beyond this point lay the Yellow River region, which was not the focus of the western route. Once completed, this connection would benefit the fertile fields in the northwest by ensuring adequate water supply, making the land productive. As the water supply increased, more fertile land would inevitably emerge, creating prosperity. These inevitable benefits led local officials to build canals diligently, boosting their political achievements. After confirming the stability of the water supply, many canals sprang up, channeling sufficient water into farmlands across the region. The faces of countless farmers lit up with joy. Problems that had plagued them for years were finally resolved, allowing them to live and work in peace. Fertile land and increased grain production were assured. High-yield crops like sweet potatoes, though monotonous if eaten long-term, offered abundant sustenance, far better than having nothing to eat. Moreover, wheat cultivation proved highly effective here as well, further enhancing food security. Although wheat does require water, it is far less demanding compared to rice. Therefore, planting wheat here posed no problems at all, and everyone was actively engaged in sowing. The officials were also delighted, frequently visiting Tongtian Gorge, this artificially excavated waterway, which seemed to bring heavenly grace. To them, this was the emperor's benevolence, and they could not forget the grand contributions of the national Arianaster, who could not be overlooked. The national Arianaster came from the heavens to assist the earthly emperor. This was what many officials thought and wrote. Whether in county annals or other historical records, it was the same. Though the general meaning was consistent, one thing was certain. He was a celestial being, not an ordinary person. Ajax found this a bit exaggerated, but when Heston heard about it, he did not find it exaggerated at all and naturally did not stop them from recording it, so some exaggeration was acceptable. But in fact, there were hidden secrets unknown to them, which they could not confirm. In comparison, this was the reality. Simplicity and clarity were enough. He hoped everything could be this simple, with no exceptions, which would suffice. To accomplish something, one must have the capability to support it. The key point was the capital, and there was nothing more to say about it. This was the reality, and there was no need for regrets. In short, preparing strength and unpredictable voices were immeasurable, and the destiny in his heart would cause a sense of oppression among more people, but those who did not know were even more lost. Davidson, I will take my leave first. After completing this task, I can have a good rest. Lately, I haven't had much time to spend with my wife. Heston understood immediately. From dawn till dusk, indeed, it was exhausting. Only someone like him could manage such a workload. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Fine, I'll give you 10 days off. Rest well, and don't let your wife complain. Chapter 270. Heston was extremely proud. Sure enough, within a few days, officials from the northwestern region submitted memorials one after another, exaggerating the matter to an unbelievable extent, making it sound like something unprecedented. Arianarchus and others were genuinely astonished, finding it hard to believe. However, seeing Heston's cheerful expression, they knew it was true and that there were no issues with it. This was truly astonishing and beyond comprehension. A situation that was difficult to suppress. Different perspectives demonstrated the power of strength, which was indeed inconceivable. From the current demands, it was clear that everything was becoming evident. Whether real or enlightened, it was naturally visible, almost perfect. An opportunity for enlightenment where the truth required no overthinking. In short, the intentions were now completely clear. Heston, observing the minister's expressions, felt extremely satisfied in his heart. Unfortunately, Ajax was not present at court, naturally on a 10-day holiday. This advantage caused no problems. Whatever changes had occurred were minor and not significant matters. Even if no one noticed this point, they still observed that the national Arianaster was absent today. But they didn't mention these words. After all, the national Arianaster was not like them. He could directly negotiate with his Arianajesty. Could they? Just this fact left them profoundly shocked and speechless, filled with indescribable emotions. There was nothing to say, and even if they wanted to change something, they couldn't. They were already speechless. Cough, cough. The national Arianaster has worked tirelessly for many days. Let's give him a 10-day rest. The completion of the Western Line heralds the peak of our great Ming Dynasty's glory. I believe everyone understands this. Yes, there is no issue with this. It is quite clear. These are the capabilities of the strong, and it can be seen clearly. The manifestation of ability and the support of capability are preparations for strength. They are fundamentally the same thing. Basic principles cannot be ignored, but there is no need for excessive pressure or explanation. There is no need for so much involvement as everything is clear. Everything revolved around strength, leaving no room for impossibility. With capability came competence. This was self-evident and needed no further questioning. The national Arianaster had this ability, and that was enough. Gentlemen, you are all strong now, and your abilities are visible. But let me remind you that in terms of raw strength, it is indeed difficult to compare. What do you think? Hearing Heston's shameless words, the ministers inwardly despised him but outwardly agreed. Indeed, the national Arianaster's power was immense, making it impossible for them to match. Not mentioning other things, just the basic operational skills showed a huge gap, making it extremely challenging. Such thoughts were also first-rate demonstrations of strength. No one could predict the future, so they could only wait silently. Perhaps some could foresee it, while others could not measure up. The impact was significant. It was indeed very difficult. This was not a joke but the truth, reflecting the confidence in their hearts. The intangible influence was undeniable, and every step taken was difficult to sustain. Powerful proof substantiated everything. The abilities were irrefutable and too extraordinary. The ministers were not unaware of the challenges in the western regions. What was once considered a hopeless area had been forcefully connected by the national Arianaster into a vital route leading north. Especially the river navigation was astonishingly impactful, leaving them speechless with awe. The benefits were countless, especially in mitigating floods along the Yangtze River. After all, the western and central routes of the south to north water diversion project both originated from the Yangtze River, so connecting these two lines made a real difference, not a fabrication but a fact recognized by discerning people. As long as one had the ability, strength would follow. Nothing was impossible. One's inability did not mean others couldn't achieve it. This clarity was profound and straightforward. The subsequent events proved the simplicity of intent, requiring no calculation. In summary, everything now would follow the trend set by insightful individuals, leaving no room for further thought. True understanding brought a remarkable influence, and future developments had already awakened awareness. The existence of strength and the transformation of enlightenment reveal the truth when it becomes real. Without anything, there is no self. Such thoughts cannot be denied by anyone. The fundamental benefits are hard to deny, as no one in the world can truly comprehend it all. With such intentions in mind, the reversal of power is not a trivial matter. By understanding its significance, everything becomes clear. No matter how many questions are asked, the preparation of strength can be seen. Some can achieve this, and none can deny the capabilities of the national Arianaster. He is indeed powerful, possessing a mighty force that surpasses everyone, and this is the strength of his growth. Such astonishing points clearly demonstrate unimaginable power. I won't say much. When the flood season comes, I will invite all ministers to travel north with me to witness this river. I believe everyone will be greatly impressed. All these benefits can be seen, needing no further explanation. As long as it is reasonable, there will be no problems. It's simply an astounding scene, making it clear in one's heart. The meaning in my heart lies herein, and it can be perceived. Arianarchus and others were also very curious about what the scene would look like, hoping to catch a glimpse of the national Arianaster's abilities through it. This is the true scenario. Alright, before then, dear ministers, do your jobs well, and don't let me see any more unexpected things. Yes, your Arianajesty. Everyone knew this was a warning, a very serious warning. With capability, the most powerful arrangements could be made without being completely suppressed, thus achieving results. Indeed, everything needed no unexpected guidance. Clearly controllable, it was fundamentally a preparation of strength. The subsequent impact was genuinely significant, already visible to everyone. It fully revealed the personal assertions in their hearts. Seeing the accomplishments, it was evident that they were numerous. Indeed, reality is just that, and the capabilities are apparent. Do not say something cannot be done. It's because they do not understand. They cannot change too much of the real effect. Once they witness it, they will marvel at this masterpiece again. Chapter 271 Heston wants to delegate power. As the lives of the people in the Ming Dynasty improved, the lands in the north gradually turned into fertile soil. Even though it took a long time to replenish, no one had any complaints, because they saw hope and naturally yearned for more. Watching the river near their homes flow slowly, clear to the bottom, sometimes with fish and crabs surfacing, vitality had already arrived. This was a dream that could not be avoided, the course of time being unfathomable. No one knew what would happen or where the meaning lay, whether in dreams or other thoughts. They could all be established under certain conditions. Now those conditions were met. Heston was reading a memorial, filled with great anticipation, and also wanting to see it for himself. Read, don't worry, once the flood season comes, we can go see it. By then, I will go as well. Hearing Paulette's words, Heston couldn't help but smile. If my dear sister wants to go, we must go. Anyway, Jacob Arev now controls court affairs skillfully, so we don't need to worry. Paulette smiled. Indeed. We've worked hard for so long, just hoping our son would live better. Now that the big picture is complete, we no longer need to worry. It's time to rest and take a break. Heston had no objections. He liked his eldest son, Jacob Elwood, from the heart and often let him handle state affairs, a sign of trust, not caring if he overshadowed him. This confidence had always been his as the founding emperor. You're right. We should rest properly so as not to be laughed at by others. If someone makes jokes, it would be unpleasant. That's not a good thing. Everyone has these thoughts, but some matters require sufficient capability to manage, which is best. There's no need to think too much, yet it's hard to describe how much things have changed. So many examples enlighten us to so many thoughts. Understanding them isn't surprising. After all, strength cannot be ignored. If he can do it, he will handle it very well. As for the other children, they are mostly settled. Clearly, there's no need to doubt this. True effort may not always succeed, but without effort, there will definitely be no success. Let the children grow independent. The second, third, and fourth sons grew up this way, so we can't let the eldest idle. Paulette's words made Heston immediately agree. They needed to focus on nurturing. After all, he had put in a lot of effort. It was time to rest and enjoy family life. I'd like to, but he is so filial and never voices his own opinions. This can be quite troublesome. Paulette agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, it was somewhat troublesome, but not impossible. As long as it was handled well, there wouldn't be much of a problem. The key was how to approach it. Changes could be made easily enough. Whether he can achieve this ultimately depends on his capabilities. If there's another way to measure up, the final will to succeed or fail comes from here. It's surprising to think about. Never mind, you shouldn't overthink it. In the future, we can travel together and let him adapt. Wouldn't that work? Heston clapped his hands and said, yes, that's the plan. But I'm afraid the ministers won't approve unless we bring along my nephew. Paulette thought about it and directly said, then let's bring the entire family, except the young grandson is too small and unsuitable. Heston looked helpless. The matter of children was indeed complicated. Let's wait a few years until they can adapt, then we can go out for a stroll. Also, bring our beloved grandchild. Paulette was very happy. This could work, providing a pleasant day to look forward to. Yes, Reed, this time you've said something good. Let's do it. This way, it becomes simple, not overly worrying about its implications while handling it perfectly. They wanted a spontaneous trip, but as an emperor and empress, it was clearly unfeasible. Would they abandon the peace of the Ming Dynasty? This enormous responsibility was not easy to shoulder. True self-awareness means genuine change. Let's sleep. It's not early anymore. You've read these memorials several times. We'll see for ourselves when the time comes. Heston put down the memorial, stretched lazily, and said, you're right. Indeed, we can't make others think too much. If we do, problems might arise. Paulette just rolled her eyes and went to rest. Heston followed with a smile, naturally the most comfortable moment for him at this time. The peace of the great Ming Dynasty extended from top to bottom, not only among officials but also many other social strata combined together. People from all walks of life came together, forming an unimaginable power, something indescribable and formidable. Reality is reality, fate is fate. No one knows what might happen. Everything is beyond description, nothing is impossible and true value. Who could change all this reality? But at least now, the Great Ming has changed. It's no longer the Great Ming in history. At this moment, the territory of the Great Ming covered half of the globe, incredibly vast, with the Pacific becoming its inland sea. This was astonishingly shocking, beyond ordinary imagination. This was the preparation of strength and the support of capability, the significance and value of which were crucial moments. The course of history had been completely altered. Would there be any possibility of returning to the normal track in the future? Unless Ajax was no longer around or no longer cared. In short, if destiny wanted to easily correct this situation, it would require a great deal of effort. Whether it could be done was another matter. Zhou would understand and have a clear idea. Changing anything else was not even worth asking about. Just thinking about it seemed impossible. After all, the combat effectiveness of the Great Ming army was not just talk. Combined with the affluent lives of the people, there was a solid foundation. At this point, correcting things easily would be difficult. Don't forget that he had given the longevity pills, extending life by 50 years. If there were no human calamities hindering it, changing this would be too hard. As the national Arianaster of the Great Ming, Ajax had to take responsibility for this position and profession. He aimed to expand the heritage of the Great Ming. Even if one wished to lose all these advantages overnight, such intervention would bring unprecedented changes, naturally making it different. Chapter 272. Kesha expresses her heart. Ajax finds favor. After completing the work in the western region, Ajax took a leave from home to enjoy domestic bliss with Kesha, teasing their child now and then. What a wonderful life it was. This was a place of great sentiment, evoking an undeniable joy and exuberance, perfectly blissful. There were elements that provided comfort to the heart. Sir, this little rascal is being mischievous again. Kesha looked at the baby in the cradle and felt immense happiness. This was the fruit of their love. Ajax watched and chuckled. This kid has so much energy. I wonder when he will sleep. Kesha couldn't help but laugh. This child indeed has abundant energy. Seems like some traits are inherited from you. Ajax shook his head. Arianabe's slightly better in terms of aptitude, but ultimately it's limited. His spiritual strength does far exceed the average person's. His soul activity, but unfortunately, this world has already entered the era of declining laws. This was the most frustrating reality. Even if one could break through realms, true power wasn't easily attainable. Once other issues arose, it would be very troublesome. No matter how good one's aptitude might be, not being in a prosperous cultivation era rendered it meaningless. Extraordinary talents aside, what use would they have? He couldn't always provide elixirs, and refining them required materials. Whether provided by the system or self-refined, all these had costs associated with them. Without resources, nothing could be done. All matters were finite, thus binding, extremely limited. It wasn't hard to see through things on the surface, but achieving it was another matter. Nothing is impossible. That's the right approach, reflecting the visible truth. Various objectives, who could prepare for their end? The true reality was a real answer. There was nothing else to see. Kesha nodded silently. She knew some things after spending a long time with him. Over time, she learned a bit about cultivation. Ignorance was bliss. Knowing made her feel disheartened. As a cultivator destined for immortality, if she failed, it was unimaginable. The consequences of such a failure, who would deny this? It was incredibly difficult. They could not remain together forever, existing eternally, destined for one to go ahead and the other to travel alone in solitude. This was a profound test of human nature, whether there could be changes in the future, and required strength to determine. In short, capability was paramount, no room for doubt. Because strength dictated reality, to achieve anything at different times was a reality that had to be faced. Relative speaking, power mustn't be underestimated. Abilities were incomparable, and pressures couldn't be overlooked. This is due to the changes of heaven and earth, don't think too much about it. Leaning against his chest, Kesha murmured, I don't want to overthink it, but sometimes I can't help but think about it. After all, you are destined for immortality, while I can only accompany you for part of the journey. Listening to her, Ajax felt powerless. Cultivation required aptitude. Without enough talent, one couldn't even enter the gate of cultivation. He succeeded because of the system, others didn't have that option. Even giving them elixirs wouldn't change the outcome. What a tragic story. Understanding its meaning was key. This moment of enlightenment brought clarity. Was there anything different? Life is short, longevity immeasurable, both are suffering. Don't overthink it, perhaps there will be a way later. Whether consoling her, or himself, even he didn't believe it. But facts were facts. What could change? Nothing could change. The significance of everything, the value it brought, was incalculable. There was an indescribable enlightenment, a moment of utmost confidence. Isn't it? Understanding dawned in his heart. The future would become more confident. Words weren't necessary to spur action. Free from any ulterior motive, comparing strengths clearly revealed intentions. No need to suspect further. This was enough. Nothing was impossible. The current Ming Dynasty was strong and peaceful. People didn't have many concerns anymore. Now they focused on how to live better. Indeed, living better was the goal. Ajax noticed every household had surplus and started preparing for more, marking the beginning of prosperity. People desired blessings, and the nation needed them as well. Neither could be neglected. Otherwise, there would be imbalance. Whether it be the intertwining of the state and its people, there has never been a clear distinction. The notions of enriching the people or enriching the country are both one-sided. Without cooperation between the two, nothing can be accomplished, let alone withstand any external risks. This is the greatest pressure. Whether it is the people of the Ming Dynasty or the nation itself, they must become powerful and prosperous to forge a new future. Otherwise, everything would just be digestion, and no new success could be achieved. Everything would merely be in the process of digestion, for nothing is impossible. There is always meaning and insight to be gained. Nothing is absolute, and no dispute arises without cause. National strength and people's strength need to align. Otherwise, how could one's abilities be fully utilized? This is clearly impossible. Now there are still many issues at hand, visible or not. Whether one believes it or not, there is no need for excessive worry or unpredictability. A beginning and an end are the most unique. One may change for a moment, but cannot alter the natural course of heaven and earth. This is the challenge within challenges. Before any weighty matters, before the facts change, before what cannot be anticipated, all variables have already been thoroughly cleansed. What else is not allowed? It truly is too naive. If one cannot change their heart's desire, everything remains in the unknown. Let's go back inside. The sky is getting darker, and the child is still young and cannot be harmed. Kesha came to her senses and hurriedly picked up the child to walk into the house. Even if destiny cannot be changed, bloodlines will ultimately continue. Ajax thought about many things, but he had indeed completed an engineering feat that the Ming Dynasty and later generations failed to accomplish. His heart was filled with joy. This brought so much delight and great pleasure. There was no need for more words. It was the best thing on his mind. The changing layout, the future situation, the unbreakable pattern. How then should one clean up or think these are insurmountable? It really invites no further contemplation. Simple and straightforward, there is no need for bewilderment. The world of the Ming Dynasty still needs to move forward. Chapter 273. Adding more dishes to the table for the common people of the Great Ming. No matter what, all these benefits are for the future of the Great Ming. Whoever disrupts this will be an enemy of the entire nation, regardless of who they are. After the spring plowing concluded nationwide, the rainy season began. Looking at the rainy skies in the south, Heston couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a lot, but Yingtian wasn't considered a place with heavy rainfall. It could only be described as being on the boundary between the north and south of the Great Ming because winters were still very cold here. The changes now brought more joy. How could one not be happy? All this happiness can be made even more evident. Good, it's raining. Indeed, this is quite nice. This way, there will be more rainfall for the north. This understanding is partly correct and partly wrong, as one cannot generalize given the significant differences between the north and the south. Even within a single region, it might not rain everywhere, let alone across such a vast territory with stark differences. The presence of the Qinling Mountains makes this disparity even more pronounced. The significance of this situation leaves no room for doubt or skepticism. Natural forces are unstoppable, and no one knows what might happen. However, increased rainfall in the north is foreseeable, and the increase in the Yangtze River's flow is an undeniable fact. At this moment, on the western and central routes, large volumes of water were pouring into both surface rivers and underground channels, continuously flowing out from the northern passages. Despite their differences, the effects are visible, and the results are very satisfactory. This process clearly demonstrates strength, and the future harvests may become simpler. Heston himself hasn't seen these places directly, but people in the north have noticed that many rivers now carry abundant water. There's no need to worry about any adverse events. Things can proceed better from here on. River dredging has been ongoing in the north because everyone knows that if the channels aren't clear, flooding will occur. So, digging deeper and longer is their approach. More tributaries wouldn't hurt. In fact, having water has made everyone incredibly happy. Without much communication, especially in the northwest of the north, rivers are now abundant. Places that previously had no water flow now do, with ample supplies, which is understandable. Arianani civilians have dug right up to their doorsteps because they love water so much. Though the flood period is short, they are highly motivated and completely willing. As long as they can dig, they will do so without hesitation. Completing the work thoroughly is the best outcome. The success rate is very high, bringing satisfaction without further comment. Indeed, it's worthy of note and truly satisfying. Such transformations bring joy and delight, making people happier. Ignorance fades as understanding deepens, bringing inner peace and contentment. These reports are on Heston's desk, and he finds them delightful. It seems everyone feared a lack of water. Indeed, water is too important for people, and its importance is easily overlooked. The significance of water's diverse needs is evident. Different outcomes bring various benefits. There's no need for excessive self-blame. Everything in human hearts is possible. Under the reality of transformation and change, nothing is impossible. Humans always strive for improvements that lead to major changes. The awakening changes the future's meaning. Who can afford to lack anything when real situations bring value? Different hopes reflect true feelings. For Heston, this means joy and happiness. He looks at the rain in the sky, feeling some pleasure, though he wonders if the southern region's water levels have exceeded expectations. Despite continuous efforts on water conservancy projects over the years, no one knows what surprises might come. That's the dangerous part. When things built deteriorate, repairs must follow. Annual inspections are necessary to prevent crises in the future, avoiding potential troubles. Changing perspectives means understanding deeper principles. Nothing should be taken lightly. Everything becomes apparent. Simplicity doesn't require much thought. Changes come quickly yet remain simple, with few alternatives available. I hope the water conservancy projects in the south can be made stronger. This can only rely on the joint efforts of local officials and the people. Otherwise, it's hard to predict what would happen. Another matter is that the northern grasslands are gradually being fortified by the Han people, with grazing areas orderly divided. Yes, quite a few people from the Great Ming also enjoy herding, so these areas are allocated for them to herd, yielding significant benefits every year. Apart from herding, crops like sweet potatoes can also be planted. Naturally, no one wants to waste this opportunity, so they began planting grain around the fortifications. This is the first time such an endeavor has taken place on the grasslands. In reality, however, it's quite good. Arianani people have managed to reap some harvests. If there is land outside their homes, they could cultivate patches for growing sweet potatoes. Planting these is simple and easy, not requiring much complexity at all. As long as you handle it well, no further explanation is needed. The real change lies in the entire transformation of the grasslands, now incorporated into the territory of the Great Ming, fostering even closer ties. It can be said that this arrangement annually brings a lot of cattle, sheep, and horses to the Great Ming, a very substantial amount. Heston is highly satisfied with this. After purchasing them at reasonable prices, he uses the oxen for farming, sends the better quality horses to the military camps, and the slightly inferior ones enter the market, with no issues at all. Sheep are the easiest to handle since they can be consumed, and many taverns favor them. Of course, beef is more popular, but due to the special nature of cattle, it's rare to see such practices, except for beef cattle. These beef cattle are specifically for meat consumption, which many people prefer. As the number of farm oxen increases, Heston, reviewing the memorials, realizes that it's time to open up the markets. Since beef cattle pose no problem, it allows people to earn more money. As for the rest, it's achievable and indescribable in terms of its true strength, making everything more evident and simpler, diversifying the dishes for the people of the Great Ming. Chapter 274. The floods in the south must not be overlooked. With the intelligence from the embroidered uniform guard, things moved much faster, giving Heston more confidence. In the blink of an eye, it was already July, and this was a good period for rising water levels. Camden, can we now go and see how the situation is on the western front that you mentioned? Ajax replied directly, sure, since you're so eager, let's go and have a look. Upon hearing Ajax's agreement, Heston immediately arranged for a dragon boat to be prepared. After all, they would be going upstream, which was different from navigating at sea. Once the dragon boat was ready and word spread that Emperor Heston was embarking on an inspection tour, Jacob Elwood was left in charge of the state. The emperor, empress, and a large number of officials all boarded the dragon boat. Among them was Ajax, who could not possibly be forgotten. This was a fact. As long as everything was done well, it would be a commendable arrangement, and subsequent matters could be better understood. Managing everything effectively wasn't a small feat. This was a matter of necessity and could be anticipated. Nothing significant was out of the ordinary. For Ajax, his presence alone was reassuring. So many ministers felt relieved when they saw him aboard. After all, his capabilities were widely recognized by them, eliminating any concerns. This sense of security was genuinely felt and greatly trusted. Choosing an auspicious day, they set off from Yingtian Prefecture, traveling upstream along the Yangtze River. Standing on the ship, Heston was visibly more excited due to the steady and spacious vessel. Camden, this Yangtze River is indeed extraordinary. The current is quite swift. Indeed, but the waters south of the Yangtze are currently plentiful. Although there isn't much flooding, there is some overflow. Thankfully, the riverbanks haven't collapsed. Heston nodded, acknowledging that water levels couldn't be controlled, only monitored over time. As long as there wasn't a major collapse of the riverbanks, it was manageable and feasible. Ultimately, to achieve anything, one had to thoroughly understand all aspects. No interest should interfere, nor should one become complacent. This showed that strength was indispensable and must not be compromised. Various issues were not problems if handled smoothly. All this information was clear without much thought. Though seemingly simple, it required minimal fuss, making it easier to manage. The Ming Empire had grown vast, requiring attention in numerous areas. More capable hands were needed to execute tasks efficiently rather than waiting until it became a laughingstock. An unimaginable scenario. Camden, look at the rapid flow of the Yangtze River. It's not something a regular river can handle. To address this natural disaster, we need to excavate connections between the southern water systems to guide water into the sea. Heston responded with interest. Indeed, as long as the water can reach the sea, it will significantly reduce flood risks, which is extremely valuable for the inland regions. Ajax then presented a map. Davidson, look here and here. We can dig through these areas and connect various large lakes, either eastward or southward, creating an interconnected southern water system. This way, the water will have a proper direction, reducing the likelihood of floods. Arianany's southern areas also face water shortages, and redirecting water wouldn't be difficult. Heston nodded in agreement. By digging a few main channels, they could guide the water eastward into the East China Sea or southward into the South China Sea. This would further mitigate inland flooding and potentially create new canals. For the south, this was a straightforward solution. During the rainy season, there would be no concern about water scarcity. Some areas served as natural reservoirs, providing water when needed. Excellent. Digging in these areas will prevent large-scale flooding. It seems we need more effort. We cannot afford to slack off now. Upon seeing these issues, Heston realized that most of his focus had been on the north, where severe water shortages were prevalent. With the implementation of the 3-line south-to-north water diversion project, the situation had significantly improved. Now, it was time to shift the focus back to the south. Though floods had decreased significantly and riverbanks remained intact in lower areas, meticulous attention was still necessary. No one could deny this reality. These facts instilled hope and reflected ongoing efforts. Davidson, there's still much to discuss about the future of the Ming Empire. There are many issues within our own territory, so we can't be too hasty. Ajax's advice made Heston understand that everything needed to be done step by step. Previously, the focus was on the north, which was understandable. Now that the main issue in the north had been significantly alleviated, it was time to return their attention to the south. The floods in the south were still very serious even after the 3-line south-to-north water diversion project. Especially when faced with once-in-a-century disasters, the situation became even more perilous. This was a predictable and undeniable fact. To achieve this goal, one only needed persistence. No excessive explanation was required. Everything was about preparation and strength. With sufficient resolve and capability, nothing was impossible. As long as one could make it happen, everything would fall into place, and unnecessary doubts were pointless. Whether it could be achieved or not was unpredictable. One had to do their best first to have any chance of success. Beyond that, it was just a matter of personal readiness. There wasn't much else to weigh. After we return, we'll start making arrangements immediately. We truly cannot neglect this. Heston nodded. They couldn't afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. Moreover, now that the north had been further stabilized, they needed to ensure the south was equally secure. Any negligence could lead to trouble later, which would be undesirable. All facts were clear, and subsequent matters didn't require much explanation. With capabilities firmly rooted in their hearts, what remained unsatisfactory? This simple matter didn't need too much doubt. Understanding in one's heart was the best solution. Chapter 275. Ascending the Yangtze River, admiring the scenic landscapes, astonished by nature's area marvels. On the Yangtze River, the dragon boat ascended against the current, passing through perilous sections, eliciting gasps from everyone aboard. It was truly astonishing. Those who had never been here before were repeatedly taken aback with exclamations. Even military officials, not just civil servants, were no exception. Ordinary boats would have been tossed around severely, but on this large, wide, and sturdy dragon boat, the experience was quite different. The intensity was almost unimaginable, creating a sense of awe that was hard to describe. Indeed, it was unbelievable, but there was no doubt about future possibilities. This realization flashed across everyone's eyes, truly leaving them amazed. The splashing waves seemed to oppose their ascent, showcasing an astonishing transformation. How astonishing indeed! It is no small feat, worthy of admiration. Those who haven't come here personally can't possibly appreciate the changes at this moment. It's truly incredible. Each existence presents opportunities, revealing one's true intentions. The wonders described were formed over long years. None could overlook them. Davidson, we'll soon reach the midpoint. But you won't see much on the surface, Ajax whispered. Heston understood. He glanced at the surrounding waters and nodded, acknowledging the remarkable scene, which left an indelible impression. All these mysteries were so simple, needing no further thought. Observing the surroundings, one could see the preparations of nature, free from ignorance. What an astounding sight, so vivid. Indeed, it's very vivid. Everyone felt profound emotions and couldn't help but marvel at the journey, agreeing that it was worth the trip. Arianarchus was also present, noticing even more clearly the intense water currents. Such conditions were beyond what ordinary people could handle, evoking deep admiration and attention, which was understandable without much deliberation. With such water currents, it can shock heaven and earth. This simple sentence brought joy, making other extraordinary aspects impossible to ignore. Clearly, all future events would bring immense satisfaction. Continuing forward, Ajax explained various matters to Heston while expressing his admiration for nature's craftsmanship. Of course, such a large vessel should not be underestimated. It was far from simple. Subsequent occurrences were self-evident, requiring no further elaboration. Different intentions reflected hope, bringing everyone a sense of reassurance. Such a massive vessel could ascend against the current, making its significance clear. Davidson, we're about to arrive, and then we'll enter the channel I excavated, Ajax said. Hearing this, Heston's spirits lifted. He looked ahead, feeling even more delighted. Here we are. Let me have a good look. Sister, how do you feel? Paulette observed quietly but nodded in agreement, impressed by the spectacle. No issues, I feel fine. Heston felt relieved. Good. As the turning point approached, the dragon boat adjusted its direction and entered the newly created channel. Upon entering, everyone was momentarily stunned, then awed by the picturesque scenery. What a magnificent sight. This marvelous creation. It must be the work of our national master. Yes, indeed. So grand, very grand. Look, the river splits into two, with mountains standing majestically in between. The split channels prevent the water from becoming too turbulent, right? And the changes in the mountain peaks add more depth. Even from the boat, they couldn't fully appreciate the view, but Aryonarchus acknowledged its significance. Curious, Heston asked, Camden, how is the terrain here? Without reservation, Ajax explained, I designed this area based on the principles of the Taiji diagram, following geomantic theories. While it's not a specific formation, it stabilizes the waterways. Oh, there are 10 such places in total. Upon hearing Ajax's words, Heston and Paulette couldn't help but marvel. It was truly remarkable, leaving an indelible impression in their hearts, making it seem too incredible to be true. Such a layout seemed almost divinely intelligent, far beyond simple intention. The astonishing momentum left one wondering what might happen next, which was understandable given the overwhelming awe. Now, there was no need for further explanation. Unveiling the secret revealed a driving force within the heart. Amazing. Indeed, it is astonishing, don't you think? Absolutely, it's a great place. Look at the sky. So many suspended bridges. Just standing on them would make anyone's legs tremble with fear. Ha ha, that's right. So many suspended bridges. It's truly amazing and not to be underestimated, isn't it? Such formidable difficulty was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Any unforeseen incident could have unimaginable consequences. This wasn't a trivial matter, but a significant event. Future tensions or other issues were understandable, and there was no need for much discussion. The exclamations of amazement and disbelief in everyone's eyes made it hard to believe this was man-made. But now, facing it directly, if not for human craftsmanship, how could there be such an orderly and harmonious scene? There was no need to imagine. This was reality. There was no point in asking more. This was the most evident reality, and the results were clear enough. Nothing compared to this place in terms of perfection. Understanding required deeper insight. Changing variables depended on one's capabilities. Achieving all this significance was not easy. It was impossible without special means. True strength came without pretense. With sufficient resources, one displayed genuine power. Fundamentally, it was absurd to think otherwise. Who could achieve such feats? National Aryanistor Ajax was the only existence. Chapter 276, The Sinuous Beauty of Paradise and the Gratitude of the Northern People. Only after traversing this major western route could one truly understand what real power represents. This was indeed a high plateau, with significantly high altitudes. However, Ajax used his supernatural abilities to carve out a broad river channel, with towering mountains on both sides that now appeared even more undulating and tightly packed. The water current remained swift, flowing forward through winding channels, featuring several points for dissipating force, where tributaries branched off, and these were also where the Taiji-patterned mountain peaks were located. People couldn't help but marvel at such engineering, finding it unbelievable that human hands had accomplished all this. It was no wonder that the central line had never been successfully managed, yet the main task here had been completed. It was indeed incredible, leaving no room for doubt. The feat was astonishingly simple yet filled everyone with genuine delight. The spectacle was beyond control, none dared underestimate it. All these developments had reached an irreversible state. What was different now was the genuine demonstration of strength. The entire situation was so unimaginable that it left everyone speechless. As they moved forward, it felt like progressing through a fairyland, the sinuous channels adding an even deeper mystique. This layout turned out to be beneficial in stabilizing the water flow, preventing excessive turbulence, a crucial aspect for such a large river. Initially, the scale was immense, and the water surge was formidable, but after multiple diversions and meandering through twisting channels, its force had diminished. These changes could hardly be described any further. They had irrevocably transformed into something more gentle. After passing several bends and straight sections, they continued to move forward. With 10 force dissipation points, the Yangtze River's waters, having undergone numerous twists and turns, became much tamer, minimizing the impact on the northern entrances and exits, a significant transformation. Everyone understood the significance of this achievement, unable to help but express profound appreciation. Such accomplishments were truly remarkable, leaving people in awe. Some might have doubted it at first, but it was clear that these results were predictable. Without too much speculation, the benefits were evident. The effects were now visible and deeply satisfying. Though many changes seemed incomprehensible, they clarified people's deep-seated beliefs. Despite the challenges, everything was executed purposefully, reducing uncertainties and easing some burdens. Ultimately, progress was inevitable, allowing everyone to achieve perfection in their endeavors. Who could deny the potential to change what was once deemed impossible? Emperor Heston nodded in approval, while Paulette exclaimed in surprise. No matter how many times they witnessed it, each place seemed familiar yet distinct, impossible to overlook. The secrets lay within this journey, providing greater understanding to all. Now, the transformations were becoming clearer, revealing the true intentions behind it all. Truly magnificent is this landscape, said the courtiers in unison, acknowledging the Grand Aryanistor's efforts. Indeed, he deserves the title. At that moment, many officials expressed admiration. It was truly impressive, leaving them breathless, underscoring the magnitude of the undertaking and confirming its significance. Heston and Paulette shared the same sentiments. They were genuinely impressed, recognizing that these changes aimed to ensure safety. Continuing northward, navigating through twists and turns, they finally reached the northern canal entrance, personally excavated by the workers. Though not grand or deep, it was effective, the result of collective effort. Progress had been undeniable, far surpassing previous standards. Now, this was work, not forced labor, and certainly not corvée service, meaning wages were paid and meals provided. Everyone worked energetically, striving toward this moment, none wanting to miss this opportunity. Once the canal was opened, the river flowed smoothly. Initially celebrated with music and dancing, the atmosphere was even more vibrant now. The brocade-clad guards had long been waiting here. As the massive dragon boat slowly sailed out into the largest canal exit, the 7 main branches narrowed, showcasing the intricacy of the design. Good things must not be taken for granted or lost, as the benefits were substantial and unmistakable. Seeing the transformations on this land, Heston and everyone else were visibly pleased. It was indeed commendable. After traveling another section of the main channel, they finally came to a halt. After all, this area was not connected to the Yellow River, so the main channel was limited, and achieving such a depth was no small feat. Heston and his entourage were not bothered by this. After docking, they disembarked one by one, each feeling quite satisfied, with no need for excessive concern. Things were not as simple as they seemed. Your Area Majesty, we, your subjects, commoners, pay our respects. Officials and common folk from the vicinity had gathered, visibly tense, fearing any misstep that might incur trouble. The benefits of this endeavor were evident, bringing an uncertain yet hopeful mindset, which was indeed reassuring and heartening. Such changes brought much-needed support. None wished to lose this advantage, making it their utmost priority. Changing their mindset meant understanding the gravity of the situation, acting with caution. Rise, all of you. We are merely here to inspect. It seems everything is in good order, and we can rest easy. Heston observed the now lush fields, his delight unmistakable, evident in his eyes. He was truly pleased. Paulette also nodded approvingly, recognizing the significance of this project. With clear intentions, they understood the importance of providing hope for the people. This waterway held immense significance. Both the Emperor and Empress were astute. They comprehended the magnitude of what their nephew had accomplished, though not widely publicized, leaving many within the Ming realm unaware. Camden, your achievements are truly monumental. All the people here owe you a debt of gratitude, and we, too, thank you. Vlad bowed deeply and replied, Davidson, your words are too kind. Since I possessed the capability, it was my duty to act, not waiting for others to ask. My actions were guided by principle, beyond mere human effort. It took considerable time to complete, utilizing my abilities to their fullest. Heston listened, still deeply grateful, even though they were family. Chapter 277, Spring of Jiangnan and Guanxi. The changes nowadays are truly wondrous and incomprehensible. Such transformations, who could overlook them? It's truly miraculous. Afterwards, Emperor Heston personally inspected several places and confirmed that this was not false but real. The water level had indeed risen significantly. The history of water scarcity in this region was gone for good. Good, very good. In the future, this place will no longer be short of water. Rarely. Indeed, it is truly wonderful, simply too wonderful. This is not a small matter. As long as everything goes smoothly, it would be best. As for the rest, it depends on each person's ability, since natural disasters and human misfortunes are unpredictable. Ajax is not an omnipotent existence either, and can only rely on his luck. Camden, we never thought this place would almost become like the Jiangnan of Guanxi. This is not a joke but reality. The waterways here are now well developed. With just a few more years, this place can quickly flourish. Davidson, this is what your nephew should do. As for the rest, it's hard to say. We can only silently look forward to it. Who knows what will remain, but it's clear that what must come will come. To fully realize the plan, one must have sufficient capabilities and solid efforts. Then things would be simpler. Indeed, he remained so humble. For the rest, Heston knew how to proceed. He then instructed local officials to make full use of the resources. There were many such waterways, and he believed they could manage it. Afterward, everyone returned to the imperial barge and exited from the entrance, heading back in the direction they came. Both officials and civilians felt profound sentiments, paying their utmost respects upon sending off, without any sign of slackness. As the imperial barge disappeared in the west-to-south water diversion canal, everyone gradually stood up, filled with joy because they had seen the Emperor, a significant event. Regardless, the impact was tremendous and irreversible. Facing the future days ahead, everyone was excited and unwilling to give up. Who would willingly abandon such a good living condition? That would certainly mean something was wrong with their mind. Under these circumstances, not taking advantage of the current favorable conditions would be too foolish. The benefits would not be lacking, and things would bring immense joy. One could better comprehend the situation and worry less. As long as they achieve it, everything would be worth it. If not, it would mean pitiful laziness. Arianity people would be sent to other places afterward, obviously unwilling to let one bad element spoil everything. After Heston left, the enthusiasm of the common folk working continued to rise, all of them being extremely delighted. With this foundation laid, the improvement became even more noticeable. The outcome was still so gratifying. In the wide canal, Heston once again saw the way he came, clearly recognizing the significance. Ajax looked on, hoping that this canal would bring them more pleasant surprises, a source of joy, evoking sighs of hope and endless gratitude. Such thoughts, none could relinquish, for it was unnecessary or already non-existent. Whether some changes occur or everything stays the same, nothing could easily alter the situation. This was the concrete answer. Compared to before, the disputes over interest had diminished, changed beyond description, yet hard to articulate. Everything in one's heart moved forward within dreams, leading to an inevitable conclusion. These intertwined interests meant that any thoughts were erroneous, with no irreversible direction. Differences in hope and enlightenment were never simple, showing inner joy. To achieve it, one must elevate their abilities and gain recognition from others. What seemed like a not-so-long journey finally reached its end. It wasn't astonishment but awe. What kind of divine means was this? No matter how ignorant, they could not deny these feelings, which also guided their next steps. True intentions were clearer now. Different tones created unique atmospheres. Genuine sharing of benefits was the right mindset, not allowing any mishaps. Human nature being thus, different values yielded answers that were already established. Why be so ignorant? Discussing it now would only be after the fact advice. Adding luster to beauty is easy. Providing help in hardship is genuinely difficult. Such a matter close to one's heart, an unchangeable point of concern, where nothing is impossible. Suppressed thoughts become a direction for joy. There's nothing more to say, all prepared with strength and resolve. A matter of Shindong Yursurli, heart movement and strength. As the dragon boat re-entered the Yangtze River, the return speed seemed even faster. After this experience, everyone realized it could truly be done. For he was no longer an ordinary man but had become someone among immortals. This was truly terrifying. No matter what, the future remained unspeakable and unpredictable, bringing about a spirit and will that were too hard to achieve, really too difficult. We really believe deeply this time, and there should be no doubt at all. Perhaps this is the principle that seeing is believing and hearing may not be true. Camden, your abilities leave us speechless. Ajax smiled and said, Davidson, why overthink it? This is what your nephew should do, isn't it? This was what he ought to do. No need for further questioning. It was just right. Such means were indeed powerful, leaving no room for rebuttal. Everything was so vividly true. Heston couldn't help but sigh. You are too humble. How many people in the great Ming Dynasty know of your capabilities and the contributions you've made? They simply do not know or understand. Ajax was about to speak when Paulette beside him said, Camden, you cannot remain so humble. Belinda understands your thoughts, but ultimately, you must find a place. Let your Zeke handle this matter. Ajax looked on, feeling helpless. It seemed Davidson and Belinda were on the same page, evident from their stance. The choice of thought was clear, offering some hope. Whether history would be submerged, no one knew. Whether recorded things would disappear, no one knew either. But they still had to act, must act. Chapter 278. The next step, integrating the southern water systems. After this tour, Emperor Heston and Paulette both felt that their horizons had been greatly broadened, indeed quite remarkable. At the same time, they gained a new understanding of Ajax's abilities. He was indeed extraordinarily powerful, his capabilities nothing short of earth-shattering. They also felt fortunate that he was their nephew, a member of the Zhu family. This was an undeniable fact, which made people feel deeply impressed, thought-provoking, and incredibly delighted. Under such feelings, one didn't need much cunning to handle matters perfectly. It was foreseeable. Our nephew is truly formidable. As for what he mentioned next, we should indeed give it a try. The South has many water systems. If properly utilized, it could form an interconnected network of waterways, ultimately flowing into the sea. This way, we can reduce many natural disasters. Heston couldn't help but muse aloud. Expanding the waterways would facilitate flood drainage and might alter some local ecosystems, but it would undoubtedly improve flood control and water management. After all, prevention is better than containment. Paulette agreed after listening, deeming it a good idea. Indeed, during farming off-seasons when farmers have no source of income, they usually seek work elsewhere. It's better to employ them in dredging rivers and connecting water sources, which might ensure greater safety. Heston didn't disagree, responding immediately, that makes sense. Let's do it. Although there are many and complex water systems in the South, most are naturally formed. To interconnect them, we will need manpower for excavation. They weren't ordinary people. From a broader perspective, such measures were necessary. They considered the feasibility of water flow, especially the connectivity of major lakes, all of which required attention. Thus, the court began organizing officials to investigate various regions. Ajax naturally joined as well, though he spent more time exploring on his own, thanks to his unique abilities. The emperor gradually delegated power to Jacob Elwood, letting him take charge. Of course, Heston still intervened in certain matters, knowing it was unwise to be too lenient. There were times when this arrangement caused dissatisfaction, but overall, he was very pleased. After all, Elwood was his capable eldest son, and criticism was out of the question. Therefore, these adjustments were only part of the larger picture. Further guidance would be needed since being an emperor wasn't an easy task. Elwood understood his father's intentions. Historically, few emperors had relinquished power like this, thinking less of holding on to imperial authority and more about transferring it to their heirs quickly. This was Heston, who feared nothing. As a founding emperor, he was exceptional. Some issues couldn't be avoided, but others could be managed. Achieving the highest interest was paramount and shouldn't be taken lightly. There were things beyond control, but developing various skills was still essential. Neglecting this fundamental work could lead to unexpected problems. In summary, the current situation was complex. Rapid progress wouldn't be easy, but everyone knew the changes were necessary. Whether or not they were beneficial couldn't be denied. Improvement was uncertain and hard to predict. Only by continuously broadening one's horizons could they walk farther without being concealed. Otherwise, real trouble would arise. Troubles were plentiful, and achieving enlightenment was uncertain. Before interests, many things couldn't be clarified. Unpredictable elements might emerge, but success couldn't be guaranteed. Even they couldn't foresee what would happen. Heston only hoped his son wouldn't be too rigid, doing what needed to be done instead of fearing loss, which was unrealistic. Everything seemed fine. Changing all dreams depended on strength. Later issues wouldn't matter much, making everything incomprehensibly difficult. As for Ajax, although he didn't want to participate, he had to due to his connection with the people. His virtue points came from the people, a clear reality. Dredging rivers was possible, but would require building many bridges. After all, the water systems in the South were too complex, and pedestrians indeed faced many inconveniences. Constructing beam bridges was a necessity, and preparations needed to be made accordingly. In this way, issues could be resolved as quickly as possible. Repetitive engineering was what Ajax least wanted to see. Therefore, when he was at the Ministry of Works, he required that many steps must be thoroughly considered. For instance, travel for the common people, both long distance and short distance, as well as the safety of the waterways, etc. So, there were still many things to do, much to investigate, and more cooperation was necessary to complete this great project. From this, one could clearly see the focal points without needing further explanation. Changing certain things could not be confirmed. True strength was incomparable. Simple issues should be understandable. Different plans offered hope in different ways, truly different indeed. Such perfect focal points could be seen clearly. Every detail reflected an understanding of the heart's rhythm. The true benefits touched one's heart, making everything more appealing, regardless of concerns or considerations. Therefore, the people dispatched had to be practical, pragmatic individuals. Without such people, Dealing with these complex matters would be incredibly difficult. This point was clear. It was truly unbelievable. In summary, the current situation held its charm, and there was no need to imagine what remained. In essence, strength and capability were the sole focus. All subsequent experiences were unpredictable. The only path was to stay grounded and move forward steadily. Ajax oversaw the entire operation, and Heston deeply trusted him. Area managing both eastern and western routes of the Southern Water Diversion Project, he handled them perfectly, which was indeed remarkable and not to be underestimated. Ultimately, changes in strength and the taste of fate were opportunities none wished to miss. Utilizing all available resources ensured the smooth completion of the project. Chapter 279. Exploring the southern waterways, building bridges, and taking care of the livelihood of the people. As the on-site investigation of the southern water system began, everyone could not help but become cautiously meticulous in every detail. This wonderful endeavor truly promoted a better understanding of the situation. Officials from various regions in the south also received notification from the court to begin consolidating the southern water system to further prevent water disasters and such issues. Naturally, all farmers during their off-season can participate. After all, winters in the south aren't very cold, so this allows them to make better use of their time. This is a significant advantage. As long as it's within reach, there are no problems. True capabilities can bring greater peace of mind, and other issues would be no issue at all. After all, they would earn wages rather than face ridicule, which is a minor matter that doesn't require much explanation. More people will understand in the future. Such measures suffice and don't need denial. This is where the significance lies. All mental challenges are sources of suppression, and one should not be too concerned, as it can be seen clearly. In summary, matters need to be handled well, without disappointing oneself or being too hasty. It's best for both oneself and others. Otherwise, various dangers might arise. This is not a joke but a reality. Once a project is built to the detriment of the people, it will have a negative impact. This isn't a trivial matter but a profound realization, and it's right to change what cannot be changed. The essence of the matter reveals a true effect, and unique opportunities exist here that must be given priority. Don't dwell on impossibilities. Instead, focus on gaining enough capital. There will certainly be further development in the water systems in the south, which is indeed beneficial. The process, indescribable, is inevitable. Nothing is impossible. Happiness doesn't need excessive explanation and brings no unnecessary questions. It reflects genuine preparation. Exceptional outcomes lead to hopeful results. Nothing is impossible. True value. No one wants to miss out. Therefore, it exists as a point of hope in reality. It is an issue with no real issues, isn't it? Believing that it can be achieved signifies the best level of accomplishment, naturally needing no further words. Ability dictates competence, a simple fact. Problems here are insignificant and pose no major rebuttals. Since some things need to be done, a simple physical relationship governs all subsequent events. The influence needs no extensive explanation. Nothing is forbidden. Adhering to one's original intentions requires capability, representing different values. No one wishes to dispute facts when they are clear. Any opportunity signifies a demonstration of strength. Sincere answers. No one wants to lose. Upon learning this, the local people actively participated. They understood this was a good thing, especially in areas surrounded by waterways. Bridges were something they had always dreamed of having. Without the capability before, now they do, with court support. Missing this opportunity would be regrettable. Under these circumstances, giving up is not an option. As long as it can be accomplished, there should be no issues. One more thing, capabilities must be continuously improved to provide more support. There's no way to compare. To thoroughly complete the work requires sustaining capability, or many unexpected events will occur. These events are far from positive. Officials, who could not be unaware, recognized that these actions were performance evaluations set by the court. As long as they followed the court's instructions, everything would go smoothly. The benefits were immense, and naturally, none could openly give up. Everyone quickly joined in and cooperated diligently. When people from the Ministry of Works came, they represented the practical faction, appointed by the Oliver. Every place must be prepared because the Oliver has great power. He might inspect their jurisdictions anytime. If any problem arises, it could affect their careers. It is important to note that the Oliver sought many benefits for them. Otherwise, living on the former meager salaries would be laughable and unsustainable. Such matters cannot be overlooked. In summary, it was truly beyond words. To achieve what they desired required the support of capability. All the meanings revolved around the intent of having an ability. The ultimate conclusion could be both stingy and unavoidable. It was a stark reality, and no one knew what might happen. Who could let go and handle everything well? It was incredibly difficult. After changing some things, the outcome became quite perfect. Nothing mattered much anymore. Things were different now, and there was no avoiding all possibilities. As long as there was even a single possibility, numerous crises would exist, creating immense pressure. No one knew how things would turn out, for if not handled properly, nothing could be undone. Surveying the water flow in various places and setting general directions for further consolidation was necessary. When local residents saw them arrive, these officials would proactively discuss the matter with them because the Oliver had said that the locals knew their areas best. Even if officials delved deep into the region, they still had limitations since they rotated positions rather than remaining stationary. Thus, the voices of the people gradually surfaced, expressing more of their needs. Their greatest desire was to build bridges. Arianany places had boats that required payment. With bridges, things would be different. Of course, constructing bridges was only feasible on suitable rivers. Bridges spanning over a kilometer were impractical due to current technology's limitations and high costs, which demanded significant resources. So ferries remained practical for those locations. After all, these provided income and livelihoods, and should not be taken away because of bridge construction. Therefore, Ajax offered appropriate solutions. Bridges generally spanned no more than 50 meters, and plans needed to be practical, not blind. This was the correct approach rather than misuse. All this required further verification and couldn't be rushed. Chapter 280. Pause expansion outward. Actively solve internal troubles. As the southern hydraulic works advanced further, the strategies for eastward and southward expansion were to make the southern water systems more convenient without disturbing or even promoting the daily lives of civilians. The officials from the Ministry of Works were all devoted to their tasks. After all, those who participated in on-site investigations would receive extra rewards. These depended on their respective capabilities, and having such opportunities meant there was room for everyone's abilities to shine. These benefits couldn't be ignored. As long as they were achievable, no issues would arise. Ajax simultaneously surveyed various water resources in the south. The region naturally had many hills and mountains, but they could be avoided effectively, so they weren't significant problems. The planning and construction of bridges were very challenging but presented few actual difficulties. Emperor Heston continuously imparted administrative philosophy and imperial mindsets to his son, Elwood. These teachings were critical. As long as things proceeded smoothly, no serious issues would occur, a point that was very important. Elwood naturally did not let down his father's expectations, demonstrating remarkable skills, leading to increased satisfaction with his abilities. This was undeniably true talent. Additionally, Elwood's previous experience in the Navy provided him a solid military career, imbuing him with a sense of ironclad discipline, making Heston even more pleased with such an outstanding son. Regarding other sons, apart from the 3 legitimate princes far away in America and the Prince of Eastern Japan, the rest were illegitimate princes. They each held only titles, with no fiefs. If they wished, they could choose small islands overseas as their territories. Yes, finding a modest-sized island overseas as their domain was an option, but returning home would not be easy, which required careful consideration. Not only this, but there were also other matters to consider. These shouldn't be underestimated, and too much explanation wasn't necessary. In summary, various skills needed continuous cultivation. A ruler dedicated to preserving the empire does not equate to lacking the ambition to expand borders. It depended on whether one's capabilities were strong enough. Further methods must be effective and demanded a ruthless mindset to prevent ministers from knowing the ruler's true intentions. Heston imparted all this to Elwood, revealing his immense satisfaction with his son. This effort was commendable, truly a remarkable ability worth celebrating. Different questions might yield different answers, but many profound meanings could not be simply articulated. Future events still brought about undeniable public opinion, indicating inner satisfaction. Between intentions, there should be no surprises. It required matching power to sustain subsequent transformations, leading to better realization of true capabilities. The Great Ming Empire was now extremely stable, free from external threats. Now, internal concerns could be addressed comprehensively. This essentially involved disaster prevention. Civilians needed sufficient food to avoid rebellion, a millennia-old destiny and the greatest hidden danger. Presently, grain reserves were generally adequate. Yet, Heston worked tirelessly to improve living conditions across regions, arranging water systems through government expenditures. Seemingly enormous expenses became insignificant at this moment. Overseas trade continued because solving the empire's internal issues required time. Hence, they could not rush. Only through sustained efforts could the people live better lives. These matters were clear. Nothing could be overlooked. Real changes could be clearly defined, and their significance uncontestable. Ajax strongly agreed with pausing outward expansion, emphasizing the necessity of first addressing internal affairs. Only by strengthening internally could they better seize opportunities for future expansion. Local officials must thoroughly settle these matters, avoiding any unforeseen risks that could lead to severe consequences. Naturally, the largest overseas territory, Australia, had been completely taken over. Its maps were detailed accurately. Rich mineral resources abounded and were easily accessible, making Heston further understand Ajax's intentions regarding mining in Australia. The wealthy merchants of the Ming Dynasty moved swiftly since domestic mines were closed and off-limits to excavation. Hearing that mining was possible overseas ignited their enthusiasm. As long as they were willing to go, the court could give them a green light. However, all expenses still needed to be settled. After all, the overseas occupied areas belonged to the Great Ming Empire, and naturally, land resource taxes had to be paid. The returns over these years have deeply impressed Heston, making him exceptionally happy and pleasing. These goals did not need to be mentioned. Benefits would continuously be transported back to the mainland of the Great Ming. Tax revenues were increasing year by year, and the emergence of various crafts made the Great Ming economy even more prosperous. Domestically, there was one crucial objective: afforestation. Wherever there were rivers or roads, trees had to be planted on both sides, and this was a mandatory requirement. Another mandatory requirement was that for every tree cut down, another must be planted in its place, ensuring it was alive. If it died, it had to be replaced until it survived. For many people, this was something they understood well. To do it right, someone had to handle it thoroughly without any doubt, which was understandable. The homeland of the Great Ming was the most important, the seed of all territories. As long as the homeland was not in danger, it could better control the core area, and external control could also be further strengthened. These were all aspects, laying the foundation for an immortal hegemony for the future territory of the Great Ming. It seemed simple yet not simple at all, and there was no denying the danger. All of this could be seen. Nothing was impossible as long as one had the capability, and everything could be acknowledged. In reality, it was the accumulation of underlying strength. Outsiders would never know how profound the Great Ming's strength was, requiring gradual utilization day by day, which led to these issues, leaving no room for doubt. This was an inevitable process. Who knew what the future would hold? There were no unknown impacts. It was clear that everything would change. Prosperity was welcomed by all. Chapter 281. Plan Confirmation and Generous Expenditure. Davidson, the general plan is as follows: to accelerate the networking of the southern water system and establish a canal passage connecting the East Sea and South Sea. This is a huge project. Ajax gathered the findings over this period, compiled them into a document, and explained it to Heston. Heston could see that they had all been working hard, and were making further efforts to reduce floods. Very good. This way, the vast network of the southern water system will be fully connected, linking the East Sea and South Sea. It can channel the excess water into the sea, ensuring safety. Ajax nodded and said, indeed. Another matter we must consider is maintaining the safety of these rivers and canals. After all, routes leading to the sea are the most challenging with the largest water flow. Heston agreed, you're right. We should do just that and not underestimate the importance. Now, he was no longer stingy because the imperial treasury was abundant, almost spending more than needed. Thus, infrastructure was the best choice at present, guiding the people toward a better life. In the past, when we were among the people, we encountered issues like this. If a bridge were built in a certain place, it would save dozens of miles, or even more. Such actions benefit the people. Ajax smiled. Tax revenue from the people should be used for their benefit. In fact, this hydraulic project seems extensive, but isn't too large. Arianny riverbanks have already been reinforced and widened. Now, it's about creating new channels, ensuring their strength and width are well prepared. This wasn't a minor issue but a significant task. Proper handling required considerable effort, with many potential complications ahead. Reality is harsh. Achieving results demands sufficient capability. Otherwise, there's no point in thinking too much about it. With genuine intent, success can be achieved. Nothing is impossible. So let's proceed as you suggested. By the way, the laborers' wages can be increased appropriately. Heston hoped the people would live better. This increase in wages was insignificant. Ajax nodded. All right, I will handle this properly, Davidson. Rest assured. Such an opportunity wouldn't be forsaken by anyone. Despite everyday capabilities differing, plans were visible under pressure. Different changes brought more realistic aspects, which couldn't be described in words. True self-pursuit couldn't be easily expressed either. Without the ability to chase, one would only exhaust themselves, causing more trouble. This was a significant task, requiring proper execution for peace of mind. Anything less would bring discomfort. Soon, Ajax summoned Hamza from the Ministry of Revenue and Gabriel from the Ministry of Works to his office. Greetings, Grand Preceptor. The two immediately bowed, showing respect. Ajax waved. No need for formalities. I've asked you here primarily to discuss the overall plan for the southern hydraulic facilities. Please take a look. After receiving the documents, they began examining. Gabriel, the Minister of Works, understood the completeness of the design, the number of canals needed, and the geographical environment, which couldn't be compromised. Hamza, upon receiving the document, immediately considered the budget, as this was a major project requiring substantial funds. Grand Preceptor, shall we raise the wages? Yes, that's the Emperor's wish. With the abundance in the treasury, he hopes to reward the workers more. That makes sense. It's a good suggestion. Just how much should the increase be? Ajax understood this question implied guidelines. No need for specifics. Let's raise the wages by 20% based on the previous rates. Hamza quickly calculated mentally and readily agreed. Very well, Grand Preceptor. 20% it is. For the current Ming Dynasty, this expenditure wasn't significant. A 20% increase was straightforward, eliminating any doubts. Changing thoughts couldn't alter insistent demands, without unexpected outcomes. As for the total amount, though uncertain, adding materials, labor, and other unforeseen costs like transportation, it would roughly range between 5 to 8 million taels of silver. The budget was ample. This was the present Ming Dynasty, not the former one, aiming for better arrangements. Ajax directly increased the total cost even further, reaching around 10 million taels of silver. This time we need to build it well, also for the benefit of future generations. Therefore, we must do better. There should be more meat and food to help the workers supplement their strength, so as to demonstrate the foundation and strength of our current Great Ming, and stabilize the peace and prosperity of Great Ming. So, not a single penny can be spared. Upon hearing his words, Hamza and Gabriel couldn't help but nod in agreement. That makes sense. Only by doing what can be done can greater capabilities emerge. All subsequent matters will become clearer. After discussing this among the three of them, they started taking action. Currently on the northern grasslands, there were a large number of cattle and sheep, all of which could be processed into meat. There were also many other game animals that provided excellent benefits, such as pork, with breeding technology also being accelerated. So in these areas, efforts were being made for a better future of the Great Ming. Animal husbandry was thriving in the north, just as it was in Australia. This place served as a natural pasture. Thus, Heston started setting up imperial pig farms here, which could also be called royal livestock farms, a truly ideal natural location. Charles and others followed suit because, as the army stationed in Australia, apart from returning to the capital to report, they basically stayed here, which was completely understandable. With such a vast territory, no one wanted to lose it. Such advantages, unparalleled, could only bring even greater surprises, altering initial intentions, regardless of which side. True capability lay in ensuring peace and prosperity throughout the Great Ming, which itself was sufficient merit. To realize various ideals meant having more significant uses. It may seem simple but was not easy, comparable perhaps to a dream. The significance of everything stemmed from the requirements and intent, with nothing being impossible as long as action was taken. Implementing these ideals would make a difference. Though seemingly simple, it wasn't easy. It was indeed a dream. Achieving such significance was a requirement, and anything was possible as long as effort was put forth.